Today at Midtown High School in Queens, New York, we 12th graders were having activities inside the gymnasium. The end-of-class bell suddenly rang out, sharp and urgent, snapping me, a black-haired Chinese boy, out of my daze. For a moment, I was completely lost, my mind swirling with confused thoughts. Who am I? Where am I? What was I just doing? My name is Lexia. I'd only spaced out for a brief moment, but I was surprised at how quickly the day had slipped by. What are you thinking about? Let's go. My classmate Peter Parker came over, gave my shoulder a friendly tap, and waited beside me. I acknowledged him, quickly gathered my things, and stood up. Together, we made our way down from the stands. Parker glanced back at me and said, "Move it. The bus will be here in 10 minutes. If we don't hurry, we'll miss it." No sooner had he finished speaking than a basketball came hurtling from behind like a cannonball, slamming hard into his back and sending him stumbling forward. "Parker," a mocking voice called from behind, "never see you move during gym, but after school, you run faster than anyone else. You can't keep skipping club activities. Why don't you stay and play some basketball with us?" Someday, Parker would become Spider-Man, swinging between the city's rooftops. But right now, he was just an ordinary high schooler, tall but slender, with a look that made him an easy target. The two of us, often seen as outsiders, had earned the nickname the Bullied Alliance at Midtown High. The guy who just hit him was Eugene Thompson, better known as Flash. He was tall and broad-shouldered, a star player on both the basketball and football teams. Flash's teammates naturally closed in, surrounding Parker and me in a tight circle, blocking our way out. "Hey, Flash." Parker found himself boxed in, but his face showed little alarm. He was used to situations like this. "It's not that we don't like club activities. We just have to get to our jobs. Could you let us through? The bus is almost here." He tried to squeeze past, but Flash blocked him with the basketball, tilting his chin with a look of impatience. "Parker, you can work anytime. Are you really planning to skip clubs all through high school? These years won't last forever, you know." He was clearly just picking a fight. At Midtown High, everyone was used to scenes like this. If it didn't concern them, nobody would step in. "I think we could talk about this another time. We really have other things to do today. It's just not a good moment." Parker tried to reason, bracing himself to make a dash for it. Thompson flashed a sly grin, snatched up the basketball, and shoved it straight toward Parker's face. But at that critical moment, Parker seemed to gain superhuman powers. He easily slipped through the encirclement. He stopped, staring at himself in astonishment, as if wondering, how did I suddenly get so fast? Parker glanced back and saw Thompson standing there, both hands frozen awkwardly in the air, his face twisted in embarrassment, as if he had just made a complete fool of himself. In the center of the ring, I balanced the basketball on my index finger, spinning it like a top without any sign of it falling. "Wow!" Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. I could almost hear their thoughts. Is this really the same quiet Chinese kid who used to be too timid to speak up when bullied? I'm no longer the weak, easy target I once was. It's been less than 24 hours since I crossed into this world, but since last night, my life has changed at rocket speed. "You wanted us to join your club activities, right?" "Phoenix." I held the basketball upright in front of me and gave it a gentle tap, setting. It's spinning once more. "How about a one-on-one? Or do you all want to come at me together? Winner takes all, one shot, no time to waste." "What?" Thompson was still in shock, confused as to how he lost the ball just moments ago. But the confusion quickly turned into anger. As a star player on the school basketball team, he was used to dominating the court. For a Chinese freshman like me to challenge him in public was, to him, an intolerable provocation. "Lexi is just asking for trouble, isn't he?" "It's over. Thompson's about to blow his top. Come on, teach him a lesson." The watching students shouted and jeered, the atmosphere growing even more electric. Parker stood beside me, his tone conflicted as he asked, "Are you out of your mind?" I simply replied calmly, "Just wait and see." With that, I released the ball from my finger and caught it as it fell. Soon, Thompson and I moved to the center circle. He held the ball, seething with anger, and slammed it hard onto the floor. He didn't even glance at the hoop. The look in his eyes said he was planning to bulldoze me, just like LeBron James charging down the court. "Here I come," Thompson shouted, dribbling as he started forward. Before he even reached me, he suddenly clutched the ball to his chest and yelled, "I'm going for a 5-step layup," striking a pose like some superhero transformation. With fierce momentum, he plowed through my defense, fully convinced that someone as thin as me could never stop him. But as he took his 5th step and prepared to leap, he looked down, only to find the ball had vanished. He stopped short, spun around, and saw the basketball once again spinning slowly on my fingertip, my expression probably only fueling his frustration. "What just happened?" "Don't ask me. I was still opening the door a second ago." "Did that guy take something?" People all around whispered among themselves, and Thompson felt as if every murmur was a slap across his face. "I thought you'd jump up only to find the ball gone," I said, setting the basketball down and looking at Thompson. Don't move, it's my turn now. Without waiting for Thompson to react, I dribbled quickly and launched into a fast break. One step inside the free throw line, I seized the ball with one hand and soared up. I could almost hear what everyone was thinking. He must be out of his mind. Of course, Thompson wasn't about to let me have my way. He swore under his breath, determined to block me and prove who really ruled the court. Just as I flew beneath the basket, Thompson sprang up without hesitation, both hands outstretched to block my shot. We collided midair. Thompson grunted, sensing trouble, as I'd lifted the ball too high for him to reach. Although I didn't have the upper hand in weight, my speed gave me the edge. Using the momentum, I knocked Thompson back. He couldn't block the shot, but he managed to slow me down, making a direct slam dunk a real challenge. At that critical moment, I pushed off Thompson's head with one hand, using him as leverage for a second leap, and soared right over the top of him. With a resounding crash, the basketball slammed into the hoop, rattling the backboard so violently that the entire gym fell silent in an instant. Thompson lost his balance on landing, falling hard onto the floor. As he looked up, he saw me hanging from the rim with one hand, a bright, slightly mocking grin on my face. To leap from inside the free throw line and pull off a tomahawk dunk right over someone. Moves like that are rare, even in the NBA, let alone from a skinny Asian guy just over 180 centimeters tall. I really am stronger now. Hanging from the rim, I was filled with a wild sense of pride. Somehow, I'd ended up in the Marvel Universe. I had no system, no cheat codes, but so what? Even if I wasn't a billionaire, had no superpowers, and couldn't mutate, I could still carve out my own place in this world. Because I was going to become a Saint Seiya. On the bus, Parker couldn't sit still, fidgeting so much that it gave Lexia goosebumps. What? Did you grow hemorrhoids or something? Lexia teased, noticing Parker's restless, conflicted expression. Parker raked his messy hair anxiously, his brows furrowed, as if he still hadn't recovered from the shock of what he'd just seen. Did you really dunk over lightning just now? Yeah, Lexia nodded. There was no denying it. Everyone in class had seen it themselves. But how did you even do that? Forget about skill. You don't even have the physical strength, certainly not more than me, let alone lightning. The guy's built like a bull. Parker's confusion was perfectly understandable. After all, who could believe that an ordinary, frail person could suddenly, overnight, turn into a powerhouse capable of defeating the school team's star players? Just give me a little more time, Lexia thought to himself. Forget the school team. I could probably pull off a slam dunk over Captain America himself. Just you wait. But he kept that wild boast to himself. It was a bit too soon to be making grand promises. Failing now would just be embarrassing. Instead, he leaned in close to Parker and whispered, I can tell you, but you have to promise not to tell anyone else. Absolutely. Parker nodded solemnly, as if taking an oath. Lexia cleared his throat and, with an air of mystery, said, Last night, on my way home, I ran into an old beggar. He stopped me and said I was gifted, one of the rare few suited for martial arts. He even claimed the fate of world peace depended on me. Parker looked at Lexia with disbelief in his eyes. And you actually believe that? Lexia nodded. Of course. Parker let out a short, sarcastic laugh. So, did this old beggar of yours try to sell you a secret manual too? You know, stuff like the Nine Manual, Nanyang Manual, the Great Shifting of Heaven and Earth, or the Thunder Technique of the Secret Sect. $10 a book? Lexia's eyes lit up. Wait, you met him too? I haven't seen the Thunder Technique of the Secret Sect yet. Did you buy it? Can I borrow it sometime? Oh, come on. Parker rolled his eyes in exasperation. You think I haven't seen Kung Fu Hustle? That old beggar's a con artist. There's no way a real secret manual would only cost $10. Lexia shrugged. Then how much do you think a real manual would sell for? At least 1,000. Hey, don't try to change the subject. Parker gave Lexia a gentle shove and settled back in his seat, resigned. Fine. If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. I just hope you're not taking anything dangerous. Even super soldier serum can have side effects. I really don't want you turning into the Red Skull. The Red Skull was the arch-villain from the Captain America comics, which were based on the World War II hero. In one version of the story, he injected himself with an unfinished experimental serum and ended up terribly disfigured. Captain America was, as of now, the world's only officially recognized superhero. His story had spawned countless comic adaptations, making him a role model for many teenagers, including Parker and once, Lexia. Lexia could see Parker was just worried about him. So he reassured him, Don't worry, my method has nothing in common with Red Skull's or Captain America's. There are absolutely no side effects. I hope so. Parker nodded, dropping the subject. It wasn't until they were about to get off the bus that he suddenly asked, So, was it really a secret manual? Lexia only shrugged, spreading his hands as if to say, You'll have to guess. After getting off the bus, The two of them headed to a fast food restaurant with a large letter M painted above the entrance. Their part-time jobs were as waiters at this Big M restaurant. Since Parker lived with his uncle, he wasn't keen on asking him for money, so he chose to work here and earn a little pocket money on his own. As for Lexia, his reason for working there went back to the orphanage where he grew up. The Children of the Stars orphanage housed around 20 kids. The youngest was only 7, and the oldest was Lexia himself at 17. The headmistress, Joan, was nearing 60. She had poured her entire savings into the orphanage, but it was still far from enough to support all the children. In the past, the orphanage relied mostly on donations from the church and the community. However, in recent years, as the economy worsened and companies gave less to charity, donations had dwindled, making life at the orphanage increasingly difficult. Being the oldest child, Lexia naturally took on the responsibility of earning money to help support the home, hoping to ease Grandma Joan's burden. The pay at Big M wasn't great, but Lexia hadn't been able to find a better job. As it happened, his friend Parker also worked there, so the two stayed on together as part-timers. Night fell. It wasn't even 8 o'clock when Lexia and Parker clocked out. Nights in America weren't exactly safe, and neither dared to stay out too late. Before they left, Parker stuffed most of his wages into Lexia's hands, keeping only a single $5 bill for himself. He grinned and said, "Take it. It's a usual arrangement. Put on my tab. You always say you'll pay me back with interest when you've got the money. Honestly, this is easier than putting it in the bank." Parker had long understood Lexia's situation. He only said these things so Lexia wouldn't feel embarrassed. Clutching those crumpled bills, Lexia was overcome by a wave of indescribable gratitude. Only when you're in real trouble do you see who your true friends are. Parker wasn't tall or particularly handsome. In fact, he was rather, well, ordinary. But he always managed to make Lexia feel warm inside. No wonder Parker would become Spider-Man and win so many hearts. Helping others was in his nature. The title, Your Friendly Neighborhood New Yorker, truly fit him. Back at the orphanage, Lexia noticed Joan was nowhere to be seen in the lobby, so he quietly slipped back to his room. For the sake of everyone's safety, Joan didn't allow the children to come home late at night. If she caught them, she'd definitely have a word or two to say. Once inside his room, Lexia set down his things, locked the door, and dragged a bronze chest out from under his bed. This box was already quite old. Grandma Joan once said that Lexia had picked it up from outside when he was a child. No one knew what was inside, nor had anyone ever opened it, but Lexia had always treated it as a treasured possession. Just yesterday, when he first traveled to this world, Lexia had been completely bewildered, suddenly finding himself in a foreign land. With his identity and background utterly transformed, the drastic change was more than he could process at once. As he pored over newspapers and scoured the internet, learning that this world boasted a famous arms dealer named Tony Stark and a World War II hero from 70 years ago, Steve Rogers, he couldn't help but be moved to tears. He had always dreamed of traveling to another world, and now that wish had come true. Right in the Marvel universe he had long admired. The thrill and joy of it overwhelmed him. Yet, after carefully examining himself from head to toe, he realized he hadn't gained any system, superpower, or so-called golden finger. As an orphan, with no mutant abilities or family background to speak of, how was he supposed to survive in this world? That was until one day he accidentally discovered a bronze box under the bed. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed to his astonishment that it was, in fact, a genuine cloth box, inside which lay a set of slumbering cloth armor. This discovery finally set Lexia's mind at ease. It seemed he would walk the path of a saint in the Marvel universe. Such an extraordinary turn of fate filled him with deep satisfaction. In America of the Marvel world, danger and disaster had almost become routine. Much like the cities of Japanese anime, terror attacks and alien invasions were daily occurrences. Anything less, and it would hardly be considered a normal day. For ordinary people, the Marvel world brimmed with crisis and fear, their lives perpetually at risk. Especially for the loved ones of superheroes, threats like shootings, explosions, and nuclear fallout never ceased. There was always some new peril lurking. Even staying at home was no guarantee of safety. One could be wiped out in an instant by a villain with terrifying abilities. But for those with special powers, this was the ultimate stage for pursuing dreams, expressing individuality, and realizing their worth. The moment Lexia came into contact with the cloth, he had already stepped into the ranks of superheroes. Cloths were far from lifeless objects. They possessed their own consciousness. They could resonate with one another and communicate with. They're saints. Some saints, like Cheyenne, could even read the entire life's memories of a cloth's previous owner the moment they touched it. Although this cloth box bore no sign of any constellation, just an ancient, intricately carved chest whose origins were shrouded in mystery, appearing as if it were a thing without an identity. The very moment Lu Xia touched it, he inexplicably awakened the ability to communicate with the cloth itself, and from it he acquired a complete set of methods for cultivating the power of Cosmo. Cosmo is a primal force that has existed within all things since the very birth of the universe in the Big Bang. Saints who can ignite their Cosmo possess power to shatter objects at the atomic level, wielding destructive might beyond imagination. Their fists could rend the heavens. Their feet could crush the very earth beneath them. Of course, reaching such a realm comes with a prerequisite. One must first comprehend the true meaning of Cosmo. And the first step to understanding Cosmo is to awaken the sixth sense, beyond sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. The sixth sense, also called consciousness, is a form of perception on the spiritual plane. Those who master it can unleash extraordinary abilities. Hyoga, for instance, can create and command ice, while Ikki possesses the power of mental assault. Upon awakening the sixth sense, a saint gains strength far surpassing that of ordinary people, speed faster than sound, a body that can withstand the harshest extremes, and a defense that shrugs off most physical harm. More importantly, no matter how many wounds they suffer, as long as their spirit does not collapse, their Cosmo will never be extinguished, and so they can continue to fight. One could say the sixth sense is a threshold where the ordinary is left behind. Beyond it lies the seventh sense, transcending the speed of light, the eighth sense that allows one to enter the underworld alive, and the legendary ninth sense, power closest to that of the gods themselves. With every breakthrough in perception, a saint's strength multiplies exponentially, until at the very pinnacle, their power might even surpass that of the entire Marvel Universe. Naturally, all of this remains a distant dream for Lu Xia. At this moment, he is not even qualified to comprehend the sixth sense. He is still just an ordinary person. To attain great power, a heavy price must be paid. To unlock the sixth sense of Cosmo, one must first possess a body strong enough to withstand its energy. Without such strength, even if one could unleash tremendous power, it would only bring harm upon oneself. In the original world, those who aspired to become saints endured relentless, brutal training, and only after breaking through their physical limits did they have a chance to awaken Cosmo. Yet in the real world, Lu Xia is spared the hellish trials of Sanctuary. All he needs to do is sit atop the cloth box. This particular cloth box contains within it a Cosmo much like that of a master trainer. It automatically transmits the memories of battle skills into Lu Xia's consciousness, while constantly stimulating and strengthening his body. This training method is simple and straightforward, almost as if it were the perfect regimen tailor-made for the lazy. But if anyone thinks that simply sitting peacefully on the sacred cloth chest is an easy shortcut to getting stronger, they couldn't be more wrong. The microcosmos within the sacred cloth chest does allow Lexia's body to strengthen more than 10 times faster than an ordinary saint trainee, but with that comes a price. The pain he endures is also magnified tenfold. When pain is amplified to such a degree, even a mosquito bite feels like a razor slicing through the skin. A punch to the abdomen becomes an ordeal of excruciating torment. Sitting atop the sacred cloth chest, Lexia felt as if every pore on his body was being pierced by needles. With the agony magnified, it was as though his whole body had sprouted sunflowers, only for every single seed to be cruelly plucked away. This so-called heavenly-level lazy person's upgrade method was, in truth, more like a hellish mode designed for the most extreme masochist. Yet Lexia had no other choice. He lacked both the luxury of time and the reserve of energy to rely on careful, scientific, and gradual training to push his body to its limits. If he wanted to quickly attain the physical condition necessary for awakening his microcosmos, he had to grit his teeth and endure this almost unbearable pain. To shoulder great responsibility, heaven must first test a person with suffering. Perched atop the sacred cloth chest, Lexia recited Mencius' famous words between cries of anguish. In less than 10 minutes, he was utterly spent and tumbled off the chest. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his lips were split and bloodied from clenching his teeth, staining his mouth with the taste of iron. Fortunately, he managed to hold onto the last shred of his dignity, stopping himself from losing control entirely. The process was agonizing, but the rewards were undeniable. Perhaps because his body had been weak to begin with, his physical abilities improved at an astonishing rate in the early stages. The first time he tried this method yesterday, he lasted barely 5 minutes, an embarrassment in the eyes of his fellow men, but that mere 5 minutes gave him the strength to stand up to Thompson. Today he lasted 10 minutes and felt his body take another leap forward. If he faced Thompson now, Lexia was sure he could not only block him, but even send Thompson flying. The downside, however, was that it took 10 minutes today to achieve what 5 minutes had accomplished yesterday. Next time, it might take 20 minutes of endurance. Just imagining 20 minutes of this inhuman torture made Lexia want to cry. He felt it was only a matter of time before he died on the sacred cloth chest. He lay on the ground for 10 minutes before his strength returned, if only slightly. Forcing himself to ignore the agony still racking his body, he climbed back onto the sacred cloth chest, sat cross-legged, and began tending to his body using another method recalled from the sacred cloth's memories. This was the chi cultivation technique passed down from the 5 elders' peak of Mount Lu, originating from Libra's gold saint, Doko, the art of all-encompassing nature. Natural energy exists between all things under heaven. The art of all-encompassing nature treats the body as a vessel, absorbing and refining this energy to strengthen oneself. There's a more immediate benefit, too. When this energy enters the body, it nourishes damaged cells and accelerates healing. Without this cultivation method, all of Lexia's previous brutal training would have amounted to slow self-destruction. Perhaps it was precisely because of this cycle of breaking and rebuilding that his cells, after repeatedly being torn apart and repaired, actually became stronger. This only strengthened Lexia's resolve to continue his relentless training. As he drew in more and more of nature's energy, the pain gradually faded from his body. Click! The door opened. A 7-year-old Chinese girl, with a round face and wide eyes, tiptoed in, carefully balancing a large bowl in her hands. Her name was Clarice, one of only 2 Chinese children in the orphanage. Despite the age gap between her and Lexia, the two were inseparable, their bond as close as real siblings. Big brother, time for soup. The bowl was filled with bone broth, fragrant with the addition of a few Chinese herbs. This was a recipe Granny Joan had learned from an old Chinese doctor in Chinatown, said to help the children absorb more calcium. However, the main nutrients in bone broth are actually protein and fat. The calcium content is surprisingly low. To rely on bone broth for calcium, one would probably need to drink several hundred bowls a day. In truth, before you even think about calcium, you might want to pay more attention to having a healthy pair of kidneys. Still, whatever its nutritional value, Granny Joan's broth was undeniably delicious, and Lexia enjoyed it immensely. Without budging from his sanctuary chest, Lexia accepted the bowl of perfectly warm bone soup. Thank you. Have you had yours yet? I did. Clarice grinned, revealing the gap where a tooth had fallen out. Big brother, I lost another tooth. Lexia took a sip of soup, glancing up at her. Let me see. Oh my, both your front teeth are gone, but you're still as adorable as ever. Clarice beamed innocently. By the way, big brother, can you help me toss my tooth onto the roof later? Granny Joan says if I throw my tooth up there, I'll grow taller. Lexia couldn't help but laugh. Did Americans believe that too? What did Granny Joan hear that? Don't tell me it was old Wong from Chinatown again. Clarice shook her head. I don't know. Granny also said she wants to see you later. She wants to talk to you about something. Lexia nodded, then pointed at a paper bag on the table emblazoned with a chocolate brand logo. Take the snacks from a bag and share them with the others, okay? And make sure to put the money at the bottom of the bag into Granny Joan's wardrobe. After growing up, the children at the orphanage would take on odd jobs to earn some pocket money. Granny Joan didn't oppose this, but she didn't want them to use the money to help cover the orphanage's expenses. To avoid putting Granny Joan in a difficult position, every time Lexia returned from work, she would ask Clarice to quietly slip the money into the wardrobe where Granny Joan kept her change. Once she'd finished explaining things, Lexia got up and went to the study. There, sitting in a wicker chair, was an elderly woman with a serene expression on her face. Back already? Granny Joan looked up when Lexia entered, her face stern. Lexia walked over with a smile and began to massage her shoulders. Granny, why are you still up so late? Who's made you angry? Tell me, and I'll set them straight for you. Granny Joan took Lexia's hands and pulled her to sit in front of her, her expression still serious. You rascal, don't try to change the subject. Did you really think I wouldn't notice you sneaking money into my wardrobe? Lexia knelt in front of Granny Joan, her voice gentle. Granny, you're always so attentive. Nothing gets past you. I just didn't want you to worry. That's why I didn't tell you. Granny Joan gave Lexia a helpless look and sighed. It's my fault for not doing enough as your guardian, making you suffer along with me. Granny, you've already done more than enough. If you hadn't taken us in, we might have starved on the streets long ago. Lexia gently held her hand, comforting her softly. Things are tough at the orphanage now, but as the eldest, it's only right that I help you shoulder the burden. You shouldn't have to worry about everything alone. Granny Joan looked at Lexia with concern in her eyes. You've grown up, and I'm glad you want to help, but you're still so young. When you come home this late, what if something happened to you? I don't know what I'd do. Her voice trembled, and her eyes brimmed with tears. She had nearly exhausted her savings and the donations. At any moment, The food at the orphanage could run out. If she truly couldn't hold on any longer, she would have no choice but to ask for help from the community, hoping that some families would be willing to adopt the children. The thought pained her. These kids were like her own grandchildren, but she had no other options. Lexia spoke softly, trying to reassure her. Granny, don't worry. We're going to be okay, and you don't need to fret about me. I'm actually pretty capable, even if I haven't shown you yet. Granny Joan gave Lexia a gentle tap, and, with a smile half scolding, said, You little braggart, as if I don't know you by now. Lexia grinned wide. Granny, don't underestimate me. Who knows, maybe one day I'll save the world. Oh, listen to you boasting. Not even Steve would dare claim he could save the world. What makes you think you can? Granny Jones said, referencing Steve Rogers, Captain America, whose tales of heroism during World War II had inspired countless people. She'd grown up hearing those stories. As they talked, Jones suddenly remembered something. All right, could you help me write a letter in a bit? I heard there's a company doing charity work, and here's their email address. Try writing to them. Maybe we can get some help. Loxia had wanted to say that with enough effort, maybe he could change the orphanage's situation himself. But he didn't have the heart to dampen the old lady's hope, so he just nodded in agreement. All right, I'll write it. But honestly, who would name their company something like Shydake? He muttered inwardly. Maybe she meant Stark Industries? After all, people often joked about Tony Stark's name sounding like Shydake. Jones shrugged. How would I know? Oldley from FedEx told me about it. He knows some executives at the company, so it should be reliable. Oldley told you? That makes sense. The surname Lee sounded Chinese, but in fact, he was a thoroughly white old man. He could never sit still. Even in his 60s, you could spot him popping up all over town. Loxia had met Oldley before and remembered him well, because he looked strikingly like the creator of this world, Stan Lee. Perhaps that's a little tribute. After all, Marvel just wouldn't be complete without Oldley. Meeting Oldley in this world filled Loxia with a quiet joy. After finishing the letter, Loxia followed Oldley's instruction for the email address, but he changed the word after the at from Shydake, Stank, to Stark, then hit send. After checking the details, Grandma Joan looked a little puzzled at Loxia's edit. That's not what Oldley told me. Maybe I should call him and check, though I don't know if he's already asleep. Loxia pursed his lips and thought, Grandma, you really don't know Oldley at all. You think he's asleep, but he might just be spinning records at a nightclub right now, DJing for some pole dancing ladies. Don't worry, Grandma. I checked online. There's no company called Shydake, only Stark. Oldley must have just remembered it wrong. After leaving the study, Loxia climbed up onto the orphanage's rooftop by himself. It was a habit he'd picked up as a child from watching My Own Swordsman. Whenever he couldn't sleep, he'd find himself drawn to the roof. He gazed up at the star-filled sky. The stars clustered together, forming all sorts of constellations. To others in this world, these constellations represented distant, mysterious galaxies. People speculated about the possibility of alien life out there, though in truth, extraterrestrials had already visited Earth, but most people remained blissfully unaware. But for Loxia, who was about to become a Saint Seiya, these constellations were the wellspring of his strength. A saint's power originates from their own cosmos, yet each saint is bound to a guardian constellation. The cosmos within a saint resonates with this constellation, drawing energy from it and thereby elevating the level of their cosmos and their own strength. For this reason, a guardian constellation is of vital importance to every saint. It determines the maximum potential of their cosmos. There are 88 constellations in the sky, and each corresponds to a single saint. Among these, the most powerful are the 12 constellations of the zodiac, represented by the 12 gold saints. Next come the 24 silver saints and the 48 bronze saints. It's said that there are still 4 constellations whose saints haven't been defined by the original creator Kurumada. Lexia herself had no idea which constellation she would be assigned. If she could choose, of course, she would wish most for one of the 12 zodiac signs. A golden cloth gleams with radiant light, and a white cape billows in the breeze. She cradles her helmet, her long hair tumbling in waves caught by the wind. Standing beneath the sacred domain's clock of fire, she lifts her face just slightly, gazing at the starry sky, her blue eyes tinged with a Mediterranean sorrow. If only the background music could play Globe from the Hades Ark, the scene would be nothing short of breathtaking. But if not a gold saint, then a silver saint would do. Something like the Altar, Crater, or Perseus constellation sounded appealing. Becoming the Ophiuchus saint, with its potential for evolution, would be even better. The unique and striking design of the gold Ophiuchus cloth left a lasting impression. Anything would be better than the Crane constellation. Though Yenna's daring, low-waisted shorts from Godcloth are looked cool, as a guy, wearing something like that would be far too embarrassing, utterly unacceptable. However, Judging by the color and material of the cloth box, it was most likely a bronze cloth inside. So be it. Bronze cloth is still better than nothing, especially since she'd found it by chance. Its defenses might be weaker, but if it could eventually evolve into a god cloth, then in the end, everyone would shine just as brilliantly. She imagined herself donning a god cloth, dazzling before the Avengers, and couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. She nearly laughed out loud. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the alley below. Lexia snapped back to reality and leaned out in the direction of the noise, catching a glimpse of a figure fleeing in panic down the alley. Moments later, another burst of chaotic footfalls rang out, and two tall men emerged from the darkness in pursuit. This woman can really run. Hurry up, don't let her get away. Watching the two men chase after their target, Lexia's brows knitted in concern. Nighttime in America was notorious for its lack of safety, especially in Queens, a neighborhood known for its impoverished population. The situation was even worse here. Guns were everywhere, the streets were lawless, and the city seemed to become a completely different world after dark. At night, Queens becomes a playground for gangs. Theft, drugs, robbery, assault, kidnapping, murder, crimes of every kind run rampant here. Every time Lexia went to her part-time job, she always made sure to return to the orphanage before 8 o'clock. Any later, it would be far too dangerous. Now it was close to midnight, the hour when criminals were most active. Those three figures who had just flashed past her were likely in the midst of something criminal. Two men chasing a woman through the night. There was no way this was some innocent game. No matter how bold people might be, they wouldn't play a game of chase like this on the open street. In the past, whenever Lexia encountered situations like this, she always chose to keep her distance. She didn't have the power to help. The most she could do was call the police from a safe distance, remaining a law-abiding bystander. In America, many criminals carry weapons. Rushing in recklessly wouldn't help anyone. It would only put her life at risk, and such a sacrifice would be meaningless. But Lexia was no longer the same person she once was. The sacred cloth chest hadn't just taught her the ways of saint training. It had subtly instilled in her the saint's creed and sense of duty. To protect, love, and justice in this world. With the power of a saint came the responsibility that naturally followed. This was a duty she could not ignore. Though Lexia was not yet a true saint, she would never blindly challenge enemies she knew she could not defeat. At the same time, she could no longer turn a blind eye to the evil unfolding before her. Once she was certain no one was following her, Lexia stood up, scaled the orphanage wall, and hurried in the direction the group had gone. In a dim alleyway, the panicked woman being pursued was finally cornered in a dead end. She'd hoped to find another way out, but it was too late. The two men who had chased her now blocked the only exit. "Well, let's see where you can run now," the taller man said, panting, his eyes shining with triumph. Seeing the woman had no way to escape, both men broke into victorious grins. "That's $1,000 in the bag." The tall man pulled out a butterfly knife, its blade gleaming coldly under the faint light, making the woman's legs go weak with fear. "Please, sir, I'm begging you, please don't hurt me." Exhausted and terrified, the woman's legs could barely hold her up. She slumped slowly to the ground, pressing herself against the wall. "Relax, we won't hurt you," the tall man said, a cold smile curling his lips as he walked closer. "You're worth $1,000. Why would I want to damage you?" He crouched beside her, letting the blade hover near her face. "Do as I say and don't fight back. That way, you'll suffer a lot less." He waved to his partner behind him. "David, get over here and take her. If we hurry, we could be done for the night." Bang! A heavy thud suddenly sounded behind them. The tall man spun around, startled, and the tip of his knife accidentally nicked the woman's skin. She let out a piercing scream. Her scream made the tall man freeze for a moment, but what truly enraged him was the scene unfolding behind him. David, the shorter man, had already collapsed to the ground. Standing behind him was a thin figure, holding a blood-stained brick. "You bastard! Are you looking for trouble?" The tall man was instantly furious at the sight. The intruder's face was covered. Clearly, someone afraid to show themselves could never be a cop. He was either some nobody trying to muscle in on their business, or a self-righteous fool meddling where he shouldn't. Either way, the tall man had no intention of letting him go easily. He was determined to show this interloper the ruthless methods of the Russian mafia. As soon as the two clashed, the tall man noticed the newcomer's clumsy movements. He clearly lacked real combat experience and had merely picked up a few moves on the surface. He'd seen plenty like this before, and their endings were almost always tragic. In a panic, Lexia dodged two attacks, unable to help but sigh inwardly. It really is easier said than done. There was still a long way to go before the battle experience stored in the cloth box's microcosm became her own instinct. Lexia had followed the group from a distance all the way to the alley and quickly pieced together the situation. This was clearly a carefully planned kidnapping. From their conversation, it was obvious these two specialized in this sort of crime and had done it more than once. To them, the women they abducted were nothing more than merchandise, each worth a measly $1,000, utterly devoid of value. Life was frighteningly cheap in their hands. As for where these women would be sold, or what fate awaited them afterwards, the kidnappers cared not in the slightest. People like this were no different from those who trafficked women and children in China, breaking the law for their own gain, without the slightest regard for the devastating harm their actions brought to countless lives and families. Such people deserved the harshest punishment. That was why, from the very beginning, Lexia had resolved to show no mercy. She wasn't necessarily out for their lives, but she wanted to ensure they'd never again threaten society. Even if they were locked away, there was always a chance they'd go back to their old ways once released. With a sharp crack, Lexia brought the brick down hard on the short man's head. She could almost hear his skull fracture. In truth, she had deliberately held back her strength. Otherwise, his head might have been smashed beyond recognition. Even so, that single blow was enough to ensure the short man might spend the rest of his days confined to a hospital bed. After bringing him down, Lexia didn't feel the discomfort often described in novels when someone hurts another for the first time. Instead, she felt a faint, secret sense of accomplishment. Perhaps this was the subtle influence the cloth box's microcosm had begun to exert on her mind. Upholding justice gave him a deep sense of satisfaction. When the tall man charged at him with a knife, Lexia was brimming with fighting spirit, ready to meet the challenge head-on. He was confident that, with his current skills, taking down a kidnapper would be no difficult task. Yet once the fight actually began, he quickly realized that reality was far more challenging than he'd imagined. He could clearly read the tall man's attacks, and even anticipate his next moves. However, whenever he tried to think about dodging or counterattacking, he was always a beat too slow. By the time he figured out what to do, the attack was already upon him. He could barely manage to evade, but there was no chance for an effective counterstrike. The tall man pressed his assault relentlessly, forcing Lexia to give ground again and again, his own sense of pride swelling with each advance. Ever since he'd injured his knee, it had been a long time since he'd enjoyed a fight like this. Kid, I don't care what country you're from, but if you dare stir up trouble on our turf, it's time for Sergeyevsky here to teach you the rules of the Russian mob, the tall man bellowed, his arrogance on full display. This part of the city was under the control of the Russian mafia, though nearby Irish gangs and Mexican cartels were always eyeing the territory, coming by to provoke and stir up trouble from time to time. Lexia didn't know much about these so-called Irish, Mexican, or Russian mobsters. He'd only heard of the Italian mafia's Von Gogh family from the movies. No matter whether it was the Russian mafia or any other gang, anyone who dared to commit kidnapping, extortion, or force innocent people into prostitution would find no mercy from Lexia. He was more than happy to use this chance to do some good for American society. As he gradually adapted to his opponent's rhythm, Lexia lost his initial panic and began to put his combat training to the test. His mind was packed with fighting techniques, though he wasn't entirely proficient yet. This was the perfect opportunity to practice and internalize what he'd learned. The moment he read Sergeyevsky's next move, Lexia dodged just ahead of the attack and, seizing the opening, landed a solid punch on his opponent's chin. With a heavy thud, Sergeyevsky was sent flying, not even given the slightest chance to retaliate. He crashed to the ground and lay there, unable to get up for quite some time. Aside from his ridiculously long name, Sergeyevsky wasn't anything special. Though he had a burly frame, he couldn't withstand a single blow. Lexia had only meant to test the waters with that counterattack, but he ended up sending the man flying, both feet off the ground, crashing down so hard that he didn't move for ages. Could it be that I've become this powerful? Lexia gazed at his own fist, brimming with delight. His faith in the fighting skills of the Saints grew even stronger. Sergeyevsky spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring up from the ground and demanding through clenched teeth, "Who the hell are you?" The question made Lexia pause for a moment, lost in thought. It was clear that from this day forward, on the road of upholding justice, he would never hesitate or retreat again, only stride ahead with greater resolve and purpose. This wasn't out of blind kindness, but a steadfast commitment to the creed of a saint. Yet, this also brought up a new problem. Since he'd be appearing more and more often, he absolutely couldn't let his real name slip out. After all, aside from someone like Iron Man, nobody simply reveals their true identity to others. If he was going to design a code name and emblem for himself, it needed to stand apart from other superheroes, and it had to reflect his determination to eradicate evil. A name and symbol weren't just about looking cool or being easy to recognize. They were meant to send a warning to criminals. To be called a defender of love and justice in this world, such a title was certainly something to be proud of. But if you went around saying it all the time, it would be more than a little embarrassing. Lu Xia pondered for a moment, when suddenly, inspiration flashed through his mind. In Egyptian mythology, there was a legendary bird, a mystical envoy seen as the soul of Ra, the sun god, who guided the souls of the dead to the underworld. The name of this bird was the Bennu bird. Lu Xia nodded to himself, satisfied. I'm the burning flame of the Bennu bird, here to guide the souls of the wicked to the underworld. He stepped closer to the tall man, a cold smile curling at his lips. I'm the soul of the sun god, a blaze that burns in the darkness of night. No matter your crimes, you will turn to ash before me. Are you ready to go to hell and pay the price for your sins? Lu Xiao's dramatic tone and chilling smile were enough to terrify the tall man. He tried desperately to scramble away, but his limbs simply wouldn't respond. Without hesitation, Lu Xia raised his foot and stomped down hard on the man's knee. There was a sickening crack. The previously injured knee finally shattered, the joint bending the wrong way, bone tearing through flesh, leaving a ghastly wound behind. Only after both knees were crushed did Lu Xia finally step back, satisfied. By then, the tall man had already fainted from the pain. Lu Xia raised his head and looked toward the woman still curled up in the corner nearby. He called out, "Ma'am, you're safe now. You can go home. If you have to walk at night again, I wish you a safe journey. Thank you, Flame of Bennu." The woman managed to stand, trembling, but she still huddled in the corner, too frightened by what she had just witnessed to move. Lu Xia gave her a casual wave, then retreated into the shadows, his figure vanishing from sight. After that night, the name Flame of Bennu began to spread through the city's streets and alleys. The next day, Lu Xia went to school as usual. His nighttime deeds of justice had left his heart light and his mind especially clear. By the lockers, Parker leaned against the wall, as usual, waiting. It didn't matter who arrived at school first. They always waited for each other here. "Hey, Peter." Lexia patted Parker on the shoulder. "Where did you get those retro glasses? Try to make yourself look even more like the resident genius." Normally, Parker wore contact lenses, but today, out of nowhere, he'd shown up with a pair of old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses that made him stand out even more. Parker shrugged, sounding a bit listless. "Do I really need glasses to emphasize my genius vibes? I thought they were obvious enough." Once Lexia had gathered her things, the two walked into the classroom together, settling into their usual seats, one behind the other. "Yeah, you're the top student, the best in class. Actually, if you count all of Midtown High, there aren't many who can match you." Parker grinned with confidence. "Of course. Is bragging some kind of universal thing with you guys?" Just then, a voice interrupted their conversation. Parker tensed up slightly. He knew that voice all too well. Lexia turned to look as well, taking a good, proper look for the first time at the girl beside them. Gwen Stacy, a blonde girl in a button-down shirt and pullover, a short skirt, and tall boots, her pale calves visible between boot and hem. She had once been the object of both Parker and Lexia's secret affections. Gwen's features were sweet, but full of confidence. Seeing Lexia and Parker looking her way, she flashed them a warm, open smile. "I'm Gwen Stacy." Parker immediately looked a little flustered. Yeah, I know. I'm Peter Parker." "Lexia," Lexia replied with a nod. "It's nice to meet you both." Gwen's smile was gentle and friendly. "Nice to meet you too." They both echoed the sentiment. Lexia couldn't help but purse her lips, thinking, after 4 years in the same class, is there really anything to be excited about in finally meeting us? Gwen politely added, "Just to clarify, Parker here is actually second in the class, not first." Parker bristled a bit. "Just because you're a girl doesn't mean you can go around denying other people's pride," he thought. "Second place? Are you sure about that?" Gwen nodded. "I am. Trust me, I wouldn't get that wrong." "So, who's number one?" Lexia instinctively straightened her back and ran a hand through her hair. "Well, I guess the truly outstanding can't help but shine. Maybe it's time for the class star to introduce himself." "It's not you, anyway." Gwen's tone was teasing as she looked at him. "Lexia, right? Honestly, I used to think you were just one of those quiet Chinese students. No offense. It just always seemed like you all kept to yourselves. I didn't expect you to have such a sense of humor. By the way, I skipped PE class yesterday afternoon. I heard you taught Lightning a lesson on the basketball court." Lexia shrugged, clearly unwilling to take the blame. "Come on, just because you're pretty doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. Eugene and I just played a normal one-on-one. Don't call it teaching him a lesson. It sounds like I really did something to him." Gwen covered her mouth and chuckled. "Old Eugene? That's a funny nickname. So, you two played one-on-one, did you win?" "Of course I did," Lexia replied, clicking his tongue in mock regret. "You have no idea what you missed. That match was so spectacular, it could have made the NBA's top 10 plays of the year." "That does sound like a shame," Gwen said, half listening as she watched Lexia bask in his own glory. "By the way, have you thought about which college you want to apply to?" Like Duke or UCLA, the big basketball schools. Lexia paused to think. Honestly, I haven't really considered it yet, but I don't want to leave New York. Duke's in North Carolina, UCLA's in Los Angeles. They're both way too far from here. Why do you insist on staying in New York? You've lived here almost 20 years. Don't you ever get tired of it? Gwen tilted her head curiously. Why stay here? Lexia absent-mindedly touched his neck. Because this is the heart of Marvel stories. The Great Battle of New York will break out soon. And as the protector of this world, am I supposed to run off to North Carolina or California, cheering for the Avengers from my TV at home? For my ideals. Lexia nodded earnestly. That's right. It's all about ideals. I was born here, I grew up here, and my dream is to build up and protect this city. Your ambitions are really grand. Gwen pursed her lips. She realized her understanding of Chinese Americans was actually quite limited. Do all Chinese people love to talk big like this? It's not that big a deal, really. Lexia laughed awkwardly. Gwen echoed his laughter. Lexia didn't realize that his words had, unintentionally, added a touch of misunderstanding about the Chinese community. He used to be introverted, always shy and nervous around Gwen, barely exchanging a word with her in 4 years of being classmates. Just like Parker, he once saw Gwen as a goddess, harboring a quiet crush. But now, Lexia had changed completely. Someone destined to stand out no longer hides in the shadows, secretly pining for a girl. Instead, he uses his own unique charm to win her over. At that moment, Parker stood off to the side, watching Lexia and Gwen chat, completely unable to join the conversation. We promised to have our secret crushes together. Why did you go on ahead without me? If this keeps up, I'll lose my friend. Parker felt a faint twinge of disappointment and lowered his head, absent-mindedly sketching on his notebook. What are you writing? Lucia, having finished her conversation with Gwen, leaned over and caught sight of some strange symbols on Parker's page. Curiosity danced in her eyes as she asked. Oh, it's nothing, just doodling. Parker snapped back to reality, quickly tearing out the page, crumpling it into a ball, and tossing it aside. You're always so mysterious. Lucia's eyes flickered with intrigue, but she didn't press him further. She turned around and started organizing the books she'd need for class. Suddenly, a tall figure cast a shadow over her, blocking the light. Lucia looked up to find Thompson standing in front of her like a wall. He had a face that could intimidate anyone, and his presence was intense even when he was silent. What's up? Do you need something? Seeing that it was Thompson, Lucia crossed his arms and leaned casually against the desk behind him. He was no longer the student who used to get bullied. Already knocked down people from the streets who fancied themselves tough. Now, facing Thompson, he felt nothing to fear. Whether it was a one-on-one fight or taking on a group, he was confident. Thompson, what do you want? Parker stood up behind Lucia, firmly taking his side. Gwen also rose with concern in her eyes. Thompson, this is school. You should think carefully before you do anything. Seeing Lucia completely unafraid, with Parker and Gwen standing firm beside him, Thompson suddenly seemed a bit deflated. He couldn't help but wonder, is this all people see in me? Am I just the troublemaker in their eyes? Can't I ever be serious about something? He took a deep breath and looked at Lucia with sincerity shining in his gaze. I want to play basketball with you. Thompson's words caught Lucia off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. What do you mean? If you want to play basketball, just talk to the coach. You're not some long-haired delinquent or a street punk. The coach would definitely say yes. Thompson noticed that Parker and Gwen were still eyeing him warily, and he explained with a hint of resignation, Don't worry, I'm not here to pick a fight. He looked down at Lucia, his tone earnest. I genuinely need your help. Lucia pointed at the empty chair behind Thompson, gesturing for him to sit. Go ahead and tell me what's going on. I'm not saying I'll agree, but I won't turn you down outright either. Thompson didn't beat around the bush any longer. Here's the thing. Our coach used to be an assistant coach for a college basketball team. This time, his alma mater's team is coming to New York for training, and the coach wants us to play a friendly match against the college team. Lucia shrugged. Well, I can only wish you luck. Hope you guys win. Thompson's expression suddenly turned somber. This might be my last game at school. Next month, I'm joining the Army. Joining the Army? Parker and Gwen were both taken aback, especially Gwen. She had just been tutoring Thompson recently, and never expected he would be enlisting in the Army. You're not planning to apply for college anymore? Thompson nodded awkwardly. No, I'm not. Gwen was nearly fuming. Then why did you have me tutor you? Help you with your homework? Don't you feel the least bit guilty for wasting my time like that? Thompson's face flushed bright red. I am sorry, Gwen. I want to tell you earlier, but every time we met you always wanted to talk about schoolwork, and I just couldn't find the right moment. Lexia and Parker exchanged a glance. Look at him. He actually went straight to her house. Compared to that, the two of us are hopeless. Parker curled his lip. At least you talked to Gwen today. I'm the real failure here. Lexia thought for a moment. Actually, we're all in the same boat. He made it to Gwen's house, but all they talk about is studying. I bet he hasn't even held her hand. The world of a straight-A girl is beyond us. Gwen plopped back in her chair, cheeks puffed with outrage. You liar. Thompson hurried to explain. Gwen, please don't be mad. It's all my fault. The reason I did this is because I like you. But oh, forget it. If you want to be angry, go ahead. I'm leaving soon anyway. I'll be gone for at least 2 or 3 years. If you meet someone you like while I'm away and want to date him, I won't mind. Honestly, I think Lexi is a great guy. Maybe you should consider him. And what am I to you exactly? Gwen rolled her eyes, but couldn't help bursting out laughing. Enough. Lexia cut Thompson off mid-ramble. I actually asked to see you because I had something to say. If you have something important, just spit it out. If not, go. Don't waste everyone's time with all this nonsense. What? Thompson blinked, caught off guard. Oh, right. The real reason. I wanted to ask if you'd join us for the game against the Davidson Academy basketball team. They're strong, and I don't want to leave high school with regrets. I know I was wrong before, but yesterday at the gym you embarrassed me in front of everyone. So, I guess we're even now. We're all classmates, after all. I hope you'll help me. Thompson might have acted tough and bullied his classmates because of his size, but deep down, he was just a headstrong teenager. At heart, he meant no real harm. The fact that he could admit his mistakes so openly, and even bring up his own embarrassing moments, showed he was still an honest, straightforward kid. All right, since you trust me, I'll do it. Thompson didn't want to end high school with regrets, and, truth be told, Lexia felt the same way. What boy doesn't dream of fighting side by side with his friends on the basketball court, with cheers from the girls in the stands echoing around him? It was clear that, with the help of the cloth box's microcosmos, it wouldn't be long before Lexia's physical abilities would far surpass those of an ordinary high schooler. Maybe even surpass the limits of what's humanly possible. By then, if he still wanted to join basketball games as just a regular kid, it would be tough. One careless move, and he might hurt an opponent or even knock down the entire hoop. Youth is a time for doing the things that belong to youth. So Lexia agreed without hesitation. When's the game? This afternoon. Thompson, thrilled that Lexia accepted, jumped to his feet. Let's go to the gym at noon and practice with everyone. That's soon. The game between Midtown High and Davidson College was set for 3 in the afternoon. When Lexia arrived at the gym at 2, he found the stands already packed, with people crowding the corridors and aisles. Lexia walked into the gym with Parker, both of them taken aback by the sea of spectators. Wow, I didn't expect so many people. The whole place is packed, Lexia said. Yeah, Parker replied offhandedly. Lexia immediately lost interest in making conversation. He knew none of these fans were here for him. They were all here for the baby-faced player practicing his 3-pointers on the court. Davidson's starting point guard, Steven, was now a junior. Though slender and once rejected by powerhouse Duke University, he led a third-tier school into the National Elite Eight, defeating both the second and third-ranked teams along the way. Glancing at the baby-faced player, Lexia pursed his lips and thought, "You're amazing now, and you'll be even more amazing in the future. But so what? This is the Marvel Universe, after all. If Lexia, the future Spider-Man, could calmly coexist in this world, what was a future NBA star to him? Still, drawing the curtain on his youth with a game like this didn't seem like a bad way to say goodbye. At exactly 3 o'clock, the game began. Right from the tip-off, Midtown High double-teamed Steven. Thompson and Lexia were the ones assigned to shadow him. Davidson College as a team was average, relying on Steven to drive their offense. Once he was contained, Midtown High took total control of the game's tempo. With Thompson's brute strength and Lexia's sharp defensive instincts, Steven barely made an impact the whole game. He couldn't break through the defense or find open teammates to pass to. Whenever the ball landed in his hands, it instead became the starting point for Midtown High's fast break. Although Steven was skilled at long-range 3-pointers, those ultra-long shots relied more on luck. Even with his accuracy exceeding 50%, it still couldn't compare to the efficiency of that Chinese player from Midtown High who scored with his dunks. A dunk almost never missed its mark. Even centers over 2 meters 10 couldn't stop him. Could this Chinese player, who barely topped 1 meter 80, really be so easily outplayed? Steven had planned to take charge of the game, to show the younger students what NCAA-level basketball truly looked like. Yet now, facing such targeted defense, he couldn't help but feel unwilling. Was it just because of his boyish face that they thought he was an easy target? He hadn't done anything to provoke anyone. This game was, in every sense, a comedy of errors. Back in the locker room after the game, Steven hurled his towel to the floor in frustration. They had just been defeated by a high school team by a margin of 20 points. If word got out, not only would they be mocked by other schools, but the whole team would be disgraced. My 3-point percentage still isn't high enough. I have to work even harder on my shooting. Outside the gym, Thompson and Lexia stood side by side beneath the setting sun. Thank you. This game left me with no regrets, Thompson said. Lexia rolled his eyes helplessly. Don't make it sound like a farewell, will you? You're just enlisting, not heading off to war. Who even dares to challenge the U.S. military head-on these days? Thompson only smiled, letting the comment pass without argument. Suddenly, Lexia turned and asked, "Where's Parker?" "Haven't seen him since before the game started." That afternoon, Parker had come to the gym with Lexia, but hadn't stayed to watch the match. He left very early. He had something more important to verify. Gwen was absent as well. She'd gone to the Osborne group, where her mentor was, to participate in experimental research as part of her internship. Lexia recalled the string of nearly indecipherable formulas he'd seen that morning in Parker's notebook. Parker had mentioned something called double-zero decay. Though Lexia couldn't remember the details, he knew it must have been something Parker's father, Richard Parker, had left behind. Parker hadn't said a word about it, but his odd demeanor and those heavy black-rimmed glasses gave Lexia reason to suspect that the plot of The Amazing Spider-Man was about to unfold. With a sense of witnessing history, Lexia turned down Thompson and the team's invitation to celebrate. Instead, he caught a ride alone to the Osborne group. He didn't contact Gwen in advance. Instead, he watched from a distance as Parker emerged from the Osborne group building, dazed and lost in thought as he wandered alone into the subway station. Quietly, Lexia followed, keeping watch over Parker from a carriage away on the train. Not long after boarding, Parker leaned back against his seat and drifted off to sleep. If nothing unexpected happened, he might sleep all the way until the subway shut down for the night. At this hour, the subway car wasn't crowded. Only a handful of youths dressed in punk fashion were chatting loudly. Somehow, they took notice of Parker, who was sound asleep. Clearly, these troublemakers were always on the lookout for mischief. Seeing Parker's harmless appearance, they decided to have a little fun at his expense. One of them quietly placed a bottle of ice-cold beer on Parker's forehead. Lexia made no move to intervene. He knew the show was about to begin. The shock of chilled beer is impossible to ignore, whether you're drinking it or it's pressed against your skin. As the icy droplets slid down Parker's sensitive skin, his heightened senses kicked into overdrive. In the next instant, Spider-Man, possessing superhuman strength and speed, was about to awaken. With a sudden jolt, Parker sprang from his seat and, in a move that defied all logic, clung to the ceiling of the train car. The faces around him were etched with confusion and disbelief. Beer sprayed everywhere, landing on a nearby woman's face. While the scene didn't have the awkward intimacy of spilled yogurt, the woman was nevertheless deeply annoyed. Seeing this, Parker hurried to apologize. Yet his apology was anything but sincere. It came off as downright rude, and he left his hand pressed on the woman's shoulder for far too long. When she pushed him away, he lost control of his emotions and, astonishingly, tore off the woman's blouse. Of course, this was only what flashed through the minds of the onlookers, their imaginations running wild with indignation. Chaos erupted, and Parker launched into an acrobatic brawl. Within 10 seconds, the fight was over. Parker had floored two punks with blows to the head, while the other two were hit in their most vulnerable spots. In the aftermath, he picked up a gray item from the floor. Torn woman's blouse, X1. As for the unfortunate woman, despite her attractive figure, her plain features held no interest for Lexia, who didn't even spare her a second glance. After his flawless victory, Parker was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of emptiness. In a world this dull, his extraordinary abilities only made life feel more meaningless. Scanning the car, Parker soon spotted Lexia in the next compartment. Even with Lexia hiding beneath a baseball cap and mask, sporting oversized black-rimmed glasses and curling up to make himself as inconspicuous as possible, his unique aura was impossible to disguise. With just a glance, Parker recognized him instantly. "Seiya, what happened here?" Parker strode over, his face a picture of astonishment. Lexia, thoroughly exasperated, tossed his cap to the floor. "Are you kidding me? I went through all this trouble, and you still recognized me?" Parker hesitated for a moment. "You're still wearing the same clothes. That round shield on your shirt. I was the one who stitched it on, remember? I give up." Lexia finally realized it was her own oversight. The clothes she was wearing had been bought together with Parker. There used to be a tear at the shoulder she couldn't bear. To throw it away, so she'd asked Parker to stitch on Captain America's round shield, complete with a signature. Who would have thought that such a small detail would give her away? Parker raised his hands in confusion, still clutching that torn lady's top. "Forget about that for now. What on earth just happened back there?" Lexia shrugged. "Kid, you just brought honor to the tribe. That silver-scale breastplate you're holding, is it blue rarity?" Huh? Parker stared at her, completely bewildered. Just then, the train arrived at their stop. Lexia tugged Parker off the train. It was already late outside. They walked down the quiet street. Every now and then, a dog's bark echoed from the alleyways, making Parker jumpy and tense. The walk from the station to Parker's home was barely 10 minutes, but Parker's nerve along the way nearly gave Lexia a heart attack. At the doorway, Lexia stopped Parker and said solemnly, "We still don't know the whole story behind this, but might not be a bad thing. Go home and get a good night's rest. Tomorrow's the weekend. Let's meet up somewhere and talk it over carefully." Parker nodded blankly and headed inside. Lexia turned to leave as well. As she passed Parker's neighbor's house, a heated argument erupted from within, a drunken father and a rebellious daughter clashing over beer and the dishes. Lexia wasn't interested in other people's domestic troubles. She just shook her head and kept walking. Back at the orphanage, Lexia dragged out the St. Cloth box and sat cross-legged on top of it. Parker's situation had made her realize Spider-Man would soon make his appearance, and this world was likely on the brink of a new era of superheroes. This would be an age of heroes and villains. Where there are heroes, there are villains. Without villains, the meaning and greatness of heroes would never shine through. In such an era, conflict would be the main theme. Even if the superheroes always triumphed over evil in the end, countless ordinary people would be swept up into chaos, suffering along the way. Take the Battle of New York, for example. When the Chitauri army invaded Earth, alien ships darted among Manhattan skyscrapers, reducing the concrete city to rubble as if it were made of tofu. No one knew how many stairwells collapsed in those frantic moments, or how many lives were lost inside those buildings. In 2001, the fall of two towers claimed nearly 3,000 lives and shocked the world. The casualties from the Battle of New York would be no fewer than that. The scars left by such a battle couldn't be healed with a single meal. Lexia was no saint. He simply couldn't remain indifferent to it all. No matter what, he had to speed up his training and strive to master the back emblem as soon as possible. He had no idea what the final result would be. He persisted for a full 30 minutes atop the cloth box, training until he was utterly exhausted. Only then did he stop and begin to nurture his body with Sunluo Wanxiang. Just as he'd expected, this time he lasted 30 minutes, half again as long as yesterday, but the improvement in his physical condition was noticeably less than before. Counting his efforts over the past 2 days, after 3 days of hard work, Lexia's strength had increased about threefold. However, because his starting point was so low, even tripling his power meant that, at full force, his punch could only reach about 200 kilograms. Don't underestimate 200 kilograms. That's already close to the human limit. For reference, Bruce Lee, the pride of the Chinese people, had a punching force roughly at this level. When it came to speed, Lexia couldn't run precise tests, but he estimated that if he were to run 100 meters now, he could easily outperform world-class sprinters. In just 3 days, Lexia had transformed from an ordinary person whose punch barely reached 50 kilos and whose 50-meter dash took over 9 seconds into a martial artist with strength and speed approaching the human maximum. In his original world, such rapid progress would be unimaginable. It wouldn't be possible, not even with constant injections of hormones. Yet here in the Marvel Universe, such changes were nothing out of the ordinary. Take Parker, for example. Once he adapted to his new body, his strength and speed would far surpass Lexia's. According to official data, Spider-Man's strength is rated at level 4 and his speed at level 5. On the power scale, strength level 4 means being able to lift between 800 pounds and 25 tons, while speed level 5 means reaching 2 to 22 times the speed of sound. 800 pounds is about 360 kilograms, and twice the speed of sound is only possible after awakening one's Cosmo. So, even by Spider-Man's lowest standard, Parker's overall physical abilities are already several times greater than Lexia's. And all Parker needed for this transformation was a single spider bite that lasted less than 3 seconds, something that left Lexia feeling a bit helpless. The power of genetic mutation was just that direct and overwhelming. Still, Lexia wasn't discouraged because his potential for growth was even greater than Parker's. As long as he could comprehend the Cosmo, his potential would far exceed what it was now. At present, Lexia's physical attributes had reached the limit of normal human capability. To go further, he would need other means. For example, he could try to condense the emblem on his back, a symbol of the myriad phenomena. Once his injuries had mostly healed, Lexia didn't hesitate. He sat down atop the cloth box and began to focus on forming the back emblem. Tonghu's emblem was a fierce tiger, Shiryu's was a celestial dragon, and Lexia was eager to see what his own would be. He had a feeling that tonight, he would finally have his answer. Under the cover of night, a group of men moved swiftly and tensely through the darkness, slipping into a factory. They hurried along, finally, arriving at the top floor of the factory's office building. In the spacious office, a man with long hair and a brooding expression sat quietly. "Well, Chechen, did you find this firebrand?" The long-haired man, his accent thick, put down his cigarette and asked with a furrowed brow. Chechen, across from him, shook his head. "We've checked every street where Sergeyevsky ran into trouble. No one's heard of Firebrand, and none of the other gangs have any information either. This long-haired man was none other than Anatoly Rankov, the younger of the infamous Rankov brothers of the Russian mafia. He frowned, exhaling a dense cloud of smoke. No news at all. Could this Firebrand have appeared out of thin air? It's not just us. Even the Irish and the Mexicans haven't heard of him. I don't care where he came from. I'll find him and deliver him to hell myself. Chechen's voice turned icy. He has the nerve to cross the Russian mafia. I'll make sure he regrets ever setting foot in this world. As they spoke, the inner door swung open. A short-haired man with a scar on his face walked out, accompanied by a red-haired woman. It's late. Let me have someone drive you home, Miss Rashman, the short-haired man offered. Rashman shook her head gently. That's not necessary, Mr. Rankov. My friend's nearby. He'll pick me up. Both spoke with the same heavy Russian accent as Anatoly. The short-haired man looked a little disappointed. If that's the case, I won't insist. But I'll have someone escort you to the door. Chechen, he called. Chechen answered, accompanying the red-haired woman outside. As Anatoly stood, he asked, Brother, did you look into this woman's identity? We can't afford to be deceived by her. Vladimir Rankov, the short-haired man, shook his head. This Miss Natalie Rashman is probably not as simple as she claims. However, Vladimir walked to the window, watching Rashman leave in a car, and murmured, She wants to use us, but perhaps we can use her as well. After all, we've only been in New York for less than 5 years. We have some power, but our footing isn't secure. Making more connections with our countrymen can only benefit us. Let's leave her aside for now. Vladimir turned and asked, Any progress on your end? Have you found Firebrand? Anatoly shook his head. Not yet. Chechen couldn't dig up any leads either, but I'm sure he'll show himself again. The moment he does, I'll catch him. Vladimir nodded. Tell the men to keep their weapons close. If you see him, take him out. No hesitation. We can't let anyone think Russians are easy to push around. I've already given the orders. No matter who he is, if he dares to cross us, he'll never make it back alive, Anatoly replied. Meanwhile, Rashman had already gotten into the car. Lowering her head, she spoke quietly into her collar. I'm out now, on my way back. A man's voice came through the Bluetooth earpiece in her ear. I see you. No one's following. You can head back without worry. But I can tell. The Rankov brothers are still keeping their guard up around you. Rashman chuckled softly. That's to be expected. If they were so quick to trust me, they would never have built their empire to this scale in under 5 years. They'd have been swallowed by the New York mobs long ago. You're right. Let's talk in detail once you're back. All right. Rashman ended the call and turned to pat the driver's seat. Jimmy, let's go home. Inside the orphanage, Lexia was experiencing a pivotal moment. He kept drawing in the natural energy around him, and the air began to swirl violently, forming a tangible vortex. Even Joan and Clarice, on different floors, sensed the disturbance in the air. No one knew how much time had passed before the vortex finally began to subside. In the depths of night, a clear and piercing cry, like that of a phoenix, rang out, splitting the silence. At that moment, Lexia was still sitting cross-legged atop the sacred armor chest. His t-shirt had been burned to ashes by the crimson flames enveloping his body. The red fire kept gathering, and at last, a pattern took shape on his back. It was a majestic red bird, eyes sharp and piercing, its form wreathed in golden flames. After examining the pattern on her back in the mirror, Lucia couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The design was just too striking. Look at those eyes, they seemed almost alive. Even if, in the very next moment, the creature were to burst from her back with a triumphant cry and soar into the sky, Lucia wouldn't have found it out of place in the slightest. I just wish I knew what kind of bird this actually is. She was certain the tattoo depicted a divine bird of the fire element. But in mythology, there was no shortage of legendary firebirds. Bifong, golden crow, azure swan, and the phoenix, to name a few. Then there were the Bennu bird and the immortal phoenix from foreign legends as well. Looks like that name I made up the other day, Bennu bird of radiant fire, wasn't far off. Turns out I really am a bird. How bizarre. Suddenly, a layer of golden red flames shimmered over the firebird on her back, so dazzling even the reflection in the mirror made Lucia's eyes swim. When the firelight faded, the firebird on her back gradually disappeared as well. But now Lucia finally understood what her tattoo truly was. The legendary vermilion bird. The vermilion bird was one of the 4 symbols in ancient mythology, and among all the back tattoos that could be forged through the myriad wonders of Sinluo, the 4 symbols tattoos were the most powerful. Those who could manifest the 4 symbols tattoos were born with extraordinary strength. The fierce tiger regiment of Tonghu and Zilong's heavenly dragon were both among the 4 symbols. She opened her palm, and a spark flared to life in the center, flickering with a deceptive calm that barely contained its fierce energy. This was the gift of the vermilion bird tattoo, the ability to manipulate natural energy and conjure fire. Its power was considerable, though with Lucia's current abilities, she could produce only a small flame. Still, from this moment on, she was something of a superhuman. At last, she had gained some means to protect herself in this world. Normally, the tattoos created by the myriad wonders of Sunluo remained hidden, only appearing, and greatly enhancing the bearer's physical abilities when activated by the user's power. It was a thoughtful design, otherwise Lucia would never dare take off her shirt again. Just explaining the origin of her ridiculously cool and wild tattoo would take ages. When Clarice pushed open the door, she caught sight of Lucia admiring her back in the mirror. After several rounds of enhancement, Lucia's body now showed clear muscle definition. She wasn't as explosively built as the young Schwarzenegger, but her physique radiated a raw, masculine beauty. 7-year-old Clarice was still too young to think much of it. She just felt her brother looked much stronger now. Give her another 10 years, and she'd be drooling just looking at him. Brother, what are you doing? Clarice sniffed the air. What's that smell? It stinks. Lucia sniffed himself and realized there was indeed a rather unpleasant odor. He had always wondered why. After strengthening his body 3 times, he still hadn't experienced that classic moment from novels, the impurities being expelled after cleansing the body and bones. Turns out, it simply wasn't time yet. Did you need something from me? Lucia grabbed a towel, preparing to wash up. If you got something to say, just spit it out and go, or you'll risk getting stunk out of here. Clarice crinkled her nose. Grandma Joan is waiting for you in the study. I'm leaving first, you big stinker, ooga booga. After sticking out her tongue, Clarice spun on her heel and dashed away. Once Lucia finished a shower, he pulled out a white tank top and slipped it on, nodding at his reflection in the mirror with satisfaction. Truth be told, Lucia had always admired Wolverine's look from the movies, a plain white tank top that showed off the contours of his muscles without being too showy. If he had to sum it up in one word, it would be outrageously cool. When Lucia walked into the study, Joan was clearly taken aback. She tugged her reading glasses lower and studied Lucia's physique over the rims, scrutinizing every detail. You little rascal, it's freezing outside and you come down here in just a tank top. Trying to catch a cold? Go put something warmer on. I don't have money to waste on hospital bills. It's fine, Grandma. I'm tough, see? Lucia began striking bodybuilding poses like those he'd seen on TV, doing his best to show off his chiseled muscles. Unfortunately, to the 60-year-old Joan, he looked every bit as silly as a goofball. In the end, under Joan's stern gaze, Lucia had no choice but to put on a jacket, hiding his extraordinary presence. All right, Grandma, what did you want to talk about? Lucia sat cross-legged on the wooden bench, speaking up. Ever since he'd gotten his cloth box, he'd grown more and more fond of sitting like his teacher, Master Doko. Joan closed her book and spoke slowly. Here's the thing. Earlier that day, someone from Stark Industries had come to the orphanage. A senior female executive had led the group. After learning about the orphanage's situation, she donated both money and food and stayed for a while to play with the children. Before leaving, she sought Joan out and expressed her wish to adopt a child. Joan didn't agree right away because the woman wanted to adopt Clarice, and Joan felt that was a decision she couldn't make alone. With so many kids in the orphanage, why would she choose Clarice in particular? Lucia was visibly unsettled. Clarice was the child he was closest to, and he'd already planned to look after her himself. He'd even thought it through. In another 6 or 7 years, he'd surely be able to retrieve the cloth from the cloth box. When the time comes, just dye Clarice's hair purple, dress her in a flowing white gown, and give her a golden staff. The two of you standing side by side, saying nothing at all, would be enough to flood the screen with nostalgia. But now, someone else has their eyes on her. Suddenly, he felt as though someone was about to snatch away the piece of meat on his own plate. Joan saw the reluctance in Lexia's eyes and tried to comfort him. I know you and Clarice are like real siblings. I was afraid you wouldn't want to be apart, so I didn't agree to her request right away. Instead, I told her I'd have to think it over. Lexia sighed. He could tell that Granny Joan hadn't refused because she didn't want to say yes, but because she was worried about his feelings, afraid he'd be unwilling to part with Clarice. Because no matter how you looked at it, Clarice being adopted by that person would be far better than her staying here at the orphanage. Sure enough, Joan continued, I wanted to hear what you thought first. Miss Potts seems like a good person, and she holds a pretty high position. I think she's some kind of executive assistant. Her conditions are definitely better than ours, and she's not married. So if Clarice goes with her, she won't be mistreated. Executive assistant. Miss Potts. Lexia frowned. Is her full name Pepper Potts by any chance? Joan nodded. That's right. You know Miss Potts. Lexia rubbed his chin and muttered. So it's Pepper. Why would Pepper suddenly want to adopt a child? Does she even have time to raise one? Just keeping up with Tony Stark is more than enough to keep her busy. Miss Potts really is a good person. Joan was still singing Pepper's praises, clearly having made up her mind. Not wanting to go against Joan's kindness, Lexia nodded. You're right, Granny. If she really is like that, then it would be a blessing for Clarice. As long as Clarice is willing, I have no objections. The next morning, Lexia met Peter at their usual spot by the lockers. Lexi, I think I might be sick. Peter leaned against the wall, sounding weak and listless. Lexia touched Peter's forehead. You seem fine to me. No fever. No, you don't get it. Peter glanced around, then leaned in and whispered. This morning when I was brushing my teeth, I barely twisted the faucet and the handle snapped clean off. Same with the door handle. And I can hear ants crawling in the walls. Does that sound normal to you? I feel like I'm. Like you've turned into Captain America? Yes, exactly. Peter nodded emphatically. Lexia reminded him. Didn't this start happening to you last night on the subway? You were leaping over walls, flying around, and even tore a woman's dress. That was an accident. Parker hurried to defend himself. The last thing he wanted was for this incident to become the talk of the school. Think about when you first started noticing changes in your body. Have you experienced anything unusual lately? Lexia couldn't mention the spider directly, so she guided him gently, hoping he would recall it on his own. Parker touched the scar on his neck and muttered, could it really have been that spider? A world with no weaklings, where everyone is equal. Using zebrafish genes to regenerate dopamine-producing brain cells for Alzheimer's patients. Could cross-species genetic transfer really be possible? Lexia shrugged, baffled by all the talk of zebrafish and dopamine. She really had no idea what he was going on about. I've got it. Parker snapped his fingers. Cross-species genetics is Dr. Connors' research topic. Yesterday, I went to Oscorp just to see Dr. Connors' experiment. Lexia clapped her hands. That's probably it. Dr. Connors must have developed something that can boost a person's physical abilities to the level of superhero, and you just happen to benefit from the project. Parker turned to her, his brows knitting together like two fuzzy caterpillars, his face a mix of shock and excitement. Are you sure? Do you have any other explanation? Hey, what are you two talking about? Thompson strolled over from behind. Seeing Lexia and Parker together, he casually reached out to slap Parker on the shoulder. Peter, why did you yesterday? Before Thompson's hand could land, Parker, still a bit dazed, reacted almost instinctively, catching Thompson's wrist mid-air and twisting it aside without even thinking. Ah! Thompson's pained cry echoed down the hallway, drawing a crowd of curious onlookers. Just like that, his reign as school bully was finished. Gwen happened to be walking into the school at that moment. Spotting the commotion from afar, she couldn't help but tug at the sleeve of her classmate nearby. Hey, Jessica, what's going on over there? Huh? Oh. Jessica blushed and looked down at her feet. Nothing, I didn't see anything. Seeing Jessica's bashful reaction, Gwen's mischievous side got the better of her. She grabbed the girl, who looked ready to bolt, and pressed her playfully. Jessica, don't you dare lie to me. Tell me, were you just sneaking a look at Lexia? Jessica froze. No. What's there to see about Lexia, anyway? I wasn't looking at anyone. Gwen grinned, pointing at the trio in the middle of the crowd. You told me you like tall, slim guys. If it's not Lexia, then it must be. Oh, I see, it's Par. Jessica quickly grabbed Gwen's arm. Gwen, keep your voice down. I don't want him to know, please. Why not? Gwen asked, a little puzzled. We're about to graduate. If you don't say it now, when will you? Or do you want to apply to the same college as him? Jessica shook her head. Just don't say anything for now. Let me think it over. And hey, don't just focus on me. What about you? Do you like Lexia? Gwen's eyes flickered as she took a step back. Why are you turning this on me? I'm really not looking to date anyone at the moment. Seeing she'd scored a small victory, Jessica decided to let it go and didn't press further. Noticing the crowd ahead had dispersed, the two of them linked arms and headed into the classroom together. Inside, Thompson was rubbing his wrist and complaining with a hint of grievance. Was it something I did wrong? Or is this world just upside down? How come you two are both so strong? I used to think you were easy to push around, but it turns out you were just letting me off easy. Lexia and Parker exchanged a glance, sharing a knowing smile, then shrugged in perfect sync. Gwen and Jessica walked in just in time to catch this scene, and in their minds the mood turned somber, like a sad song playing in the background. Looking at those two, a thought flashed through their minds. Could they be into each other? Maybe that's why neither of them had dated a girl all 4 years of high school. Thompson glanced up and saw Gwen coming in, immediately jumping to his feet. Gwen, you're here. About that tutoring thing. Gwen tossed her things on her desk without looking up, her voice cool. Aren't you joining the army? Tutoring's off the table. It's not happening, ever. Thompson's hopes crashed. In less than 3 days, his life had spiraled from the top straight to rock bottom. The two weaklings he used to pick on had turned into powerhouses, and the girl he had a crush on was now completely out of reach. Who could he even complain to about this? I can't let them beat me. If I'm joining the army, I'll be the best. Yeah, I'll go for the Marines. No way I'm losing to those two. Thompson made a silent vow to himself. Just then, Lexia caught sight of the girl behind Gwen. He recognized her. Her name was Jessica Campbell, a fellow classmate. Jessica Campbell wasn't particularly tall, nor was she especially pretty. Her grades were average, and her personality wasn't outgoing or shy. In every way, she seemed like just an ordinary girl without much of a story. But Lexia couldn't help paying attention to her, because, like Parker, she seemed fated for loneliness. Spider-Man Peter Parker, an orphan who lost his parents and then his uncle, found a girlfriend only to lose her father, and in the end couldn't even save the girl he loved. A truly unlucky superhero. Jessica Campbell, on the other hand, was the sole survivor of a car accident that claimed her entire family. In a way, the two of them were a perfect match, if only to see which one's bad luck would outlast the other. The group fell silent. For a moment, none of them felt like saying anything at all. Suddenly, one of the students nearby leaned in with a mysterious air and spoke in a hushed tone. Hey, have you heard? Just a few days ago, there was a brutal crime on 30th Avenue. 2 men were seriously injured. One had his leg broken so badly he'll never walk again, and the other was even worse off, beaten until he lost his mind. I heard about that. Apparently, it was done by someone named Benyu Firebird. The guy who lost his leg had it crushed under Benyu's foot, bones shattered to pieces. Really? That vicious? No wonder he's called Firebird. Sounds like the name of a total psycho. Exactly. I just hope the police catch him soon and lock him up for good. Yeah, people like that are just too dangerous. Listening to the heated conversations around her, Gwen couldn't hold back any longer. Haven't any of you heard that Firebird did it to save someone? Those 2 men he beat up were actually human traffickers. If it weren't for Firebird, they would have gotten away with their crime. Believe it or not, the victim was received by my dad. Gwen's father was the police chief of District 19, so her words naturally carried weight. Lexia recalled Captain George Stacy, Gwen's father, the very man who, in another timeline, was killed by Parker. He was infamous for his zero-tolerance attitude toward evil. There was a real chance they'd cross paths one day. Lexia decided she'd better keep her distance from Gwen in the future. The last thing she wanted was to start dating someone only to be constantly subjected to her dad's terrifying, deathly glare. That would be enough to scare anyone senseless. Inside the school gymnasium, Lexia and Parker stood facing each other. The vast space was empty except for the two of them. Parker hesitated, glancing at Lexia. Are you sure about this? Lexia clapped her hands with a carefree smile. I told you, there's nothing to worry about. Just bring it on. Parker raised his fist, but after a long moment of indecision, he lowered it again. I don't think this is a good idea. I'm really strong now, and I honestly don't know my own strength. What if I end up hurting you? Without warning, Lexia snatched up a basketball with one hand and casually tossed it at Parker. The ball shot through the air with a sharp gust and thudded hard against Parker's arm, making him stagger backward. Well, Lexia lifted her chin with a grin. Think that's enough of a challenge for you, Spider Edmund? Huh, SPI, Spider Edmund. Parker mulled over the name. Actually, that doesn't sound half bad. Well then, Mr. Spider Edmund, can we hurry this up? We don't have much time before class starts. Lexia urged impatiently. This generation Spider-Man, she thought, was altogether too hesitant. With Lexia's persistence spurring him on, Parker drew a deep breath and clenched his fist. All right, you asked for it. Bring it. In a blur, the two figures collided at lightning speed. Fist met with fist, sharp against sharp, and the sound of impact rang out, forceful and clear. After a thunderous bang, both of them withdrew their fists, shaking their hands with grimaces of pain. Their knuckles were reddened, almost raw. How is it that your strength seems to have grown again? Last time, when you were playing one-on-one with Thompson, you didn't hit this hard. Parker stared at Lexia in disbelief. Last time, Lexia hadn't managed to push past Thompson. From Parker's perspective, Lexia's strength was, at best, comparable to Thompson's, still far from his own. Lexia flexed his fingers. I told you, I'm a martial arts prodigy with extraordinary bones. 1 in a million. My potential for growth is limitless. So, do you finally believe me now? Parker let out a breath and straightened up. All right, I used to worry I might hurt you, but now it seems I was overthinking it. In that case, how about a real duel, man-to-man? Where do you even get these lines? You sound like you're quoting from some old-school anime. Seriously, that's a Saint Seiya catchphrase. Despite the banter, neither hesitated. They both unleashed their full speed, charging at each other and throwing punches with all their might. Smack! This time, when their fists collided, Lexia was the one forced back several steps. When it came to raw power, he still couldn't match the cheat code that was Parker. But it wasn't just about strength. While Lexia was stumbling back, Parker was already closing in, moving so fast that Lexia barely had time to react. With Parker's fist incoming, Lexia could only raise his arms to shield himself. Crash! Lexia was sent sliding nearly 10 meters, his feet scraping along the gym's hardwood floor. The friction generated so much heat that it nearly scorched the soles of his shoes, leaving 2 dark streaks behind. Parker lowered his fists, concern in his voice. Lex, are you alright? That was me going all out. Looks like I've got the edge in both strength and speed. By the end, Parker's lips curled up in satisfaction. He couldn't help but feel a little pleased with himself. There's an old saying, in literature, there's no true number 1, but in martial arts, there's no true number 2. Even in America, that truth holds. When 2 underdogs suddenly gain extraordinary abilities, it's only natural that, even as friends, they can't help but compare themselves. So Parker's quiet delight was only human. Still, Lexia's fighting ability wasn't just about strength and speed. You're right, I'm still a bit behind you in raw power and speed, Lexia admitted, rubbing his numbed arm. But who says the one with the most strength and speed always wins a fight? If not, then how? Parker shrugged, thinking Lexia was just making excuses. All right then, Lexia flexed his fingers. Let me show you. If you have enough skill, even if you're at a disadvantage in strength and speed, you can still control the fight. After Lexia finished speaking, she charged straight at Parker. Parker, unhurried and composed, stood his ground. He was faster than Lexia, and his powers of observation and reaction were naturally sharper. He could see every move Lexia made with clarity, so defending and countering her attacks was no challenge for him. As Lexia threw a straight punch, Parker dodged instinctively to the side without a second thought. Her speed was nowhere near enough to catch him off guard. But before Parker could even complete his evasive maneuver, Lexia switched tactics mid-move, driving her elbow toward the side instead. By the time Parker finished dodging the punch, he realized, to his surprise, that his temple was perfectly lined up with Lexia's elbow strike. Before her elbow could connect, Lexia pulled back, dissipating the force and retreating half a step. As Parker was still reeling from his shock, she launched another attack. Once more, it was a straight punch, and her approach seemed no different from before. But this time, Parker could clearly sense her movements were much slower. Seeing this, Parker decided not to dodge. He reached out with both hands to grab Lexia's arm. If he could just seize this arm, he'd be able to pin Lexia down. Just like before, the moment Parker reached out, Lexia's arm snapped back. Parker assumed she was hesitating, so he gave up on grabbing her. But it turned out to be just a feint. In a flash, Lexia's fist shot forward, much faster this time, slamming right into Parker's chest. Parker was caught off guard and took the hit. What followed was a one-woman show, Lexia's own dazzling performance, reminiscent of something out of a Chengdu-style showdown. Despite Parker's superior strength and speed, Lexia seemed to anticipate his every move. He simply couldn't land a hit, nor could he dodge her relentless attacks. After dozens of exchanges, Parker was finally completely outmatched and out of breath. Stop. You win. You're incredible. I surrender. Parker jumped out of the ring, admitting defeat outright. The experience had nearly scarred him for life. You're slippery as an eel. I couldn't even lay a finger on you, let alone fight you. What kind of martial arts is this, anyway? Did that old beggar really sell you some secret technique? Let me clarify something, Lexia panted, clearly still lacking in stamina compared to Parker. You couldn't hit me not because I'm as slippery as an eel, but because I move with the grace of a dancing dragon. Parker rolled his eyes. Grace of a dragon? Aren't you a little full of yourself? It's just the truth, Lexia crowed, shaking her head in pride. It may not be some ancient secret scroll from the old beggar, but it's still a formidable fighting style. It's called the Dance of 1,000 Tigers. Parker frowned. Dance of 1,000 Tigers? I thought you were talking about a dragon. Don't get hung up on the details. The meaning's the same. Lexia waved off her awkwardness with a laugh. Defeating Spider-Man left Lexia a little thrilled, especially since he hadn't even reached the level of a Saint Seiya candidate yet. Although Parker wasn't at full strength, he hadn't equipped his web shooters, and there was still plenty of room for his power and speed to grow. Lexia himself hadn't used his Vermilion Bird's fire, nor had he unleashed his full power. So, all in all, Lexia could claim a slight edge in this bout. The Tiger's thousand-fold dance is a fighting technique from Saint Seiya, the Lost Canvas, Legend of Crimson Tiger, created by Tiger after he mastered 1,000 different martial arts. This technique can be performed without relying on Cosmo energy. It pushes the body's flexibility and coordination to their limits, allowing one to overcome stronger foes and face overwhelming numbers, even in dire situations. In the original story, after the previous Holy War, Tiger was tasked with guarding the seal on the specters. Athena granted him the divine slumber technique, causing his heart to beat as many times in a year as a normal person's would in a single day. That's how he managed to sit atop Mount Five Elders for 243 years, aging only 243 days, and when the divine slumber technique was lifted, he could still return to his prime, 18-year-old self. But with his heart beating so slowly, his blood supply and bodily functions were greatly reduced. In this condition, Tiger couldn't sustain any intense physical activity, nor could he unleash his usual strength with Cosmo or Saint Seiya techniques. Yet, even with his powers diminished, it was thanks to the tiger's thousand-fold dance that he faced the monk Taoist Diao, who had mastered myriad attacks. Enduring a barrage of powerful sonic blows, he weaved through hundreds, even thousands, of sparrow warriors, each mighty and swift, and managed to snatch the bells from every one of their necks. Perhaps in battles between saints, where combatants move at several times the speed of sound, or even at light speed, the tiger's thousand-fold dance wouldn't play much of a role. But before one awakens their Cosmo, or when facing stronger or outnumbering opponents, this close-quarters technique allows a fighter to move gracefully through a storm of attacks, biding their time to strike back with a decisive counter. After Lexia's explanation, Parker's eyes lit up eagerly. "Can I learn that?" Lexia nodded. Of course. Parker's speed and reflexes were remarkable, but because of his web shooters, his fighting style leaned towards swinging and long-range tactics. Once an enemy got in close, and he lost the advantage his webs gave him, he quickly became flustered and vulnerable. If he could master the tiger's thousand-fold dance, it would make up for his weakness in close combat, and turn him into a versatile, resilient hero, equally strong at any range. "Can I learn it too?" The gymnasium door cracked open, and Thompson poked his head in, calling out loudly. Lucia looked at Thompson's face, which showed not a hint of embarrassment for eavesdropping. Instead, it was filled with eager anticipation. She couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. "Lightning, aren't you planning to join the army? These days, wars are fought with firearms, tanks, planes, and missiles. Learning this kind of thing is useless now, just a waste of time." Thompson stepped further inside, then closed and locked the door behind him with a practiced motion. "You're not entirely right. Modern warfare might be all about information and technology, but in the end, every war still comes down to people facing people. So mastering a martial art will never put you at a disadvantage. Besides, I want to join the Marines. I'm going to be the king of the sea soldiers one day." Lucia turned to look at Parker. Parker wasn't the stingy type. He just shrugged, showing he had no objections. As Mr. Lu Sun once said, education without discrimination. Well, actually, that was Confucius. Lucia wasn't about to withhold the tiger dance for 1,000, just because Thompson used to be the school bully. First, Thompson wasn't a bad person at heart. Second, martial techniques aren't something you can learn just because you want to. If it weren't for the St. Cloth box and its cosmos pouring this knowledge directly into Lucia's mind, he might have spent years and still not mastered it. So, there was a reason why Master Tong, who never passed down this technique later on. The time it takes to train in martial arts might be better spent honing your cosmos instead. Before formally teaching them, though, there were some steps to follow. "I swear by my own being, everything I learn shall be used for righteous purposes. I will not use my strength to bully the weak, nor to oppress or harm others, nor to fight my brothers in arms. I will do all I can to uphold justice, repel evil, and protect the earth." That's right, the oath. When Lucia inherited the legacy of the saints, the St. Cloth box and its cosmos had instilled in him, almost automatically, the belief and will to protect the earth. Now, as he prepared to pass on what he'd learned from the St. Cloth box, it was only natural to urge others to uphold justice as well. Sometimes, an oath isn't just a ritual. It can quietly strengthen a person's resolve. Seeing Lucia's solemn demeanor, both Parker and Thompson unconsciously grew serious too, making room in their hearts for the idea of protection. Lucia was pleased with their attitude. As for what would happen in the future, well, time would tell. Neither of you has any martial arts background, so I'll start by teaching you something simple, a stripped-down, basic version for beginners. Watch closely. With that, Lucia began demonstrating a martial arts routine. The moves were deliberately straightforward, easy enough that even complete beginners could pick them up after a little practice. To his surprise, Parker and Thompson performed even better than Lucia had expected. Parker, thanks to his super spider genes, had heightened powers of observation and naturally excelled at imitation as well. But Thompson was a real surprise. Who would have thought this guy might also be a martial arts prodigy with uncanny talent? By comparison, Daniel Rand from Iron Fist looked completely outclassed. With moves like his, how could he even claim to have come from Kunlun? In Chinese mythology, Kunlun is known as the ancestor of all mountains, but in Marvel, it's one of the 7 capital cities of heaven, an epicenter of martial arts mastery in the Marvel Universe. Yet Daniel's sloppy fighting style left Americans speechless and brought tears to the eyes of Chinese viewers. What a load of nonsense. After teaching the basic routines, seeing how easily the two picked them up, Lexia began to introduce the more challenging advanced techniques. As expected, this was where the differences started to show. Parker could still pick up most of the moves, but Thompson began to struggle. He really was just an ordinary person after all. After practicing all afternoon, Parker had pretty much mastered the advanced version, needing only a bit more to fully integrate it. Thompson had only grasped the basics, but both of their combat skills had clearly leveled up. After school, to celebrate the budding friendship among the three, Thompson suggested he treat them all to a night out at a bar. Even though none of them were old enough to drink legally, nobody really cared about that sort of thing in private. With Thompson, Season 1, leading the way, the three caught a ride to a bar, a place Lexia and Parker never would have dared dream of visiting before. They'd heard plenty about the place. Rumor had it this was the kind of magical spot where boys became men. Unfortunately, the moment they reached the entrance, an old man with a head of pure white hair promptly shoved them back out. Shoo, what are you kids doing here? Hurry on home and get to bed. If you don't, I'll tell your Grandma Joan. The old man shot Lexia a sharp look before sauntering back into the strip club behind him. Lexia couldn't help but mutter, if Grandma knew you were here spinning records at night, let's see if she'd even talk to you again. The old man's appearance brought their night out to an abrupt end before it even began. He wasn't just polite. He made it clear that the strip club behind him was off-limits to the three of them, and even had the bouncer notify every bar on the street. Anyone who dared let these three in, the old man vowed, would disappear from the neighborhood for good. Thompson was embarrassed, refusing to give up as he led Lexia and Parker from bar to bar, only to find that not a single place would let them in. Who is that old gentleman, anyway? How come his word carries so much weight? Thompson's survival instincts kicked in just in time, and he swapped out his original words mid-sentence. Lexia let out a sigh. That's Grandpa Lee. If he says no, it doesn't matter who you are. Nobody's getting in. Are you close with him? Parker gazed at the entrance of the strip club, a hint of longing in his eyes, though it was hard to tell whether it was for old Lee or the club itself. Yeah, Lexia nodded. He used to be the longtime sweetheart of Grandma Joan, the head of our orphanage. Since the bar was a no-go, the three of them trudged home, spirits low. I'm leaving in a couple of days. I'd hope we could have some fun together, but it looks like that's not happening, Thompson said, kicking a soda can along the curb, his mood clearly deflated. Parker gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. You're just enlisting, man. Don't make it sound like you're off to never come back. Lexia chimed in, and don't even start with that I'll come back in a few years and get married kind of talk. Trust me, you don't want to deal with the consequences. Hey, Thompson gave the can a hard kick, sending it flying in an arc through the air until it struck the door of a van parked some distance away. The metallic clang echoed far down the street in the quiet night. Just as the three of them were about to make a quick getaway, hoping to slip away before anyone noticed and demanded compensation, the van suddenly rocked back and forth, and a faint scream drifted out from inside. Though the sound was brief, both Lexia and Parker caught it clearly with their sharp ears. Was there a ghost in that van? Lexia, an old hand at these things, was certain it wasn't just a couple fooling around. The rhythm and tone were all wrong. Driven by curiosity, the three of them decided to take a closer look. They had barely taken a few steps when the passenger door of the van swung open, and a round, chubby man clambered out. He barely had his feet under him before he started shouting. Which one of you idiots wrecked my van? You got a death wish or something? Get lost before I make you pay. The man's booming voice and fierce, ugly face gave his threats an extra weight. Thompson's first instinct was to turn and walk away. He'd seen another figure sitting in the driver's seat through the open door. Knowing the area as well as he did, Thompson was sure these people weren't the friendly type. In fact, they might even be gangsters. The last thing he wanted was to get mixed up with them or be forced to pay for the damage, so he was all for making a quick exit. But Lexia and Parker caught the sound of a woman sobbing, stifled and fearful, mixed with a man's low, menacing threats from inside the van. They exchanged a glance, nodded in silent agreement, and followed Thompson as he hurried off. After rounding a corner, Thompson breathed a sigh of relief. Can you believe there was someone in that van? Lucky for us, they seemed busy and didn't bother with us. Otherwise, we'd be in real trouble. Probably have to cough up a bunch of cash. Thompson kept talking, but no one answered. He turned around and saw Lexia and Parker lingering at the corner, peeking back cautiously to keep an eye on what was happening behind them. Hey, let's get out of here. Those people might be gangsters. We can't afford to mess with them. Thompson hurried over, ready to pull the two away. He was the one who brought them out, so he felt responsible for getting them back safely. Lexia gently slipped her hand out of Thompson's grip. Lightning, you go back first. Keep your phone on. We'll get in touch with you soon. Thompson's face was full of confusion. Seiya, are you crazy? Those are gangsters, and they're armed. Stop fooling around. Let's get out of here now. Lexia glanced at Parker, who quickly picked up the thread. Lightning, it's like this. My uncle asked me to pick up my Aunt May from work, and Lexia happens to be heading in the same direction. We'll go together. Thompson frowned deeply. Peter, do you think I'm an idiot? Who would believe a story like that? Parker was about to explain further, but Lexia suddenly patted his arm. The three of them peeked out, and from a distance, they saw the van's trunk pop open. Two men hoisted an unconscious woman and tossed her inside. The vehicle then roared to life, tires screeching as it sped off into the distance. Was that a kidnapping? Thompson was stunned. For an ordinary high school student, witnessing something like this up close was a huge shock. Lexia ignored Thompson's words and instead pointed to the rooftop of a nearby building, speaking to Parker. You're faster. Take the rooftops. I'll chase them from the ground. We can't lose them. Got it. Parker nodded without hesitation. He jumped, kicked off the wall, and shot upward, gripping the wall with both hands and scrambling up. In moments, he'd scale the building, disappearing onto the rooftop several stories above. Thompson was completely dumbfounded, his mouth hanging so wide it looked as if he could swallow a whole apple. Lightning, head home now. Lexia patted Thompson on the shoulder, then dashed off into the alley. Seiya. Thompson had just lowered his head when a sudden gust of wind nearly blew him off his feet, making it hard to even keep his eyes open. By the time he blinked, Lexia was already dozens of meters away at the mouth of the alley. What the? Thompson felt like he was losing his mind. Are you two even human? Watching Lexia and Parker disappear, Thompson knew he couldn't keep up with them. Even if he tried, he'd probably just slow them down rather than help. As for the kung fu practice with Lexia that afternoon, he'd only mastered a few basics. Thinking he could put it to real use now was hopelessly optimistic. Still, Thompson felt that just going home like this was too embarrassing. After a moment's thought, he turned back toward the strip club. I told you not to come in here. Go home, kid. The bouncer at the door started shooing Thompson away as soon as he saw him approach. Thompson walked up and pointed inside, saying, I need to talk to Uncle Lee. Lexia dashed out of the alley and chased for a block, but soon lost sight of the van. With his current abilities, catching up to a car on foot was still a bit of a stretch. Just then his phone rang. Lexia pulled it out. Parker was calling. They're heading toward 19th Avenue. Catch this. A dark blur crashed onto the heap of foam beside the trash, and Lexia glanced over to see Parker's skateboard, the very one he'd had strapped to his back. A shadow sailed overhead. Parker had already taken off across the rooftops, giving chase from above. Lexia didn't hesitate. With a powerful push, the skateboard shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Never thought I'd have a day where I'd cosplay as a death-defying schoolboy. With Parker spotting from above, Lexia didn't have to worry about taking a wrong turn. He kicked off hard, sending the skateboard rocketing forward at motorcycle speed. A death-defying kid with a booster chasing trains and subways on a skateboard. Turns out, it's not just in the comics. America is a country built on wheels. Even at night, traffic was heavy. Darting between alleys and zipping across roads, Lexia found himself starring in his own high-octane, blockbuster chase scene. Too bad the budget's tight. Let's skip the special effects montage for now. Meanwhile, Parker, sprinting across the rooftops, kept in touch with Lexia by phone. They've turned, heading toward XX. By the way, who are these people, really? Are they actually the gangsters Flash mentioned? Remember that murder on 30th Street? Lexia's voice crackled through the earpiece, along with the screech of brakes. I remember. One unconscious, one seriously injured. Are you okay? Parker vaulted effortlessly over a dozen meters, landing lightly on the next rooftop. I'm Fina. Those two are members of a trafficking gang, part of the Russian mafia. Russian mafia? Sounds serious. Parker glanced down at the van speeding below. Right turn, XX direction. Wait, how do you know it's the Russian mafia? Now that I think about it, that guy who tried to chase us off just now did have a bit of a Russian accent. A thunderous crash blasted through the earpiece. Then Lexia's voice came back on. Took that corner too sharp. Smashed a trash can. I know who they are because I'm the one who fought both of them. Parker slammed on the brakes, nearly sliding off the roof. Lexia, you're Phoenix? Don't stop. Where are they now? Oh, they're on XX Street. Keep going straight. Parker continued the pursuit, still reeling from the revelation that Lexia was Phoenix. You guessed right. The name's a bit of a mouthful, but that's me. You know how it is doing this kind of thing. You need a cover name and a hidden identity. From the very beginning, Lexia never intended to hide anything from Parker. For any superhero, loneliness is a terrifying adversary. If the path of a hero is destined to be a solitary journey, then the doubts and ridicule encountered along the way can only be shouldered by oneself. Perhaps you might say, so what? Even if battered and bruised, you should still live with flair. But really, is living like Spider-Man Parker, a lone star doomed to solitude, truly admirable? The way of the hero is, by its very nature, a collaboration. It's the process of clenching your fists together with like-minded friends and comrades to stand against evil. Otherwise, why would the Avengers exist? The era of heroes fighting alone is long gone. In a not-so-distant future, when aliens invade, when legions of intelligent machines rise, when the world-ending Mad Titan arrives, even if by then Seiya has become a gold Saint awakened to the eighth sense, he wouldn't dare claim he could win every battle alone. Because the duty of a saint is to protect, not to destroy. Destroying enemies is easy. A single punch at the speed of light could obliterate not just aliens or Ultron's army, but possibly the entire planet. But if you wish to protect the Earth, you must restrain your destructive power and unite with as many allies as possible. Simply put, Seiya needs a team. From the very first day, he realized he had crossed into the Marvel Universe. He had this plan in mind. The team's tentative name, Zodiac Guardians, with the mission, naturally, to protect the Earth. Parker, Thompson, and Jessica Campbell were all pre-selected members of his team, and there would be more to come. Even just among Peter Parker's classmates, their potential was beyond imagination. Teaching Parker and Thompson the Tiger's Dance of 1,000 Warriors was part of this very goal. Hearing Seiya's admission, Parker, for reasons he couldn't quite explain, didn't feel any resistance. Instead, he felt a sense of longing. Parker's idol was Captain America. Since childhood, he had dreamed of charging across the battlefield like Cap, sending enemies running for their lives. But now, in an era of peace, there aren't wars for him to prove himself in. Still, this was fine. Since the city brimmed with evil and darkness, he would become a wanderer among the steel jungle, starting by defending the order of this very city. Phoenix Fire of Bennu, can I join you? Parker asked, brimming with enthusiasm. Of course, it's an honor. Seiya's lips curled into a slight smile. Welcome to the team, Spider-Man. As they spoke, their feet never stopped moving. Half an hour later, they had followed the van to an abandoned factory. Once the van entered the factory, the two met up at a distance, carefully surveying their surroundings. Let's first check out the situation before making any moves. Lightning's right. These gangs are all armed. Seiya cautioned Parker, tugging at his sleeve. With our current abilities, we may not be able to dodge bullets completely, so it's better to play it safe. Parker nodded, his face tinged with a flush, whether it was from running or from excitement. Even he couldn't tell. A few hundred meters away, atop a tall tower, a man with short hair peered in their direction through a night vision scope. Once the van entered the warehouse, Seiya and Parker's figures came into the short-haired man's view. He pinched the collar of his shirt and spoke softly into a microphone. Miss Rashman, there are two unidentified people tracking us outside the warehouse. Do you need me to drive them away tactically? Not yet, came a low, raspy voice from the other end. Let Jimmy make contact. See who they really are. Acknowledging the order, the short-haired man resumed his surveillance, leering through the binoculars like a shady prowler. Jimmy, the targets are your 9 o'clock, 100 meters out. There are two of them. Their tracking and counter-surveillance skills are lacking, so they're probably not trained professionals. But one of them is fast and agile. Be careful. Copy that. The sound of a car door opening and closing crackled through his earpiece. Meanwhile, Seiya and Parker were huddled together, quietly discussing how to split up and find a way inside the warehouse to recon the area. Suddenly, Parker's ears twitched. He gently tugged Seiya's arm. Someone's behind us. Jimmy, you've been made. Correction. They seem to have some counter-surveillance skills. Risk level upgraded. Handle with care. Jimmy tapped his earpiece in acknowledgement, then drew a silenced pistol and began to move toward the two of them, slow and deliberate. What do we do? Parker whispered to Seiya. Seiya, too, was facing this kind of situation for the first time and lacked experience in handling it. The person approaching was an unknown, so he couldn't deal with him as ruthlessly as he would with the Mafia. But if the person really was with the Mafia, making contact without caution could put them in serious danger. There was no perfect solution. No matter who this was, it was best to knock him out first and ask questions later. Based on the distance the short-haired man reported, Jimmy calculated that he was close to Seiya and Parker and quietly stopped moving. He tapped his microphone collar a few times, and immediately, the short-haired man's voice crackled in his ear. Neither of them have left, but it's clear you've been detected. Here are two options. Go in hard, or try to cooperate. If you want my advice, pick the second. Anyone who could track us all the way here is no ordinary person. I doubt you could take both of them at once. Hearing the short-haired man's words, Jimmy stood up and stepped into the moonlight. He spoke in a low voice. Friend, if you don't mind, maybe we can have a chat. No sooner had he finished speaking than two dark figures darted out from the shadows in the distance, moving so fast that Jimmy had no time to react. Despite the urgency, Jimmy didn't panic. Relying on years of experience, he calmly raised his gun and squeezed the trigger at one of them. Puffed, puffed. The muffled shots from his silenced pistol barely carried through the night as the bullets spiraled out, but none found their mark. The enemy was anticipating the direction of his shots. Jimmy realized this in an instant, but he didn't abandon his plan to fire. He gripped the gun stock tightly with both hands and steadied his breathing. He knew he wasn't fighting alone. Even if his shots missed because the enemy could predict them, his teammates would create opportunities for a hit. After Lexia decided to knock out the stalkers, she didn't hesitate. With just a quick exchange with Parker, the two of them launched a sudden attack as the stalkers drew near. To Lexia's surprise, the stalkers had guns and fired back without a moment's hesitation. Unexpected, but not entirely out of the ordinary. Relying on the experience passed down from the sacred armor chest, Lexia quickly judged the direction Jimmy's bullets would come from by reading his movements. Drawing on her explosive speed, she dodged the hail of bullets. The gunfire only strengthened Lexia's resolve to bring down the stalkers. This man shot decisively and remained composed in a tense moment. Clearly no ordinary person. Running away was out of the question. It would only put her at an even greater disadvantage. Lexia had never intended to negotiate with the enemy from the start. She and Parker were just two high school students, completely inexperienced in bargaining. If the other side wanted to, it would only take a few words to unravel almost all their secrets from their reactions. If they wanted to keep their cover, the only option was to fight. Dodging a few more bullets, Lexia was just about to make a final dash to subdue the man when she suddenly sensed something odd in the natural energy around her, like the air itself was trembling in fear. Lexia didn't know what Parker's spider sense felt like when danger loomed, but she was certain the natural energy was warning her. There was no time to think. Lexia slammed to a halt, her body freezing in place. In the blink of an eye, just as she stopped, a shadow streaked past her face with a sharp whoosh and buried itself in the concrete wall beside her with a heavy thud. Lexia didn't even have time to see what that shadow was. Up ahead, Jimmy fired again, while the natural energy around her shuddered with another alarm. Lexia had no idea that, even before they launched their attack, the short-haired man had already made a pact with Jimmy. If a fight broke out, Lexia would be their primary target. The short-haired man believed Parker possessed speed and agility far beyond that of ordinary people, making him a far more troublesome opponent. So, their plan was to take down the weaker Lexia first, forcing Parker to hold back out of concern for his friend. Jimmy's finger was already tightening on the trigger, while, from a distance, a dark shadow came hurtling toward them. The shadow blocked Lexia's path forward, and if he tried to retreat, he would run straight into a hail of scorching bullets. Everything happened so fast that Parker was powerless to intervene. Even if he could dash to Jimmy's side in the blink of an eye and knock the pistol from his hand, by then it would be too late. A gun and a flying shadow, working together with flawless coordination, left Lexia trapped in a deadly situation. In that split second of crisis, a sudden surge of red flame burst from Lexia's body. In the blink of an eye, his speed soared to a new level, and he shot forward with explosive force. The dark shadow barely grazed his back as it whipped past, the violent gust tearing his shirt to shreds and revealing the vermilion bird tattoo etched across his back. Jimmy's bullets, of course, found nothing but empty air. Parker finally reached Jimmy, knocking the pistol from his hand in one swift motion, and with his other fist, he swung for Jimmy's face. But Jimmy, without even glancing at the outcome of his shot, had already dodged to the side. Parker's powerful punch hit nothing but air, leaving him momentarily off balance. Instead of retreating, Jimmy sidestepped Parker's attack and immediately launched his own assault. Caught off guard, Parker's hasty moves exposed his lack of true combat training, something Jimmy did not hesitate to exploit. Even if he didn't have the advantage in speed, Jimmy knew he still had a fighting chance. Parker paid the price for his inexperience. Despite having learned a few tricks from Lexia, he couldn't recall any of them now, flailing wildly with clumsy, desperate blows. Jimmy pressed forward with a solid horse stance, landing a left hook, then a right, an unrelenting combination that left Parker with no room to fight back. Lexia was aware of the struggle behind him, but he had no intention of helping out. He had taught Parker a few things, but some lessons can't be rushed. The journey to becoming the true Spider-Man was one Parker would have to walk on his own. With Jimmy no longer a threat, Lexia could finally focus on the danger coming from afar. As another black shadow streaked toward him, he reached out and snatched at it with a hand wreathed in red flame. Before the vermilion bird tattoo had awakened, he might not have been able to keep up with the shadow's speed. But now, with his shirt torn open and power unleashed, Lexia could clearly follow its every move. Clang! Lexia caught the shadow in his hand, a black, long arrow, its tail quivering violently in a futile struggle. Lu Xia glanced at the long arrow in his hand, and his eyebrows shot up in surprise. This arrow, forged entirely from metal, looked somewhat familiar to him. But what startled him even more was that its tip was bare. There was no arrowhead attached. Thinking back carefully on the previous attacks, arrows and bullets alike, it seemed that all of them had deliberately avoided any vital spots. Clearly, their opponent wasn't going all out. Whether it was intentional mercy or simply a desire to avoid drawing attention, the result was the same. Either way, his Binyu Bird's flaming light had been thoroughly underestimated. With that thought, Lu Xia spoke up boldly, "That's enough, stop." Parker was taken aback. Wasn't their agreed-upon code name supposed to be Spider-Man? What was with this oldly business? Retreating to Lu Xia's side, Parker looked a bit embarrassed. "I was careless just now, but don't worry, I think I've figured it out. I'm about to turn things around." Jimmy shook his slightly numb arm and scoffed. "You're giving yourself too much credit. I haven't even gotten serious yet." Lu Xia raised a black arrow in his hand. "If the opponent hadn't held back, you'd be done for already." Unconvinced, Jimmy lifted his chin. "You're welcome to try again. Lu Xia nodded understandingly. We were reckless today. Since you're here, we'll take our leave." With that, he grabbed the still confused Parker and turned to leave. They walked several blocks, and when it seemed clear they weren't being followed, Parker couldn't hold back any longer. "We're just leaving like this? I wasn't joking before. I really could have beaten that guy. I just haven't fully mastered what you taught me yet." Seeing Lu Xia keeping his head down in silence, Parker's voice grew softer. They walked another block in silence before Lu Xia finally spoke. "We lost this time. A loss is a loss. There's no shame in admitting it." Seeing Parker's reluctance, Lu Xia helplessly handed him the black arrow. Parker reached out to take it, but then noticed the tendons standing out on Lu Xia's hand as he gripped the arrow. "What's wrong with this arrow?" Parker suddenly jolted. "Wait, there's no arrowhead on it." Lu Xia's voice was grave. "That archer never intended to kill us from the very beginning. That's why there was no arrowhead, otherwise." Parker recalled the scene from earlier. Still unconvinced, he argued. "Even if there had been an arrowhead, you could have dodged it anyway. You handled it so smoothly just now. By the way, why did flames appear on you later? Was that from practicing the 100 Tigers dance? And that Barton you mentioned at the end, was he the archer? Do you know him? Why do you have so many questions?" Lu Xia shook his head. The flames were indeed a result of practicing the 100 Tigers dance. In order to push Parker to improve his close combat skills, Lexia shamelessly lied. A harmless little white lie, really. Seeing the longing in Parker's eyes, Lexia continued. "As for that archer, if I'm not mistaken, he must be a master marksman who never misses his target. Among all the archers in the Marvel Universe, Hawkeye Barton is by far the most famous. The headless black arrow just now was almost identical to the ones in the movies, so Lexia had every reason to believe that 99% it was Hawkeye himself. Hawkeye is known for hitting the mark every single time, and rumor has it that he's got nearly 30 different types of arrowheads, each with its own unique function. If he really started using those special arrowheads and threw in a few tricks, the two of us would be kneeling here tonight, no question about it." Parker scratched his head. "Is he really that good? Aren't you exaggerating a bit?" Lexia looked at Parker seriously. "Peter, there's something you need to remember. Maybe you have that early warning sense for danger, and that makes you less worried about someone like him. But let me give you some advice. If you ever run into one particular guy, you'd better be careful. His name is Hawkeye." This isn't an exaggeration. The fact that Hawkeye, a perfectly ordinary human, can hold his own among the Avengers says it all. Never missing a shot is one thing, but having nearly 30 types of arrowheads, each carefully organized for instant access, and knowing exactly which one to use in any given situation, takes a whole other level of skill. Just that alone would stump even Iron Man, unless he had Jarvis helping out. Here's another way to put Hawkeye's skills into perspective. According to Marvel's official power ratings, Hawkeye's combat skill is a full 7, the highest. Among the Avengers, the strongest Thor is a 6, Black Widow, the most elegant, is a 6, Captain America, the all-rounder, is a 6, Hulk, the powerhouse, is only a 5, and Iron Man, the genius, well, he's just a 3. If that doesn't prove the point, what does? So honestly, Lexia and Parker had no reason to be ashamed of losing this round. Seeing how serious Lexia was, Parker could only nod. "Hawkeye got it. I'll remember. But what do we do about this? Are we just going to let it go? There's no way the person they threw in that car was the only victim. Are we really just going to turn a blind eye?" Lexia shook her head. "Of course we can't ignore it. But with the abilities we have right now, there's nothing we can do." She looked back at the heavy knight, still troubled. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, was a top agent with S.H.I.E.L.D. Even before Iron Man appeared, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already gone underground. Around this time, Hawkeye should have been running secret missions around the world with Black Widow and Natasha. Why would he be standing guard for some gang here? Could there be something more to this kidnapping case than meets the eye? It's just like what Captain Stacy said in The Amazing Spider-Man. They let a car thief run wild, not because they didn't care, but because they wanted to use him as bait to follow the trail and catch the real mastermind behind the scenes. So now, with this Russian mob, who might be the big fish pulling the strings? Surely it can't be something as absurd as the Russian Federal Security Service, the FSB, right? Lucia vaguely remembered from a TV show in his previous life. Wasn't there a Russian mafia in Daredevil too? He couldn't recall if these were the same people. But in Daredevil, the Russian mob was working for the bald-headed Kingpin. Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. was targeting Kingpin next? That didn't quite make sense. The events of Daredevil took place after the Battle of New York, still a few years away from now. By then, Kingpin was still very much alive, which meant S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't dealt with him. So the problem circled back again. Was a Russian mob before him now the same group as those later allied with Kingpin? Or perhaps, before joining Kingpin, the Russian brothers had another powerful backer, and that backer could very well be the FSB. All he wanted was to act like a hero, save a few desperate women in trouble. How had things snowballed into a swirling vortex he couldn't escape? Still, just as he'd told Parker, Lucia couldn't simply walk away from this. The police might turn a blind eye to car thieves in order to catch bigger criminals. S.H.I.E.L.D. might ignore the mafia's trafficking rings in the name of national security. They all have their reasons. But to him, America's national security had nothing to do with him. If someone tried to kidnap and traffic people right in front of him, they deserved to be punished. National security? In a country where you couldn't even guarantee basic personal safety, what point was there in talking about national security? Suddenly, in the distance, the headlights of a silver pickup truck flickered on, illuminating Lucia and Parker's faces. Just as the two of them were about to slip back into the shadows, a figure leaned out of the truck's window. "Seiya, Peter, over here." Flash. Lucia and Parker looked over and, to their surprise, saw it was Thompson. "Knew I'd find you two here," Thompson said, getting out of the truck. "I borrowed Mr. Lee's car. He told me to fetch you both, said you shouldn't get involved in this mess. Come on, hop in. I'll give you a ride home." "When did Mr. Lee get a truck like this?" Lucia asked casually as he opened the door. "He said he's planning a road trip next year, all the way to the Enchanted Land in New Mexico," Thompson replied, starting the engine and turning the truck around once they climbed in. "Mr. Lee sure knows how to enjoy life," Lucia said, sounding absent-minded. He leaned back in the seat, gazing blankly at the scenery sliding past the window. Parker, preoccupied with thoughts about Hawkeye, didn't feel much like talking either. Only Thompson kept chattering away as he drove. "The old man said someone will take care of this, so you can just relax. Let me tell you, if you haven't been to that club, you're really missing out. The women there, they really don't wear a thing. I'm telling you, it's wild." For a clearer picture, refer to the uncut version of Deadpool 2. By the time they returned to the orphanage, it was already midnight. Just as expected, Grandma Joanne was sitting in the hall, waiting for them. "Why are you back so late?" Joanne asked sternly, her face set in a frown. "We went out with Grandpa Lee to broaden our horizons, Grandma." "Don't worry, everything's fine," Lexia quickly said, using Grandpa Lee as a convenient shield. "Don't hang around with that old rascal too much, or you'll pick up his bad habits," Joanne said, rising from her seat. "By the way, don't go out tomorrow. Miss Potts from Stark Industries is coming to pick up Clarice, so I need you to see her off for me." "All right," Lexia agreed. Grandma Joanne was getting on in years and couldn't handle goodbyes very well, so Lexia didn't argue. After walking Joanne back to her room, Lexia returned to her own and immediately dialed Parker's number. "Hey, did Uncle Ben scold you?" "It's fine, I handled it. So about what you said, getting stronger with better gear. How do I actually do that?" "I've got my browser open." Lexia thought back to the plot of The Amazing Spider-Man, then said, a bit unsure, "I remember seeing in the news that the Oscorp group developed a technology to store a really long cable in a tiny space. Look it up. Since you're Spider-Man, it wouldn't make sense if you couldn't shoot webs like a real spider." "Let me check." "Hey, you're right. Here it is. High-tensile biocable. Just a small ball holds hundreds of meters. I can use that to make a web shooter. Then I'll really be able to swing between buildings. Yeah, this is a great idea. I'm on it." With Parker sorted out, Lexia hung up and dragged out the cloth box, thinking about his own future. As a Saint Seiya candidate, there was only one way for Lexia to get stronger, awaken his Cosmo, don a sacred cloth, and become a true saint. But right now, he wasn't anywhere near meeting the standards to become a saint, and he had no idea how to summon the sacred cloth from the box. If he wanted to boost his strength in a short time, enough to go toe-to-toe with Hawkeye, he'd have to find another way. Since the sacred cloth was out of reach, he had to settle for the next best thing, the ink cloth. By mastering the art of all-encompassing creation to its peak, he could manifest his inner energy, forming a protective ink cloth on the surface of his body, one that offered some defense, almost like the sacred cloth. But compared to the sacred cloth, the ink cloth was little more than child's play. Against a saint who could shatter matter at the atomic level, it might as well be made of paper. Originally, Lexia hadn't wanted to bother with crafting this flashy, impractical ink-black battlesuit. It just seemed like a waste of time and energy. But now, for him, this ink-black armor had become a rare and precious form of protection. Though it couldn't compare to the sacred armor, it should be more than enough to withstand a volley of black arrows from Hawkeye. Sitting cross-legged atop the sacred armor case, Lexia made a firm decision. As long as he didn't die up there tonight, he wouldn't come down of his own accord. He swore to himself that never again would he allow anyone to aim an arrow at his head. With a resolve as if he'd staked his life on it, Lexia endured on top of the sacred armor case for a full hour, twice as long as the half hour he had managed the previous night. It wasn't until the very end, when his body was pushed to its absolute limits and he nearly blacked out, that the sacred armor case automatically ceased its training regimen. Luckily, it did. Otherwise, he might have become another unfortunate soul who trained himself to death after crossing into this world. On the verge of collapse and acting purely on instinct, Lexia immediately began cultivating the all-encompassing myriad phenomena technique the moment the sacred armor's small universe went dormant. A surge of energy, 10 times more intense than caffeine, flooded his body, sending a wave of exhilaration through him. When the effects of the all-encompassing myriad phenomena faded, Lexia opened his eyes, and 2 blazing beams of fire, each nearly a foot long, shot forth. The flames then spread across his body, and with a swift motion he tore off his tattered shirt, revealing a golden-red vermilion bird tattoo blazing across his back. In the next instant, the fire intensified, engulfing Lexia completely. 5 seconds later, as the flames dissipated, he was clad in a sleek, black battlesuit. The vermilion bird's ink-black armor had manifested. This armor was as dark as night, offering coverage that surpassed even the silver sacred armor and rivaled that of the golden sacred armor. Not only that, but a pair of black wings now unfurled from his back. For a fleeting moment, staring at his reflection in the mirror, Lexia felt as if he'd become the true celestial violet star, Benhwaresh, the legendary dark saint. He looked almost exactly like him, 7 or 8 parts identical perhaps. The only real difference was that the lines of the vermilion bird armor were a bit smoother than those of the underworld armor, making it look just a touch less menacing. With a thought, the black wings behind him snapped open. With a gentle beat, Lexia's feet began to lift off the ground. Well, I'm starting to look more and more like Benhwaresh, Lexia muttered to himself, the black helmet pressing down his bangs and covering much of his face. Since I've borrowed Ash's name, it's time to do what a Bennu bird should do. The lives of those Russian mafia thugs, they're mine now. A gust of black wind swept through, and Lexia vanished from the room. Outside the abandoned factory, Barton had changed surveillance spots. Though Lexia and his companion had already retreated, as a seasoned agent, he knew he couldn't linger at a compromised location for long. Changing positions was a must. Jimmy returned to the car, discussing what had just happened with Barton over the communicator. Who on earth were those 2? Jimmy said, still feeling a bit shaken. The kid I fought with might lack experience, but his speed was almost too much for me to handle. And his body, hard as a rock. When I hit him, he barely reacted, but my own hand went numb from the impact. Barton, now settled at a new vantage point, scanned the surroundings through his binoculars. I'm not entirely sure, but they probably aren't normal humans. S.H.I.E.L.D. keeps files on non-human entities, but my clearance isn't high enough to access them. Agent Romanoff has level 7 clearance, same as you. If neither of you know, there's no way I would, Jimmy said regretfully, tapping the steering wheel lightly with his finger. Well, after this mission, you 2 might get promoted. Maybe then you'll get access to that kind of information. Don't get your hopes up, Barton said, dashing Jimmy's optimism without mercy. Even if we get access, your clearance still wouldn't be enough for me to tell you. Hold on, what's that? Jimmy looked up at the sky, but it was nothing but darkness above. He couldn't see a thing. But through Barton's binoculars, he saw it clearly. A large flying object racing toward them at incredible speed. Whatever it was moving fast, probably 700 or 800 kilometers per hour. The fastest known bird, the peregrine falcon, can't even hit 400. What the hell? Is that an angel? As the flying object drew closer, Barton could make out its shape, a humanoid figure, wings beating powerfully. All the winged flying devices he knew of had fixed wings and relied on propulsion systems. But this figure was flying by flapping its own wings. Clearly, its ability came from itself, not from any equipment. When that black, winged figure hovered above the abandoned factory, wings beating steadily in midair, Barton's suspicions were confirmed. He tapped the mic and said quietly, "Nat, I think we're in trouble." From this distance, Barton could see every detail of Lexia's appearance through his binoculars. Everything except for the face, which was hidden behind mask. Lexia's dark outfit was a manifestation of his own power, which allowed him to alter its appearance to some extent. For instance, he could extend the helmet into a mask to cover his face. That a bit of a superhero tradition, after all. Having made such a dramatic entrance, it would be a waste not to put on a show. Besides, a little spectacle goes a long way toward keeping one's identity under wraps. As for Hawkeye, Lexia was looking forward to a proper exchange this time, a chance to thank him for holding back earlier. There are no mechanical devices visible on him, so we can rule out the possibility of an exoskeleton. Barton was still observing as he spoke into the microphone on the other end. This completely defies scientific common sense. His wings look as if they're truly growing out of his back. As much as I hate to admit it, this might really be a Birdman. A Birdman? Francis, are you sure you're not hallucinating? Inside the warehouse, the short-haired woman was sitting with the Lankhoff brothers. Upon hearing Barton's words, she couldn't help but ask. Across from her, the Lankhoff brothers exchanged curious glances. "Miss Rashman, what did you just say, a Birdman?" "Oh, I mean, why don't you take a look for yourselves?" Rashman was about to explain, but suddenly, a bright flash of fire bloomed outside the window. Within the blaze, a black Birdman appeared, his wings unfurling with an imposing flare. This warehouse was the headquarters of the Russian mafia, and at that moment, more than 100 gang members were gathered inside. The commotion caused by Lexia was impossible for them to ignore. The sight of the Birdman sent a ripple of alarm through nearly everyone present. Instinctively, without a word, people grabbed their weapons and rushed out of the building. On the stairs, at the windows, mafia members armed with all manner of guns took up positions everywhere. As leaders, Vladimir and Anatoly weren't about to recklessly step into danger themselves. Such tasks were always left to their underlings. The so-called number 3 figure in the Russian mafia, Chechen, took it upon himself to confront the intruder. Standing at the factory gate, Chechen raised his head and shouted, "Who are you? Are you man or ghost? What business do you have here in the middle of the night?" Hovering above, Lexia looked down and could clearly see every expression and movement below him. These gang members, with their weapons drawn, showed unwavering resolve. They weren't cowed or frightened by the appearance of something so far outside their normal experience. Their eyes glinted with excitement. At Chechen's command, they'd fire at Lexia in the sky without the slightest hesitation. They were a gang of ruthless criminals. They were a band of hardened killers who cared nothing for human life. After a moment of silence, Lexia finally spoke, his voice deep and unrecognizable thanks to the mask. There was no fear of being identified. "I am Benno the Firebird. I've come to lead the souls of the wicked to the underworld. And as for you all," he paused, letting his words sink in, then spoke with even greater force. "Are you ready to face the underworld, sinners?" Hearing this melodramatic declaration, the crowd below erupted in chaos. Some scoffed, some shouted in outrage, others cursed loudly, but all their reactions carried the same defiant message. Out of nowhere, some idiot jumped out. "With all these guns we have, not a single one of us would need more than a single bullet to send you straight to the afterlife. If you're so eager to visit the underworld, then by all means, go there yourself." Chechen let out a cold laugh. He might not have understood what was going on with the flying man's armor in flames, but he had absolute faith in his own firepower. With a simple wave of his hand, his men fell silent. One by one, they raised their weapons, all aiming straight at Lexia, suspended in the air. "Idiot! Trying to show off? You come to the wrong place. This is New York, not some rural backwater where you can play your little tricks. Go regret your stupidity in the underworld. Open fire." In the blink of an eye, more than 100 weapons roared to life. The thunderous gunfire created a storm of bullets, a dense barrage that engulfed Lexia in an instant. Behind a pair of binoculars, Barton sighed. If you want to punish evil, you still have to be smart about it and know your limits. Charging in so recklessly, getting focused down like that, it's almost impossible not to die. Jimmy's voice came through the earpiece. "Yeah, I never thought the Lankhoff brothers would have this much firepower. Now, even if you told me they didn't have someone powerful backing them, I wouldn't believe it." "What a shame," Barton said, lowering his binoculars and gazing at the fireball in the distance. "He's got a sense of justice. If only we could have brought him into the force. Too bad he's going to die here." "Not necessarily," Rashman said succinctly. Even before she finished speaking, the hail of bullets had already ceased. Up in the air, a massive ball of fire still burned fiercely, showing no sign of falling. Chechen swallowed hard, his face dark. He reached back, and one of his men instantly handed him an RPG launcher. I don't believe you're tougher than a T-90 tank. Without hesitation, Chechen pulled the trigger. The rocket-propelled grenade shot out with a trail of fire, whistling as it hurtled toward the fireball. Just as the grenade was about to hit, the fireball suddenly exploded outward. From within the flames, a shadowy figure burst forth, hurtling down from the sky, so close to the grenade it nearly grazed him. Boom! The grenade exploded in midair, but the black figure had already landed on the ground. The gangsters, shaken from their shock, scrambled frantically to reload, but the shadow gave them no chance. He moved like a black whirlwind, weaving through the crowd at impossible speed. Wherever he passed, the gangsters were tossed aside as if struck by a speeding train, tumbling across the ground. The crack of shattering bones echoed from their chests, and in an instant, blood soaked their clothes crimson. After an hour of agony atop the sacred cloth chest, Lexia's strength had surged once more, with the power of the black suit amplifying him. A single punch now carried over 500 kilograms of force. With fists that heavy and the unyielding gauntlets of the black suit, he could punch a hole through a concrete wall, let alone mere human rib cages. The Chechen fell to the ground, still clutching his rocket launcher, his eyes full of disbelief. More than 100 guns couldn't bring this man down. Was he a ghost? Sweeping through the crowd like a storm, Lexia beat his wings and hovered outside the third-floor window. At this moment, he was covered in blood and grime, some from the gang members, some from his own wounds. The black robe he wore did not match the true strength of sacred armor. After all, it was woven from the essence of nature. While it could deflect some bullets, when a barrage grew too fierce, shattered sections could not always be repaired in time. So, inevitably, he bore a few scrapes and bruises, though most were only surface wounds. Inside the window, bright lights illuminated 3 figures standing by the sill. 2 men and a woman, the Rankov brothers and Rashman. The moment Lexia's gaze landed on the woman, his eyes flickered. Short red hair, porcelain skin, eyes sharp and captivating, an elegant nose and delicate lips. His eyes drifted lower, 3 buttons undone on her white blouse. 3. He wasn't sure if she'd forgotten to button them, or purposely left them open. That plunging neckline seemed endless. Lexia almost choked. He quickly averted his gaze. If he looked any longer, he feared his wounds might start bleeding again. But with just one glance, he recognized the woman by those unmistakable curves, the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. She looked temptingly young, but beneath the surface lurked lethal danger, a spy with a velvet touch and an iron will. By the way, she was over 80. Even through the glass, Lexia could sense explosive strength in her legs, sculpted by those tight pants. He wondered if his black robe could withstand the crushing force of her thighs. The 2 men beside her, if they'd earned the Black Widow's personal attention, they had to be the leaders of the Russian mafia. Their faces matched the Rankov brothers from Lexia's memories of the TV series Daredevil. There could be no mistake. It was them. The moment he laid eyes on those 2, Lexia sentenced them to death. Whatever landed them in a Russian prison years ago, their crimes since murder, prison breaks, drug trafficking, the abduction of women in New York, were enough to warrant execution 100 times over. His fist clenched slowly, red flames roaring to life once more. Streaked with blood, his tattered black wings unfurled behind him. Lexia now looked every bit the hellish angel, risen from a pool of blood. The Russian brothers grew anxious. They hadn't faltered when facing a death sentence back in Russia, nor when fighting rival gangs to seize power in New York. But now, staring at Lexia, the Hell Angel, they finally felt a fear they could not conquer. He lifted his blazing fist, one simple swing, and 2 wicked lives would be snuffed out. At that very moment, the natural energy behind him suddenly grew wild and violent. Sensing danger, Lexia instinctively dodged to the side, and a black arrow whistled past him. For Lexia, as he was now, the speed of that black arrow no longer meant anything. If he wished, he could charge headlong into a rain of arrows from Hawkeye and emerge unscathed, standing right before him. Of course, that was only if those black arrows were tipped with ordinary arrowheads. Having witnessed Lexia's devastating power firsthand, Barton would never make the mistake of using blunt black arrows against him like he had with Parker. Ordinary arrowheads were no longer in play. The black arrow zipped by and landed with a solid thud in the window frame, its head suddenly lit up by a small, urgent red light. Seeing this, Lexia quickly stretched his wings in front of his face to shield himself. In a flash, as the little light on the arrowhead flickered, there was a thunderous explosion. Intense flames instantly engulfed the entire window. The fire raged, and the glass shattered into 1,000 pieces with a sharp crash. By the time the flames and shards fell to the floor, The three figures in the room had already vanished. Damn it! Lexia cursed sharply, sweeping his wings and darting toward the window. Suddenly, another black arrow shot past him, and its tip exploded right before the window, splitting into 7 or 8 smaller arrows that embedded themselves in the wall around the frame. As the mini arrowheads settled in place, blue currents burst from within, weaving together into a web of electricity that sealed the window tight. If Lexia pressed forward, he would crash straight into that electric net. Its defensive strength was anyone's guess, but its real danger lay in the way its current would slow his movements. In a fight against an archer, the only way to avoid being toyed with was to keep your movement nimble. The moment you were slowed, you became nothing but a sitting duck. Lexia came to a halt. He knew that tonight, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the Russian brothers. Delayed by the electric net, Black Widow and her charges had long since vanished into the night. Turning back, Lexia's gaze locked across several hundred meters of open space on a Barton, who stood atop a distant rooftop. After being blocked by Barton again and again, even Lexia's normally calm temperament was starting to fray. With a powerful sweep of his wings, he became a streak of black light, shooting straight toward Barton. Nate, he's on me. He's fast. At best, I can stall him for under 5 minutes. Move now. Barton spoke into his comms, his hands never slowing as black arrows flew from his bow in rapid succession. Lexia had barely closed the gap by 20 meters when another black arrow streaked toward him. From a distance, it burst into a massive black net, descending over Lexia like a trap. Lexus wasn't sure if his flames and strength could break through that net, so the moment the black net appeared, he dodged to the side. Before he could regain his balance, another black arrow shot toward him, exploding violently just in front of him. It burst into a cloud of smoke, enveloping him completely. Holding his breath, Lexus darted sideways, bursting out of the smoke, only for yet another black arrow to explode by his side. The liquid at the tip instantly vaporized, and the air temperature plummeted so rapidly that his left leg was nearly frozen solid. The damage from the freezing arrow wasn't much. A flash of flame from Lexus quickly healed his leg. But that split second of slowed movement brought him real trouble. For the next 3 minutes, it turned into a dazzling showcase of Hawkeye's specialty arrows. There were blazing arrows that erupted into fireballs, explosive arrows that detonated with tremendous force, adhesive arrows that stuck to their target and hampered movement, and even arrows that crackled with electricity. Lexus was battered so badly, he began to question his own reality. Was Hawkeye in the Marvel Cinematic Universe really this formidable? With these arrows, it felt like he could take down Loki in single combat without breaking a sweat. If things went like this, why even bother with the Battle of New York? Barton could just unleash his arsenal at Loki right there in the military base, type GG in the chat, and wrap up the entirety of Avengers 1 within the first 6 minutes. 3 minutes passed before Barton finally relented, his assault coming to a halt. Lexus, gasping for breath, stopped on the rooftop of a building several dozen meters away. His dark suit wings had been shredded, most of his upper body armor was battered to pieces, and blood was streaming from his wounds. He looked as if he might collapse at any moment. Barton drew his bow and nocked an arrow, his fingers pinching the fletching as he called out, "You've done well enough. Since the ones you killed deserve their fate, I'll let you off for today. Leave now." Lexus lifted his head. Liquid dripped from his hair, whether it was blood or sweat. It was hard to tell. "I can't stand that air of superiority you all put on. If you know they deserve to die, why protect them? You don't understand." "No, I don't, and I don't want to." Lexus cut Barton off. "All I know is they killed, trafficked drugs, kidnapped women, and left countless families in ruins. If they deserve to die, then I'll be the one to send them to their deaths." Barton's grip tightened on the arrow. "Your way of thinking is dangerous. The world isn't as simple as you imagine." Lexus closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. Suddenly, the natural energy around him surged into chaos. "What kind of world this is, I have my own eyes to see it. I don't need you to teach me." As he finished speaking, Lexus's eyes snapped open. With a sudden roar, the tattered remains of his dark robe burst apart, revealing a powerful chest and sculpted abs. Across his smooth back, the outline of a vermilion bird tattoo stood out, vivid and unmistakable. "If you want me to agree with your point of view, you'll have to take this next move of mine first." Lexia clenched his fist by his waist, and the vermilion bird on his back, wreathed in scarlet flames, slowly rose into the air, hovering above his head. Barton stared in utter disbelief. "There's no way. This can't possibly be human power. Don't tell me this guy is really—" The aura around Lexia finally peaked, and an overwhelming force burst forth from his body. Lucian Phoenix soars. With a piercing cry like a phoenix, a colossal firebird surged forth, forged entirely from flames, charging at Barton with unstoppable momentum. WTF? Just one glance told Barton that this was something he absolutely could not mess with. In the blink of an eye, the fiery bird was upon him. Realizing there was no way to dodge the oncoming blaze, Barton stopped thinking altogether and detonated the explosive arrow knocked on his bow. A deafening blast erupted. The searing heat scorched Barton's arm, and the shockwave sent him tumbling through the air. His armor absorbed some of the explosion's force, but the violent tremors inside left his insides churning and his mind reeling. But the force of the blast threw him just outside the Firebird's path. As he suspected, the Firebird didn't have the ability to turn. Barton's guess was right. The Firebird couldn't change direction. It powered straight through, smashing through the heart of the explosion as if nothing stood in its way. The blast did nothing to slow it down. But with Barton out of its trajectory, the Firebird, finding no target before it, unleashed its destructive fury upon the rooftop of the nearby building. The moment the Firebird touched down, the steel and concrete rooftop shattered like brittle tofu, debris and sparks scattering far and wide. The Firebird soared upward, its flames gradually fading. At the heart of the dissipating fire, Lexia's figure emerged, battered and streaked with blood. Lushan Phoenix Soars. The name itself betrays its roots as a knockoff of Lushan Dragon Soars. Unlike Rising Dragon Strike or 100 Dragons Barrage, which attack in waves of energy, Dragon Soars is a technique harnessing the explosive power of one's cosmos, propelling the body forward and piercing enemy lines with a single, devastating punch. Lexia had yet to awaken his cosmos and owned no saint cloth, which meant that in theory, using a saint's technique should have been impossible. Just now, he'd simply pushed his body beyond its limits, channeling the natural energy within and creating an explosive force behind him to propel himself forward, mimicking the form of Lushan Dragon Soars. To strike with a phoenix-shaped blaze using the Dragon Soars technique. Calling this move Lushan Phoenix Soars was only fitting. Now, Lexia knelt on one knee, his body trembling violently. Having forced himself to mimic a saint's technique without a cosmos, he felt as if every pore on his body had been torn open, every muscle and bone quivering in agony. Fortunately, when he was training atop the cloth box, he had already experienced agony like this. Otherwise, he would probably have lost control of his bladder by now. Thinking about it, there's a reason why the Saint Seiya candidates in Sanctuary train so hard every single day. Battles between saints are always brutal and bloody. Only by making the body accustomed to such extreme pain can one avoid mental collapse from severe injuries during a fight. And the greatest secret of a saint is that as long as their spirit remains unbroken, they can keep fighting. But just now, for a fleeting moment, Lexia seemed to sense the presence of the cosmos. Deep within his body, it was as if a seed was about to sprout. Sadly, that sensation vanished in an instant, leaving him regretful that he couldn't seize it. Even so, Lexia felt a surge of excitement welling up inside him. His childhood dream was now closer than ever. The cosmos seemed to be calling out to him from ahead, calling on the brave youth to go forth and create miracles. Ahem, that's an incredible power. Barton lay not far away, coughing up a mouthful of dark blood. This is the first time I've seen a human unleash such a powerful attack. Is it the work of your armor? Propping himself up, Barton sat against the low wall at the edge of the rooftop. You're one of the two who followed their car here, aren't you? Even though you've changed your outfit, I remember the tattoo on your back, the immortal phoenix reborn from the flames. That image is hard to forget. Lexia remained motionless where he landed, silent. Blood dripped from his hair and fell to the ground. Let me guess, Barton continued, unfazed by the lack of response. That power just now came from your armor, didn't it? Some kind of mythical armor from the East passed down through the ages? I never imagined it would possess such miraculous abilities. You're so much stronger now than you were before you put it on. But I'd wager there are side effects to wearing it, aren't there? The strain on your body must be immense. Can you even raise your fists right now? Oomph. So sure of yourself? Lexia tried to move his arm, but the pain, which had only just begun to subside, instantly raged through his body again, so intense that he almost lost all self-control. Barton chuckled. Just as I thought. Looks like I'll be tonight's final winner. Did you hear that? Barton fell silent. The air grew still. Lexia's sharp hearing caught the heavy footsteps echoing up the stairwell below, drawing closer and closer. Soon, someone would arrive on the rooftop. Before your reinforcements get here, I have plenty of time to kill you. Enduring a pain so sharp it felt as if you were being torn apart, Lexia forced himself to stand tall. At the same time, a burst of flame blazed to life in his hand. Do as you please, Barton replied with a calm smile. Everyone dies sooner or later. Since I took this job, I've always been prepared to meet my end. However, but you're still young. Possessing extraordinary power is impressive, but for the young, it's not always a blessing. If you can't master your own strength, you'll become its slave, a monster who knows nothing but senseless violence. You must look clearly into your own heart. Let your power serve your ambitions, and never let it enslave you. With those words, Barton rested his head against the wall and gazed up at the pitch-black sky, carrying the air of a martyr unafraid of death. Lexia scoffed, and a flame in her hand gathered into a fireball, spinning slowly above her palm. Are you done? If so, it's time for you to hit the road. With a swift gesture, she flung the fireball toward Barton. Without even glancing at the outcome, Lexia turned away. The vermilion bird tattoo on her back flashed, and in the blink of an eye, her body was clad in black magical attire. A thunderous blast rang out as the fireball smashed a hole in the low wall beside Barton's face. I owe nothing to anyone. A pair of black wings suddenly unfurled from her back. Consider this a token of thanks for your goodwill with the headless black arrow. But if you shelter evildoers again, don't expect mercy from me. With a gentle sweep of her wings, Lexia began to rise into the air. Before I go, let me ask you one thing. If a person must not be enslaved by their own power, does that mean it's acceptable to be enslaved by the beliefs of others? We're not the same kind of people, so don't try that high-minded reasoning on me. I am Benunio Huehua, someone you ordinary mortals have no right to judge. A rush of dark wind swept up, and Lexia soared away, vanishing into the night within moments. Barton shook the dust from his head. That brat, couldn't she have thrown the fireball a little farther? Nearly blew my eardrums out. High up in the night sky, Lexia suddenly sneezed, and in that instant, the black attire vanished from her body. Great, just what I needed. After the fierce battle, Lexia's energy had long been drained. Summoning those black wings for her escape had completely exhausted her natural reserves. As a result, not long after leaving the abandoned factory, the magical attire dissipated on its own. With her wings gone, she plummeted headfirst from midair. The sensation of falling from a height was nothing short of dreadful, especially since Lexia was already battered and bruised. Luckily, she hadn't been flying very high. Just a dozen meters below was a residential building, its rooftop ringed with iron railings. Lexis was terribly unlucky and ended up falling outside the rooftop. Luckily, she managed to grab onto an iron railing, and while her grip broke the railing, it also slowed her descent just enough. Then, with a tremendous crash, she landed on the exterior staircase at the top floor and tumbled all the way down to the open-air balcony. Does this count as being saved? Lying on the cold balcony, Lexis's eyes rolled back, and she immediately passed out. The commotion startled some nearby residents awake. A few poked their heads out of their windows for a look, but saw nothing unusual, while even more people chose to ignore the disturbance altogether. Right beside the staircase where Lexis had fallen, there was a window with thick curtains drawn tightly shut. After Lexis lost consciousness, the curtain inside was carefully pulled open just a crack, only to be quickly closed again. After that, everything fell silent once more. Battered and bruised, Lexis lay pitifully alone on the balcony, unmoving until dawn began to brighten the sky. As the city's silhouette slowly emerged through the morning mist, the curtain in the balcony window was gently pulled back a sliver, and a pair of eyes peered out through the gap. Lexis's mask had been flung off during her fall, leaving her face exposed. Though streaked with blood and looking quite miserable, at least her features could now be clearly seen. Oh my God! The person behind the curtain gasped as she got a good look at Lexis's face, pulling the curtain open to reveal a young, beautiful face. Had Lexis been awake, she would have recognized her instantly, Gwen Stacy. Fate had played its hand. Lexis had landed right on the balcony of Gwen's home. The night before, Gwen hadn't been able to make out Lexis's appearance, and with her father, Captain George Stacy, called out on a police report, she hadn't dared investigate the situation outside her window. Only at dawn, after a sleepless night, did Gwen finally steal a glance through the curtain and recognize Lexis's face. When Lexis finally regained consciousness, she found herself lying in an unfamiliar room. The room was tidy and orderly, filled mostly with books, evidence that its owner was probably an excellent student. A faint, pleasant scent wafted through the air, one Lexis found oddly familiar, though she couldn't quite recall where she'd smelled it before. As she puzzled over this, the door opened. A girl with a trim waist and a confident swing to her hips backed into the room, speaking over her shoulder to someone outside. Simon, go eat your breakfast. I don't like playing with disobedient little brothers. But why can you bring breakfast back to your room and I can't eat with you? A little boy protested loudly from the hall. Because this is my room, the girl replied, and then shut the door with a decisive thud. Turning around, the girl noticed that Lexis was awake. Hey, you're up. Lexis shrugged. Seems like I am, but still feels like I'm dreaming. How did I end up in your house? You don't remember? All right. Gwen put down her breakfast and began to recount to Lexia the journey of her thoughts from the night before. You know, you almost scared me to death last night. The way you looked was truly terrifying. But when I brought you in this morning, I realized you hardly had any injuries at all. Where did all that blood come from? Lexia lowered her head and, sure enough, discovered that her wounds had somehow all healed without her noticing. Her arm, which she'd strained when she fell, and the thigh muscle she'd bruised still ached a little, but they had mostly recovered. The only thing missing was the natural energy inside her. It was completely drained. Her stomach growled loudly. Without a care for appearances, Lexia devoured every bit of breakfast when it brought. After finishing, she was just trying to think up a convincing story to fool Gwen when Gwen suddenly spoke up. Seiya, you're hiding something from me, aren't you? Lexia was stunned. How did you? I'm not stupid, Gwen said, spreading her hands. Lexia let out a sigh. All right, you're the genius here. Nothing escapes your eyes. Don't worry, Gwen reassured her, giving Lexia's shoulder a comforting pat. Really, I won't pry in your secrets. Everyone deserves to have things that are theirs alone, and I've never been the type to dig into other people's privacy. But if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here. I promise I'll be the best listener you could hope for. Gwen's openness left Lexia a little unsettled. Wasn't this the part where she'd pressure her into confessing everything? Or was Gwen just afraid she'd silence her forever? Even as Lexia climbed out the window, Gwen didn't show the slightest hint of curiosity about her secrets. It left Lexia with an overwhelming urge to spill everything she'd done. After Lexia left, George returned home. He exchanged a few words with his family, then went straight to Gwen's room. The city's been getting dangerous lately. Last night, the place I went to, over 100 gang members were killed there. You'll see it on the news today. From now on, don't go out at night unless you really have to. If you have any events, let me know and I'll pick you up. Got it. No problem. Gwen nodded obediently. As George was leaving the room, he suddenly frowned. Why does Gwen's room smell so strongly of blood? I'd recognize that smell anywhere. No way. Well, she's grown up now. She's an adult. Shaking his head, George walked away. Inside the room, Gwen couldn't help but link George's story to Lexia. All that blood, and not a scratch on him. Clearly, it must belong to someone else. All those people who died. No, that's impossible. Lexia is just a student, after all. After Lucia left the Gwen family home, he quickly washed the bloodstains off in a public restroom. Then, changing into the clean clothes Gwen had given him, he returned to the orphanage. Today was the weekend, so there was no need to go to school. As he approached the entrance, he noticed an Audi R8 parked by the roadside. The car's body, boldly painted in red and yellow, stood out with its flamboyant design. Anyone, even someone blind, could tell at a glance that whoever drove such a flashy car must be quite the show-off. Sure enough, once inside, he found a show-off sitting right there on the sofa. The man sported a slick-back hairstyle, a black suit, and brown-tinted sunglasses. His casual, almost arrogant posture and the smug expression on his face made it clear. This was a swaggering playboy, the type whose personality was as unruly as his lifestyle. Next to the show-off sat a sharp, professional-looking woman in a tailored business suit. Upon seeing Lucia enter, she immediately stood up. You're back, said Joan, who was hosting the guests. She smiled and introduced them. Let me introduce you. This is Lucia, Clarice's favorite big brother, and this is Miss Potts, whom I mentioned to you yesterday. In truth, Lucia didn't need Joan's introduction. He recognized both of them. After all, they were regular faces on television. What caught his attention, though, was the presence of others in the room, which he found a little odd. Old Wong from Chinatown was there, too, the traditional Chinese medicine Dr. Wong Chu. Old Wong had come to deliver herbs for Grandma Joan. After greeting Lucia with a cheerful smile, he made himself comfortable in a corner, sipping tea with obvious contentment. Lucia's first encounter with Tony Stark was anything but pleasant. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth and blessed with extraordinary genius, Tony had inherited his father's legacy while still in his 20s, turning Stark Industries into a world-leading conglomerate. A textbook winner in life, Tony Stark had always looked at the world from above. To him, everyone, government officials included, were no more significant than a pile of crap. His attitude toward people was never based on their status, but entirely on his own mood. And today, he was clearly in a foul mood. At this point in time, Pepper Potts was nothing more than Tony's assistant in his eyes. At most, someone who helped tidy up after his one-night stands, a role not unlike those old-time servants who clean chamber pots for the wealthy. But as someone with an overwhelming need for control, Tony demanded that even such a humble assistant devote herself to his service completely, without letting personal matters get in the way of work. So when Pepper suddenly announced her intention to adopt an orphan, Tony was deeply displeased. His annoyance extended to the children of the Stars orphanage and everyone in it. The only exception was Grandma Joan, to whom he still managed to show a measure of respect. After meeting with Lexia, the first thing Tony said was, "Young Joseph, I don't think your decision is wise at all. With that pitifully small number of brain cells you have, just think about it. What place could possibly be more comforting than where you grew up? It's not scary for a 7-year-old to lack proper values, but are all of you short on intelligence too? New surroundings and new friends will only make a child feel unsafe, which will affect her growth. What you're doing is irresponsible to both yourselves and others." Lexia sat beside Grandma Joan. She waited until Tony had finished speaking before looking up to ask, "Excuse me, Mr. Stark, are you the one adopting Clarice?" Tony snorted, "Of course not." Lexia nodded. "Then why are you making such a fuss?" Tony Stark was instantly infuriated. Since '91, no one had dared speak to him like this. No, not even his parents, if they were still alive, would have spoken to him this way. "If you did all this just to provoke me, congratulations, you succeeded." "So what?" Lexia spread her hands. Tony Stark whipped out his holophone, tapped on it a few times, and then held the screen up for Lexia to see. "So now, I bought this orphanage, the entire building included. As the new owner, I hereby declare, you, Lexia, are evicted." Everyone was stunned by Tony Stark's swift and vengeful move. Grandma Joan was so furious she couldn't even speak. Pepper Potts, anxious, grabbed Tony's arm. "Mr. Stark, you can't do this. He's just a child. If you're unwilling, then I'll simply not adopt the child. Just please, take back your decision." Tony gave a wry smile. "I'm glad to hear you've changed your mind, but I didn't do this to target anyone. I just suddenly realized that doing good is a wonderful thing. So I bought the orphanage to turn it into a paradise for orphans. But in this paradise, there should only be angels, not impolite little ghosts." Turning to Lexia, Tony flashed a provocatively smug grin. "What do you think, Mr. Lexia? So you do know my name? I was beginning to think all your genius titles were just empty words. Anyway, thank you for everything you've done for the orphanage." With that, Lexia stood up, ignoring Tony Stark's reaction, and went straight to Grandma Joan's side. "Grandma, now you don't have to worry about the orphanage's finances. With Mr. Big Shot here to help, not only will you be able to take good care of the other children, you might even be able to help more kids in need. But you're getting on in years. Some things you don't have to do yourself. Let the younger ones take on more responsibility. Please take good care of yourself. Seiya, don't you worry. As long as Grandma doesn't agree, no one can force you out of here." Grandma Joan slapped the armrest of her chair, as if her authority shook the entire orphanage. No wonder she was old Lee's old flame. She was truly formidable. Lucia squeezed Grandma Joan's hand reassuringly. "Grandma, please don't worry about me. I've landed an internship at the Osborne Group, and the pay is pretty good, much better than my old part-time jobs. I can support myself now, so you can rest easy." After much persuasion, Lucia finally managed to calm Grandma Joan. She went upstairs to pack her things, shouldered her sacred armor case, and stepped out through the orphanage's gate. The children at the orphanage had no idea what was going on. Lucia had told Clarice she was moving into the dorms, so no one made a fuss. Tony Stark, on the other hand, was in high spirits. This was what happened to those who opposed him. In a buoyant mood, Tony drove off, heading straight for the airport to catch his private jet to Las Vegas, where the Apex Awards ceremony was being held that night. As he passed by Lucia, Tony stopped his car, whistled, and called out, "Mr. Yos, that case looks pretty heavy. Where are you headed? Want a lift?" Lucia turned her head. "Well, if it isn't Mr. Stark himself. I must say, you don't look too well. Might be a sign of impending disaster. Want me to light some incense and pray for you?" Ridiculous." The R8 roared off, leaving nothing behind for Lucia but a pair of taillights and a cloud of exhaust. Lucia shook her head. Tony Stark, before becoming Iron Man, really was an insufferable guy, arrogant and childish. Even though she disliked his attitude and methods, at least the outcome was favorable. The orphanage had been acquired by Stark Industries, and from now on, funding would never be an issue. Even if it was just for show, Stark Industries would make sure the place thrived. Plus, Pepper Potts had dropped her plans to adopt Clarice, so the little girl wouldn't have to move to Los Angeles and endure hardship. Staying with Pepper, she'd inevitably get caught up in Tony's business. As for Lucia herself, she'd found the perfect excuse to leave, taking with her any trouble she might attract, and ensuring the orphanage would remain safe. It was a win-win all around. As for having offended the future Iron Man, who cares? She'd already managed to upset Hawkeye. What's one more Avenger on the list? With her luggage slung over her shoulder, Lucia walked down the street. Right now, her biggest priority was to find a place to settle in. No, actually, it was to make some money first. She didn't have a penny to her name. When she left the orphanage, Grandma Joan wanted to give her some money, but she'd refused. A capable person with both hands and feet, Surely she wouldn't starve. Lucia fished a newspaper out of the trash can and settled onto a bench by the roadside, flipping to the job listings. An ad at the bottom immediately caught his eye. Seeking amateur wrestling contestants. 3 minutes in the ring. Earn $3,000. Requirement. Must have an optimistic personality. This job seems tailor-made for me. I just hope my opponent can manage to stay optimistic too, he chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Wrestling has a long history in America, spanning over 100 years. Its spectacle and drama have made it a favorite among audiences, with countless passionate fans. To be honest, American wrestling isn't a genuine fight in the strictest sense. There's usually a script prepared in advance. The wrestlers put on a show in the ring, smashing into each other, blood flying, bodies flipping, just like actors in a soap opera, all to entertain the crowd. So, to be a good wrestler, you have to be a good performer first. Whether you can actually fight matters less. It's your acting chops that count. Take Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and Dave Bautista, who played Drax the Destroyer in Guardians of the Galaxy. Both Hollywood tough guys who started as professional wrestlers. For them, this isn't even a career change. Lucia was studying the newspaper for directions when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Parker. Hey, Peter. Good morning, Seiya. What's on your agenda today? I've nearly finished designing the web shooters. Now I'm just waiting on the bio cable with the required tensile strength to arrive, and then I can start testing. Parker's excited voice came through the line, making Lucia feel a little sheepish. Even if he knew the theory and materials, he could never build something like a web shooter himself. That's great. The cable might take a while to get here, though. Why don't you come to XX Road and help me with something? And bring a bit of cash if you can. Half an hour later, Lucia met up with Parker at the New York Public Library. Parker emptied his pockets, handing over a bundle of bills. Here, about $1,500. This is everything I've made from part-time jobs and New Year's money over the years. $1,500 in 2009. That was over 10,000 yuan. Which high schooler could casually fork out 10,000 yuan? Who'd have guessed that mild-mannered Parker was secretly loaded? Clapping Parker on the shoulder, Lucia led him toward the wrestling arena. Come on, let's go make some money. The moment they set foot inside, Lucia could feel just how popular wrestling was. In the ring, two muscle-bound giants were locked in a furious struggle, while the crowd around them roared the wrestlers' names with wild abandon. Big Mac, Big Mac, Big Mac. The mighty McGregor had just effortlessly taken down an opponent whose muscles rivaled his own, and he now stood with arms raised, soaking in the cheers of the crowd. Meanwhile, the loser lay sprawled out on a stretcher, wailing in an exaggerated display of agony, his performance bordering on the ridiculous. McGregor had racked up 20 consecutive wins, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would likely keep winning, at least until the bets placed on his victory in the prize pool reached an outrageous sum. Only then, perhaps due to sheer exhaustion or some perfectly timed mishap, would he finally lose to a worthy rival. Wrestling was never just about watching two muscle-bound men slug it out. The real thrill was in betting on the outcome. Most of the spectators had placed their money on McGregor, and now they erupted in cheers, eager for their winnings. Of course, there were always a few daring souls hoping for a shocking upset, only to end up so broke they could barely afford their underwear. Anyone who can last 3 minutes in the ring with the mighty McGregor will win a $3,000 reward. Who's next? The host worked the crowd from the center of the ring as a long line of would-be challengers formed at the side. Handling the sign-ups was a burly, no-nonsense black woman. Her looks, well, let's just say she fit the stereotype, and none of them were easy on the eyes. She registered Lexia with a look of open disdain, then glanced at the list, shaking her head and muttering, "Death Mask. Huh? Nice name, but you must be out of your mind. Scrawny as a twig. And you want to take on McGregor? If you're so eager to die, you might as well come to me instead." Wearing a red demon mask, Lexia sneezed, then found Parker outside the crowd. "So, did you find where to place the bets?" Parker flashed an okay sign. Lexia tossed the sacred armor box to him and headed off to wait backstage. Half an hour passed as one challenger after another fell to McGregor, and he was now on the verge of his 30th consecutive win. McGregor has already vanquished 29 opponents. Will he achieve the legendary 30-win streak? The host hyped up the crowd. Or will his next challenger finally end his reign? Now, let's welcome Death Mask to the ring. With adrenaline-pumping music blaring, Death Mask, Lexia, made a grand entrance. For a moment, the crowd was stunned, then erupted in a wild, frenzied roar. Sending a scrawny weakling up at this point was an obvious setup, a sure win for McGregor, plain as day. Clearly, the organizers wanted to capitalize on the 30th victory as a marketing stunt for the wrestling club, and maybe reward the crowd with an easy payday. A few spectators who'd just lost everything perked up instantly. This was their shot at a comeback. As Lexia stepped into the ring, Steel fences drop down around the platform, sealing it off like an iron cage. Can Dismask hold out for 3 minutes? And in what manner will McGregor demonstrate his strength to his new challenger? Ladies and gentlemen, what are you waiting for? The match is about to begin. Down at the betting area, gamblers were shouting wildly. I'm putting my money on McGregor. That kid looks like a softie. No way he'll last 3 minutes. My bet's on McGregor. McGregor's on a 30-win streak. He's got this in the bag. Everyone assumed McGregor would win, and the odds kept dropping lower and lower. By the end, the payout was just 0.3 to 1. Bet $100 and you'd only win 30 if you won. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lexia's odds kept climbing, 20 to 1 now, yet no one seemed interested. I'm betting on Dismask. Parker slapped all his money down on the table, instantly drawing a chorus of incredulous, almost mocking stares. Unfazed, Parker casually set down the cloth box on the ground, completely indifferent to the looks from these ordinary folk. With a heavy thud, the cloth box smashed straight through the wooden floor, leaving a deep dent behind. Up on the stage, as the last bets were placed, the announcer whipped the crowd into a frenzy. The bell rang. The match had officially begun. Kid, let's have a bit of fun out here. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you, McGregor sneered, nearly 2 meters tall, rippling with muscle, his arms thicker than Lexia's thighs. His grin was more terrifying than a scowl. Lexia shrugged. Thanks, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. No sooner had he finished speaking than McGregor's world went dark. A shadow flickered before his eyes, and then he was out cold. With a crash, McGregor, who seemed to have every advantage, hit the mat less than 5 seconds after the opening bell. Cow! With Lexia's current strength, over 400 kilograms barehanded, and uncanny speed, McGregor never stood chance. He wasn't even in the same league. Many in the audience didn't even manage to finish cheering before the outcome had already been decided. It was the season announcer who recovered first, seizing Lexia's hand and shouting, "The winner is Dismask." Down below, Parker, having placed his bet, waited calmly by the side, smiling as Lexia finished the fight with absolute certainty. With $1,500 all in, at odds of 20 to 1, Parker stood to make 30 grand in one go, enough to buy materials to craft the Spider-Man and Benya Bird suits. He tapped the table with a grin and declared, "I'm the winner. Pay up." Meanwhile, in the Osborne Group building, Gwen sat at her desk, lost in thought. Her mentor, Dr. Connors, whose right hand was disabled, walked over and gave a gentle cough behind her. "Ahem, what's got your attention?" Gwen jumped to her feet. "Professor." "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all." Dr. Connors craned his neck, smiling. "Is there something in your studies you're struggling with? I can take a look for you. Wait, what's this?" Upon seeing the formula Gwen had written in her notebook, Dr. Connors lost his composure. "This formula, did you come up with this?" Dr. Connors gripped Gwen's shoulder tightly with his only remaining left hand, his face a mix of shock and delight. "Professor, you're hurting me," Gwen said through clenched teeth, struggling free from his grasp and stepping back, apologetic. "I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't come up with this formula myself. I just thought it might be useful, but I couldn't figure out how to prove if it was correct." The formula was actually something Parker had scribbled during class, then crumpled up and tossed away. Somehow, someone had placed that crumpled piece of paper on Gwen's desk. She hadn't thought much of it and opened it up, only to discover it was a formula for calculating decay rates. "This is incredibly useful. Our experiment has always had flaws, but this could be the very key we need to break through." Dr. Connors gazed at the formula, as if he'd just recovered a long-lost treasure. "I'm just glad I could help you, Professor," Gwen replied with a smile, though she still had no idea who had written the formula or who had left it on her desk. There was something strange about all this, she was sure of it. Inside the wrestling arena, Lexia and Parker were busy counting money. The house had already made plenty off those who'd bet on McGregor to win. Paying Parker $30,000 was a hefty sum, but for them, it was just business, certainly not enough to risk cheating him in front of so many gamblers. Lexia handed the $30,000 to Parker, saying, "Keep this money with you. It'll be our group's funds for future operations." The organization known as the Zodiac Guardians was finally ready to begin. In the world of comics, Spider-Man had always been the poster child of a down-and-out hero whose powers hadn't improved his lot in life. Now that Lexia was taking charge, there was no way he'd let Parker end up as badly off as Tobey Maguire's version. As for Lexia's own expenses, there was nothing to worry about. He still had a bounty of $3,000 waiting to be claimed. Upstairs, Lexia and Parker entered the wrestling arena's office. Behind the desk, a middle-aged man was hurriedly counting a messy pile of cash. When he saw them come in, the man casually tossed a $100 bill onto the desk as if tossing scraps to beggars. "Take your pay and get lost." "Hey, that's not what your ad said," Parker protested, stepping forward to argue, but Lexia held him back. Lexia calmly reached into the pile of scattered bills, pulled out a wad, and meticulously counted out 30 bills before tossing the rest back onto the desk. According to the agreement, this is what I'm owed. You looking to start trouble on my turf? The man barked, slamming his hand down on the desk. Somebody get in here. Bang. The office door was suddenly flung open from the outside. A man with bleached blonde hair strode in, tossed his bag directly onto the desk, and barked, "Fill this with all the cash you've got. This is a stick-up. Shouldn't I be calling security? How is there actually a robbery happening?" The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. "Who the hell are you?" Without a word, the blonde man smashed the butt of his gun into the middle-aged man's head, sending him reeling. "I said this is a robbery. Do you get it now, you idiot?" Instantly cowed, the middle-aged man's earlier arrogance toward Lexia vanished without a trace. He obediently began stuffing money into the bag. Blondie, feeling triumphant, turned his head and immediately caught sight of the cash Lexia was holding. "Hey kid, bring that money over here now." He swung his gun toward Lexia, intending to force him to hand it over. But as soon as the barrel shifted in his direction, Lexia snatched it and wrenched it upward. The blonde man felt as if his hand were trapped in a vice. The pain was excruciating, almost unbearable. "Aff!" Lexia let out a low grunt. "I told you, I'll never let anyone point a weapon at my head again. Bows or guns, it makes no difference." The blonde robber's sudden appearance threw Lexia's thoughts into turmoil. He couldn't help but notice that Parker beside him was the Andrew Garfield version from The Amazing Spider-Man. Yet somehow the robber looked just like the Uncle Ben's killer from the Tobey Maguire films. "How would he be here?" Turning back, Lexia asked Parker, "Peter, how are you getting home later?" Parker replied, "I told Uncle Ben I'd be at the New York Public Library. He'll pick me up when I'm done." Lexia's lips twitched as he asked, "Peter, have you ever heard the saying, with great power comes great responsibility, right?" Parker shrugged. "I always thought there's no way Uncle Ben came up with something that profound on his own. So you've heard it too. Did you read it in a book or something?" So, the story really had come to this point. Once this blonde guy ran out, he tried to steal a car and ended up killing Uncle Ben. But if Lexia took him out now, Uncle Ben would be safe. But if he killed the blonde here, the robber would never kill Uncle Ben, so he wouldn't be guilty of murder. But is it really right to kill someone who hasn't done anything yet? Still, letting him go just didn't sit right, either. Damn it, what a dilemma. "Freeze. Drop your weapon." The security guard finally burst in from outside, gun raised and aimed in their direction. The barrel wavered between Lexia and the blonde, unsure of whom to target. Seeing this, Lexia quickly formulated a plan. He shouted, "Watch out," and yanked the blonde's hand so the gun pointed straight at the guard. Seeing himself suddenly in the line of fire, the guard panicked and, without thinking, pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the room. The blonde's expression froze in shock as he crumpled to the floor, a dark, bloody hole in his forehead. Lexia released his grip, turning to the security guard with a look of sincere gratitude. "Thank you, officer. You're a good man." The security guard, still shaken, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His mouth opened, as if speaking to others, but it sounded more like he was trying to reassure himself. "It was self-defense just now. He pointed a gun at me, so I fired." As for how someone whose shooting skills were so poor that he couldn't hit a stationary target 10 meters away managed to land a perfect shot right between the robber's eyes, he had no time to dwell on that. A man was dead. The office was instantly thrown into chaos, and amid the confusion, Lexia and Parker slipped away. By the time they made it outside, night had fallen. Parker led Lexia to the roadside, where Ben Parker was already waiting for them. This was Lexia's first encounter with Spider-Man's life mentor, the uncle whose motto was, "With great power comes great responsibility." He looked every bit the kindly old gentleman, warm and easygoing, his words delivered in a gentle, soothing tone that put people at ease. Ben's face lit up when he saw Lexia. "You must be Lexia. I've heard all about how Parker made a new friend at school. Turns out it's you." He chuckled warmly. "Uncle Ben, that friend of yours is an interesting way to put it," Lexia called out from the back seat, the weight of his sacred armor nearly flattening the car's suspension. Ben Parker laughed as he started the battered old car, barely creeping forward. "Just joking. This old heap is just like me. Once it gets up in years, it doesn't want to be bossed around anymore." Lexia grinned. "Uncle Ben, one of these days I'll introduce you to old Wong, the herbalist in Chinatown. He'll whip up some tonics for you. Drink those, and you'll feel young and vigorous in no time." Uncle Ben rolled his eyes. "No, thanks. I'd like to stick around in this world a few days more, if it's all the same to you." Lexia spread his hands. "Congratulations, then. Your wish is granted." After hearing Lexia's situation, Uncle Ben warmly invited him to stay at their house for a while, and Lexia happily accepted without hesitation. Thanks to the old car's pace, it was already late by the time they returned to the Parker residence. Aunt May greeted them at the door. Once she understood what had happened, she welcomed Lexia with open arms. I was just wondering why you two were so late. It was the car again, wasn't it? Go wash your hands, I'll get dinner ready. Tonight, I made my famous meat rolls. With that, Aunt May headed for the kitchen. After Parker and Lexia washed up, they joined Uncle Ben at the dining table. The television nearby was playing the news. News these days is always so overblown, Uncle Ben grumbled, flipping through the channels. Oh wait, look at this. On the screen, a police officer in uniform was speaking to reporters. Regarding the violent incident at the abandoned factory last night, we've made some initial progress. The suspect is someone with a Firebird tattoo on his back. A grainy photo flashed on the screen, showing a figure from behind, dressed in black, armor-like clothing. Across his back, a Firebird tattoo gleamed, so vivid it seemed to glow with an unearthly light. According to sources, this person's name is Benyu Firebird, suspected of murdering 136 people. We have issued an arrest warrant for Benyu Firebird in accordance with the law, and we urge citizens to come forward with any information. The final image lingered on the glowing Firebird tattoo. Firebird, Parker clapped a hand over his mouth, his eyes wide and vacant as he stared at Lexia, visibly shaken. He'd stayed up late last night working on the design for his web shooter, and as a result, he'd overslept. When he woke up this morning, he called Lexia right away and never got around to checking the news online. 136 lives? This Benyu Firebird really is ruthless. Aunt May, passing by, covered her mouth, clearly troubled by the news. Uncle Ben sighed as well. 136 people. Even if they were all gangsters who did terrible things, what Firebird did was still too much. He had no right to take justice into his own hands. Fortunately, all this was someone else's business. After a brief discussion, they set the topic aside. The group enjoyed a cheerful dinner, and afterward, Parker brought Lexia back to his room. He closed the door and secured it with his homemade hydraulic lock. Then, in a sudden motion, Parker pinned Lexia down on the bed. Is what they said on the news true? Was that really you? Did you really kill all those people? Lexia didn't answer directly, instead responding with a question. Do you think they didn't deserve to die? But, Parker stammered, unable to finish his sentence. He had imagined becoming a city guardian alongside Lexia, but in the end, he was. Still a 17-year-old kid, so different from Lexia, who'd been shaped by the merciless training of the Sacred Cloths box. The idea of killing someone was already unimaginable to Parker, let alone the thought of taking 136 lives all at once. Yet, what troubled Parker most was that, deep down, he couldn't completely condemn Lexia's actions. In fact, and he couldn't explain why, a faint sense of regret flickered in the depths of his heart. Regret that he hadn't been there beside her. 136 lives and 136 executioners. Sitting down heavily on the floor, Parker wrapped his arms around his head. I don't know what to say. That was over 100 lives, after all. Lexia sighed. But what if I told you I only crippled them? I didn't actually kill anyone. What? Parker shot up from the floor. You didn't kill them? Then why did the news say? Wait, could have been that archer. Lucia shook his head. It probably wasn't him. I beat him half to death at the time. He couldn't have managed all this. But as for his companions, that's another story. Still, I can't say for sure. Either way, I'm definitely taking the blame for this. Damn, how'd I not notice someone taking pictures back then? Lucia wasn't young. He had actually held back at the time, but what happened afterward was beyond his knowledge. Whether it was someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. who did it, or some other gang taking advantage of the chaos, was hard to say. Hearing that Lucia hadn't killed anyone, Parker finally let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, if Lu Zheng really had become a murderer, Parker didn't know how he'd be able to face Lucia after that. As Parker relaxed, another issue came to mind. But now the police have pinned this case on you. If you ever show up again as the phoenix of the Benyu bird, you're probably going to be in a world of trouble. But for the criminals out there, won't that make me even more intimidating? Lucia's retort left Parker speechless. It truly was a double-edged sword. But Lucia was really just saying that in passing. In the future, whenever he teamed up with Parker Spider-Man, he naturally wouldn't use the Phoenix identity anymore. Not only would it cause trouble, but it might even tarnish Spider-Man's friendly neighborhood reputation. Don't worry. Aren't you working on making a costume? Just embroider 2 crescent moons on the chest for me, with the tips facing outward. From now on, my name will be Mr. Moon. Parker was a bit puzzled. Mr. Moon? Your catchphrase better not be, in the name of the moon, I'll punish you. That sounds a bit, well, not very manly. Lucia shook his head. When did you start reading Japanese magical girl comics? Forget the in the name of the moon stuff. Don't translate it as Mr. Moon. Just use the transliteration, Mr. Moo. Does it have any special meaning? No, I just like it. Leaving the codename discussion aside, Parker reached down and lifted the bronze box on the ground. What's with this box anyway? Why are you carrying a bronze chest around? It's out to weigh a ton, No wonder Uncle Ben's car was crawling like a snail just now. Lucia pointed at the box. Try it out. See if you notice anything special. Parker did as he was told, but immediately felt like he was being played. It's just a regular bronze box. What's so special about it? Just as I thought, Lucia said, stroking his chin and muttering to himself. Clarice tried moving it too and didn't notice anything. Looks like I'm the only one who can actually use this box. Here is the translated text, preserving the original structure and literary flavor. So here's the real question. Why is there a cloth box in the Marvel Universe? And why am I the only one who can use it? Grandma Jones said that the cloth box was picked up by a former me. So, did I really pick up the cloth box? Or did the cloth box pick up me? What are you talking about? Parker's superhuman spider hearing didn't help him understand a word. Nothing, just a little daydream. After a moment of silence, Parker suddenly remembered something. Oh right, in the photos on TV, don't you have a phoenix tattoo? When did you get that? How come I never knew? Want to see it? Lexia raised an eyebrow. Parker nodded eagerly. Of course. It looked awesome on TV. Lexia spread her hands. If you don't want the house to catch fire, you'd better go to bed now. Tomorrow, I'll show you somewhere private. Parker rolled his eyes. Then why'd you bring it up just now? It had to be said, Parker was a genius, at least in Lexia's eyes, who grew up with road education. He was a bona fide prodigy. He installed a cable chip no bigger than a fingernail into a device that looked like a wristwatch, and voila, he'd invented that high-tech web shooter. Lexia had been watching since the start, and even after seeing Parker successfully test the web shooter, she still had no idea how the thing actually worked. The principle behind this device is... Stop. No need to explain the mechanics. Even if you told me, I wouldn't get it. Parker was all excited to share his moment of triumph, but Lexia cut him off without mercy. If even the internet can't explain this stuff, there's no point trying to break it down. With the web shooter equipped, the two of them headed up to the rooftop of a tall building. Parker leapt off with giddy anticipation while Lexia covered her eyes, too nervous to watch. He was genuinely worried that if he so much as fluttered his little wings, Parker might disappear for good. Luckily, Parker performed just like the Spider-Man he was meant to be, swinging between the buildings a few times before landing safely back on the roof. If I ever run into that Archer guy again, Hawkeye, right? I swear I'll web up his whole face. Parker gestured excitedly to the gadget on his wrist. Hey, Lex, want to give it a try? It's a blast. Lexia waved off the offer. He didn't have any spider stickiness, and if he lost his grip mid-swing, it would be a disaster. Just as they were about to leave, the sound of police sirens echoed from below. The two of them leaned over the edge and saw 3 or 4 squad cars streaking past, lights flashing. In front of them, a black SUV was barreling the wrong way down the street, crashing through traffic. On the rooftop, Lexia patted Parker on the shoulder and encouraged him. Go on, kid. The world's peace is in your hands now. Parker nodded vigorously, pulled on his makeshift mask, and slipped on a pair of sunglasses to hide his eyes. What about you? Do you want me to take you down with me? Lexia shook her head. Have you ever seen a superhero make their entrance by swinging down like they're on a playground swing? That's way too lame. I'll pass. I have my own way down. You go first. But Parker tried to protest, but Lexia sent him flying out of the building with a swift kick. Off you go. Any more talking, and the criminals will be long gone. After sending Parker on his way, Lexia glanced in the direction the SUV was fleeing. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a wingsuit designed for quick descents, his own improvised disguise. If it were nighttime, he could have simply unfurled his black wings and soared away. But in broad daylight, he worried someone might catch it on camera and connect him to the mysterious Beninu bird. So he had to settle for this less-than-impressive solution for now. He really needed to master his microcosmic energy soon. If he could use it like a Saint Seiya, leaping off buildings and flying through the air would be as easy as breathing, and he wouldn't have to bother with all these tricks. Inside the SUV were real hardened criminals. They had just robbed a gold shop, leaving a dozen staff and security guards dead or injured in their wake. As true desperados, they drove as wildly as they acted. One of them even popped his head out of the sunroof, gripping a submachine gun, and unleashed a torrent of bullets at the pursuing police cars. The police tried to dodge, weaving and swerving to avoid the hail of gunfire. But luck was running out for the people on the street. Bullets ricocheted everywhere, and cars and pedestrians began to fall victim to the crossfire. The number of casualties was climbing fast, hitting double digits in no time. Inside the police cars, the officers were growing increasingly anxious. Policing was already a dangerous job. Doing it in New York was even riskier. And in Marvel's version of New York, it was a nightmare from the start. Dealing with armed criminals was just the beginning. Despite the gunfire, the police fought back, firing their pistols in return. But their firepower was no match for the criminals' arsenal. During the chase, one police car failed to dodge in time. The driver was hit, the steering wheel jerked, and the car careened straight toward a nearby cafe. Screams erupted as the police car barreled toward the packed cafe. If it crashed inside, the results would be catastrophic. At that critical moment, a white web shot out from afar, cocooning the police car and stopping it in its tracks. Spider-Man swooped down from above, using his incredible strength to halt the vehicle just in time. "Hey, how's the coffee?" Parker swung past the cafe's floor-to-ceiling windows, drawing a chorus of amazed gasps from the stunned patrons inside. Parker swung through the air with a speed that easily outpaced the police cars. In no time, he soared above the black SUV. The armed thug inside, stunned by Parker's sudden approach, was so caught off guard that he stopped firing his gun. Seizing the perfect moment, Parker shot a web straight onto the thug's face. As he swung past, the thug was yanked clean out of the SUV by the sticky web and, after a dizzying drop, ended up dangling from a street lamp. One police car screeched to a halt to apprehend the thug dangling from the lamppost, while the other car pressed on, pursuing the fleeing SUV and calling for backup as it raced ahead. Woo-hoo! With one swift move, Parker took down his target and found his rhythm. Flipping in midair, he swung back toward the SUV for another assault. Inside the SUV, the remaining thugs weren't sure who this acrobatic stranger was, but one thing was clear: he was there to cause trouble. A bald thug, clutching his gun, leaned out the window and unleashed a barrage of bullets at Parker, soaring above. A hail of bullets tore through the air, cutting off Parker's path forward. Forced to dodge, he veered sharply to the side. The SUV narrowly avoided Parker's attack, swerving out of the bustling city streets. Up ahead, the tall buildings thinned out and the roads grew emptier. With the help of their submachine gun, the thugs made it nearly impossible for the police car to follow safely. There was a real chance the SUV could make a clean getaway. The bald thug, furious, shouted an expletive into the sky. He flipped off Parker, who had perched on a low rooftop, and momentarily paused his pursuit. Suddenly, a dark figure came crashing down from above, slamming into the SUV so hard that it nearly tipped over. Before the bald thug could process what was happening, pain shot through his upraised middle finger. A hand grabbed him and, with a powerful yank, hauled him straight out of the vehicle. With a swift motion, the figure tossed the bald thug onto the road in front of the SUV. Thud! The SUV, unable to stop in time, plowed right into him, splattering blood across the windshield. Seconds later, the driver, blinded by the blood, crashed the SUV headlong into a decorative roadside boulder. He was flung out the window, shards of glass mingling with him as he collided violently with the stone. Just before the crash, Lexia leapt clear of the SUV. She rolled to absorb the impact and quickly disappeared into the buildings along the roadside. The police cars finally caught up, only to find the totaled SUV and two thugs reduced to a bloody mess. The lead officer pulled out his radio. "All suspects are in custody. Proceed to rendezvous at location XX and send ambulances." One of the officers leaned over and asked quietly, "Sir, what should we do about those two? How we write the report? We don't even know their names. We can't just call one Spider Guy and the other Flying Mouse, can we?" The officer thought for a moment. Spider Guy works. Flying Mouse doesn't sound right. Let's call the other one Bat Guy for now. Their first battle ended in triumph. 3 armed robbers were brought to justice. One was captured, and the other 2 died on the spot. An eager bystander uploaded footage of the robbers' arrest to the internet. While Spider-Man hadn't yet made the front page, he was starting to become known. The video only captured Spider-Man rescuing the cafe patrons and capturing one of the robbers alive. As for Lexia's final leap onto the SUV to deliver justice to the other 2 that happened too far away to be caught on camera. As a result, the name Spider-Man began to circulate in small circles, quickly earning a following among some of the city's youth. Even though it was a feat accomplished by 2 people, all the credit fell to Parker alone, a fact that made him a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, Lexia didn't seem to care in the slightest. Back home, Parker threw himself enthusiastically into researching his suit. Having bottled up his showy side for more than a decade, he now felt a burning desire to make the entire city remember him. To achieve that, a flashy and striking costume was absolutely essential. The style and values had to be just right. If he ended up looking like Kick-Ass or Red Mist, he'd die of embarrassment before ever setting foot outside. Meanwhile, Lexia sat cross-legged atop the Pandora box, lost in thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that the box was on the verge of opening, that soon he'd gain a set of sacred armor all his own. The only question was, what would this blank, nondescript box actually reveal? Judging by the looks of it, bronze armor seemed most likely. But the real puzzle: how to unlock it. "Hey Lex, take a look at this," Parker suddenly called out, pointing to his computer and cutting through Lexia's musings. A news alert flashed on the screen. That morning, coalition forces in Afghanistan had suffered a terrorist attack. Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, went missing in the incident, his fate currently unknown. No terrorist group had yet claimed responsibility for the attack. Tony Stark had been captured. Lexia knew this was a turning point in Mr. Stark's life, his crucible, after which, in 3 months' time, he would return transformed. This was the birth of Iron Man, soon to sweep the Marvel Universe in a storm of change. 3 months without Tony Stark at the helm. Who could say what might happen to Stark Industries? Of course, for Stark Industries and the main storyline of the Marvel Universe, this was a monumental event. But for Lexia, who was charging ahead along his own side quests and hidden plots, it was little more than a footnote. At most it meant, oh, that annoying guy is finally off to eat dirt in an Afghan cave. Good riddance. The orphanage felt little impact. In an effort to calm investors and stabilize the market, Stark Industries had activated a variety of contingency plans, one of which was to increase charitable aid. When Lexia returned to the orphanage, Grandma Joan couldn't stop marveling at how the children would finally have enough to eat and proper clothes to wear. She even suggested, half in earnest, that he move back in. Lexia didn't leave the orphanage of his own free will. To be frank, he was kicked out. As someone with a stubborn streak, once Lexia had made an agreement with Tony Stark to leave, there was no way he would simply slink back during Stark's mysterious disappearance, not when things were so unclear. Even if, in Tony Stark's mind, he might have already forgotten about someone as insignificant as Lexia. With Tony Stark gone, the person most delighted was Clarice. Ever since Lexia had been driven out, Tony had been branded as the villain in Clarice's eyes, regardless of how much money he donated to the orphanage. It made no difference to her. When Clarice heard that Lexia refused to return to the orphanage, she threw a tantrum, insisting that if Lexia didn't come back, she would move out as well. Lexia had to do a fair bit of coaxing and persuasion before he managed to calm her down. When he left, the wounded look in Clarice's eyes nearly made Lexia promise to take her with him on the spot. Still, they made a pact. Once Lexia graduated and found a stable job and a place to live, he would bring Clarice out of the orphanage and give her a real home. After spending another night at the Parker residence, Lexia rented a place of his own, a standalone 2-story house. Since it wasn't in the bustling city center, the rent wasn't too high. What he'd earned from the wrestling club was enough to cover it. Besides being Lexia's residence, this place temporarily served as the headquarters for the Zodiac Guardians. Parker moved all his sensitive gadgets, including the development equipment and supplies for his web shooters, over here to avoid exposure. That night, Lexia and Parker tried on their newly made suits inside the little house. Meanwhile, in an underground garage somewhere in the city, a row of crates emblazoned with Stark Industries stood stacked. Several men lingered nearby, among them the Russian mafia bosses, the Rankov brothers, who had previously been taken away by the Black Widow. Facing them was a man dressed in a black suit, his voice low and steady. I heard you two got utterly humiliated by someone named Benuberdhwa, and lost a fair number of people and weapons too? Anatoly replied bitterly. That guy was decked out in bulletproof gear. He could fly, move fast, and was incredibly strong. We were completely caught off guard. Is that so? The man in the black suit didn't sound convinced. I've heard a few things. That archer who helped you escape, do you know who he is? Anatoly glanced at his brother Vladimir, who shook his head. We don't know exactly who he is. He was hired by the Rashman Francis law firm to protect lawyer Rashman. The man in black nodded. I've looked into the Rashman Francis firm. Nothing seems out of the ordinary on the surface, but if they can hire someone that's skilled, they must have some powerful connections. Be careful when you deal with them. Do we have any leads on that Benyu bird, Huehua? Vladimir shook his head. We've only tracked him twice, once when he sabotaged one of our teams, and the second time at the abandoned factory. As for the capabilities of his gear, we only have some basic analysis for now. His speed and strength seem to come from that armor-like suit. Its defense can probably withstand sustained fire from small-caliber assault rifles, but it's much weaker against grenades. Glancing at the crates stacked around them, Vladimir continued, with all these weapons on hand, if we run into him again, taking him down shouldn't be a problem. The man in black smiled. Then I'll be waiting for your good news. Don't keep me waiting too long. With that, he turned to leave. At his side, a man with long hair parted down the middle, silent and obedient as a shadow, followed close behind. After the two had gone, Anatoly asked Vladimir, Brother, this guy's background is a mystery. Are we really going to work for him? Vladimir pointed at the mountains of crates beside them. The fact that he can get us this many weapons means we have no room to refuse. If he can give us these, he can just as easily supply our rivals. If we brothers want to get a foothold in New York, we have no choice but to accept their terms. Parker's suit design followed his usual instincts. A close-fitting red and blue bodysuit with a narrow waist and long legs, adorned with the iconic spider emblem. It was a perfect blend of beauty and brains, the true embodiment of heroism and chivalry. But Lexia couldn't help but wonder, with such a tight-fitting suit, wouldn't it be awkward if there was an unexpected reaction? After all, people from the West have a certain reputation in that department, you know what I mean? Fortunately, Parker seemed to have anticipated this problem. He'd preemptively stitched a layer of slightly stiffer leather at the unspeakable spot, adding some structural reinforcement to minimize embarrassment if such situations arose. This kid really does think of everything. The suit Parker made for Mr. Moo borrowed heavily from Spider-Man's design, though the color scheme was different. Lexia's suit was primarily white, with two golden crescent shapes curving outwards across the chest and gold panels at the shoulders and limbs. It looked a bit like the Saint Seiya Omega armor, tight-fitting and radiant. Picture this. Imagine Spider-Man's suit, but all the blue parts turned white and the red parts swapped for gold. Wearing it felt mortifying. Am I destined to be the legendary yellow and white hero? Lexia couldn't stop the barrage of complaints running through his mind. With a suit like this, there was no way he'd leave the house without a mask. Glancing over at Parker, who was dressed just as neatly, Lexia couldn't help but wonder, was it really a good idea for the two of them to go out in nearly identical suits? Wouldn't people get the wrong idea? After all, in America, being gay was pretty common. Lexia looked at the table, where there were still 2 steamed buns left from lunch. She wondered if dressing up as a cross-dressing icon would make things any better. How do I look? Pretty cool, right? Parker struck an outdated superhero pose beside her, but apparently that wasn't enough for him. With a burst of web, he shot himself up to the ceiling and hung there upside down. Now, that was much more impressive. See? Now we really look like a team. When we get more teammates in the future, I'll make them suits in other colors. I think this could be our uniform. Lexia had to fight back the urge to poke fun at his enthusiasm. If we get a third member, we could cosplay as Power Rangers. You're the T-Rex, I'm the saber-toothed tiger, and the pterodactyl has to be a girl. There's no way I'm cross-dressing. Or maybe, with 5 people, we could do a knockoff version of the Rainbow Warriors? No matter what she thought, Lexia couldn't bring herself to refuse Parker's excitement. After all, he'd stayed up all night to make these suits, and she only had to wear it for a few days anyway. Once her own armor arrived, she wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Just as they finished getting ready, Parker's homemade radio communicator crackled to life. He'd hacked into the police radio system, so they could easily pick up nearby emergency calls. We got a job. After listening to the call, Parker, visibly excited, dropped from the ceiling. He shot a web out the window, which stuck to a streetlight outside, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Come on, is it really that hard to use the door? Why do all heroes, East or West, insist on going out the window just because they got some fancy name ending in man? Despite her grumbling, Lexia followed suit. Her body melted into shadow as she darted out the window after him. Thanks to a few more days of cosmic energy training, Lexia's physical strength had surpassed 500 kilograms. Her short-distance sprint speed was up to about 50 meters per second, and for long-distance chases, she could keep up a pace of over 30 meters per second for hours without getting tired. If she channeled the energy of nature, her strength and speed could be boosted by half again. And if she donned her special black suit, those numbers would nearly double. However, for now, Lexia had no intention of showing up as Benunio Huawa, especially not when teaming up with Spider-Man. Mr. Moo was a fine enough persona. Over 700 kilograms of strength and sprint speeds exceeding 70 meters per second were plenty to tackle most criminals. The incident was about 20 kilometers from their apartment. By the time Lexia raced over at a steady 70 miles per hour, the battle was already nearing its end. No matter how fast someone can run on the ground, it's impossible to outrun Parker, who's swinging through the air like a pendulum. A handful of armed militants, holding hostages, used heavy weapons to keep the pistol-wielding police oppressed, afraid to even raise their heads. But then Parker swooped down like a force of nature. A glob of webbing splattered across the face of the villain, cackling behind the Gatling gun. After that, the rest was easy. Yet, for reasons hard to pin down, the police weren't exactly thrilled with Spider-Man's arrival. On a nearby rooftop, as soon as the police snipers were in position, they trained their scopes straight at Spider-Man's head, even as he was leaping joyfully through enemy lines. With the situation under control, a middle-aged officer stepped forward, megaphone in hand, and called out, "Listen up inside. You're surrounded. Given your heroic actions, we won't use force for now, but we do need your cooperation with the police. Now, please remove your mask and put your hands in the air. As the captain of District 19, I guarantee your personal safety." The captain of District 19 was none other than Gwen's father, George Stacy, a man who refused to compromise even on the smallest principle. In his mind, it was the police's sacred duty to catch criminals. To him, the idea that a man in a ridiculous costume and a comical mask could become a beloved vigilante, while the officers who toiled day and night, always on call, ready to risk everything, were reduced to mere background figures, and the butt of public jokes was a bitter injustice. For the police, it simply wasn't fair. Their abilities might be limited, but they did their jobs and strove to do their best. This masked vigilante might be exceptionally capable, but his very existence was a threat to society. Because if someone outside the law ever decided to turn bad, their destructive power could easily surpass that of 100 armed criminals. That's why George was determined to see his mask removed. Only by exposing his identity and social connections to the public could Spider-Man's actions be held in check. Only then would he truly respect the law. For a civil servant with a family, this line of thinking wasn't wrong. But not everyone is Tony Stark, blessed with the brains, resources, and weaponry to make governments think twice and do whatever he pleases. Someone like Parker, just an ordinary guy, would have only one fate if his identity were revealed, to become a dog on a government leash. Then, the enemies he'd face wouldn't just be city criminals, but the battles between nations, or even between rival factions. Just like the resurrected captain had experienced, caught up in endless events, swept along by forces beyond his control. This contradiction was real and unresolved. Parker couldn't fix it, nor would he try. All he could do was run, disappear before anyone tore away his mask. Parker had just started to move when a powerful sense of danger surged within him. His spider sense flared again, warning of a threat coming from hundreds of meters above, high in the sky. A sniper. The sniper, who hadn't managed to contribute anything during the operation against the criminals, had now trained his sights on the hero's head. How ironic. Lexia's voice sounded behind the sniper. In the blink of an eye, Parker's spider sense warning faded away. Looking up, he saw a blur of yellow and white waving an OK sign at him from the rooftop. Receiving the signal, Parker flung both hands outward, shooting twin strands of webbing and pulling them taut to their limit as he swung back. "Sheriff, you might be a good man, but I'm afraid I can't agree to your request. Say hello to your family for me." With that shout, Parker let go and launched himself into the air. While airborne, he shot another web to a nearby rooftop, using the momentum to swing away and vanish into the darkness. Whether it was because they didn't have time or simply didn't want to, none of the police officers on the ground fired their weapons. The sniper, who had already been dealt with, remained silent as well, something that struck Captain George as odd. Before he could ask, a stranger's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Good evening, officers." Lexia spoke in a low, even tone. "The sniper is merely unconscious, so there's no need to worry. We admire your professionalism, but just like you, we are protectors of this city. Please don't treat us like criminals and don't turn your guns, meant for villains, on us. We have our own beliefs and principles. Please don't force us into opposition against the law." And to answer the question on everyone's mind, my name is Mr. Moo, a companion of Spider-Man. Some of you may have seen me before, some perhaps not, but that doesn't matter. We will meet again. Finally, I wish you all a pleasant night. Goodbye. The voice vanished from the headset. Captain George slammed his loudspeaker down in frustration. These lawless troublemakers, telling us not to push them against the law. This is a direct challenge to the police. I will find every last one of them and expose the secrets they fear the most. No one can hide in the shadows of the law and do as they please. A dozen minutes later, Parker and Lexia returned to the small building, one after the other. After pulling off his mask, Parker's mood was downcast. The thrill of his heroic adventure had been completely dispelled by just a few words from Captain George. Are we really doing the right thing? Lexia returned to find a Spider-Man already doubting himself. After thinking for a moment, Lexia said, "When you do these things, do you feel happy?" Parker nodded. He genuinely enjoyed the feeling of being a hero, and the mask gave him a freedom he didn't have in everyday life. It was like how people online can become anyone behind a screen. Under the mask, he was more talkative, more daring than usual. And what you're doing is saving people's lives. Whether it's the police or innocent bystanders caught in the chaos, for them, this is a good thing, isn't it? Parker nodded again. Whatever else could be said, just thinking of those people in the coffee shop yesterday, he was sure they all felt grateful to him. So you're happily doing something that genuinely benefits the citizens. How could that ever be wrong? But Parker hesitated. We might be breaking the law. That police chief didn't exactly seem friendly toward us. Lexia shrugged. Where's the law that says you can't go out wearing a mask? That chief is just being unreasonable. Don't mind him. He's an exception. Most officers are on your side. You're helping them out of jam. You don't ask for a dime. It's more generous than a free trial at a trade school. What's left for them to complain about? But no more buts. Tomorrow's Monday. We still have school. Go on, wash up and get some sleep, big hero. After sending Parker off with a few quick words, Lexia fell into a brief silence. Spider-Man Parker's character was just too upright and cautious. Like all classic superheroes, his first instinct when facing a criminal was to subdue them and hand them over to the authorities, not, like Lexia, to use legitimate means to make sure the criminal met their end on the spot. Take those two guys in the SUV, for example. The ones Lexia yanked out the window. If he'd tossed them aside, they wouldn't have been hit by the car. No collision, no shattered glass, and the driver wouldn't have crashed from not being able to see the road. From the moment Lexia landed on the car roof, he'd already decided how they would die. Strictly speaking, Lexia seemed to be heading down the path of an anti-hero, with ideals quite different from Spider-Man's more orthodox brand of heroism. Maybe it didn't matter much now, but who's to say it wouldn't one day spiral into a showdown worthy of Batman versus Superman? Honestly, Lexia hoped he'd never end up standing on the opposite side for Parker. But thinking about that now was pointless. People change, and nobody knows what the future holds. Shaking his head to clear out all those stray thoughts, Lexia took off his shirt, sat cross-legged atop the sacred armor chest, and once again began his punishing training routine. The sense that the sacred armor was about to awaken grew stronger and stronger. Lexia had to push his body to the limit, racing against time. He couldn't risk the embarrassment of the sacred armor emerging, only to find himself powerless, unable to ignite his own Cosmo to activate it, leaving the armor as nothing but a heavy burden on his body. Closing his eyes, Lexia resolved to take a bold gamble. Once again, the Cosmo within the sacred armor chest surged through every fiber of Lexia's being. An indescribable pain engulfed him, but he gritted his teeth, fighting the overwhelming urge to cry out. At the same time, red flames began to rise from his body. On his smooth back, a golden red vermilion bird tattoo slowly surfaced, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though a sharp phoenix cry pierced the air. With the blessing of nature's energy, Lexia's physical strength soared to a new level. Sensing this change, the sacred armor's Cosmo wasted no time in intensifying its stimulation. The sensation was beyond words. If you haven't experienced it, there's just no way to describe it. He had no idea how much time had passed. Maybe it was a century, or maybe just a cosmic instant. But when the sacred armor's Cosmo finally receded, Lexia's body was almost completely numb, and his will teetered on the edge of collapse. In a haze, his consciousness seemed to drift into a vast training ground. All around him were youths dressed in simple, time-worn clothes, enduring grueling training. Lexia found himself among them, transformed into one of their number. Nearby stood two boys about his own age, their faces blurred, but their statures roughly the same. "We must train hard and strive to become true bronze saints someday," one of them, a black-haired boy, declared with spirited enthusiasm. So it's true. When you dream, everyone just speaks Chinese. The vision flashed by in an instant, and Lexia snapped awake. He was back in the attic of the little building. Looking out through the skylight, he saw the night sky ablaze with countless stars. What I just saw, those must have been the sacred armor's memories. So, the person I've possessed is the original owner of the armor? And who was that black-haired boy? The moon set, the stars faded, and the first light of dawn crept into the sky. Another new day had begun. After a night spent in the attic, Lexia opened his eyes, rubbing his sore shoulders as he struggled to sit up. Pushing his body with nature's energy had left him utterly spent. Even after practicing the cycle of all things for most of the night, his body hadn't fully recovered. In the end, he'd managed to push himself to the brink of collapse, like someone on the verge of ascending to immortality after, well, a certain kind of overexertion. By the school lockers, Parker, who always waited there, patted Lexia's shoulder with concern as he arrived. "Hey, Lex, you're late today. Didn't sleep well last night." Lexia winced, hissing in pain. Lucia rubbed his shoulder, still tingling from the slap. Right now, his whole body felt unusually sensitive. Even the slightest touch was excruciating, let alone when Parker went all out. "I must have caught a chill last night. Fell asleep in the attic without a blanket, and now I feel awful all over." Lucia made up an excuse as he drifted toward the classroom. "You caught a cold? Maybe you should see a doctor. If you let it drag on, a small cold can turn into something much worse," came Gwen's voice from behind. Lucia and Parker both turned, smiling to greet Gwen. Ever since their transformation, saying hello to their goddess had become a casual, everyday thing. Jessica Campbell was trailing beside Gwen, shyly offering a greeting of her own, though most of her glances were reserved for Parker. Thanks to his heightened senses, Parker caught on immediately. He hadn't paid much attention to Jessica before, and there certainly hadn't been any special feelings. But after getting a vague sense that Gwen was interested in Lucia, his attitude shifted, and he started noticing other girls. Jessica, timid as a fawn and hesitant in every move, just happened to catch his eye. As it turns out, As long as a girl isn't completely unremarkable, it's surprisingly easy for a girl to win over a guy if she takes the initiative. They say a layer of veil separates a girl from a boy. Or maybe it's just a wisp of silk. The thought made Parker curve his lips into what he thought was a charming, honest smile. Physica. Hi, pie. Jessica was so flustered by Parker's greeting that she could barely form a word. Lucia shrugged, leaving the two stammering behind as he wandered on toward the classroom. When caught up to him, "Are you sure you don't need to see a doctor?" Even the school nurse could take a look. Lucia flashed what he believed was a sincere and dashing grin. "Don't worry, it's nothing contagious. It's not viral." Instantly, Gwen lost all desire to continue the conversation. Was infection really the thing she was concerned about here? Inside the classroom, students were clustered together in groups, all watching something on their phones. Every so often, someone would let out an astonished gasp. Passing by, Lucia caught a glimpse of the screen. It was a video of Spider-Man heroically battling criminals and rescuing customers at a coffee shop. Discussions about Spider-Man filled the air, with the exception of a few cynical outcasts, those who never had a childhood or friends and believed the world should revolve around them or else everything was wrong. Most students were full of admiration and praise for Spider-Man's brave deeds. Among them, Thompson's voice boomed above the rest. He had already unilaterally declared himself Spider-Man's #1 diehard fan, and if Spider-Man ever agreed to meet him in person, Thompson wouldn't even bat an eye. Lucia glanced back at Parker, who was just stepping through the door, his face full of sly amusement. Parker's lips twitched involuntarily. Thompson's sudden confession had caught him completely off guard. Spotting the group entering, Thompson hurried over to Gwen, eager and animated. "Gwen, do you have any insider info about Spider-Man? Has Uncle George told you anything special?" Gwen hadn't intended to say much, but her classmate's curiosity was relentless, and, truth be told, she did have a few tidbits no one else knew, and she was itching to show off a little. For instance, Spider-Man wasn't the only one who showed up to help. There was another person who assisted the police in catching the robbers, and last night, the two of them teamed up again to take down a group of armed criminals holding hostages. No wonder she's the police chief's daughter. Her news was more explosive than the last, and her classmates were left absolutely stunned. Holy moly! So Spider-Man isn't the only superhero around. Are they working as a team or something? Who's the other one? What's their name? Are they even stronger than Spider-Man? No one's revealed the name, and nobody's managed to snap a photo. I bet this one's even more powerful than Spider-Man. I have a wild idea. Don't drag it out, spill it. What if this other person is the Phoenix Firebird? Lexia, who had been picking his nose, nearly jabbed himself in the face. That idea really was wild. If someone didn't poke your eyes out and send you off to tell fortunes on the street with a mouth that blessed, it'd be a real waste. Fortunately, not everyone was as irrational as he was. The Phoenix Firebird theory was shot down almost immediately. No way. The news just said 2 days ago that Phoenix Firebird is a murderous psycho. How could he possibly be a superhero like Spider-Man? Exactly. Someone like Phoenix Firebird doesn't even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as Spider-Man. Still, who knows where that guy's hiding? But I believe it's only a matter of time before Spider-Man brings him to justice. A new way of thinking was starting to take root. When danger struck, people's first thought wasn't to call the police, but to hope for a superhero patrolling the city. Captain George had good reason to worry. This really was unfair to the police. Standing behind Lexia, Parker gave him a quick nudge. "Aren't you going to say something? Everyone here thinks you're the villain." Lexia glanced back. "They're calling Phoenix Firebird the bad guy, not me. Why don't you go ask Jessica out if you've got this much free time?" By the way, Gwen, the conversation, having gotten nowhere, circled back to Gwen once again. "Can you tell us anything about the other person? Anything at all? Even just a name?" Gwen shook her head slowly. "All I really know is a name. He's called Mr. Moon." "Mr. Moon. That's a good name. Sounds like someone righteous. It's 1,000 times better than Bennu Bird or Firebrand. With Spider-Man and Mr. Moon, does that mean all the crime in New York is handled between the two of them now? Handle your own business, man. New York's not some fish pond you can just take over." Lexia sighed inwardly. These classmates of his really had wild imaginations. By the way, Parker chimed in again. "I'm going on a date with Jessica tonight. Do you and Gwen want to join us?" Lexia shrugged. "You guys go ahead. They won't let me date Gwen, anyway." "What?" Lexia slumped onto his desk, exasperated. "All I want is to lose my virginity. Why is that such a crime?" While Parker was asking Lexia, Jessica was posing the same question to Gwen. It had always been Jessica's wish to go on a date with Parker, so when Parker, ever the mood killer, suggested a double date with Lexia and Gwen, Jessica hesitated but eventually agreed. "I'm going on a date with Parker tonight. Want to ask Lexia to join us. It's a good opportunity." Gwen lowered her head, considering. Jessica had a point. This really was a chance. Now that she was old enough to date, and as the top student who was both beautiful and brilliant, only the most handsome and daring boy would be worthy of her. Yet when Gwen tried to give Lexia a hint that morning, he hadn't picked up on it all. As a bold, no-nonsense American girl, she couldn't tolerate such cluelessness. If subtlety doesn't work, then it's time to be direct. I'm into you, okay? She turned to look at Lexia, trying to let her eyes communicate her determination. Just as Parker finished speaking, Lexia turned to look at her too. Their eyes met, one filled with tender affection. The other, Lexia, had a blank, deadpan stare, while his finger was still stuck up his nose. Lexia grinned awkwardly and pulled his finger out. My nose was just itchy, I swear. That's all. You don't need to explain. Gwen whipped out her phone. Hello, Dr. Connors? No, not yet. Class hasn't started. What? Really? Okay, I'll come by after school. I must be out of my mind. Turning back, Gwen apologized to Jessica. Sorry, Jess, something important came up tonight. I might not be able to make it. Really? That's a shame. Jessica thought to herself. Thank you, Dr. Connors. What a relief. This Lexia? TSK, Parker is still the real gentleman here. Lexia spent the rest of the day feeling out of sorts, convinced Gwen was staring at his fingers. I'll wash my hands, okay? Or is it that you're particularly interested in my middle finger? It's a bit longer and thicker than yours, I suppose. But I've got even better treasures if you'd like to see them. After all, he wasn't truly a 17-year-old boy anymore. Compared to his yearning for strength, Lucia's longing for anything sexy was far less intense. Not to mention that he was still feeling unwell. Even if he had fully recovered, he would have conserved his energy to continue his struggle with the sacred cloth box that night. If he were truly drained by an insatiable stallion, what hope would there be for training? Last night, in his dazed state, he'd glimpsed those two people and was struck by a sense of familiarity. Maybe, if he encountered them again, he could unravel their identities and finally solve the riddle of the sacred cloth box. The day passed uneventfully. After class, Lucia left school alone. Parker and Jessica had gone on a date, and Lucia wasn't in the mood for playing the daytime hero. With nothing pressing to do that afternoon, he decided to pay a visit to the orphanage. He had already stopped his previous part-time job. The $3,000 he'd earned at the wrestling gym would last him for a while. Besides, he'd been considering ways to start a business and make some money. Living off his savings was no long-term solution. When he arrived at the orphanage, he didn't see Grandma Joan in the lobby. After asking the children, he learned that she was ill. In her room, Grandma Joan lay weakly on the bed, her complexion pale. But when she saw Lucia, she greeted him with a smile. It's just my old ailment flaring up again, nothing to worry about. I asked Dr. Wong to prescribe me some medicine. A few doses, and I'll be fine. Since you're back, if you don't have anything urgent, could you fetch the medicine for me later? Clarice said she'd go, but I'd feel better if you handled it. Sure, I'm free. Leave it to me. After a brief chat with Grandma Joan, Lucia left the room and, together with Clarice, headed toward Chinatown. Have you been in touch with Miss Potts lately? Lucia asked as they walked, lowering his voice. Pepper's really not happy. I could tell she was exhausted when I called her last night, Clarice replied. Although Pepper hadn't ended up adopting Clarice, she still cared deeply for her, often calling to check in. And Clarice truly saw Pepper as an older sister, sharing in her troubles and feeling empathy for her struggles. You're still young. Just being able to talk with her is already a big help. There's not much you can do for her right now, so don't let it weigh too heavily on you. As they talked, they arrived at Old Wong's herbal medicine shop in Chinatown. The shop had been passed down from Old Wong's father and had been open for 70 or 80 years. Lucia used to visit often. Whenever he needed Old Wong to make a house call or fill a prescription, he would come here, so he knew everyone in the shop well. But today, as he entered, he saw an unfamiliar young man sitting behind the counter. The young man looked to be in his early 20s, his hair parted and cut to medium length. He wasn't particularly burly, but he exuded an energetic, spirited presence. The first moment she laid eyes on this man, Lexia felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest. This was someone truly skilled. The young man, upon noticing Lexia, paused ever so slightly before breaking into a smile. He stood up and asked, "Are you here to see a doctor or to pick up medicine?" Curious, Clarice chimed in. "We're here to get medicine for our grandmother." "Who are you, uncle? Why isn't Grandpa Wong here? Are you his apprentice?" With a gentle smile, the young man crouched down to her level. "One adorable little sister you are. So, what illness does your grandmother have?" "Our grandmother is the director of the Children of the Stars Orphanage," Lexia explained from the side. "The prescription was written a while ago by Mr. Wong Chu. We're just here to pick it up." Although the young man spoke with a friendly smile, every movement he made radiated the unmistakable air of someone trained in martial arts. Having studied the Dancing Tiger's 1,000 Forms, Lexia could be considered half a martial artist herself. In this vast and eclectic Marvel universe, Encountering a martial arts master or two was nothing unusual. Hearing Lexia introduce herself, the young man's eyes lit up in realization. He immediately pressed his fists together and bowed respectfully. Ah, so you're from a Children of the Stars as well. You must be Brother Lexia then. The sudden dramatic shift in manner left Lexia a little bewildered. Doing her best to imitate the young man, she awkwardly pressed her fists together in return. It's nothing really. Yes, I'm Lexia. May I ask? Well, may I ask how I should address you? She wasn't entirely sure what brother meant in this context, but calling him brother seemed safe enough. Seeing her confusion, the young man looked a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. Sorry, I'm used to greeting people this way back home. Forgot that things are different here. My surname is Zhang. I've just arrived in America to join Uncle Wang Chu. I'm a few years older than you, so you can just call me Brother Zhang. I see, Lexia replied, scratching her head in relief. As long as things didn't get any weirder, she was fine. She half expected him to suddenly tear off his shirt and shout, "Today, I'll defy the heavens," or something equally bizarre. Brother Zhang, is Dr. Wang not here today? Where did he go? Uncle Wang left the country a few days ago. Something urgent came up, and he had to leave in a hurry. I happened to arrive just in time, so I'm taking care of the clinic for now, Brother Zhang replied with a smile. I have a prescription right here. He specifically told me to expect you. Let me go fetch your medicine. Thank you, Lexia said gratefully. After delivering the medicine back to the orphanage, Lexia took the bus home to her small apartment. Her interaction with Brother Zhang hadn't been particularly deep. Their first meeting didn't call for any lengthy conversation. Neither of them were mindless martial arts fanatics. Even if they recognized each other as fellow martial artists, there was no reason to start sparring in front of Clarice. What did catch Lexia's attention, though, was the fact that Dr. Wang Chu had gone abroad. Granny Joan had mentioned before that old Wang could be surprisingly mysterious at times. Of course, these were all minor details, and Lexia didn't pay them much mind. As night fell, Lexia dragged out the box containing his sacred suit and sat atop it. With Parker absent, he had no desire to venture out alone as a nocturnal vigilante. It was far more important to seize the time to strengthen himself. Cross-legged, Lexia took off his shirt and began tending to his body using the forest all-encompassing technique. After yesterday's extreme ordeal, his power had surged once again, but it had also inflicted considerable harm on his body. If he didn't restore himself to peak condition, continued training would likely leave behind hidden injuries. Once more, the soothing sensation of natural energy washing through his body engulfed Lexia. For him now, the stimulation wasn't as intense as when he first began. Perhaps before long, as his physical strength reached a certain threshold, this sensation would disappear entirely. At the same time, inside the Osborne Tower, the experiment had entered a critical stage. Ever since Gwen had somehow obtained a decay rate algorithm, Dr. Connor's research had made a groundbreaking leap forward. Today, they were preparing to begin live subject trials. As Dr. Connor's chief intern and the very person who had provided the crucial algorithm, Gwen naturally had to witness this historic moment alongside him. Inside the lab, Gwen, dressed in a white coat, was busy recording data, while Dr. Connors operated the computer nearby. After dozens of failed attempts, the computer program finally succeeded in simulating the live experiment, signaling that they could now proceed with actual live trials. With excitement in his heart, Dr. Connors, together with Gwen, administered the injection to a lab mouse. All that remained was to wait for the results of a live reaction. Whether it succeeded or failed, this was a process that required patience. It was already getting late. After bidding farewell to Dr. Connors, Gwen left the Osborne building. Downstairs, Gwen called Captain George as he'd promised to pick her up after work. But he broke his word, getting called away on duty at the last minute. Left with no other choice, Gwen hailed a cab home on her own. In the taxi, she pulled out her phone and browsed the news. After a dozen minutes or so, she glanced up absent-mindedly and realized they were on an unfamiliar road. "Excuse me, sir, but this doesn't seem like the way to the address I gave you," Gwen couldn't help but ask. The driver glanced at her in the rearview mirror and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm just taking a shortcut. We'll be there soon." "Oh," Gwen leaned back in her seat, as if she accepted his explanation, but her fingers quietly tapped out a message on her phone. "I think I might have been kidnapped. The taxi driver's taking me down a road I don't recognize at all. Please find a way to help me." After editing the text message, Gwen sent it directly to Chief George. Almost without thinking, she forwarded another copy to Lexia. No sooner had she hit send than her phone began to ring. Before Gwen could even see who was calling, the driver brought the car to a halt and shoved something dark and menacing toward her. "Miss, hand over your phone." A cold, black gun barrel was pointed right at her. Gwen didn't dare resist and obediently handed her phone over. "The doors and windows are locked. If you don't want to get hurt, sit still and don't move. Otherwise, Don't blame me for what happens next. The driver took her phone and, without a second thought, tossed it out the window. Then he turned back and started the car again. As Gwen watched the scenery outside grow more and more desolate, panic set in completely. There was no doubt about it. She had been kidnapped, and the kidnapper was armed. At this rate, forget about her safety. Her very life might be at risk. What should I do? Can Dad find out where I've gone? Will he be able to save me in time? And then, meanwhile, inside the small building, Lexia let out a long breath. After more than an hour of cultivation, he had finally restored his body completely. Next on his agenda, tackling the sacred cloth box. He pulled out his phone and glanced absently at the time, then prepared to continue his training. But a new message caught his attention. The sender was labeled Gun. In his memory, this number belonged to Gwen, a number Lexia had secretly tracked down before. To avoid suspicion, he'd saved it in his contacts as Gun, in Pinyin, which sounded almost the same as Gwen's name. Why would Gwen send me a message? He opened it to find a cry for help. Lexia's first reaction was that it must be a prank. But then he checked the time the message was sent, 9:30 at night. The two of them weren't close enough to be pulling pranks at this hour, and besides, today wasn't April Fool's Day. Thinking it over, Lexia dialed Parker's number right away. Hey, Seiya, what's up? It's late. Parker's voice was cheerful. Apparently, his date was going well. Are you still with Jessica? Lexia didn't hesitate, getting straight to the point. You're looking for me? Oh, hi. Lexia, this is Jessica. What's going on? Jessica's voice came through the line. Do you have Gwen's home number? Can you call her house and check if she's there? Don't ask why. There's no time to explain. Just do it now and hand the phone back to Parker. After Parker took the phone again, Lexia continued. Do you know any computer hackers? I need to locate a cell phone and access city surveillance footage to track a taxi. I know someone online. I can ask him. Not long after Parker finished answering, Jessica's anxious voice came through. Gwen's mother said she's not home. Did something happen? I understand. Where are you? I'll come find you, he replied. No need. We're almost at Jessica's place. I'll come find you in a bit, Parker said, then hung up. After putting down the phone, he dialed Gwen's number, but no one answered. He had no idea what was going on. Lexia sat cross-legged and started to ponder. At noon, Gwen had taken a call from Dr. Connors. After school, she should have gone to Oscorp Tower, so it's very likely she took a cab from there. If one of Parker's friends online could access the surveillance footage, maybe they could trace where that taxi went. There wasn't a scene of Gwen being kidnapped in the movie, was there? Did my little butterfly wings end up stirring the story off course? Gwen's luck was really something. She'd barely managed to pull you out of Parker's whirlpool, only to fall into another pit herself. Her fate was nothing if not tumultuous. It's truly not something to mess with. While Parker was swinging through the city, he had already gotten in touch with his hacker friend Hyde. Once Hyde learned who Gwen was, he tossed out Lexia's earlier plan. Instead of hacking into surveillance cameras, he went straight into the police department's computer system. Since Gwen was the police chief's daughter, if she had time to text Lexia, she'd certainly have time to contact her father. Based on this, Hyde figured the police must already know and might even be working on leads. When Lexia was waiting for Parker at the small building, he had already received Hyde's message. The police have tracked Gwen's phone and are sending officers to the location. Hyde says the signal hasn't moved in over 10 minutes. The suspect might have reached the destination and could be committing the crime right now. Lexia stood up and walked to the window. Whatever the case, let's check it out ourselves. Where is it? Just as Parker finished giving the location, he saw a burst of red flames suddenly ignite around Lexia. When the flames faded, she was clad head to toe in sleek black armor. The Bennu Phoenix fire suit? Parker's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but be amazed. Lexia looked incredibly cool in her dark armor, and the transformation was fast and seamless. Lexia nodded. No time to lose. Let's get moving. Right. Parker agreed, springing onto the windowsill and shooting out a web. I'll go ahead. Before he could finish, a shadow flashed beside him. Lexia's wings snapped open, and, with a powerful sweep, she shot forward like an arrow. You can actually fly with wings? That's totally cheating. Parker swung through the air on his web, chasing after Lexia with relentless determination. He had assumed that, just like the night before, by the time he arrived and finished the fight, Lexia would still be nowhere in sight. But he forgot that last night, Lexia had been wearing Mr. Mu's yellow and white combat suit. So naturally, running on the ground couldn't compete with his web-swinging speed high above the city. Tonight, however, Lexia wore the flaming Bennu bird battle suit, and with its power fully unleashed, she soared through the sky faster than a commercial airliner. The distance was over 30 kilometers, but Lexia covered it in less than 3 minutes. The scene was a desolate stretch of land, with no buildings nearby to provide cover. Circling once in midair, Lexia spotted a ringing phone lying in the roadside grass. Damn it, Lexia nearly crushed the phone in her frustration. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she pieced together the situation. She had received the text about 20 minutes ago. If Gwen had tossed the phone right after sending it, then the kidnapper's taxi couldn't have left more than 20 minutes earlier. The road beneath her feet only led in one direction, meaning the taxi must have headed away from the city. If she followed the road, she might find a clue. If the taxi was traveling at about 70 kilometers an hour, in 20 minutes it would have covered roughly 15 kilometers. She could fly that distance in just over a minute. A minute later, Lexia found a stalled taxi in the woods beside the road. The car had turned off the main road a considerable distance ago. Had it not been for the noise the car made in the quiet night, Lexia might have missed it altogether. Inside the taxi, Gwen thought it was all over for her. In the dead of night, the driver had taken her to a remote woodland, threatening her with a gun and ordering her to undress. From the look on his face, Gwen knew he wasn't bluffing. If she dared resist, he really would pull the trigger. Yet if she didn't resist, her dignity would be lost forever. Though girls from her country might not place as much importance on chastity, it still mattered who it was with. No one wanted their first time to be stolen by force. She had to fight back. There was no other option. Gwen never considered passive compliance to save her life. She was the police chief's daughter, not a helpless damsel in distress. With her mind made up, Gwen struck back decisively. Catching the driver off guard, she managed to knock the gun from his hand. But even without the weapon, the driver was still a man, far stronger than Gwen. After a brief struggle, he pinned her beneath him, intent on taking her by force. Though her hands and feet were restrained, Gwen still had her mouth and her teeth. She sank them directly into the driver's ear. A blood-curdling scream pierced the night, echoing through the wilderness and catching Lexia's attention as she soared above. "You filthy whore!" The thug, whose ear had been half bitten off, finally snapped. He raised his hand and slapped Gwen hard across the face. The slap was vicious and heavy. If it landed, Gwen's face would be ruined. Gwen glared at the thug, her eyes full of defiance, as if to say, "Go ahead if you've got the guts, just kill me right now." Suddenly, a splash of warm liquid hit Gwen's face. She stared in shock as the thug's hand, poised to strike, flew up into the air. In the next instant, the thug's head shot skyward, a fountain of blood arcing after it. The headless body collapsed to one side, revealing a dark figure behind it. He wore flamboyantly styled, form-fitting armor and stood atop swirling, rainbow-colored clouds. Hands pressed together like a blade, he had the presence of a legendary hero. So human blood is this hot? That was Gwen's last thought before her eyes rolled back and she fainted. With a single motion, Lexia tossed the driver's corpse aside and bent down to scoop Gwen into his arms. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. She was only shocked, not physically harmed. Cradling Gwen, Lexia soared back the way he'd come, near where he'd found the phone. He ran into Parker, who was sprinting toward him. Seeing Lexia return, Parker yanked off his mask, panting. "You found her? Is she okay? Out here in the middle of nowhere, there aren't even any trees to swing from. I'm exhausted." Without buildings or trees for support, Spider-Man Parker had been reduced to the sorry state of a second-rate city bus hero. Casting a glance at some distant, faint lights, Lexia gently set Gwen down by the roadside, then grabbed Parker and lifted him into the air. 5 minutes later, a convoy of police cars raced onto the scene. After loading Gwen into one of the cars, they sped away just as quickly. Once the police were gone, Lexia carried Parker back toward the small building. While they were flying through the air, Parker couldn't hold back his curiosity. Seiya, I know this might be a bit personal, but I just have to ask, where exactly did you get that suit of armor?" "It was a bonus for topping up my phone credit," Lexia joked, finally in the mood for humor now that Gwen was safe. "Come on, be serious. I'm honestly asking you. Can't you show a little respect for my sincere curiosity?" Parker grumbled, a bit annoyed. "It's not that I don't want to tell you," Lexia replied. "It's just you really wouldn't be able to learn it. Unlike the tiger's dance of 1,000 warriors, which was really just a martial art anyone could master with enough practice, samsara, of all things, was tied to a whole different energy system. Lexia himself had only gained it thanks to a sudden, almost mystical infusion of knowledge from the Saint Armor's microcosm. He knew how to use it, but the underlying principles were a complete mystery to him. It was like a web novelist who could easily find torrents online, but if you asked him to direct a full-fledged "This Tokyo Isn't So Cold" movie, well, that would be asking for the impossible. By the time he returned to the small apartment, it was nearly midnight. After a frantic dash that ultimately ended in missing out on his run, Parker went home with a deep sense of regret. "Don't be like that. If you hadn't found that friend to help out, tonight wouldn't have gone nearly as smoothly for us," Lexia comforted him as they parted ways. Parker's brows drooped, his entire face clouded with disappointment. "Even without me, the police could have followed the clues and found Gwen. I didn't make much of a difference." As much as I hate to admit it, I really am just a supporting character. Don't lose heart. You'll be the pride of New York one day. Keep going, I believe in you. Lexia encouraged him before heading up to the attic. Although Gwen's incident had delayed things a bit, he wasn't about to skip his nightly training. He dragged out the sacred armor chest and, after collecting himself, sat cross-legged on top of it. The instant the cosmos of the sacred armor flared to life, Lexia immediately channeled the breath of nature. The vermilion bird tattoo on his back shimmered into clear view. That unspeakable pain once again tore through his body. After a long, agonizing ordeal, his consciousness began to drift, hazy and unanchored, until it landed in the vast training ground once more. All around, countless youths were pouring out their sweat in relentless training. As before, two companions with indistinct faces stood at Lexia's side. But this time, they seemed taller, the difference in their statures more pronounced. The black-haired boy who spoke last time was a bit shorter, while the blonde boy had grown a bit taller. The two were sparring, locked in combat. Though they trained on the same field, their fighting styles couldn't have been more different. The black-haired boy was bold and aggressive, his punches swift and fierce. The blonde boy moved with a scholar's grace, favoring counterattacks and deft defenses. Despite their youth, barely in their teens, their strength and speed were impressive, and every exchange followed a clear, tactical rhythm. Lexia thought to himself that, if he were to face either one of them now, he couldn't say for certain that he would win. The boys of the Saint Seiya world were all monsters, measured by no ordinary standard. According to the original timeline, Saga was only 15 when he killed Cheyenne and seized the Pope's throne. Iolos was 14, and Shura, who hunted Iolos, was just 10. That same year, Death Mask was 10, Aphrodite was 9, and the rest of the Gold Saints were as young as 7. A handful of teenagers turned Sanctuary upside down. How could anyone not be intimidated? And that's not even the half of it. Let's keep going. When the main Saint Seiya story begins, Seiya is 13. Even stretching the timeline as far as possible, the Hades arc can't have taken more than a year. At 14, Seiya defeated Hades, the god who had been stirring up chaos since the Age of Myth. He killed a god. Compared to these people, Lucia suddenly felt that his 13 or 14-year-old self was utterly clueless and incompetent, instantly drained of any zest for life. The two of them fought with wild abandon, brawling from one end of the training grounds to the other. Along the way, they smashed countless walls, pillars, and other public facilities, and even managed to drag several nearby trainees into the chaos. By the end, everyone else had wisely kept their distance. No one could say how long the battle lasted, but neither side could gain the upper hand. Yet, it seemed as if they still weren't satisfied, because when their skirmish brought them close to Lucia, they attacked him in perfect unison, as if by tacit agreement. Seeing this, Lucia hurriedly tried to perform the Dancing Tiger's thousandfold steps to dodge, but his body betrayed him, launching into a completely different fighting technique. Unlike the complex and intricate Dancing Tiger's thousandfold steps, this set of moves was swift and sharp, the attacks coming from unexpected angles. Alone, he faced both opponents, yet somehow managed to hold his own. After a long stalemate with no decisive blow struck, the two finally stopped. The black-haired boy, panting for breath, spoke. "I never thought that after all our effort, we'd still be unable to catch up to you. You really are just as amazing as ever." The name was on the tip of his tongue, so close, and at that moment, Lucia woke up. It was like having a dream that grows ever more vivid, everything falling perfectly into place, and just as you're about to reach the climax, the alarm clock blares, reminding you it's time for class. That feeling was simply, glaring out at the pitch-black night sky through his window, Lucia couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. The person he'd been in the dream was far stronger than the current Lucia. Even with that level of ability, he was only a Saint Seiya trainee, a candidate, nothing more. There was still a long road ahead. As for the identity of the person whose body he'd possessed, Lucia began to ponder. Judging from the training ground, he was almost certainly in the Sanctuary. But in the original Saint Seiya, the only bronze saint in training of the Sanctuary was Seiya himself. The black-haired boy was reminiscent of Seiya, with his outgoing nature, loud voice, and sunny disposition. But who was the blonde boy? Could it be Hyuga? Impossible. At this point in time, Hyuga should still be shivering in Siberia, not training at the Sanctuary. As for those connected to Seiya in the Sanctuary, there was only Cassios. But try as he might, Lucia simply couldn't believe that the refined, scholarly blonde boy in his dream could be Cassios. There had to be a limit to how much someone could change for the worse, right? And then there was the most important point, the identity of the person he'd possessed. He couldn't see his own appearance, so it was hard to guess, but there was one thing he could be sure of. This person definitely wasn't a girl. He couldn't quite tell clearly, but he knew all too well where those extra few ounces of flesh were. Even if he couldn't touch that extra bit, he could still sense whether or not he was wearing a mask. Since it wasn't a girl, the idea that he was an Awakens could be ruled out right away, which was a bit of a disappointment. Among the 12 gold saints, only the 2 Iolia brothers have hair close to black, while there is only one with golden hair, Shaka from the Ganges. They say no one was paired with Iolos, but if it's Iolia, that seems to fit better, and the other's personality is somewhat similar to Shaka's as well. But where could you possibly find a peer who could take on both Iolia and Shaka at the same time? Camus, Mu, Aldebaran, Milo, even their most devoted fans wouldn't dare claim they could pull that off. After all, we're talking about Iolia, who nearly became the main protagonist, and Shaka, the one closest to godhood. Let's not kid ourselves. Ruling out the Gold Saints, Lexia could only pin his hopes on the Silver Saints. Speaking of which, there was once a trio of Silver Saints assigned to Japan to assassinate and sweep out the Bronze Saints, but Lexia couldn't recall their hair colors. Who would bother? Remembering the physical features of such minor, insignificant characters, unless they were as unique as Crow Jamian or the Underworld's Frog Saint, whose names stick due to their quirks. In fact, the design and function of the silver cloths were quite impressive. For instance, Lyra. Coming up with nothing, Lexia straightened his back and began cultivating the all-encompassing cosmos. During the process, just now, he had sensed that the stimulation from the cloth box's cosmos had lessened again, which meant he was getting ever closer to building a body strong enough to withstand the cosmos. As Lexia entered his practice, a dim constellation in the southern sky flickered, almost imperceptibly. That night, the NYPD responded urgently, cracking a taxi abduction case involving a young girl within 2 hours. The perpetrator resisted arrest and attacked the officers, and was shot dead on the spot. According to police investigation, the suspect was a serial offender linked to several previous disappearances of young girls. Further details about the case were still under investigation. The next day, newspapers reported the breakthrough in the taxi kidnapping case, but the identity of Gwen was strictly kept confidential. If the public found out that the police chief's daughter could be rescued within 2 hours, while ordinary folks might never see their loved ones again, it could cause a real uproar. Gwen was unharmed, so she came to school as usual. With graduation just around the corner, she didn't want to miss classes. Thanks to the discretion of Lexia, Parker, and Jessica, none of their classmates knew what had happened the previous night. Everything went on just like any other day. During study period, Lexia went to the library, not to find any books, but simply to seek a quiet spot for some cultivation. He'd barely settled cross-legged at the base of the wall behind the shelves when footsteps echoed nearby. Moments later, Gwen rounded the shelves, arms folded, and stopped right in front of Lexia. Is something the matter? If you're here to thank me for calling the police for you last night, there's really no need. Honestly, I didn't do much. To help, if you feel you must thank someone, you should thank Parker instead. It was his friend, Harry, who gave the police the critical tip. Lexia shrugged lightly as he explained, his tone calm and matter-of-fact. After everything that happened the previous night, he'd come to a sudden realization. As someone with extraordinary abilities, dating an ordinary girlfriend could turn out to be a real headache. For starters, keeping secrets would be nearly impossible. 2 people living side by side, sharing their days, but one is kept in the dark about the other's secret life. What is this, Mr. and Mrs. Smith? Not being able to share your secrets with anyone just wears you down. Maybe, like Peter Parker in The Amazing Spider-Man, he could just come clean and reveal his identity. But then what? Every time he stepped out the door, she'd be anxiously reminding him to be careful, rattling off warnings and worries. And once he was gone, she'd be at home, nerves stretched taut, wondering if he'd be hurt, when he'd return, or if he'd return at all. Worse still, being a superhero could drag her into danger as well. Gwen's death was the clearest proof of that. On that note, Hawkeye and his wife really owed Disney a thank you. Disney's all about family-friendly stories. If it were any other studio making the Avengers, would they even have the chance to peacefully raise 3 kids together? Wishful thinking. They'd have been dead a dozen times over by now. Even Nick Fury can't keep himself safe, let alone protect women and children like them. So, whether it was to save himself future trouble or for Gwen's own good, Lexia knew it was best not to date her. He couldn't pull Gwen out from under Parker's star-crossed curse only to throw her right into a new pit of fire. Even if Lexia was destined to become a saint someday, it wouldn't make a difference. Saints can't even protect their goddess. The only reason Saori survived all those crises was sheer luck. Gwen was clearly not as tough as Saori. A single fall from a building was enough to break her neck and end her life. If it were just a fleeting, casual encounter, after which they'd go their separate ways, Lexia couldn't accept that either. It felt no different from paying for a night's company. Thank you. Gwen was unfazed by Lexia's attitude. She looked him in the eye, her voice earnest. Really, thank you. You know what I mean? Yeah, I get it. If you want to read something, just help yourself to the books. If you like it here, I can clear a spot for you. Lexia patted the floor beside him. Gwen let out a sigh. You don't have to pretend anymore. I know that person was you. If you're worried about revealing your identity and don't want to admit it, I won't force you. I also know the police haven't treated you kindly, but I believe that's all a misunderstanding. You're not someone who kills the innocent. Ahem. Lexia coughed twice and pointed behind Gwen. Gwen, I think you've really misunderstood something. I have no idea what you're talking about, especially all that killing the innocent business. None of it makes sense. I haven't even dared to kill a chicken since I was a kid. Right, sir. Gwen turned around and saw an old man with white hair, wearing a white shirt and black vest, passing by. Hearing Lexia's words, the old man responded with a wave. I've known this kid since he was little. He really couldn't bring himself to kill a chicken, but he was quite the egg expert. Sir, Lexia cut him off, exasperated. Can you hear yourself? Please, go on with whatever you were doing. We're having a serious conversation here. The old man burst out laughing and strolled away, his laughter echoing down the hall. Gwen watched the old man's retreating figure and asked quietly, Are you close with Mr. Lee, the administrator? Lexia nodded. Mr. Lee has known the director of our orphanage for years. He's getting on in age now, so don't take everything he says to heart. Anyway, do you want to sit down? When Lexia said this, he was actually hinting that Gwen could leave if she had nothing else to do. But unexpectedly, Gwen simply sat down right next to him. You actually sat down. Wait, are you sure it's okay to sit on the ground in a short skirt? Lexia was at a loss. Was Gwen trying to make a move? Or was he just overthinking it? It's fine. I'm wearing safety shorts. Gwen sat cross-legged beside him, her whole body leaning toward him, just like a girl cuddling up to her boyfriend's shoulder. Hey, don't. Lexia tried to scoot away, but Gwen suddenly caught hold of his arm. You don't have to say it. I already understand. Gwen rested her head on Lexia's shoulder and whispered, Even though I passed out last night before I did, I saw the person who saved me. Black hair, slim build. It looked exactly like you. And besides, only my dad and you knew about my kidnapping. If it wasn't you, how could that person have shown up at just the right moment and taken down the kidnapper without mercy? Maybe. Lexia felt as though his arm had been caught in a soft trap, a trap that was slowly sapping away his willpower and resolve. Do you remember that morning when you landed on our balcony? Gwen interrupted Lexia's explanation. My dad was out on a mission the night before. He said someone called Benya Blaze had killed a lot of people. Later, I saw a photo of Benya Blaze online. He was wearing the exact same pants as you. Are you really going to say all of this is just a coincidence? The weather wasn't hot yet, but Lexia felt a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. He thought he'd been so careful, and yet there were so many holes in his story when it came to Gwen. These are just your suspicions. You can't accuse someone without any evidence. You're not wrong, Gwen nodded. Actually, I was thinking of asking my dad if he had any more leads on Benya Blaze. What do you think? If he knew all this, would he be able to figure out Benya Blaze's true identity? If her father, Chief George, started looking into him, this so-called ordinary life would be over in an instant. That would be the kind of scrutiny you couldn't escape from, even in death. So, you haven't told your dad about any of this, have you? Lexia narrowed his eyes. Oh, you're not denying it anymore. Gwen's eyes curved into a sly smile. Lexia raised one hand, a hint of playful foolishness in his gaze. Well, if I just take you out, then nobody will ever know, right? Faced with Lexia's threat, Gwen didn't look scared at all. In fact, her face lit up with excitement. You really, Gwen glanced around and lowered her voice to a whisper. Are you really Benya Blaze? No. Lexia dropped his hand and stood up, ready to leave. There was no way he could keep practicing now. He never imagined that, after all his careful planning, it would be a pair of pants that tripped him up in the end. That's why, as the saying goes, never do anything you'll regret. No matter how meticulous you are, it's nearly impossible to erase every trace. In the end, you can't escape justice. Gwen jumped up to chase after him. This is unbelievable. It's like something out of a dream. Do you realize it? I never thought I'd have a real-life superhero from a comic book right by my side. Oh my god, this is just too. Lexia neither admitted nor denied it. He couldn't come up with any more lies to cover his tracks, so he simply chose not to answer. Does anyone else know about this? Does Parker know? Lexia headed straight for the classroom, determined not to say another word to Gwen for the rest of the day. This girl genius was just too dangerous. He stayed silent, but Gwen wasn't about to let it go. As she walked alongside him, she kept analyzing. Jessica said that yesterday, when you called, Parker did exactly what you told him without asking any questions. And after dropping her off at home, he went straight over to your place. So, Parker knew your identity from the very beginning, and it's very likely he's your sidekick. Just like how so many superheroes have assistants. Someone with a headset, coordinating everything from a van packed with gadgets, right? That must be it. Gwen gave herself a mental high five for being so clever. As she walked past Parker's desk on her way into the classroom, she leaned in and whispered in his ear, "I know your secret now. You'd better treat Jessica well from now on, or I'll expose you." Parker was so startled that he almost shot a web right onto Gwen's mouth, but fortunately, he managed to hold back. Gwen grinned triumphantly and was about to leave, but as she glanced down at the notebook on Parker's desk, she suddenly froze. His handwriting looked so familiar, as if she'd seen it somewhere before. Gwen closed her eyes and thought for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. She grabbed a pen and scribbled a formula on a piece of paper. "Do you recognize this?" Parker looked down and, completely taken aback, exclaimed, "How do you know this equation?" Gwen was just as shocked as Parker. "How do you know this equation?" The two of them stared at each other, wide-eyed. Gwen shook her head to clear her thoughts. "Here's the thing. I found a crumpled ball of paper with a bunch of formulas on it. Did you write that?" Parker thought for a second, then nodded. "Yeah, I think I wrote it once." Gwen, delighted, put a hand on Parker's shoulder. "Where did you see this formula? And is there anything related to it? Could you introduce it to me? It's really important for me, for Dr. Connor's experiment." "What experiment?" "Is Dr. Connors starting live experiments with the lizard regeneration gene?" Parker's eyes lit up with excitement. He'd always suspected that his own transformation was due to the spider gene, so if Dr. Connors was starting related experiments, he was especially eager to know the outcome. After all, it could tell him whether he might suffer any side effects. Gwen shook her head. "We just finished injecting the lab mice last night. I still don't know the final results. Can I come watch tonight? I'm really interested in this." As two academic overachievers, Parker and Gwen immediately hit it off and decided on the spot to go to the Oscorp lab together that evening to see the results. Lexia hadn't planned on joining them. He was eager to get back and work on his Sacred Cloth Box project. But Parker insisted on dragging him along, and since he really couldn't refuse, Lexia reluctantly agreed. After school that evening, the three of them made their way to Oscorp. With Gwen leading the way, they headed straight to Dr. Connor's laboratory. Normally, the lab would still be bustling at this hour, with plenty of people working late. But tonight, for some reason, the place seemed unusually quiet. Even the lights were dim. After unlocking the door, Gwen led the two of them inside, and they found Dr. Connors fast asleep at his desk in the office. Lexia glanced quietly at Dr. Connor's right arm, which hung beneath the table, and thought to herself, too late. It looked like Dr. Connors had already injected himself with the lizard serum. The right hand that Dr. Connors had once lost had now grown back, its surface wrapped in something that resembled a cocoon. This was the fruit of the lizard's regenerative gene. But it wouldn't be long before this gene would spread rapidly throughout Dr. Connor's body, and then he would transform into a monstrous, humanoid lizard. He would become the true lizard. Though this transformation was not permanent, his fighting prowess was formidable. His strength and speed rivaled even Spider-Man Parker's, and the thick skin covering him offered tremendous protection, able to shrug off most small-caliber bullets. As Gwen and Parker moved to wake Dr. Connors, Lexia lingered behind, loosening her joints and preparing herself for the battle that might soon break out. When Dr. Connors awoke and saw his regrown right hand, he was nearly moved to tears with joy. "Congratulations, Doctor. The experiment was a success." Gwen and Parker offered their heartfelt congratulations. But upon learning that Parker was actually his former colleague Richard Parker's son, Dr. Connors' joy clouded over in an instant. Years ago, it was Richard Parker's departure that led to the loss of all the experimental data on spider genes, forcing Dr. Connors to restart his research from scratch. Without Richard Parker's genius touch, Dr. Connors' progress had been painfully slow. It took more than a decade. Only after Richard Parker's algorithm for decay rates finally resurfaced did he reach the stage of live experiments. Yet, even so, he was still a step behind. Oscorp had already cut his funding and was about to throw him out. All of this he owed to Richard Parker. But now, in this moment of triumph, he was in too good a mood to hold it against Parker. Still, just because Dr. Connors chose not to hold a grudge didn't mean others felt the same. While the three talked, Lexia remained silent, standing a little apart. She quietly pulled a roll of white cloth from her backpack and began wrapping it around her hands with deliberate care, as if performing a ritual. Lexia's heart was pounding with excitement, for at last she would have a chance to cut loose and fight to her heart's content. Until now, she'd never had a truly worthy opponent. She knew Parker too well to go all out against him, and the one time she'd face Hawkeye, his endless barrage of trick arrows had left her running in circles, her pent-up frustration never finding release. If she couldn't stand her ground and fight with fists and feet, then what kind of Saint Seiya was she supposed to be? And now, the soon-to-transform Dr. Lizard stood before her, the perfect opponent she'd been waiting for. Dr. Connors, deep in conversation, didn't sense any hostility from Lexia. Still lost in the exhilaration of regaining his arm, he had no reason to pay attention to someone as inconsequential as Lexia. After exchanging a few words with Parker and Gwen, Dr. Connors paused the discussion and stepped aside to make a phone call. When he hung up, his face had darkened. The sharply dressed Indian man was already on his way to the Veterans Center with the serum in hand, something Dr. Connors had previously refused in no uncertain terms. "We have to stop him," Dr. Connors blurted, then collapsed forward toward the floor. Parker reacted instantly, catching him before he hit the ground. Gwen rushed forward to help, but Lexia gently held her back. Shaking his head, Dr. Connors managed to get to his feet, clearly rattled and unstable. Grabbing Parker by the collar, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "We have to stop him. We must." Parker grimaced awkwardly. "Could you at least tell me who you're trying to stop?" "You don't understand," Dr. Connors yelled, shoving Parker aside and stumbling toward the door. A figure blocked his path. "Lexia." "Doctor, you're not looking well. Here's a friendly suggestion. Sit down, have a glass of cold water, and calm yourself." Dr. Connors glared at Lexia, a sudden surge of agitation welling up inside him. "Don't get in my way. Get out now." Green scales began to shimmer along his neck, and the newly regrown right hand started to show signs of transformation. The lizard was about to emerge. "Parker," Lexia called, flexing his knuckles, "go after that Indian man. Gwen, help him recognize the guy. I'll stay and have a proper academic discussion with the doctor." "Academic discussion? What could you possibly?" Gwen started, incredulous. Lexia, barely a student, discussing research with a PhD advisor? The only thing he could contribute was perhaps postnatal care for sows. But Parker simply took her by the arm and hurried out of the office. Parker could be indecisive. He struggled to find his own direction. But ever since teaming up with Lexia, he'd come to trust Lexia's judgment and decisiveness. He'd started to follow Lexia almost blindly. If Lexia asked him to do something, he wouldn't question it. After things settled, Lexia would always give him an explanation. Once Parker and Gwen had left, Lexia shrugged off his jacket, revealing a white tank top just like Uncle Wolf's. His muscular build stretched the fabric taut, not quite as explosive as Uncle Wolf's, but still radiating a rugged masculinity. "Doctor, don't hold back that fire inside you. Let out. There's no one else here now. No need to worry about being seen." "What are you talking about?" Dr. Connors clenched his fists so tightly it seemed he was trying to hold something back. Yet whatever it was, it clearly wasn't something a bookish scholar like him could restrain. As his emotions spiraled out of control, Dr. Connors could no longer suppress the lizard genes within him. Starting from his newly grown right hand, green scales rapidly spread across his entire body. At the same time, his frame swelled and expanded, growing in moments into a towering lizard man over 2.5 meters tall. This transformation is absolutely wild. Why couldn't I have crossed over to the world of Sailor Moon instead? Le chien muteur. If I'd landed there, I could hound those 5 ladies every day and force them to transform. While Lucia was busy grumbling, Dr. Connors had already completed his transformation into the lizard. As was customary in such moments, the newly transformed creature would clench his fists, throw back his head, and unleash a roar to announce his presence to the world. Naturally, the lizard was no exception. He drew in a breath, ready to let out his earth-shaking bellow, only to have a fist, hard as steel, crash into the side of his face before he could utter a sound. Caught off guard, the roar stuck in his throat, nearly causing him to bite his own tongue. The lizard staggered back a step, his slit pupils blazing with anger. "You little," he tried to snarl, but Lucia was already on him, landing another punch to the side of his face, and once again cutting him off mid-sentence. "Do you really want everyone to see you looking so imposing right now, Dr. Connors? You?" The lizard felt the argument was annoyingly reasonable, but fury still flared within him. As a powerful genetic warrior, he couldn't stand being interrupted over and over. When he saw Lucia's fist coming for him again, he raised an arm to block while his other hand, claws extended, shot forward, aiming to pierce Lucia's side and make the arrogant brat pay. But the expected blow never landed. His claws struck only air. In a blur, Lucia twisted away, and then the lizard felt a sudden, brutal impact under his chin that sent his whole body flying. There was a crash as the lizard's massive body smashed into the ceiling, then thundered down onto the floor, making the entire level tremble with the force of his fall. Lucia landed lightly, flexing his fingers with a slight ache. The lizard's defenses really weren't just for show. Despite Lucia's current strength and physical prowess, he still couldn't break through that armor. The fight had been satisfying, but the lizard seemed completely unscathed. Not even a drop of blood had been drawn. The lizard clambered to his feet, shaking with rage, nearly beside himself. "You bastard!" I'll tear you to pieces. Seeing the lizard standing there, not the least bit injured, Lucia just smiled. That's fine by me. This way, I won't have to worry about breaking you. No sooner had those words left his lips than blazing flames surged around Lexia. A piercing, soaring cry like that of a phoenix rang out. In the blink of an eye, Lexia transformed into a fearsome firebird, darting straight toward Dr. Lizard. Dr. Lizard had no time to dodge. The firebird crashed into him head-on, sending his body hurtling backward against his will. Just behind him, not far away, loomed an enormous floor-to-ceiling window. With a tremendous crash, the glass shattered into 1,000 shards. Lexia, still bearing Dr. Lizard before him, burst out of the Oscorp tower and didn't stop. He soared upward, heading straight for the rooftop. Though Dr. Connor's office was empty, it was still inside Oscorp Tower, a building full of people, far from an ideal place for a confrontation of this kind. Neither Lexia's current form nor Dr. Lizard's appearance could risk being seen by the public. Oscorp Tower rose 108 stories high, towering over all the neighboring skyscrapers with unmatched majesty. Even the Empire State Building, a New York landmark of similar height, stood at just 102 floors, and it was some distance away. Night had already fallen, the sky cloaked in darkness. Unless someone happened to fly a helicopter overhead, no one would spot them up here. Upon landing, the flames shrouding Lexia faded away, and the inky garment that had carried him aloft vanished with them. Now, he would face Dr. Lizard not as anything more than a humble Saint Seiya candidate, a rival of equal strength. This was both a trial and a test for him, a chance to temper himself through battle. Dr. Lizard tumbled to the side. The lizard genes slowed his mind, making his movements almost entirely instinctual. In that moment, he saw nothing but his enemy, Lexia. His claws, his fangs, his powerful tail, all were itching for a fight, ravenous for release. With a savage roar, Dr. Lizard dropped to all fours. Muscles coiled, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, pure force propelling his body through the air. Mid-flight, he slashed out with razor-sharp claws, aiming straight for Lexia's chest. Excellent. Lexia's heart surged with anticipation. He let go of all hesitation. Dodging never even crossed his mind. He had long craved a fierce, exhilarating battle to forge his body stronger. No elemental force, no enchanted garb. He relied solely on the strength of his own flesh, charging forward. In the instant they collided, Lexia swept aside Dr. Lizard's wrist with one arm, while the other formed a tight fist and struck out, beating Dr. Lizard to the punch with a powerful blow. Dr. Lizard's claw carried the force of at least a ton, and though Lexia deflected the attack at the wrist's weak point, he was still sent flying by the immense power behind it. But Lexia's fist landed squarely in Dr. Lizard's abdomen. With a thunderous impact, both men were hurled backward, neither one left unscathed. Lucia felt his entire left arm go numb and limp, while on the other side, Dr. Lizard had taken a blow to his soft underbelly. Although his muscles absorbed part of the impact, Lucia's several hundred kilograms of force, focused into a small fist, still sent a violent shock through the doctor's internal organs. After this round of probing attacks, the two had gained a better understanding of each other, and so they clashed once more. Lucia knew that without the protection of the myriad phenomena and the sacred cloth, he was absolutely outmatched in terms of strength. If he tried to go head-to-head, he would definitely be at a disadvantage, but so what? Even if he ended up battered and bruised, he was determined to put on a spectacular fight. In the world of the saints, perhaps there were rare geniuses like Shaka, who could meditate with their eyes closed and effortlessly gain experience until reaching the peak. But that was the exception, not the rule. Most saints fought their way out of blood-soaked battles, step by step. Lucia might have had his body tempered by the sacred cloth's cosmos, granting him strength and speed beyond ordinary people. But these gifts weren't earned bit by bit through his own hard work. It was like Duan Yu's Northern Darkness divine skill. He might have absorbed a stomach full of inner power, but when it came to wielding the Six Meridian sword, he fumbled along as if plagued by some embarrassing ailment. To make sure that his unfamiliar body wouldn't become a burden during future battles with supervillains, so that at a critical moment, he wouldn't end up letting himself down, Lucia made the decision to fight barehanded, without holding anything back. After all, if he couldn't even go all in against Dr. Lizard, who was also not fully attuned to his own body, then what was the point? He might as well go back to the orphanage, find an older woman, and muddle through the rest of his life as her little husband. Dr. Lizard's sharp claws sliced through the air, viciously swiping at Lucia's head. Lucia clenched his fist and drove it straight toward those claws. A harsh, splintering crack resounded. Lucia's bones felt as if they had shattered, and a wave of searing pain shot from his fist up the entire length of his arm. Taking advantage of the momentum, he staggered back a few steps. His right arm dangled uselessly at his side, dislocated and bleeding from several deep gashes left by the lizard's claws. The skin was torn open, muscle exposed, and blood dripped steadily down to the ground. "I thought you'd be more impressive, but it seems this is all you've got," Dr. Lizard taunted, flexing his slightly numb claws as he stood his ground. That last exchange meant little to him. Even if his arm had been broken, he could simply rely on his lizard genes to regenerate a new one. If this is the best you can do, then prepare to die. With that threat, Dr. Lizard shot forward like a cannonball once more. Lucia dived to the side with nimble footwork. In one swift, decisive motion, he grabbed his own wrist with his left hand and forcefully reset his dislocated right arm. Dr. Lizard saw Alexia dodge, and a sinister grin briefly curled at the corners of his mouth. In a flash, he spun around, and his thick, long tail swept through the air at an eerie angle, striking Lexia squarely across the face with a sharp, whipping sound. Lexia had no experience fighting reptiles, so there was no way to avoid the attack. The blow was swift, precise, and ruthless, sending him flying through the air. Dr. Lizard reached out and grabbed Lexia by the leg, then effortlessly swung him in a wide arc and slammed him down toward the ground with brutal force. This scene had played out before in Avengers 1. Loki of the Norse gods had been battered by the Hulk, tossed around like a broken rag doll, and left lying helpless in a crater, face full of despair. Lexia wasn't sure if his body was as tough as Loki's. If he actually hit the ground from that height, he figured he'd be done for. Mid-air, Lexia tightened his core, forcing his body to curl upward. He latched onto Dr. Lizard's arm with both hands, then kicked fiercely at the creature's armpit. The moment Dr. Lizard stiffened in pain, Lexia wrenched free his leg, and with a sudden burst of strength, locked both arms around Dr. Lizard's limb. With a powerful heave, Lexia managed to pry the massive creature off balance. Dr. Lizard crashed in the nearby wall with a thunderous impact, leaving a fist-sized crack splintering through the concrete. Lexia let out a heavy breath, relief washing over him. That was close, he thought. At this moment, Lexia felt a surge of gratitude for Master Tonghu. Without his self-created technique, the roaming tiger's thousand-fold dance, Lexia would have been a goner just now. Although Dr. Lizard had taken quite a beating, he seemed virtually unharmed. After landing, he flipped back to his feet, shook the dust off like a wild animal, and crouched low with a furious growl rumbling from his throat. This guy was tough as nails, practically indestructible. Lexia flexed his blood-smeared, battered arms. The collision just now had probably jarred his bones, and the agony from his dislocated joints and several deep cuts would have left an ordinary person writhing and unable to move. Even Spider-Man, after taking a bullet to the thigh, found it hard to muster strength. But for Lexia, these problems almost didn't seem to exist. His body had already endured pain countless times worse than this during training atop the sacred armor chest. He'd long since grown used to pain. As long as his arms weren't broken and he could still move, he wasn't about to back down. "Come on," Lexia roared and charged straight at Dr. Lizard. Dr. Lizard, not to be outdone, bellowed in return and rushed forward. The two clashed once more. Now that Lexia had adapted to Dr. Lizard's fighting style, he gradually found his own rhythm. While dodging attacks with nimble footwork, he traded blows, fists and kicks colliding with claws. And a massive tail. Though he couldn't avoid getting caught a couple of times, and his limbs were going numb from the hits, he drove Dr. Lizard back further and further with each exchange. Thanks to his formidable defenses, Dr. Lizard managed to hold his ground. Though the scene was far from pretty, he was not in danger of being defeated in an instant. To reach the rehabilitation center for wounded veterans, they had to cross the sea via a large bridge. It was rush hour, and the bridge was so jammed with vehicles it looked more like a parking lot than a road. Parker, riding a skateboard, zipped through the traffic with Gwen in tow. "Gwen, keep your eyes peeled. Don't let anything slip by," he called out. "Don't worry," Gwen replied with a confident nod. "You should have faith in my observation and memory. I am, after all, the top student in our class." "Can you not bring that up?" Parker muttered. Halfway across the bridge, after scanning hundreds of cars, Gwen finally spotted a black Mercedes belonging to Oscorp among the traffic. She glanced inside, and after a quick look at the man in the back seat, she confirmed his identity. "That's the car, and that's the person Dr. Connors is looking for. He's got the serum on him. I'll go talk to him," Gwen said before hurrying toward the vehicle. From a distance, Parker watched as Gwen knocked on the car window and exchanged words with the man in the suit sitting in the back seat. The suited man, with an air of indifference, waved her off dismissively, clearly eager to be rid of her. Gwen's patience snapped. Grabbing the window frame, she shouted, "Sir, Dr. Connors has said this serum is not ready for human trials. You can't do this. It's a violation of human rights and a gross disregard for life. The man paid her no mind, turning away and signaling the driver to roll up the window. Without hesitation, Gwen thrust her arm through the window and grabbed the man's jacket. "Sir, please hand over the serum. If you don't, I'm not letting go." The window rose, the glass pressing painfully against her arm, but Gwen refused to back down. If she couldn't retrieve the serum today, she was prepared to stand her ground right here. Feeling Gwen's grip on his jacket, and knowing the serum was in the inner pocket, the man quickly pulled the vial out and held it far from her reach, glaring at her. "This serum doesn't belong to Dr. Connors. It's property of Oscorp, and we have the right to use it however we choose," he said coldly. "Miss, I suggest you stop this nonsense, or I'll have to call the police." Seeing the serum, Gwen desperately tried to snatch it, but her arm was wedged in the window and she couldn't reach. "You're Dr. Connors' intern, aren't you? I think I've seen you before. You realize I have the authority to revoke your position, and even jeopardize your chances of getting into college. For the sake of your education, I advise you to think carefully and act wisely." Gwen bit her lip, not expecting the other side to threaten her with her academic future. That was undoubtedly her Achilles heel. If she couldn't get into a good university, then all her years of hard work would have been for nothing. Still, even in the face of this threat, Gwen didn't back down. She shook her head and replied firmly, "Sir, no matter what you say or do, I have to take the serum back today." "In that case, I'm afraid I have no choice," the man called Asan said, reaching into his pocket for his phone and starting to dial. "I'll notify the HR department right now." Suddenly, a thin strand of white web shot in from the distance, threading perfectly through the car window and sticking right onto the serum in Asan's hand. Asan barely registered a blur in front of his eyes before the web yanked the serum out through the window and into the hands of someone perched on the guardrail in the distance, dressed in a bizarre costume. Parker had already changed into his Spider-Man suit. Now, crouched on the edge of the bridge like some oddball, he held the lizard serum up to the lamplight, examining it curiously. "Excuse me, miss over there, could you explain what this is?" he called out. "I was just passing by when I heard you say it's dangerous. If that's the case, I'll be taking it with me. Dangerous things shouldn't be carried around carelessly." "Spider-Man." Gwen turned, her face lighting up with delight as she looked at Parker. She didn't know who was behind the mask, but the voice was familiar. With all the praise her classmates heaped on Spider-Man, she couldn't help but trust him too. "That's an experimental serum, highly unstable. Please, Spider-Man, don't give it back to him. He's planning to use it for illegal experiments." The driver stuck in traffic had already overheard Gwen and Asan's argument, but hadn't paid much attention until Spider-Man showed up. Now, all eyes were on the scene. Many people got out of their cars, curious, and even some younger kids started gathering around, drawn in by the commotion. Such is the power of a hero. Meeting your idol in person is the best kind of excitement. "I see, that makes sense. All right, everyone, hello." Parker waved cheerfully to the onlookers, then called through the car window, "My friend in there. I'll be taking this for now. If you want it back, please visit the NYPD. If they say it's okay, you can pick it up. No need to thank me. Goodbye." With a playful salute toward the car, Parker leaned back and vanished from view. By the time the crowd rushed to the guardrail to look down, he was already gone. In the shadows beneath the bridge, Parker quickly changed back into his regular clothes. Taking advantage of the confusion, he slipped up the other side of the bridge, crossed the street, and made his way to Gwen's side. "Gwen, what are you doing here?" Parker pretended to run into Gwen by chance, stepping forward to help her pull her arm back in through the car window. "It's already so late. Why aren't you home yet? Let me give you a ride." As soon as Parker finished speaking, he took out his skateboard. After helping Gwen onto it, he gave a push with his foot and the two of them sped away. Asan stood there, staring blankly at the spot where they had disappeared, his mind momentarily frozen. What had just happened? On the way back, Gwen remained silent, her eyes blankly fixed on the road ahead. Parker skillfully weaved the skateboard through the traffic, and after a moment, he couldn't help but glance up and ask, "What are you thinking about?" "I saw Spider-Man take the serum just now. Didn't he say he would deliver it to the police? Dr. Rada's plan has failed, and we've pretty much fulfilled Dr. Connor's request." Gwen turned her head, narrowing her eyes. "You're Spider-Man, aren't you?" Parker's foot slipped, and he nearly crashed into an oncoming car. What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Spider-Man, didn't everyone see him leave just now?" he said, forcing himself to sound calm, though his skateboard had slowed without him realizing it. "Lexia has already admitted he's Benya Birdwalla. At first, I thought you were just his assistant, but I never imagined you were Spider-Man. Don't deny it. I recognize your voice." Gwen called out Parker's lie directly, leaving him at a complete loss. "Who would have thought, Lexia, with your honest face, that you'd betray the revolution too?" Atop the Osborn Tower, Lexia suddenly sneezed for no reason. Across from him, The lizard doctor seized the opening and counterattacked, whipping him aside with his powerful tail. After such a prolonged fight, Lexia was running out of stamina. Though his fighting spirit was still burning bright, his arms and legs felt weighed down, and his movements grew sluggish, his strength not as fierce as it had been at the start. In contrast, the lizard doctor's formidable endurance left him as energetic as ever, unfazed by the beating he'd taken. He looked like he could take on 10 more rounds without breaking a sweat. Slammed into the wall by the lizard's tail, Lexia came to a stop, feeling as if his whole body was about to fall apart. He was close to his limit. Seeing the lizard doctor approach with a smile, Lexia realized that without a miracle, by this time next year, the weeds on his grave would be knee-high. As the lizard doctor loomed over Lexia, raising his vicious claws, Lexia found himself too weak to dodge. All he could do was watch helplessly as those claws came down. It's a fact. When people are pushed to their limits, they can unleash extraordinary power. Just as the claws were about to strike, a sudden flash of inspiration blazed through Lexia's mind, as clear as a vision. A rugged man clad in coarse linen stood before the 3 children and spoke in a loud, clear voice. In the beginning, the universe was a single whole. Over 10 billion years ago, the Big Bang gave birth to the universe as we know it today. Everything that exists came into being from that original whole. Each fragment, each entity, carries within it a little universe of its own. Human beings are among these entities in the universe. Naturally, we too possess our own inner microcosm. This little universe is the source of our latent cosmic energy, the wellspring of human strength. The power of a saint is drawn forth by igniting this inner cosmos, unleashing immense destructive force. The Milky Way, the stars, the earth itself, flowers, grass, trees, stone, everything is made up of atoms. True destruction means shattering matter at the atomic level. The explosive force of the inner cosmos is, in essence, the power to break atoms apart. Upon hearing this, the 3 children each stepped up to a massive boulder. Clenching their fists, they struck out at the stones before them. With a thunderous crash, the boulders shattered, crumbling into gravel at their feet. The inner cosmos. In that fleeting instant, it was as if the veil over Lu Xia's eyes had been lifted. A sudden understanding dawned at his heart. As razor-sharp claws came slashing down, Lu Xia calmly raised a single finger to meet them. Faced with such enormous, deadly talons, that lone finger seemed as feeble and absurd as a mantis trying to stop a chariot or an ant shaking a tree. Dr. Lizard laughed. His returning intelligence assured him that the boy before him had been thoroughly played with, so much so that he couldn't even muster a proper defense. How dare you meddle in my plans? Soon, I'll tear you limb from limb and throw you down from here, until there's nothing left of you but dust and bone. Dr. Lizard had made up his mind. He would make sure Lu Xia suffered today. Swoosh! The claws came down, but the expected sensation of impact never arrived. Dr. Lizard's eyes widened in shock. His right claw had vanished. From elbow to fingertips, it had turned to ash and blown away in a neat, gray cloud. No! Dr. Lizard howled in despair. He had only just recovered that right hand, and now it was gone again. Just like that, he couldn't accept it. Raising his left hand, he prepared to strike once more. He convinced himself that the last mishap was due to some flaw in his lizard genes. While his left hand remained unchanged, he would deliver a fatal blow to Lu Xia. Lu Xia lifted a single finger, leaning back against the wall. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were bright and clear. Dr. Connors, are you sure you want to risk your left hand just to test the power of this finger? Dr. Lizard froze. Muscles rippled in his right arm, as if a new hand was trying to grow. That could only mean his right arm's disappearance wasn't a result of gene failure, but was it the destructive power of that single finger? Are you the devil? Dr. Lizard's raised left claw froze midair, his fingers twitching but not daring to strike down. A new worry crept over him. If his left arm disappeared as well, what would he use for experiments once he turned human again? What would be the point of anything then? The two stood locked in a tense standoff when, suddenly, a line of web shot in from outside the staircase, anchoring itself to the rooftop structure. With a swift swing of the web, Parker brought Gwen soaring up, landing both of them atop the building. As soon as they laid eyes on the towering Dr. Lizard, both newcomers gasped in unison. Oh my God! What's going on here? Lexia! Their attention, drawn for a moment by the monstrous figure, quickly shifted to Lexia, who was slumped against the wall, clearly worse for wear. The arrival of newcomers, one of whom looked suspiciously like Spider-Man, made Dr. Lizard panic. He immediately tried to make his escape. But as soon as he took a step, the lizard traits began to fade from his body. In moments, The hulking creature over 2 meters tall shrank back into the thin, one-armed Dr. Connors. Doctor! Gwen rushed forward to steady Dr. Connors, her face crumpling with disbelief. What on earth is happening? Today, Gwen felt as if her entire worldview had been turned upside down. The boy she liked had become a nocturnal avenger. Her overachieving classmate had transformed into a city vigilante, and her mentor, the gentle and scholarly Dr. Connors, had turned into a revolting, terrifying lizard man. What the hell? Did I get traumatized last night, and now I'm just sleepwalking through a nightmare? Gwen started to seriously question reality. Parker hurried over to support Lexia, his face tight with worry as he took in the blood seeping from Lexia's wounds. Are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital. He raised his hand, ready to fire off another web. Lexia grabbed his arm. Dude, just look at me. Do you really think I can handle your skyscraper trapeze act right now? With my luck, I'll be dead before we're halfway there. If these wounds don't finish me off, your swinging definitely will. Then what we do? If we don't act, you'll lose too much blood. Parker was at a loss, panic written all over his face. No matter what, he couldn't bear to lose Lexia as a friend. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. Lexia shook his head. All his injuries were superficial. The vital energy of nature was already sealing his wounds, stopping the bleeding. He still looked like a mess. Natural energy could close his wounds, but the pain was as real as ever. Yet Lexia was uncharacteristically elated. He had finally succeeded. After slogging through over 40 chapters and 90,000 words, the dumb author had finally grown a conscience and let him awaken his microcosmic power, the very extraordinary strength that had haunted and inspired him since childhood. From this day on, he could finally declare to the world, loud and clear, who he truly was. I am Lexia, a saint warrior devoted to defending love and justice upon this land. Any evil that dares to set foot here must first answer to my fists. Over there, Dr. Connors looked at Gwen as if waking from a long, bewildering dream. Gwen? What just happened? Gwen asked in confusion. You don't remember any of it? Dr. Connors nodded, then shook his head, struggling to recall. No, I remember. I think I turned into some kind of monster, and I almost killed someone. Where's that person? He stood up and looked over at Lexia, who smiled and waved lightly. Hello, Dr. Connors. Thank you for your generous hospitality. I'm really sorry for how things turned out. I never expected. Dr. Connors buried his face in his hands, frustrated. All I wanted was to get my arm back. To be honest, Dr. Connors wasn't a bad person at heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved Parker from falling off the building just before losing his arm. Most of the evil impulses came from the lizard genes. It's all right, Doctor. There's no need to blame yourself, Lexia said, straightening up and walking over to stand beside him with a warm smile. Actually, I should thank you. Without you, who knows how much longer I would have wandered, lost on my own path. Seeing the genuine smile on Lexia's face, Dr. Connors finally let out a relieved breath. Would someone please explain what's going on here? Gwen called out, frowning, as if she was the only ordinary person left in the room. Lexia shot her a look. Maybe you should just quit the group chat. After Parker returned the serum he'd snatched from the other scientists to Dr. Connors, the incident finally came to a close. Dr. Connors, after experiencing it firsthand, now understood the true results of his experiment. The lizard gene could indeed regenerate lost limbs, but also triggered frightening lizard-like mutations in the human body. And there was another crucial problem. The serum's effects were only temporary. After a certain period, all gene-induced changes would disappear. In other words, the serum was a failed product that still needed much more research and refinement. As the bystander of the whole affair, Gwen was invited by Dr. Connors to take part in future experiments. However, due to the Osborne Corporation, the lab was about to enter a period of tight funding. So tight, in fact, that they need to find a new location for their work. Lexia and Parker both tactfully avoided the topic of funding. Even if they sold everything, they could never scrape together enough money for the research. After a brief discussion with Gwen, Dr. Connors decided to head back to the lab to gather and take his research data. After all, these were his own hard-won results. He couldn't simply hand them all over to the Osborne Corporation. In the lab, Gwen carefully cleaned and dressed Lexia's wound. She insisted that he go to the hospital and get a rabies shot. After all, he'd been scratched by an animal. But Lexia refused. His body possessed an extraordinary ability to heal. Such superficial wounds would mend on their own in no time. If he did go to the hospital, he might only end up piquing the doctor's curiosity and inviting unnecessary trouble. After tending to the wound, Lexia bid farewell to Parker and returned to the small building alone. He tidied up briefly, then hurried eagerly up to the attic. The very moment he awakened his microcosm, he'd been itching to come back and see if the cloth box had changed at all. If Gwen hadn't insisted on bandaging him, he'd have been back even sooner. Still, a good thing is worth waiting for. The box belonged to him. No one else could take it away. In the attic, Lexia gazed at the ancient cloth box, his heart pounding with anticipation. Though the box still appeared to be a plain, bronze chest, sitting there as if it would never change, Lexia could distinctly sense that something inside was resonating with his microcosm. With a reverent heart, he stepped forward, preparing to examine how to open the cloth box. But as soon as he took a step, the entire world shattered with a thunderous crash. By the time Lexia recovered from the shock, the roof, walls, and floor had all vanished. He found himself in a realm of pure emptiness, with only himself and the cloth box remaining. No, on top of the cloth box, a figure was faintly taking shape, an old man with purple skin, white beard, and short stature, wearing a bamboo hat. "You're Master Doko." Lexia stared in stunned disbelief as Master Doko slowly materialized. His excitement was palpable. He had crossed into the Marvel Universe, and yet here was his idol from the world of Saint Seiya. Wasn't that simply miraculous? "Ha!" Doko chuckled, his smile gentle yet weary. "Kid, we finally meet. You arrived even sooner than I expected." "Ha! Just a bit faster, that's all," Lexia replied sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. "You're the fast one here, teacher or not, saying that won't win you any friends." "You're quite impressive," Doko nodded, then patted the cloth box beneath him. "I know you must have many questions, but I'm afraid I can't answer them for you. This box belonged to an old friend of mine. It's been in my safekeeping for over 2 centuries. If you can't answer, why are you here? Just to tease me? An old friend?" Lexia glanced at the blank side of the box. "Forgive me for asking, but was your old friend a saint of the blank constellation? I mean, wait, what?" Lexis stared, mouth agape, as a relief slowly emerged on the smooth panel at the side of the box. It was a finely crafted goblet, the cup's sides adorned with ancient, elegant patterns. Clearly, this was no ordinary artifact. With the appearance of this goblet, the true identity of the cloth was revealed beyond a doubt. It was the silver cloth of the crater constellation. This particular cloth appeared in Saint Seiya, the Hades myth next to mention, and its owner was Sui Jing, who, together with Cheyenne and Doko, had trained in the sanctuary since childhood. The scene Lexis witnessed in his earlier haze was, in fact, the memory Sui Jing left behind in the cloth, a recollection of their shared training days with Cheyenne and Doko. Thanks to his outstanding performance, Sui Jing was promoted to Silver Saint, becoming the senior figure among the trio. For a time, he was truly in the spotlight. But who could have predicted that the other two, his junior brothers, would later be personally recommended by the Pope to become Gold Saints, surpassing him in rank? One wonders, when Sui Jing learned of this outcome, did tears fall from his eyes? According to the original storyline, for reasons unknown, Sui Jing would eventually become one of the underworld's 3 great leaders, the celestial hero, Star Garuda. After the start of the previous Holy War, he donned the surplice, led the underworld army, and charged through the 12 temples. From the first house of Ares, guarded by Cheyenne, all the way to the 7th house of Libra, held by Doko, he fought his way forward, only to meet a tragic end in Doko's arms. Doko's aged gaze was filled with memories of his departed friend. Slowly stroking the cloth box, he murmured softly, "Let me urge you, take the golden goblet. Drink your fill, do not decline. Blossoms open to fickle storms. Life abounds in farewells. If flowers in bloom face tempest and rain, so too does life brim with partings. Flowers, too, are a metaphor for life's storms, and only through farewells can one call it life." This was the farewell poem Doko dedicated to Sui Jing upon his death, drawn from the Tang Dynasty poet Yuling. It's not that I'm trying to fill space with words, Master. Doko's literary flair is simply unmatched. Even if not his own composition, it outshines the entire world of saints, standing head and shoulders above the rest. When one grows old, memories come easily, part of my sentimentality. Doko looked up with a gentle smile. "It's nothing. It's only human. But, Master Doko, the Senro Band show and Yuko Senjin dance that I learned, what's the story behind them? Are they also memories left by the cloth?" Lexis asked with some confusion. After all, Senro Band show and Yuko Senjin dance are techniques from the Hades myth, Lost Canvas, and they belong to Doko. Yet here was Sui Jing's cloth from ND, combined with Doko's techniques from LC. Wasn't this crossing the streams a bit? Doko smiled faintly and continued, "Now that this cloth has found its way to you, it's fate. I hope you will treat it with care." With those words, Doko closed his eyes, and his figure slowly faded away. After Master Tonghu had completely vanished, the surrounding void gradually faded away as well, and the attic returned to its original form. The worn and mottled bronze cloth box at Lexia's side shed its ancient colors and transformed into a brand new, gleaming silver case. The embossed design on the side of the case was now clear as day. This was indeed the silver cloth of the crater constellation. A silver cloth emerging from a bronze cloth box. Such an unreasonable occurrence could have only one explanation. Was Lexia truly the legendary Luck King? Recalling Master Tonghu's words from earlier, Lexia realized something. It seemed that this Master Tiger wasn't truly the real Tonghu at all. From start to finish, the old master had simply been talking to himself, never really engaging in a conversation with Lexia. Although there were moments when Tonghu would pause, as if listening to Lexia, it appeared to be nothing more than a meaningless break in his speech. It was just like, "Hello there, pause. Hi, we're with the Guizhou United Distillery." Everyone has received such a nuisance call at least once in their life. With its cheerful tone and bright voice, it makes you feel as though you're actually being flirted with by a young lady on the other end. But after you apologize and hang up, you suddenly realize, wait a minute, was that just a pre-recorded message? That was exactly how Lexia felt at this moment. Thinking back carefully, the so-called conversation with Master Tiger was no different from that kind of automated call. So all those illusions, the shattered void, the solemn recitation of poetry, the mystical atmosphere, it was nothing more than a 3D projection effect. It was simply a fragment of Tonghu's consciousness left on the cloth box, set to trigger under certain conditions, such as awakening the Cosmo, at which point the projection would automatically appear. That explained why Tonghu had ignored Lexia's questions, simply stating whatever he wished to say on his own terms, which meant that the mystery remained unsolved. Why had this blank crater cloth box appeared in the Marvel Universe? Still, Lexia couldn't help but feel grateful to Tonghu. Regardless of why the cloth box was here, or why he had become its master, all the abilities Lexia now possessed had come from a cloth. In both the all-encompassing world and the tiger's thousand-fold dance were, without question, legacies from Tonghu himself. For that alone, Lexia was deeply indebted to the old master. Silently bowing to Tonghu in his heart, Lexia reached toward the cloth box with great care. This time, there was no world-shattering phenomenon, no unexpected twists. The box remained steady as Lexia's hand came to rest upon it. A surge of indescribable joy welled up from within the cloth box. After centuries of slumber, the crater cloth inside seemed eager and restless. "Come fort, crater cloth," Lexia called out, his voice ringing loud and true. The lid of the cloth box suddenly sprang open, and a faint purple light shot straight up into the sky. Then the four sides of the box toppled outward in four directions, revealing inside a massive cloth shaped like a holy grail. Legend has it that on the distant battlefields of mythic times, the cup that Athena used to soothe her throat and cure her coughs was the original model. For this cloth, even to this day, if you fill the cup with water, the water will be blessed with divine power, able to heal wounds and illnesses. Now, this mighty cloth with the power to heal lay there, exposed and waiting for Lexia's arrival. Lexia, wearing a radiant smile, reached out toward the cloth. As if responding to a silent call, the great chalice cloth in the shape of a holy grail instantly disassembled itself into separate pieces of armor. The pieces shifted and adjusted midair, flying automatically toward Lexia. After a flurry of clinking and ringing sounds, Lexia was fully clad in the cloth. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, Lexia nodded in satisfaction. He really did look incredibly handsome, brighter and more dashing than even Suikyo in the comics. He lifted his hand, and the moisture in the air began to gather in his palm. In just a moment, it crystallized into an icy fong over a dozen centimeters long. With a casual flick of his wrist, the ice fong shot out, moving too fast for the naked eye to follow. It pierced effortlessly through a concrete wall and disappeared into the asphalt road, leaving behind a hole as wide as a bowl on the surface. Within moments, the section of wall that had been pierced overfroze with ice crystals, and then, with a thunderous crash, shattered into a pile of icy shards. Meanwhile, the ground surrounding the hole, within a dozen meters or so, was soon covered with crawling veins of ice. Inside that frozen area, an unlucky sparrow had just tried to take flight, only to be caught by the spreading frost from its talons up to its wings, frozen mid-motion into a perfect ice sculpture. Such devastating power, all from a casual strike by a saint. The Saint of Craterus could manipulate the moisture in the air, condensing it into a transparent barrier to block enemy attacks, or shaping it into ice fangs to strike at foes. This move, forming water vapor into icy fangs for attack, was known as Frost Lance White Lotus. It was said that a full-powered strike could even break through the defenses of a gold saint. Thus, Suikyo of Craterus was, like Orpheus of Lyra, renowned as a man whose strength was said to surpass even the gold saints. Frost Lance White Lotus. Lexia clenched his fist, feeling proud. He finally had a signature finishing move of his own. In his excitement, Lexia suddenly noticed something odd. Wearing this cloth, it didn't seem to fit him perfectly. Although the cloth would automatically adjust its size to suit the wearer, it couldn't compensate for a lack of strength. Now that Lexia had awakened his Cosmo, his actual power level was only that of a lowly bronze saint. Although he was a bronze saint, he could still don the silver saint cloth of the crater constellation. If the box happened to reveal a gold cloth, he'd be able to wear that too. However, his abilities as a bronze saint would become a limiting factor, preventing him from unleashing the full potential of a higher-level silver cloth. While the cloth's defensive power could reach the level of silver or even gold, to a saint, the cloth was much more than a simple piece of armor. A saint's cloth could also amplify the power of their Cosmo. But if your strength was lacking, the silver cloth's boost to your Cosmo might actually underperform compared to the bronze cloth. To put it in perspective, suppose the bronze cloth could double a saint's power, the silver cloth could make it 5 times greater, and the gold cloth could multiply it by 20 or more. If a bronze saint wore the silver cloth, his own limitations would only allow him to tap into about 1.5 times his usual power. Wearing a gold cloth might even make his power regress. After all, these cloths were not only alive, but possessed their own will. If a gold cloth could abandon its saint altogether, then holding someone back would be no trouble at all. After getting the hang of his newly acquired skills, Lexia took off the cloth and reverted it to its holy grail form. He watched as the crater cloth stood serenely atop its case, now returned to the shape of a box, looking for all the world like a chalice. A thought surfaced in Lexia's mind, unbidden. I wonder if Tony Stark's pinnacle prize cup is as impressive as mine. Though, this cup was rather large, about 60 or 70 centimeters tall. Carrying it around everywhere would be less than convenient. It made no sense that Iron Man and Black Panther could carry suits with one-touch activation, yet a great saint still had to haul a heavy box everywhere he went. If only this cloth could shrink a bit, Lexia mused, I could just slip it in my pocket. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the crater cloth began shrinking at a visible pace. In a matter of moments, it had become the size of a wine glass. Held in his hand, the miniature cloth looked like a Renaissance-era work of art, its craftsmanship simply exquisite. Any collector who saw it would have their curiosity piqued to the utmost. Suddenly, a clever scheme for making money popped in Alexia's head. The next time he ran into Tony Stark, he'd sell him this cup, at a sky-high price, of course, then summon the cloth back with his Cosmo that very night. Later, he could tell Mr. Stark, actually, this cup is part of a set. I have another one, interested? Selling the same cup to him a dozen times over. Now that would be a real windfall. Inside a remote mountain cave in Afghanistan, Tony Stark awoke from his injuries and, for no apparent reason, sneezed so hard he nearly yanked the battery wires from his hands. The chalice cloth of Craterus possessed the power to heal wounds and restore strength, and with injuries on his body, Lexia would certainly not let such an opportunity slip by. He picked up the chalice, intending to go downstairs to fetch some water. As he turned, Lexia suddenly stopped in his tracks. Something seems off. Puzzled, Lexia glanced back. Everything in the attic remained as it was, except for one cloth box, now standing empty. A cloth box? Lexia looked down. The cloth box itself hadn't changed. It was still the same ancient, unadorned bronze chest as before. What's wrong, really? I must be overthinking. Shaking his head, Lexia went downstairs to get some water. Clean, pure water was poured into the chalice. Ordinarily, it would have been just water, but because of the chalice, something began to change. From the perspective of the microcosmos, a mysterious power appeared within the cup, and the water inside began to emit a subtly enticing aroma. Lexia leaned closer, curious to probe what hidden secrets this cup might hold. The moment he lowered his head above the chalice, starlight suddenly shimmered across the surface of the water. The dazzling brilliance stung Lexia's eyes. He squinted, and when he opened them again, the starlight had vanished, leaving behind only a crystal-clear, inviting pool of water. Just now, a memory struck Lexia. In Saint Seiya, the Lost Canvas, Hades' mythology ND, when the chalice cloth first appeared, it had not only healed Tenma, Doko, and Cheyenne with its restorative powers, but also showed each of them a vision of their future upon the surface of the water. Doko saw himself as an old master, Cheyenne saw himself dressed as the Pope, and Tenma saw Seiya, near death, seated in a wheelchair. The chalice cloth of Craterus could reveal glimpses of the future. So what was that dazzling starlight? Does my future mean I'll become the brightest star in the night sky? Will I wait for sunrise, or will fate intervene first? Lexia shrugged as he gazed out the pitch-black window, then raised the cup and drained it in a single gulp. As far as he was concerned, an unknown future was the best kind. If everything were already set in stone, what would be the point? It was the unknown that made life worth exploring and striving for. The healing effects of the chalice cloth were no exaggeration. As soon as the water hit his stomach, Lexia could feel its power at work. The pain from his wounds diminished rapidly, vanishing entirely in moments. Even his fatigue lifted without a trace. Lexia could say, with full confidence, that in his current state, he could take on 10 Gwens at once and have them all begging for mercy. Of course, if it were 10 Black Widows, well, then it's anyone's guess who would end up in tears. It took quite some effort for Lexia to calm his excitement, and he finally got ready for a good night's sleep. Ever since he'd traveled to this world, he hadn't managed a single restful night. Every day, that St. Clothbox had tormented him to exhaustion. The next morning, Lexia woke up, pressed by a strong urge to pee. His ever-resilient little Lex gently reminded him that it might be time to take care of a man's business. After freshening up, Lexia was about to head out when his phone rang. He pressed the answer button, and the first thing he heard was the rush of wind on the other end. Lexia raised an eyebrow, a bit helplessly, and spoke into the phone. "Peter, are you swinging around again?" "Whoosh, hey. Morning, Lex. How are you feeling? Is your injury any better?" Parker's voice came through, punctuated by the soft thwip of web shooters. Ever since awakening his Cosmo, Lexia's senses had become far sharper. Even over the phone, he could pick out the screams and the screech of tires, piecing together what was happening on Parker's end. A runaway car was snagged by a web, narrowly avoiding a disaster. The driver, both relieved and exhilarated, shouted his thanks. "Sounds pretty chaotic on your end. Need any help?" Lexia closed his door and started walking toward the school. "Nah, I've got it under control. What about school? I'll need you to cover for me and call in a tardy. I'll be a bit late, but not too bad." "Got it. Take care of yourself." Lexia hung up, then took the subway to school. By the lockers, Parker was off playing hero and hadn't waited there as usual. Instead, a girl now stood near the wall. When Gwen saw Lexia approaching, she greeted him with a smile. Lexia returned the greeting and headed for the classroom, but Gwen glanced past him, curiosity in her voice. "Aren't you waiting for Parker today? How come he's not here yet?" Lexia's brows drooped. So she wasn't here waiting for him. Had she switched her allegiance after Parker took her for a web-slinging flight? "Looking for Peter? He asked me to cover for him. Thought you were waiting for me, actually." Lexia kept walking toward the classroom. Gwen fell in a step beside him, a playful look on her face. "Are you jealous?" Lexia rolled his eyes. "Come on, Gwen, don't start. What's there to be jealous about? There's really nothing going on between me and Parker." Frustrated face. Gwen frowned. "Are you really that clueless, or just pretending? My test scores have been consistently at the bottom of the class. What do you think? You almost sound proud of that. Am I making it that obvious?" They chatted as they walked into the classroom and took their seats side by side. "Honestly, you should consider Davidson Academy," Gwen said seriously. "Remember that friendly match? The one against Davidson Academy. Their star player, Steven, is said to have entered the NBA through the draft this year, and he was picked quite high." "Steven," Lexia thought for a moment. "Oh, you mean the baby-faced assassin? That day, Thompson and I guarded him so tightly he was nearly sick. Just thinking about it still fills me with pride. I believe he'll win an NBA championship someday." "That's what I'm saying," Gwen said, excitement sparkling in her voice. "If you can get into Davidson College, who knows? You might be the next Steven." "Gwen," Lexia suddenly interrupted. Gwen was caught off guard. Wake up. What do you mean by that?" Lexia pointed to herself. "Do you really think that if I played in the NBA, the league would even have a purpose anymore? I could take on 9 players and 2 referees all by myself. Well, you'd still need a job and a way to make a living, wouldn't you? You're an orphan, and it's not like your family owns a gold mine." Lexia curled her lip, unconcerned. "Relax, I know Tony Stark. I'm planning to strike a deal with him, and if it works out, it'll be the most lucrative business ever." As expected, Parker was late, an entire class late, in fact. But as a straight-A student, Parker enjoyed a certain amount of leeway with the teachers. Occasionally being late wasn't a big deal, as long as it didn't become a habit. That, however, was something Parker couldn't really promise. Class had just ended when Parker finally strolled in, and he wasn't alone. With him was a handsome young man with slick back hair and a gentle, almost delicate face. "Let me introduce you all. This is my childhood friend, Harry. We ran into each other by chance today, and since he had nothing else to do, he decided to come check out our school with me." Parker made the introductions. He'd bumped into Harry while on one of his neighborhood patrols, where Harry immediately recognized him and offered him a ride to school. "This is Lexia, my buddy. That's his girlfriend, Gwen, and this is my girlfriend, Jessica. If I hadn't transferred schools when I was a kid, maybe we'd be classmates now." Harry, with his gentle smile, greeted everyone. It was clear he'd been raised well, sunny, polite, the very image of a rich, charming young man. Well, he was actually a bit shorter than Lexia and Parker, but let's just keep calling him tall, rich, and handsome, After all, when it comes to that phrase, it's the rich part that really counts. Everyone greeted each other with a laugh, except Gwen, who didn't seem too pleased with Parker's introduction. Hello, Harry, I'm Gwen. Just to clarify, I'm nobody's girlfriend. Harry's eyebrows arched with playful surprise. Are you saying I might still have a chance, huh? Harry had only meant to lighten the mood, but to his surprise, no one responded. Instead, all eyes turned in unison to Lexia. But Lucia seemed completely unfazed. Stroking his chin, he asked, "Pardon me for being direct, but do you have any connection to Norman Osborn?" Harry chuckled. You guessed it. Yes, Norman Osborn is my father. Lucia clapped his hands together. Perfect. Come on, Brother Osborn, how about we talk some business? How about a rare collectible, eh? Family heirloom handed down through the generations. I'm a bit short on cash right now, and I was wondering if you might be interested. As he spoke, Lucia took out the Holy Grail. Harry reached out and accepted it, his eyes lighting up at once. This cup is straight out of the Renaissance. The craftsmanship and condition are both excellent. If it's not a forgery, it must be worth a fortune. Lucia grinned slightly. So, Brother Osborn, any interest in taking it off my hands? Harry shook his head. I'm afraid I can't help you there. My spending limit is $10,000. Anything above that, I need my father's approval. And it's clear your piece is worth much more than that. I just can't afford it. Lucia waved his hands quickly. No problem, no problem. I just need the money soon. 10,000 will do. But Harry still refused. I can't take advantage of you like that. Here's what I propose. If you're in a pinch, I can lend you some money. You hold on to the collectible for me, and when I have enough, I'll buy it from you. How does that sound? Lucia frowned, halting his sales pitch. Was this really the son of the big capitalist, Norman Osborn? Why didn't he have even a trace of that arrogant, entitled air so typical of rich kids? You're acting so upright. I almost feel bad trying to swindle you. Does this mean I really have no choice but to con Tony Stark? Thinking about Tony Stark still stuck in that cave in Afghanistan, Lucia even considered going to rescue him. If he became Stark's savior, skimming a bit off the top wouldn't seem so bad, would it? Judging from Harry's earlier behavior, he really did seem like a genuinely kind-hearted guy, sunny and lovable. Lucia couldn't help but feel sorry, knowing that in the future, Harry would be scarred, his face twisted, eventually turning into that fierce and violent Green Goblin. All of Harry's changes could be traced back to his family's hereditary blood disease. It would start acting up before he even turned 20, and in the end, he'd be left a shadow of his former self, neither man nor monster. I wonder if the water from the Holy Grail could help with that illness. If the Holy Grail's water could cure all diseases, making money wouldn't be hard at all, right? Well, I'll keep watching. If Harry's truly good at heart, maybe I'll lend him a hand. Meanwhile, Harry was blissfully unaware of all these thoughts, flashing a goofy grin just like Parker's, cheerfully chatting with the others. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he was the classic rich kid, born with a silver spoon, young, wealthy, and handsome. However, the real Harry, at this moment, because his father hasn't died from illness and he doesn't yet know about his hereditary blood disease, is, at his core, nothing more than a young man who has lived in a boarding school since childhood, lacking paternal love and without friends. His reunion with his childhood friend, Parker, awakened a sense of innocence deep within him. Once again, he found himself blessed with the friendship he had longed for, and he tried to meet more ordinary friends through Parker. Yet, for some unknown reason, among Parker's group of friends, Harry seemed particularly warm and attentive toward Gwen, as if he truly had taken a liking to her and wanted to pursue her. Lexia watched all of this from the sidelines, making no comment either way. He had always refrained from responding to Gwen's hints of affection before, fearing that his extraordinary abilities might drag her into a tragic fate. In the original course of destiny, it was Harry who bore the greatest responsibility for Gwen's death. But Spider-Man, Parker, who failed to save her and instead pulled her closer to the battlefield, was also complicit in this tragedy. Lexia could not guarantee that, when faced with enemies even stronger than Harry, he would be able to do better than Parker. Meanwhile, at the New York law firm of Lashman Francis, Black Widow, under the alias attorney Natalie Lashman, was putting on the appearance of working diligently in her office. The door swung open, and Hawkeye, Clint Barton, walked in. Attorney Francis, you're out of the hospital? Black Widow looked up and greeted him with a smile. Barton closed the door behind him and took a seat at her desk. I'm fine now. Nothing serious left. How are things with the Rankoff brothers? Have they reached out to you lately? Black Widow nodded. Yes, they have. They've made a request, and it's related to you. Let's hear it, Barton said, folding his arms across his chest, curiosity in his eyes. They want to take revenge on Phoenix Benyu, the one who attacked their base. To ensure nothing goes wrong, they hope you'll help. Since that night, you nearly overpowered him on your own. Barton spread his hands, shrugging. Well, As I remember it, I almost died there that night. You saw it yourself. Black Widow nodded. I understand all that. But the Rankov brothers say this time they're well prepared. They've got a lot of heavy weapons from Stark Industries. You know the kind. Barton nodded knowingly. Not only do I know, so do the terrorists. Otherwise, that playboy wouldn't have disappeared. Black Widow shook her head. Let's set aside Tony Stark's whereabouts for now. The fact that they were able to get their hands on Stark Industries. Weapons means they're not weak. That's why I think we can help them this time. They said that if things go well, they'll introduce us to their partners. Partners? Barton sat up straight at once. You mean the people pulling the strings behind them? After school that afternoon, Lexia made his way to the orphanage. He was worried about Granny Joan's illness and felt he needed to check on her. To his surprise, Lexia ran into Brother Zheng at the orphanage. Granny's illness still isn't getting better, so Brother Zheng came today to treat her, Clarice explained, holding Lexia's hand. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Zheng, Lexia said with a respectful bow. Today, Brother Zheng wore a traditional outfit. White tunic on top, black pants below, and cloth-soled shoes. The look was so steeped in old-world charm that Lexia couldn't help slipping into the feeling of a martial arts drama. In ancient China, martial artists were expected to master both medicine and combat. So many grandmasters were also skilled healers. After all, true internal martial arts required a deep understanding of medicine as their foundation. Martial training was for building strength. Medicine was for helping others. A true martial artist valued virtue. It was a virtue not to bully the weak, and also a virtue to heal and help people. Lexia had always found Brother Zheng's manner warm and reassuring, but seeing him treat Granny Joan today, that feeling only grew stronger. If this were a world of martial arts legends, Brother Zheng would surely be hailed as a grandmaster, respected by all. It's all thanks to Brother Zheng. Granny hasn't had a good night's sleep in ages until now, Clarice chimed in, her tone showing how close she felt to this big brother from the old country. Brother Zheng smiled and ruffled Clarice's hair. It's really thanks to you, Bing. You've been the one taking care of Granny all along. Bing. Lexia looked down at Clarice, puzzled. Is it the nickname you've chosen for yourself? Clarice pouted. Both you and Brother Zheng have names in the square-shaped characters, so I want one too. From now on, my surname will be Lu, and my name will be Lexia Bing. Lexia felt his heart warm at her words. Though only 7 and still innocent at heart, children from poor backgrounds grow up fast. Every child in the orphanage, without exception, had become fiercely independent. Clarice, the youngest of them all, was especially so. Now that she'd said she would take Lexia's surname, it meant she truly saw him as her own brother. In Chinese culture, the passing down of the family name has always been of great importance, sometimes even more so than blood ties. Until now, Lexia had cared for Clarice as he would a little sister, but he couldn't deny a certain selfish hope deep down that when she grew up, she might stay by his side. But the moment she changed her name, Lexia suddenly felt that this truly was his own little sister. That unique bond that only comes from sharing a family name, so deeply rooted in Chinese culture, made their connection even closer. From this moment on, no matter who it was, even Lexia himself, if anyone ever did anything to let Lebing down, it would be utterly unforgivable. He crouched down and pulled Lebing into a big hug, grinning like a fool. Come on, let me hear you call me Big Brother. Lebing frowned, clearly confused. What's gone into Big Brother today? Has he lost his mind? Big Brother. That simple, ordinary address, just like before, made Lexia feel as if his heart was melting from happiness. Say it again. Lebing looked up helplessly at Brother Zheng. Brother Zheng, I think my brother's brain might be broken. Can you give him a shot? Brother Zheng shook his head with a smile. I'm afraid I can't help you, Xiaobing. Your brother's illness is already deep in his bones. I'm powerless. Lexia stood up, rubbing his face awkwardly. Xiaobing, didn't you always want to go to the amusement park? How about I take you right now? Just as he was about to rush out, Lebing grabbed his hand. Big brother, it's already getting late. Let's go another day. It's never too late. There's always the night session, Lexia insisted, determined that not even the coming night would stop him from taking his little sister out for some fun. I still need to take care of Grandma, Lebing replied, utterly resigned. Maybe I should just change my name back. Maybe then my brother would act normal again. Yes, take care of Grandma. Lexia finally seemed to snap back to his senses. But don't wear yourself out. If there's anything too heavy or too tiring, just ask the older brothers and sisters for help. And another thing, Lexia crouched down again, resting both hands on Lebing's shoulders. There's something you must always remember. No matter what danger you face, don't ever be afraid. No matter where you are, I'll come to save you. So never, ever give up. You have to believe your big brother will always find you, okay? This wasn't just Lexia boasting. It was the power of a Saint Seiya. Just like when Shiryu was nearly beaten to death in the Cancer Temple by Death Mask, Chun-Li's prayer from faraway Mount Lu could still reach Shiryu's mind as clear as day. Even after Shiryu was cast down to the Sanzu River, that voice still lingered. So the Cosmo didn't just let Saint Seiya communicate wirelessly across distances. It could also carry the prayers of those who cared about them. If Lebing were ever in danger, as long as she silently called out in her heart that her brother would come to save her, then no matter where Lexio was, he would hear her prayer through the Cosmo. Lebing nodded with a smile. I'll remember. My big brother would never abandon me. Seeing that Lu Bing had agreed, Lu Xia stood up, took out the Holy Grail from her bag, filled it with water, and gently fed it to the sleeping Joan. In her sleep, Joan's tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and her breathing became much more even. Zheng Gu and Lu Bing observed the process from the side, and both found themselves growing a little curious about the cup, though neither asked about it. As night deepened, Lu Xia and Zheng Gu walked side by side out of the orphanage. When they reached the intersection, Zheng Gu spoke up all of a sudden. Xiao Lu, you practice martial arts too, don't you? I do, Lu Xia admitted without hesitation, nodding frankly. After all, having learned the tiger dance of thousands, it was perfectly reasonable to call himself a martial artist. Zheng Ji's eyes lit up immediately. I wonder if you have some free time, Xiao Lu. Maybe we could spar a little. Lu Xia smiled at Zheng Gu. Of course I'd like that. I noticed before that you're quite skilled yourself, and I've been wanting to ask you for a friendly bout. Oh, don't flatter me so, Zheng Gu replied with a chuckle, rubbing his nose. It's just that my hands have been itching to move. I've been here for so long, and practicing alone on the wooden dummy just doesn't feel the same. By the way, Zheng Gu, I don't think I ever got your full name. That's my oversight. Allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Zheng Shanqi. With that, Zheng Shanqi clasped his fists together in a martial artist salute. So it really was Zheng Shanqi, the superhero inspired by Bruce Lee in the Marvel Universe, famed for his mastery of traditional Chinese martial arts. I'm Lixia. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Xia didn't actually know much about Zheng Shanqi, since before he crossed over, there hadn't been any works starring him released yet. Even the comics featuring him were hard to find. All he knew was that Zheng Shanqi's hero name was Shang-Chi, born and raised in China. His father was the infamous Fu Manchu, a notorious villain in Western literature since the early 20th century, portrayed as a wicked Chinese man in Qing dynasty official robes, with a braided queue and two thin, mouse-like mustaches, his face sinister and fierce. Fu Manchu was one of the most malicious caricatures of Chinese people in Western fiction. The irony was that such an evil figure would have a son who became a righteous superhero. Before crossing over, there were rumors online that Marvel was planning a movie starring Shang-Chi, and Lu Xia had been looking forward to it. Unfortunately, he never got to see it happen. He just hoped it wouldn't end up like Sister Lotus's Tiger Shadow hero, delayed so long that even old Master Li was gone, and the project still hadn't moved beyond the conceptual stage. Still, meeting Shang-Chi here made Lu Xia genuinely happy. After all, he was a truly positive Chinese hero, something all too rare in Western stories. Lu Xia was hardly a martial arts fanatic. At most, he was a young man yearning for strength. Still, having trained in martial arts, it was a rare fortune to spar as equals with the world's mightiest superhero. Zheng Shanqi, too, was far from some simple-minded brawler obsessed with martial arts. His words were merely a way to draw closer to Lu Xia, a method of making friends he could think of for the moment. Aside from fighting, Zheng Shanqi's greatest skill was holding his liquor without ever getting drunk. Lu Xia was only 17, so bonding over drinks was obviously out of the question. The two hit it off instantly. The next step was simply to find a suitable spot for a friendly match. They headed together to the place where Zheng Shanqi was temporarily staying, Old Wang's herbal medicine shop. The shop closed at night, and there were hardly any people around, so there was no worry about disturbing others. Behind the shop was a spacious courtyard, perfect for a bout of fists and kicks. In one corner of the courtyard stood a wooden dummy, aged and weathered, clearly having rested there for many years. This was Lu Xia's first time in the courtyard, so he hadn't known it existed. That belongs to my uncle, Zheng Shanqi explained. He likes to practice on the wooden dummy in his spare time, just to keep his skills sharp. Oh, so Old Wang's not just an herbal doctor after all, Lu Xia laughed. I always thought he was just a master of tall tales. Martial arts and medicine have always gone hand in hand, Zheng Shanqi replied. It's only natural for my uncle to know a few forms. With their small talk finished, the two took their places on opposite sides. Zheng Shanqi clasped his fists in salute. Zheng Shanqi, trained in the family style, specializing in hand-to-hand combat, but also skilled with sword, staff, and various weapons. Lu Xia mirrored the gesture. Lu Xia, disciple of Master Tonghu of Mount Lu. I'm good with fists and feet, and I've learned some weapons, but I wouldn't say I've mastered any. Zheng Shanqi had never heard of Master Tonghu from Mount Lu, but China was a vast country, and such things were hardly surprising. he didn't dwell on it. Then let's keep it to fists and feet today. Lu Xia, if you please. After you, Zhang. With that, Lu Xia charged at Zheng Shanqi, youth spurring him to take the initiative. Zheng Shanqi wiped his nose, shook out his head, then steadied himself, planting his feet in a solid horse stance, his body in perfect alignment. Lu Xia moved with lightning speed. Unsure of Zheng Shanqi's true strength, he held back, using only a third of his full speed. Even at a third the speed of sound, Lu Xia could throw dozens of punches in a single second, far too fast for an ordinary person to even see where the fists were coming from. Yet, every one of those ferocious punches was blocked by Zheng Shanqi, who wore a relaxed, easy smile, as if it was child's play. Realizing he'd met his match, Lu Xia stopped holding back. His fists broke the sound barrier, unleashing hundreds of strikes per second, raining blows on Zheng Shanqi with abandon, as if he had limitless energy to spend. The Thousand Tigers martial dance is not only useful for defense, evading enemy attacks, but when used offensively, it always manages to find unpredictable angles of attack, leaving the opponent utterly unprepared. Zheng Shanqi took a deep breath, his expression growing serious as he quickened his defensive moves. Every piercing strike that reached the speed of sound was blocked by him, one after another. Lu Xia was left bewildered. I'm a Saint Seiya, for goodness sake. My attack speed has broken the sound barrier. How can you possibly keep up with that? Have you ever thought about how that makes me feel? Truth be told, Zheng Shanqi was defending with his heart pounding in his chest. He hadn't expected that a young man, not even 20, could launch such fierce and sharp attacks. If not for his own cultivation of qi, relying solely on physical strength and speed, he might not have been able to block these attacks at all. Moreover, Zheng Shanqi could clearly sense that his opponent's strength far surpassed his own. The only reason he remained unbeaten was that he anticipated and intercepted every move with his martial skill. Based on his past experience, after intercepting an opponent's strike, he could usually launch a swift counterattack. But Lu Xia's strength was overwhelming, and his moves weren't reckless or disorganized. This left Zheng Shanqi with no choice but to stay on the defensive, unable to retaliate. Lu Xia, too, was becoming stubborn in this contest with Zheng Shanqi. From the very beginning, he hadn't considered using the power of his cosmos to cheat. They had agreed to spar as fellow martial artists, a pure contest of skill. If he were to use his cosmos and vaporize Zheng Shanqi's arm with a single flick, what would be the point of the match? Zheng Shanqi was no different. Fist and foot were only part of his abilities. He still had weapons and equipment he hadn't brought into play, nor did he want to. He intended to win Lu Xia's respect through martial skill alone, upholding the dignity of a seasoned martial artist. The two grappled for over 10 minutes before, in the end, Lu Xia lost out in terms of technique. Zheng Shanqi broke through his defense. With 6 rapid kicks in midair, the final blow sent Lu Xia flying, crashing into the window of a nearby guest room with a tremendous smash. Lu Xia crashed through the window, landing inside the room and getting a mouthful of dust. He didn't want to admit it out loud, but he had to concede. He'd come up short. With a combat skill rating of 7, Shanqi stood at the pinnacle of martial arts prowess in the Marvel Universe, losing to him in pure technique. Even as a Saint Seiya, Lu Xia couldn't really complain. Are you all right, Lu? Zheng Shanqi jumped through the broken window and reached out to help him up. Lu Xia got to his feet, grinning as he waved a hand. I'm Fina. Looks like I still have a lot to learn. Thank you for going easy on me, brother Zheng. Zheng Shanqi quickly responded with humility. I only had a slight edge in technique. I could tell you weren't fighting at full strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been the one on the losing end. Lexia glanced around, taking in her surroundings with curiosity. Brother Zheng, is this a storeroom? It looks like no one's lived here for quite some time. Zheng Shanqi shook his head. I'm not entirely sure myself. Ever since I've been here, this place has always been locked. I suppose it's probably a storage room for props. He too cast his gaze about the room. On the table nearby sat several lion heads, and coiled against the wall was a long dragon. Props, most likely used for lion and dragon dances at grand openings or during festivals. It's pretty filthy in here. Let's head out for now. Lexia followed Zheng Shanqi as they climbed out through the window. Just before exiting, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a flag hanging in the shadows against the wall, crossed by 2 long sabers and ringed by a circle of emblems. A week slipped by quietly, and Spider-Man was rapidly becoming a social phenomenon. All across New York City, day or night, his figure was seen darting through the streets. So much so that criminals, when plotting their schemes, now drew up 2 plans, one to deal with the police and another just in case Spider-Man dropped in from the sky. Curiously, however, the police noted that in these recent incidents, Mr. Mu, the mysterious figure clad in yellow and white, had not made another appearance. Speculation began to swirl among the officers about Mr. Mu's motives for showing up and vanishing. In Captain George Stacy's office, a whiteboard had even been set up to track every person involved in Spider-Man's cases. At the very center of it all, side by side, were sketches of Spider-Man and Mr. Mu. Since there were no photographs, they could only rely on artist renderings. Lexia was blissfully unaware of any of this. His thoughts were consumed entirely by Lebbing. Every day after school, he would rush to the orphanage to find her, urging her to practice the tiger's 1,000 forms martial dance. If it weren't for Lebbing's complete lack of compatibility with the powers of both Senluo myriad forms and the microcosmos, Lexia might have broken the cardinal rule forbidding him from teaching the natives any supernatural techniques, and poured all his knowledge into her. After a few days, Lebbing's progress was so swift that even Lexia found himself surprised. She learned much faster than Thompson ever had. Could it be that, since Lebbing was Chinese, she had some kind of hidden, passive skill that doubled her proficiency in martial arts? Lexia found himself thinking that he ought to take Lebbing to Xijing Shangqi and formally become his disciple. At the rate she was going, there wouldn't be much left for him to teach her before long. On the weekend, Lexia took Lebbing to the amusement park. With Grandma Jones' illness cured, thanks to Zheng Shangqi's acupuncture and the combined power of Lexia's Holy Grail cup, Lebbing no longer needed to stay home and take care of her. The two of them sat on the bus, laughing and chatting as they watched the scenery roll by outside the window. The ride went smoothly until, all of a sudden, the bus came to a halt. The driver slammed his hand on the steering wheel in frustration. Up ahead, the road was blocked, and from the looks of it, the traffic jam stretched for at least a kilometer. Everyone on the bus began asking around, trying to figure out what had happened. After a while, someone with good connections finally got hold of the news. A military vehicle had collided with a private car, and it seemed the military truck was carrying some kind of chemical agent. The police had already sealed off several nearby streets to prevent the chemical from affecting passing vehicles and pedestrians. It looked like the road ahead wouldn't be cleared anytime soon. As soon as the passengers heard this, the bus was instantly thrown into chaos. But there was nothing the driver could do. He simply opened the doors and let everyone off. Lucian never expected that just a simple outing would land him in the middle of a classic Marvel scenario, a chemical truck accident. Who knows? Maybe another superhero was about to be born. After all, Daredevil is a case in point. Just then his phone rang. Lucia pulled it out and saw it was Parker calling. "Hey Peter, what's up?" Peter's bright, cheerful voice came through. "Hey Seiya, what are you up to?" "I'm at Dr. Connor's lab. He's picked out a new place for his experiments, and we're getting ready to try things out. Want to come check it out?" "I'll pass this time. I promised Xiaobing I'd take her to the amusement park today." "Been promising her for a while," Lucia replied. "Got it. Have fun, you too. Oh, by the way, Jessica and the others might be at the park too. Maybe you'll run into them," Peter said. "The park's pretty big. You never know," Lucia laughed. I'll let you go then. They're setting up the equipment here, so I'd better get back to it." After hanging up, Lucia bent down and scooped Lu Bing into his arms. "Hold on tight." With that, he jogged along the sidewalk. Since there were a lot of people around, he kept his pace just a bit faster than Usain Bolt's, careful not to draw too much attention. It was over 10 kilometers to the amusement park from here. By bus, it would take at least half an hour, and walking would take more than 2 hours. He hadn't been running long when he saw, from a distance, that police had set up roadblocks ahead. A military truck sat in the middle of the road, with a private car lodged into its rear. Shattered glass littered the ground, mixed with bloodstains. The people from the car had already been taken away by ambulance. According to the onlookers, there had been 4 people in the car, and it didn't look good for any of them. Carrying Lu Bing, Lucia felt a sense of foreboding, but he didn't stop. He kept running toward the amusement park, and 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance. Even after sprinting for over 20 minutes, Lucia's face was calm and his breathing steady. He looked as if he'd just walked 100 meters. Lu Bing wasn't surprised at all. To her, her brother had always been a superhero who could do anything. Inside the amusement park, Lu Bing was having the time of her life, her laughter ringing out louder than the screams from all around. Lexi had joined in the shouting too, acting like a complete goofball. None of these rides thrilled him anymore. Even if the roller coaster derailed, he could still bring Lebbing safely to the ground. They played until the afternoon before Lebbing finally tired herself out. Having never been to an amusement park before, she felt as if her life was now complete. Just as the two were getting ready to leave, Parker called again. "Seiya, something's happened." Parker's first words sent a jolt through Lexia's heart. Before he could ask, Parker hurriedly continued. "This morning on the way to the amusement park, Jessica and the others had a car accident. She's in the hospital ICU right now. We don't know how she is. We're heading there now." Jessica was in a car crash. Lexia finally understood the ominous feeling he'd had earlier. Jessica Campbell's ill-fated destiny had been triggered. He'd thought that with her dating Parker and having a friend like himself, a true guardian, her fate might change. But in the end, what was meant to happen, happened. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Lexia punched the wall beside him. The reinforced concrete cracked instantly, spreading out like a spiderweb. He'd had a chance to prevent all of this. Sir, an amusement park staff member hurried over. You've damaged public property without cause. We have the right to demand compensation. Please cooperate. Behind the staff, several security guards looked ready for anything. Farther back, someone seemed poised to call the police at any moment. Lexia glanced at the spiderweb of cracks on the wall. He knew he'd been caught red-handed. There was no use denying it. Compensation was the only way out, so he didn't argue. All right, just tell me how much I owe. Lexia sighed. Looks like he'd have to make another trip to the wrestling league. Would the owner there even remember him? Seeing Lexia's cooperative attitude, the staff relaxed. They began to check the details for compensation. Lexia, meanwhile, planned to get Lebbing something to eat first. He had wanted to go straight to the orphanage, but obviously that would have to wait. He looked down. Lebbing, who had been right by his side, had vanished. An adult takes a child out to have fun, only to lose her. He'd seen this kind of heart-wrenching story on the news countless times in his previous life. He never thought it would happen to him. Lebbing. Clarice. Lexia looked around, calling out at the top of his lungs, but there was no trace of Lebbing. Even using his cosmos, he couldn't sense her presence. Panic swept over Lexia. If he'd really lost Lebbing, he would never forgive himself. He had to find her, and fast. On the other side, the staff were still puzzling over whether the cracks in the wall were due to the amusement park's age and lack of maintenance, entirely oblivious to the commotion happening here. Hold on, sir. It was the ever-watchful security guard who stepped forward, hand pressed to the stun baton at his waist, blocking Lexia's path. Please don't leave until we've figured out what's going on. Says who? Lexia strode forward, grabbing the guard by the collar, and, with one hand, hoisted his nearly 200-pound frame off the ground. I'm asking you. Just now, there was a little girl right here. Did you see where she went? Dangling in midair, the guard panicked and yanked out his stun baton, jabbing it toward Lexia's waist. But before he knew it, the baton vanished from his grip in a blink. With a flick of his wrist, Lexia sent the baton whistling through the air. It embedded itself straight into the wall, leaving only the handle sticking out. The two staff members inspecting the wall instinctively tightened up, then quietly shuffled a good half-meter away. Still holding the security guard aloft, Lexia turned and glared fiercely at the crowd. Who saw where the little girl by my side went? Did anyone see anything? The air around them seemed to grow hotter by the second, and the guard felt as if he'd been pressed to a blazing furnace. He was on the verge of melting. Lexia's frustration burned so fiercely that sparks seemed to flicker around him, threatening to ignite. Sensing danger, the crowd instinctively backed away, but no one stepped forward to offer any help. A few guards, gripping their batons tightly, formed a nervous circle around him, while someone farther away had already called the police. There! Their surveil, Lance, the guard in Lexia's grasp managed to choke out the words, his voice barely more than a croak. Take me there. Lexia's grip loosened slightly. Inside the locked surveillance room, the guard pulled up the footage from moments ago. When Lexia was on the phone, Lu Bing had been by his side, but as Lexia wandered toward the wall, still listening to the call, Lu Bing crouched down to tie her shoelaces. At that very moment, a figure, someone who had been lurking nearby for quite some time, their face hidden by a hood and mask, strode forward, pressed a cloth over Lu Bing's mouth, and hauled her straight into the bushes. The whole abduction took no more than 3 seconds. The perpetrator was clearly a seasoned pro, so quick that no one nearby had time to react. Later footage showed the same person carrying a large cardboard box and loading it into a van. Damn human traffickers, again. Lexia shot to his feet, folding up the stool, and with a single sharp chop, knocked the guard out cold. Why me? The guard's eyes rolled back as he crumpled to the floor. Outside, more than a dozen security guards stood at the ready, half of them armed, their guns trained on the surveillance room door, just waiting for Lexia to show himself and step into their sights. Lexus wasn't at all intimidated by these dozen or so men with their guns, but he had no desire to waste time with them. Bang! The folding chair crashed into the window, smashing straight through 2 layers of reinforced glass and an additional aluminum alloy security grille, leaving a gaping hole. In a flash, Lexus leapt onto the window frame, vaulting over 10 meters high, and landed on the rooftop of the building next door. Without hesitation, he took off at full speed, chasing in the direction the car had gone. Running across the rooftops was definitely faster than driving on the streets below. With a general sense of direction, Lexus was confident he could catch up to that car. It had been about 10 minutes since Lex Bing disappeared. Surely the car couldn't have gotten far. But things didn't go as planned. Unlike when he'd tracked Gwen, with only one road leading away, here he was deep in a city crisscrossed with countless routes. Lexus ran for over 10 minutes, covering every possible street nearby. But naturally, he didn't find the car. With no other choice, he called Parker. Seiya, are you there yet? No, something's happened on my end. Bing's been kidnapped, and I lost the car. Get in touch with Hyde, the hacker from last time, and ask him to help check the surveillance footage. I'll send you the license plate number. While Parker reached out to the hacker, Lexus didn't sit idle. He kept expanding his search radius, determined not to miss a single corner or alley, but the car was still nowhere to be found. His heart began to sink deeper and deeper. Now, his only hope rested on Hyde's abilities. A dozen minutes later, Parker messaged him. The car had entered an underground garage and hadn't come out since. Lexus rushed to the garage and did indeed find the car, but it was completely empty. The underground garage was old, without a single security camera installed. That was it. He'd hit a dead end. Hyde had already checked the car's information. 2 days ago, the owner reported it stolen. Clearly, tracking down the culprits this way was impossible. The traffickers in America had frighteningly strong anti-tracking skills. Standing in the underground garage, Lexus was sorely tempted to smash the car into a steel pancake, but he knew that would accomplish nothing. Leaving the garage, he scaled a building dozens of meters high, sat cross-legged on the edge of the rooftop, and closed his eyes. At this point, all he could do was hope for Lex Bing's prayers. He had already sent out the power of his Cosmo, but since Lex Bing didn't possess a Cosmo, he couldn't contact her directly. Only when she prayed with sincere devotion could her faith be sensed by his Cosmo. Through this, Lexus might be able to determine Lex Bing's location. He sat there for over 2 hours. As night fell and Parker finally arrived, Lexus's eyes snapped open. In that very instant, he heard a voice. "Brother, where are you? I'm so scared. You said you'd come to save me, didn't you? These people are so mean. Please come save me, brother. Brother." A surge of red fire burst forth as inky black garments spread rapidly over Lexia's body. With a whoosh, a pair of black wings unfurled from his back, startling Parker, who stood nearby. "That's awesome." Parker couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "I know where she is now. You should head back. Tonight, Spider-Man shouldn't make an appearance," Lexia said, beating his wings as he slowly rose into the air. "We don't know what's going on over there yet. I can help." Before Parker could finish speaking, a cloud of white mist exploded in the sky, followed by a thunderous sonic boom that rang in his ears. By then, Lexia had already vanished into the horizon as a streak of black light. Is that really necessary? Though Lexia had insisted it wasn't suitable, Parker still shot out a web and swung after him in pursuit. When Lebbing woke up, she found herself inside a low-roofed building, surrounded by a dozen or so kids about her own age, all sprawled on the floor. Outside, a group of menacing thugs stood in a circle, watching them like predators. A few of the older kids lay curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. The thugs crossed their arms, sneering. "Still thinking of running after you've ended up here? If I don't beat the crap out of you, consider yourselves lucky." Lebbing shrank back quietly. She knew she couldn't draw attention to herself in a situation like this. She'd picked up some skills from her brother, but there was no way she could take on these criminals. Not only were there too many of them, they had guns too. Ouch! A child behind her gasped sharply as Lebbing accidentally brushed against a wound on the girl's arm. Lebbing turned around and saw a frail, black-haired little girl with eyes that seemed enormous in her thin face. "Are you okay?" Lebbing whispered gently. The girl shook her head, staying silent. Seeing that the thugs hadn't noticed them, Lebbing continued softly, "My name is Lebbing. What's your name?" "Dan," the wide-eyed girl replied in a tiny voice. "Dun?" Lebbing blinked. "Then I'll call you Dandin, and you can call me Bing Bing." This was an abandoned mining site on the outskirts of town, and inside the weathered office building, a heated argument was unfolding. The confrontation was between the Lankhoff brothers and attorney Natalie Rushman. "Mr. Lankhoff, I must formally protest. Although we agreed to help you deal with the Bennu Firebird, our deal was clear. You were to cease all human trafficking activities beforehand. What you're doing now is a violation of that agreement and shows a lack of respect for our terms." Natalie slapped both hands on the table, setting off a wave of commotion. Anatoly spread his hands. "Lawyer Rashman, that's just a contract. If you want to get in touch with our important client, you'd better sit down and behave yourself. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do." "Are you threatening me?" Natalie crossed her arms over her chest, her silhouette becoming even more pronounced. Anatoly grinned broadly. "I'm just reminding you. And by the way, extending an invitation. Once this is over, would you do me the honor of joining me for a late-night meal?" "Oomph. There are plenty of people who want to ask me out. I'm afraid you're not up to the task." Natalie turned to look at Vladimir, who had remained silent. "Are you all so sure that person will show up tonight?" Vladimir nodded. He's only shown up in this city twice, and both times it was when we were receiving goods. Either he's specifically targeting us, or he's after this business of ours. I've stirred up enough trouble. I'm certain he'll appear tonight. Natalie was about to speak when her earpiece crackled to life. After listening, she turned to Vladimir. You guessed right. He's here. Let's hope you're as prepared as you claim. Where are your people? Vladimir asked, chin raised. They'll be in position any second, Natalie replied, then turned and strode out of the office. This abandoned mine used to be a quarry. Half the mountain beside it had been hollowed out. Around the site stood several open-air warehouses and a few low buildings. Lu Xia soared high above the quarry, quickly locking onto Lu Bing's position, a squat building nestled at the base of the mountain. The building stood right next to a steep slope, the rock face looking unstable. One well-placed grenade could bring down a chunk of the mountain, burying the building below. Although the open ground below seemed deserted, Lu Xia's sharp senses could detect many people hidden nearby. As Lu Xia appeared, a man in a wheelchair rolled out beside the building. Hey, you little brat. Still remember your grandpa? Lu Xia glanced down. Even in the darkness, he could clearly see the man's face, but it didn't ring any bells. The man in the wheelchair, seeing his words fall flat, immediately looked crestfallen. Oof. It was thanks to you that your grandpa lost the use of his legs. Tonight, I'll make sure you pay back this humiliation with interest. All those kids are inside this building. Now, Grandpa orders you to come down here, or I'll blow them sky high. You won't save a single one. The man in the wheelchair pulled a small device from his pocket and pressed it, making it clear he wasn't bluffing. There were about 50 meters between the two of them. If Lexia were to dive at full speed, breaking the sound barrier, he could reach the man in the wheelchair in just over a tenth of a second. Lexia did not believe the man in the wheelchair could react that quickly, but he dared not take the risk. Since he had already confirmed Levink's location, and his Cosmos sense told him she was perfectly fine, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. The man in the wheelchair raised the remote control and shouted again, Get down here. Take off that ugly armor. You make me sick just looking at you, you beach brat. Lexia landed. The black battle suit faded away, revealing his tracksuit underneath, along with his face. Suddenly, the doors of the surrounding buildings flew open in unison. Countless armed bandits appeared at the thresholds and along the mountainside, their weapons trained on Lexia. Among their arsenal were not only submachine guns, but also many grenade launchers. Farther away, atop the mountain, a sniper took aim, his crosshairs fixed squarely on Lexia's head. Ah, kid, you've walked right into the trap. Ben you bird? Nonsense. Without that armor, you're nothing but a dead bird, the man in the wheelchair sneered. He thrust out his arm and shouted, Fire! A torrent of bullets and grenade rounds erupted, filling the air. The sniper on the mountaintop didn't hesitate either, pulling the trigger without a second thought. Just before the bullets could reach him, a shockwave exploded where Lexia stood. The man in the wheelchair barely registered a blur before a shadow appeared at his side, a hand like an iron clamp locking down on his wrist. With a sickening snap, the wrist bent back 180 degrees. Before the man could even scream, his head was crushed beyond recognition. Lexia crushed the remote in his grasp, and in that instant, his presence seemed to vanish completely. By the time the others turned toward the sound of the blast, Lexia was nowhere to be seen near the wheelchair. Shockwaves continued to erupt across the grounds, each thunderous detonation claiming more lives, bandits, and even the sniper on the mountain. Lexia's speed might not have surpassed a sniper's bullet, but his reflexes far outstripped those of any marksman. During his previous encounter with the Russian mafia, Lexia had spared their lives, leaving them crippled but not dead. Though fate eventually claimed them, at least Lexia's heart had been merciful. This time, he had no intention of holding back. Each time he appeared, his finger darted toward a bandit's head. At supersonic speed, a single finger was enough to shatter skulls. It was clear, no matter how many ordinary men stood before a true saint, they could never pose a threat with conventional weapons. Unless, of course, they had access to supersonic, high-yield, precision-guided missiles. Like the legendary Dongfeng Express. Unleashed, a thunderous explosion erupted, mingling with anguished screams that rose and fell in a dreadful chorus. Dust rained down from the ceiling, and everyone inside the small bungalow, even the tough guys who had swaggered just moments before, were now trembling with fear. Lu Bing held Dan Dan tightly in her arms, gently stroking her hair and murmuring soothing words. It's all right. It's all right. My brother will definitely come to rescue us. You have to trust me. Dan Dan, not knowing this brother whom she had never met, looked doubtful. She huddled closer in Lu Bing's embrace and asked in a timid voice, We don't even know where we are. How can you be so sure your brother will find this place? Lu Bing answered with conviction, Don't worry about that. I just know he will. Outside, the deafening blast suddenly ceased. In a flash, Lu Xia appeared in front of the bungalow, reaching out to open the door. But before his hand could touch the handle, Lu Xia's instincts flared. He sprang back with lightning speed. A black arrow whistled past, slicing through the air and striking the door handle dead on. With a tremendous crash, the entire wooden door, along with half the cement wall around the frame, was blasted into rubble. Inside, several of the gangsters were startled like birds at the crack of a hunter's gun. They immediately raised their pistols and fired wildly toward the breach. Lu Xia dodged to the side, weaving away from the hail of bullets. The handguns had small magazines, and after a short barrage, 3 or 5 of the thugs had emptied their clips. Now huddled inside the house, they dared not step out. Their gut told them that sticking close to the children was their only hope of safety. Lu Xia spun around, eyes searching for the source of the black arrow. The arrow was identical to the ones he'd seen before. Clearly, the archer was Hawkeye. So, we meet again so soon? Barton, oh Barton, do you have such a death wish? With a sweep of both hands, Lu Xia summoned his jet-black robes, which seemed to materialize around him. Then, with a thunderous sonic boom, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, heading straight in the direction from which the arrow had come. Mid-leap, a fierce sense of impending danger surged up from his side. In an office nearby, Anatoly's face twisted in a wicked grin. "Ha ha, go to hell." A ball of flame blazed up from the mountainside. It moved with incredible speed, crossing 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, streaking straight toward Lu Xia. Caught in midair, Lu Xia was unable to dodge. The force of his own momentum had locked his body into its flight. Seeing there was no escape, Lu Xia made his move. With a fighter's boldness, he twisted his waist in midair, channeling all his strength into a fist wrapped in cosmic energy, and smashed it straight into the heart of the oncoming fireball. The fiery blast erupted in the sky, and after a long moment, a tremendous boom shattered the silence. The shockwave swept up clouds of dust, sweeping outward like a colossal sandstorm. Anatoly watched the explosion with wild, manic laughter. "Ha ha, Benyu's radiant fire? Bah, I'll send you to hell to become a Benyu bird. Don't thank me." On a rooftop, Natasha crossed her arms and spoke softly. "I didn't expect them to get their hands on Stark Industries' portable anti-aircraft missiles. Who could possibly be backing them?" "I don't know," Barton sighed in her earpiece. "I can't imagine what would happen if they fired one of those missiles at the World Trade Center from here." Natasha replied, "We'll be meeting their boss soon enough. When that happens, we'll have a chance to catch them all in one sweep. Surrounding Homeland Security is our job." "I'm afraid it's not over yet." Barton was clearly less optimistic. "That man won't go down so easily. This time, he feels even more terrifying than before. If anything happens to me, please look after Laura and the kids." "Don't say things like that." Natasha hadn't finished speaking when she saw a burst of fire streak toward the position where the anti-aircraft missiles were being set up. "He's still alive," Anatoly shouted, frantically pressing several buttons. The remaining 5 missiles on the launcher roared into the sky all at once. "If one missile can't kill you, I'll just send a few more and give you a fireworks show for free." Stark Industries' anti-aircraft missiles fly at over Mach 5, faster than most Silver Saints, and are equipped with precision guidance systems. There's simply no way Lexia could outrun them. And as strong as Lexia was, there was no way his body could withstand a direct missile strike. After all, this wasn't the mythic world of the Saints. Even after becoming a Saint, Lexia's body was still human, still subject to aging, illness, and injury, still vulnerable to swords, guns, and explosives. Without the protection of his sacred armor, a missile hit would be just as deadly for him as for anyone else. For those who claim that Saint candidates can punch through the earth itself, let's not bring up that one bizarre doujinshi. Gee, if the candidates were really that mighty, would the Rising Dragon Strike only be used to reverse a waterfall? Remember when the Silver Saints Demolition Squad took down the Colosseum of Gratis? They had to chip away at the interior with meteor hammers and discs, bit by bit, while the main structure held firm. See 10 Cent Comics, Episode 27, Fierce Battle. The Golden Cloth Arc. That's the original canon. The truth is, Lexia's body was now far beyond ordinary human limits. His bare fist could strike with over a ton of force, and he could sprint at 100 meters per second. But without the protection of his cosmos, conventional weapons and explosives could still harm him. So when faced with 5 anti-aircraft missiles, Lexia dared not confront them head-on. Just as the missiles were about to collide with that streak of flame, a firebird burst forth from the blaze and soared straight into the missiles, detonating them mid-air. The violent explosion hurled Lexia away when it erupted almost right beside him. Though he wasn't hit directly by the missile, the shockwave from such a close blast still sent him flying, slamming him into the mountainside like a rushing current and leaving a crater where he struck. Half the mountain slope crumbled, nearly burying the small house below. The man watching over the children scrambled out of the little house, stumbling and crawling in panic. He hadn't gotten far before a jagged icicle shot through the air, piercing a hole through his chest. With a crash, Seiya tumbled down from the mountainside. The fire enveloping his body flickered out, and his black garment vanished completely. Dirt-smeared and bloodied, he looked battered and worn. When he'd punched the first missile out of the sky, his body had already suffered injury. His right arm was almost numb, proving just how unreliable the black outfit's defenses were. The 5 consecutive blasts just now, with their searing heat, deafening noise, and shockwaves, left his head ringing and his body feeling as if it were about to fall apart from the final impact. Glancing down at his sorry state, Seiya couldn't help but feel like slapping himself. I'm supposed to be a saint, Seiya. Back before I had my sacred armor, the flashy black clothes were enough to show off, but now that I've got real armor, why on earth am I still wearing that flimsy thing? Daoist Diao doesn't sound cool at all. He reached into his waistband and pulled out the sacred armor cup. Seiya's eyes lit up with sudden hope. Mighty 5 elder peaks of Mount Lu, grant me your strength. Brother. Seeing Seiya land, Lebing couldn't help but cry out in delight. Following Lebing's gaze, Dandan saw a bloodied figure trembling as he stood in the clearing. That's your brother? He looks even worse off than we are, Dandan muttered. Lebing bit her lip. My brother just looks a little tired, that's all. Trust me. I told you he'd find us, and he did. I said he'd get us out of here, and he will. You really do worship your brother blindly, don't you? Dandan began, but trailed off as Seiya tossed something into the air. The silver sacred armor cup soared upward, instantly transforming into a massive chalice nearly 70 centimeters tall. In a flash of white light, the cup exploded apart, each piece forming a segment of shining armor. With a series of crisp metallic clangs, the sacred armor assembled itself. In the blink of an eye, Seiya transformed from a battered, broken man into a hero clad in radiant silver-violet armor. The shimmering silver-violet armor caught the cold moonlight, illuminating Seiya's chiseled profile. He looked like a war god sculpted from Greek myth. 7-year-old Dandan was left thunderstruck. When I grow up, I'm going to marry him, she thought. As long as a Saint Seiya's consciousness remains, he can ignite his cosmos and continue fighting, no matter how many times he's knocked down. With the sacred armor upon him, Seiya's cosmos began to burn steadily within. In just an instant, he felt the aches vanish from his waist, the pain in his back dissolve, and even the cramps in his legs fade away. In that moment, it was as if the souls of the shirt-breaking demon, the brother obsessed, the little brother protector, the master slayer, and the dark overlord all merged within him. Seiya no longer felt he was fighting alone. He bore the hope of the entire world of saints on his shoulders. Suddenly, distant flames flared up once more. 6 streams of fire, each trailing a blazing tail, streaked through the sky. Seiya, mustering what little physics he knew, quickly realized that those fiery missiles were not aimed at him. Their true target was the children huddled in the small house. If I can't kill you, then I'll send those kids to the heavens first. Isn't that what you want, to save them? To be a superhero? Then I'll let you savor the bitter taste of helplessness. Explode. Burn. Let all of you perish. Inside the office, Anatoly was on the verge of madness. Facing a man who could survive a direct missile hit, he simply could not fathom any way to defeat his opponent. Despair drove him to the brink. He was pouring everything he had into this attack. If he couldn't succeed, then at least he would die trying. Seiya was not the only one who understood this. Out of the darkness, black arrows shot up toward the sky. Nate, Barton called out, barely having time to shout before his hands worked furiously, loosing arrow after arrow. Positioned to the side of the missile's flight path, Barton's arrows couldn't catch up in a straight line. But if he could fire explosive-tipped arrows as decoys from the side, there was a slim chance of intercepting the missiles with a burst of heat. Unfortunately, the missiles were simply too fast. In his haste, Barton managed to intercept only the final missile. His explosive arrowheads flared, drawing away just one. The other 5 sailed through unhindered. Even a legendary sharpshooter, Hawkeye, was powerless in the face of such speed. Twin jets of flame roared up from the rooftop below, sweeping the sky with a hail of bullets. Bathed in the muzzle flashes, Natasha's expression twisted with ferocity as she gripped a submachine gun in each hand. At that moment, regret gnawed at her for not speaking out more forcefully against the Rankoff brothers' plan to use those children as bait. If only she'd been more resolute, perhaps none of this would be happening. But it was too late for regrets. After more than 80 years of facing life and death, tonight would still leave her conscience forever unsettled. Natasha, like Barton, hoped her barrage could serve as a wall of heat to draw the low-flying missiles away. But she was only one person with 2 guns. If there were 100 times as many, perhaps there would be a chance. In reality, her magazines ran dry, and not a single missile was diverted. Helplessly, she could only watch as all 5 missiles hurtled toward the ground. A streak of silver light soared skyward, heading straight for the missile. Seiya was already quite close to the small house, and in the blink of an eye, he had shot up into the missile's trajectory. With a sudden burst, his silvery purple cosmos flared, and he swung his fist straight at the missile. Black Widow and Barton stared in stunned silence at Seiya charging toward the missile. They'd both seen him get blasted away by a missile earlier, and the miserable state he was in when he landed was still fresh in their minds. Though they were surprised he'd managed to take a direct hit from a missile and survive, this time, they didn't hold out much hope for him. After all, this time there were 5 missiles, and hot on their heels, another 6 were launched into the sky. The crazed Anatoly slapped his hand down repeatedly, unleashing all 12 remaining missiles from the 2 launchers. He'll probably be blown to pieces, not even a scrap left, Barton thought, his eyebrows drooping. Failing to intercept the missiles left him disheartened. Maybe, when this is over, it's time to put in for retirement. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if, one day, his own child had to face something like this. What a pity, Black Widow shook her head helplessly. Though they were about to complete the deal with their Russian contacts, she had no desire to go any further with this line of work. Neither of them knew that the man who had sent them here, the man they called Fury, could never have imagined that his 2 top agents would be contemplating retirement at the same time. The blazing missiles collided with the silvery purple light. Instinctively, both agents squeezed their eyes shut, unable to bear watching the disaster about to unfold. But the next moment left them utterly dumbfounded. At the spot where fire and silvery purple light met, a fireball exploded, and yet the silvery purple light shot out from the heart of the blast, its speed undiminished, hurtling toward the next missile. One fireball after another blossomed in the sky. The shockwaves they expected never materialized. Instead, it was like watching a series of fireworks, spectacular to behold, but with their destructive power reduced to a fraction of what it should have been. Black Widow and Barton were left speechless, both of them focusing intently on that suit of silvery purple armor. Is that the legendary armor you mentioned? Black Widow couldn't help but ask. Barton shook his head, then remembered the other side couldn't see him. No, I meant the one he used to fly before. That one was already shattered by the first missile. I never expected he had a second suit, and it's even tougher than the last. It looks like even if a missile scored a direct hit, it might not break through. Oh no, he spotted the Rankhoff brothers' position. On reflex, Barton started to draw his bow, but halfway through the motion, he stopped. Nat, do you still have any strength left? I hurt my arm in that last explosion. Looks like I'm out of the fight for now. Black Widow responded, same here. I sprained my wrist just now. I'm out of commission too. In the office, the manic expression on Anatoly's face froze as the strange figure in silver and purple armor appeared before him in the blink of an eye. A man who could survive a barrage of more than a dozen missiles. Anatoly had never even heard of such a thing in his entire life. You? Anatoly sprang to his feet, about to spit out a threat, when the desk beside him suddenly flew over. Before he could react, there was a soft whiz, and his head was knocked clean off his shoulders. Seiya hefted the metal-framed desk as if it were nothing more than a piece of foam, then turned to look at Vladimir, who sat silently nearby. Do you want to avenge your brother? Vladimir shook his head. Whoosh. The desk flew through the air, cutting off Vladimir's words, and his head, by smashing them into the concrete wall behind him. In a flash, Seiya returned to the small bungalow and scanned the surroundings with her cosmos. She found that Hawkeye and the others seemed to have retreated. With no one else around, she finally walked toward the little house. Seiya hadn't made a special effort to hide her identity from these children. After this terrifying ordeal, she knew some of them might carry emotional scars for life. But perhaps the appearance of a hero from the heavens could ease some of their anxiety and fear. Brother, seeing Seiya walk in, Lex being dashed over and threw herself into his arms. Seiya quickly reached out to catch her, holding her close in comfort. The other children either crouched or lay on the floor, frozen in fear and unable to move. Only Dandin stood up and quietly shuffled over to Seiya's side. Hey, buddy, anything I can lend a hand with? With those words, a red and blue figure dropped from the sky. At the sight of this newcomer, the timid children instantly burst into excited shouts. Spider-Man! Spider-Man's come to save us. My mom always said, no matter what danger we're in, Spider-Man will show up to protect us. The children, who had been frightened and silent just moments before, now lost themselves in the pure delight of Spider-Man's appearance. Peter Parker, still trying to get his bearings, suddenly found himself surrounded by a noisy crowd of kids. Lexia, holding Lex Bing and accompanied by Dandin, quietly slipped out of the bungalow, feeling a faint twinge of disappointment in her heart. Let Parker handle the aftermath. After all, you're the legendary Spider-Man. Meanwhile, deep in the Atlantic Ocean, a giant creature lay silently in wait. It was like some ancient beast that had always existed in the depths of the sea. Even the blue whale, the largest animal in the ocean, over 30 meters long and weighing more than 300 tons, seemed like nothing more than a defenseless lapdog standing at the feet of the Hulk compared to it. It could be crushed to pulp in an instant. This colossal beast is the crystallization of human ingenuity, a super amphibious fortress of steel that combines transport, rescue, assault, defense, and scientific research, all in one. The Sky Carrier. Since it is peacetime, the Sky Carrier now lies dormant, and Director Nick Jiangxiang Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently conducting an inspection on board. Sir, your call. The tall and slender adjutant handed him a phone. This is Nick Fury. No sooner had Director Fury answered than a deep frown settled on his brow. After hanging up, Fury turned to his adjutant. Hill, I'll leave things here to you. I need to head back. Hill's striking blue eyes blinked. Has something happened? Fury nodded. There's a problem with the case Barton and Romanoff have been following up on. Now, the CIA, FBI, and various government officials are all questioning every step of the operation. A bunch of bastards. They were the ones who proposed the operation. Now that it's gone wrong, they dumped the blame on us. Hill's voice carried a note of indignation. We were against it from the start. There's nothing we can do. After all, we're under government authority. They love playing their political games, and all we can do is follow orders. Besides, the involvement of former Russian military personnel with Stark Industries is suspicious enough already. Just before closing the watertight hatch, Fury fixed his one-eyed gaze on Hill and said, I'll go deal with the government's nonsense. I'm putting Barton and Romanoff out. They won't be involved anymore. Get the work here finished quickly. I've got a feeling these peaceful days are numbered. As the hatch slid shut, Hill blinked. Now, I'm in charge here. In an office, Barton and Black Widow sat staring off into space at the table, thick bandages wrapped around both their arms. They were both injured. They're putting all the blame on you too, said a slightly shorter, middle-aged man at their side, his tone grave. Everything, from the anti-aircraft missile explosion on the outskirts to endangering a dozen children. They're pinning it all on you. Barton and Black Widow gazed silently out the window. The middle-aged man went on, but those aren't the real issues. What they truly care about is that you failed to use the Rankov brothers to connect with the Russians, and you couldn't even protect that bait. That's what really has them upset. But don't worry, Director Fury will back you up. Those officials have plenty of skeletons in their closets. They'll have their hands full and won't have time to bother with you. When he finished speaking, Barton got to his feet and strode out. I'm taking a vacation. I won't be back until the next alien invasion. Black Widow followed close behind. Not even the end of the world would get me back. The door swung open, and the dark-faced Fury blocked the entrance. Leaving just like that, Fury stepped inside, his tone laced with playful irony. Barton spread his hands. What else? Wait around for the CIA to come and humiliate us. They don't have the time for that, Fury replied. He handed a thick stack of documents to Natasha. Take this home and look it over. Pay special attention to this person. Our new organization might need him. Natasha flipped the file open and found herself staring at the face of a Chinese student, innocent and rather clueless. Who managed to dig up his information so quickly? We didn't say a word about him after coming back. Fury pointed at himself. You're not the only impressive people I know, you know. Natasha tossed the file back to Fury. Send your other talented friends, then. I'm taking a vacation. This is your vacation, Agent Romanoff. You can do whatever you like. I hear he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Natasha snorted, didn't bother replying, and sashayed out of the office, her movements graceful and alluring. Enjoy your break, Agent Barton. In an instant, the office grew quiet and still. Watching everyone disappear through the doorway, the middle-aged man gave a helpless little chuckle. It's my first appearance. Couldn't someone interact with me? At least let me say my name. Agent Coulson, can I mop now? The cleaning lady waved her mop expectantly. Go right ahead. Coulson grinned and left the office. In the hospital, Parker sat by a bedside, chattering away to the quiet figure resting there. Jessica, you know what? I did another good deed last night. Rescued more than a dozen kids. Well, okay, maybe it was actually Lexia who saved them. But I played a big part. If I hadn't shown up as Spider-Man, Lexia might not have managed all those kids alone. You know what Lexia is like. Even if he's the Bennu Phoenix, even if his new armor is more impressive, as long as Lekbing is around, his IQ takes a nosedive. And besides, I feel like Parker spilled every secret without hesitation, telling Jessica everything about himself and Lexia. If anyone else had overheard, their eyes would have nearly popped out in shock. But Jessica, lying in the bed, showed no reaction at all. After the car accident, Jessica had escaped danger but fallen into a coma. The doctor said talking to her might help her wake up, so Parker came every day to share his secrets with her. He wasn't afraid she'd hear, only that she wouldn't. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to be working, but Parker refused to give up. The hinges creaked as the door opened, and Gwen stepped in. "Peter, you're here." Parker nodded. "Did you come alone?" "What else could we do?" Gwen pouted. "How's Jessica?" "She's still the same." Parker shook his head. "I wonder if there's something that could wake her sooner, like maybe letting a spider bite her or something." Gwen brought over a basin of warm water and gently wiped Jessica's face and arms with a towel. "You really have some wild ideas. Jessie's already been through so much, and you want a spider to bite her? Don't you know spiders are her biggest fear?" "A spider bite isn't always a bad thing," Parker muttered under his breath. The two stayed at the hospital until midday before leaving one after the other. After all, they had their own responsibilities and couldn't stay here all day. That afternoon, when Gwen arrived at Dr. Connors' lab, Parker's words kept echoing in her mind. Let a spider bite her. If someone else had said it, it might not have meant much. But these words came from Parker, and that made them intriguing. After all, Parker was Spider-Man. Could there be some hidden meaning here? Gwen felt as if she had just brushed the edge of something important. Sitting in front of the lab equipment, Gwen's mind raced. As a top student, Gwen aspired to be a woman as brave as a saintly warrior, and she was absolutely right to think so. Through her recent conversations with Dr. Connors and Parker, Gwen had learned something crucial. Parker's father had once been Dr. Connors' colleague, and together they had established Oscorp's genetic research laboratory. After searching online for information about Parker's father, Richard Parker, Gwen's imagination began to take flight. As the former head of Oscorp's genetics lab, Richard Parker had personally cultivated the lab's super gene spiders. But after Richard Parker's sudden departure, most of the research on the super spiders was lost, and the related projects all but came to a halt. It wasn't that Dr. Connors didn't want to continue the super spider research. He simply couldn't. With no other option, he shifted his focus to reptilian lizards, an area he was more familiar with. As it turned out, Dr. Connors' research abilities were still a notch below Richard Parker's. Even the lizard serum required the help of a decay rate formula Richard Parker had devised over a decade ago to succeed, but in the end, it still proved to be a failed product. Meanwhile, Richard Parker's super spider gene had actually succeeded. Parker himself was living proof. By comparison, the super spider gene didn't turn humans into animals, showed no apparent side effects, and couldn't be reversed. So really, who gave Dr. Connors that mysterious confidence, making him believe he was on the same level as Richard Parker as a scientist? 10 years ago, Parker had already left him in the dust. Doctor. Judging by Parker's performance, Gwen suspected that the real answer lay in some secret connected to those super spiders. Oscorp had also experimented with super spider genes on lab mice, but without exception, every attempt ended in failure. So far, there had only been one success, Parker himself. And, by sheer coincidence, he was Richard Parker's son. Wasn't that proof enough? Could it really be a case of like father, like son? If Dr. Connors wanted to succeed, perhaps he'd need a lizard father himself. Only then would the lizard genes not reject him. Genes won't reject. A sudden flash of insight lit up in Gwen's mind. She felt as though she had finally grasped the crux of the problem. With that thought, Gwen hurriedly left her office and headed straight for Oscorp's tower. Using her old employee badge, she slipped inside. She needed to find more theoretical support for her new hypothesis. By now, it was nearly noon, and the atmosphere inside the orphanage had grown heavy and somber. Grandma Jones sat on the living room sofa. Her face was steady, betraying little emotion, yet the frequent glances she cast upstairs gave away her worry. On the second floor, Luke Bing paced back and forth anxiously. Several children wanted to console her, but hesitated, unsure of what to say. Dandon had already been picked up by her aunt and left New York early that morning. They'd come to the city hoping to broaden their horizons, but their first day had nearly ended in disaster. The big city was just too frightening. Maybe it was better to head back to the countryside. Yet, in that single day, the two kids struck up a genuine friendship, exchanging contact details and promising to keep in touch. Upstairs, inside Lexia's old room, Zhang Shanqi stood up, wiping the perspiration from his forehead with the back of his hand. He looked at his work and nodded with satisfaction. There, I've used acupuncture to stimulate your 8 extraordinary meridians. Soon, the blockages in your body will be cleared, and your injuries will heal in no time. The person on the bed didn't respond. Lexia, bristling with acupuncture needles, was simply too exhausted. She'd fallen into a deep sleep even before Zhang Shanqi started the treatment. The same might be as tough as steel in their armor, but without it, even they can end up in the hospital. Lexia, of course, had no wish to go to the hospital. With his own formidable healing ability and the Holy Grail's help, he didn't need medicine or injections. His wounds would heal rapidly on their own. But he couldn't argue with Grandma Joan, so in the end, he had no choice but to trouble Zheng Shanqi for help. Grandma Qiong'an's reasoning was sound. She could bear not going to the hospital despite such serious injuries, but not seeing a doctor just wouldn't do. What if there were lingering effects that kept him from getting married in the future? After packing up the medical kit, Zheng Shanqi headed straight out of Lexia's room. The Holy Grail on the table nearby didn't catch much of his attention. He simply regarded it as a trinket. Little gadgets like this were everywhere in Chinatown. Who knew? Maybe they hadn't even scraped off the Made in China label. Once Zheng Shanqi had left, a faint blue aura of cosmos power began to emanate from Lexia, winding its way around the Holy Grail. Drawn by that mysterious energy, the Holy Grail floated gently over to Lexia's lips, tipping its contents, half a cup of water, slowly into his mouth. Still fast asleep, Lexia swallowed the water bit by bit, and soon the wounds on his body began to heal at remarkable speed. The Crater Saint cloth was only a silver cloth, and yet it worked wonders like this. If it ever evolved into a divine cloth, could it perhaps even resurrect the dead or regrow flesh from bones after holding water? Lexia wouldn't be finding out the answer to that question anytime soon. Brother Zheng, how's my brother doing? Lu Bing, waiting anxiously outside the door, asked in a worried tone. Closing the door, Zheng Shanqi crouched down and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Your brother's tough. He'll be just fine. You have to believe in him. Right now, though, he needs to rest. Go tell everyone that. Unless there's something urgent, try not to disturb him, okay? Afterwards, Zheng Shanqi went downstairs to say goodbye to Grandma Qiong'an, who thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Dr. Zheng. Sorry for all the trouble. It's nothing, Director Qiong'an. Young Lu and I hit it off right away. Helping him was no trouble at all. After a round of polite exchanges, Qiong'an asked, By the way, has Dr. Wang come back yet? He's been out for quite some time. Zheng Shanqi shook his head. I heard Uncle Master went to the Middle East, but there hasn't been any news lately. Grandma Qiong'an's worry showed in her voice. The Middle East, huh? He'll need to be careful over there. Even that, Mr. Stark went missing there. No matter how much trouble Stark was, he had at least funded the orphanage and was now its owner. Grandma Qiong'an's habit of getting names wrong probably wasn't ideal. Uncle Master is a man of great fortune. He should be all right, Zheng Shanqi replied, though a hint of concern crept into his expression. His worries, however, were different from Grandma Qiong'an's. In that guest room Lexia had barged into, Zheng Shanqi had discovered many things that simply did not belong in a Chinese medicine shop in Chinatown. It left him conflicted, wondering if coming to America had been the right decision after all. When Lexia woke up, the sun was already setting and most of his injuries had healed. He stood and moved his arms and legs, feeling a rush of relief. Thank goodness the Saint cloth that had appeared from the box was the Crater cloth. Although it doesn't quite match my own attributes, it sure is useful. I can keep it tucked away in my pants without drawing any attention, and when it matters most, I can whip it out and put it to use. But the most important thing is the Holy Cloth Chalice is incredibly powerful when it comes to healing injuries. No matter how seriously I'm hurt, as long as I drink a cup of water from it, I might not revive on the spot in perfect condition, but the rate at which my health and energy recover is absolutely phenomenal. Now, my mom never has to worry about me getting hurt again. At Granny Joan's request, Lexia stayed another night at the orphanage and only returned to his small building the next day. As soon as he got back, Lexia headed straight for the attic. The bronze cloth box still sat there looking as old and battered as ever, as if the dazzling glow from that night had all been a dream. Lexia walked up to the cloth box and reached out to touch it. Nothing magical happened. Lord Tiger was already offline, maybe even deleted his account, and now the cloth box seemed like nothing more than an actual, shabby old bronze chest. Unwilling to give up, Lexia sat cross-legged on top of it. The microcosmos that once stirred his body into action was nowhere to be felt. The box remained as silent as ever. Perched atop the cloth box, Lexia stroked his chin and pondered. That night, when the crater cloth emerged, this box had transformed into a radiant silver cloth box, and the emblem of the Holy Grail had appeared on its once blank walls. But after the cloth was drawn, it reverted to its ancient bronze form, which led to a question. Is this box really just a one-time treasure chest? Once opened, it's nothing but scrap metal? Or is there some condition that, if met, would allow it to open again, like how Dragon Balls turn to stone and then become Dragon Balls again after a year? If it's the first case, that's going to be tough. After all, the Marvel Universe is vast beyond comprehension, teeming with aliens, and Earth itself is but a speck of dust in the cosmos, maybe even just a speck among countless universes in the multiverse. In such an expansive universe, trying to find another box and pull out an even better cloth, say a gold cloth or the ND off Awakens, will be like searching for a needle in an ocean. But if it's the second situation, then what's the condition that needs to be met? Does the cloth box need to pass a certain amount of time to recharge its energy, or does it require a boost from the microcosmos? And when the time comes, will Lord Tiger log back in, or will someone else step in, leaving a video just to make their presence known? Climbing down from the cloth box, Seiya decided to find out for himself. No amount of speculation could compare to taking action. He fetched an angle grinder from downstairs, fitted a new cutting wheel, plugged it in, and the grinder spun up with a wild whir. The first step was to test whether the box had really become just an ordinary bronze chest. With a heart full of anxiety, he pressed the angle grinder against the edge of the box, and instantly, a cascade of sparks burst forth, dazzling like lightning. With Seiya's strength, there was no chance of the tool slipping. The grinding wheel stubbornly cut at the same spot, unwavering. When the sparks faded, he set the angle grinder aside and blew away the fine dust on the box. To his astonishment, the ancient, austere corners of the box showed not even the faintest scratch. In contrast, the grinding wheel itself had worn down by nearly a whole ring. This was a diamond grinding wheel that Seiya had specially bought, something that could cut through bronze, even alloyed steel without a problem. Yet when it came to this box, it was utterly useless. So it's true. This box hasn't become an ordinary one. If a golden-fingered transmigrator treasure were defeated by a mere angle grinder, that would be far too humiliating. Since the box hasn't turned ordinary and can't be opened like the Pandora box of the Craterus constellation, it's safe to guess that this chest is a sustainable resource of sorts. It seems it can be opened again, though certain conditions must be met. The last time the box opened was after Seiya had fully grasped his microcosm, when Master Tiger had appeared without warning. But even before that, the box had already begun to work. That surge of microcosmic power that stimulated Seiya's body was likely left behind by Master Tonghu. Not only did it provoke and strengthen his body, it also taught him a nurturing technique called all-encompassing nature, as well as a world-conquering set of martial arts known as Tiger's thousand-fold dance. Now, Seiya's body had reached a remarkable level of strength, and he had mastered the microcosm in that fateful battle. The microcosmic power once sealed within the Pandora box had fulfilled its purpose and would not appear again. So, what kind of condition would trigger the birth of a new microcosm? Damn it, I really can't figure this out. Seiya scratched his head in frustration. Giving up for the moment, he pulled out the sacred cup and donned it, then sat cross-legged on top of the box. Open sesame. Little box, be good. Lift your lid for me. Welcome to the grandest unboxing center in the country. Show yourself, Linda. Moon prism power, Mercury power, Mars power. For crying out loud, just open already. After all that fuss, Seiya lay back on the Pandora box in defeat, arms and legs sprawled over the sides, his expression one of utter despair. Boss, what will it take for you to open up? Stop playing games. Lying atop the box, Seiya unexpectedly drifted off into a muddled sleep. Within his dream, his consciousness once again followed the sacred armor to a place he had visited before in sleep. The sanctuary. Once more, he found himself in that vast training ground, where three young boys stood together. The round-faced boy with black hair finished a familiar routine, withdrew his stance, lifted his chin, and declared, "So, did you see that clearly? This is my very own martial art. Even an army couldn't hold me back." Seiya and another blonde boy shook their heads at the same time. The blonde boy said, "Martial arts are just too difficult for us. But it's not like we have to fight our enemies up close. I can make sure they never even get near me." "You're just bragging," the black-haired boy protested, unconvinced. The blonde boy smiled calmly, his broad eyebrows tightening ever so slightly, and in a heartbeat, he vanished from sight. "How about that? Not bad, right?" The broad-browed blonde boy called out from afar, flashing a neat row of white teeth in a grin. Seiya nodded, admitting that this seemed pretty impressive. In an instant, the golden-browed Cheyenne reappeared beside them and said with a laugh, "This is called telekinesis. Besides teleportation, it has plenty of other uses. It's way more powerful than your martial arts. But come to think of it, Tonghu, what you're practicing isn't really a superpower, is it? It's more like a physical skill. Looks like not everyone awakens the same kind of superhuman abilities when their sixth sense opens up." The black-haired Tonghu refused to back down. He shouted, "Who says I don't have a superpower? If I take off my shirt, I could beat both of you at once. Are you scared or not?" Seiya shook his head in mock terror. "That's got to count as a superpower. There's probably no one else in the entire sanctuary who can do what you do." Golden-browed, Cheyenne nodded in admiration. "You really are weirdo, superpower, that is." Tonghu's smile was so wide his eyes disappeared. Night had already fallen in America, But on the other side of the globe, daylight reigned. Deep in the mountains of Afghanistan, Tony Stark was being marched through a camp at gunpoint, forced to tour the surroundings. On either side of the path, neatly stacked crates stamped with Stark Industries sent a deep shock through his once carefree heart. Having nearly died from his own inventions, Tony Stark was undergoing a transformation, from a callous arms dealer to a soul plagued by guilt and defeat. He had never before imagined the utter despair of watching a bomb explode right before your eyes. Tony Stark was grateful to have survived. Even if his life now depended on a car battery, it was still better than ending up like those who were blown to pieces. If he could make it home safely, he swore he would do something for those who had suffered from the weapons he created. He needed to atone for his mistakes. But his captors clearly had other plans. A bearded Asian man spoke on behalf of their organization's demands. They wanted him to build the most advanced Jericho missile for them. Whatever materials he needed, all he had to do was ask. They would provide. Tony Stark had never been threatened before in his life. Facing these arrogant terrorists, he looked them in the eye and answered, firm as ever, no. In the distance, a bald man gazed over from afar. Only after Tony Stark was escorted back to the cave did he turn and walk down the hillside, entering a tent. There, he addressed a man sitting in a chair, cradling a purple clay teapot. As expected, he refused. The bald man spoke in awkward Chinese, while the teapot holder's Mandarin was flawless. Draped in an oversized black cloak with a hood shadowing most of his face, the elder's voice sounded weathered by time. I knew from the start that he wouldn't agree, he replied. But don't worry, he will in the end. A man like Tony Stark would never accept dying in obscurity without knowing where he'd fall. He doesn't have much time left, barely 7 days. Within these 7 days, he's bound to give us a satisfactory answer. The bald man nodded, half convinced, half doubtful. If Obadiah Stane from Stark Industries asks about this, how should we explain? The teapot paused midair. The man in the cloak fixed the bald man with a piercing gaze. We of the 10 Rings need explain ourselves to no one. The bald man shuddered, quickly nodding in agreement. Outwardly, the bald man appeared to be the leader of this band of terrorists. In truth, the one truly in charge was the elderly man with the purple clay teapot. After the bald man left the tent, the old man removed his hood, revealing a kindly, gentle face. This man was none other than Old Wong, the herbalist from Chinatown. He had met Tony Stark at the Children of the Stars orphanage. To avoid being recognized, he kept his hood up to shroud his gentle features, purposefully adding an air of mystery. The worries that Lexia and Zheng Shanqi harbored had become reality. Old Wong's identity was indeed far from simple. Earlier, Lexia had noticed the ringed flag in the herbal shop's private room, a symbol of the obscure yet sinister 10 Rings organization. The influence of the 10 Rings stretched across all of Asia, though they operated in the shadows, largely unnoticed by the world. Their leader, even more secretive, was known only by the name Chu. No one had ever seen his true face. Old Wong's full name was Wong Chu, and he had long been suspected of being the leader of the 10 Rings. Though this rumor was never confirmed, it was certain that Old Wong held a senior position within the organization. The group that had kidnapped Tony Stark was in fact a mere minor faction under the 10 Rings banner. On the surface, their actions were commissioned by Obadiah Stane, but in reality, this was a meticulously planned operation devised long ago. The 10 Rings sought to take control of Tony Stark and his Stark Industries. After all, sustaining such a vast syndicate required unimaginable wealth and resources. The 10 Rings desperately needed a powerhouse, both a figure like Tony Stark and a company like Stark Industries, to serve as their engine, providing an endless stream of money and weapons to satisfy Chu's ambition of restoring his ancestors' former glory. It was said that Chu was descended from Genghis Khan. Back in the day, the Mongol Empire's territory stretched all the way to Eastern Europe. Around the year 1240, during the Elder Sun's Western Campaign, Mongol armies stormed Moscow and watered their horses in the Danube. Their brutal massacres and destruction sent waves of terror through all the Christian nations of Europe. Rumor had it that even the Pope considered negotiating with the Mongols. If they would convert to Christianity, the Pope would command the nations of Europe to submit to the rule of the Mongol Empire. Whether or not this rumor was true, it serves as an indirect testament to one thing. The Mongol Empire's military might was utterly terrifying. History, however, played a little joke, and Lady Luck smiled upon the nations of Europe. Just as the Mongol armies rampaged across Europe, the great Khan Ogdi suddenly died, and the Mongol forces withdrew to settle the succession, missing their chance to conquer the continent. Had Ogdi lived just a few more years, the course of world history might have been rewritten entirely. A little over a decade later, the Mongol Empire launched yet another westward expedition, this time bringing utter catastrophe to the Islamic world. Baghdad, capital of the Islamic Arab Empire, fell. The highest leader of the Islamic polity, Caliph al-Mustazim, was captured alive, wrapped in rags, and trampled to death by horses. The entire Islamic world was trampled under the Mongols' hooves, ruthlessly ravaged. Europe, so close at hand, once again fell into collective anxiety and dread. Thus, for many Europeans, the Mongol Empire remains the stuff of nightmares. Whether Chu inherited the abilities of his ancestors remains to be seen, but there is no doubt that his ambition is every bit as great. Wang Chu set down his teapot, his fingers drumming lightly on the table as he pondered. If Tony Stark really refused to cooperate, perhaps the best solution would simply be to kill him. Obadiah Stane, who wanted to replace Stark, would actually be much easier to control. Just as he was thinking this, the bald man returned, beaming with good news. Tony Stark has agreed to cooperate. Wang Chu let out a breath of relief. That was for the best. Tony Stark's value lay not only in his identity, but also in his genius. Mind. With Obadiah Stane, they could only hold on to the present, but with Tony Stark, the 10 rings would possess the future. Whatever he needs, make sure you provide it without reservation. Mr. Stark must feel the full sincerity of the 10 rings. The bald man happily set things in motion, and immediately, the valley bustled with activity. Watching those bustling figures, the bald man couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After pulling off this job, his standing in the 10 Commandments, gang would surely rise by leaps and bounds, and then he wouldn't have to hole up in this godforsaken place, playing hide-and-seek with the American soldiers. He already had it all planned out. When the time came, he'd lead his men into a head-on clash with the U.S. military, just to show those arrogant Americans the true power of the 10 Commandments gang. And that wasn't all. He'd return to his hometown and give that beautiful, kind-hearted girl a grand wedding. Villains could have love stories too. At dawn, Lexia woke from his dreams. His limbs sprawled in every direction. His sleeping posture had left him feeling a bit sore. Thankfully, the Saint cloth of the crater constellation had a waist-length skirt design. If he'd been wearing the unicorn cloth, with its infamous bronze briefs, he might have torn it apart in his sleep. If the Saint cloth got damaged outside a battle, not even Mr. Mu of Ares would repair it for free, assuming you could find an Ares in the first place. If it really got torn, he'd have to march into battle with a gaping hole in his armor. Damn, the embarrassment would be off the charts. After a whole night, the Saint cloth box hadn't changed a bit. Lexi had decided not to force it. He hadn't even figured out the crater. Cloth he already had. Even if he managed to unlock a new Saint cloth, what good would it do? It's not like he could wear 2 at once. Instead of worrying about pointless things, it was better to focus on mastering the crater cloth he already had. When the time came, he'd wield fire in his left hand and the ice fangs in his right, burning down mages and skewering warriors alike. Who could possibly stand against him? And if he got hurt, no worries, a single cup of water, and he'd heal his wounds and restore his energy in no time. He relished seeing people get frustrated by him, yet still unable to take him down. His dreams last night weren't just about watching Tonghu and Shine show off. In the second half, Lexia, possessed by the water mirror, demonstrated his own mastery over vapor and his insights into the ice fangs. When a saint awakens their 6th sense, there's a chance they'll discover a unique superpower, like conjuring fire, creating ice, or even changing clothes on a whim. But that wasn't guaranteed. Not everyone would necessarily unlock a superpower. And aside from awakening it with the 6th sense, one could also learn these abilities later, like Shine's corpse gas skill in LC. When Lexia awakened his 6th sense, he didn't unlock any superpower. But that didn't mean he lacked one. In fact, the natural fire was his superpower. It's just that, thanks to his practice of the all-encompassing cosmos, he developed it ahead of time. And after obtaining the Crater Saint cloth, Lexia gained the chance to learn yet another ability, the power to control vapor, unique to the Crater cloth. It's just that, due to his unfamiliarity with both the microcosmos and the Saint cloth, he hadn't been able to use it flexibly before. After a whole night of training with the water mirror, Lexia found that now, even without wearing the Holy Grail cloth, he could skillfully manipulate vapor to form icy fangs. Of course, the destructive power was still quite a bit lower compared to when he was clad in the cloth. The Holy Cloth truly amplified his Cosmo to a remarkable extent. He took off the cloth, let it transform into a Holy Grail, and tucked it into his pocket. Noticing it was getting late, Lexia gathered his things and headed off to school. All along the way, a tiny ice fong, no bigger than a fingernail, kept forming and shattering in his palm over and over. This practice helped him hone his control over his Cosmo. Lexia had been walking this path from his small apartment to school for more than 2 months now. At the school gate, with a casual flick of his wrist, a dozen icy fangs instantly took shape and shot into the sky, bursting into sparkling shards before dissolving into nothingness. Time slipped by like a white horse galloping past a crack. In the blink of an eye, Lexia had already spent 3 months in the Marvel Universe. After more than 2 months of acclimation and training, Lexia's, well, not his prostate. His skills had become truly solid. He could now control the flow of his cosmo energy at will, and his mastery over shaping vapor in icy fangs had reached the point where he could strike wherever he aimed. A lot had happened over these past couple of months. There was Parker, of course. By now, the name Spider-Man, your friendly neighborhood hero, was famous throughout New York. He'd practically become the city's mascot. Wherever crime reared its head, Spider-Man was sure to appear. The cost of committing a crime in New York had suddenly shot up. Even though the actual crime rate hadn't dropped much, most people spoke of Spider-Man with genuine admiration. Well, except for Captain George Stacy. When Lexia went to Gwen's house for Lemon C base, Captain Stacy went out of his way to express his disdain for Spider-Man. Although his urge to unmask Spider-Man had lessened somewhat, Captain Stacy still couldn't accept the idea that the entire city was relying on a masked man in a skin-tight suit for their safety. After all, the police did far more for the city. To that, Lexia could only chuckle. He couldn't really blame anyone for it. After all, in America, the cult of the individual hero ran deep. Spider-Man's arrival simply fulfilled everyone's longing for a hero to worship, so their adulation was only natural. Lexia didn't argue with Captain Stacy over Parker, which was a huge relief to Gwen. It was as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. By the lockers at school, Parker grinned at Lexia and asked, "So, how was the Lemon C base? Did you like it?" Parker had known for a while that Lexia was visiting Gwen's house, and seeing the two of them finally get together made him genuinely happy. Lucia reached up and brushed a deep green leaf off the top of Parker's head, then shrugged. "I actually brought a pair of chopsticks with me before I went. Guess what? When I used the chopsticks to pick out even the tiniest fish bones one by one, Gwen's mom was absolutely stunned. She had no idea chopsticks could be used like that." Parker rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You brought chopsticks to Gwen's house? Didn't you realize that's kind of rude?" Lucia spread his hands. "They didn't have chopsticks, and I can't use a knife and fork. Was I supposed to eat with my hands? Honestly, making a mess with a fork and knife would have been even more embarrassing. But enough about me. How's Jessica doing?" After more than 2 months of Parker's relentless effort, Jessica had finally woken up from her coma. Following a period of rehabilitation, she was now able to get out of bed and walk around. Jessica is doing pretty well. She said she'll be at the graduation ceremony in a few days. It's just a shame her family won't be there to see her graduate. Parker's expression turned a little downcast. "Oh, and this might be the last time she goes by the name Jessica Campbell. There's a family named Jones who wants to adopt her, so she'll be changing her last name soon." Jessica Jones, huh? Lucien nodded. He'd known all along this would happen, so he wasn't surprised at all. As the two walked along, Thompson came up from behind. "Hey guys." Thompson literally leapt at them, arms outstretched, but Lucia and Parker dodged to opposite sides in perfect sync. With a thud, Thompson's arms just missed their necks, and he ended up sprawling face first on the ground in an ungraceful heap. Seeing Thompson make a fool of himself, many of the students he'd bullied before couldn't help but secretly cheer. "Man, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Lucia reached down to help Thompson up, brushing the dust off his clothes. "Enough, if you keep patting me my arm's gonna snap." Thompson quickly backed away. He'd gone from school bully to harmless lamb, and while it had been hard to get used to at first, it was second nature by now. "By the way, I passed my physical. After graduation, I'll be heading off to report for duty in the Army. What about you guys? Any big summer plans?" "Oh, brilliant minds of Empire State University." Both Lucia and Parker had been accepted into Empire State University. Unlike straight A student Parker, Lucia got in as a specially recruited athlete for weightlifting of all things. Given Lucia's athletic prowess, he could have chosen from a range of sports, but after weighing his options, weightlifting seemed the simplest and most convenient. Show up, lift, record your result, and you're done. No need to bother with training. If he'd picked basketball, he might have been able to skip the physical training, but he'd still have to join in the team practices. After all, basketball isn't a solo sport. If it ever turned into one guy versus 9 plus 2 referees, the game would lose all its excitement. Don't get hung up on whether Empire State University has athletic scholarships for weightlifting. The university itself is fictional, you know. Gwen also applied to Empire State University. Originally, she wanted to go to Oxford in the UK, but perhaps because of Dr. Connor's lab, she chose to stay in New York for college. Lately, aside from occasionally pestering Lexia, Gwen has been spending most of her time in Dr. Connor's lab. In addition to helping with Dr. Connor's lizard serum project, she set up a little room of her own in there to tinker around. Even Parker, who frequents the lab, has no idea what Gwen is actually working on inside. The three of them chatted as they walked into the classroom. Gwen, who was hunched over her desk sketching and writing, flipped her notebook shut and stood up, demanding a kiss from Lexia as he approached. American students really are open about these things. If this happened back in China, some busybody would have secretly filmed it and uploaded it to a certain video app, making them internet famous in no time. Naturally, Lexia couldn't back down. Though, as a straightforward Chinese guy, he found it hard to adapt to such openness at first, but habits become second nature. It was just a peck, not a big deal. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. What were you writing just now? Lexia, keeping it light, reached for Gwen's notebook, only for her to slap his hand away. It's a secret. A secret? Is it a big one? Hey, big news. A curious classmate nearby shouted, waving their phone. Tony Stark, head of the missing Stark Industries, has been rescued and will be returning to the U.S. soon. This bit of news didn't really interest Lexia and his friends. Just another arms dealer, whether he was missing or found. What did that matter to a bunch of soon-to-graduate high schoolers? He really couldn't understand why the newsreader was so excited, acting like he'd invested in Stark Industries stock himself. Let me tell you something. Even if Tony Stark comes back, Stark Industries' stock price is still going to drop. Lexia smirked. So Tony Stark was back, and Iron Man was about to make his debut. Should he take a trip out to Los Angeles to watch that upcoming battle of the Iron Suits in person? There's another headline. Norman Osborn, founder of Oscorp, has passed away. As expected, those who shouldn't survive always do, and those who should stay never last. Harry's father is dead. Parker froze, instantly reaching for his phone to call Harry, but Lexia stopped him. We'll go check on him after school. Harry must be swamped right now. He probably doesn't have time to answer your call. Lexia wanted to see how Harry was holding up too. After all, there was a chance he'd turn to the dark side one day. Better to get a sense of things in advance, just to be prepared. Norman Osborn has passed away. It seems to have happened a bit earlier than in the movies, but then again, this world was never meant to follow the films. Exactly. After all, Harry had already shown up ahead of schedule, so it wasn't all that shocking for Norman Osborn to die a few months earlier than expected. Still, Norman Osborn's death left Lexia feeling a little pensive. Norman Osborn might have had a chance to survive. If Richard Parker had fully shared his research all those years ago, perhaps the Osborn family's hereditary blood disease could have been cured. That breakthrough might even have led to the development of more medicines to treat other genetic disorders, benefiting countless people. But if Richard Parker had really handed everything over, knowing Norman Osborn's character, and if he'd had no illness holding him back, he would have thrown himself into working with the military for profit, creating ever more devastating biochemical weapons. In the end, the resulting casualties could have been even greater. In a sense, it was Richard Parker who single-handedly prevented the birth of another Green Goblin and saved the world from a zombie apocalypse. From this perspective, his contribution was immeasurable. Both men were world-famous arms dealers. Norman Osborn met his end because a project leader he'd funded with dirty money ran off with a potential cure, while Tony Stark, after a brush with death, decided to shut down his company's weapons division. Soon, Stark Industries' press conference would make waves across the globe, and Tony Stark would embark on an entirely new chapter of his life. So, as the saying goes, good and evil always find their reward. The wheel of fate turns as it must. Who lives and who dies, perhaps the heavens have already decided. After school, Lexia accompanied Parker to Osborn Tower, where Harry was preparing to take over the company his father had left behind. A 17-year-old kid whose favorite pastimes were styling his hair, traveling, and spending nights with supermodels. Now, all of a sudden, his father was gone, and he was expected to helm a vast business empire. One could only imagine the pressure weighing on Harry. Sitting in the reception room, Parker sighed. Harry was my best friend when I was little. Back when my parents suddenly disappeared, if it hadn't been for him, I honestly don't know how I would have made it through. So, I totally get how he's feeling right now. That pain of losing someone you love. Lexia shrugged. Well, I'm sorry, but I can't really relate. I grew up in an orphanage and never even met my parents. It wasn't that Lexia was trying to outdo Parker in misery. This was just her way of comforting him, in reverse. I'm sorry. Parker stammered at a loss for words. After what felt like an eternity, Harry finally finished his meeting and had time to see Parker. As soon as they met, it was clear that Harry was in low spirits, though he was genuinely surprised Parker had come. Harry gave Parker's arm a pat, and with heartfelt gratitude, said, "It means a lot to me that you both are here." "Thank you." Parker hugged Harry, but found himself at a loss for words. Lexia, not being as close to Harry, exchanged a few polite words and then quietly moved over to stand by the window. Out in the distant hallway, someone hurried past. A man Lexia instantly recognized as the one who had once tried to take Lizard's serum to the Rehabilitation Center for Wounded Veterans. He looked so much like his movie counterpart that Lexia identified him in a heartbeat. The man, flipping through some documents, entered a bustling laboratory. Lexia's sharp eyes, even from afar, caught the label on the file he carried. Two red phi symbols, phi. If Lexia recalled correctly, that had been Dr. Connors' previous research project. So, despite Norman Osborn's passing and Dr. Connors having left Oscorp, this man was still pursuing the same research? Was it to prepare in advance for Harry, whose illness hadn't yet manifested, or did he have another motive altogether? In the end, Lexia boarded the flight to Los Angeles, ready to pay a visit to the City of Angels. Tony Stark's return had lightened Pepper Potts' workload, so she called and invited Leving to come have some fun in L.A. As it happened, Lexia had heard that Uncle Lee was headed to Los Angeles for a banquet and needed company for the journey, so she eagerly volunteered to join him. But once they boarded the plane, Uncle Lee swapped seats with someone nearby to chat up an elegant lady, leaving Lexia to her own devices. To Lexia's left by the window sat Leving, while on her right, in the seat Uncle Lee had given up, was someone she hadn't expected at all. Brother Zhang, what a surprise, you're going to Los Angeles too. And we're even on the same flight. Zhang Shanqi smiled and wiped his nose. I'm just as surprised. Seems fate keeps bringing us together, Lexia. Brother Zhang, look. All the clouds outside are white. I've been watching for so long and haven't seen a single black one. They're all like big puffs of cotton candy. Leving pressed her face eagerly against the window, marveling at the sea of clouds. Clouds are usually white, Lexia explained. It's just that some are so thick they block the sunlight, and that's why they look black from below. You're fibbing. There have to be black clouds. We see lots of dark ones from the ground. I'm sure I'll spot a black one soon. There's no reasoning with kids sometimes. Lexia just shook her head and turned back to chat with Zhang Shanqi. So, Brother Zhang, what brings you to Los Angeles? Do you have a friend there? Zhang Shanqi shook his head. There was a gathering my uncle was invited to, but he didn't have time to attend, so he sent me in his place. Honestly, I didn't really want to go. A gathering, huh? Zhang, don't tell me you're also going to the Stark Industries Firefighters Family Fun Gala. Lexia joked, grinning. That was exactly the event Grandpa Lee was heading to. Lexia was only making a light-hearted joke, but to her surprise, Zhang Shanqi pulled an invitation from his jacket pocket and studied it with genuine seriousness. It's the same gala. Looks like fate really wants us together tonight. Lexia glanced skeptically at the invitation, and sure enough, it matched the one Grandpa Lee had given her. Could the world really be this full of coincidences? Since they already knew each other and were attending the same event, Lexia and Zhang Shanqi found themselves chatting animatedly along the way, hitting it off immediately. Only Leving seemed a little out of sorts. After all, she still hadn't managed to spot a single black cloud in the sky, which left her questioning her own perceptions. Once off the plane, Lexia and Zhang Shanqi made plans to hang out again sometime, and then parted ways. Pepper Potts had already arranged accommodations for Leving, and naturally, Lexia chose to stay with her to make it easier to look after her. That evening, Leving, undeterred by travel fatigue, was eager to go out and have fun. Lexia, of course, had no objections. As long as he was by her side, day or night, New York or Los Angeles, everywhere felt safe. They had a wild time at the Santa Monica Pier amusement park. Afterward, with ice cream cones in hand, the two climbed aboard the Ferris wheel, watching the city's dazzling nightscape unfurl beneath them as they ascended. The lights here are so beautiful. Leving pressed her face against the glass, flattening her nose into a piggy snout. Lexia nodded. Do you want to see something even more amazing? I could take you up above the city. Leving had already glimpsed Lexia in his inky black attire the night he'd rescued her. Since then, he hadn't hidden his secret from her, though he'd never actually taken her flying. In New York, too many people and organizations knew the name Bennu Firebird. Lexia had no desire to attract unnecessary trouble. But this was the City of Angels, L.A., thousands of miles from New York. Even the legend of Spider-Man was only faintly known here, let alone Bennu Firebird. Leving turned to Lexia, her eyes full of hope. Really? You take me? Of course. In a moment, Lexia started to answer, but before he could finish, a streak of fire suddenly shot across the night sky, brilliant and swift as a falling star. You've got to be kidding me. Lexia could only shake his head in disbelief. Truth really can be stranger than fiction. Tonight just happened to be Iron Man's very first test flight. Tony Stark was soaring through the air on his maiden test flight, the rousing background music fueling his adrenaline. The rush of speed made him almost giddy, and everything he saw through his helmet's visor was being rapidly cross-referenced in his AI assistant Jarvis's database. As he passed by the Ferris wheel, Jarvis's system immediately locked onto someone inside one of the cabins. Lexia. Hold on, Jarvis. That face looks familiar. Can you pull up his information for me? Yes, sir. Jarvis took less than half a second to retrieve Lexia's details. Lexia, graduate of Midtown High School in Queens, New York. Former resident of Sons of the Stars Orphanage. Current address. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this Mr. Joseph to show up in Los Angeles. As a local, Tony felt a certain obligation to offer a proper welcome, maybe even a grand and memorable one. With that thought, Tony banked sharply, diving from the sky and heading straight for the Ferris wheel. To say Tony disliked Lexia was an understatement. Even after all he'd been through, life and death and a changed perspective, this rude kid still struck him as an insufferable brat. A blazing meteor streaked through the air, aiming directly at the Ferris wheel. At that speed, it looked like the entire wheel would be obliterated, leaving no chance for the passengers. Inside the other cabins, what had moments ago been cheerful curiosity turned to panic as visitors scrambled in confusion and fear. Only Lexia and Leving watched the incoming fireball with expressions that said, "What an idiot. Big brother, is that a shooting star? Could you get it for me to play with? I've always wanted a star. I could hang it by my bed and not worry about bumping into the table when I get up at night." Leving called out excitedly. Lexia nodded. "If he really dares to come any closer, I'll get it for you." In his pocket, the holy grail of armor began to stir restlessly, as if thirsting for action. "Sir, your little prank seems to have backfired. Mr. Lexia isn't even slightly afraid, but the other visitors are starting to panic. If this continues, it could cause a public scare. Do you wish to proceed?" Jarvis advised from Adair. Tony Stark smirked. "Why not? I'd like to see just how long Mr. Joseph can keep up the act." The blazing meteor kept hurtling toward Lexia's cabin. Only at the last possible moment did Tony swerve, tail spinning and narrowly missing the cabin by mere centimeters. At their closest, there was less than 10 centimeters between them. Tony's piloting skills could put even the famous drivers of Akina Mountain to shame. Yoo-hoo! After a bit of harmless mischief, Tony Stark piloted his Iron Man suit, preparing to challenge the fixed-wing flight altitude record, 26,000 meters. Suddenly, Jarvis chimed in with a warning. "Sir, we have a slight situation." "Mr. Tony Stark, long time no see." Lexia's voice rang out from behind him. The unexpected voice nearly made Tony Stark jump out of his skin. Startled, he spun around, only to find someone flying right behind him, barely 2 or 3 meters away. Through his visor, Tony could clearly make out the person's features. The wild wind had pushed his hairline sky-high, and his handsome face, though still a bit youthful, was striking and full of spirit, a feeling Tony's imagination easily filled in. This was unmistakably Lexia, who had been sitting in the Ferris wheel cabin just a moment ago. "How on earth did you catch up?" Tony blurted out in disbelief. He wanted to make a grand entrance, only to end up feeling like a fool. He never expected this kid could fly too, and pretty fast at that. For the proud Tony Stark, this was hard to swallow. "It's my first day test flying, and here you are, making it look effortless. Are you mocking me?" Then again, Tony couldn't help but wonder about those black wings on Lexia's back. Was that the military's Falcon Flight pack? Weren't they supposed to be all destroyed? How did another one suddenly appear? Could this kid be with the military? Lexia hadn't fully manifested his ink-black suit, only the part covering his back and the wings, making it look a lot like the Falcon's gear. But there was a crucial question Tony couldn't figure out. He was sealed tightly inside his iron suit. So how did Lexia know his true identity? As far as Tony knew, the details of his escape with Mark I had never reached the media, and this was the first public appearance of the Iron Man suit. No one should have known who was inside. Even his close friend, Colonel James Rhodes, was still in the dark at this moment. With that thought, Tony blurted out, "How did you know it was me?" Lexia froze for a moment. "Right, this is his first time showing off. So how did I know it was him? That's a plot hole I can't explain." He regretted not wearing a mask. Charging up here so recklessly was a pretty dumb move. But once the arrow leaves the bow, there's no turning back. Backing down now would only be more embarrassing. He had to bluff his way through. A hearty laugh burst forth, covering his uncertainty and giving Tony an impression of mystery. Then, putting on a knowing look, Lexia declared in a loud voice, "Why don't you take a guess? The more you say, the more mistakes you make. So, better to say nothing at all, think whatever you want. Don't get hung up on how Lexia can still talk at high speed without worrying about the wind blasting in her mouth. Any and all unreasonable phenomena here can ultimately be chalked up to small universe logic. As a genius, Tony Stark is confident he can see through any lie. No matter how Lexia tries to explain, he's certain he can analyze her story for loopholes and follow the tiniest clues back to the source of any leak. This concerns the safety of his company and his technology. No small matter, and certainly not something to be taken lightly. But Lexia's answer only infuriates him. If the Mark II's weapon systems weren't still uncalibrated, he would have fired a repulsor blast straight at Lexia's face without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lexia keeps teasing him. "Mr. Stark, is this your latest toy? Mind making me a set? My little sister thinks you're a shooting star. She wants me to pull you down so she can play with you. Shooting star? A toy. Tony Stark couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. He was starting to think he and Lexia really were astrologically incompatible. Just hearing her talk was enough to set him off. Oomph. I really admire your stupidity. Accelerate, Jarvis. The thrusters on the suit's legs roared, and the speed ramped up another notch, now surpassing even that of a commercial jetliner. Yet, even so, Tony Stark was dismayed to find Lexia still following effortlessly behind him, as if she were out for a casual stroll. Are you a demon, or something? Tony Stark snapped. Jarvis, climb. Sir, increasing altitude further could lead to severe external icing, Jarvis cautioned. But Tony Stark wouldn't be Tony Stark if he actually listened to advice. The metal suit banked sharply, then rocketed straight up into the sky. As the altitude climbed higher and higher, Tony Stark grinned. If we're both at risk of icing, how does that guy expect to survive these temperatures with zero protection? No sooner had he spoken than a burst of fire flared up beside him, lighting up Lexia's face in its glow. Mr. Stark, are you planning to break out of Earth's atmosphere? At an altitude of over 10,000 meters, the temperature had dropped to dozens of degrees below zero, and the air had thinned to a near vacuum. Frost had already begun to form on the Iron Man's suit, yet Lexia still showed no sign of discomfort. Damn it, Jarvis. Unwilling to give up, Tony tried to push higher still, but the ice rapidly spread across the suit until the thrusters froze solid. Jarvis shut down and went offline. With the power cut, the suit quickly lost speed. What awaited Tony Stark now was a free fall from 10,000 meters above the Earth. Oh, no, no, no. The moment his body lost all weight, Tony Stark finally cried out in panic. Jarvis, I am frozen. Quick, activate the auxiliary wings. Hurry, we need to get rid of this ice. After Tony Stark's frantic shouting, he realized the fall he had expected didn't last long. He came to a sudden stop, suspended in midair. To be precise, he was being held up. Someone's hands were supporting him, keeping him aloft. Peering out from the awkward faceplate of his helmet, he saw Lucia aglow with flickering flames. Black wings gently moved behind her back, making her look every bit like an angel descending by moonlight, bringing light to the world at a moment of peril. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Tony Stark couldn't help but feel a surge of relief at being rescued. Yet the word thank you seemed stuck in his throat, impossible to get out. Lucia smiled. Mr. Stark, weren't you set on blasting out of Earth? You can't just give up halfway. Even if the Iron Man suit loses power, don't worry. I'll take care of the rest of the trip for you. With that, Lucia gave her wings a powerful sweep and, carrying Tony Stark, soared skyward once more. In just a few seconds, they broke the sound barrier. If it weren't for Lucia shielding him, the thunderous boom of the sonic shockwave would have knocked Tony Stark out cold. Even so, the tremendous acceleration churned Tony's insides. He nearly threw up inside his helmet. Slow down, I'm going to hurl. The ever-arrogant Tony Stark was suddenly at a loss. Lucia came to a halt. Consider this a bit of payback, or perhaps a warning. I have no interest in making enemies, but it's best not to mess with me either. I hope you'll remember that, Mr. Stark. With that, she let go, and the Tin Man dropped straight down. In a blur, Lucia landed back on the ground before the metal suit even hit, instantly folding away her black wings and slipping into the Ferris wheel cabin. The cabin where Lu Bing sat hadn't yet made a full turn. Brother, where's my star? Lu Bing's wide eyes sparkled with curiosity. That star was too ugly. I tossed it away. You threw it away? Won't it break if it falls? Well, that's up to its own luck. A pang of worry struck Lucia. He hoped he hadn't just set some grand finale in motion with that careless toss. A streak of fire flashed across the sky. Phew, that was close. The maiden flight of the Iron Man Mark II suit ended in far from perfect fashion. While it had performed well in terms of flight stability and similar parameters, the issue of the suit freezing over was a problem that needed urgent fixing. And there was an even bigger problem: speed. For a personal flight suit, speed and agility are absolutely crucial. As for agility, the Iron Man suit now had it. After Jarvis programmed in Tony Stark's usual movement patterns, controlling the suit felt almost exactly like moving his own body. But when it came to speed, he'd been completely outclassed by a Falcon aircraft, and that left Tony Stark with nothing but a sense of defeat. To increase speed, he'd have to either reduce weight or boost the power output of the thrusters. Reducing weight would inevitably mean sacrificing defensive capability. That might be an option for future designs of portable suits, but right now, Tony Stark wasn't even considering it. That left him with only one option: creating a more powerful miniature reactor. Tony glanced at the glass of green liquid sitting on his desk. Looks like he'd have to up the dosage in the future. The materials used for the miniature reactor were toxic. Although there were no immediate side effects, Tony still needed to drink large amounts of chlorophyll shakes every day to help counteract the poisoning. If he wanted to increase the reactor's power, the toxicity would only ramp up, posing a real challenge to his bladder. Maybe I could design a liquid filtration and circulation system into the Iron Man suit. Loxia's appearance had made Tony realize that his supposedly flawless Iron Man suit was riddled with weaknesses. If he wanted to actually wear it out in public, it would need major improvements. After that test flight, Tony became even busier than before. In fact, there was another thing bothering Tony, that flash of firelight on Loxia's body. It seemed to provide warmth and block out strong winds. For all his genius-level knowledge, he couldn't figure out how it worked. Tony Stark refused to accept that there were things in this world he didn't understand. If he got the chance, he was determined to get to the bottom of it. Over the next few days, Loxia and Lu Bing were in high spirits, indulging in all sorts of carefree fun. They had wanted to invite Zheng Shanxi out to join them, but he never seemed to have the time. Time flew by, and soon it was the night of the charity gala. That evening, Loxia accompanied Old Li to the Disney concert hall. Once they arrived, Old Li immediately wandered off to chat and joke with a group of scantily clad young women. Loxia, meanwhile, took Lu Bing inside to explore the hall. The concert hall was vast and uniquely designed, prompting Lu Bing to gasp in delight again and again. Watching her, Loxia felt a surge of emotion. Clearly, taking children out to see the world was good for their growth. On the long tables in the main hall, there were all kinds of drinks and snacks, though everything was pay-as-you-go. Maybe, since it was a charity gala, paying for refreshments counted as a donation? Loxia bought 2 cups of ice cream, and, as they strolled and ate, they came across a kindly-looking middle-aged man. He resembled those characters from the movies. Not particularly striking or memorable, but there was something about his slightly dopey, honest demeanor that instantly put people at ease. Coulson was waiting for Tony Stark's arrival when, by chance, his gaze met Lexia's among the crowd. Earlier in New York, Fury had given Black Widow a file on Lexia, but that file had never passed through Coulson's hands. As a result, Coulson had no idea that Lexia was their department's high-priority target, known as Phoenix Fire. At this point within S.H.I.E.L.D., aside from Fury and Black Widow, only the agents who handled the investigation knew Lexia's true identity. When their eyes met, Coulson offered a polite nod and a courteous smile. Lexia smiled back in return, reading the look in his eyes. He genuinely seemed not to recognize her. Either he was a master at concealing his emotions, or her identity still hadn't been fully exposed within S.H.I.E.L.D. Between the two possibilities, Lexia was more inclined to believe the latter. After all, no matter how well-trained, agents are only human. Subconscious micro-expressions tend to give them away. Yet, with Lexia's keen eyesight, she could discern no unnatural flicker in Coulson's expression. He looked for all the world like someone greeting a complete stranger. "Big sister, you look so beautiful today." Lu Bing clasped Pepper's hand as she approached. Pepper's outfit today was truly daring. A bare-shouldered V-neck that plunged nearly to her solar plexus, with her back almost entirely exposed, leaving little to the imagination. As Lexia walked up, she greeted Pepper politely, feeling absolutely no stir of physical attraction. To be honest, Pepper's looks, figure, and age just weren't Lexia's type. Even though Pepper had changed her hairstyle today and was wearing beautifully subtle makeup, nothing about her sparked Lexia's interest. But Lexia's lack of reaction didn't mean others felt the same. Just as Pepper was chatting, a voice suddenly chimed in from the side. "Hey, what are you all talking about? Looks like you're having a good time." Lexia didn't even have to turn around. The tone made it obvious who had spoken. Tony Stark strode up between Lexia and Pepper, as if staking his claim. "That's a gorgeous dress. Where'd you get it?" "It's," Pepper began, but Lexia cut in from behind. "It's a gift from me to Miss Potts. What do you think? Looks fantastic, doesn't it?" Without waiting for Tony's reaction, Lexia turned and walked away. "Boss, Lexia is just teasing you. Don't take it to heart. It was my birthday present, but honestly, it was probably from you in the first place," Pepper explained, looking a bit embarrassed. Tony let out a sigh of relief. "Seems my taste isn't so bad after all. That kid knows nothing. He's barely out of diapers." Seeing this, Pepper assumed Tony was still irritated about Lexia's remark at the orphanage, so she tried to reassure him. "Boss, Lexia is actually a good person. Don't give him a hard time anymore." Tony shrugged. A retort stuck in his throat, unsure whether he should say it aloud. "It's really not me making things difficult for him. He's clearly making things difficult for me. Yesterday, I nearly went to meet my maker. Would you like to dance?" Ever since his escape, Tony Stark had begun to see Pepper Potts in a different light. In the past, he'd merely regarded her as a secretary who managed his schedule and cleaned up the mess after his nightly escapades. But now, as he looked at her, he realized that Pepper was more beautiful than all the women he'd slept with in the last 20 years. Combined, here was a secretary who was as capable as she was charming. If he hadn't noticed before, he must have been out his mind. The two of them spun together on the dance floor. After a round of gentle, teasing banter, Tony Stark found himself more convinced than ever. Pepper Potts was the one woman truly worth cherishing. Had it not been for the arrival of an uninvited guest, Pepper might have become, in every sense of the word, the most indispensable and multi-talented secretary he'd ever had. A reporter, one who'd once shared Tony Stark's bed, arrived with a stack of photographs. The images stirred something deep within Tony, his long-dormant sense of social responsibility. Over 1,000 years ago, Chinese alchemists invented gunpowder. For centuries afterward, it was used mostly for fireworks, bringing people joy and entertainment. But after a few more hundred years, gunpowder fell into the hands of Western powers, who turned it into weapons. It became an accomplice to colonizers, aiding them in trampling on ancient civilizations. In modern times, fire was harnessed to power space exploration, once again pushing the boundaries of human achievement. Yet, the emergence of ever more advanced weaponry has made counterterrorism a challenge that no nation can ignore. When gunpowder is wielded by scientists, it advances civilization. But in the hands of the power-hungry, it only brings disaster. Wars serve only to satisfy the ambitions of a few, while their greatest legacy is the displacement of countless civilians and the devastation of families. Watching the news reports on television, Tony Stark was filled with mixed emotions. He had always built weapons to make money, but he'd never questioned whether that money was tainted, whether every dollar was steeped in blood. A fierce anger welled up inside him, for the terrorists, for himself, and for Obadiah Stane. It was a fire that demanded release, or else he would never find peace. In the small town of Gulmira, home of Dr. Insun, the man who had saved Tony's life, a blazing battle erupted. Wearing his improved Iron Man suit, Tony Stark crossed half the globe to deliver a surgical strike. The Ten Rings not only lost an elite fighting force, but also most of the shiny new weapons they'd just acquired from Stark Industries. Tony Stark had found his resolution, but for some, the outcome was as nauseating as swallowing a mouthful of flies. Inside a tea room decorated in traditional Chinese style, Old Wong, the Chinese medicine practitioner, sat by the tea table, savoring his tea. Suddenly, the phone rang. The caller ID showed it was the bald leader of the Ten Rings, the very man who once kidnapped Tony Stark. Wong, something's happened on my end. After listening to everything the other man had to say, Old Wong crushed his teacup in one hand. Under the lamplight, a fierce scar slashed across his face, and his left arm was severed at the shoulder, a parting gift from the man in the iron suit. He had been certain he could control Tony Stark, hoping to secure stronger weapon designs and vast financial support. But to his shock, Stark had played him for a fool. For an entire week, Tony Stark had built a sophisticated suit of armor right under their noses, both a weapon and a shield, and as the man tasked with watching him, Old Wong hadn't seen through his act at all. Truly, ignorance is a dangerous thing. Am I really getting old? He wondered. Though I'm still younger than that gentleman, my body's no longer up to the task of serving him loyally. The future will have to be handed over to the young. After a long silence, Old Wong's voice, hoarse with age, finally broke the quiet. Understand. I've already sent people to handle it. I'll give you all a proper explanation. He hung up the phone and quickly typed out a text message. The plan has changed. Leave no survivors. There was no room left for wishful thinking. If they hoped to realize Lord Chu's ambitions, every last dangerous and unstable element had to be swept away. The day after the charity gala, Zhang Shanqi unexpectedly asked Lexia out, which caught him a bit by surprise. Zhang, are you done with work? Are you heading back to New York soon? Come to think of it, I didn't see you at the gala that night, Lexia asked curiously over the phone. Don't mention it, Zhang Shanqi sighed. I got roped in at the last minute to fill in for my uncle at some kind of Chinese medicine seminar. But what those people talked about was all so westernized, it was completely different from what I'd learned before, like we were speaking two different languages. I feel like the last few days were just a waste. Lexia agreed, that's normal. Things abroad are just different from back home. Everything gets localized here. You'll get used to it. Yeah, that's what I keep telling myself. Otherwise, I'd have turned that guy's face into a punching bag right then and there, Zhang Shanqi said with a resigned chuckle. By the way, did you say you're visiting Mr. Stark's house today? Zhang asked. Something like that. Lexia pulled some strings with Miss Potts, so she could take a look at the billionaire's mansion. I've got nothing else going on, so I'm just tagging along. Hearing that Zhang Shanqi was free, Lexia invited him. Want to join us, Zhang? Might as well, since you've got time to kill. Zhang Shanqi agreed without a second thought. After all, chances to visit the home of a wealthy magnate like Stark didn't come often, and as Lexia had said, they had nothing better to do. That afternoon, Pepper led Lexia, Lebing, and Zhang Shanqi to Stark's seaside mansion, a stunning villa perched half-suspended on the edge of Seaside Cliff. One had to admit, Tony Stark really knew how to enjoy life. Los Angeles has a Mediterranean climate, mild all year round, with summer highs barely reaching 25 or 26 degrees Celsius. Owning a waterfront villa with such breathtaking ocean views was a dream most people could never hope to achieve in their lifetimes. Pepper had brought Lexia and the others here with Tony Stark's explicit permission. Mr. Stark was especially curious to see how that country bumpkin Lexia would react when faced with such a spectacular house. Ever since Lexia had completely outclassed the Iron Man suit in combat, Tony Stark realized that the only area in which he still had the upper hand over this annoying guy was his wealth. Does money really mean everything? In today's world, it certainly does. Tony Stark consoled himself that his defeat in combat was only temporary. One day, he would build an even more powerful suit of armor and reclaim every shred of dignity he'd lost that night. After leaving the group in the living room, Pepper headed downstairs alone. That was where Tony Stark's workshop was located, and no one was allowed down there without his permission. The view of the ocean from here is amazing. Lebing pressed her face against the glass, clearly delighted by the pig-nose-shaped window. Lexia stood quietly to the side, saying nothing, while Zhang Shangqi, unlike the other two, didn't seem as interested in the sea. His gaze wandered the room, clearly more intrigued by the decor and furnishings. As the three of them continued their tour, Pepper returned, looking a bit uneasy. Why don't you all go hang out in the game room? For a while? I have something to take care of. I'll be back for you later, or I can arrange a car to take you home if I run late. With that, Pepper turned and left without looking back. Sister Potts, let me go with you, Lebing called, jumping off the sofa and running after Pepper, but Pepper refused her at the door. I have something very important to do, Bing Bing. Why don't you stay here and have fun? After Pepper left, Lexia and the others followed the robotic butler to the game room. Is Mr. Stark very busy? We've been here for a while, but still haven't seen him, Zhang Shangqi asked the butler curiously. Sir doesn't see just anyone, especially those he dislikes, Jarvis replied with a hint of meaning. Lexia looked down at Lebing. Bing Bing, do you still want a star? I could pluck one down for you. To pluck a star, Jarvis fell silent. He was simply offering a hint of Tony Stark's feelings for Lexia, not try to provoke a conflict. Even though he was in Tony Stark's stronghold, Lexia didn't necessarily feel intimidated by him. But precisely because this was Tony's home turf, if a fight really broke out, Tony would be the one to suffer the consequences. Night gradually descended. 2 movies had already played in the entertainment room, but Pepper still hadn't returned. Down in the basement, Tony Stark was busy tinkering with his equipment and hadn't shown himself either. Jarvis remained quiet as well. The 3 people in the entertainment room seemed completely forgotten. Big brother, I'm hungry. Even after watching cartoons for so long, Lebing had had enough. She walked over to Lexia, tugged on his arm and whined. I'm hungry. I want something to eat. There should be food here, right, Jarvis? Lexia awoke from his meditative state. Just now, he'd been discussing techniques for cultivating qi with Zhang Shangqi, and they had exchanged some insights. Zhang Shangqi's method of cultivating qi was different from Lexia's. He focused on the flow of energy through the body's meridians, much like the inner strength described in martial arts stories. In contrast, Lexia's all-encompassing nature technique involved channeling the energy of the natural world into his body, resembling the methods found in cultivation tales. The principles behind these 2 approaches were distinct. Yet since both dealt with qi, their patterns and methods of circulation shared similarities, offering room for mutual inspiration. So the 2 had enjoyed a fruitful discussion. In the end, they each tried the other's meditative technique, but found it didn't suit them. No matter how they tried, they just couldn't get into the right state. Lexia called out a few times, but Jarvis didn't answer. He turned and noticed the chair beside him was empty. Did Brother Zhang go out? Lebing nodded. Brother Zhang stepped out for a bit. He's been gone a while. Maybe he's not feeling well. Lexia glanced at the door in the corner of the entertainment room. That led to the bathroom, so there was no need to leave the room. I'll go check. He took Lebing out of the entertainment room. The lights in the elegantly furnished living room glowed softly, but Zhang Shangqi was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded from downstairs, followed by a clatter of objects tumbling and breaking. Sensing something was wrong, Lexia scooped Lebing into his arms and dashed down the stairs, his instincts telling him that something bad had just happened. As soon as he reached the bottom, Lexia saw a man sprawled on the floor, an empty iron bowl strapped to his chest. His face was pale and drawn, as if he were at death's door. Beside him, shards of broken glass littered the floor. This man was clearly Tony Stark, his miniature arc reactor forcibly removed. Could today be the day of the final showdown from Iron Man 1? Did Obadiah's stain sneak in while I was meditating, just now? Damn, I didn't notice a thing. Lexia set Lebing safely outside the door, then stepped inside, moving cautiously. What are you doing, Brother Zhang? Standing opposite Tony Stark was a man toying with something that gleamed white in his hand. This man was Zheng Shangqi, and the object in his grasp was none other than a miniature arc reactor. Liu Xia was a bit bewildered. This reactor should have been the one Tony Stark built in that cave in Afghanistan. After returning, Tony made a new reactor and had Pepper help him throw the old one away. Who would have thought that Pepper would turn it into a keepsake and give it back to him as a gift? Yet this discarded junk, which never quite made it to the trash, became Tony's lifeline after Obadiah Stane took the new arc reactor from him. Not only did it keep him alive, it powered the Iron Man suit and gave him the strength to defeat the Ironmonger. But now, this lifeline was held firmly in Zheng Shangqi's hand. Zheng glanced at Liu Xia, catching the arc reactor one last time as it spun in the air, then gripped it tight. Xiaolo, you should step outside. What's about to happen here has nothing to do with you. Liu Xia, still confused, protested. No, Brother Zheng, what's going on? Since I'm here, it does concern me. At least plug that thing back in for him. Look at him. He's on the brink of death. Zheng gave Tony Stark, lying on the floor, a quick glance and shook his head. He's dying, and I'm supposed to save him. But what about those who died because of the weapons he built? Who will save them? Seeing the compassion on Liu Xia's face, Zheng turned to him and said, I once visited a small town. 2 days before I arrived, terrorists had bombed the place. 2 children were trapped atop a shattered building. They were stuck there for 2 full days and nights, but no one dared to rescue them because an unexploded bomb was lodged in their living room floor. Bowing his head, Zheng looked at Tony Stark. Do you know who manufactured that bomb, Mr. Stark? With a sharp tug, Zheng ripped out the wires from the arc reactor, unraveling the coils wound around its ring. The reactor dimmed instantly, becoming nothing more than a heap of real junk. Liu Xia nearly lost it. It was as if he just heard the sound of something shattering, a fragile thing called hope. It was over. The arc reactor was destroyed. Tony Stark was done for. Liu Xia stared down at Tony on the floor, only to see his eyes rolling back. It's over, it's really over. Brother Zheng just pulled the plug on the grand finale. Iron Man is gone, and the Marvel Cinematic Universe is finished before it even began. Without Iron Man, what's left of Marvel? Are they going to bring in Deadpool as the main lead instead? Who knows where Deadpool even is now? Watching Tony Stark begin to convulse on the ground, a trace of reluctance flickered across Zheng Shangqi's face. Still, he steeled his heart and said, I've heard of too many things like this. By doing this, I'm cutting off terror at its source for the future. The people of the world will thank me. Yes, the people of the world will be grateful to me. He turned away, refusing to look at Tony Stark any longer. Liu Xia crouched down, drew out the Holy Grail from his waistband, and scooped a cup of water to pour into Tony Stark's mouth. Who knew if it would help? But when a horse is dying, you'll try anything as a remedy. After the water went down, it was a relief that it didn't spurt out from the bowl-shaped wound on Tony Stark's chest. His face eased a little too. At least his eyes no longer showed more white than black. Holding Tony Stark in his arms, Liu Xia said with some regret, To think I came all the way from New York just to see you off. If you have any last words, say them now. I'll do my best to honor your wishes, except for any deep scientific secrets. I probably wouldn't understand and couldn't deliver your final gift to humanity the way you want. Tony Stark stared hard at Liu Xia, struggling to force out a sound. Oh, me? Le chef Honed. You? What's going on? You want to show off your Chinese right before you die? Well, water. Tony Stark finally managed to say the word clearly. Liu Xia nodded, filled the Holy Grail with water again, and started pouring it into Tony's mouth with all his might. Come on, drink up. Fill your belly for the journey. At least you won't be a hungry ghost when you get to the other side. After 4 or 5 cups of water, Tony Stark coughed violently, spraying water everywhere, but the color had returned to his face, and he looked much better. But Liu Xia let out a quiet sigh. The Holy Grail probably couldn't heal the tiny shrapnel in Tony's veins. In the end, escape from death seemed impossible. Propping himself up on the table, Tony Stark smacked his lips. What kind of water is this, anyway? It tastes kind of... Liu Xia raised an eyebrow. What? Something wrong with the taste? I wash it every day, you know. Tony Stark shook his head. I can't quite say. It just has a magical feeling. Of course it does. Liu Xia replied with a kingly sneer. So, Mr. Stark, with a cup this amazing, wouldn't you be interested in taking it off my hands? It's not expensive. Bargain price, just $9,980,000. What do you say, a steal, right? Tony nodded. The price isn't bad, but now's probably not the time to discuss this. Liu Xia tucked the Holy Grail back in his pocket. Don't say I didn't warn you. After today, the price goes up. And to be honest, I'm not exactly dying to sell. Tony Stark turned to face Zheng Shangqi, the gaping hole in his chest looking like it could fire off a deadly blast at any moment. Sir, you're right. There's no denying that the weapons produced by Stark Industries have brought disaster to the world. That's my fault. and I won't try to hide from it. And in fact, I've already started making preparations to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. I said as much at the press conference. Maybe you heard, maybe you didn't. Zheng Shanqi let out a disdainful snort. So what if you said it? I've spent the past few days in Los Angeles looking into it, and there hasn't been the slightest change in your weapons division. Don't try to fob me off with empty words. It won't work. Tony Stark sighed. You're right. The rest of the board doesn't agree with me. In fact, they're so blinded by their own interests that they even want me dead. That's why we ought to be on the same side, don't you think? Zheng Shanqi turned his back and didn't reply, as if he were weighing the truth of that statement. Liu Xia glanced at the gaping wound in Tony Stark's chest and made a suggestion. Mr. Stark, if I may offer some friendly advice, I think saving your own life should be your top priority right now. Maybe you should put in a new mini-reactor before it's too late. There's no time. Tony Stark moved to a nearby machine, pressed a button, and the door slid open to reveal a brand new miniature reactor inside. He took out the reactor and installed it, and, at last, his confidence returned. You actually had a spare? Liu Xia couldn't remember there being a third mini-reactor in the movie. Where did this one come from? Could Tony Stark somehow have predicted that Shang-Chi would show up and throw the whole ending into chaos? That's just absurd. Tony Stark let out a deep breath. Honestly, it's thanks to you. When I was test flying the other day, I realized the reactor wasn't powerful enough, so I made a bigger one as a backup. Never thought I'd actually need it today. Well, I guess I really am the butterfly flapping its wings and changing history. No, not a troublemaker, a butterfly. Troublemaker sounds so gross. Insulting to everyone involved, really. Le chat grumbled silently. Jarvis was shut down by Obadiah. I've got to reboot him first. He pulled out a keyboard and began typing rapidly. Just then, his old friend, Colonel James Rhodes, burst in. Tony, where are you? Huh? Who are these people? Colonel Rhodes was utterly confused. Why were there so many strangers in Tony's private workshop? And why was the place such a mess? That's not important, Tony Stark said, having just finished rebooting Jarvis. Where's Pepper? Oh, she's with 5 agents. She's going after Obadiah, Colonel Rhodes replied. That's not enough. There aren't nearly enough people. Tony Stark walked over to a nearby control platform. With Jarvis rebooted, the mechanical arms immediately sprang to life, assisting him in donning the Iron Man suit. Colonel Rhodes was left utterly amazed, unable to hold back his admiration. That's the coolest thing I've ever seen, he exclaimed. The process of suiting up with the help of so many robotic arms was truly dazzling, both futuristic and mechanical. Even Alexia had watched this scene countless times in the movies. Seeing it in person was still awe-inspiring. Of course, it had to be said, there was still a certain gap compared to the Sacred Armor's legendary transformation sequence, with its iconic, melodious clanging. After the suit was fully assembled, Tony Stark stepped down from the platform. It's time for us to move, he said. But just as he took his first step, a metal rod suddenly swung out in front of him, blocking his way. Zheng Shanqi seemed unconvinced, holding the rod in one hand, his voice turning cold. I don't buy your story. You say you'll shut down the weapons division, but this suit is far more dangerous than any weapon you supposedly stopped producing. If your so-called solution is just creating something even more powerful, then I can't accept that. I won't let you walk out that door today. Tony Stark admired Zheng Shanqi's unwavering principles, but he couldn't help thinking to himself. When I was lying on the ground moments from death, you didn't finish me off. Now, when I'm fully armed, you decide I can't leave. Buddy, does that even make sense? I can fly, you know. Tony didn't want to waste any more time. He stepped forward, determined to go. Pepper might already be in danger, and he had to save her, while also stopping any crimes Obadiah might be committing. But the iron rod swung again, slamming into the joint of his armored leg. It couldn't break through the steel plating, but it did throw Tony off balance, making him stagger and nearly fall. Zheng Shanqi gripped the rod with both hands. I told you, I'm not letting you leave. Did you really think I was joking? Tony was starting to lose his patience. He raised both hands, ready to fire his repulsor beams. Pepper was counting on him. Lexi aside and stepped between Zheng Shanqi and Tony Stark. Iron Man, go ahead. I'll handle things here. Tony Stark's mind flashed with an odd thought. Mitsui, shouldn't it be you telling me to go first while you stay behind? Well, that was just an illusion. Tony believed Lexia could hold Zheng Shanqi off. After that night, even though his opinion of Lexia hadn't exactly improved, he had to admit the man was powerful. So Tony headed straight for a hole in the ceiling, the same one he'd accidentally created when he crash-landed during a test flight a few days earlier. I'll leave this to you. Just as he was about to launch in a flight, a beam of white light shot from Zheng Shanqi's hand. In an instant, both feet of the Iron Man suit were sealed in a thick layer of ice, rendering the thrusters useless for the moment. Liu Xia was startled by the sudden beam as well. Superpowers now? Was Zheng Shanqi deceiving him all along? Could he really have mastered the sage's all-encompassing arts in such a short time, and even awakened the ability to conjure eyes from the energy of nature? Tracing the direction of the light, Lu Xia saw a sky-blue gemstone ring on Zheng Shanqi's pinky finger. The beam was emanating from that very ring. As the ring unleashed its power, Zheng Shanqi's eyes turned a deep red. His entire demeanor transformed into something unrecognizable. What? What kind of power is this? Tony Stark was dumbfounded. This sort of mysterious force was far beyond anything he understood. With a casual flick of his hand, Lu Xia sent out a stream of flame, melting the ice around Tony Stark's legs. Something's wrong here. You need to get out, fast. Colonel Rhodes, could you please look after Lebing, the little girl behind me? Even as he spoke, Lu Xia's eyes stayed fixed on Zheng Shanqi. That ring, it was the real problem. He suspected that it wasn't Zheng Shanqi who truly held Tony Stark captive, but rather the ring itself. Meanwhile, in Chinatown, in the tea house of Old Wong's herbal shop, Old Wong, now an elderly man with just one arm, respectfully brewed a cup of tea and handed it to the person seated in the shadows beside him. The person accepted the cup, their hand dazzlingly adorned with a multitude of rings that could make anyone's head spin. Master, Zhang Zu's son, Zheng Shanqi, has already gone to Los Angeles. He should accomplish his task soon. Zhang Tzu, that's your elder brother back home, isn't it? The voice from the shadows was low and smooth, with a tone that was both distinctive and memorable. Old Wong nodded. I also gave him that ring to wear. With the ring's demonic power, he'll surely deal with Tony Stark, the blood-stained, black-hearted merchant. A soft, knowing chuckle came from the shadows. So Zhang Zu sent his son to seek refuge with you, and you in turn used the boy's pure heart to trick him into murder. Aren't you afraid Zhang Zu might come after you when you return home? The man leaned forward from the darkness, revealing a dignified face. A middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, dressed in a sharp suit with a crisp white shirt and a thin black tie. He exuded an aura of commanding elegance, a far cry from the aged and weathered Old Wong, and far more striking in appearance. Yet in truth, this man was several decades older than the 60-something Old Wong. He was none other than Chu, the leader of the Ten Rings, now in his 90s. In Western dossiers, his English code name was Mandarin, the legendary man to run in Chinese. This man was no ordinary figure. After decades of secluded cultivation in the dark arts, Chu finally emerged from hiding once more, continuing his relentless pursuit of restoring the glory of his ancestors. After hearing Chu's words, Old Wong put on a defiant air. If anyone wants to find me, let them come all the way to America. I've been in New York since '46. Haven't been in touch with anyone back home for ages. What would I go back for? Chu set down his teacup and reached for a cigar from the table. Old Wong hurried over, eager to please, and began to toast the cigar for him. My lord, as long as Tony Stark is dead, we'll be able to control Stark Industries by manipulating Obadiah Stane. That bald-headed Obadiah's got far more ambition than sense. He'll be much easier to handle than Tony. Glancing furtively at the 9 rings glittering on Chu's fingers, Old Wong lowered his voice to ask, but, my lord, are you sure it's wise to give one of the magic rings to Zheng Shanqi? He's not really one of us, after all. Chu paused mid-puff, fixing Old Wong with a cold stare. Are you questioning me? With a thud, Old Wong dropped to his knees. Never, my lord. I wouldn't dare. I'm only worried that something might happen to the ring. After all, Zheng Shanqi isn't truly a member of our Ten Rings Brotherhood. Though Chu's appearance was that of a refined scholar, his temperament was wildly unpredictable. The secret of his youthful appearance was his mastery of a dark and volatile magic. But this same power had left his personality explosive and easily angered. If I dared entrust the ring to him, it means I'm confident I can reclaim it. That's not for you to worry about. In my life, I've never cared whether a man is one of my own. I only care if he's useful. That goes for you too. Mind your own business, and don't meddle in what's not your concern. You've been with me for decades. How is it that you still haven't learned evenness? Old Wong nearly collapsed, trembling as he pressed his forehead to the floor. Forgive me, my lord. I spoke out of turn. Please punish me as you see fit. Chu took a long draw from his cigar. For the sake of all the years you've managed the Brotherhood for me, I'll let go this time. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Old Wong's gratitude was written all over his face. Their relationship was a strange one. Even in the 21st century, they still carried themselves as master and servant from a bygone era. The master held the power of life and death. The servant accepted it as the natural order of things. When it's done, bring Zheng Shanqi to see me. I'd like to meet this talented young man myself. Yes, sir. Suddenly, the thrusters roared to life, shooting jets of fire that propelled Tony Stark up through the gaping hole in the ceiling. Iron Man was finally about to make his debut in the public eye. The grand spectacle of a superhero saving the world was about to begin. After Tony Stark left, Colonel Rhodes carried Lu Bing upstairs in his arms. The way Lu Xia and Zhang Shanqi had acted just now made it clear to him that his presence was unnecessary here, so his decision to leave was a wise one. Little girl, how about Uncle takes you outside to look at the stars? The stars by the sea are truly beautiful. Have you ever been to the seaside to look at the stars before? Lu Bing frowned and looked at Colonel Rhodes. Uncle Blackface, I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. I know what's important and what's not. Even if you didn't say anything, I wouldn't be childish enough to stay downstairs and cause trouble for my brother and the others. A look of pure embarrassment spread across Colonel Rhodes's face. She really isn't a 3-year-old anymore, but she's only 7 for goodness sake. In the underground workshop, Lu Xia rolled up her sleeves as she looked across at Zhang Shanqi. Brother Zhang, are you still able to talk things through right now? Or do I need to beat some sense into you before that happens? A trace of clarity returned to Zhang Shanqi's reddened eyes. He glanced at Lu Xia, his voice conflicted. Xiaoli, you shouldn't stop me. Lu Xia let out a breath of relief. At least he could still communicate. You heard what Iron Man said just now, right? I don't think he's lying to us. Stark Industries is really making changes. How about we just let this whole thing go? Zhang Shanqi pondered for a moment, as if about to nod, when suddenly the ring on his finger flared with blue light, surging up his arm and into his brain. Instantly, his eyes turned blood red once more. Lu Xia, stay out of this. There are things you don't understand. As for Tony Stark, I have to kill him. Lu Xia tried once more to reason with him. But have you considered the consequences? Tony Stark is a celebrity in America. If you kill him, there's no way you'll be able to escape unscathed. Zhang Shanqi shook his head. Even if it costs my life, I will not hesitate. Lu Xia sighed. So, there's really no room for negotiation, is there? Zhang Shanqi didn't reply, which was answer enough. All right then, if that's how it is, let's stop wasting words. Let's just finish this fight already. I still have to take Lu Bing to the Staples Center for the finals later. I'm betting on the Lakers to win the championship this year. Up above, Colonel Rhodes and Lu Bing sat at the edge of the cliff, gazing at the stars. Xiao Bing, look at how bright those stars are over there. Do you know which constellation that is? Lu Bing Gnolstup. That's the constellation Vela. Well, aren't you impressive? I didn't know Bing was so smart, Colonel Rhodes said with a smile, praising her. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed from underground in the distance, but the two of them carried on, chatting and laughing as if nothing had happened. What about the one just below Vela? Do you know that one? Lu Bing blinked. Of course, below Vela is Karina. Silly. Suddenly, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes began to doubt his suitability for taking care of children. Pointing to 2 more constellations nearby, Lebing said, next to the constellation of the sails is the compass, and behind that is the stern. These were used to be a single constellation, called Argo Novis. Legend has it that Argo Novis once belonged to a powerful saint, but it said that this saint betrayed Athena and was cast out from the ranks of the saints. As a result, Argo Novis was divided into 4 separate constellations. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes' face instantly turned into a picture of bewilderment, as if punctuated with a giant question mark. Are you telling a Greek myth? Why is Athena involved? And what on earth is this saint you're talking about? You don't know about the saints? You really are out of touch, Lebing replied with the exaggerated look of someone shocked by ignorance. But today's your lucky day. I'll tell you the story of the saints. Imitating the way Alexia had once told her stories, Lebing began her tale in all seriousness. It said that whenever darkness covers the earth, warriors of hope will appear. Their fists can tear open the sky, and with a single step, they can shatter the ground. They are the guardians of love and justice on this earth, known as the saints. Boom! Another deafening crash rang out. The piercing wail of car alarms filled the underground workshop as a figure was hurled from the exit of the underground garage. Zhang Shanqi rolled over and pushed himself up from the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Most of the iron rod in his hand, once as thick as a baby's arm, had been destroyed, leaving only a short fragment. It looked barely strong enough to knit a sweater, let alone serve as a weapon. Glancing down at the broken piece of iron, Zhang Shanqi's red eyes glinted. The ring's magic had amplified his obsession, but hadn't turned him into a mindless brute who could only lash out. He'd seen it with his own eyes, the way the iron rod had inexplicably been smashed to powder just now. Lexia strode out of the underground garage, flames flickering from her body. Each step left a charred footprint seared into the ground. Give up, Brother Zhang. You're no match for me. But Zhang Shanqi was not about to surrender so easily. He hurled the broken rod at Lexia with all his strength. The weapon whistled through the air, and at the same moment, he made a feint and charged at her from another angle. Meanwhile, his ring flashed with a bright white light. releasing a deadly chill that rushed straight for Lexia's feet. This ring, acquired from Chu, could unleash a freezing energy that turned the very air in its path to ice. It was said to reach absolute zero, rivaling even the mercy of the goddess of dawn. Of course, whether this was just bragging remained to be seen. Flames exploded beneath Lexia's feet, but the freezing energy engulfed them midair, stopping the fire in its tracks and halting the chilling power a few meters away. With a swift motion, the iron rod was caught single-handedly. Lucia immediately spun around and swung it toward his side. There was a sharp impact, a perfect hit as Zheng Shangqi, darting in, took the blow head-on. Zheng Shangqi cried out in pain, his whole body sent flying like a soccer ball. Lucia pulled his hand back, only to notice that a thin layer of frost had formed over it. In the distance, Zheng Shangqi propped himself up on his arm and stood. I never imagined that the myriad wonders you mentioned would be this incredible. Can humans really produce fire with their own bodies? Didn't you just see for yourself? As Lucia spoke, flames flared to life in his hand. When the fire faded, the frost was still stubbornly clinging to his. Sikin, not just his hand, his legs, too, were coated with ice crystals. The flames had only blocked most of the cold, but some of it had still seeped through. Zheng Shangqi exhaled slowly. Don't waste your energy. I've studied that ring. The freezing beam it produces can't be melted by ordinary fire. Unconvinced, Lucia summoned another surge of intense flames. Yet when the blaze died down, the ice on his hand and legs remained as solid as ever. If anything, it seemed to be spreading. He lifted his hand to eye level, nearly dazzled by the way the moonlight glittered off the frosty surface. Great, just my luck. Am I turning into the White Queen here? Oh, give me a break. I told you, there's no way to break those ice crystals. But don't worry, they won't last forever. By sunrise, they'll melt away. Until then, keep yourself warm with your fire, or you could end up frostbitten. A flicker of guilt crossed Zheng Shangqi's face. This was meant for Tony Stark, you know? Lucia, you really shouldn't have gotten in my way. With that, Zheng Shangqi turned to leave. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed behind him. He spun around to find that fissures were spidering across the white frost on Lucia's hands and legs. With a sharp, explosive sound, the ice shattered, scattering shards into the night air. Lucia shrugged. Honestly, it looks pretty cool. The thing is, your ice works by condensing moisture from the air, and as it happens, I can do that too. No way, Zheng Shangqi stammered, stunned. How could someone control both fire and ice? It defied all common sense. But whether or not it made sense, the evidence was right in front of him. He couldn't deny it. He clenched his fists, ready to strike again, but in the end, he let them relax. You're right. As long as you're here, there's nothing I can do about Tony Stark. Lucia grinned. Exactly. We're all potential superheroes here. Wouldn't it be better to sit down together, have a drink, and wait for the villains to come knocking so we can gang up on them? There's no need for infighting. Why make our friends suffer and our enemies rejoice, right? Zheng Shangqi turned around. I'm not the only one who wants Tony Stark dead. You'd better hope he's always this lucky, with someone by his side who just happens to be able to counter the power of the magic rings. To be honest, the magical ring I have isn't unique. There are others out there, each with different abilities. If you run into one of them someday, be very careful. With that, Zheng Shangqi walked away without looking back. Only Lexia was left standing there, exaggeratedly rubbing her hands and legs together. Oh my, this ice is really cold. I was almost frozen stiff. Brother, are you all right? Lexia's sister, Lebing, and Colonel Rhodes came over once they saw the fight was over. Of course I'm not all right. Your brother nearly turned into a popsicle. Come on, give your brother a warm hug, Lexia said, arms open wide. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Tony Stark's fight played out a bit differently from what we saw in the movies. With his new, high-powered arc reactor, he gave up on blowing up the company's reactor to send Obadiah Stane sky high. Instead, he chose to go head-to-head. Colonel Rhodes's excuse never came into play. By the time the dust settled, who would actually believe this was just a drill? Especially since the Stark Industries headquarters had been blown up. If this really had been a military exercise that destroyed the Stark Industries HQ, knowing Tony Stark, he'd probably tear down the Secretary of Defense's house in retaliation. In the end, Colonel Rhodes got the finalized press release, but the story it told was rather far-fetched. It claimed there'd been a robot battle at the Stark Industries headquarters and on a nearby highway. A mysterious bodyguard appeared, put an end to the chaos, but couldn't save the arc reactor. At that same moment, Tony Stark was supposedly out on a yacht with Pepper Potts, surrounded by 50 witnesses to prove it. No matter how believable this excuse sounded, as Tony Stark's designated cleanup man, Colonel Rhodes had to handle it with a smile, even if it meant doing the dirty work himself. That's just how complicated things were between them. Regarding last night's events at Stark Industries, here's the truth. A bodyguard of Tony Stark, Colonel Rhodes was reciting from the script on live television. While in the lounge, Tony Stark was having his makeup touched up by Pepper Potts. That Joseph, he's back in New York? Tony asked. He's on today's flight. Hold still. Pepper pressed Tony's head gently. His name is Lexia, not Joseph, Mr. Stark. Tony shrugged. Who knows, maybe that kid calls me Big Turd behind my back. You see, if I call him Joseph, it's just bad memory, but that kid takes personal shots at me. So what? You want to invite him to your press conference? Stop fidgeting. I actually had the same thought. Wouldn't he be perfect to play that amazing bodyguard? He could even perform a little magic trick on stage. Maybe conjure a fireball, and boom. Does he really know magic? I don't recall Bing Bing ever mentioning that. You have no idea how many tricks he has up his sleeve. Mr. Stark, Coulson approached, handing him a slip of paper. Here's your script. Tony Stark studied the script for a moment. Just before stepping onto the stage, he turned to Pepper and said, if we get the chance, invite them out to Los Angeles sometime. I bet Yas and I would have plenty to talk about. Like postpartum care for sows. Pepper blurted out, with no warning. Tony paused, then replied solemnly, after a sow gives birth, the first thing is to disinfect her living area and make sure both mother and piglets have a clean environment. All right, enough showing off how much you know. Get up there, it's your cue. Taking the stage before the throng of reporters, Tony Stark's restless heart could no longer hold back. He made the decision to reveal his greatest secret to the entire world. The truth is, I am Iron Man. The world erupted in an uproar. In the bustling, excited crowd of the Los Angeles airport terminal, Lu Bing muttered as she watched the television screen, why is this Iron guy so shameless? My brother is just as impressive, and you don't see him bragging. All Stark did was take down a hunk of metal, and now he acts like he's the savior of humanity. Lucia smiled beside her. But that's exactly what makes him who he is. The situations of Iron Man and Spider-Man couldn't be more different. If Parker's identity were revealed, it would bring endless trouble and danger to both him and his loved ones. But for Iron Man, revealing his identity would boost the stock value of a multinational corporation and enhance America's image on the world stage. Publicly or privately, revealing his identity brought Tony Stark far more benefit than harm. But most importantly, as a flamboyantly confident showman, Tony Stark, though just an ordinary man with no superpowers, was never one to shy away from a challenge. If Iron Man had denied his true identity, cowering in the shadows as a puppet under SLD's control, he never would have become the pivotal figure leading the Marvel Universe's grand saga. Come on, let's forget about him. Time to go home. With that, Lucia and Lu Bing boarded a flight bound for New York. What Lucia didn't know was that, in New York, a grand surprise was already waiting for him. Let's turn back the clock to the previous night. After a red-eye flight from Los Angeles landed in New York, Zhang Shanqi walked out of the airport terminal looking utterly exhausted and climbed into a black business van. Having returned from Stark's mansion in defeat, Zhang Shanqi no longer had any reason to remain in Los Angeles. Although he had no idea what awaited him upon his return to New York, he still boarded the late-night flight without hesitation. The black business car cruised down the road and eventually stopped in the parking lot of a villa on the outskirts of Queens. Zhang Shanqi stepped out of the car, his expression composed. This place belonged to Wang Chu. He'd heard about it before, so he wasn't surprised. But as soon as he entered the villa, Zhang Shanqi sensed that something was off. The house was discreetly filled with hidden operatives. They were well concealed, so much so that even the widow or Hawkeye might not have noticed them. Yet, Zhang Shanqi, trusting in his own energy, detected their presence with sharp intuition. There was something these people shared with him. They all carried the same kind of energy within. So Uncle Master has built such a formidable presence in America? How come he's never mentioned this before? Zhang Shanqi wondered. Following the driver into the main hall of the villa, Zhang Shanqi spotted his Uncle Master from afar, a solitary old man with a missing arm, looking somewhat forlorn. Uncle Master, Zhang Shanqi stepped forward, dropping to one knee in respect. I have failed in my mission. Please punish me. Wang Chu remained silent, but a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table spoke up with a smile. What's this? Is Tony Stark really that difficult to deal with? The moment the man spoke, Zhang Shanqi sensed something was wrong. The man radiated an overwhelming aura, yet concealed it expertly. Before he spoke, Zhang Shanqi hadn't even realized he was there. But in that instant, the pressure from his presence almost forced Zhang Shanqi to the ground. This man's mastery far surpassed Zhang Shanqi's by leagues. Clenching his fists, Zhang Shanqi gritted his teeth and replied, he is indeed formidable. He's invented a suit of iron armor. I'm no match for him. Chu toyed with the teacup in his hand, his tone layered with meaning. Is that so? Is Tony Stark truly that powerful? Or is something else going on? Zheng Shanqi shook his head. Nothing else. Chu lifted his cup and blew gently across the tea's surface. With your skills and that magic ring, you couldn't defeat a man in a suit of armor? Magic ring. Zheng Shanqi's whole body tensed in shock. How does he know about the magic ring? Could he be the one from the legends? He glanced down at Chu's hand, which was adorned with rings, and in that instant, Zheng Shanqi knew who he was dealing with. You're Chu. Chu took a sip of tea, laughter in his voice. After all these years, you're the first one to call me by name to my face after learning who I am. Good. I admire your courage. Finishing with a smile, Chu raised his hand, his fingers curling like talons. In an instant, a wave of violet energy enveloped Zheng Shanqi, lifting him off the ground. Just as Zheng Shanqi tried to struggle, a sudden chill flashed over his hand, swiftly spreading through his body. In a heartbeat, he was frozen in place. I don't believe what you say. I trust what I see with my own eyes. A glimmer flashed on the ring finger of Chu's left hand, and Zheng Shanqi immediately fell unconscious. The eyes are the windows to the soul. A person's thoughts are easily revealed in their gaze, even for those who have been professionally trained. So, is the Black Widow testing me? Lu Xia didn't think so. He closed his eyes once more, letting the sixth sense of his microcosm quietly expand outward. Little brother, what are you waiting for? Black Widow pouted, seeing Lu Xia close his eyes like a meditating monk. She immediately wrapped her arms around his head and bit down with a playful nip. Stop pretending already. I can't wait any longer. Suddenly, a sharp crack rang out. A sound like something shattering echoed through the space. Black Widow froze mid-motion, as if a pressure point had been struck, her body utterly still. The cracking noise continued to ripple through the air. Fissures began to spread across her body, widening rapidly, until in the blink of an eye, her whole form was covered in fractures. Then, with a resounding crash, the entire world shattered into countless fragments. Lu Xia opened his eyes. He was standing under the doorway of a small building, hands still gripping the doorknob, staring out at the street. So, Black Widow's appearance just now had been no more than illusion. If it was only an illusion, it was almost disturbingly real. As clarity returned, Lu Xia noticed a tall Chinese man standing at the corner near the entrance. The man's long hair was slicked back and he wore an impeccably tailored suit, complete with shirt and tie. He looked every bit like a legendary gambler stepping onto the scene. Who are you? Lu Xia asked in a low voice. Someone like this didn't just show up without a reason. Oh, the slick-haired man glanced down at the sapphire ring on his left ring finger, a look of disbelief flickering across his face. You actually broke free from my illusion. Lu Xia followed his gaze and noticed that the man wore a full set of 10 rings, one on every finger. The ring on his left pinky, if Lu Xia remembered correctly, was identical to the one Zheng Shanqi had worn yesterday. Who exactly are you? Lu Xia asked, though in his heart he had already guessed the truth. If nothing else, this man had to be the real Mandarin. A supervillain from the Iron Man comics, though in the movies he'd been turned into a bumbling Hollywood actor for comic relief. The Mandarin was known for the 10 magical rings on his fingers, each imbued with power. His identity was easily confirmed. Just one look at his hands was enough. After all, aside from him, even the most flamboyant show-off would rarely wear 10 rings, each more dazzling than the last. Chu's moment of stunned surprise lasted only an instant before he composed himself, smiling as he spoke. So, you're Lu Xia, the one in Los Angeles who stopped Zheng Shanqi and sent him packing, aren't you? Cautiously, Lu Xia tightened his towel, just in case things turned violent and he needed to make a quick move. I am Lexia. You know Zheng, right? Where is he now? You seem pretty concerned about him. Chu folded his hands behind his back. Looks like you two have a close relationship. No wonder he refused to tell us anything about you. Lexia's heart sank. What did you do to Zheng? Relax, he's doing just fine. Chu waved dismissively. In fact, he's even better than before. Although the mission failed this time. He's gained powers far stronger than he ever had. Who knows, the next time you see him, you might even want to congratulate him. What did that mean? Had Zheng Shanqi already been brainwashed and recruited by the Mandarin? Lexia felt a bit lost. Finally, in the Marvel world, he'd found another future hero who looked like him. Yellow skin, black hair. Was he really going to have to watch helplessly as Zheng turned down the path of a villain? So what now? Lexia narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the Mandarin before him. Why are you here? To accuse me of something? To blame me for ruining your Los Angeles operation? Chu nodded directly. That's right. After learning about you from Zheng Shanqi, I was both furious and curious. So I decided to come. Meet you myself. If you turn out to be strong-willed, I'd kill you. If you fell into my illusion, I'd keep you by my side as a dog. The arrogance in his words was staggering. Lexia couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. So I broke free from your illusion. Does that make me strong-willed enough? Are you going to kill me now? Chu Govin, you're exactly right. Since I can't control you, of course I have to destroy you. The moment those words left his lips, Chu raised his hand toward Lexia. A flash of green light flickered from his left middle finger, and a bolt of lightning shot straight at Lexia. The lightning was so fast, there was no way Lexia could dodge it. Thankfully, the moment he sensed Chu's murderous intent, he began manifesting his ink armor. By the time Chu raised his hand and unleashed the lightning, the armor had already enveloped him. Crack! The lightning struck Lexia's chest plate with a burst of electric light, blasting him backward. He tumbled across the ground before managing to steady himself. A wisp of black smoke rose from the chest plate. That single bolt of lightning had nearly pierced right through the ink armor. Even though the ink armor's defense was decent, it was far from fragile. Yet against Chu's lightning, it could barely withstand a single blow. With just one bolt, Chu had nearly shattered Lexia's defenses, and he had 9 more rings. Even if all the rings only had powers similar to lightning, it would be more than enough to reduce Lexia's armor to dust. And as far as Lexia knew, the Mandarin's rings were capable of far more than just summoning lightning. Watching Lexia struggle to get up, Chu smiled smugly. Weren't you supposed to be so powerful? Even with my magic ring, Zheng Shanqi lost to you. But now, it seems you're not so impressive after all. With those words, another bolt of lightning shot from Chu's left index finger. Lexia raised both hands to block in front of her chest, but cracks instantly appeared on the bracers guarding her arms. It was as if Chu had become addicted. One arc of lightning after another lashed toward Lexia. In no time, her black robe was blasted to tatters, exposing the nearly bare skin beneath. Clutching what remained of a torn bath towel to shield Lin Junjia, Lexia crouched low, eyes fixed intently on Chu's hands. She could no longer recall the exact functions of all 10 rings on Lord Man's fingers. She'd only skimmed the information before, never bothering to commit it to memory. Judging by the 3 rings revealed so far, Lexia thought she could still hold out. But as for whatever other relentless attacks might follow, she felt far from certain. You're impressive. You're still alive after all this, Chu said, flexing his fingers slowly. I'm starting to feel reluctant to kill you. Let me give you one more chance. Swear allegiance to me, and together we'll conquer vast lands, forging an empire to rival Genghis Khan's. Lexia exhaled, thinking that when a villain starts rambling, it's usually the moment for the protagonist to catch their breath and prepare a counterattack. No matter how powerful Lord Man was, he still couldn't escape this classic pattern. Genghis Khan? That era was what, 800 or 900 years ago? Lexia scoffed. My friend, it's the 21st century now, and you're still dreaming about being an emperor? I almost feel bad waking you up from your fantasy. As soon as Lexia finished speaking, a flash of silver shot from behind her. With a series of metallic chimes, the crater chalice cloth swiftly assembled itself onto her body. Chu paused in surprise. This armor hadn't appeared in Zheng Shanqi's memories, and although its design looked far less impressive in the set from before, Chu could sense a mysterious and formidable power within it, something he couldn't quite grasp. It was a force both vast and elusive, like the countless stars in the sky, visible, yet utterly out of reach. Once clad in the sacred cloth, Lexia's confidence surged. With its defensive strength, the lightning from before wouldn't pose any real threat. Still, there was one thing she couldn't let go of. The crater chalice cloth had a battle skirt at the waist, and at this moment, the only thing Lexia wore beneath was the bath towel. One chilly draft, and she'd feel utterly exposed. Suddenly, she found herself envying Xiao Wu. The unicorn cloth was designed so you never had to worry about accidental exposure, even without underwear. With a bit of creative folding, Lexia fashioned the towel into a makeshift loincloth, securing what shouldn't be seen. At last, she could drop her guard and fight without restraint. Oomph. So you still refuse to come to your senses. Fine, I'll oblige you. Whatever secrets your armor holds, I'll blast you to smithereens all the same. With a wave of his right hand, Chu unleashed a beam of energy from his ring finger, striking Lexia's crater chalice cloth right on the chest plate. A sharp crack rang out. A crack appeared on the breastplate. Lu Xia and Chu exclaimed at the same time, "How is that possible?" The Silver Saint armor had been fractured by a single beam of light, not shattered into a web like the black armor, but enough to send a chill down Lu Xia's spine. Wasn't the Saint armor supposed to withstand any attack short of one that could break atoms? How could Master Man so effortlessly blast a crack into it with just a beam? Or did it mean that, in the Marvel Universe, atom-breaking attacks weren't all that rare or formidable? Chu lowered his gaze to the yellow ring on his right hand's ring finger. This ring could emit a beam capable of breaking the bonds between atoms and molecules, disintegrating matter at its most fundamental level. No matter what armor the opponent wore, Chu was confident he could blast it to pieces. Yet the armor on Lu Xia was only left with a single fissure. That defied logic. If he could land another strike in the exact same spot, Chu felt sure he could destroy the armor completely. But the ring required a cooldown. It could only fire once every 20 minutes. Lu Xia didn't know whether this kind of attack could be used continuously, and his confidence in his Saint armor wavered. But after being on the defensive for so long against Chu, if he donned the armor just to run away, it would be a disgrace to the title of Saint Seiya. An icy fong rose slowly before his eyes, followed by a second, and then a third. In the blink of an eye, a dense array of ice fangs gathered before Lu Xia. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Try this on for size. Ice Lance White Lotus. In an instant, the cluster of ice fangs tore through the air, launching straight at Chu. Faced with such a barrage, Chu remained unflinching. A violet glow flared on the thumb of his right hand. The ice fangs caught in the purple light began to slow, their speed dropping as they neared Chu, until just half a meter away they all but stopped. Then, before the naked eye, the ice fangs began to vaporize rapidly, dissolving into a mist. Matter restructured. The thumb ring's power was to rearrange the atoms and molecules of matter, accelerating or slowing them as Chu wished. If he wanted, Chu could have reassembled those ice fangs into a giant ice golem and sent it charging back at Lu Xia. Lu Xia was in awe. Master Man's 10 rings were indeed extraordinary, able to neutralize even the Ice Lance, White Lotus technique. Yet he would not retreat. As the ice fangs vaporized, Lu Xia dashed in front of Chu, clenched his fist, and launched a supersonic punch. Thanks to his control over his Cosmo, the punch, though supersonic, didn't cause a deafening shockwave. Instead, all its energy was focused in his fist, which he drove hard toward Chu's handsome, mature face. Bang! Lu Xia's fist slammed solidly into a block of ice. Instantly, the swirling mist in the air coalesced into a massive chunk of ice, forming a barrier right in front of his fist. The ice shattered into a flurry of sparkling shards, and Chu took the opportunity to leap backward. Although Chu's ring was incredibly powerful, he himself was no frail mage easily overpowered in close combat. The magic he practiced had greatly enhanced his physique. His strength surpassed even Parker's, though his speed was just a bit slower and couldn't quite reach supersonic levels. And that was precisely the opening Lu Xia needed. Isn't there a saying that, in martial arts, speed is the key to victory? With the boost from his sacred cloth, Lu Xia's speed had already reached about Mach 1.5, fast enough to toy with even the mighty Mandarin. Of course, that was only if he could first hold off the power of all 10 of Chu's magic rings. As Lu Xia closed in, Chu's right middle finger flashed with a blue light. In an instant, a massive vortex swirled around him, a whirlwind that sucked everything nearby into its furious currents. Lu Xia halted before the tornado. While the Sacred Cloth's defense could probably withstand the assault, if he got swept into that vortex, he'd be spinning so hard he might just lose his lunch. But just because he couldn't charge straight, it didn't mean Lu Xia was out of options. After all, in Saint Seiya battles, close quarters, combat was rare. Their preferred style was to stand apart and blast away, competing to see whose voice rang out the loudest. I spear White Lotus. It was a bit embarrassing to shout out the name of his attack before launching it, but Lu Xia did it anyway. He'd realized something. The louder he shouted before unleashing a move, the more powerful it became. Was this some kind of bug in the system? Though he found it mortifying, Lu Xia couldn't help but continue down the path where his power depended on how loudly he could yell. A barrage of icy fangs shot toward Chu, but as soon as they entered the vortex's range, their trajectory was thrown off, scattering them in all directions. The vortex wasn't quite supersonic, but it was more than enough to deflect the supersonic ice fangs. Chu's body slowly lifted off the ground, and he hovered in midair, looking down with a gaze full of disdain for all below. Such sturdy armor, such impressive attacks. I truly didn't expect you to be capable of this. It seems defeating Zheng Shangqi wasn't just a fluke. I really underestimated you. Chu suddenly narrowed his eyes. But the stronger you become, the more determined I am to destroy you. I will never give you the chance to grow into my rival. Hey. Lu Xia protested. What do you mean, grow into your rival? If you've got the guts, come down here and let's keep fighting. Chu shook his head. Just because I look down on you doesn't mean I have to stoop to your level to defeat you. With a mere flick of my finger, I could reduce you to ashes. He wasn't wrong. So far, Chu had only needed to move a finger or two in this entire fight. Chu wasn't exchanging so many words with Lexia because he enjoyed arguing. Rather, he was pondering a crucial matter: how to kill Lexia while preserving his armor intact. Though the design of this armor was far from perfect, its sturdiness was undeniable. It could even withstand destructive forces at the atomic level. If the Mandarin were to don this sacred armor, armed with his 10 rings and the dark arts he practiced for over 80 years, he might well become a Thanos-like figure in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Even the combined might of the Avengers would be no match for him. Lightning and freezing rays were powerless against the sacred armor's defenses. It seemed the only thing that could work was the cutting beam on the ring worn on his right hand's ring finger, the one capable of breaking atomic bonds. But that ring required 20 minutes to cool down. In the meantime, Chu had plenty of options. For instance, he could use the blue-black ring on his right pinky finger to create a dark field, a space in which all light was absorbed by the ring, forming a vast, pitch-black void that instantly engulfed Lexia. Trapped within this field, Lexia was plunged into total darkness. His vision vanished. He was as blind as a bat. Within the darkness, a beam of light emerged as silently as a whisper. Thanks to the dark field, Lexia couldn't see it all. He sensed it only as a faint prickle of intuition. And by the time he tried to dodge, the beam had already struck his shoulder armor. Fortunately, he'd shielded his face just in time, sparing his handsome features from harm. The blast sent him sprawling, and then, within the dark field, a deafening shockwave ripped through the air. Even with his small cosmos protecting his eardrums, Lexia was overwhelmed. A piercing ring filled his ears, and his hearing faded to nothing. With 2 of his 5 senses now stolen away, Lexia became a deaf man lost in darkness, unable to locate his enemy, a sitting duck forced to take the blows. He couldn't stay in here any longer. He had no idea how vast this darkness stretched, but surely it couldn't cover all of New York. Lexia believed that, moving at supersonic speed, he'd break free in no time. Picking a direction, Lexia surged forward, accelerating with explosive force and breaking the sound barrier in an instant. The dark field wasn't that large. At his speed, Lexia would burst out in less than half a second. But just as he thought he was about to escape, another beam shot at him out of nowhere, knocking him aside. A thunderous crash shattered the small building's window, and Lexia tumbled into the attic, rolling to a stop only when he collided with the sacred armor's chest. Using the armor chest for support, Lexia staggered to his feet. Blood oozed from his shoulder wound, trailing down his fingers and dripping onto the armor chest. The moment his blood touched the surface, it soaked in like water, seeping into a sponge, vanishing instantly, leaving no trace behind. Unaware of the transformation occurring in the darkness atop the armor chest, Lexia was left strategizing, searching desperately for a way out of this dire situation. It seems that Mandarin is trying to trap him like a turtle in a jar, planning to strangle him within this field of darkness. Lucia stood up and simply closed his eyes. Since he couldn't see anything anyway, he figured he might as well stop trying. At the same time, a faint halo began to shimmer around him as his cosmos started to burn intensely. As his cosmos flared, Lucia's 6th sense sharpened. In the darkness, a glowing orb floated in midair right before him. For Saint Seiya, any technique or magic is just another form of expressing the cosmos. Even though Chu couldn't ignite and unleash the power within him, Lucia could still sense his presence through the cosmos. The changes happening to Lucia didn't escape Chu's notice. He could see what was going on, using special means within the dark field to perceive the object around him. Though Chu wasn't aware of the cosmos, he could feel the surge of power around Lucia. It was clear Lucia was preparing something big. What's more, Chu felt a premonition. His opponent had already found his exact position. Of course, Chu wasn't about to let Lucia gather his strength undisturbed. Just as well, the ring on his left hand's 4th finger had cooled down. Without hesitation, Chu activated it. With a thunderous blast, a beam of light struck Lucia's chest armor. The crack there widened, and the force even sent the upper part of his sacred armor flying. Just my... Lucia had managed to hold out so long only thanks to the armor's protection. Now that it was gone, what could possibly shield him from Chu's attacks? What Chu didn't see was the brilliant image of a golden-red fire phoenix appearing clearly on Lucia's back. Among the saints, some techniques actually become stronger when their armor is removed. For example, Rosen Rising Dragon. A colossal eastern dragon burst from Lucia's hands, its overwhelming majesty following the spiraling currents beneath Chu and burrowing right in. Even a furious cyclone couldn't hinder it in the slightest. At the cost of his blood flowing in reverse, Lucia unleashed an explosive power so great it could reverse even a mighty Rosen waterfall, sending its torrents climbing skyward. An attack like this, not even Chu dared to meet it head-on. Chu's right thumb flickered rapidly, and the energy from matter reconstruction enveloped the soaring dragon's head. This mystical power, which could overturn even ice lances and white lotuses, could only slightly slow the dragon. It could not stop it. With a piercing rush, the dragon grazed Chu's forehead and soared into the sky, vanishing into the black clouds above, leaving the people of New York with a mystery that would be told for generations. A gash several centimeters long instantly stained half of Chu's face crimson. So close. Lucia half knelt on the ground. It was his first time using the Rosen, rising dragon with his blood flowing backward, and the aftermath was even more agonizing than the exhaustion he felt after donning both the sacred armor and harnessing his cosmos. If not for Chu's presence, he might have collapsed already. Chu was utterly enraged. He had thought victory was within his grasp, but never imagined that Lexia still had such a powerful move hidden up his sleeve. For reasons unknown, a single thought suddenly surfaced in Chu's mind. This boy must not be allowed to live. Lexia, gasping for breath, lifted his head to look up at Chu in the air, unable to help but feel a pang of regret for his last strike. If he had been just a hair more accurate, he would have landed a hit on Chu's jaw, perhaps even knocking him out on the spot. You bastard! His face now marred, Chu shed the gentle, urbane facade of the warm uncle he'd presented before. His expression grew twisted, veins bulging on his face, his whole demeanor brimming with the urge to tear Lexia apart. Though Lexia's body was on the verge of collapse, he knew he couldn't afford to stop. To pause now would be to offer himself up as a lamb to the slaughter. His only hope lay in his Cosmo. If old Che wasn't lying, as long as the Saints will endured, his Cosmo would never be extinguished. Burn Cosmo! Before Chu could launch his attack, Lexia shouted out this phrase, a rallying cry as potent as Unlock My Gene Lock, summoning the last reserves of his strength. At once, the energy within him blazed up like wildfire, so intense that even Chu, dozens of meters away, could feel its heat. Bathed in the flames of energy, Lexia steadied his stance, drawing his right hand to his waist. The key to this move was focusing all his strength into that single hand. As he prepared to strike, he silently invoked, Majestic Walao, peaks of Lushan, grant me your power. Lushan, rising dragon blast. Lexia roared with all he had, even louder and more forceful than before. A mighty dragon, its body rimmed with icy spikes, thundered forth from his fist. Chu dare not hold back any longer. The rings on both his hands flared with white energy, surging out to clash head-on with the dragon. A tremendous boom echoed as the two attacks collided in midair, locked in a dead heat. You're still far from defeating me, Chu shouted savagely, pouring even more power into his attack. The balance shattered in an instant, and the dragon summoned by Lexia was quickly overwhelmed, its form fading rapidly until it was nearly gone. Cosmo burn! Lexia screamed hoarsely, but he was still forced steadily backward until the energy from Chu's 10 rings slammed into him, sending him flying through the air. Is this really the end? As he tumbled midair, Lexia's consciousness began to crumble. His chest was a mangled mess of blood and flesh. Barring a miracle, he was finished. With a heavy thud, Lexia crashed to the ground, blood soaking into the earth beneath him as his mind hovered on the brink of oblivion. No, I can't fall, not now. A saint can never be truly defeated. Cosmo, burn Cosmo, burn. In the haze of half-consciousness, a warm hand suddenly rested on Lexia's shoulder. Rest now. You've done more than enough. With a wave of his hand, the man caused the holy cloth of Craterus to detach itself from Lexia, transforming into the shape of a sacred chalice. Without any visible movement, water began to gather at the bottom of the chalice, drop by drop, until it finally pooled into a basin of clear, shimmering liquid. Drink this, then watch carefully. It's no easy feat for me to be here, so pay close attention. Learn as much as you can, the man said, lifting his head to look at Lexia. His radiant face seemed to shine with sunlight. He appeared to be a young boy, not particularly tall, but his presence was powerful and commanding. As his hand rested on Lexia's shoulder, Lexia felt as if his entire body had become lighter and more at ease. Turning around, the youth flicked his white cape, cloaking the dazzling golden light that radiated from his body. Chu hovered silently in the air, watching everything unfold. From the moment this youth had appeared, Chu hadn't dared make a single unnecessary move, not even attempting an ambush while the youth was giving Lexia water. The sheer force emanating from this newcomer was so overwhelming that Chu didn't even have the confidence to run away. You didn't try to strike just now. That almost makes me feel bad about killing you. Since that's the case, let's call this a small punishment and a big warning. I hope you'll be more careful with your actions in the future. If you keep going down the wrong path, even if I don't intervene, the one who comes after me will surely punish you, along with all the sins of your past. Who does this kid think he's bluffing? Chu grumbled to himself, but didn't dare say it aloud. Something about this boy made him believe it wasn't just empty talk. Who are you? Chu finally couldn't help but ask. Me? The youth grinned, showing 8 gleaming white teeth. I'm a saint who guards the earth. Are you ready? He called out with a cheerful shout, as if smiling was his trademark, and nothing in the world could ever wipe it from his face. Watch closely. This time, the words were meant for Lexia. Lightning speed fist. A golden light shot up to the heavens. What seemed like a simple punch shattered the dark energy field, tore apart the swirling winds around Chu, and sent the energy from all 10 of Chu's rings blasting harmlessly back at him. With just one punch, Chu was flung into the sky like a shooting star, vanishing to who knows where. How about that? Have you learned it? The youth withdrew his fist and turned to Lexia with a friendly smile. Lexia stood dazed, shaking his head. Brother, are you out of your mind? How can anyone pick up a saint's technique just by watching it once? The youth scratched his head in exasperation. That's odd. When my father taught me back then, I picked it up after just one demonstration. Why can't you do the same? Lexia, rubbing his aching chest where the holy cloth's water had eased but not erased the pain, had several things he wanted to say, but kept them to himself. You're the previous generation's Leo Gold Saint, Regulus, hailed as the most gifted genius in the history of all saints. You became a gold saint in just 2 years, awakened the 8th sense at the age of 15, and punched a hole through God-blooded Radamanthi's heart with a single blow. How could I ever compare to you? Wait a minute. Why is Regulus, the previous Leo, even here? Wasn't that old geezer, Doko from Seiya's era? If any Leo were to show up, shouldn't it be Iolia? So what secret is really hidden inside this cloth box? But Regulus is just so adorable. I kind of want to go over and ruffle his hair. Over there, Regulus scratched his head and glanced back in the direction Chu Fei had gone. What do I do now? I can't really demonstrate it again, and I don't have much time left. When the dark field faded, Lexia's vision returned. Looking from his angle, he noticed that Regulus didn't seem to be corporeal. He could see the shimmering golden cloth box glowing right through Regulus' body. So, can anyone please explain what on earth is going on here? Don't tell me. Lexia didn't dare let his thoughts wander any further. Because if things really were as he imagined, then becoming king of this Marvel world might truly be within reach. And the thought left him more than a little excited. Meanwhile, Regulus had tousled his hair into a complete bird's nest. What am I supposed to do now? Rarely do I get a chance to come out, and if I just go back like this, everyone will laugh at me. Lexia suddenly stepped forward and pulled Regulus into a hug. Senior, it's truly wonderful to meet you. To meet all of you. Regulus, touched by Lexia's heartfelt words, gently pushed him away, sending him tumbling head over heels. I'm really not interested in hugging naked guys, thanks. A gust of cold wind swept by, leaving Lexia shivering and dangling awkwardly. Face flushed, Lexia hurriedly grabbed a curtain and wrapped himself up. That little brat must be jealous of me. That must be it. Watching as Regulus' form began to fade even more, Lexia quickly stepped forward. Senior, did you come all this way just to teach me the lightning plasma? That technique seems a bit hard to master. How? About you teach me the solo version of Athena! Instead? Isn't that a bit easier? Plus, look, I'm all alone right now. There's no way I can pull off the shadow tactics without 3 people. Regulus looked a bit troubled. Well, I suppose I could teach you the solo version of it. Yes. Lexia nodded furiously. Regulus continued. But first, you need to awaken your 7th sense and reach Gold Saint level. Also, Regulus paused. Lexia immediately pressed. Also what? Senior. Standing in place, Lexia looked around in confusion, but there was no trace of Regulus anywhere. Time's up. You gotta be kidding me. Lexia yanked the curtain from her waist and slammed it hard onto the floor. Why does it always turn out like this? Can't things ever go smoothly for me just once? She was about to stomp on the curtain a few times to vent her frustration when a beam of light suddenly swept over from the distance, illuminating Lexia's naked body in its glare. Sir, this is the New York Police Department. Please stay calm. Whatever has happened, we promise your personal safety, came a voice through a loudspeaker. The police had finally arrived late to the scene, having noticed something unusual here. Half an hour later, Lexia sat fully dressed in the police station's interview room. Across from her sat a familiar face, Captain George Stacy. Uncle George, you must be busy as the captain. Why bother coming here yourself to take my statement? You could have just sent anyone, really, haha. Lexia's attempt at lightheartedness faltered under Captain Stacy's piercing gaze, and she felt a little uneasy. If it weren't for Gwen, I wouldn't pay any attention to you, you maniac. Middle of the night, not sleeping, strutting around naked and wrecking your own house. There was no evidence of a second person at the scene. While the explanation sounded far-fetched, it was still the closest thing to the truth. No, Uncle George, I didn't tear down the house myself. I was attacked. Lexia protested loudly. A guy as dangerous as a terrorist attacked me. I can even give you a sketch. I strongly suggest the authorities arrest him immediately. Lexia pulled down her collar. Seriously, I'm not lying. I even got hurt. Look for yourself. Captain Stacy peered at Lexia's chest, but said nothing. Lexia glanced down too, only to find that the wound had completely healed. Seriously? Does the Grand Duke's sacred armor have to be this good at healing? You just erased all my evidence. With no choice, Lexia buttoned her shirt back up. All right, whatever you say, Captain Stacy replied, shaking his head. But it's not up to me. This is America. We go by the law and by evidence. Name. By the time the statement was done, it was already past midnight. George drove Lexia home. Her little apartment was in ruins, no longer fit to live in. We'll notify your landlord about the damage. Whatever the repair bill comes to, you'll have to pay for it. Understand? George informed her before they entered the building. Lexia nodded. Fine, I guess I'll have to take the blame for this one. Chu had been beaten so badly he'd turned into a cartoon wolf. Who knew if he'd ever be back? And one more thing, Captain Stacy said, hand on the doorknob. I'm letting you stay for the night, purely out of humanitarian concern. But you'd better be gone before sunrise, and don't go bothering Gwen, got it? Lexia nodded. Bringing your daughter's boyfriend home, but not letting them meet. Now that's what being a father is all about. If Gwen were a man and Lexia a woman, chances are they'd have just gone straight to the bedroom. Lying on the guest bed, Lexia replayed the scenes of Regulus's appearance in his mind, hoping to find some clue that would unlock the secret of the cloth box. Unfortunately, he hadn't seen the key moment when his blood seeped into the cloth box. Without that crucial step, cracking the puzzle was as hard as reaching the heavens. What's more, the cloth box had opened twice already, each time under different conditions. Even if Lexia went back and tried to drip blood again, there was no guarantee anything would happen. After a night of fighting, even with the restorative power of the cloth cup, Lexia felt mentally drained. Before long, he was drifting off to sleep. Just then, his phone chimed with a message. Lexia fumbled for it, and saw it was from Gwen. Are you sleeping in our guest room right now? No, Lexia replied. It was the perfect opportunity, but right now, all he wanted was sleep. My dad just told my mom, and I overheard them. The one in the guest room is you, you liar. Soon after, another message from Gwen popped up. All right, you win. I am in the guest room, but I'll be gone before dawn. Your dad won't let me see you, Lexia replied, mustering what energy he had. He waited a while, but no new messages came. Just as Lexia was about to fall asleep, the door suddenly clicked open. He snapped awake, about to speak, but the figure across from him raised a hand, and a net of white webbing muffled his voice. Has Parker come to avenge the theft of his beloved? For an instant, Lexia pictured Parker's furious face when he learned that Lexia had stolen Gwen away from him. No, this person's build isn't like Parker's. After firing off a strand of web, the silhouette sauntered toward Lexia, every step radiating an elegant aura. Who is this? Lexia sniffed the air. It smelled like Gwen. The way the figure walked was just like her, only lighter on her feet, with a stronger heartbeat. Gwen was dressed in a black and white skin-tight suit, her head covered by a web-patterned mask beneath a white hood. It was the signature look of Spider-Gwen from the comics. What's going on? How did Gwen turn into Spider-Gwen? Am I dreaming? Lexia tried to close his eyes, but Gwen leapt onto him in a flash. Quick, tell me, who's the most beautiful woman in the world? If you get it wrong, I might just end you right here, Gwen said, deliberately lowering her voice. Lexia didn't answer. Instead, he pulled her into his arms, marveling at the incredible resilience and curves of her waist and hips. Gwen had always had a great figure, but for some reason, her body now seemed even more enhanced, taking her physique to an impressive new level. To say nothing of anything else, just look at the two things pressing against her chest. They didn't seem any smaller than Black Widows at all. Lucia suddenly flipped onto her, putting to use the finger technique she had practiced for years. A series of soft, pleading sounds escaped her lips. Do you remember Dr. Connor's experiment? Lucia nodded. The cross-species genetics project? Right. While I was assisting the doctor, I noticed something odd. Before researching lizards, the doctor actually worked for a time with Parker's father, Richard Parker, studying spiders. And the spider that bit Parker and triggered his mutation was a descendant of those very spiders. As Gwen continued, the familiar theme music from a grade school science show seemed to play in Lucia's mind. That led me to a bold theory. The reason the doctor's lizard serum failed might be genetic rejection. After that, I secretly ran DNA tests on Parker and those spiders. To my surprise, I found that some of their genetic sequences were identical. So I came up with a hypothesis. When Richard Parker bred those spiders, he used his own DNA in the process. That's why, when Peter Parker was bitten, he became a superhero, while other unlucky lab workers only suffered fevers or infections. Then, over 3 months, I bred spiders engineered with my own genes. And I let one bite me. You're really? Lucia was too shocked for words. Scientists truly were daring. She actually used an unproven experiment on herself. But all one had said so far was still just a theory. What if she'd guessed wrong? Crazy, right? I thought so too. But it didn't matter. I figured, at worst, I'd just get sick for a while. The spiders in the lab were all non-venomous. But in the end, it turned out I was right. Lucia had already experienced that outcome in their recent fight. Luckily, he wasn't an ordinary person, or he'd have been dead under her hands by now. So, you asked Parker to help you make web shooters? Exactly. It wasn't much trouble for him to make a few extras anyway. That guy, so he knew all along. But when I saw him yesterday, he didn't say a word. I wanted to surprise you. So what do you think? Are you happy? Excited? Back at the small house, Lucia quickly packed up his things and slung the sacred cloth box over his shoulder before heading out. The house was no longer livable for now. He'd have to find a new place to stay. Come to think of it, maybe I should just buy a place. Moving around all the time really isn't a long-term solution. As the morning sun rose in the sky, Lucia pondered to himself. The best location in New York? Of course, it has to be Manhattan. They say that any random apartment there starts at tens of millions, and that's in US dollars, no less. Maybe the so-called center of the universe, Wadayaku, could give a run for its money? Speaking of Manhattan, Stark Industries actually managed to build their own skyscraper there. Now it's what you call filthy rich. So at the end of the day, if you want a place of your own, you need money. Lots of it. When it comes to making money, Lexia had considered a few options before. Helping Dr. Connors perfect his serum, or helping Harry Osborn cure his blood disease. But the selling point for both was the same, the method Richard Parker used, cultivating super animals using his own genes, then transferring the super genes back to himself. Of course, both ventures were risky. Dr. Connors may have started out just wanting to heal his own arm, but who knows? Once he succeeded, what's to stop him from dreaming of world domination? Gwen turned into a spider. If that can happen, what can't? As for Harry, the stakes were even higher. He's the son of an arms dealer, after all. Growing up in that environment, who wouldn't be influenced? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Lexia thought of something. Maybe Harry really was worth approaching. Sure, his father was an arms dealer, but Harry spent his childhood in boarding schools. From the way he reconnected with Parker in the movies, you could tell he still had an innocent heart. If it weren't for that hereditary disease looming over him like a guillotine, he probably wouldn't have become the Green Goblin. No one knows about Gwen's experimental results yet. Maybe there's a window of opportunity. Trading a secret for an apartment in Manhattan? That's not too much to ask, is it? Of course, the most profitable route would be to go to Tony Stark. Selling a cure or clues to a new element could easily fetch a fortune. But there's still time before Tony's condition worsens. No need to rush that. Are you looking for a place to settle down, Mr. Lexia? A deep voice sounded from the shadows nearby. Lexia turned to look, but saw no one. Only something floating in midair, black and white, like an eyeball. Nice to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. The voice from the shadows continued. Lexia appeared more closely and finally noticed someone standing there, a black man in a black leather coat. No wonder Lexia hadn't seen him. The guy's coloring blended perfectly into the shadows. Without a sixth sense, Lexia might never have noticed him. Hey man, could you step forward a bit? Watching an eyeball talk is seriously creepy. The man paused for a moment, then calmly stepped out from the shadows, a bald head with a single eye patch. You really have to salute whoever first called the director Egghead. It's just too spot on. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nick Fury, and I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Lexia turned her body to face the director directly. My name is Lexia. I'm a saint from the sanctuary. Pleased to meet you, Director Fury. Nick Fury's mind stalled for a few seconds. Sanctuary? What kind of organization was that? Why hadn't Agent Romanoff's investigation report, or any of the intelligence he'd gathered through secret channels, ever mentioned such a name? He recalled the images captured by the spy satellite last night. A young man, his whole body radiating golden light, had sent someone flying several hundred miles with a single punch. Judging by the youth's attire, it looked strikingly similar to the armor Lexia was wearing now. So, these extraordinary armors must all belong to an organization called Sanctuary. And this Lexia before him was very likely someone the organization had sent out into the world on a journey. That would also mean, should he ever find himself in danger, even more powerful individuals would step in to back him up. If that was the case, then the Sanctuary's strength might be nothing short of formidable, perhaps even enough to destroy an entire nation. No need to mention anything else, just that golden youth from last night. If there were a few more like him, even the entire military power of the United States would be forced to yield. Lexia had no idea that a single word could spark such a flurry of deductions inside Nick Fury's head. Otherwise, he surely would have reminded the director that his outlook was far too optimistic. There was no need for several of those golden lions from last night. Just one would be enough to bring Earth to its knees. Still, Lexia had figured something out. Since Director Fury had come knocking, it meant he already had a considerable amount of evidence, making it impossible for Lexia to deny his identity. Given that, rather than racking his brain for explanations, he might as well admit it with a flourish and use the banner of Sanctuary as a shield. Let it intimidate for as long as it could. Sanctuary? Nick Fury was, after all, a man who'd seen the world. He snapped out his daze almost instantly. If you'll pardon my asking, Sanctuary, is it a place? Or an organization? Lexia thought for a moment. It's both, actually. But members of Sanctuary rarely appear in the world, so not many people know about us. It was just like Kunlun in the Marvel Universe. Both a place and an organization led by the Jade Emperor. Nick Fury quickly decoded Lexia's words. Sanctuary exists in a space independent from the Earth. A powerful organization whose members can travel between Sanctuary and our world, though they seldom interact with ordinary people. One had to admit, the egg-headed director's imagination was already getting remarkably close to the truth. At this thought, Nick Fury's brows furrowed. If that's the case, then why would they send Saints to appear on Earth? The Saints are supposed to be the warriors of Sanctuary, aren't they? What exactly is the purpose behind their appearance? Seeing the uncertainty flicker across Fury's face, Lu Xia cleared his throat lightly. Director Fury, may I ask what business you have with me today? Of course, he wanted to say, I'm here to invite you to join the Avengers. But the word stuck in Fury's throat and simply wouldn't come out. If the appearance of the Saints truly carried some hidden agenda, wouldn't he be inviting trouble into his own house by recruiting them? But then again, if you want to catch fish, you can't be afraid of getting your clothes wet. He was Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., after all. If he let some unknown organization scare him into silence, what right did he have to be director? He might as well turn to dust and be done with it. I'm here today to extend an invitation. S.H.I.E.L.D. is about to form a new division, the Avengers. This organization is in dire need of extraordinary individuals like you. The Avengers under S.H.I.E.L.D.? Lu Xia thought to himself. Just as I suspected, but outwardly, he feigned ignorance. Is this another group dedicated to cleaning up after criminals? Fury's expression must have shifted, though, unfortunately, in the dim light and low resolution, Lu Xia couldn't make it out. About that previous incident, I think I owe you an explanation. Barton. Director, Lu Xia interrupted, I don't think there's any need for you to explain that matter to me. I'm neither a government official nor an uninformed citizen. Your explanations are neither necessary nor appropriate for me. Fury shrugged. I only want to clear up a few misunderstandings. Lu Xia nodded. I understand the difficulties you face as a director, but what you see as a misunderstanding might not be one in my eyes. It all comes down to perspective. Where we stand shapes how we see things. And conflicts like this can't be resolved by a few words. All right, Fury said, spreading his hands, finally giving up on further explanations. He was never one for justifying himself, not even to those who fancied themselves above others and tried to manipulate S.H.I.E.L.D. behind the scenes. Back to the topic at hand. Sanctuary, and you Saints, what exactly is your purpose? Or perhaps what code you live by? Well, Lu Xia straightened his back with pride. Whenever evil casts its shadow over the land, there will always be warriors of hope. Their fists cough. I won't repeat those boastful words. The creed of us, Saints, is to protect, love, and justice on Earth. Any evil that dares to taint this world is our sworn enemy. So, you're saying Sanctuary is some kind of justice organization? Fury asked, his eyes wide with skepticism. Lexia shook his head. That's not quite accurate. To be precise, Sanctuary itself embodies justice. Fury finally burst out laughing, half in disbelief, half in exasperation. He'd never heard anyone brag so fearlessly before. Claiming to represent justice? At least get the definition of justice straight before you start calling yourself its champion. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. and the soon-to-be-assembled Avengers wouldn't dare claim they stand for justice itself. After this brief conversation, Fury came to two conclusions in his mind. Either everyone in this so-called sanctuary is a bunch of idealistic lunatics, and this kid is just another sucker who got swept up in their madness. Or this kid is a lunatic himself, and everything he said so far is just wild nonsense. But the image of Regulus, that golden figure, made Fury lean heavily toward the first conclusion. So, your arrival means the world is about to be shrouded in evil? Fury straightened his face, tilted his head, and asked, then where exactly is this evil coming from? Can you foresee it? Lexia smiled mysteriously. then raised his hand to point at the sky. Evil on Earth has never truly ceased, but the real threat comes from above. Director, I'm sure you know there are aliens in this world. Fury, of course, had encountered aliens before. In fact, there was even a Kree corpse currently lying in one of SHLD's labs. He simply shrugged, neither confirming nor denying it. Seeing this, Lexia continued, aliens will soon arrive on Earth. War isn't some distant concept anymore, Director. It's almost upon us. Fury let out a weary sigh. There was no way this conversation could go any further. This kid in front of him wasn't someone he could easily fool or manipulate. But perhaps that was for the best. Letting him roam among the public could attract the attention of certain interested parties, and maybe grant Fury more time to investigate this sanctuary he spoke of. Fury extended his hand with solemn gravity. Welcome to this world, Saint. I hope you hold fast to your sense of justice, and when evil descends from the sky, you'll stand as a force protecting this land. Lexia shook his hand with a bright smile. Count on it. Then I look forward to our next meeting. Though, who knows what identity you'll wear by then? Will you be Benyu's Phoenix, Mr. Mu, or perhaps the Mask of Death? A shrewd gleam flashed in Fury's single eye, his expression clearly saying, you're not as mysterious as you think. Before Lu Xia could respond, he simply nodded, turned around, and left without a moment's hesitation. Damn it, Lu Xia couldn't help but admire SHLD's far-reaching abilities. They'd managed to dig up not only his Mr. Mu persona, which he'd barely used, but even his death mask identity that had only appeared once in the wrestling league. Did they also know about his aerial entrance with Gwen last night? Could they have recorded it remotely? Surely they couldn't be that perverse, could they? Screw it. With the sacred armor chest slung over his back, Lu Xia turned and left in the opposite direction. Fury's appearance had left his mind in disarray. Thinking back on their exchange just now, he was certain there were holes all over his story. But at the time, he'd had no choice but to go along with his own narrative. As for dragging the sanctuary into this, Lu Xia felt no regret. After all, he'd never wanted to join S.H.I.E.L.D. in the first place, nor did he want to be manipulated by people who had nothing to do with him. To put it bluntly, Lu Xia was feeling a bit anarchic these days. He didn't have any particular sense of belonging to this country, so of course he wasn't going to consider joining any organization or department. Even if, in name, this group or department didn't belong to any one country, but to the United Nations, did anyone really believe the UN was some isolated utopia, making decisions without worrying about the US at all? Sorry, I don't know a thing. I'm just talking nonsense. Not to mention affiliations, just look at the members. In the Avengers, Americans made up the overwhelming majority. Joining a clique like that only to become the odd one out? No thanks. It's far more comfortable to form your own team. The classmates from Midtown High had built up a bond of friendship, and with their youthful bravado and lingering teenage enthusiasm, it wouldn't take much to draw them into something like the Zodiac Guardians. Gwen was already on board. He'd won her over. Parker had joined long ago. Jessica Jones was just about to change her name. With her new powers, she needed a stage like this to put them to the test. As for Thompson, well, let's see how things go after he's sidelined. So if this team came together, they wouldn't be too far off from the original Avengers in terms of strength, right? Heh. Having made up his mind, Lu Xia stopped worrying about S.H.I.E.L.D. What happened next could wait. For now, he needed to find Parker and have him arrange a meeting with Harry. It had been a week already. Harry should be recovering from the blow of losing his father, so talking about collaboration now shouldn't seem too abrupt. Of course, to be precise, Gwen was the one who discovered this whole thing, so if they were going to discuss working with Harry, he'd need her approval first. On his way to Parker's house, Lu Xia dialed Gwen's number. She answered with a lazy-sounding voice, but after hearing Lu Xia's explanation, she readily agreed to his request. After all, Gwen's original intention was simply to make herself extraordinary. Anything beyond that, like improving Lexia's living conditions, was just an unexpected bonus. Lexia and Parker weren't meeting Harry at the Osborne Corporation building, but rather at the Broadway Theater, where Harry had reserved a box to watch a matinee opera. As for Western opera, Lexia couldn't appreciate it, much like when he was a child in his previous life, trailing after his grandfather to see traditional Chinese opera, listening to the performers chirping and wailing on stage, and not understanding why a single line had to be stretched out for so long. Later, as he grew older, he gradually learned about the different roles. Sheng, Dan, Jing, Mo, Cho, understood the 10 years of practice. For 1 minute on stage, and although his appreciation never quite reached that level, he still held deep respect for the craft. During the 3 or 4 hours of opera, Harry and Parker were thoroughly engrossed, while Lexia dozed off several times beside them. The first time he woke up was when the leading lady made her entrance. The howls of excitement from Harry and Parker startled him awake. He opened his eyes to look at the woman who had tempted Harry to neglect his family's vast business empire and chase after the arts. Her figure was impressive, much better than Gwen's before her transformation, but her face was completely outside Lexia's aesthetic preferences. He closed his eyes and drifted back to sleep. The next few times he was woken up because his snoring was so loud it disturbed other opera-goers. After being nudged awake, Lexia quickly apologized before shifting to a position less likely to make him snore, and promptly resumed his pig-like slumber. By the time the performance ended, it was nearly dinner time. As a thank you for their company at the opera, Harry invited Parker and Lexia out to eat. Joining them was none other than the opera's leading lady. Let me introduce you all. This is the leading lady from today's show, and also my girlfriend, Mary Jane Watson. This is my best friend, Peter Parker, and this is his classmate, Lexia. Harry introduced everyone with a smile. To his surprise, Mary Jane already knew both Parker and Lexia. I'm Parker's neighbor, and we all went to the same high school, so I've known them for ages. Peter. Lexia. Hi, MJ. Parker greeted her with a warm smile. Hi, MJ. Lexia waved, looking pale and still not fully rested. Parker was genuinely happy for Harry, partly because Harry had finally moved on from the pain of losing his father, and partly because he'd found such a wonderful girlfriend in Mary Jane. Back in the day, Aunt May had even tried to set up Parker with Mary Jane, but at the time, Parker and Lexia were both stuck in their own unrequited crushes and had never been interested in the square-faced girl next door. That was how Parker explained it to Lexia later on. However, Lexia suspected that the real truth was simply that Mary Jane just wasn't interested in him. He was skinny and, while unattractive. As they waited for the dishes to arrive, Harry took the opportunity to ask, "Earlier, you mentioned you had something important to discuss with me. What exactly is it?" Lexia rubbed her eyes and pulled herself together. Here's the situation. Dr. Connor's lab has made new progress. There's hope for improving the previous serum to reduce its rejection rate. Harry's expression changed instantly. The careless, playboy facade vanished, replaced by palpable tension. Are you serious? Lexia nodded. Whether it's true or not, you'll have plenty of time to verify it. Today, I'm here as a representative to discuss possible collaboration. Harry clenched his fists tightly. That's fantastic, fantastic. How much do you want? Would 100 million be enough? With a sputter, Mary Jane accidentally sprayed her mouth full of coffee right across the table onto Parker's face. Anticipating something like this, Parker quickly held up his plate just in time to shield himself from the splash. But while he managed to block the front, he couldn't cover the sides. Lexia, in the middle of sipping her matcha, now sprayed it as well. With Harry, the financial backer, sitting right in front of her, she couldn't let it hit him. So, poor Parker became the unfortunate target. Lexia's reaction was so quick that Parker didn't even have time to dodge. With another sputtering sound, Parker's carefully styled hair, slicked back just moments ago, now looked like a patch of green grass after a hurricane, perfectly matching the color of the matcha. Ugh, sorry, Peter, let me try to fix that, Lexia apologized, reaching out a fuss with his hair. In no time, she'd rearranged it into a collection of little green spikes like bamboo shoots. I think I'll just go wash up, Parker sighed, excusing himself from the table. Mary Jane, feeling that sitting at a table where $100 million project was being discussed was entirely out of her depth, seized the chance to escape under the pretext of a bathroom break. Smart woman. Lexia sat down again and looked at Harry, unable to help but marvel inwardly. This guy really was a spendthrift. He could toss out an offer of 100 million as if it were nothing, as though his father's fortune had simply blown in on the wind. But then again, very nice. I like that. A small goal realized so easily. Of course, Harry wasn't actually a spendthrift. For him, it wasn't just 100 million. Even if it took $1 billion or 10 billion, he'd pay it all if it meant curing his blood disease. At his level, money was just a number. He didn't want to end up like his father, presiding over a $200 billion empire, only to die a tragic death from illness. Lexia, did you bring the documents? Could you show them to me first? Harry's condition was already starting to show. His urgency was unmistakable. This wasn't how the head of a major corporation should behave. His naive approach to business, combined with his youth, had long been a source of frustration for the company's management team. But Harry didn't care. The Osborne Corporation was founded by his father, and both the company and its 108-story Manhattan headquarters bore his family name. So whatever he decided to do, he was accountable to no one but himself. 100 million. I give you my word, I won't back out of a deal. And I promise, if your method really works, I'll personally pay you an additional reward of no less than another 100 million. Lucien nodded. I trust your character. Parker's told me a lot about the things you did together as kids. But this isn't just up to me, and to be honest, I'm not much of an expert when it comes to research, so I don't actually have all the information. But don't worry. I'll contact Dr. Connors as soon as I get back today. I'm sure they'll move quickly. If only for the sake of research funding, they'll want to respond as fast as possible. And besides, experiments take time. One night won't make a difference, Mr. Osborne. Harry finally calmed down. The easygoing smile from earlier returned to his face. He didn't want to look foolish in front of Parker's friend. You're right. I was getting ahead of myself. After dinner, Lucia went straight to Gwen's house. Captain George Stacy wasn't home from work yet, but Gwen's mother, Helen Stacy, welcomed Lucia warmly at the door. Unlike Captain Stacy, Helen had a very good impression of Lucia. Her attitude was warm and friendly. Perhaps that was the advantage of good looks. It worked on women of all ages, universally appealing. It was a bit of shame, though. Gwen didn't have a younger sister. Once Gwen had pulled Lucia in her room. She greeted him with such a long, breath-stealing kiss that the two nearly lost consciousness. Only then did she lean against his chest to rest and ask, "So, how did it go? Did you close the deal?" Lucia nodded. Harry agreed. He offered $100 million. "Oh, really? That much money?" Gwen exclaimed with admiration, then gave Lucia a teasing look. "Does that mean you can buy a place in Manhattan now? Once I start college, I could move out and live with you." The partnership with Oscorp quickly moved onto the agenda, but when it came to the technical details, Lucia could only step aside. To him, it seemed like a simple matter, just a few words, but to Gwen and her team of scientists, things were hardly so straightforward. After all, this was research that could save lives, and what needed to be handed over to Oscorp was far more than just the idea of using human DNA to cultivate super animals. It also included all the samples Gwen had worked on over the past 3 months, along with daily experimental data. It was a massive undertaking. But right before the negotiations began, Lucia suddenly changed his mind. Why teach someone to fish when you can sell them the fish yourself? Wouldn't it be better to catch the fish and make the money alone? Why should I sell the method to the Osborne Group? After all, Harry just wants a cure for his hereditary disease. Why not simply sell him the medicine and be done with it? Besides, the hearts of those Osborne Group capitalists are as black as coal. If they really got their hands on this technology, they'd surely use it to develop gene warriors. If things ever got out of control, the streets might be crawling with lizard people, and the skies swarming with Spider-Men. Who knows if that would mean progress for humanity or utter destruction? So, it's better to keep the methods safely in my own hands. With that in mind, Lexia had Gwen register a biopharmaceutical company to serve as the liaison with the Osborne Group, and to get ready for producing other types of gene medicines in the future. As for the company name, would calling it Eternal Life be too attention-grabbing? After all, it's not like we're making vaccines. In the end, Lexia left the naming up to Gwen. He was never much good at that sort of thing anyway. Gwen, ever efficient, quickly got everything set up. The pharmaceutical company would be called Holy Grail. The story of the Holy Grail comes from the Bible. Before Jesus' crucifixion, he used a cup to hold red wine, symbolizing his blood for his disciples to drink. To us young people who believe in dialectical materialism, that's just a tale religions tell to deceive their followers. But like it or not, foreigners really eat that stuff up. And surprisingly, the name fit perfectly with the kind of product the company was about to launch. Gwen's choice showed real flair. Once Holy Grail was established, its very first order came in, a staggering $100 million for a private contract from Harry Osborne, chairman of the Osborne Group. Luckily, both parties prefer to keep things low-key. Otherwise, this would have shaken the whole world. Harry never spoke openly about his true condition, but Gwen had gleaned a rough idea from Lexia. So, whether for business or personal reasons, Gwen took the matter very seriously. She planned to start preparations as soon as the graduation ceremony was over. The Midtown High graduation ceremony for the 12th grade had begun. Gwen, as an outstanding student representative, stood on stage to deliver her speech. Meanwhile, Lexia, more of an academic underachiever, could only sit below and look up at her. But at this moment, his seat was conspicuously empty. And the seat next to his, belonging to Parker, was also empty. Moreover, Jessica Campbell's seat was empty as well. From a stage, Gwen could only look helplessly at the 3 vacant seats. Did you 3 run off together? Meanwhile, on a New York highway, a large box truck was careening wildly, weaving through traffic with dozens of police cars in hot pursuit. The truck belonged to the Osborne Company, but it had been hijacked by criminals, and inside, it was carrying a massive load of radioactive plutonium-238. Dozens of police cars gave chase through several streets, but they couldn't do much against the massive truck, identical to Optimus Prime's, until Spider-Man suddenly swooped down from above. The criminal behind the wheel, fearing they'd be caught between Spider-Man and the police, slammed on the gas and brought the truck skidding sideways to a halt in the middle of the road. The pursuing police cars couldn't stop in time and ended up crashing into each other in a chaotic pileup. Then, 2 gunmen armed with submachine guns stood their ground, firing wildly at more than 100 police officers, forcing the cops to keep their heads down. But Spider-Man made short work of him. 2 quick shots of webbing, and he had taken both down at once. Seeing his teammates wiped out and himself the only one left, the driver panicked and stomped on the gas, desperate to escape. Suddenly, a dark figure leapt onto the passenger side door, smashed the window with a single punch, grabbed the driver by the collar, and yanked him out of the truck. With everyone's attention fixed on Spider-Man, no one noticed a slender figure by the hood of the truck, dusting off her hands before quietly slipping away, her actions unnoticed and her achievements unsung. All that remained was an unconscious criminal lying beside the truck. Back in a nearby alley, the figure pulled down her hood. It was Jessica Campbell. Today would be the last day she used that name. Starting tomorrow, she would officially be called Jessica Jones. Seeing Lucia beside her, eyes wide and jaw slack in shock, Jessica blushed a little. I didn't scare you, did I? I'm not sure why, but ever since I got better, something's been different about my body. I'm a lot stronger than I used to be. Lucia scratched his head. I'm Fina. I'm just a little worried about Peter, that's all. Jessica smiled. Don't worry. Peter's my boyfriend. I'm not going to do anything to him. When I was in a coma, he came to see me almost every day. I know how much he cares about me. But don't tell Peter about this just yet. I'm afraid. Lucia felt like he'd just been thoroughly shown up, and he didn't like that one bit. He was determined to redeem himself soon. He hadn't planned on joining Spider-Man's urban crime-fighting efforts again, but since he'd been staying at the Parker house these past few days, that morning they'd picked up Jessica together before heading to school. Then, on the way, Peter heard a radio report about a truck being hijacked and dashed off, leaving the 2 of them behind. Lucia couldn't just let Peter handle this alone, especially since the hijacked cargo was plutonium-238, a radioactive substance that's also highly explosive. What if things didn't go according to the movie, and something went wrong? So he found an excuse to lead Jessica over in that direction, and they arrived just in time to witness the hijackers bringing the truck to a stop. That's how Jessica ended up knocking out the driver with a single punch, saving the screenwriter a massive headache, sparing the crew a ton of production costs, and putting a sudden halt to Peter Parker's dramatic heroics. By the way, where did Parker go anyway? He's been hard to reach lately. The police had already taken over the scene, so the 2 of them headed back toward the school. Standing on the skateboard, Jessica called out to Lexia, who was behind her. Lexia shook her head from a distance. I have no idea. Maybe something urgent came up. He didn't say, so I didn't ask. I thought you'd know. Jessica replied, shaking her head as well. But hey, you're really good at skateboarding. I've never seen 2 people ride one board before. Lexia grinned. Piece of cake. I'm a Saint Seiya, after all. Never mind. What I meant was, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean no one can do it. If we were in India, I bet you could see 10 people riding one board. A dangerous armed robbery involving explosive materials had unfolded, but thanks to Spider-Man's spirited intervention, it was resolved with ease. Dozens of police cars, which could only line up and eat the robbers' dust, ended up as mere background props, highlighting the utter ineptitude of the NYPD. Lexia couldn't help but wish that Captain George could see for himself what kind of police force was really protecting the city. People should stop talking about whether it's fair to the police or not. If this is the standard of New York's finest, then when citizens are in danger, their only real hope is for a superhero to come save them. Having done his daily good deed, Parker felt at peace and refreshed. After a quick word with the police, he slipped away with a flourish, leaving behind a chorus of admiration and a diehard fan with a particularly stylish haircut. Nothing unexpected happened at the graduation ceremony. By the time Lexia and Jessica arrived at the school, they ran into Parker, who had already changed his clothes. Everything went according to plan. The strongest graduating class in Midtown High's history had officially moved on. Joan Grandma and Lex Bing both attended as family, so Lexia didn't have to graduate all alone, which made him genuinely happy. The photo session afterward was harmonious as well. Lex Bing got along well with Gwen, and there was none of that melodramatic tension between sister-in-law and new family. Lexia was relieved. So kid, what's the plan now? After the pictures, Captain George asked Lexia. Today was Gwen's graduation. No matter how busy he was, he made sure to be there. Lexia shrugged. I haven't really thought about it. I'm just a high schooler, bottom of the food chain in society. I didn't really pick up any skills or trades at school. So maybe start my own business? Captain George fixed Lexia with a piercing stare. Are you sure that was English? Start a business? What, run a burger stand out of food truck? Lexia pursed his lips. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Never mind. You'll understand someday. As they were talking, Gwen came over, completely ignoring the murderous glare from Chief George. She grabbed Lexia and dragged him into a nearby grove of trees. What's going on? Can't hold back anymore. Lexia teased, wrapping his arm around Gwen's shoulder, ready to explore the mysteries of the universe under the silent witness of the trees. Gwen gave him a gentle shove and whispered, "Dr. Connors just called. He wants to know which animal we're choosing for this round of breeding." This? Lexia frowned as he pondered the question. What Dr. Connors was referring to was the project taken on by Grail Corp to produce animal serums for Harry. Of course, Dr. Connors didn't know the real story yet, nor was he aware of the secret data and conclusions Gwen had reached in her research on spiders. Ever since that bare-chested showdown with Lexia on top of the Oscorp building, Dr. Connors had fallen into a long period of gloom, caught between denying his own research and clinging to the hope of regaining his lost arm. It had become something of an obsession for him. After 3 months of running into dead ends, Dr. Connors finally accepted Gwen's invitation to come out of retirement and serve as Grail Corp's chief scientist. Given Dr. Connors' reputation and abilities, this was a huge boost to Grail Corp's public image. Let's take a moment to talk about Grail Corporation. In English, the company is called Sangreal, and the abbreviation is SG. Originally, Chairman Lexia wanted to use the Chinese pinyin Xingbei as the company's name, with SB as its English abbreviation, simple, punchy, and easy to remember. But after considering that they were, after all, in America, using a Chinese pinyin name felt a bit out of place, so they reluctantly let the idea go. Lexia, as the founder, major shareholder, and chairman of the company, held 95% of the shares. Gwen, who by rights should have been the second largest shareholder, had no interest in shares whatsoever. At 17, she believed in love. The remaining 5% went to Dr. Connors, as his reward for taking the position of chief scientist. 5% might not sound like much, but Grail Corp's registered capital was a whopping $100 million. That 5% was $5 million. Dr. Connors agreed to leave his previous projects and join Grail, mostly for the money. Without money, there were no materials for research. If he wanted to restore his arm, he needed funding, plain and simple. The company's initial $100 million was an advance from Harry, intended to help Lexia achieve results as quickly as possible. Back to Dr. Connors' call. When it came to Harry's condition, Lexia and Gwen had been debating which animal's genes would be the most suitable choice. In the original film, the hereditary disease wasn't depicted in any detail. All we saw was Norman Osborn with a twisted, monstrous face and some slightly beast-like fingers. Beyond that, there was nothing more. Harry's symptoms were even less pronounced. If he hadn't been so timid and desperate to cling to life, insisting on risking the spider gene, that sly, delicate face of his could have stayed charming for at least another 30 years. Since the specifics of his illness were a mystery, it was impossible to choose an animal for targeted treatment. In the end, the only options were the spider or lizard, two creatures that had already been studied. Gwen suggested using the spider gene, since she herself was a direct beneficiary of its effects. But after some thought, Lexia decided to go with the lizard gene. After all, Dr. Connors was leading the project this time, and Gwen's case needed to remain confidential for now. Dr. Connors' expertise was in lizard genetics. Having him start a brand new line of research seemed less effective than pushing further with what he already knew. If, in the process, they could develop a side effect-free formula for limb regeneration, not only would Dr. Connors have a new lease on life, but Grail Corporation could also launch a groundbreaking flagship product and rake in the profits. Besides, the Marvel Universe already had both Parker and Gwen as Spider People. If Harry became Spider-Man too, would they just end up playing cards together? And who knew whether the Tom Holland version of Spider-Man might show up someday, and in what way? Things could get unbearably chaotic then. Lexia had always wondered, if the Andrew Garfield version of Parker appeared, would that mean the Holland Spider-Man would vanish? After all, this world certainly felt like the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Well, Shang-Chi and the Mandarin had both appeared already, so if Holland's Spidey were missing, would it really matter that much? That's why I think the lizard gene is the safer bet. Worst case scenario, even if something goes wrong and Harry mutates, I'm pretty good at handling lizard-type threats. Lexia gave his final verdict. He'd fought both Parker and Dr. Connors before, and honestly, a tank-like hero such as the lizard made for a more fitting opponent for a brawler. All right, I'll let the doctor know then. Wait, what are you doing? Gwen suddenly shrieked, her sensitive body going a bit weak at the knees. Lexia slipped his arm around Gwen's waist. What do you think I want? What do you think I want? With those words, Lexia started tugging at his graduation robe. Brother Gwen, what are you two doing? Lexia and Gwen jumped in shock and quickly looked up. There was Lex Bing perched comfortably on a branch overhead, at least 5 meters off the ground. How did that little girl even get up there? Bing Bing, what are you doing here? Weren't you just touring with Grandma and the others? When did you come over to this side? Lexia was genuinely startled. Even if he had just been utterly lost in his own feelings, he couldn't believe he'd failed to notice a child climbing a 5-meter tree right behind him. Lebing scratched her head, as if she'd only just realized she was perched on a branch. Oh, how did I end up in a tree? I don't know how I got here either. Everything suddenly went black, and when I opened my eyes, I was here. Brother, I'm scared. Lexia's lips twitched. Now she's scared. Where was that fear when she was interrupting us just now? Hadn't she ever heard the saying, "A true gentleman observes in silence when others are writing"? With a helpless sigh, Lexia climbed up and brought Lebbing down from the tree. He knew there was no hope of picking up his conversation with Gwen now. So, with Lebbing in tow, the two of them quietly slunk out of the little grove. No sooner had they emerged than they ran right into Chief George and Lexia's three brothers-in-law, waiting by the side. For a moment, Lexia almost burst out laughing, and barely held back a string of curses. "Old George, what's the meaning of this? What do you take me for? Am I really the sort to shamelessly get up to mischief in broad daylight?" Honestly, after being forcibly separated from Gwen, Lexia took Lebbing back to Grandma Joan's side. Grandma was anxiously searching for Lebbing. "If you wanted to find your brother, why didn't you say something? I turned around for just a second, and you were gone. I thought you'd been snatched by traffickers." Grandma Joan wiped her eyes and called out to Lebbing. Lebbing couldn't quite figure out how she'd ended up on that tree, but she did no better than to argue with Grandma. No matter what, Grandma was always right. "I am sorry, Grandma. I was wrong." A clever child never argues. Just admit your mistake, and all will be well. Sure enough, Grandma Joan's anger melted away at once. "As long as you're not lost, that's all that matters. I was just worried, that's all." The graduation ceremony concluded perfectly. Before they parted ways, Gwen invited Lexia to join their family gathering that evening at a Chinatown restaurant. Lexia accepted with a smile. That evening, as agreed, Lexia arrived at the Chinese restaurant run by Cantonese immigrants. Gwen's entire family was there, along with a striking blonde woman in black, who looked a few years younger than Gwen. "This is my cousin," Gwen introduced. Lexia greeted her with a smile. "Nice to meet you, cousin. How old are you, by the way? Are you and co?" The arrival of the food interrupted Lexia's small talk, and everyone turned their attention to savoring the delicacies from across the ocean. The Chinese really are amazing with their hands. Look at all the creative things they make from flour. All I can do is bake bread. Gwen's mother, a middle-aged woman whose name Lexia could never quite remember, spoke with genuine admiration. The future mother-in-law was singing the praises of the Chinese, so of course, Lexia quickly chimed in with his agreement. "Aunt Helen is right. Us Chinese really are good with our hands. It's not just with flour. Take those intricate paper window decorations, for example. They might look complicated, but in fact, they're made simply by folding a red sheet of paper many times and snipping it with scissors. And then there's the so-called Chinese knot, which is..." But his father-in-law didn't agree with this view and interrupted bluntly. If only they'd put that kind of effort into scientific research, maybe they'd have a Nobel by now. At this moment, in 2009, there had indeed never been a Nobel Prize winner who held solely Chinese citizenship. Lexia rolled her eyes, pretending not to hear what Officer George said, and instead turned to look around the other tables. It was the time of the Chinese Lunar Dragon Boat Festival, and the restaurant was filled with Chinese faces. Some people were even dressed in old-fashioned outfits, looking almost like monks from centuries past. As Lexia's gaze swept across the room, a portly middle-aged man seemed to sense it and looked up. Their eyes met just for an instant. This man is no ordinary person. Though it was only a fleeting exchange of glances, both of them had the same thought flash through their minds, and each believed the other saw the very same thing reflected in their eyes. Looking at the slightly fierce but somehow familiar-looking man, Lexia excused herself from Officer George and the others, then got up and walked over. "Are you here alone?" Lexia asked in Chinese as she reached the man's table. The man nodded. "Just a lone soul, eating out by myself during the festival. Not like you, surrounded by friends and family." He spoke fluent Chinese, and in America, that made Lexia feel instantly at home. "That's my girlfriend's family," Lexia replied. "I'm an orphan. Grew up without any family, so I'm on my own too." The man let out a sigh. "Who would have thought we'd share the same fate? Brother, since we've met, it must be destiny. How about joining me for a drink?" "Thank you, big brother. But I'm only 17. I can't drink. I'll toast you with tea instead. Wishing you a happy holiday." "Happy holiday." The man raised his glass and downed it in one go. After finishing their drinks, the two exchanged a smile and a clasped fist farewell, parting on good terms. Lexia made her way back to Gwen, smiling. Gwen leaned in and whispered, "Do you know him?" Lexia shook his head. He was certain he didn't know that man, but that didn't stop him from going over to say hello. In that brief moment when their eyes met, Lexia had felt a spark of energy deep inside him stir, his own inner cosmos responding. And he sensed a similar, mysterious force flicker from the other man as well. They were both Chinese. Out of respect for that mysterious power, Lexia figured it was best to leave things on a good note. Meanwhile, in the newly leased 6-story office building of the Holy Grail Project, Dr. Connors was busy calibrating his equipment. Good morning, Doctor. Lexia entered the room with Gwen at her side. Good morning, boss. Dr. Connors greeted them with a smile. Gwen seems even more beautiful today, right? That's all thanks to me. Lexia patted her chest with pride, feeling honored by her hard work. Gwen shoved him aside. Doctor, are you getting used to things here? How's the equipment? If it's not enough, we can always get more. Dr. Connors shook his head. For lizard serum work, what we have is enough for now. But, after all, he was the lizard doctor who could keep his research going with scraps in the sewers. The current setup might not match Osborne's state-of-the-art labs, but it was a world apart from the grimy conditions shown in movies. Dr. Connors hesitated, but couldn't hold back. But our research on the genetic aspects of the lizard serum is still immature. Even after 3 months, I haven't been able to perfect the experiment. Seeing his dejected expression, Lexia and Gwen exchanged a knowing smile. Doctor, look at this, Gwen said. She crouched slightly, then sprang upward in a sudden burst, sticking to the ceiling like a spider. Dr. Connors was stunned. You? How is that possible? Are you Spider-Man? He glanced at Gwen's chest, clearly noticing that she was nothing like the web-slinging hero. Dr. Connors shook his head. No, that can't be. Spider-Man is supposed to be a man, and the body shape doesn't match. Gwen landed gracefully and shook her head. Doctor, during this time, I've been working on refining some of our experimental methods, and I tested them on myself. I didn't expect it, but I actually succeeded. While this can't be mass-produced, if we apply my approach to the lizard serum, your arm really might be restored, Doctor. Dr. Connors' eyes lit up. Not only had Gwen brought him into this promising company, but she'd also solved the problem of improving their experimental methods. He really had found himself an extraordinary apprentice. Looking down at his missing arm, Dr. Connors was moved to tears. He had missed that limb for far too long. We're going to be working on the lizard serum anyway, Lexia said, painting a grand vision. Doctor, we can combine your personal project with the company's orders. By comparing the two, we might even get more accurate experimental data. Doctor, not only will your arm be perfectly restored, you might even be in the running for next year's Nobel Prize. And our plan is to launch a mass-market product to help thousands, no, millions of people with disabilities around the world. We could usher in a whole new era. Lexia wasn't exaggerating. According to the data, about 10% of the world's population lives with some form of disability. That's nearly 700 million people. Even if those with physical disabilities make up only 10% of the population here, that's still an enormous number. If the Grail's products can truly eliminate acquired physical disabilities, then these potions would indeed be worthy of being called the water flowing from the Holy Grail itself. At that time, our Holy Grail will become the savior of this world. Lexia concluded with conviction. Of course, mass production might be a distant and arduous process, one that demands both time and financial investment. In the short term, there's little hope of making a large profit. Still, no matter how you look at it, this is a good beginning. Dr. Connors was overcome with excitement. He was a pure scholar whose lifelong ambitions, beyond restoring his lost hand, included creating a world without weakness, a world where everyone could enjoy equality. And what is weakness? Those with disabilities are the weak. If all the weak could be saved, then even if he never received a Nobel Prize, history would surely remember his name. Leaving Gwen and Dr. Connors in the lab, Lexia quietly slipped away. The experiments were better left to the professionals. He'd only get in the way, given his lack of scientific prowess. Scientific research takes time, and Lexia could use this period to seriously strengthen himself. After all, ever since he showed up as a Saint Seiya, every superhero or supervillain he ran into, no matter who, could beat him to a pulp. That was honestly just embarrassing. By rights, even a bronze saint in this Marvel movie universe should be able to trounce most people, shouldn't they? Or was he some kind of fake Saint Seiya? They had now rented out the entire 6-story office building, with the top floor set aside as Lexia's private residence and workspace. Inside his room, Lexia once again sat cross-legged atop the St. Cloth box, just as he had when he first encountered it. The St. Cloth box was unchanged from before, still that antique, weathered bronze chest. But the boy sitting atop it was no longer the frail youth, anxiously hoping for some burly mentor to unlock his potential. Now, Lexia had fully mastered his sixth sense and Cosmo, and truly become a saint of the crater constellation with his own St. Cloth. Strictly speaking, the attributes of the crater cloth didn't quite match Lexia. With the vermilion bird emblazoned on his back, the St. Cloth most suited Lexia would, of course, be Yamamoto Genryusai's Ryujin Jaka. Alright, just kidding. The St. Cloth best suited Lexia would naturally be the bronze cloth of the Phoenix. The Phoenix's wings soaring, flames consuming cities, the inferno of hell. A fire-themed St. Cloth was clearly the best fit for Lexia. Even without the Phoenix cloth, a Sagittarius cloth would do. The silver Saint Babylon of Sagittarius also wielded fire as his weapon. Although in the manga, the so-called Silver Saint Babylon was taken out in a single, soul-crushing blow by Hyuga, who had only just become a bronze saint, it was Babylon who was weak, not the centaur. If I had the centaur cloth, paired with the flames of the vermilion bird, Lexia felt that even if Cheen herself came, there would be nothing to fear. She'd absolutely make Cheen kneel and cry out, "Father." Unfortunately, what emerged from the cloth box was not the centaur cloth, but the water-aligned crater cloth, a complete mismatch for Lexia's own abilities. With no other options, Lexia could only accept it with her eyes closed. Admittedly, wielding fire in one hand and ice in the other sounds dazzling, but learning too much always leaves people thinking you've mastered nothing. Especially when the two elements are directly opposed. Trying to master both at the same time isn't just twice as hard, it's a whole new level of difficulty. And so, Lexia now faced a choice. Fire or ice? Which path would lead her to Rome? To walk in both fire and ice is a road to paradise, but never to Rome. The fire attribute came from the vermilion bird, a primal power rooted deep within her own body. If she could fully awaken it, she was sure to reach incredible heights. But without the support of a saint cloth, progress in the short term would be almost impossible. On the other hand, with the help of the crater cloth, advancing her ice powers would be much easier. As long as her resonance with the cloth was high enough and her connection to the constellation strong enough, she could unlock the full potential of the crater saint. However, this strength was external borrowed. Lexia still wasn't sure if she'd even been born under the sign of the crater. After all, Master Doko had only said he was giving her the saint cloth of an old friend, never that the crater constellation was truly hers. Maybe the teacher had simply handed her the cloth to use as a cup. Because of the uncertainty and mismatch of her golden finger, Lexia's path to strength had grown increasingly bumpy. After much internal struggle, Lexia finally decided to take the path of the saint cloth first. Right now, increasing her power was the top priority. Following the saint cloth route would let her rapidly improve her strength. When she hit an uphill climb or a twist in the road, she could always pause and switch to cultivating her own abilities, looking for a breakthrough. If, during this period, the cloth box opened again and presented her with a cloth that truly fit her attributes, then that would be another story. Otherwise, this was the only way forward. There was one upside. Even though the signature move of the Crater Saint was the icy spear and white lotus, Lexia wasn't limited to just that in battle. After all, there were other saints who wielded water and ice, with techniques worth borrowing. Last time, when Regulus made his unexpected appearance, he didn't manage to teach Lexia any techniques, but he did broaden her horizons. If Regulus could master all 12 Gold Saints' moves, then surely Lexia could learn from the techniques of several saints as well. As long as their abilities matched her own, that was all that mattered. If the Crater's cloth were used to unleash attacks like Diamond Stardust, Chilling Tornado, or the Dawn Goddess's Forgiveness, their power would probably be greatly amplified. Additionally, Lexia was pondering another question. How could she combine natural fire with the Crater's cloth and use them together? This was a question that would take time to experiment with, and it was unlikely she'd see results in the short term. Day by day, time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this particular day, Lexia got together with Gwen, Parker, and Jessica for their regular hangout. During the meal, Gwen shared a funny story. "Oh, by the way, did you know? Today I went with the doctor to Osborne Industries for a technology exchange, and we ran into a real oddball in the elevator." She glanced at Parker and lifted her chin. "Peter, this one's about you." Parker thought for a moment. "About me? Don't tell me you ran into Harry. He's been in a pretty good mood lately, but he doesn't really count as a weirdo." Gwen shook her head, and Lexia nudged her gently. "Come on, just spill it already. Don't keep us in suspense. There must be a million people in New York somehow connected to Peter. If you don't say, he'll be guessing all night." Gwen chuckled. "He's an electrical engineer named Max." Max, the black electrical engineer, was the textbook definition of an underdog. Despite his impressive credentials and his particular talent for power grid design, many of Osborne Industries' major grid projects were based on his blueprints. Nobody really knew him. Nearing middle age, still single and alone in life, Max was isolated at work as well, excluded by both his boss and his colleagues. His research achievements were claimed by his superiors as their own, with no credit or benefits for Max. Instead, all the dirty, exhausting jobs were dumped on him. Even on his birthday, after all his coworkers had left, he was still required to stay late to maintain the company's electrical systems. To his boss and colleagues, Max was nothing more than an obedient mutt, tireless, never saying no, and always left to pick at whatever scraps were left behind. He's clearly a bit of a goof, but he really idolizes Peter. Plus, Peter actually saved him once. Max feels like in Peter's eyes, he's someone special. That Peter needs him. No, no, no. What Peter really needs is Jessica. Lexia teased out of habit, then paused. Why did this person sound so familiar? And here's the funniest part. Gwen continued. He was holding a birthday invitation in his hand and told me his friend were throwing him a party at a big nightclub. The place was already booked out. I'm pretty sure he was just making that up. Forget a big nightclub. I bet a guy like that doesn't have many friends at all. Peter, do you remember this guy? Black, a bit bald, and his hair. Well, let's just say it has a mind of its own. Parker shrugged and tapped his head. I save at least 10 people every day. If I tried to remember every face, this place would crash. Lexia suddenly shot to her feet. You guys go ahead and eat. I need to take care of something outside. Before Gwen and the others could react, Lexia had already dashed out of the restaurant. Night had fallen, and the lights of New York blazed everywhere. From Gwen's words, Lexia had figured out the man's identity. If she was right, he must be Electro, the main villain from the Amazing Spider-Man 2. If she could save Max before his death, Electro would never come to be. That would spare New York from a disaster and save Spider-Man from a deadly battle. Summoning her ink-black wings in a back alley, Lexia shot into the sky with a powerful whoosh. Let's hope it's not too late. At Oscorp, most employees had already gone home, including those from the electrical control room. No one was at their stations. All that talk about staying behind to maintain the circuits was just another form of office bullying. The most honest guy always did the most work and never got any recognition, simply because he was dull. Max stood on a railing, looking helplessly at the severed power lines. The electrical control staff had gone home. Without anyone to shut off the power, he had no choice but to do it himself, all the while praying nothing would go wrong. Technically, he could have waited until tomorrow to fix it. According to the operations manual, you're never supposed to handle live wires with your bare hands. But Max didn't want to be irresponsible. The reason he'd endured so much bullying from his boss and colleagues wasn't just his timid nature. It was also because he valued his work and believed it mattered. His job gave him a sense of purpose and fulfillment. For his fragile pride, that was enough. Suddenly, a deafening crash shattered the silence of the electrical room, the sound of glass exploding. The huge tank of electric eels burst into shards. Lexia had just reached the outside of the Oscorp tower and hadn't even started searching for Max when the blast echoed out. By the time she traced the noise to the electrical room, all she could see through the window was Max's lifeless body at the bottom of the tank. He'd touched the high-voltage wires and fallen into the vat of electric eels, suffering a lethal shock from both the current and the eels themselves. Max was well and truly gone. Lexia had flown as fast as she could, but she was still too late. It seemed Electro's arrival was inevitable now. All she could do was go back and plan her next move. The way Parker had overloaded Electro, like a battery in a movie, just felt more and more ridiculous the more she thought about it. The writers of The Amazing Spider-Man 2 must have been sleepwalking when they wrote that script. It was nonsense from start to finish, full of plot holes. Lexia had never considered simply going in and killing Max. Unlike the gunman who murdered Uncle Ben, Max himself was a pitiful soul. In the end, it was the world that turned him bad, not something inherently wrong with him. So, if possible, Lexia hoped to give Max a chance to reinvent himself. After all, he was one of the few black actors to have won an Oscar. Of course, that would only be possible if she had the strength to subdue him. Now, here's the real question. Can a bronze Sane overpower Electro? That, perhaps, could only be answered in battle. As expected, the news of Max's death was quickly buried by the Osborn Corporation. Norman Osborn had only just passed away, and if word got out now that a fatal electrical accident had claimed an employee's life, it would spell disaster for the company's stock price. For now, however, the incident was kept under wraps until a more suitable moment arrived, an opportune time to use the tragedy as a means to push Harry out of the upper management. After all, the decision to suppress the news had been signed in Harry Osborn's name. Yes, unknowingly, Harry had been made to sign a document that was indefensible both legally and morally. Once exposed, he would not only be kicked out of the company, but would also face legal consequences. By then, it wouldn't matter that he was the son of the founder, Norman Osborn. Even if he were Norman himself, he wouldn't escape being thoroughly chewed up and spat out. The blood of capitalists has always run black. In the hospital, Max's body lay quietly in the morgue, his entire form encased in a crust of hardened grime, shriveled like a mummy. Suddenly, smoke began to curl up from the white sheet covering his corpse. The nearby medical equipment started to misbehave, switching on and off. In a cacophony of mechanical protest, the lights flickered, casting an eerie, haunted glow, and several bulbs overloaded and burst with sharp pops. A haunting presence seemed to fill the room. Then, impossibly, Max, whose vital signs had long since vanished, began to move. With a sudden jolt, he rolled off the table, and the crust of dirt started to crack and fall away, revealing beneath it a body of translucent blue skin, pulsing with electricity. A small electric saw on a nearby table suddenly whirred to life, its blade spinning furiously as it tumbled from the table. At that speed, if it struck a person, it could easily sever a neck or an arm. Max was still reeling, trapped in the memory of being electrocuted and bitten by electric eels. In a panic, he threw up his hands, defensively, only to be shocked when a bolt of electricity leapt from his fingers, catching the spinning saw and suspending it in midair. Carefully, he guided the saw to the far side of the room. In the eerie glow of his blue, luminous eyes, disbelief was written plain as day. What's happening to me? Though he was an electrical engineer by profession, Max had no idea what exactly had happened to him. He grabbed a random set of clothes from his side, put them on, and left the hospital, moving like a walking corpse as he stepped out into the world. His steps faltered as he staggered onto the street. Suddenly, the car alarms on both sides of the avenue started blaring for no apparent reason. Max's body racked with weakness, reached out and pressed his hand against the car's headlight. In just a moment, he had drained the car's battery completely. That little bit of power barely replenished him, making his weakness and hunger even more unbearable. Lifting his head, Max looked toward the skyscraper at the end of the street. From his perspective, the mighty current running through the building's electrical grid shone as brilliantly as the moon, so dazzling that his body trembled with excitement. Go over there, drain all that electricity, the only thing that can revive this frail body of mine. Compelled by instinct, Max dragged his exhausted body forward, unsteady, swaying as he made his way in that direction. The building Max saw was called Duffy Square, part of New York's Times Square, often called the crossroads of the world, and perhaps the busiest street in existence. Hey, buddy, that's Times Square up ahead. It's way too crowded over there. If you don't mind, how about we find a quieter spot to talk? A voice called out from behind, halting Max in his tracks. He turned his stiff neck and saw someone in a red and blue suit crouched atop a car roof. You're Spider-Man. Seeing that familiar red and blue, Max felt a surge of excitement. Spider-Man was his idol. For someone like him, with no family, no friends, not even a girlfriend, his idol was his only sense of belonging. That's right, just as you see. I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Spider-Man nodded. Buddy, you don't look so good. Anything I can help you with? It's Spider-Man. That's wonderful. Max pointed at his own face, almost trembling. Don't you remember me? You should. I was walking down the street. A car came barreling toward me. You swept me away. You saved me. You said you needed me. Spider-Man snapped his fingers, as if suddenly remembering. Of course. You're Max, right? I remember. Your badge said you're an electrical engineer at Osborne Industries. You're my eyes and ears. A big deal. You're right. I do need you. Yes, that's me. Max's face lit up with a childlike smile. I told everyone. I'm friend with Spider-Man. He saved me. He needs me. But nobody ever believes me. Don't worry, buddy. Spider-Man jumped down from the car and strolled over. It doesn't matter what they think. All that matters is we live our own lives, right? Max. Much nodded. Yes, you're right, Spider-Man. By the way, what's going on with your body? You look completely different. I almost didn't recognize you. Max Spider-Man stepped closer, chatting with him like an old friend. I don't think my body's doing too well, Max said, lifting his hands, which now glowed and shimmered with transparency. But it's not exactly bad either. With a sudden wave of his hands, a nearby car was lifted by a powerful electric field and hurled across the street, crashing into the greenery on the side. I don't know why I became like this. I seem to have gained a tremendous power. This power makes me feel hungry and angry. Spider-Man nodded, understanding perfectly. It made sense. A human battery like Max would naturally feel hungry when his energy ran low, and the anger came from the volatile nature of electricity, a kind of discomfort that often came with newfound powers. It's all right. Eat when you're hungry. Let it out when you're angry. You don't have to bottle it all up. Max Spider-Man reached out, intending to pat Max on the shoulder, but a sudden arc of electricity leapt from Max, crackling towards Spider-Man's hand. The instant the arc appeared, a transparent shield of vapor materialized in front of Spider-Man's palm, stopping the electricity with a sharp, snapping spark. Max didn't notice anything unusual. His gaze had already drifted toward the distant square. You're right. I need to eat. And over there, I see a feast waiting for me. Spider-Man quickly reached out to block him. A feast? That's nothing. How about I take you somewhere better? A power plant. You could eat your fill, and then some. With that, Spider-Man raised his hand and shot a web toward a streetlight. The silvery thread zipped past the lamp, soared up into the night sky, and vanished from sight. Spider-Man scratched his head. Maybe we should just walk instead. What do you think? But Max's expression changed. You're not Spider-Man. He would never miss a shot. Who are you really? Hey man, relax, just a joke. Look at my suit. Check out my gear. If I'm not Spider-Man, who else would be out here in the middle of the night in a getup like this? A sleepwalking cosplayer? Come on, don't be like that. Spider-Man tried to explain, innocent as could be. If he took off his mask, anyone would see the huge, awkward grin on his face. Everyone slips up sometimes, right? Even Spider-Man, even I, mess up once in a while. He turned away, took a deep breath, then aimed and fired in a single smooth motion. Whip! The web shot out and landed squarely on the streetlight. Nice. He gave the web a good tug, secure as could be, then glanced back with a grin. So, what do you say, buddy? Want a lift? Something still felt off in Max's mind. Terribly off in every possible way. This person wore a Spider-Man suit, could shoot webs, and even knew the details of conversations they'd had. There was no reason for him not to be Spider-Man. Yet that strange feeling in his head just wouldn't go away. Had his brain been fried by electricity before? Recalling Spider-Man's actions and tone since his appearance, Max, an ardent, long-time fan, took a cautious step back, putting a bit of distance between himself and Spider-Man, and shook his head with certainty. My mind isn't damaged. You're not Spider-Man. I can feel it. The way you move and the way you speak are completely different. So you can't be him. Max grew more resolute as he spoke, raising his head to shout at Spider-Man. Who are you, really? Why are you wearing Spider-Man's suit? Why are you pretending to be him? Meanwhile, 3 high school graduates had just finished their meal and were stepping out of a restaurant. I'm so stuffed. We have to come back to this Cantonese place again. Jessica stretched as she walked in front, her voice full of contentment. Gwen agreed, the food here is really good. My family comes often for gatherings. We even brought Seiya here after the graduation ceremony. What happened to him? Parker's voice came from behind. On his way out, he found his spider suit missing from his backpack. Gwen shook her head and replied softly, I'm not sure. He borrowed my web shooter and left. Parker was about to say more when he suddenly turned his head, as if sensing something far away. Gwen glanced in the same direction at that exact moment. What are you two looking at? Jessica asked in confusion, following their gaze but seeing nothing out of the ordinary. You two head home first. I've got something to take care of, Parker said, turning away and vanishing into the darkness. Peter, Jessica called after him, but when she couldn't catch up, she turned back to question Gwen. What's going on? Gwen shook her head. I really don't know either. Should we go check it out together? Yeah, let's go. Back on the street, Max saw that Spider-Man still refused to admit he wasn't really Spider-Man. In a burst of anger, he smashed the glass cover of a street lamp with his fist and reached up to grip the lamp's base. A massive surge of electricity shot into his body. He became like some high-powered appliance, instantly draining the electricity from the surrounding blocks until the entire street went dark. Half-sated, Max felt something strange happening inside himself. A peculiar sensation that made him feel simultaneously strong and comfortable. Turning around, Max glared at Spider-Man with burning fury. Tell me, who are you really? Why are you pretending to be Spider-Man? Why are you disgracing that name? Hey man, I'm not. Just as Spider-Man was about to speak, he saw a bolt of electricity shoot from Max's hand, arcing straight toward him. He dodged to the side, just in time, narrowly escaping danger. Max, having missed his mark, unleashed a barrage of electric arcs in quick succession, but Spider-Man managed to evade every single one. However, everything else nearby suffered the brunt of Max's attacks. Trees were scorched, walls were blasted apart, and even several cars parked along the road were flipped over in the chaos. Hey, can't we just sit down and talk this out? Spider-Man shouted from behind the cover of a car. But Max wasn't about to stop. To him, Spider-Man was an idol, almost sacred, untouchable. And now, to see someone daring to impersonate his hero right before his eyes was utterly unforgivable. The crackling arcs at his fingertips filled Max with a rush of power. Once, he could only imagine standing up to his bully of a boss, but now things were different. He possessed real strength. The sudden transformation from a powerless nobody to someone with overwhelming might swelled his ego. Anyone who dared to cross him would be reduced to ashes. Another electric arc shot from his hand, striking the car Spider-Man had hidden behind. With a thunderous blast, the vehicle was sent flying, but Spider-Man was nowhere to be seen. Sensing something, Max looked up and saw a figure leaping into the air, shimmering with a silver and violet light. I try to be reasonable, but you just wouldn't listen. If it's a fight you want, then I'll fight until you surrender. Frost Spear, White Lotus. Countless icy fangs rained down from above. Caught off guard, Max was pierced through in an instant, his body riddled with holes like a beehive. With a heavy thud, Max fell to his knees. His body was covered in countless wounds, partially frozen, and he could feel his power draining away. Although Electro could transform into pure current and move through powered grids, or even the air, he still had a physical form. In that state, physical attacks could hurt him. Yet these injuries, painful as they were, weren't enough to finish him off. Not far away, a gaping hole in the pavement, blasted open by his earlier attack, revealed a thick power cable. A spark of electricity leapt from the cable, connecting to Max's body. His blue eyes flew wide open as energy surged into him. With every jolt, the wounds from the icy fangs began to heal, and his strength returned, stronger than before. "You've got to be kidding me," Spider-Man exclaimed, ripping off his mask to reveal Lexia's face. He reached into his pocket, pulled out the sacred armor cup, and tossed it into the air. With a resonant clatter, the sacred armor materialized, piece by piece, onto Lexia's body. Though the shoulder guards and chest plate still bore cracks that hadn't yet mended, Lexia's overall power remained undiminished. A commotion was already rising around them. People had clearly noticed the unusual outfits here. In the distance, the sound of police sirens began to wail. To avoid being discovered by the public and becoming the talk of the town, Lexia knew she had to finish this quickly. Max, now supercharged from a fresh round of electricity, looked even more formidable than before. Lexia wasn't sure if her Ice Lance or White Lotus would still work on him, but she wasn't worried. She had prepared a new move, tailor-made for the Electro. Ice Coffin. In an instant, the moisture in the air gathered around Max, forming a coffin of solid ice, filled to the brim with water. This simplified version of the ice coffin formed so quickly that Max was caught completely off guard. Before he could react, he was encased, and the water inside short-circuited his electric powers. He wilted instantly, drained of energy. "Lexia, what are you doing?" Parker finally arrived on the scene. "Arranging a little meet and greet for you." Lexia shrugged, then hoisted the ice coffin and vanished with Parker into the night. On the outskirts, an abandoned factory, Lexia and Parker landed one after another. She tossed the ice coffin aside. Max's face was pressed against the frosty surface, his blue eyes darting wildly. "What's going on?" Parker asked, frowning as he took his spider suit back from Lexia. "Who is this guy? Why do I get the feeling something's seriously wrong with him?" "Remember Max? The electrical engineer from Oscorp." With Lexia's reminder, Parker recalled the black engineer he'd once saved on the street, a man clutching a stack of blueprints. "Right, Max. I remember now. He had a cool haircut." Lexia pointed at Max, who was glaring at them from inside the ice coffin. "That's him in there. But it looks like he's been through some changes." "I tried talking to him as you, just now," Lexia admitted. "Didn't pull it off. He saw right through me. You have to admit, he's your #1 fan. No exaggeration. When he realized I was pretending to be you, he almost tried to kill me." Parker rolled his eyes and punched Lexia in the arm. "So next time, don't just take my spider suit without asking. The name's Spider-Man. It's a heavy one to carry, you know." Lexia flipped him off, then walked over to the ice coffin. She crouched down and tapped her fingers on the surface. "Hey, are you calm now? If I let you out, can you have an honest conversation with your idol?" Max glared at Lexia, but didn't say a word. "Oh, come on, give me a sign." "Fine, if you agree, just blink." Max's eyes darted back and forth. Then finally, he blinked. Lexia pulled Parker a few steps back. With a wave of her hand, the ice coffin burst open with a crack, and Max tumbled out onto the ground. "Hey, Max, are you all right?" Parker stepped forward and helped Max to his feet. Max was in really bad shape, sparks of electricity flickering over his body, as if he might shut down at any moment. "Are you Spider-Man? Did you come to save me?" Max, dazed and confused, looked at Parker, who was now back in a spider suit. The voice sounded so much like the Spider-Man he remembered. "Of course it's me," Parker nodded. "Remember what I told you? You're my eyes and ears. I need you. So the moment you need me, I'll be there. But don't worry about that guy. He's a friend. He just wanted to say hi for me. He means no harm." Max turned, eyeing Lexia warily. Deep down, he felt an odd sense. That person is dangerous. Lexia smiled and waved in a friendly gesture. But for some reason, anger welled up inside Max. Just like those damn colleagues, bullying me and acting like it's nothing. People like that are the worst. I just want to wipe that smug look off his face. Suddenly, a surge of electricity burst from Max, sending Parker flying backward. "Max, you." Parker tried to reason with him, but Lexia raised a hand, stopping him. "It's all right. He has every right to be angry. A man should have some fire in him. If you're bullied and just swallow it down, what kind of man does that make you? Mr. Max, come on, don't bottle it up like a coward. Let your anger out. There's no one else here. We can go all out." "I am not a coward." Max clenched his fists and let out a furious roar, as if he was screaming out 3 decades worth of frustration and resentment from his life. As soon as he finished, the blue arcs of electricity around him grew more intense, and his emotions turned volatile. In his eyes, Lexia became not only the jerk pretending to be Spider-Man to mess with him, but also his lousy boss and those idiotic co-workers. All the people who had ever bullied him, they all deserved to pay. He thrust out his hand, and a bolt of lightning shot straight toward Lexia. "Now that's more like it," Lexia shouted, swinging a fist as freezing mist poured from it. The icy blast clashed with the lightning in midair. A thunderous explosion rang out as the two forces canceled each other. "Is that all you've got? You're not even close. Come on, keep going. Show me what you've got, baby." Lexia taunted him, shouting provocatively. "Ah!" Max screamed, wild and unrestrained, hurling bolt after bolt of electricity at Lexia as if there was no end to his fury. Lexia swept his hands wide, sending forth wave after wave of frigid air, crashing into the crackling bolts and knocking them right back. "If this is all you've got, then it's not nearly enough." Lexia twisted through the air, dodging the lightning, and in a flash, charged straight toward Max. "Don't just shriek and wail like a woman. Clench your fists. If someone pisses you off, do this." Bang! Lexia slammed his fist into Max's cheek, sending him flying up into the air. "Take your fist the size of sandbags and smash his stupid face in." Lexia leapt up, catching up with Max midair, and came down with another punch from above. Max, whose reaction time had been amped up by electricity, managed to block Lexia's punch just in time, thanks to Lexia holding back a little. He threw his arm up in front of his face. Thud! The punch landed squarely on his arm, driving him toward the ground. Max felt like his arm was about to snap. Yet being able to block Lexia's attack with a single punch filled Max with a rush of excitement. This was the first real fight of his life, the first time he'd ever stopped someone's attack. The thrill of it was intoxicating. "So you got lucky and blocked one of my punches. Savor that feeling, because it'll be your last time stopping me." Lexia paused midair, a burst of mist erupting behind him as he dove down like a thunderbolt. This was Lexia's newly developed midair maneuver. The attacks of Saint Seiya were all supersonic, but due to the control and restraint of their microcosm, not every strike would actually produce a sonic boom. Instead, the microcosm would concentrate the energy of the sonic boom into the attack itself, launching it at the enemy along with the blow. That's the science of the microcosm. So, from the outside, the supersonic attacks and movements of a Saint Seiya looked no different from those below the speed of sound. But if they didn't use the microcosm to suppress the sonic boom, letting it explode freely, they could harness the force of the blast to propel themselves in the opposite direction, like martial arts masters skimming across water, using just a hint of momentum to achieve incredible speed. As Lexia landed, Max stared at him charging down, his irritation boiling over. "What do you mean, the last time I'll block your attack? If I can stop you once, I can do it again. And not just that, I'm going to hit back. I'll use my fist the size of sandbags and smash your stupid face." Ah! Clenching his fists, electricity crackled wildly around Max. His punch, wrapped in arcs of lightning, sliced through the air. The electricity split the water vapor, and the intense heat from the friction instantly ignited the hydrogen, bursting into bright sparks and explosions. Boom! Max's supercharged fist collided with Lexia's descending punch in a thunderous impact. A massive shockwave burst out from where their fists met, rolling outward in all directions. Parker, anticipating the clash, had already shot a web and swung up into the air, narrowly escaping the shockwave. The wave of force rippled out for more than 10 meters, shattering every window in its path and shaking the entire factory to its core. Max had only just mutated his mind and body, still not fully attuned to each other, and to be thrown into a brawl with someone as unreasonable as a Saint Seiya right off the bat, it was only natural that he'd get a hard lesson. When the dust kicked up by the shockwave finally settled, it fell neatly to outline a perfect circle on the ground. Max lay sprawled in a star shape at the very center of the circle, his right arm twitching unconsciously. Lexia landed gracefully to the side, glancing down at Max lying on the ground. "So, old Max, how do you feel? Was it fun? Want to keep going?" Seeing that infuriating grin on Lexia's face, Max bit his lip in frustration. Don't get cocky just yet. I swear, I'll beat you one day." Lexia just shrugged. "I'll be waiting for that day." The reason Lexia provoked Max's anger was to help him vent his rage. For someone like him, who had spent most of his life bottled up and oppressed, if he didn't find an outlet for his frustration, his personality could easily twist in harmful ways. Especially now, when he'd suddenly gained incredible power, going from a nobody to a king who could sweep through the canyon with ease. That sort of drastic change could easily warp someone into scorning humanity and authority, maybe even pushing him down a path of destruction. Even if Parker's Spider-Man identity could keep him in check for a while, it wouldn't last forever. After all, Spider-Man couldn't fully suppress Electro's power, and he could never completely gain his trust. Just like in the original film, when Spider-Man tried to calm him down, a sniper's cold bullet came out of nowhere. Sooner or later, something like that was bound to happen. For someone so sensitive and fragile, you never know which of your words might set him off. If it ever came to that, Max might just snap and end up on the opposite side from Spider-Man. The person he admired most could easily become the one he hated most, the one he wanted to destroy above all else. Now, though, some of that anger had been released. He was no longer a ticking time bomb, constantly on the verge of exploding, and the rest of his frustration had been redirected, thanks to Seiya, the villain, in this scenario, so he wouldn't take it out on Spider-Man for no reason. That meant Max's feelings towards Spider-Man would be completely different from what they were in the movie. At the very least, the odds of Parker going from idol to friend were a lot higher than him turning into an enemy. Parker himself had no idea what Seiya was thinking. He dropped down from a ceiling, holding a thick black industrial power cable, something he'd just yanked from the wall on Seiya's suggestion. Even though the factory was abandoned, the main power line was still live. Lex, are you sure this is going to work? This is industrial power. Are you sure the voltage isn't too high? I mean, if all he needs is a charge, I've got a fruit charger in my backpack. Seiya rolled her eyes. Look at him. Is that the kind of guy who runs on just 2,000 milliamp hours? That fruit brand charger of yours probably couldn't even top off his pinky toe if you left it charging till tomorrow. My charging head is a high-powered fast charger. Seiya ignored Parker's protests, took the cable, and tossed it straight at Max. As the wire arced through the air, she flicked her hand, and an icy fong snapped the cable clean in two, both ends dropping onto Max. The exposed metal wires made contact with Max's body, and in an instant, a massive surge of electricity burst forth. The current raced through every point of contact, flooding into Max's body with wild intensity. In no time, the pallor and weakness faded from him. He began to glow with renewed brightness. More than that, the rush of energy seemed to lift Max beyond gravity's hold. He began to float, slowly rising into the air. Max stared at his hands in amazement. This was nothing like what had happened on the street. Back then, he'd just managed to take the edge off his hunger. But this time, he felt every inch of his being thrumming with electricity. His power now was more than double what it had been. I'm not sure what you've been through, Seiya said from a distance, stepping into the role of commentator. But from the looks of it, your body's been transformed by electricity. It seems you've been turned into something like a living battery. You can store a tremendous amount of electrical energy, and while it's stored, it boosts your physical strength and speed. You can unleash those electric shockwaves you did before, and it looks like you might even be able to fly. These are just the abilities we can see on the surface. As for what else you might be capable of, you'll have to explore and discover that for yourself. Max clenched his fists and looked at Seiya. He remembered the vow he'd made moments ago, and now, excitement danced in his eyes. Seiya didn't mind the idea of another round. After all, she hadn't even gone all out before. But just then, Parker jumped in. Max, this is incredible. Do you see this? You've become a superhuman. Your powers are actually making me a little jealous. Parker was so excited he could hardly keep still. I take back what I said before. It's not me who needs you, it's this city. Don't you see? You're destined to become this city's true savior. Every criminal out there will tremble before your might. Oh my God, I can't wait to see them running away, scared out of their wits. Believe me, Max, you're going to be the city's pride. You'll be a real superhero. By now, Parker and Seiya had reached a level of understanding where a single glance was enough to know exactly what the other wanted or needed. No words necessary. Therefore, there was really no need for Seiya to say anything. Just from this string of outrageous maneuvers, Parker already understood his intention, to bring Max into their organization. Although he didn't know much about Max's background or character, based on their previous brief encounter, Parker felt that recruiting him was actually a pretty good decision. After all, this was someone who used to look up to him. Being showered with praise by his idol, Spider-Man, Max felt as if he were walking on air. He was someone who had never been needed by anyone, a complete nobody at the bottom of the heap. But even nobodies have dreams. Max's dream wasn't to become a CEO, marry a rich beauty, and turn his life upside down. His dream was much simpler, just like the newspaper clipping taped to the wall of his shabby apartment. Max and Spider-Man, saving New York together. He dreamed that one day, he could join forces with Spider-Man, save the city, and become a hero, an idol admired by everyone. Join us. Max, become a guardian of this city with us. There's nothing cooler than that, is there? Max's dream was about to come true. Spider-Man had already extended an invitation, asking him to join their ranks. Wait, us? There's more than one of you. That's right, us. Parker threw an arm around Seiya's shoulders. Let me introduce you. He's my best friend. There are no secrets between us, so I don't mind him pretending to be me. I hope you won't mind, either. Can you, Max? Because you're my best friend, too. Max tilted his head. But a best friend is supposed to be just one person, isn't it? Otherwise, how could he be the best? Lexia lifted his chin in a playful challenge. Until now, I was the best one. But I'm open to competition, if you want to challenge me. For the title, bring it on. I'll prove with my strength that the title of Spider-Man's best friend isn't something you can just take. Max shook his head. That title won't be yours for long. We'll see about that. With Max now part of the team, a potential citywide disaster was quietly averted before it could even begin. The power plant wouldn't be sabotaged. New York wouldn't face a terrifying, all-consuming blackout. Hospitals wouldn't be plunged into chaos, putting thousands of patients at risk. Airplanes wouldn't come within a hair's breadth of collision from lost navigation. And all the other critical pieces of city life would remain untouched. Thankfully, none of that would ever come to pass. New York owed Lexia a debt of gratitude, though she herself had no idea. It just goes to show that peace is only possible because so many people give of themselves quietly and selflessly, expecting nothing in return. Think of the police officers on night duty, the soldiers stationed in freezing border outposts, and those secret agents who outwit and fight enemies. In the shadows, shedding blood, and making sacrifices that will never be known to the public. The peace we enjoy exists only because of them. Many things don't disappear simply because we aren't aware of them. Just like that Great War in '99. So, cherish this peace while it lasts, humanity. As for Max, in his current miserable state, there's no way he could go back to working as an electrical engineer for Oscorp. His former bosses and colleagues might not dare to bully him anymore, but the power company still has no use for him. A man who can drain half a city block's electricity and still be only half satisfied. Electro is a walking utility bill, and Oscorp's monthly payment for electricity alone would be astronomical. Lexia was also troubled about how to keep Max charged. Sure, they could keep stealing electricity, but that wasn't a sustainable solution. Imagine, a friend of the Saints resorting to stealing electricity. If word got out, it would be a disgrace to the name of the Saints. No one knows when Thor will finally arrive on Earth. Since his hammer can recharge Iron Man's suit, it should be able to power up Max as well. The principle should be about the same, or so she hoped. But speaking of Iron Man, Lexia thought of another idea. Maybe a miniature arc reactor could work as a portable battery pack for Max. She decided to discuss it with Mr. Tony Stark sometime soon. After all, he still owed her a favor. Not that there was any rush. A massive exhibition hall was being built in Flushing, Queens, and Stark Industries was about to host a year-long expo in New York. So, even without going all the way to Malibu Beach in Los Angeles, Lexia would have a chance to meet Tony Stark. With Electro's problems shelved for the time being, life gradually returned to normal, and Lexia began to enjoy her summer break before college. As the CEO of a company worth over $100 million, she certainly didn't have to slog away at Big MM anymore, nor con people in the wrestling league. At last, she could live the life of a true winner, traveling the world like the playboy Harry Osborn, sampling gourmet food from every continent, and having deep cosmic conversations with long-legged supermodels from around the globe. Now that's what a real winner's life should be. Of course, to pull that off, she'd first have to sort things out with Gwen. Spider-Gwen's combat prowess was on another level. This wasn't someone you could take lightly. She was the kind of wild stallion who could go toe-to-toe with a man all night long. Lexia had secretly measured herself, and among Asians, she was definitely gifted. She might not be able to wrap around her own waist like some black guys, but she certainly matched up to any white guy. At least compared to Parker, she was in no way inferior. Don't ask Lexia how she knew. Let's just say, the competition wasn't for lack of effort on her side. It's just that the opposition was on a whole other level. Also, skill matters a lot. Did you not sleep well last night? In the company's top-floor office, the new headquarters of the Zodiac Guardians, Parker was flipping through channels with the remote, tilting his head to look at Lexia. You seemed out of sorts these past few days. Is it because... The moment Lexia saw the sly expression on Parker's face, she knew exactly what he was implying. She pushed his head aside and rubbed the bridge of her nose with a sigh. Don't mess around. I've been pondering a philosophical question lately. How to achieve resonance and harmony between the human body and the universe, attaining unity between man and nature. Unity between people, I get. But unity between man and nature? Is that some kind of Eastern mysticism? Parker turned back and called out, Max, have you ever heard of this idea of unity between man and nature? Max, who was secretly about to stick his finger into an outlet, jerked his head up and quickly hid his hand behind his back. Well, I've never been in a relationship, so I'm not really sure. But I can learn. I know a ton of resources. With a flourish of Max's hand, the TV screen suddenly filled with scenes that were absolutely inappropriate. Oh, baby. Oh, come on. Oh, you beach bum. And so on. Parker was so stunned that he forgot all about the remote, his eyes glued to the TV, wide with shock. Holy crap, people actually do that? In that position. Whoosh, an icicle shot across the room. piercing straight through the TV screen. With a flash of sparks, the white Haier TV, imported from across the Pacific, was utterly destroyed. The intoxicating sights and sounds vanished in an instant. "What's your problem?" Max felt like Lexia was singling him out, but when he turned, he saw Parker sitting upright, face serious, as if he were deep in philosophical thought. "What's going on?" Click! The office door swung open, and in walked a stunning black-haired woman, all long legs, a slender waist, and curves that could stop traffic. "Excuse me, may I ask which one of you is Mr. Lexia?" She wore a fitted black business suit, the quintessential office lady look, and though her face was deliberately composed, a hint of allure slipped through her expression. There was no denying it. This woman was pure temptation. "I'm Lexia. And you are?" Lexia stood up, his tall and athletic figure making the woman's eyes flicker with interest. "Hello, Mr. Lexia. My name is Felicia Hardy, secretary to Mr. Harry Osborne. From now on, I'll be fully in charge of coordinating the partnership between Mr. Osborne and your company." Felicia extended her delicate hand, and Lexia shook it politely. "Then I'll be counting on you, Miss Hardy. Mr. Lexia, you can call me Felicia. Also, I'll be staying at your company from now on. Could you arrange an office and a bed for me? I'm used to taking naps at noon." Their hands brushed briefly before parting, and Felicia's cheeks flushed a little. The man before her was so charming, much more attractive than her boss. She couldn't help but think. The truth was, Felicia was the same age as Lexia and Parker, only 18. It was that age when daydreams and crushes came easily. Her job at the Osborne Group was only a temporary gig while she studied. She'd already been accepted to Empire State University and would be starting after summer break, making her classmates with both Parker and Lexia. Lexia nodded. "That's no problem at all. I'll make sure you have a big, comfortable bed, one that's sure to meet your standards, Felicia." Felicia thanked him with a nod, then turned to greet Parker and Max with a smile. In his normal state, Max's face didn't glow at all. He looked just like anyone else. "Am I interrupting something? Mr. Lexia, were you in a meeting?" Lexia shrugged. "Not at all. We were just discussing a philosophical question. If you're interested, Felicia, you're welcome to join us." "Oh, what kind of question?" Just then, Parker picked up a book from the table and opened it to a bookmark page. There was a line written on the bookmark, and he read it aloud. "The postpartum recovery of a so. The topics you discuss are really," Felicia paused, searching for the right word, "truly sophisticated." Parker sheepishly slipped the bookmark back into the book, a bit embarrassed. "Actually, we have pretty rich lives outside of work. What you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg." Heaven knows, Parker was telling the absolute truth. Felicia gave a polite shrug. Harry's decision to have his secretary stationed permanently at the Holy Grail company wasn't about distrusting Lexia. It was simply that his own future was at stake. He needed someone he could rely on to serve as a bridge for communication. As the new boss, Harry had drawn the ire of the executive, Mencken. In response, he promoted Felicia, who had previously attended meetings as Mencken's secretary, to be his own secretary. Given her age and appearance, Felicia naturally drifted away from the grumpy old Mencken and became Harry's trusted confidant. As for the current state of their relationship, well, that was better left unsaid. "Would you like me to show you around your new workplace, lovely lady?" Lexia led Felicia out of the office. There wasn't much to see in the building, but it gave him a chance to get her out of the room and save Parker from any further embarrassment. After a leisurely stroll with Felicia, Lexia finally arranged a room for her on the 5th floor. Lexia lived alone on the top floor. The 4th floor housed Dr. Connor's laboratory, and below there were spaces reserved for upcoming departments like sales and finance, none of which were suitable for Felicia. In the end, she had to settle for a sunlit room on the 5th floor. It happened to be right beneath Lexia's bedroom. After leaving Felicia downstairs to settle in, Lexia returned to his office. The moment he stepped in, he caught Parker looking at him with a peculiar expression. "What's going on? Why are you looking at me like that?" Lexia asked, puzzled. Parker shook his head. "I was just wondering, how could anyone be so interested in postnatal care for sows? We used to raise pigs at the orphanage. Is that so strange?" Lexia shrugged. "You've been sitting here all this time, studying such a boring subject? Doesn't New York need your help saving the day?" Parker stood up. "Good point. I should go out and look around." "I'll go with you." Max stood as well, throwing Lexia a challenging look. "What about you? Care to join us, self-proclaimed best friend?" Lexia chuckled. "I have nothing to prove, aspiring best friend." This was the first time Parker and Max had teamed up, but Lexia wasn't worried. With their combined abilities, until the Stark Expo opened, there was hardly anyone in New York who could pose a real threat to them. An hour later, Lexia would realize he'd spoken too soon. After seeing Parker and Max off, Lexia made a trip to the orphanage. Even when there was nothing urgent, he made a point of dropping by every so often to reassure Granny Joan that he was alive and well. To his surprise, When he arrived at the orphanage, Granny Joan was nowhere to be found. For her, that was highly unusual. Miss Rashman, a volunteer who helped look after the orphanage, explained that one of Granny Joan's friends had been hospitalized, so she went to visit, and Lexia's sister Bing had gone with her. Granny Joan went to the hospital herself? What kind of friend could be so important she'd make the trip in person? Rashman shook her head. I'm not entirely sure. I think it's an elderly gentleman named Mr. Lee. He got sick from drinking guarana soda. Lexia nodded. Ah, so it was Mr. Lee who was hospitalized. No wonder Granny Joan would go herself. But honestly, how does someone get sick from drinking soda? As he spoke, Lexia suddenly fell silent. Guarana soda? Poisoning? That plot sounded awfully familiar, and the one poisoned was Mr. Lee. Could it be that the big players were about to make their entrance? It seemed that before the Stark Expo, there were other friends he'd have to meet first. The final showdown between Hulk and Abomination and the Incredible Hulk had taken place right in New York, something Lexia couldn't avoid, nor did he wish to. Aside from Shaka, who could gain experience just by idling, every other Saint Seiya had to constantly fight in order to advance their Cosmo. Originally, Max could have become a formidable adversary for Lexia to hone her skills against. But, as fate would have it, Lexia ended up recruiting him into her own team. Gaining experience through teammates is far less efficient, so Max would be sidelined for the time being. Lexia turned her gaze toward Miss Rashman, the very same woman pretending to be a stranger, yet known to others as Black Widow. Your big player is about to make his entrance. Are you ready to face his wickedly charming smile? Looking at Black Widow, Lexia couldn't help but recall that night's illusion conjured by the Mandarin. Though she knew it was nothing but a trick, the sensation had been disturbingly real. After all, it was Black Widow she was facing. Black Widow met Lexia's eyes head-on, refusing to back down. She had already spent nearly 3 months volunteering at this orphanage, and it was time to make her move. It seemed today would be the perfect opportunity for a breakthrough. Having made up his mind, he withdrew his gaze. A beautiful woman was certainly a feast for the eyes, but whenever he thought of the Mandarin and his illusions, Lexia still felt a lingering dread. That night, if Regulus hadn't shown up at the very last moment and sent the Mandarin flying with a single punch, Lexia would have had no choice but to surrender on the spot. Fortunately, though Regulus had held back a bit, his blow was still no easy thing to endure. Even with the Mandarin's mystical defenses, it would take him a while to recover. And even if the Mandarin wanted to cause trouble again, he would now have to consider the mysterious backers behind Lexia. He wouldn't dare to storm in as brazenly as before. Hadn't even Director Braised Meat turned pale with fear at the mere mention of Sanctuary's power? Still, Lexia had to admit that, because of Gwen, she'd been indulging herself a bit too much lately. This wasn't the life a true Saint Seiya was meant to lead. Somewhere in the cosmos, there was a land called Asgard, home to the Aesir, a race blessed with a long history and extraordinary divine power. The Aesir maintained order throughout the universe, and their legendary deeds were celebrated on countless worlds. They had once visited Earth, saving humanity in its hour of need, and were worshipped as gods. Their stories were handed down through generations as enduring myths. The path from Asgard to the outside world was called the Rainbow Bridge, guarded by Heimdall, whose all-seeing Heimdall's eye was said to perceive all things in the universe. Heimdall, anything new in the cosmos today? A tall, strapping man with long, parted hair strode over, casually greeting Heimdall as he swung a hefty, square-headed hammer at his side. This man was, of course, the notoriously arrogant Thor. Before being tricked by Loki and consequently exiled by Odin, he was even more conceited than Tony Stark. Well, to be fair, he had good reason for his arrogance. Across the 9 realms linked by Yggdrasil, the very mention of Thor's name echoed like thunder. In a sense, mighty and battle-hardened as he was, Thor truly embodied the glory of the Norse gods. Trailing behind Thor were his 3 inseparable companions from Asgard. Famous, yes, but their strength was underwhelming. From their grand entrance to their eventual exit, all they managed was to clear out the minor riffraff. Whenever a Real boss appeared, they were inevitably trounced and left utterly powerless. Marching alongside this trio was a long-legged warrior whose stature could rival Wonder Woman's. Though, sadly, her looks didn't quite measure up. The long-legged warrior was Sif, the Valkyrie of Asgard, and Odin's favored candidate to someday be Thor's queen. Yet Thor had always seen her only as a comrade and subordinate, never as a woman. One must admit, it's a rather tragic tale. Heimdall, ever serious and reserved, received only a casual question from Thor, who didn't truly expect much of an answer. The 3 companions passed by Thor smiling and laughing, while only the tall Sif nodded respectfully. She was Heimdall's sister. As for anything new, there's someone on Midgard who's managed to wield divine power. I wonder if you'd call that newsworthy, Heimdall said in his deep, steady voice from behind the group. Thor stopped in his tracks, curiosity piqued. Midgard? You mean Earth? Well, how powerful is this person? Are they worthy of a fight with me? Heimdall shook his head. Merely a mortal who's just glimpsed divine power. Hardly a match for Thor, the champion of the gods. That's the best compliment I've heard all day. Thank you, Heimdall. Thor turned, hefted his hammer, and strode off with renewed confidence. The anomaly appearing on Earth barely registered in Thor's mind. He was the god of war in Asgard, and today was his coronation as king. From this day forth, he believed he could look down upon all life in the cosmos, both in strength and stature. Such was the unshakable pride of Thor. Meanwhile, in his office on Earth, Lexia sat at his desk, eyes closed in contemplation. He had no idea that a veteran cosmic observer had already turned his attention toward him. Without any convenient system that rewarded tasks with experience, points, or allowed him to exchange for new realms, sacred armor, or a boosted cosmos, Lexia knew that advancing his cosmos would not be easy. But not being able to elevate his cosmos didn't mean there were no ways to strengthen his fighting abilities. He tried to imitate Shaka by closing his eyes, quietly gathering his cosmos. When the time for battle arrived, he would open his eyes and unleash a power greater than before. But Shaka's method is not so easy to master, even for a child chosen by the sacred cloth like Lexia. With her eyes closed, Lexia slowly clenched her fists, her brows knitting together, teeth lightly biting down, as if she was pouring every ounce of strength in her body into sensing the mysteries of the universe. Knock, knock. The window across from her was rapped on. Seeing that Lexia was alone, Parker pushed it open and hopped inside. Max followed closely behind. Lexia, who had been attuning herself to the world, was startled and gave a shiver, her body trembling involuntarily. She still hadn't reached that state of unshakable calm, like Shaka, who could remain composed even if a mountain collapsed before him. Letting out a sigh, Lexia opened her eyes, her gaze somewhat vacant. Parker sniffed and said, "You know, it's not right to stay cooped up in here all the time. You should come out with us more often. If you're worried about being recognized, just wear your yellow and white combat suit. Didn't we agree that's our team uniform?" Behind him, Max brushed his hand over his own black and blue suit, an identical version, and shook his head. "I really don't think it's a problem if he doesn't go out. The two of us work together great, as it is. We don't need anyone else getting involved." "You don't understand," Lexia said, staring at the ceiling, feeling that life had lost its flavor. With a sigh, Parker settled onto the couch, a bit helpless. Max, meanwhile, turned on the brand-new television, his expression proud as he switched it to the news channel. Before long, a breaking news alert flashed across the screen. In recent days, city hero Spider-Man braved a raging fire and rescued a total of 19 people trapped inside. From the footage, we can see that Spider-Man wasn't working alone. Accompanying him was a figure flying through the air, crackling with electricity. Some members of the public have started calling him Electro. The arrival of Electro has sparked intense interest and lively discussion among citizens. He's now joining Spider-Man as a new symbol of New York City. On the screen, there was a fleeting, blurry shot of Max's figure as he zipped past. Among those interviewed on the street, many had already become Electro's fans. People felt that this new hero, who could fly and command lightning, was even cooler than Spider-Man. Finally, the camera cut to Chief George Stacy of the NYPD, whose stance remained firm. "My position hasn't changed. Maybe they've done a few good deeds, but hiding behind masks is not something I can endorse." "Chief Stacy really is stubborn," Lexia sighed. "I wouldn't blame Dad for this." Gwen interjected from by the table. "He's under a lot of pressure as chief. I still think there's nothing wrong with wearing masks," Parker called over his shoulder. "Hey Gwen, when did you get here?" Gwen wiped the corner of her mouth with a smile. "I've been here the whole time. It's just that you're too clueless to notice me." "No way. I am Spider-Man." Parker protested, unwilling to accept it. Gwen shrugged. "Aren't we all?" Taking advantage of the moment, Lexia zipped up her jacket. "Hold on, stop talking, and look at this news report." Rumors are swirling about a fierce clash earlier today between the U.S. military and an unknown enemy at Carver University, Virginia. Some students witnessed part of the battle. "He was huge, like a giant beast," a student's voice exclaimed. On the TV, a shaky cell phone video shot by a student appeared. Unfortunately, it only captured the U.S. soldiers, but not a single image of that enormous creature. The Hulk, the Green Goliath, was about to make his entrance. Lexia had seen the plot of The Incredible Hulk before, but the details of places and timelines had grown fuzzy in her memory. She couldn't recall exactly which day Dr. Banner and his long-legged girlfriend would arrive in New York, nor could she remember which university Professor Blue, their contact, actually taught at. Still, she knew that the time window couldn't be too long. The showdown between Abomination and the Hulk would break out at night. If she stayed alert in the evenings over the next few days, she was bound to find them. Speaking of the Hulk, there was someone who had to be mentioned, General Thaddeus Ross, the father of Bruce Banner's ex-girlfriend, a staunch military hawk who devoted himself to the biotechnological strength enhancement program, the recreation of the super soldier serum. In a way, it was General Ross who made Bruce Banner the Hulk. Banner, working as a researcher under Ross, had no idea his project was destined to become a weapon. He thought he was researching radiation resistance. Brimming with confidence, he even used his own body for a gamma-ray exposure experiment. Whether the experiment was a success or a failure was up for debate. What was certain was that Bruce Banner transformed into a rampaging green monster of astonishing power. As the Hulk, Banner gained overwhelming strength, near invulnerability, and unstoppable physical prowess, but also an uncontrollable rage that made him a danger to everyone around him. To avoid causing harm to others and himself, Banner went on the run, eventually hiding out in the crowded favelas of Rocinha, Brazil. There, for a time, he managed to live a peaceful life, free from incidents. He still missed his former lover, Betty Ross, but in his quest for a cure, he had no choice but to remain in hiding. For Banner, this stretch of time after becoming the Hulk was a rare and precious period of tranquility. Here, he began a new life, made new friends, and found a job that served as a cover. Under the name Mr. Green, he discussed ways to cure gamma cell affliction online with a user known as Mr. Blue. If nothing unexpected happened, he might even have started a relationship with the voluptuous Latina beauty living downstairs, a romance forever destined to remain out of reach. After all, if his heart rate rose too high, he would transform into a giant, and with a body like that, it was doubtful that the busted girl, whose nipple famously popped out at exactly 17:38 in a certain video, could handle him. I'm not saying a word, but, as fate would have it, accidents always come when you least expect them. Despite Banner's caution, one mishap led to his blood dripping into a can of guarana soda. That soda traveled thousands of miles, only to be consumed by Old Lee, who suffered gamma poisoning, catching the attention of General Ross, who had been searching for Banner all along. General Ross moved quickly. He mobilized his most elite Special Operations Unit and personally led the team to Brazil to capture Banner. To General Ross, the Hulk's existence was proof that replicating the super soldier serum was no pipe dream. If they could just figure out the cause of Banner's transformation and overcome the Hulk's uncontrollable rage, the U.S. military could mass-produce fearless super soldiers. With just one platoon of super soldiers, America could finally gain the upper hand in global power struggles. The Hulk's body, in Ross's eyes, was military property. For the future of the United States, General Ross was determined to keep the Hulk under his control. Unfortunately, General Ross underestimated both Banner's vigilance and the Hulk's destructive power. The entire Special Operations Unit failed to capture Banner in his human form, and the very outcome General Ross dreaded most came to pass. Provoked by a few bully co-workers, Banner lost control and transformed directly into the Hulk. Once transformed, the Hulk was an unstoppable force against Ross's team. All they could do was watch helplessly as their own men fell in droves, and the Hulk broke free and disappeared without a trace. After evading capture, Banner made his way back to Culver University in Virginia, only to discover, to his dismay, that his ex-girlfriend had moved on to someone new. Now, that's another sad story. Fortunately, Banner wasn't just there to rekindle an old flame. His real goal was to use Betty Ross's credentials to log into the lab computer and search for the data from his earlier gamma radiation experiments. Those very experiments had been conducted in the Culver University lab. Sadly, after searching, he found that all the data had been wiped clean. From there, the plot took a turn for the melodramatic. Banner wanted to slip away quietly from this place of heartbreak, but fate had other ideas and orchestrated a reunion with Betty. At least the writers kept things dignified. They didn't have them jump straight into bed. No one was quite sure who was the real victim when it came to sleeping with an ex-boyfriend you hadn't officially broken up with. Naturally, the outcome was far from pleasant. General Ross's vast intelligence network quickly picked up Banner's trail and cornered him right on the campus of Culver University. That was when the fierce battle between the U.S. military and an unknown enemy, the same one featured in TV news broadcasts, broke out. In the end, even the sonic cannon, ordered from Stark Industries by General Ross, couldn't subdue the Hulk. Worse yet, the Hulk shot down an armed helicopter in the sky, all to protect Betty. So, fighting off helicopters for the sake of a beloved woman wasn't just King Kong's exclusive move. Afterwards, Betty broke ties with her father and devoted herself completely to helping Banner find a cure for the effects of gamma radiation. Now, the two of them were on their way to Manhattan, New York. They thought they were being discreet, but General Ross, always one step ahead, had already used SHLD's operations database to uncover Mr. Blue's identity and address, and had started surveillance early. After a long and exhausting journey, Banner and Betty finally reached Manhattan. Eager to arrive at their meeting with Mr. Blue, they hailed a taxi. It was a wild ride, quite literally. The driver seemed to have just snorted something, sending the cab hurtling down the street like a race car, weaving and careening through traffic as if reality had turned into a video game. To make matters worse, the driver kept taunting other motorists and pedestrians as he sped along. "Step on it. You're moving like a grandma. Watch where you're going, you moron. I'll tell you, I'm definitely the fastest cabbie in all of New York." Bang! The driver was in the middle of his manic boasting when something heavy landed on the roof with a thunderous crash. No way. The driver involuntarily began to tremble. Could the thing that dropped from the sky really be? Tap, tap. A red, web mask appeared from above the roof. "Hey there, friend. This is New York, not Monaco. Driving like that is going to cause a lot of trouble for everyone else." The driver was shaking now, but his excitement was palpable as he turned to Banner and Betty in the back seat. "Did you see that? It's Spider-Man, the pride of New York. Spider-Man actually talked to me. Am I dreaming? Oh my God, forgive me. I'm just a little overwhelmed. Hey, are you even listening? If you don't pull over right now, we're going to have to take some, official measures." But the driver didn't slow down at all. Instead, he kept the car racing forward while bantering back at Parker. "Mr. Spider-Man, thank you for dropping by, but I've got to get these two to their destination as fast as possible. Do you mind waiting a bit? As soon as I drop them off, I'll give you a free ride. How about it?" Parker had lost all patience for further small talk with the driver. He leaned through the backseat window and buckled both passengers and himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts. Our plane is about to take off." No sooner had Parker spoken than the taxi lifted off the ground, soaring into the air. If Lucia were cosplaying Spider-Man, he might have sensed Banner's true identity by picking up the vibrant energy within him through his own cosmic intuition while fastening the seatbelt. But Parker didn't possess any ability to gauge the energy inside others. His spider sense simply wasn't built for that. Once Banner and Betty were safely buckled in, Parker stepped out of the cab. Max, who had been waiting nearby, activated his electromagnetic powers and lifted the taxi off the street. "Whoa, I'm flying. This is amazing. Oh, Mother Mary." The driver was absolutely thrilled, shouting excitedly at the top of his lungs. Without missing a beat, Parker plucked him right out of the driver's seat and webbed him to a lamppost. Max gently set the cab back down at the curb. "Sir, I think you could use a moment to calm down. I hope you enjoyed the trip. Farewell." Landing lightly on the taxi's roof, Parker addressed Banner and Betty, who had just stepped out of the car. "Sorry about that, folks. For the safety of other vehicles and pedestrians, I had to ask your driver to take a breather. I hope this hasn't delayed your plans." Betty glanced around and realized they'd reached their destination, so she didn't mind. Still, she looked at Parker with a hint of curiosity. "You? He called you Spider-Man just now?" Parker nodded. "You're not from New York, are you? I'm pretty famous around here. A lot of people know me." No sooner had he finished speaking than a burly man with a beer belly slapped the stretched-out spider logo on his shirt, which looked more like a king crab, and called out enthusiastically, "Hey, Spider-Man, I see you. You're awesome." "You're awesome too, buddy." Parker waved back, then turned to Betty. "See? Told you. I'm a bit of a celebrity in New York." "So, what brings you to New York? Is it your honeymoon?" Betty blushed. "Oh, no. We're just here looking for someone. Or, actually, we're just sightseeing. Nothing special." "Is he a friend of yours too?" Banner interjected, nodding toward Max, who hovered behind Parker. Parker nodded. "Yeah, that's Electro. We're on the same team." "That much is obvious," Banner remarked, noting how their uniforms gave away their connection. "Well then, we'll take our leave," Parker said with a friendly gesture. "Hope you enjoy your stay in New York. Goodbye." With that, he leapt into the air and swung away, soaring across the city on his web. Max followed silently behind and left without a word. New York it really is. Betty watched the two fly off and felt a surge of emotion, unsure what to say. Had she been stuck in the university for so long that she'd lost touch with society? She hardly realized how much the outside world had changed. If only Banner could control his temper, maybe he wouldn't have to keep hiding. "Let's go," Banner said. He was someone who had seen the world, and he wasn't intimidated by Spider-Man or Electro. He took Betty straight to the Department of Cellular Biology at Culver University, where they found Dr. Samuel Stearns, also known online as Mr. Blue. Their meeting went smoothly. After greeting each other, they headed to Dr. Stearns' lab. There, the two delved into a detailed discussion about the problem of healing gamma-radiated cells. Specifically, they debated how much of the concentrated agent would be needed for the cells in Dr. Banner's body, enough to avoid poisoning him, but not so much that it would trigger an uncontrollable transformation into the Hulk. How could they fine-tune the dosage to the ideal concentration? It was one of those questions that could never be answered without trying. Neither of them was particularly cautious. As Dr. Stearns put it, their curiosity outweighed their caution. So they didn't agonize over it for long. After all, worrying wouldn't solve anything. The only way forward was to take action. Meanwhile, Lexia, who was waiting on the rooftop of the Oscorp building, received a call from Parker. "Seiya, we just got word from Hyde. There's a military unit gathering near New York, and the deployment order came directly from General Ross." "Do we know their target?" Lexia asked. "Harlem, the biology lab at Culver University," Parker replied quickly. "All right, looks like tonight's the night. Finish up whatever you're working on. In 5 minutes, we meet there." "No problem." As the call ended, Lexia gripped the holy cloth tightly in her hand. After preparing for days, at last, the moment she'd been waiting for had arrived. Ever since hearing that news about Culver University, Lexia had been anticipating the arrival of Hulk and Abomination. Each night, she'd roamed the skies above New York in her black suit, and even asked Parker to put his hacker friend, Hyde, on the case. Lexia couldn't track down Banner directly, but she found another way, by looking for people connected to him. General Ross was the perfect target for information tracking. Even though General Ross was using SHLD's operations database, it was no match for Hyde's hacking skills. He broke in without a hitch. Lucia was even starting to take an interest in this Hyde. Just like when Gwen and LeBang were kidnapped, and now again, whenever he needed something, Hyde always seemed able to hack into any system, always able to find the clues no one else could. Maybe they should recruit him into the team. He was certainly a technical genius, though Lucia wasn't sure whether his identity would fit with the rest of them. Despite working together so many times, even Parker had no idea whether Hyde was a man or a woman, young or old, handsome or ugly. But this wasn't the time to be thinking about that. Right now, finding Hulk was the priority. With a flick of his hand, dark feathered wings unfurled behind Lucia. As they beat the air, his body rose steadily, and in a flash he shot through the sky, a black arrow streaking toward Bragg University. At the same moment, armed helicopters and military jeeps loaded with heavily armed soldiers were speeding toward Bragg University as well. Among them was Emil Blonsky, the ace Special Forces operative. Blonsky was a top commando, seconded from the British Royal Marines to the U.S. Special Operations Command at General Ross's special request, brought in specifically to deal with Banner. He'd led the team that tried to capture Banner in Brazil, but underestimated Hulk's power due to incomplete intelligence, and their mission ended in failure. Later, at Culver University, Blonsky injected himself with a low dose of the experimental super soldier serum and went up against Hulk again. The result was utter humiliation. Hulk left him battered and broken. Thanks to the serum's extraordinary healing properties, Blonsky survived his ordeal, clinging to life even after being reduced to a ragdoll. Having come back from the brink of death, Blonsky was bitter about losing to Hulk twice. As he geared up for their third confrontation, he was determined to reclaim his lost pride. Meanwhile, Banner was completely unaware of all this. He was lying on Dr. Stern's lab table, being injected with a concentrated serum. He'd had enough of this endless cycle of transformations. If it were possible, he wished the Hulk could disappear for good. He just wanted to live a normal life with Betty. This time, Banner's gamble paid off. Dr. Stern's method managed to suppress the gamma cells in his body, at least on the surface, making him appear to be a perfectly ordinary man once again. Of course, from a certain point of view, what truly worked was the satisfaction and comfort Betty gave him in those intimate moments. Another way of showing that love can conquer all. No one knew whether the gamma cells had been permanently neutralized or if this was just a temporary reprieve. After receiving Banner's blood samples, Dr. Stern had replicated and concentrated them for various live experiments. But every single test subject, without exception, had been overwhelmed by the explosive power of gamma cells and died tragically. That's why Dr. Stern suspected that there was something in Banner's body acting as a primer, allowing his cells to temporarily absorb gamma energy. This made the effects recede, sparing him from immediate death by radiation poisoning. Of course, that primer was none other than the experimental super soldier serum that General Ross had injected into Banner beforehand, though Banner himself was completely unaware of it. With the Hulk gone, Banner had finally gotten what he wished for. Even when Blonsky arrived with American soldiers and gave him a brutal beating before hauling him away, Banner still felt strangely content, as if accepting it all with gratitude. Inside the helicopter, Banner held Betty's hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. From now on, we can live a simple life, rising with the sun, resting as it sets. But he squeezed his hand in return. Let's talk about the future later. I understand you. Sitting to the side, her father, General Ross, was so furious he looked ready to leap out of the helicopter. This bastard had ruined the result of all. His hard work, and now had the nerve to cozy up to his daughter. If he couldn't turn Banner completely green, he'd just let his daughter take his name. Back in Dr. Stearns' lab, after Banner was taken away, Ross's tech team began interrogating Dr. Stearns on the spot, determined to figure out what exactly had happened to Banner and whether there was still any way to fix or improve the situation. Blonsky, with a single punch, knocked out the interrogators. He needed Dr. Stearns to transfer whatever he'd taken from Banner into himself. Having witnessed Hulk's destructive power and suffered defeat at his hands twice, Blonsky's desire to be green was burning with intensity. As long as he could gain that incredible strength, he didn't care about being green. Even if he turned into a hulking brute, so be it. Achoo! Up on a lab's rooftop, Lexia sneezed, as if someone had just brought up her name somewhere. Parker and Max stood at another edge of the rooftop, peering down below. The army's already pulled out. Looks like nothing's happening after all. Maybe that disaster you mentioned isn't going to happen. I don't sense any danger here, Parker said, ducking his head back, puzzled, turning to look at Lexia. Lexia had insisted that the U.S. military's movements tonight meant a major disaster was coming. Possibly an enemy even the army couldn't handle. As New York's guardians, it was their duty to check it out. Yet, even after the armed choppers and military jeeps had all left one after the other, there was still no sign of disaster. Max shot Lexia a mocking look. Seems your intel wasn't so reliable. There's nothing here like you. Hold on. Parker suddenly cut Max off, sensing danger rising from the lab below. Something terrifying was about to emerge. Bang! A window downstairs shattered as it was smashed by a piece of lab equipment, and in the next instant, 2 soldiers were tossed out like garbage. The American troops, below, who had not yet finished their evacuation, instantly snapped into combat mode. Their shouts were loud enough that even the 3 standing on the rooftop could hear them. Command, this is a call to command. There's an unidentified entity here. It just took out 2 of our men. Blonsky and the Major are still inside. What the hell is that thing? Move in. Fire. Take it down. Requesting backup. The sudden appearance of a massive green creature downstairs plunged the U.S. troops into chaos. They unleashed a barrage of gunfire of every kind at the beast, but it had no effect at all. Instead, it only provoked its fury in a violent counterattack. The soldiers suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Patch me through to General Ross. Tell him the Hulk is on the street. We've engaged. Repeat, the Hulk is on the street. We are engaging. Aboard the helicopter, General Ross, who had just received the call, turned to glance at Banner with a look of confusion. He wanted to ask if the reporting soldier had lost his mind, but his instincts told him that these well-trained troops wouldn't joke about something like this. If they were calling in a panic, that could only mean one thing. There really was a Hulk rampaging in the street. But where had this Hulk come from? A bad feeling crept into General Ross's mind. Could it be Blonsky? Turn around. We're going back. The helicopter banked and headed back in the direction they'd come. Inside the cabin, everyone soon watched the unfolding chaos on a live video feed. A black rapper, wide-eyed like a startled husky, screamed madly into the camera. What the hell is that thing? Our firepower is useless. We can only run for our lives. There are tons of civilians here. Send in the heavy artillery now. The shaky footage showed a towering, 3-meter-tall humanoid rampaging through the traffic. The air was filled with shouts, wails, car horns, and explosions. The entire scene forced even a most skeptical viewer to admit there really was a rampaging Hulk out there. The very word Hulk in English evoked the image of a colossal brute. As the video feed continued, the creature's form finally came into view on the screen. It was clearly not the Hulk everyone knew, but it looked even more savage. Explosive muscles, a massive frame, grotesque bones jutting from its body, a thick, short neck, and a bald head that screamed raw power. One look was enough to tell. This was an even more dangerous adversary than the Hulk. General Ross struggled to put his feelings into words. If his guess was right, the super soldier program he had dreamed of had finally succeeded, and this monstrous brute was the living proof. This shows that Hulk's appearance was not just a one-off. The prospect of mass-producing super green soldiers is very real. However, judging by the brutal behavior of this new Hulk, it seems he's even harder to control than Banner was when he first transformed. If they really put him in a combat unit, he might do more harm to his own side before ever reaching the enemy. So, whether this is a blessing or a curse is truly hard to say. Out on the street, Blonsky, now transformed into the Abomination, was rampaging without restraint, leaving destruction in his wake. The rush of power and the hallucinatory effects of turning into a green giant magnified his urge to destroy, and his hatred for Hulk grew even more intense. But Hulk was gone. There was no way for him to reclaim his dignity through victory after suffering defeat at Hulk's hands not once, but twice. Those 2 defeats were etched forever on his back, robbing him of peace, even in sleep. The The military vehicles and police were utterly helpless against Abomination. Their firearms did nothing but stoke his fury, not harming him in the slightest. I have to go back. Only I can stop him. Only Hulk can stop him. Banner looked at General Ross with a sorrowful expression. He had just sent Hulk away, and now, ironically, he had no choice but to bring him back himself. Betty placed her hand on Banner's. No, you can't. Don't you remember? This is New York. Betty was right. This was New York, a place where, when lives and property are threatened, people don't think of the police or the military first, but of superheroes. Spider-Man has changed the way people seek help. His red and blue suit has become a symbol of hope, almost a faith. Yet tonight, for the people of New York, would be a night to remember. Because after Spider-Man and Electro, the city was about to welcome its third superhero. Abomination reveled in his destructive spree, but suddenly, the people running like frightened chicks in the streets stopped in their tracks and let out a synchronized cheer. A red and blue figure swung down from a distant building, catching those sent flying by Abomination one by one. I've got you. And you too. Don't worry, you'll be all right. At the same time, Electro, dressed in blue and black, appeared in midair. With a surge of electricity from his hands, the cars flung into the sky were suddenly held in place, then gently lowered back to the ground. Drivers and passengers burst into tears of relief. Thank goodness we live in New York. Thank goodness for Spider-Man and Electro. If not for them, we'd be meeting our maker tonight. Everyone, please make your way to safety. It's dangerous here. If you want to watch or take pictures, please do it from a safe distance. Otherwise, it'll really make things difficult for us. The appearance of Spider-Man instantly filled everyone with a sense of security. Out of respect for the city's hero, the crowd began to evacuate in an orderly fashion. A few daredevils wanted to stay behind and watch the fight up close, but Parker and Max personally escorted them off the battlefield. Lexia had warned them that the imminent battle would be extremely fierce, and it was best for no one to remain within 100 meters. Otherwise, they could easily become unintended casualties. Abomination paid no attention to the dramatic entrance of Spider-Man and Electro as they rescued the civilians. All his focus was locked on a tall, thin figure standing before him. That figure wore a silver-white mask and a billowing white cape, clad in armor of shimmering silver and purple. A powerful aura radiated from him, its flamboyance making Abomination instinctively sense danger. Meanwhile, back in a helicopter hovering above the laboratory building, Banner's heart suddenly pounded violently, and a flash of green flickered in his eyes. Clutching his chest, Banner dropped to a crouch. Bruce, are you all right? Betty grabbed his arm, noticing a sheen of fine sweat breaking out on his skin. What's happening? Didn't we already drive it away? Banner shook his head. I don't know. Just now, I felt a strange surge of energy. It's agitating its emotions, making it hard to control. It's still there. Betty's voice was tinged with despair. Banner gave a helpless nod. I'm afraid so. We've only managed to suppress it for now. But with enough external stimulus, it could break free at any moment. Another violent heartbeat rocked Banner. He felt himself losing the struggle to keep it in check. Back on the street, a deafening boom erupted as a shockwave radiated outward, sending cars within 10 meters flying and setting off a chorus of blaring alarms. At the heart of the shockwave, Abomination's fist collided with Lexia's. Standing over 3 meters tall, Abomination towered above Lexia by nearly half a head. His arms were 3 or 4 times as thick, and his fists dwarfed Lexia's head, giving him an appearance of overwhelming strength. Yet the impact proved evenly matched. Cracks spiderwebbed rapidly from beneath Lexia's feet, the ground splintering outward. No, it wasn't truly an even match. Lexia was still losing out when it came to sheer strength. Hith. Abomination grinned, baring his teeth. Kid, you dare challenge me? I'll crush you into a pile of scrap metal. With a wild laugh, Abomination poured his strength into the clash, trying to drive Lexia into the ground. But as soon as he did, his skin suddenly split open and green blood sprayed out in all directions like jets of water. Abomination staggered back several steps, clutching his arm. Though his temperament had turned savage, he wasn't stupid. Pain still registered when he was hurt. His muscles split open, and his bones felt as if they were being crushed. The agony made him roar out loud. Lucia slowly drew back his right fist, flexing his fingers gently. His arm tingled with numbness, and for a moment, he nearly lost all feeling. In the comics, they say Abomination's strength exceeds 100 tons. The creature before him, though only newly transformed, wasn't far off that mark. Even if he fell short, the gap wasn't much. That punch just now must have packed at least several dozen tons of force. Pure physical power unleashed with a stationary punch. No running start, no leverage, could still reach such terrifying numbers. If it weren't for the protection of his sacred cloth, Lu Xia's arm would have been ruined by the sheer ferocity of that blow. Fortunately, the sacred cloth's formidable defense, combined with the power of his Cosmo, allowed Lu Xia's punch to deliver destructive force that, while not as raw as Abomination's, surpassed him in actual impact. When Marin taught Seiya, she explained that the root of Cosmo's power was the destruction of atoms. Lu Xia had heard the same thing from the middle-aged man during his time in the Crater Cloth's illusion. Yet, after truly grasping the essence of Cosmo, Lu Xia realized that both of them had been exaggerating. From a scientific perspective, destroying atoms means nuclear fission, splitting one atom into two or more, unleashing tremendous energy. That's how humans created the atomic bomb. Saints, it's said, can wield the power to destroy atoms. But to shatter atoms with your bare hands, you need to awaken to the seventh sense and reach the level of a gold saint. For bronze and silver saints, destroying atoms really just means breaking the bonds between atoms, splitting an object from a single whole into countless fragments. The difference is, bronze saints can only break a few atomic bonds, while silver saints can break many more. To put it simply, given the same rock, a bronze saint could shatter it into gravel with a punch, while a silver saint could pulverize it into fine sand, perhaps even dust or PM 2.5 if they were especially strong. If you're a gold saint, you could smash the rock into a cloud of positive and negative ions, leaving nothing behind but free-floating particles. This is just an analogy, not a literal scientific explanation for the three saint levels and their cosmos. Cosmo itself isn't science, so don't try to prove or disprove it with scientific logic. It's pointless. Lu Xia only knew that, for now, his Cosmo wasn't powerful enough to shatter atoms or unleash the equivalent of an atomic explosion with a casual punch. But he could still break things apart, just as he once crumbled Lizard's newly regrown arm into dust with a single finger on the rooftop of the Oscorp building. However, Abomination shattered his understanding. The destructive power of a microcosm was not omnipotent. If the sacred cloth could withstand damage at the atomic level, it stood to reason that there must be other substances or energies capable of resisting it as well. For instance, the gamma cells within the bodies of both Hulk and Abomination. When Lexia's microcosmic power surged into Abomination's arm, those gamma cells suddenly became hyperactive, unleashing a torrent of gamma rays that repelled the microcosm's force from outside. As a result, Abomination's arm only suffered a violent burst of muscle, but was not reduced to fragments. Though he hated to admit it, Lexia realized that, in a certain sense, gamma cells were the nemesis of the microcosm. Abomination's agonized screams did not last long. The remarkable vitality of his cells quickly staunched the bleeding, and his wounds began to heal. Though his injuries looked gruesome, they were really nothing more than superficial wounds. Glancing down at his own fist, Abomination lowered his head, as if to reassess the person who had managed to injure him. "Who are you?" Lexia's arm, bathed in the power of the crater's microcosm, recovered swiftly. He looked up, meeting Abomination's monstrous gaze. With an easy smile, sadly, hidden behind the silver mask, Abomination could not see the wicked grin Lexia fancied himself to have. "I am a saint, protector of the earth. It's fine if you haven't heard of us. After today, you'll remember this name, if you're still capable of remembering anything." The mask on Lexia's face and the cloak trailing behind him were both standard features of the silver cloth. The cloak served little purpose other than dramatic flair. In battle, it was more likely to hinder movement than help. The mask, meanwhile, matched the style worn by female saints, a silver mask that concealed his identity and, more importantly, shielded his handsome face from calculated disfigurement during combat. Though Lexia had decided to make the name of Saint public, he had no intention of revealing who he was beneath the mask. Partly, this was to safeguard his own privacy and protect friends and family. Partly, it was to add an air of mystery around himself, and incidentally, to leave a fighting chance for less attractive fellows like Parker and Max. Max tugged at his sleeve, ready to charge forward in desperation. But Parker held him back. Xiao said this fight is his. Our job is just to save people. Max clenched his fists, unwilling, but forced himself to hold back. Meanwhile, Abomination threw his head back and roared with laughter. "Huh, a saint? Protector of the earth? Don't make me laugh. It's us, the trained soldiers, who truly defend this planet, not some cross-dressing freaks too scared to show their faces. You think saving a few civilians makes you a hero of the city? What a joke. Do you really believe this is just some kid's game of pretend? So, before you turned into a monster, you were a soldier, huh?" Lexia released her arm, which had more or less recovered. "Then tell me, Mr. Soldier, why? Aren't you out standing guard at the border in the middle of the night? Instead, you're tearing through the streets dressed like this. What's your excuse? Don't you think you could use a pair of pants right now?" Abomination was momentarily speechless. Lexia was right. He was practically naked, not a single scrap of clothing on his body. But his most private parts had already been censored. So even if he was stark naked, what did it matter? Cut the nonsense. Abomination snarled, his voice filled with menace. I came here looking for Hulk to have a proper fight. Since he's hiding like a coward, and you jumped out here with no sense of self-preservation, I'll just deal with you first. Huh, talk is cheap. Who was it again bleeding all over the place just now? Lexia retorted, her tone dripping with disdain. The fact that Abomination had managed to keep his anger in check and talk to Lexia this long was already a miracle. But at the mention of his earlier injury, his temper finally erupted. He bent his legs, and with a powerful thrust, the muscles in his lower body exploded with energy, launching his massive frame straight at Lexia with brute force. With his explosive strength and tremendous weight, if he managed to hit her, unless she had Hulk's size and durability, even the protection of the sacred armor might not be enough to save her from crippling injury. After all, hadn't the Hulk himself flattened a Chitauri warship, tens of meters long, with a single punch? Abomination's strength was nearly on par with Hulk's. Of course, that was only if he could actually hit Lexia. The moment Abomination leapt, Lexia knew she had already won. There's an old saying, worn thin from use. In all the martial arts under heaven, speed is the only invincible technique. And right now, that was exactly the case. Lexia's speed was beyond question. Ever since she became a bronze saint, she had broken the sound barrier. With the boost from her sacred armor, she could reach 1.5 times the speed of sound. As for Abomination, his massive size meant there was no way he could reach such speeds. He was fast compared to ordinary people, faster than a sports car, even. But unfortunately, he just couldn't break the sound barrier. With a thunderous crash, Abomination smashed down on the spot where Lexia had been standing. But while he was still in midair, Lexia had already slipped back a step, letting him pass harmlessly by. Abomination's mind reeled. Something felt wrong. Wasn't this supposed to be a slugfest, both sides trading blows, just like before? How could she dodge? That had to be against the rules. Lexia gave him no time to react. She stepped in with a solid stance, her silver-violet fist arcing upward from below, aiming straight for Abomination's jaw. The jaw. If he took a hit there, even someone like Abomination might not be able to take it. Before transforming into Abomination, Blonsky was a seasoned veteran of the British Royal Marines. Years of military service and blood-soaked experience in special operations had honed his reflexes to an extraordinary level. To put it bluntly, if Hulk weren't the protagonist with Banner's combat skills, Abomination could have toyed with him to death. After missing his attack upon landing, Abomination instantly sensed danger. He caught sight of a silver-purple figure surging toward him and instinctively began to dodge. Lexus's punch, which should have been a sure hit, glanced past Abomination's thick neck, missing by a hair. The force of the blow still managed to graze him, causing a bit of damage, though nothing significant. As Abomination dodged, his arms swept inward, aiming to seize his opponent. With his immense strength, if he managed to grab Lexus, there would be no breaking free. With a tearing sound, the white cape of the sacred armor was ripped apart. Just before being caught, Lexus sprang upward, kicked Abomination square in the face, and flipped backwards through the air, landing 7 or 8 meters away. Abomination shredded the cape fragments in his hands, let out a furious roar, and charged at Lexus once more. After landing, Lexus met Abomination's charge head-on, refusing to retreat. He was determined to use his superior speed to play this dangerous game. Both fighters moved with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, they clashed again. Suddenly, a sly grin flickered across Abomination's face. He stomped the ground with crushing force. The asphalt beneath him trembled violently and began to crack. Just as Lexus's foot touched down, the unexpected shockwave threw off his rhythm for a split second. That single misstep was exactly what Abomination had been waiting for. After his stomp, his speed surged, almost reaching supersonic levels. He had been holding back this entire time. Lexus, thrown off balance and caught by surprise at Abomination's sudden burst of speed, was unable to react in time. In a heartbeat, a massive hand clamped down on his arm. "Got you now," Abomination snarled, tightening his grip with all his might, intent on crushing both Lexus's sacred armor and the bones beneath. But he underestimated the armor's defenses. Even with a grip strong enough to bend steel, he couldn't break through the sacred arm guard. Instead, he inadvertently gave Lexus a chance to counterattack. "So, you want to interrupt my moves with a stun technique? Then don't blame me for what happens next." No sooner had Lexus spoken than the arm guard Abomination had seized began to glow with a silvery white light. Instantly, the surrounding air grew icy cold, and a layer of frost formed on the guard. Saints possess not only blinding speed and overwhelming strength, often overpowering their foes through sheer physical prowess. But their true claim to fame isn't just brute force. Their bewildering array of combat skills is what truly sets them apart. The disciplines of physics, mind, space, elements, and even soul, Saint's abilities nearly encompass every possible type of power. That's why, when facing a Saint in battle, it's not enough to simply be faster, bigger, or stronger. True victory depends on skill. Sadly, Abomination never understood this truth. He believed that as long as he got hold of Lexia, he could rely on his raw power to crush and toy with him at will. But the moment crystals of ice began to form on his arm guard, and then swiftly spread from his hand up along his arm, a violent shudder ran through Abomination. Abomination was no Hulk. He didn't possess Hulk's passive ability to grow stronger with rage. For him, the peak came at the start of the fight, and after that, it was hard to push any higher. Of course, his 100-ton strength and exceptional endurance, strength 7, endurance 6, were already more than enough to overpower most Earth heroes, including many in the Avengers. As for the official claim that his combat skill was only a 2, that was clearly nonsense. In the comics, Blonsky was a KGB operative, and in the movies, he was an ace of the British Royal Marines. How could someone like that have average fighting skills? At the very least, he should be on par with Captain America, rated at a 6. If Abomination were matched against Cap, and the fight wasn't artificially balanced, he'd beat Cap so badly that Cap would question his entire life, and certainly wouldn't be able to care for himself afterward. Back to the present. If he allowed the ice to spread over his whole body, Abomination's muscles might well seize up from the cold. With both his strength and speed diminished, he'd be completely at Lexia's mercy. Even with his formidable endurance and healing abilities, Lexia could still wear him down. That meant he absolutely couldn't let the ice take hold. While there was still only a little ice on his hand and his body remained unaffected, Abomination swung Lexia by the arm and hurled him away. With a thunderous crash, Lexia was sent flying, smashing straight into a wall dozens of meters away. The noise echoed down the street as dust exploded everywhere and the wall was left with a deep crater. Before the dust had even settled, the crater suddenly widened. In midair, Lexia twisted agilely. The deep pit in the wall was made by his feet as he pushed off. In that instant, he gathered his strength in his legs, and a streak of silver and purple shot out from the swirling dust, aiming straight for Abomination. Abomination shook the ice shards from his hand, clenched his fist, and punched at the incoming figure. Another shockwave rippled outward, its roar rolling down the entire street. But this time, it wasn't Lexia who paid the price. Instead, it was Abomination, his arm now flecked with shards of ice. On Lexia's fist, cold energy formed a sharp, icy fang, which pierced straight through Abomination's skin and buried itself in his knuckles. The pain shot straight to his heart, and Abomination cried out in agony. The injury to his fist stripped away the last of his reason. In a fit of rage, he grabbed Lexia's fist with his wounded hand, ignoring the risk that the cold might freeze his arm, and with his other hand he balled a fist and swung it straight at Lexia. Lexia's fist was trapped, and he couldn't break free, so he could only raise his arm to block. At the same time, he desperately summoned his microcosm, condensing water vapor into a thick shield of ice in front of his arm. Crash! Abomination's punch smashed into the shield. The ice shattered instantly into powder, and his fist pounded straight through, slamming into Lexia's arm and sending him flying. Boom! Once again, he crashed into the same wall as before. This time, the cracked surface collapsed entirely, burying Lexia's body in the rubble. Abomination glanced at his fist. The green blood was already sealed in place by a crust of ice, and the frost had crept halfway up his arm. His fist was completely numb. Lexia struggled up from the debris, spitting out dust. Damn, that was a real punch, he muttered, coughing. His left arm, the one he'd used to block the blow, hung limply at his side. The joint was dislocated, and the bone might even be fractured. That punch from Abomination hadn't been an ordinary strike. Guided by the microcosm, Abomination's cells had involuntarily emitted gamma rays as his fist flew. Fortunately, Lexia was protected by his microcosm and sacred cloth. Otherwise, just a glancing hit from those rays might have been enough to poison him with gamma radiation, causing his cells to mutate. Lexia didn't know if this had ever happened in the original comics, nor was he sure if this was scientifically plausible. Maybe, once again, it was the microcosm at work. With the help of gamma rays, Abomination's blow had shattered Lexia's ice shield and even left a crack in the arm guard of sacred cloth. Lexia's guess was right. Gamma cells truly were the nemesis of the microcosm. Even unintentionally released, the gamma radiation from Abomination's attack was devastating. If the Hulk ever learned to control this power, and combined it with his ability to grow stronger as he grew angrier, he might even have a shot at fighting Thanos. This realization made Lexia wary. Just like the Mandarin's magic rings, the Marvel Universe was filled with a dizzying array of power systems. The atomic destruction wielded by the Saints was not unique, nor was it unbeatable. Even a Gold Saint, who had truly mastered the power to destroy atoms and could unleash the force of a nuclear explosion with a wave of his hand, couldn't claim to be omnipotent in this universe. This universe was far deeper and more dangerous than it appeared. Thanos himself was just an opening act. Behind him stood the 5 primordial gods, the Celestials, and a whole host of other terrifying beings. If you want to wrestle with these people, even the 8th sense won't help you, unless you can comprehend the will of the gods. Otherwise, no matter how renowned the title of Saint Seiya may be, you're still just a speck of dust in the universe. But how could one possibly grasp something as elusive and intangible as the will of the gods? Liu Xia was nothing more than a novice bronze saint, barely awakened to the 6th sense, a fledgling with a long road ahead. It was pointless to dwell on matters so far beyond reach. For now, the only thing that mattered was finding a way to defeat the abomination standing in front of him. One of Abomination's arms was already frozen solid by Liu Xia's chilling cosmos. Liu Xia wouldn't dare boast that even a gold saint couldn't break free from his frost, but against a brute like Abomination, it was more than enough. Across the way, Abomination smashed the ice crystals on his arm with a heavy blow, but the cold of the cosmos was not so easily dispelled just by breaking the ice. His arm was frostbitten, so severely that, even with his extraordinary regenerative abilities, it would be a long while before he could hope to use it in battle again. Inside the helicopter, Banner knelt on the floor, gasping for breath. The repeated surges of energy had pushed him to the brink. He could barely keep the Hulk at bay any longer. Any second now, the Hulk might burst out in the cabin. And if that happened, there would be nothing left of the helicopter but wreckage and ruin. "Open the rear hatch and let me out. I can't hold it back anymore," Banner whispered urgently, gripping General Ross's arm. General Ross hesitated. If the Hulk shows up down there, the destruction he could cause might be even greater. Banner glanced through the window at Liu Xia on the ground and shook his head. With that man down there, it won't happen. Gamma rays, after all, are quite common in the universe. Phenomena like supernova explosions and the nuclear fusion at the heart of stars generate vast amounts of gamma radiation. So, whether the cosmos of a Saint Seiya is related to gamma rays, well, even the creator of the concept probably wouldn't dare flatly deny it. After all, he invented Cosmos on a whim, without much rigorous scientific backing. Incidentally, the Hulk's limitless strength, fueled by his rage, bears a striking resemblance to the Saint Seiya's cosmos, burning ever brighter, growing ever stronger with the intensity of their will. Abomination's power came from the gamma cells within his body. Yet, unlike the Hulk, his cells lacked the capacity for limitless growth. Thus, when his strength and speed were suppressed, his fury couldn't make him stronger. It only drove him into madness. Losing one arm? That didn't matter. Unable to break through the enemy's defenses? That didn't matter either. Completely outmatched in speed? No matter. Even if Abomination were beaten to death today, he would still charge ahead headlong, no matter the cost. With a thunderous roar, wild and unrestrained, Abomination barreled toward Liu Xia like a runaway bulldozer. Cars went flying in his wake, the asphalt cracked beneath his feet. In his eyes, all distractions had vanished. There was only one target left. He would crush him, no matter what. Faced with Abomination's charge, Lexia put away his earlier disdain. Even though he knew he was no match, he still launched into a valiant charge of his own. It might have been a bit reckless, but it made him a worthy opponent, one to be respected. In that case, allow me to offer you my respects, straight from Mount Lu. From Lexia's fist, a fierce dragon's head shot forth, the legendary Easter dragon making its debut before the people of New York. Its massive, sinuous body, majestic and commanding presence, an overwhelming aura instantly captivated everyone present, as well as those watching on television. Mount Lu Rising Dragon Strike. With a thunderous roar, the dragon swept through the air and collided head-on with the charging Abomination. Without suspense, the dragon sent Abomination flying, then soared skyward in a powerful arc. A long moment passed. Then, a battered figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the hard concrete below and carving a deep, man-shaped crater. Abomination lay at the bottom of the pit, staring blankly up at the sky. His body was ripped and torn, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles, and his blood pooled beneath him, staining the ground a vivid green. Lexia drew back his fist and let out a slow, steady breath. After a period of training and growing more accustomed to the technique, the intense discomfort once caused by the Mount Lu Rising Dragon Strike, where the blood seemed to flow backward inside him, was gradually becoming easier to bear. Though he still couldn't wield it as effortlessly as the shirt-exploding maniac he would one day become, 3 or even 5 uses a night were now well within his grasp. Cool. OMG. Amazing. Unbelievable. Damn. Are there any other words in English to express how stunned I am? Someone tell me. All around, the crowd erupted in waves of astonished exclamations. In an instant, many Spider-Man and Electro fans switched allegiances and became die-hard devotees of the Saint Seiya. The moment the dragon appeared had been so spectacular that no one could tear their eyes away. A mysterious power from the east was brewing a storm that would soon sweep across New York. Some even turned to Parker and Max, who were trying to keep order nearby. Sir, who is that Saint Seiya? Is he your friend? Can I get his autograph? Please, can I trade the autograph I just got for his? The last request came from a young girl who, thanks to Max, was now permanently blacklisted. Oomph. Is my autograph really worth so little? Typical of a naive girl, unable to see beyond the mask. If she knew how ugly that Eastern kid actually looks, she'd be begging for my forgiveness, kneeling before my handsome self. But I'll never forgive you. Your ugly looks, your flat figure, and your ignorance. They all disgust me just the same. Before Max could lose his temper, a white-haired boy beside the little girl quickly pulled her into the crowd. Wanda, it's time for us to go. Pietro, stop pulling me. I want to get an autograph from that Saint Seiya. The girl was reluctant to leave, but the boy was determined. In the end, she was dragged away, looking back every few steps. Meanwhile, after settling the abomination, Lexia's mind was far from at ease. He lifted his gaze to the helicopter hovering above. If he guessed right, Banner was probably on board. But since he had intervened, the abomination hadn't caused much destruction. Did that mean the Hulk wouldn't appear? No, he will. Lexia narrowed his eyes. He could sense a force up there. Energy just as fierce as the abominations, but even more volatile, suppressed for now. It seemed this night was far from over. What had just happened was only a warm-up. The real heavyweight was still to come. Hey, Saint Seiya, Parker called out from a distance. In this situation, he instinctively avoided shouting Lexia's real name. How's it looking over there? All clear. Lexia didn't turn around, his eyes locked on the helicopter. The rear hatch seemed to be opening. The danger isn't over yet. Stay alert. At this range, no one's safe. Keep the evacuation going. As Lexia shouted, a lean figure suddenly leaped down from the helicopter. Danger incoming. Everyone get back now. Lexia spun around, yelling urgently at the crowd behind him. But no one listened. Instead, seeing him turn, many people raised their phones, eager to take photos. Even without catching his face, the dazzling armor alone was enough to fill countless girls' dreams. Boom! Lexia was still gesturing for people to leave when a figure plummeted from the sky, smashing a deep crater into the ground. For a brief moment, the crowd fell silent, then erupted into even louder commotion. Someone jumped off a building. They busted a hole in the concrete. Is that guy made of iron? Could it be Iron Man? Don't be ridiculous. Iron Man's in Los Angeles. This is New York. Give me a break. Iron Man belongs to all of America, not just LA or New York. While the crowd argued, a giant green hand suddenly reached out from the crater. The ground bulged, and a green monster wearing nothing but shorts hauled itself out. Another one. Everyone turned to look at the battered abomination in the pit, then swung their gaze to the Hulk. The same thought crossed all their minds at once. Could it be that after this green guy gets beaten to death, another one will just pop up? Indeed, after Lexia took down Abomination, especially after witnessing the majestic might of the Eastern Divine Dragon, no one doubted the power of the Saints anymore. Whenever a green giant like this one appears, his fate is to be beaten down. The only question is how long he can last. Compared to the grotesque, shameless, and stark-naked Abomination, Hulk's appearance is undoubtedly a bit more refined. No matter what, he's got on a pair of indestructible giant shorts, concealing a physique that would make any man sweat with envy. Atop his head is a mass of sleek black hair, almost as if special effects have been added to give it that extra bounce. Honestly, if you accept this kind of setup, there's even something a little adorable about him. No wonder Betty remains devoted to him, and even Black Widow can't help but feel her heart flutter, tempted to test the limits of what a human can endure. Speaking of Betty, her disappearance after the Avengers was definitely a misstep. The director and screenwriters must have written her out just to make room for Black Widow's collection of romantic interests. That must be it. The crowd's excitement was reaching a fever pitch. They cheered Lexia on, hoping to see the magnificent Eastern Divine Dragon dazzle New York once more. Perhaps this is another form of civil and martial arts flourishing together, spreading Chinese culture far and wide. While the onlookers were riding a wave of enthusiasm, Lexia wasn't quite so optimistic. He could defeat Abomination, mostly because Abomination was ugly. Well, more importantly, because Abomination's strength had a limit, and that limit happened to fall within the capabilities of a Bronze Saint. But Hulk was different. He possessed unlimited potential for evolution, theoretically with no upper limit. How do you fight a Hulk like that? Obviously, Lexia couldn't pull a Deadpool and ambush Hulk while he was reverting to Banner. This Hulk, having crawled out from the depths of the earth, had no intention of turning back into Banner anytime soon. All he could do was face Hulk head-on, relying on his own strength to achieve a fair and square victory, taking on the impossible. He could only hope that this Hulk wasn't as monstrous as the one in the comics. But up to now, Lexia still didn't know that Banner's transformation into Hulk was triggered by the stimulation of his own cosmo energy. If he ever found out the truth, who knows if he'd be moved to tears. With a mighty roar, Hulk landed on the ground, unleashing his signature bellow, just like when Lizard was punched in the face by Lexia atop the Osborn building all those years ago. It seemed that roaring was the trademark move for all mutant warriors. Lexia clenched his fists, resisting the urge to fire an ice fong right into Hulk's open, roaring mouth. There's probably a specific name for that kind of move, something like a mouth blast. Lexia didn't want people to think of the Saints in the future and say, "Oh, I know them. They're the ones who got their jaws smashed by the Hulk." Some burdens are simply too heavy for a soul to bear. After the Hulk finished his roar, his green eyes locked onto Lexia. He wasn't sure why he paid attention to Lexia. He didn't even know if the power emanating from Lexia was something he longed for or something he feared. With his simple mind unable to sort through these complicated feelings, he decided to handle it the easiest way he knew how. Smash him. Destroy him. As long as Lexia was broken, he wouldn't have to puzzle over it anymore. Once his target was set, the Hulk charged forward just as Abomination had done earlier. Lexia sighed and rushed straight at the Hulk. He'd already managed to withstand Abomination's charge. There was no reason to be afraid of the Hulk now, especially since this freshly transformed Hulk, in terms of pure physical power, was still a notch below Abomination. But reality had a trick in store for Lexia. He had guessed right. At this level of rage, the Hulk's physical strength was indeed less than Abomination's. But Banner had watched Lexia's battle with Abomination from the plane, and he now knew exactly what moves would let him seize the advantage in a head-on clash. When the two were just over 10 meters apart, the Hulk suddenly skidded to a halt. With hands the size of shovels, he smashed his palms together in front of him with a thunderous force. The instant Lexia saw this move, he knew things were about to go south. In the movie, the Hulk's thunderclap sent a wall of flames blasting off a helicopter dozens of meters away. And in the comics, this very move could, at its weakest, create a hurricane, and at its strongest, unleash the force of a nuclear explosion. It makes you wonder, if this were true, who would dare give the Hulk a high five? Smack, 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 and suddenly you're gone. Lexia had been keeping a close watch on his footing, ready to react if the Hulk mimicked Abomination's ground-pounding, seismic attack. He was confident he could leap clear before the shockwave hit. But who would have thought? He was so focused on the ground that he never expected the attack to come from above. The thunderclap sent a massive shockwave, like a hurricane, barreling straight at Lexia's face. With no room for argument, it picked him up off the ground and hurled him into the air. The Hulk didn't waste a second. Following up on his attack, he leapt forward, the explosive force of his jump nearly breaking the sound barrier. While Lexia was still flailing in the air, the Hulk closed in, seized Lexia's ankle with his enormous hand, and without a second thought, swung him down toward the ground. If you recall Loki's fate in the movie, you'll know, this kind of slam is never just a one-time deal. Once the Hulk gets a grip, what follows is a merciless barrage, slamming left and right, again and again, until his victim is left lying in a crater, forced to endure the Hulk's mocking sneer. So weak, Hulk cracked a menacing grin, swinging Lexia by the arm and slamming him hard onto the ground. With a thunderous crash, the ground around them trembled, and immediately after, Hulk grabbed Lexia by the ankle and smashed him in another direction. Bang! Bang! The resounding impacts echoed through the street, and in the distance, onlookers' faces turned pale with shock. Seiya, Parker could no longer bother with hiding his identity, nor did he care whose battle this was. He sprang forward, ready to charge into the fray. He knew his own strength was no match for Hulk's, but his webs might be able to restrain Hulk a little, giving Lexia a chance to escape. Yes, Parker believed Lexia wouldn't be defeated so easily, even if he was being tossed around like a rag doll 100 times over. Just as Parker leapt up, an arc of electricity locked him in midair. Max stopped him from behind. Don't be reckless. Weren't you the one who said we should trust him? Parker almost cursed aloud. Trust you? Are you kidding me? Let me go, Max. I'm going to save Seiya. Let me go. Max wasn't sure if he was acting out of selfishness, but he instinctively felt that Lexia was all right. This sensation came from his acute perception of the surrounding electric fields. Parker struggled to break free, but then a voice called out from the distance, "So, Hulk, having fun smashing things?" Parker froze, and even Hulk, who was gleefully in the midst of his rampage, paused. Everyone looked up to see a figure standing atop a street lamp, dressed in white thermal underwear, a silver mask covering his face. Lexia waved at Parker, then leapt down from the street lamp, flashing a smile at Hulk. "Looks like your muscles aren't just on your body. They've replaced your brain too. After all that smashing, you can't even tell whether you're holding a person or not." Hulk stared down in confusion, only to find, to his astonishment, that he was gripping a suit of armor shaped like a person, yet the armor was empty. "How did you do that?" Hulk's mind was slow, but he wasn't afraid to ask. With a wave of Lexia's hand, the sacred armor in Hulk's grasp instantly broke free, clattering and clanging as it returned piece by piece to cover Lexia once more. Take a guess. The truth was rather simple. When Hulk caught him and Lexia realized he couldn't break free by force, he immediately started thinking of a solution. Getting smashed was absolutely out of the question. Even if a saint's body was tough enough, Lexia wasn't about to let himself be humiliated like a sack of rice getting pounded. He had no desire to end up a laughingstock like Loki. So, Lexia recalled how the boss used telekinesis to control the Gemini gold cloth in the Gemini temple, showing off his mastery. After awakening the power of the microcosm, every saint naturally gains the ability of telekinesis. The difference lies in specialization. Some people focus solely on telekinesis, so their psychic power is exceptionally strong. Take Mr. Mu, for example, or Sparta from the TV version, who once used telekinesis to land an entire airplane on a deserted island and pummeled Shiryu so hard he nearly coughed up his guts. Others, however, lean more toward physical prowess, like the goat and the old ox, but their telekinetic abilities are not to be underestimated either. Fortunately, while Lexia's telekinesis isn't his main expertise, he's far from a novice. So, in this critical moment, he immediately unleashed his psychic power. As he slipped out of his armor's protection, he used his mind to make the armor mimic his appearance, letting the Hulk pound away at the decoy. This was simply a tactic to escape using the armor. It was nothing like the time the Underworld's armor abandoned Death Mask at Yamatsu Hirosaka, so the armor held no grudges. With Lexia's renewed summons, the armor broke free from Hulk's grasp and swiftly returned to Lexia, fitting back onto his body. Hulk tilted his head in silence, as if trying to make sense of what had just happened, but his muscle-bound brain simply couldn't process it. Naturally, Lexia wasn't about to waste effort explaining it to him. He rolled his neck, then dropped into a horse stance, drawing one fist to his waist while his other hand opened toward Hulk, striking a classic ready position. The moment he took that stance, the spectators erupted in cheers, raising their phones to capture the moment. The Easter Azure Dragon was about to make an appearance again. Everyone wanted to snap a picture with it. "Big guy, I wonder if your hide is any tougher than the last guy's. Why don't you take this move and find out?" Hulk's head twitched uneasily. He instinctively sensed danger, but his pride wouldn't let him back down. Just as Lexia said, he saw himself as stronger than Abomination, especially now, without Betty as a burden. So why shouldn't he take on this challenge? He threw his head back and pounded his chest, giving New York's audience another demonstration of his lung power and booming voice. Rhea, Hunk. A radiant aura of Cosmo energy surged around Lexia, and his momentum soared to its peak. Now that he had fully mastered Cosmo, there was no need to imitate the old Saint Seiya techniques. As Master Doko's disciple, he could now unleash the genuine Lushan combat arts. Lushan Dragon Flight. A colossal eastern dragon erupted from Lexia's fist, its unstoppable force charging straight ahead. This time, Lexia didn't use the Rising Dragon Strike. Instead, he split the skies with his right fist, transforming himself into the dragon. Hulk braced himself, ready to defend, but this onslaught was even fiercer and more powerful than the blow that had struck Abomination. At the very first impact, Hulk's feet left the ground, and the dragon's momentum didn't let up. With Hulk at its head, it soared diagonally into the sky. Dragon soaring is a technique where one uses the momentum of their entire body to crash into the enemy. It is usually employed to break through enemy lines with a sudden assault, or to create an opportunity to get close to the opponent. The reason Lexia chose not to use Rising Dragon Strike, but instead unleashed Dragon Soaring, was to lure Hulk away from the crowded heart of New York City. That way, it would be better for everyone involved. Dragon Soaring is a highly versatile move whose power can be adjusted as needed. It can be used for a short, explosive dash, or for a long-range charge across great distances. However, compared to the Saint's speed of sound movement, it consumes more Cosmo energy. But it is even faster, and naturally has a higher carrying capacity. Before the onlookers, cameras at the ready, could even press their shutters, Seiya, transformed into a divine dragon, had already taken Hulk and vanished over the horizon. Even at a speed surpassing Mach 2, dragon soaring didn't produce a sonic boom. Frustrating, isn't it? A few blocks away, a young boy and a little girl hurried down the street, heads lowered and faces tense. The girl grumbled as she walked. "This is all your fault for dragging me away. If we could have gotten that saint's protection, we wouldn't have to live this wandering life." The boy frowned and replied, "You're too naive. People with such power can protect us, sure, but they can also bring trouble. If we stick with him, sooner or later we'll get dragged into danger." Suddenly, the girl looked up, eyes wide as she watched the divine dragon streaking through the sky. Look, that must be the saint from before. He's amazing." The boy's expression dimmed a little. "Yeah, he's incredible. He flies just like a missile." The girl's movements froze, and the smile on her face vanished in an instant. "Yeah, just like a missile," she echoed softly. The boy pulled the girl into his arms, trying to reassure her. "Don't worry. Even without the saint, I'll protect you. Mom and Dad may be gone, but you still have me." The girl pouted. "You're only 12 minutes older than me, you know. Stop pretending to be the grown-up. 12 minutes is plenty. 12 minutes. The boy's voice suddenly trailed off. He pulled the girl behind him, eyes wary, as several men in black closed in around them. "A pair of orphan twins," one of the men in black said. "Take them back to the branch. We'll handle them later," another replied. The boy and girl had no time to resist before they were knocked unconscious and taken away. Just before he blacked out, the boy caught sight of a tattoo on one of the men's exposed chests, a design that looked like a skull and octopus intertwined. Meanwhile, Seiya's dragon soaring carried Hulk across dozens of kilometers, finally coming to a stop in a desolate field on the outskirts of the city. Using Hulk as a cushion, Seiya plowed a deep trench into the ground before swiftly leaping away to land lightly some distance off. Hulk rolled to his feet and clambered out of the ditch, shaking the dirt from his shoulders before roaring at Seiya with wild fury. Lexian could only look helplessly at this walking bug. No matter how many times he was beaten down, he would spring back to life, brimming with energy. "Are you sure you're not the reincarnation of some indestructible cockroach who's tapped into his own microcosmic power?" And that pair of oversized shorts. Man, the quality is something else. But since Hulk was so tough, and with the crowd now gone, Lexian could finally let loose and fight without holding back. After being toyed with earlier, Hulk's rage had surged, and by now, his strength had far surpassed that of Abomination. Neither wasted any words. The stage was set for an epic showdown. Back on the streets of New York, the crowd stared after the departing dragon, still struggling to process what they'd just witnessed. "I even took my pants off, and that's it. That's how it ends." The people nearby edged away from the weirdo, making the comment. He wore a fur coat over a tank top, his face the picture of seriousness. "Hey, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously, all right? But even if you do, it doesn't matter. You mortals will never understand just how terrifying I can be when I'm serious. Not that you'll ever get the chance. Goodbye, children of the sand." Out in the suburbs of New York, the titanic battle raged all night long. No one knew how it ended, not even Parker and Max. By the time they received Lexian's call and rushed out to the outskirts, the land for miles around looked as if it had been struck by an earthquake, with a tornado and hailstorm thrown in for good measure. The ground was torn open and upheaved, swathes of trees toppled, and white frost crystals still clung to the tangled branches. "Seiya!" Parker dashed over to a massive boulder. Lexian was slumped against the rock, and he looked far from his best. "Hey, you're here," Lexian managed, raising a trembling hand in greeting. Parker crouched down beside him, not sure how to help. "How are you feeling? I'll take you to the hospital." Lexian shook his head gently. "I'm fine, honestly. Never been better, cough. I feel like I could go another 300 rounds with Hulk," puffed. "How can you say you're fine? You're coughing up blood." Parker caught some of the blood in his hands, half wondering if trying to feed it back would help. Oddly, after coughing up blood, Lexian seemed a little more spirited. He let out a long breath and patted Parker's arm weakly. "It's just stagnant blood. Now that it's out, I feel a lot better. Don't worry, I just need a moment to recover." "Where's Hulk?" Mux interjected. "Ran off, naturally. I beat him back." With Parker's help, Lexian managed to sit upright, folding his legs. The sacred armor covering him, cracked and battered, began to emit a faint, silvery purple cosmic glow. Enveloped in this light, the pallor of Lexian's blood-drained face gradually faded, color returning to his cheeks. As the first hints of dawn crept into the sky, Lexian's cosmic energy finally settled. Opening her eyes and flexing her fingers, Seiya felt as if she'd been completely revived, her strength fully restored. The healing properties of the crater chalice cloth were truly miraculous. But as she examined the cracks running along her sacred armor, a pang of sadness crept into her heart. Though the cloth could regenerate itself, that only applied to minor damage, and even then, the process was slow and painstaking. Now, the Crater Chalice cloth looked as battered as the 5 warriors' armors after their battles in the Sea Realm. Cracks everywhere, the whole thing at risk of shattering unless it received expert repair. What if it really did break apart by accident? Would she have to fight in nothing but her bare skin? Sure, the warriors from the Lushan school were known for stripping off their cloths and fighting bare-chested, but that was a last resort, sacrificing defense to gain a boost in attack power, a desperate trade-off. Even Shiryu and Master Tiger didn't charge into battle half-naked from the start. Are you really all right? Parker eyed the cracks on Lexia's cloth, still not entirely reassured. He knew just how tough this sacred armor was. With the combined strength of both him and Max, they could barely scratch it. Yet now, this supposedly indestructible cloth looked almost destroyed after Hulk's onslaught. If the armor was this battered, how could the body inside it possibly be unharmed? And was Hulk truly that powerful? Lexia stood, stretching her limbs. With a flash of light, the sacred armor detached itself, swirling in the air before coalescing into the chalice, which floated gently into his hands. He reached out and patted Parker on the shoulder. When have I ever lied to you? With a face as handsome as yours, do you really think I could fool you? Parker smacked his hand away. Cut out. I'm not Max. Your charm doesn't work on me. Max poked his head in from behind. What are you two chatting about? Sounds like you're calling for me. Lexia nodded. We were just talking about you. I think you should be the team's face of beauty. Face of beauty? Max tried to play dumb, though he was clearly pleased. It means you're the most handsome one here. Lexia rolled her eyes. Max, you're getting cheekier. Max grinned, nodding. Of course. I knew you were getting more perceptive. Much cuter than when we first met. With a smack, the two high-fived, while Parker could only cover his face in exasperation. By the time they returned to their quarters, dawn had already broken. Lexia, fighting off exhaustion, dragged out the cloths box and sat cross-legged atop it, hoping for a stroke of luck or a sudden inspiration, a marvelous opportunity to present itself. Reflecting on the 2 battles of the previous night, she thought the fight with Abomination had been relatively manageable. Despite an initial miscalculation, she had sent him packing with a single Rising Dragon strike. Abomination had taken a terrible beating, alive, but barely more than a corpse. Still, given his regenerative powers, he'd likely recover in time. The real question was whether the military would even give him that chance. The hawkish General Ross and the team of mad scientists behind him would no doubt be eager to study his mutation. As for what would happen, Lexia had no way of knowing. In the short film, under the scheming of Coulson and the bald traitor, SHLD's consultant, Mr. Tony Stark, managed to turn Abomination from a potentially decorated war hero into an unlucky soul destined to rot in prison. By the way, the consultant's method of persuading General Ross was to provoke him first. Then, just as Ross was about to throw him out of the bar, Stark simply bought the entire place on the spot and immediately moved forward with a forced demolition plan. Fortunately for General Ross, he didn't have a heart condition. Otherwise, he might have dropped dead from rage right then and there. But that's all a tale for later. The Stark Expo hadn't even begun yet, and the consultant role hadn't officially started. Still, Tony's insufferable personality seemed like it would never change. As for that fight with the Hulk, it had nearly drained all of Lexia's strength. He had to condense the freezing air to its absolute limit just to barely keep the Hulk under control. In the end, the Hulk turned back into Dr. Banner. After exchanging a few brief words with Lexia, he vanished into the wilderness. Lexia had been sitting in the cloth box since 6 in the morning, and by near noon, thanks to the help of the natural energy and the Crater's cloth, his body had recovered for the most part, though no miracles or strokes of luck had occurred. He suspected that maybe he wasn't opening it the right way. Perhaps he should try lying face down. Just as he was about to experiment with a new position, his phone rang. Caller ID, Stark Industry Boss, or simply SB. Hello, Lexia answered, almost blurting out SB. Although Stark didn't know what those initials meant, who could guarantee that Jarvis wouldn't Google it? Hello, Mr. Stark. This is Lexia. I think you might have dialed the wrong number, unless... No me stuck. The moment I heard that annoying voice, I knew it was you. As much as I'd rather not make this call, there's something I should probably let you know. On the other end, Tony Stark's voice was the kind that made you want to hang up immediately. Still, Lexia remembered that Tony and his buddy hadn't reported his activities in Los Angeles, so he kept his patience. What's so important that the tirelessly busy Tony Stark has to call me himself? Couldn't Pepper deliver the message? In fact, I was just thinking of inviting her to dinner. I'm afraid I can only tell you about this personally. Tony Stark paused for a moment before continuing. 5 minutes ago, I bought the building where your company is located, and I plan to demolish it this Friday. Of course, you can do something to make me change my mind. Son, what's wrong? Is the good news so overwhelming you're a loss for words? It's all right. I'll be in New York for the next few days. I'll give you some time to think about it. Once you figure out what you want to say, give me a call. With that, Tony Stark hung up without another word, leaving Lexia so furious she nearly hurled her phone across the room. Does having money make you so special? Does wealth give you the right to do whatever you want? So now you could just buy a building and blow it up for fun? Just you wait. One day, when I have the money, I'll buy the Star Tower in New York and turn it into a Heavenly Palace nightclub. You believe that? But alas, the Holy Grail company's products hadn't even reached the development stage yet. For Lexia, becoming truly rich was still a distant dream. On top of that, Harry's life-saving serum was still stuck in the lab. For Stark to force Lexia to move out at a time like this. What a jerk. Gazing at the Holy Grail on the table, Lexia sighed. There was no other way. It seemed she'd have to resort to that move. Just then, the phone rang again. Lexia glanced at the caller ID. It was the landline from the orphanage. After hanging up, Lexia hurried back to the orphanage. Granny Joan was sitting in the lobby, looking lively and in good spirits. Something good must have happened. Grandma, I'm back. How's Oldie doing? Is he feeling better? Lexia greeted her with a smile as she stepped inside. Oldie was discharged from the hospital a few days ago. That stubborn old man insisted on going on a trip the moment he got out. I couldn't talk him out of it, no matter how hard I tried. There was genuine concern on Granny Joan's face, but she was clearly at her wit's end. Well, let's not talk about him. The reason I called you back today is to ask you to see Miss Rashman off. Miss Rashman, of course, was Black Widow. After nearly 4 months of volunteering at the orphanage, she was finally getting ready to leave. To be honest, Lexia never quite understood why Black Widow insisted on volunteering for so long. If she really wanted to investigate him, there were plenty of other ways. Lexia hadn't been coming back to the orphanage much lately, so their paths barely crossed. No need to thank me. I simply love being around children and wanted to do a little more for them. That's all. That was Black Widow's official explanation. Lexia, though, secretly wondered if she was trying to atone for something she'd done in the past. After all, watching so many kids fall into the hands of gangs, no matter what backup plans they might have had, it must have left deep scars on those children's hearts. The more Lexia thought about it, the more that seemed like the only explanation. Well then, on behalf of all the boys and girls here, thank you, Miss Rashman. The children will all miss you. At the intersection, Lexia helped Widow hail a taxi. She was heading to the airport. I'll miss them too, but because of work, I have to go to Los Angeles. I'm afraid it'll be hard for us to meet again. Please, take good care of them for me, Widow said as she got into the cab, her voice seemingly sincere. Lexia nodded. I will. Watching Widow leave, Lexia sighed. Women are natural-born performers, and female spies are the best of them all. Who knows how much of what she said was from the heart, and how much was just an act. Perhaps even she can't tell where the truth ends and the performance begins. Widow said she was heading to Los Angeles. She must be going undercover at Stark Industries. Does this mean the plot of Iron Man 2 is about to unfold? Tony Stark mentioned over the phone that he's in New York. Could it be that the expo is about to start? Everything's happening so fast. Can I catch a break? And then there's Old Man Lee, who's off to New Mexico on vacation. If nothing goes wrong, that legendary hammer from the sky should be landing soon. That's the hammer of Thor. I wonder if a Saint Seiya's cosmos could lift it. Thinking back, in the Asgard arc, Seiya could wield the Balmung sword with Odin's cloth, and in Soul of Gold, Aeolia used Odin's treasure, the golden ring Dropner. So, in this story, isn't it perfectly reasonable and logical for me, Lexia, to wield Thor's hammer too? Lexia stroked his chin in deep thought, wondering if a Saint Seiya could win the hammer's recognition. Too bad the stories of Iron Man 2 and Thor basically happen at the same time. Lexia can't be in 2 places at once, so it's impossible to take part in both plots. Then again, Lexia is quite comfortable in New York and has no particular interest in traveling all the way to the backwoods of New Mexico just to watch the God of Thunder show off. Returning to the orphanage, Lexia caught a news story on the newspaper in Grandma Joan's hands. The year-long Stark Industries Expo is about to open in grand style. So Tony Stark didn't come to New York just to annoy Lexia. He was here to prepare for the expo. In fact, the old Stark had started preparing for this event back in 1974. Now it's finally happening thanks to Tony. That's truly something to celebrate. Putting down the paper, Grandma Joan shared another big piece of news with Lexia. Stark Industries just bought a new building, and from now on, the rent from that building will be donated to the orphanage every year. I looked at where that building is. It seems to be very close to where you're living now, she said. Lexia glanced at the documents in Grandma Joan's hands. Not just close, it's right where we are. Congratulations, Grandma. From now on, you'll be our company's landlady. That can't be just a coincidence, can it? Grandma Joan said, not quite convinced. Wouldn't this affect your work? Grandma Joan didn't know that Lexia owned her own company. She had always assumed Lexia was just an intern at Holy Grail and lived in the company dormitory. It won't, Lexia replied. She couldn't help but purse her lips. Tony Stark had bought the building and donated the annual rent to the orphanage, but instead of just saying so, he insisted on making a show about tearing down the place first. Would it kill you to just be straightforward? No. You have to make me curse you out of my head first, and only then are you satisfied. Is that really so amusing? The newspaper, aside from covering the opening of the expo, was also full of stories about Tony Stark's recent charitable escapades, throwing money around and doing good deeds everywhere. Compared to those, what he did for the orphanage was barely a footnote, not even worth a mention in print. It seemed Tony Stark was convinced his days were numbered. Palladium poisoning. Ever since Tony Stark escaped from that cave in Afghanistan, the palladium toxin had stuck to him like a curse he could never shake. While the palladium powered his heart and kept him alive, it was also quietly devouring his life from within. And with the limits of current science, not even the AI Jarvis could find an element among all the known ones that could replace palladium. Tony Stark had to drink copious amounts of chlorophyll every day just to neutralize part of the poison in his system. At this rate, unless a miracle happened, his time was running out. So, in what little time he had left, he was determined to try things he'd never dared before. He gave up running the company, canceled all his social obligations, launched a wildly expensive expo, donated countless works of art, and, above all, wanted to see Lexia embarrassed, to pay her back for the time she had humiliated him. Having been provoked by Tony Stark, Lexia certainly wasn't going to let him off easy. In the president's office of Stark Industries' New York branch, Tony Stark finished signing some documents, rubbed his brow, and looked up to find Lexia lounging on the sofa, sipping a drink as if he owned the place. "Hey, how'd you get in here?" Tony was startled at first, but quickly relaxed. With Lexia's skills, no security guard could keep him out of the building, especially with Pepper as his inside guide. "Lexia said he needed to talk to you, so I'll leave you two alone," Pepper said, nodding to Lexia before gliding out with her files, leaving the office to the two men. "So, you finally decided how you're going to beg me, and came all this way just for that?" Tony leaned back in his chair, arms folded, looking perfectly at ease. Lexia set down a cup filled with green liquid on the desk. "Seriously, what is this stuff you've made? It's disgusting. Even a dog wouldn't drink it." Tony Stark's eyebrow twitched. The foul-tasting stuff Lexia was talking about was the life-saving water he'd been forcing down for survival. Its flavor was, frankly, terrible, but for the sake of staying alive, he had no choice but to pinch his nose and gulp it down every day. Each day, he had to drink at least 80 ounces, nearly 5 pounds. Embracing a green lifestyle is a noble pursuit. "I can forgive your ignorance, but you'd better not flaunt it around carelessly," Tony retorted. Lexia fished the Holy Grail cup out of his pocket and toyed with it in his hand. As expected, rich people all have their quirks. Even something that tastes worse than urine, you manage to drink with relish. He grabbed a clean glass. With a tilt of the Holy Grail cup, clear water flowed out and soon filled the glass to the brim. Tony Stark's brow furrowed. That small, silvery purple cup in Lexia's hand looked no bigger than a shot glass. There was no way it could have held enough water to fill a whole glass. Besides, when Lexia first took it out, it was empty, wasn't it? What kind of trick is this? Some kind of magic? There's something unusual about that cup. Wait a minute. Haven't I seen that cup before? "Jarvis, run a search," Tony murmured quietly to the air. "Yes, sir." Jarvis's voice responded through his earpiece. Seated across the room, Lexia smiled faintly. With his keen hearing, there was no way Tony's conversation with Jarvis could escape him. "Search complete. That cup was used previously by Mr. Lexia to serve you water in Los Angeles, sir." Tony frowned. "That time when Obadiah ambushed me." "Yes, sir." Tony recalled the scene. "I remember. The water tasted odd, but there was something miraculous about it." Lexia filled a second glass, then put away the Holy Grail cup. He picked up a glass for himself and made an inviting gesture to Tony. "Care to try a glass? Is this a challenge or an invitation?" Tony locked his gaze on Lexia, searching his expression for a clue. Lexia shrugged and took a sip himself before replying, unhurried, "A gift. For someone at death's door, there wasn't much left he wouldn't try. Besides, Lexia was drinking it himself, which convinced Tony he wouldn't be poisoning the water. Why not try it, if it really was as miraculous as last time? Getting up, Tony walked over, picked up the other glass, and sat down on the sofa. He stared intently at the water, as if trying to spot whatever secret water brother might see in it. But as it turned out, his powers of observation fell short. He couldn't detect any difference at all. "Cheers." Lexia lifted his glass with a hint of a grin. Tony Stark didn't respond. Instead, he raised the cup to his lips and took a gentle sip. As the water slid down into his stomach, A marvelous sensation swept through his entire body. Maybe it's just my imagination. He muttered silently to himself, then, without hesitation, finished the rest of the water in one go. But it wasn't an illusion. This water truly was extraordinary. He could distinctly feel the abnormal symptoms caused by the toxins in his body rapidly fading away. Without hiding anything from Lexia, Tony Stark immediately pulled out his toxin detector and pressed his finger onto it. Blood toxicity, 8%. Tony was so shocked he nearly lost control of himself. Ever since he started using palladium, the toxicity level in his blood had been steadily rising. Although the chlorophyll had slowed this increase, his blood toxicity had long since surpassed 10%, edging dangerously close to 20%. Yet after just 1 cup of this water, his toxicity had dropped back to single digits. Impossible. Is this water some kind of miracle elixir? Tony looked up, his eyes staring intently at the more than half-full cup of water still in Lexia's hand. Anyone who has a chance to live would never willingly choose death. Especially someone like Tony Stark, who presided over a vast business empire, believed he alone had resolved the conflict between East and West, curbed the outbreak of war, and felt as if the whole world trembled beneath his feet. A true narcissist. Lexia smiled and raised her cup. Do you know how the word cheers differs between East and West? In your culture, cheers is just a polite toast. You drink as much or as little as you like. But in China, when we say ganbei, it means you have to finish your drink. And since you drank yours so earnestly, how could I not do the same? Bottoms up. With a hearty gulp, Lexia drained her cup and set the glass down on the table with a confident thud. Ah, that hits the spot. She let out a satisfied belch. Well, I only stopped by today because I happened to be in the neighborhood. Just wanted to check if you were still alive. Now that you're fine, I'm off. With that, Lexia prepared to leave. Wait, Tony Stark reached out to stop her. That cup just now. This one. Lexia took out the Holy Grail and twirled it lightly in her hand. Tony fixed his gaze on the cup, its surface full of cracks, and spoke in a low, determined voice. I need it. I know, Lexia nodded. That's why I'm here. Then name your price. Whatever it takes, I must have it. Tony smiled, his tone brimming with absolute confidence. He fully believed that with his wealth, there was nothing in this world he couldn't buy. Lucia shook her head. I'm sorry, this one isn't for sale. Maybe to you, it's just a cup with a bit of magic, perhaps. But to me, he's my friend. He's a companion I could never part with. Tony Stark caught the way she phrased it. She didn't call it. That's right, he's alive, and he's my most treasured friend. So I'm afraid I can't sell him, no matter how much money you offer. Lucia got to her feet, a playful smile curving her lips. Go ahead and keep drinking that chlorophyll stuff even the dogs won't touch, Mr. Big Shot. Goodbye. Watching Lucia walk away, Tony Stark realized he'd just been played. This Joseph had definitely come here just to mess with him, and the more he thought about it, the more it annoyed him. With her back turned, Lucia waved cheerfully, delighting in his frustration. She loved this kind of stalemate, where he was furious but utterly helpless to do anything. Heading back, Lucia felt a delightful sense of satisfaction. Teasing a rich guy like that was just too much fun. Didn't Tony Stark think having money meant he could do anything he wanted? Well, today he'd learned that money can't buy everything. As she strolled along, a noisy argument among a group of kids by the roadside caught her attention. You've got it all wrong. I think Iron Man's the coolest, insisted one boy, his voice muffled beneath a toy Iron Man helmet. Iron Man? The other kids snorted with disdain. Never heard of him. Are you new around here or something? The boy in the helmet nodded. I just moved to New York. No wonder. Let me tell you, this is New York, not some backwater town. And that ugly mask. What even is it supposed to be? Another kid chimed in. Yeah, right? That mask is so lame. Compared to Spider-Man and Electro, Iron Man's got nothing. And don't even bring up the Saints. Do you know what the Saints are? They can summon a dragon, just like that. Word is, if a kid makes a wish to the dragon, it'll come true right before their eyes. Is it really that amazing? The boy in the Iron Man helmet raised his hand, showing off a glowing Iron Man glove. But can the Saint shoot lasers from his hand? Can he fly? Can he beat a giant iron monster as big as a mountain? The other kids all burst into mocking laughter. Please, you clearly don't know anything about the Saints. That dragon can soar through the sky. Lasers are nothing in comparison. And as for monsters as big as mountains, a Saint could handle. The boy looked at his own fingers, then stuck all 10 of them out. He could beat 8 of them, all by himself. I don't buy it, said the helmeted boy, shaking his head. You can't even count your own fingers. If I believed you, I'd be even sillier than you are. Idiot. The group of kids laughed and walked away, leaving the one with the helmet standing there alone. Were those your new friends? A graceful young woman approached and gently tapped on the child's helmet. The helmeted child shook his head. Iron Man doesn't need friends. Kneeling down with a smile, the woman said, It's not that Iron Man doesn't need friends. It's just that only those who become superheroes themselves can be friends with Iron Man. Then if I become one of those, saints they were talking about, can I be Iron Man's friend? The child asked innocently. You could even be Spider-Man's friend, she replied. Patting the child's shoulder, the woman stood and took his hand. Come on, it's time to go to your aunt's house. She glanced over at Lexia, smiled, and gave a polite nod before heading off with the child. All around the city, people were talking about the Saints. Just as Spider-Man and Electro had once stolen the spotlight, now the Saints had become the latest hot topic. With the viral videos spreading on YouTube, the Saints instantly eclipsed both Spider-Man and Electro, becoming the city's new idols overnight. That awe-inspiring dragon in the videos, looking every bit as magnificent as something out of a movie, won over countless fans in an instant. Some even suggested calling Lexia the Dragon Saint. It did have a certain ring to it. Domo Kesselim, shine on, messenger of light. Though, somehow, something about it just didn't sound quite right. As for Hulk and Abomination, since they hadn't caused much damage or loss of life, people chose to quietly overlook them. Only heroes were worth remembering. When Lexia returned to the company, he headed straight for the lab on the 4th floor. Dr. Connor's project was running smoothly, and under Gwen's leadership, the newly hired team of dozens was hard at work. Gwen was now Dr. Connor's chief assistant. She was responsible for organizing much of the lab's work, leaving her no time at all to join Parker and the others in their city adventures for fame. Whatever free time she managed to find, she devoted to squeezing in moments with Lexia. Before Dr. Connor's project began, Lexia had thought it would be simple. Just raise a few lizards, draw some blood, extract a bit of serum, and that would be that. But once they got started, he realized there were countless steps involved, each more complicated and meticulous than the last. Scientific research projects, he discovered, were not something just anyone could handle. Lexia ended up being more of a distraction than a help in the lab, raising Gwen's temperature, heartbeat, and, let's just say, her flusteredness to new heights. Eventually, a flustered Gwen kicked him out. If he stayed a minute longer, she feared she might not be able to stop herself from crushing him in a hug. With nothing better to do, Lexia wandered back to his office and had just sat down when Felicia pushed open the door and walked in. In the afternoon, we received an invitation. It was from the Stark Industries Expo. They invited us to attend the opening ceremony of the expo next week. Felicia had always worked as a secretary, and since Lexia hadn't found a suitable secretary yet, she was temporarily helping out in that role. After all, aside from keeping an eye on the progress of the serum development for Harry, she didn't really have anything else to do here. The opening ceremony of the expo, Lexia tossed the invitation aside without a second thought. Not interested. I have no desire to watch Iron Man show off. Felicia made no comment. Whether Lexia went or not made little difference to her. She, for one, had no wish to get tangled up with that old man Tony Stark. If she wanted to make any connections, she'd rather seek out Harry, the young, rich, and handsome type. Of course, if it were Lexia, always radiating a strong, masculine charm, tall, sunny, and striking, that would be even better. Just last night, Felicia had a dream full of springtime romance, and Lexia was the leading man. In that dream, the birds sang in melodious tones, the sky shimmered in dazzling pink, and the breeze washed over the beach like ocean waves, prying open tightly sealed shells, coaxing beautiful pearls to release their pearly foam. Everything was as fleeting as bubbles, and in a sudden burst of light, the tender heart of the flower could bear no more torment. With the dawn, a sense of emptiness welled up inside Felicia, and she found herself at a loss for how to fill it. Lexia, of course, was oblivious to all this. Though Felicia was fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, her figure far more striking than Gwen's before the mutation, at the end of the day, she was still just an ordinary human. After all the acrobatic trials Gwen had put him through, Lexia had lost all interest in mere mortals. By the way, did Peter come by today? Felicia turned, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Oh, he dropped by around noon, but it seems he had guests at home, so he didn't stay long before heading off. So Parker was skipping work today, without Spider-Man. Who knew if New York would make it through the day? Night fell. Lexia sat on the Pandora's box, lost in thought. With Parker absent, there was no need to roam the city in the middle of the night. Instead, he had ample time to delve into the secrets of the Pandora's box. So far, the box had shown 3 unusual phenomena. The first was at the very beginning, when the box's small cosmos not only strengthened Lexia's body, but also taught him the myriad wonders technique. Awakened his cosmos, and passed on moves such as Tiger's Dance for 1,000 Men, Rosen Rising Dragon, Bursting Armor, and other Rosen-style abilities. The second time was on the night when Lexia truly understood the essence of the Cosmo. Master, who appeared without warning, recorded a video message for Lexia, and then gifted him the crater cloth. Just when Lexia thought that all the characters and scenes appearing from the cloth box were pre-recorded, the young lion Regulus showed up. Regulus's arrival not only overturned Lexia's understanding of the cloth box, but also made him realize just how lacking his own intelligence was. The techniques that Regulus had mastered with just a single glance as a child were utterly incomprehensible to Lexia, no matter how hard he tried. Well, trying to compare his own talent to that of the greatest prodigy among the saints was, admittedly, not a very bright move from the start. Still, this experience made Lexia reevaluate the cloth box. It seemed that the box was far more than just a time capsule for images and armor. It was a way to communicate with the saints. In fact, it might even be a gateway to the world of the saints. Through the cloth box, Lexia could interact with the saints, though the method for triggering such interactions was uncertain, and the time he had with them was fleeting. So here came the question: how exactly could he activate it? During his battle with Master Man, Lexia hadn't noticed any changes when his blood touched the cloth box. Yet, after reading so many novels where a few drops of blood could awaken rings, unlock treasures, or summon ancient masters, he figured it was worth a try, even if there were no guarantees. He used his Cosmo to make a small cut on his index finger, squeezed out a few drops of blood onto the cloth box, and watched it intently for any sign of change. The blood fell onto the box, and, just like water sinking into a sponge, disappeared instantly without leaving a trace on the surface. Lexia's eyes widened. So this really is the right way to open it. The ancients never let us down. After staring at the cloth box for 5 minutes, it remained as ancient and unchanging as ever. No further reaction at all. Maybe I didn't use enough? Gritting his teeth, Lexia cut open all 5 fingers, letting a rain of blood splatter across the cloth box in crimson blooms. And then, nothing happened. 10 minutes later, just as Lexia was beginning to think this method was a dead end, he sensed a faint pulse of Cosmo from inside the cloth box. It was barely there, but Lexia trusted his instincts. A Cosmo recognizes another Cosmo instantly. There's no such thing as illusion in such matters. So it really wasn't enough blood? Fine. You're pushing me, aren't you? With resolve burning in his eyes, Lexia stood by the cloth box and, without hesitation, slashed open the veins on his wrist. Wasn't there a scene in the original story where they cut their wrists to repair the cloth? Shiryu, after all, nearly bled himself dry to restore the Pegasus and Dragon cloths. Before the Poseidon chapter began, the Gold Saints had also cut their own wrists, using their blood to repair the heavily damaged cloths of the 4 Bronze Saints, and in doing so, awakened the potential for those bronze cloths to evolve. So when Lexia drew his own blood, he felt no psychological burden at all. It was a little pain in the wind and rain. After all, there had never been a case of a saint dying from a bleeding wrist. I'm certainly not going to be the first. As soon as his wrist was opened, fresh blood flowed out in a steady stream, trickling onto the cloth box. In no time, the lid of the box was stained a deep, vivid red. The cloth box seemed like a resentful widow starved for affection, greedily swallowing up every last drop of blood, so much so that it didn't even make a sound of satisfaction. 10 minutes later, Lexia's body began to tremble slightly. He had no choice but to take out the cloth cup to aid his recovery. After 20 minutes, Lexia felt the entire world start to blur and drift. Even with the saint's constitution and the help of the cloth cup, he was beginning to reach his limit. At the 30-minute mark, Lexia decisively sealed the blood vessels in his wrist with his Cosmo. If he let any more blood flow, he'd really be done for. Leaning weakly over the cloth box, his lips pale, Lexia was agitated, but lacked the strength to get angry. Damn it. After drinking so much of my blood, the least you can do is give me some reaction. Even a grunt, a creak, or a little sign would do. You just lie there like a useless lump. If anyone saw this, they'd probably think I'd exhausted myself doing something stupid, as if I could really drain myself dry just sitting here with a white box. Still, the cloth box gave no response. The lid didn't even show the faintest trace of blood. Damn it. Was it really my imagination earlier? That just makes no sense. Why do I feel like such an idiot? Forcing himself up, Lexia climbed onto the cloth box and sat down, closing his eyes and channeling his Cosmo to recover. Night deepened, and stars began to shimmer in the sky. As the Cosmo burned within him, Lexia's body gradually recovered, his consciousness sinking entirely into himself. What Lexia didn't see was this. At some unknown moment, a tall man with long, lake blue hair suddenly appeared before him. This man's skin was a deep bronze, his frame tall, nearly 1.90 meters, muscular and well-proportioned, exuding a comforting sense of strength and security. But the most striking thing was his hair. Long bangs veiled much of his face, while hair that reached down to his knees floated gently behind him, undisturbed by any breeze. Observing Lexia in his meditative state, The exposed corner of the man's mouth curled upward, lips parting to reveal two sharp fangs, reminiscent of a vampire's. Then he extended his right index finger and, with a gentle tap, pressed it to the center of Lexia's forehead. Lu Xia's body froze for a moment, then began to tremble violently. Cold sweat instantly drenched him from head to toe. Just a moment ago, he had been licking his wounds atop the sacred armor chest, looking every bit like a whipped dog trying to heal himself. The process was going rather smoothly. Although he couldn't immediately restore all the blood he'd lost, the immense power of the crater constellation could significantly accelerate his recovery. He was basking in the relief of his healing when, all of a sudden, his consciousness space was thrown into utter chaos. Without warning, torrents of magma surged forth from nowhere, flooding the entire space until there was not a single gap left. Lu Xiao's consciousness solidified into a tangible form, now surrounded on all sides by boiling magma. Despite the magma's searing temperature, well over 1,000 degrees, Lu Xiao wasn't panicked at first. After all, the vermilion bird tattoo on his back was an innate fire attribute. The temperature of its natural flame was at least as fierce as the magma, if not hotter. With the protection of this natural fire, he was confident he wouldn't be harmed. Besides, the freezing aura of the crater constellation could also shield him from the heat, so he should have felt as steady as a rock. But as soon as the magma washed over him, he realized with horror that the vermilion bird tattoo had vanished. He could no longer summon the natural fire. His cosmos power was still accessible, but the freezing aura of the crater constellation wouldn't respond. It felt as if both fire and ice had deserted him at the same time. In that instant, he felt his skin get scorched, his muscles seared, and even his bones threatened to melt in the relentless heat. Clenching his teeth against the excruciating pain, Lu Xia leaped from the magma. Thankfully, it was only the fire and ice attributes that had failed him. The cosmos itself hadn't disappeared. Otherwise, he would have perished in that sea of molten rock. Would someone please tell me what the hell is happening here? As his body soared upward, Lu Xia glanced around at the endless expanse of magma, his heart sinking as if he had just been mauled by a rabid dog. The surrounding space was terrifyingly vast. Everywhere he looked, there was nothing but blindingly red, seething magma with not a single solid foothold in sight. Once he reached the apex of his ascent, gravity pulled him down rapidly, threatening to plunge him back into the molten sea. Lu Xia thrust his arms downward, channeling the full might of his cosmos below him. Boom! A surge of cosmic power blasted open a crater in the magma, several meters deep. Using the rebound, Lu Xia propelled himself skyward once more. As he shot into the air, a shockwave exploded behind him, and his body rocketed forward at supersonic speed, hurtling in one direction. Whenever his momentum began to wane and he started to fall, another shockwave would burst forth, propelling him onward. Repeating this process over and over, he covered dozens of kilometers in no time. For reasons unknown, his world had transformed into an endless ocean of magma. Lu Xia was determined to reach the world's edge and see for himself if this entire realm was truly nothing but magma. A few minutes later, Lexia came to a stop. Although it hadn't been long, he had already flown several hundred kilometers. If even supersonic flight for hundreds of kilometers still couldn't reach the edge, then this was a problem worth pondering. Was this sea of magma simply too vast, so vast that Lexia couldn't see its end? Or was it that this entire expanse of magma beneath his feet had never actually changed at all? That might sound a bit difficult to grasp. Let's use an analogy. It's like being lost in a ghostly maze. When someone walks with their eyes closed across a vast open space, it's common to unknowingly trace a large circle, only to return to the starting point. Similar phenomena can happen at night in the wilderness or when lost in a dense fog. Lexia had reason to suspect that he was in a similar predicament. It was even possible that this seemingly boundless magma sea was, in fact, a gigantic labyrinth. Lexia kept sweeping his arms downwards in rapid succession, using the recoil to hover in midair. Below him, pockets of magma erupted one after another. Looking down at the roiling magma sea, Lexia let his cosmos radiate outward. He needed to locate the hidden culprit who was using this maze to toy with him. As his cosmos spread in all directions, Lexia suddenly sensed a powerful presence hidden beneath the magma surface. If Lexia's cosmos was like the glow of a firefly, then this presence beneath him blazed with the intensity of the sun. The difference was that stark. When the world is lurking down there, surely it couldn't be Surtur, could it? Of course, Lexia knew it couldn't really be Surtur, the fire giant who destroyed Asgard in Thor, Ragnarok. There hadn't even come to Earth yet. and the events of the first Thor movie hadn't started. It was way too early for Surtur to show up. Thinking back to the blood he'd left behind before entering his meditative state, Lexia guessed that the most likely explanation was the reactivation of the sacred cloth box. This place before his eyes was probably a new scene revealed after the box had opened. And beneath this sea of magma, there might just be a powerful sacred cloth hidden away. As this thought struck him, Lexia's eyes began to shine with excitement. A powerful, fire-based sacred cloth? Could it really be the Phoenix Cloth? Oh my god, am I finally about to get a protagonist-level sacred cloth? The Phoenix Cloth would be a perfect match for my back tattoo. How amazing would that be? Just as Lexia was contemplating how to retrieve the sacred cloth from below, the magma began to bulge, forming a small hill. In a flash, the mound collapsed, revealing a humanoid figure within. Your alertness isn't half bad. I actually thought you'd spend an hour flying before realizing you couldn't escape this place. Didn't expect you to notice me so quickly. Looking at this figure, Lexia realized she had been mistaken from the very beginning. Someone who possesses such a powerful cosmos could only be a formidable saint. He was tall and robust, his expression tinged with a hint of ferocity, and his long blue hair billowed wildly behind him. Are you Saga?" Lexia blurted out, only to realize she was mistaken again. The man's appearance was indeed somewhat similar to Saga's, but when had the blue-haired Saga ever looked so fierce? Saga's face had always carried the melancholy as deep and blue as the Mediterranean Sea. Besides, compared to Saga, this man's skin was much darker. And then there were the others who had appeared before. Doko, Suikyo from the Memories in the Cloth, and Regulus who sent Lordman flying with a single lightning plasma. They were all gold saints from the previous Holy War. Thinking it through with this dark skin, the wild blue hair, that expression, it was suddenly clear who he must be. The ghost of Cannon Island. A slow, crooked smile spread across the ghost's lips. "So, you recognize me?" Lexia nodded. The ghost of Cannon Island was said to be a terrifying man whose roar could frighten volcanoes into silence. Rumor had it that he even ate people. Well, the cannibal part was pure fiction. The ghost's real identity was Defteros, the younger of the legendary Gemini twins from the previous generation of Gold Saints, known by many as the Star of Calamity. These Gemini twins were infamous, always handsome, absurdly powerful, forever flirting with betrayal, yet somehow always finding redemption, looking down on the protagonist, crushing opponents without regard for who they were, fighting till their last breath, shaking the heavens even in death. The strength of the Gemini twins was beyond question. No one knew what heights the Gemini brothers could reach if they ever joined forces. Defteros was born under the sign of Gemini, a saint of immense power, ranking among the strongest even in that previous generation of Gold Saints, whose might was said to surpass those of the main story. In the Hades myth LC, Defteros, the younger Gemini, was branded as the Star of Calamity from the moment he was born, living always under the protection of his elder brother, Aspros. Later, Aspros, who became the Gemini Gold Saint, used the Jinra Malkin to control his younger brother and had him impersonate himself to assassinate the Pope. Unfortunately, the spell was broken by Virgo Osmida, who, though later translations gave him other names, was best known as Osmida. Once freed from the illusion, Defteros resolved to prevent his brother from straying further down the wrong path. He transformed himself into the ghost and personally killed Aspros. Afterward, Defteros withdrew from the world, living in seclusion as the ghost on Cannon Island, the legendary healing ground for saints. He remained hidden until the Holy War broke out, and, following the deaths of Osmida and others, he donned the cloth and finally assumed his place as the Gemini Gold Saint. Pegasus Tenma, the protagonist of LC, once came to Cannon Island in search of a way to become stronger. Defteros, appearing as a ghostly figure, taught him how to strengthen his Cosmo by manipulating magma. Since you know who I am, then you must also be familiar with my training methods. I won't waste any more words. Let's begin right now. With a casual wave, Defteros sent the magma surging into the air, engulfing Lexia. No matter how Lexia darted left or right, he couldn't break free. I'm not Regulus. Since you were willing to use several hundred times the prescribed dose of blood to summon me, I have to honor that determination of yours. In 3 days, I'll make you a new man. You mean you'll skin me alive? Lexia shouted through gritted teeth from within the magma. Has Dove lost his mind after being struck by Aspros's illusion Demon Emperor Fist? What's this about several hundred times the prescribed dose? Come on, man, did I even have a choice in the matter? Master Defteros, isn't this a little too much? Didn't Tenma start by learning to control a ball of magma with his hands? Why am I jumping straight to level 2? Difficulty? Shouldn't I at least get 3 days to get used to controlling my Cosmo with my hands before you throw me in a magma and expect me to come out alive? Lexia twisted and dodged inside the magma, using the pressure from his punches to create a brief pocket of space, hiding within it as he shouted in protest. Defterose's eyebrow twitched. I'm surprised. You actually know quite a lot. Since you know that much, then you should understand the true purpose behind this trial. It may be a little early for you, but this world is different from ours. There are far more dangers here. You need to be able to protect yourself, even if it's only enough to survive once by sheer luck in a perilous moment. What happened last time must never be allowed to happen again. As a saint, you not only inherit the power of a saint, you must also inherit a saint's pride. If you could be defeated so easily by someone relying solely on external power, then what would all our struggles amount to in the end? Within the magma, Lexia felt a surge of emotion. There was a lot to unpack in what Chocolate Brother was saying. In the LC manga, Tenma went to Defteros for training midway through the Holy War after Pisces Albafica, Virgo Osmita, Taurus Haskard, Capricorn El Cid, Pope Sage, and Cancer Manigoldo and his master had all fallen in battle. Especially noteworthy is Pegasus's master, Libra Doko. In order to create a chance for Pegasus and Cheyenne to escape, he faced Hades, the king of the underworld, bare-chested and alone, and fell in battle soon after. Of course, with his get-out-of-death free card, Master Doko could never really die. He was rescued by Suikyo and taken to Cannon Island to recover from his wounds. So, doesn't this prove Suikyo was never really a villain from the start? As a fledgling bronze saint, Pegasus watched as one powerful saint after another sacrificed their lives in the Holy War. The overwhelming might of Hades and his army left Pegasus with a deep sense of helplessness, making him feel utterly useless. Determined to reach a higher state and to gain the strength to rival Hades, Pegasus, guided by Aquarius Digel, made his way to Cannon Island. Ultimately, with the help of Defteros, Pegasus briefly awakened the power to quell a volcanic eruption, the Seventh Sense. Some might scoff. The Seventh Sense is hyped up so much, and all it does is stop a volcano from erupting? How unimpressive. But as the saying goes, to protect is infinitely harder than to destroy. Pegasus was able to use his Cosmo to halt the volcano's eruption without harming any of the island's residents. That is leagues more difficult than simply smashing the mountain into dust with one punch. So, the first thing Defteros meant was to have Lexia comprehend the Seventh Sense. Even if she couldn't fully master it, at least she could glimpse that realm, preserving the chance to mount a counterattack in the face of absolute despair. The Seventh Sense, this is the power that allows one to move at the speed of light, to truly shatter atoms, to unleash star-destroying might with a flick of the wrist. If Lexia could truly awaken the Seventh Sense, she wouldn't fear even a fully powered Ten Rings wielder. Even if the entire Avengers assembled, Lexia would have nothing to worry about. After all, this is just the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The second point is easy to understand. Lexia was defeated by the Ten Rings Master. Although Regulus made a dramatic entrance to save the day, it's unrealistic. To expect that Lexia will always have such luck, or that the conditions to unlock the cloth box would always be met, with a powerhouse arriving just in time. More often than not, you have to rely on yourself. But the most intriguing is the third point. We go through all this trouble. Who are we? And what exactly is all this? We no doubt refers to the previous generation of the 12 Gold Saints. Judging by the way the story's been going, it wouldn't be surprising if all 12 Gold Saints had their turn on stage. For any die-hard Saint Seiya fan, getting to interact with the legendary Gold Saints from the Lost Canvas era is a dream come true. After all, unlike Chromida, who spent 30 years on endless internal conflicts, and whose Hades myth ND is still just the Gold Saints fighting among themselves, Teshiroji's work gives us something more. In the world of LC, apart from the recurring theme of Gemini's inevitable betrayal, every other Gold Saint is portrayed as a positive figure. Even the aquatic duo and the rough-and-tumble Taurus, who had questionable reputations in SS, become irresistibly charismatic characters in LC. Of course, Athena's incarnation Sasha in LC is far superior to Saori from SS. She's a leader truly worthy of the saint's devotion. Even Aspros of Gemini, doomed to betray his comrades, does so only because of the scheming of Hades' Spectre, Yoma. By contrast, in SS, half the saints fall to internal conflict. By the time of the Hades arc, most are just background figures, and the Holy War is fought by a handful of overpowered underdogs, hardly worthy of the Gold Saint's legendary status. Even Saga, who is half a god in his own right, made little real contribution to the Holy War, didn't he? Not at all. With their noble personalities, flawless physiques, and handsome, stylish art, The previous generation of Gold Saints and LC are arguably the most likable across all the Saint Seiya series. And now, Lexia has the chance to meet all these legendary figures. How could she not be thrilled? As for what they need to do, does it really matter? With their integrity, whatever they're up to, you can be sure it's all for the sake of the Holy War. What kind of war it will be, when it will erupt, or how Lexia will take part, none of it really matters. Even though she's now in the Marvel Universe, donning the cloth means Lexia is ready for battle. Whether the enemy is Hades' underworld army or Apollo's celestial warriors, whoever stands in the way, she'll face them head-on. No matter how strong the opponents are, could they really surpass the OA? What's the worst that could happen? In the end, nobody can beat that. Lexia trusts the 12 Gold Saints of the previous generation. If everything happening with the cloth box and herself is truly part of their plan, then her future is limitless. Who knows, she might actually grow strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with Hades and Apollo, perhaps even the OA. It's only 200,000 words in. Who can say what's yet to come? For now, passing Deftero's trial is what matters most. To move freely in magma without fear of being burned, it sounds simple enough. All you need to do is wrap your entire body in the power of your Cosmo, shielding yourself from the searing heat. It sounds straightforward, but in practice, it's far from easy. Cosmo is an explosive, primordial force buried within the human body, akin to the energy of the Big Bang. It's wild and untamed, and forcing it to quietly envelop your whole body is anything but simple. That's why most saints are known for overwhelming offense, but not much defense. There are very few saints like Ares who can defend themselves with the power of their Cosmo, creating barriers as strong as crystal walls. Even in LC, the Pegasus Saint, ostensibly blessed with the protagonist's aura, needed a full 3 days to truly master this technique, and he did. So only after a gradual process, first learning to control spheres of magma with his hands before daring to immerse himself in the molten sea. Lexia is not a Pegasus Saint with a god-slaying destiny. He lacks the protection of a goddess, nor has he endured as many life-and-death trials as Pegasus. Naturally, it would be impossible for him to surpass Pegasus's achievements. Moreover, Defteros gave him no time for preparation. He threw Lexia straight into the challenge, abrupt and unyielding. This rough approach left Lexia feeling rather wounded. Defteros watched him quietly as Lexia darted left and right among the magma, neither speaking nor showing any reaction to Lexia's attempts at cutting corners. Often, pain and hardship are life's greatest treasures, while trickery and shortcuts bring only hollow or imperfect results. Whether Lexia could genuinely master the use of Cosmo in 3 days, or waste all that time entirely, depended on no one but himself. Defteros provided the opportunity, but he would not prepare everything, chew it up, and feed it to Lexia. How much Lexia could absorb depended solely on his own fortune and effort. Fortunately, Lexia didn't stray too far down the wrong path. When he realized that his current method did nothing but protect him temporarily from the magma's harm, without advancing his mastery at all, the truth finally dawned on him. Escaping wouldn't solve anything. To break through his limits and increase his power, he had to face difficulty head-on, to rise to the challenge, no matter how daunting. The only way was forward. Because his body couldn't withstand the searing heat of the magma, Lexia couldn't simply leap in blindly. He needed to follow Pegasus's example, first learning to control the magma with his hands. Continuing to strike out with his fists to carve a safe space around him, Lexia stretched out his left hand and began focusing on intensifying the Cosmo gathered there. The strength of Cosmo is rooted in the heart, dwelling within the body. Strengthen your resolve, and you can unleash the power that lies dormant inside. So to awaken Cosmo, one must first believe in their ability to do so. Convince yourself, and you'll have convinced the world. Saints can use Cosmo to generate forceful blasts with their fists, a flow of energy akin to the universal life force, which can coat their bodies or be projected outward. To control magma with his hands, Lexia first needed to coat the magma's surface with this force, and then grasp it physically. This was a process of growing familiar with a new kind of power, a process that, by its nature, could only be slow. As he dodged the searing flow, Lexia kept working to master the use of his energy, a challenge far more difficult for him than it had been for Pegasus. Fortunately, thanks to the foundation laid by the myriad energies of Senluo Wanxiang, Lexia had already mastered the technique of saturating his entire body with energy and spreading it across his skin back when he was refining the ink robe. Now, he simply replaced that energy with his Cosmo. Cosmo was far more volatile than the natural energies, and also much harder to control. But once you understood the principle, the rest was just a matter of practice. Repetition would hone his skills. After 2 days, Lexia was still dodging and weaving within the embrace of the magma. The difference now was that a perfect sphere of magma had taken shape in his left hand. Even as his body moved in broad, sweeping motions, the magma ball remained perfectly balanced in his palm, showing no sign of breaking apart. In just 2 days, Lexia had mastered the art of manipulating magma under more challenging conditions, a full day faster than Pegasus had managed. Watching Lexia moving through the molten rock, Deuteros allowed a barely noticeable smile to flicker across his face before it vanished again. As Tonghu said, Sunluo Wanxiang may not be a particularly strong combat skill, but it serves as an excellent support technique. It seems that having this kid start with Sunluo Wanxiang was the right decision. Still, Deuteros couldn't help but harbor some doubts. Was using Sunluo Wanxiang to support Cosmo truly the right path, or was it a deviation from the spirit of a saint? Shouldn't a saint devote himself entirely to his Cosmo, unsullied by any distractions? This was something even Deuteros couldn't answer for himself. Tonghu's status as one of the weaker Gold Saints certainly raised some questions, but he was still only 18, one of the youngest among the Gold Saints, just a few years older than Little Lion. Yet, in terms of talent, he lagged far behind. For now, let's continue as we are. Maybe it's just a unique trait of you Chinese. Having never practiced Sunluo Wanxiang himself, Deuteros couldn't offer any definitive advice, so he decided to leave matters to time. Master, did you see that? I did it. Lexia controlled the magma surrounding him, shaping it into 2 balls that hovered in his hands. Revealing himself, he shouted with excitement, like a schoolboy desperate for praise after acing a test. Deuteros, however, shook his head sternly. You've still got a long way to go. With a wave of his hand, Lexia suddenly found himself immobilized, unable to move a muscle. Then just like that, he dropped into the sea of magma with a resounding splash. This was the classic approach of the old-school mentor, never letting the student feel satisfied, always pushing them to strive harder and reach for greater heights. If today's educational philosophies that champion so-called education through love were applied here, Deuteros would surely beam and exclaim, "Amazing! Our Seiya is the best." But such a tone is completely out of place. Surrounded by magma, although Lexia's body couldn't move, her cosmos was swiftly brought under control. Starting from her hands, it quickly spread until her entire body was enveloped, shielding her from the searing heat of the lava. The cosmos covering her body was just a faint, almost imperceptible layer. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice it at all. From a distance, it looked as if Lexia was simply soaking in the magma, taking a hot lava bath. Bursting out of the lava with excitement, Lexia's face lit up with a wide grin. "Senior, I've mastered the magma. Shouldn't you reward me by teaching me a special move or two? Something like the galactic explosion, maybe. You've only dealt with the magma. Like I said, you're still far from ready." No sooner had Deuteros finished speaking than the sea of magma around them began to recede, drawing back like the tide. In moments, a towering, ring-shaped volcano rose from the landscape, hundreds of meters high, its crater billowing thick smoke, as if it could erupt at any moment. As the magma withdrew, not only did the volcano come into view, but also a village nestled at its base. Standing atop the mountain and looking down, Lexia could see many villagers going about their lives. There were elders and children among them. What truly surprised Lexia was how familiar those villagers' faces were. The white-haired old woman standing there was none other than Grandma Joan, and clustered around her were the children from the orphanage. Of course, Lexing was there too, and she seemed to spot the figure at the summit, waving enthusiastically in this direction. Before Lexia could ask any questions, Deuteros' voice rumbled out. "This volcano could erupt at any moment. If you want to save the people in the village below, do your best to stop the eruption." With that, Deuteros gave Lexia no time for questions. His body swiftly faded away, leaving Lexia alone at the crater, where the smoke grew ever thicker, the heat ever fiercer, and the volcano threatened to erupt at any second. Looking down at those familiar faces, Lexia frowned. Those people down there had to be illusions. When she first found herself in the sea of magma, Lexia thought she'd been transported, while meditating, to a world filled with molten rock. In the Marvel Universe, after all, such transdimensional journeys weren't exactly unheard of. But once Deuteros appeared, Lexia realized things weren't as she'd imagined. Deuteros' arrival confirmed that she was likely trapped within an illusion created by him. After all, Deuteros was a Gemini, and it was only natural for a Gemini to excel at mental manipulation. Whether or not Deuteros could wield the illusion fist, Lexia couldn't quite recall, but she didn't doubt a thing. Since this is an illusionary space, then the Grandma Joan and Lu Bing below must be illusions as well. If they are mere illusions, what meaning does their existence hold? Glancing back at the volcano that could erupt at any moment, Lu Xia let out a sigh. No matter if what's below is real or fake, I have to give my all to complete this task. If I can't even protect a false version of them, how could I ever hope to protect the real ones when they're in danger? In LC, Pegasus managed to reach the seventh sense for a brief moment in the final stage, using the burning of his Cosmo to halt the volcano's eruption. What ignited his Cosmo so fiercely was the deep urge to protect the village and its people on Cannon Island. It was this powerful desire to shield them that unlocked his hidden potential, enabling him to stop the eruption at the cost of burning his own life force. Lu Xia now faced the same situation. In the village at the foot of the mountain, there were people he wished to protect. To do so, he could only try to force himself to grasp a higher level of Cosmo. Suddenly, the volcano beneath his feet began to tremble restlessly. Time was running out for the Chinese team. No, for Lu Xia himself. Lowering his body into a squat, Lu Xia pressed both hands to the ground and closed his eyes tightly. His sixth sense Cosmo unfurled, reaching deep along the veins beneath the earth, spreading through the entire volcano. As his Cosmo burned fiercely, Lu Xia could see the pathways of magma, every channel running for the depths below, every fissure between soil and stone that might open into a new passage. Each one stood out clearly before his mind's eye. Yet even with this vision, trying to force the surging magma back with just the sixth sense Cosmo felt nearly impossible. He would have to awaken the seventh sense. Desperately, he pushed his Cosmo to burn harder. When Cosmo wasn't enough, he burned his life force. If that still wasn't enough, he would burn his very soul. After all, this was only an illusionary space. What was there to fear? As Lu Xia's determination grew sharper, his Cosmo blazed ever more fiercely. When his sixth sense was all but spent, and burning his life and soul made him feel as if he were shattering apart, something beyond the sixth sense began to stir within him. It lasted but an instant, yet Lu Xia, with his mind utterly focused, managed to seize it. Volcano, I command you, stop. A deep rumble shook the ground beneath him, as if the earth itself trembled and the volcano bowed to his will. Then, the restless earth fell quiet. The thunderous trembling vanished. The eruption had been forcibly stopped. I did it. Lu Xia raised his hands, staring at them in astonishment. He could hardly believe it. Was the seventh sense truly within reach so easily? He reached up to touch the top of his head, and to his amazement, he discovered he was bald. So it's true. Baldness really is the only path to true power. Teteros appeared to the side and said, "Remember the feeling you just had. This was an experience bought at the price of burning your life and soul, with your level amplified hundreds of times. Don't let your efforts go to waste." Still riding the wave of excitement, Lexia didn't really grasp the meaning behind Teteros' words. "Senior, I feel amazing right now. Is there a fourth stage? I think I can keep going." Teteros nodded. "Of course there is. With your current strength, you are ready to learn my techniques." Lexia's eyes suddenly lit up. Was Teteros about to teach him the Gemini skills? Would it be Galaxy Explosion, the most powerful physical attack, or the broken spatial technique, another dimension, or perhaps the mind-controlling Phantom Emperor Fist? Every single Gemini skill was both dazzling and formidable, truly in a league of their own. But Teteros threw a cold bucket of water over Lexia's enthusiasm. Galaxy Explosion and another dimension are beyond your current level. I can't teach you those yet. Lexia instantly felt as if he'd been struck by a critical hit. So, I'm still just a rookie after all? However, Teteros continued, I can teach you the next tier skill, Black Rock Eruption. The power of this move can be adjusted by the user. Even a sixth sense Cosmos can utilize it, though its might will be somewhat less. Lexia knew about Black Rock Eruption. It was a technique Teteros had developed himself, using Cosmos to unleash volcanic magma in a devastating surge. At Teteros' level, a casual sweep of his hand could produce the force of a planetary impact. It was hard to put into words, but if Earth ever took a direct hit from this, it would be game over, no question. Deal. Lexia accepted with a calm heart. As long as he got to learn something, he was content. At least Teteros didn't vanish after showing off like Regulus had. Learning Black Rock Eruption wasn't particularly difficult. It was almost the reverse of what Lexia had done earlier to stop the volcanic eruption. Except now, the explosive energy had to be generated by his own cosmos. The stronger his cosmos, the greater the power, naturally. After half a day's effort, Lexia had more or less grasped the technique. As soon as he mastered Black Rock Eruption, the illusionary world around him started to shift rapidly. The volcano and lava vanished without a trace. Lexia found himself back in his bedroom, sitting cross-legged on top of his cloth box. Judging by the darkness outside, it was still night. though he couldn't tell if it was the same night as before. Only 3 minutes have passed in the real world. Don't worry. Deuteros's voice sounded from beside him, as if answering Lexia's unspoken question. The real world? So I really was dreaming just now. Lucia hugged his head with both hands, looking a bit embarrassed, uncertain if the things he'd learned in the illusionary space could be mastered in reality. But as soon as his hands touched his head, Lucia's movements froze. His fingers groped around his scalp twice, and then, in a panic, he shouted, "Where's my hair?" The moment he realized his head was bald, Lucia's first thought was that, while his mind was being drilled in the dreamscape, someone had sneaked in and shaved him clean. What kind of twisted joke is this? If someone could shave his head without him noticing, then surely they could shave off his nether hair. Or even worse, his precious little buddy. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. I need to call the police. But this wild idea was just the result of his brain short-circuiting after abruptly returning from the illusionary space. Quickly, Lucia snapped out his daze. He remembered that after stopping the volcanic eruption in the illusion, he'd already noticed his head had gone bald. So, maybe he could accept it at least a little. Accept it, my foot. Lucia suddenly felt like crying. The fact that his bald head hadn't magically regrown hair proved that everything that happened in the illusion was more than just a dream. Did that mean that when he forcibly pushed his microcosm to the seventh sense and burned his life and soul, that had actually happened too? Back then, Deuteros had told him, remember that feeling from just now. That was your realm being amplified hundreds of times over. A breakthrough earned by burning your life and soul. Don't let your sacrifice go to waste. So, even though that space was an illusion crafted by Deuteros, and Grandma Joan and Lu Bing were only figments, everything that happened to Lucia himself was real. It was a pity Lucia hadn't realized how serious it all was. He'd simply assumed it was just a dream. Don't worry, this is merely a side effect of burning your life force. Worse is still to come, so be prepared. Deuteros cut in mercilessly from the side. If losing his hair was a consequence of burning his life, then what would burning his soul cost him? Would he lose his manhood? Would it shrink up and disappear? No, please, not that. Deuteros, seemingly oblivious to Lucia's distress, carried on coldly. There's a lot I could tell you right now, but you probably wouldn't remember any of it. I won't waste my time. Just remember your mission. Don't let us down. With those words, Deuteros extended his right index finger and pressed it to the center of Lucia's forehead. Lucia stared blankly as the finger appeared before his eyes in a flash. There was no way to dodge. Hey, wait. Not again. My little. Clang. A wave of excruciating pain struck Lucia, leaving his mind reeling. For a moment, it felt as if the sun and moon had switched places, the heavens and earth had flipped, and the whole world was about to collapse. It took quite a while for the agony to subside. Lucia lay sprawled on the floor, his body limp and drained, as if everything in life had lost its color and flavor. Is it finally over? He opened his eyes and stared at the familiar ceiling, his mind completely blank. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Rubbing his forehead, Lucia pushed himself up from the ground, and slowly, his memories began to surface. My name is Lucia. I'm a Saint Seiya drifting through the Marvel Universe. I just had a fierce fight with the Hulk, and then... Who brought me back here? Wasn't I brawling with the Hulk out in the wild? And also... Suddenly, Lucia's eyes widened in shock. Who the hell shaved my head? Fury surged through him. Whoever could shave his head clean could just as easily shave other, more private hairs, or worse. The thought was truly terrifying. As he reached for his phone to call the police, Lucia's hand froze in midair. Wait, was it me? Did I do this myself? When did that happen? Why can't I remember? His body was so utterly exhausted that he didn't have the strength to puzzle it out any further. He crawled in a bed, collapsed, and sank into a deep, dreamless sleep. While Lucia slept soundly, someone else spent a sleepless night. Tony Stark was stretched out on his 10-square-meter bed, a bed that never appeared in the movies, but served as his own private battlefield when he was galloping triumphantly or stacking up a 10-person dogpile without ever feeling crowded. Unfortunately, there were no steeds for Tony to ride tonight, and Tony had no interest in any such games. All his attention was focused on that Saint Seiya goblet of Lucia's, the one covered in cracks. After Lucia left that afternoon, Tony had Jarvis take a sample of the remaining water from the cup for analysis. If he could figure out what ingredient was counteracting his poisoning, maybe he wouldn't have to stoop so low as to beg Lucia for help. Sadly, the test results were disappointing. Jarvis couldn't detect any substance in the water that might have an effect on toxins, not even much in the way of minerals. It was basically just a glass of distilled water. Now, that was interesting. A glass of distilled water managed to reduce the toxin levels in his blood by over 10%. So what? Was the point of all those disgusting chlorophyll drinks I forced down before, the ones even dogs would turn their noses up at? Tony Stark gnawed on his fingernail, his brow deeply furrowed. Does this mean I really have to go and beg that infuriating guy? The thought was almost unbearable. Tony Stark, do not beg. Never have, never will. After a blissful night's sleep, Lucia opened her eyes to find the sun already high in the sky. Summer vacation without anyone forcing her to attend extra classes really was a delight. She could wake up naturally every day. She reached for her phone beside the bed, intending to check if there were any news reports about her. After all, a crossover battle between a Saint Seiya and the Hulk was the sort of unexpected mix-up that should attract plenty of attention. Not to mention, the scene where she fiercely took down both Abomination and Hulk would surely end up on YouTube. If you were a Saint Seiya, it was almost impossible not to become famous. Opening the browser on her phone, Lucia was surprised to discover there wasn't a single report about the Saint Seiya or the Hulk. The headlines were all about the grand opening of the Stark Industries Expo. How much did that big star pay to buy his way to the top of the trending lists? She muttered. He even managed to suppress the news of the Saint Seiya battling the Hulk. The rich really can do whatever they want. Come to think of it, if the Stark Expo is opening, then the plot of Iron Man 2 must be about to start. Stark's palladium poisoning should be getting worse by now, right? With that new element from his father's research, I could easily make $1 billion off him. That's what you get for stealing my headlines. Wait, before the new element is revealed, I should use the cloth cup to squeeze some money out of him first. Yes, a cup of water for 100 million. Actually, selling the new element for just $1 billion seems like a bad deal now that I think about it. Just as she was lost in thought, the phone rang. Lucia glanced at the caller ID and couldn't help but smile. Speak of the devil. Stark himself was practically delivering himself to be fleeced. Hello, who's this? Lucia answered, pretending she hadn't saved the number. There was a noticeable pause on the other end before the caller quickly composed himself. Mr. Lucia, I was wondering if you have time to talk. I have a proposal regarding that special water we both drank yesterday. Perhaps we could arrange a meeting to discuss a possible partnership. A Stark never begs for anything, so Tony ultimately came up with a compromise to save face. Partnership. Yes, partnership. Lucia would produce the water, and Stark would handle the sales. Surely, it would be a mutually profitable venture. Tony Stark didn't mention the cup again, which was his way of admitting defeat without saying so outright. He thought he was being upfront and honest, but Lucia played dumb on the other end of the line. Yesterday? Did we meet yesterday? Tony Stark nearly crushed the LCD screen in his hand. Hollywood really ought to hire you. Your acting is way better than Robert Downey Jr.'s. Tony struggled to keep his temper in check, forcing his tone to remain as calm as possible. Mr. Lucia, I've come here with sincerity. Whether you're willing to cooperate or not, both Stark Industries and I deserve a fair conversation. I hope you'll stop pretending to be clueless. You know perfectly well how important this partnership is to me. Lucia struggled to recall what had happened yesterday. During the day, Gwen had squeezed him relentlessly. At night, he'd given Abomination a good beating and then had a brawl with the Hulk. After that, he had no idea who brought him home, and he somehow ended up shaving his own head bald. Did I really shave my head in my sleep? Lucia touched his now smooth scalp. But from the way Tony Stark spoke, it was obvious they had met yesterday, and even shared a glass of water together. Clearly, that drink was the reason Tony was speaking so calmly and even-tempered on the phone. Otherwise, Stark would have started with sarcasm and mockery right out of the gate. Picking up his phone, Lucia glanced at the date and was stunned. The screen showed it was the 21st, but he distinctly remembered that his epic showdown with the Hulk happened on the 19th. So, here's the question. What happened to the 20th? Did a dog eat it? Which means, I've lost my memory. Hold on a second. Lucia abruptly hung up and dialed Parker. Hey, Seiya, what's up? Parker's voice came through quickly, accompanied by the thumping of loud music in the background. Peter, after we drove the Hulk away last night, you're the one who took me home, right? Lucia asked urgently. Last night? You mean early yesterday morning? Yeah, Max and I took you home, Parker replied. Why, what's going on? Early yesterday morning. So all that really happened the night before last. Without waiting for an answer, Lucia hung up. On the other end, Parker listened to the dial tone in confusion and shook his head helplessly. What's with this guy? What kind of nonsense is he up to now? Big brother, let's go ride the pirate ship. A little kid tugged at Parker's pant leg. Frowning, Parker crouched down and tapped the child's mask. Are you really going to wear this thing all day? You know you look kind of weird, right? The little boy, his face hidden behind an Iron Man mask, shook his head. I don't care. I want everyone in New York to know that Iron Man is real. Parker could only sigh and shrug. All right, as long as you're happy. Having hung up on Parker, Lucia finally confirmed something. He really did have a problem. He couldn't remember a single thing about the 20th. He patted his smooth lower back and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything else was still in place. Aside from his newly bald head, nothing else seemed different. His inner strength was still there, and if anything, his power had even grown a little stronger. Could it be that I've trained my inner cosmos to the point of losing control and causing amnesia? Lucia summoned the energy of his inner cosmos, ready to test out his ice and fire abilities, when he suddenly realized something new had appeared in his mind. He opened his palm, and a magma sphere slowly materialized. Lucia knew exactly what this move was called and where it came from. Black Rock Eruption, a unique skill created by Defteros, the former Gemini Gold Saint. So, is my memory loss somehow connected to Defteros? Did he show up last night? Could that guy have messed with my mind in some way? This feeling, like I've lost something really important but have no idea what it is, was almost unbearable. His phone rang again. Seeing that it was Tony Stark calling, Lucia picked up. "Hello, Mr. Lucia. You want to talk cooperation, right?" Lucia cut Tony off. "Fine, but I need you to do something for me first." Half an hour later, a Rolls-Royce came to a stop in front of the Holy Grail Company building. The driver was a burly man, Happy Hogan. Soon, they arrived at Stark Industries' New York branch, where Tony Stark himself was waiting at the entrance to receive him. The employees at Stark Industries were full of curiosity, wondering just who this person was, someone brought here in the boss's personal car and greeted by the boss himself. Sometimes, seeing people through a tinted lens really does give you a different perspective. Lucia's slightly dejected expression and the faint crease between his brows were instantly interpreted by the naive young women around as the kind of soulful melancholy one might find by the Aegean Sea. Combined with his handsome features and athletic build, he instantly captured the hearts of more than a dozen admirers. Inside the office, Tony Stark declined Happy's offer to stay nearby for protection, choosing to be alone with Lucia. Happy glanced at Lucia, then gave Tony a reassuring look, as if to say, "I'll be right outside. Call me if you need anything." "Is Jarvis here?" Lucia asked, looking up. "I need you to pull up the security footage and show me what I did yesterday. And don't tell me you can't." Jarvis's voice filled the room. "Mr. Lucia, investigating personal privacy is not within the scope of my programming. This is the favor you need from me." Tony Stark sounded a bit puzzled by the request, but didn't press for details. "Do you want to step outside?" "It's not good for a robot to lie," Lucia shrugged. "Come on, Jarvis, let's get started." "Robots do not lie," Jarvis retorted. Tony clapped his hands. "Go ahead, Jarvis. Customer is king." "Yes, sir." Jarvis worked at lightning speed. After pulling footage from every surveillance camera and even some phone lenses, he projected a complete record of Lexia's day. She had returned to Holy Grail Corporation in the early hours and stayed there until nearly noon. Then she visited the orphanage. After leaving the orphanage, she went to Stark Industries' New York branch, and finally, she returned to her company and stayed the night, until Happy came to pick her up the next day. Once the projection ended, especially after witnessing what happened in Tony Stark's office, Lexia finally understood what she and Tony had discussed the previous day. But Tony Stark seemed to be concerned with something else entirely. He rewound to Lexia's visit to the orphanage and pointed at the screen. "Who's that woman with the wavy hair?" Was he referring to her hairstyle? "A lawyer," Lexia replied, offering no further explanation. The two of them would meet sooner or later anyway. "All right, let's talk about our collaboration." Lexia took out the Holy Grail and placed it on the table. "Sure," Tony Stark said, unable to hide the hunger in his eyes as he regarded the Grail. "What is it you want from me?" Lexia got straight to the point. "The water in this cup can only slow your symptoms. Do you want a real cure for the palladium poisoning?" Tony Stark was stunned. I'm not sure I understand. What do you mean?" "I can offer you a complete solution to the palladium poisoning. I can even help you remove that device from your chest." Lexia's words thundered in Tony's ears like a bolt from the blue. He had long ago stopped hoping for a cure to the palladium poisoning, and now here she was claiming to rid him of it entirely. Who did she think she was? "Are you a god?" Lexia shook her head. "No, I'm not a god. I'm a Saint Seiya." Lexia had thought this through before revealing her identity to Tony Stark. She had already demonstrated her abilities on the Ferris wheel in Los Angeles and at Marbury's villa. With Tony's intelligence and Jarvis's all-seeing reach, they would have already pieced together her identity from what happened in New York. Since exposure was inevitable, it was better to own it. That way, she could hold more cards in the partnership to come. Lexia had made up her mind to work with Tony Stark. As a world-renowned superweapons manufacturer and a superhero wielding the fearsome Iron Man suit, Tony was the perfect ally, both in status and in personal charisma. At least, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he was. As for the question of which side to take in the Civil War down the line, sorry, but Saints don't get involved in family squabbles. Compared to Tony Stark, Lexia as a Saint Seiya, along with Spider-Man Parker, Electro Max, or even the future Green Goblin Harry, all have much shallower foundations. If Stark Industries could ally with Oscorp and the up-and-coming Holy Grail Corporation, They would form a team that no organization on Earth would dare underestimate. So it really was you. Tony had already analyzed the battle in Harlem, New York. According to Jarvis's database calculations, the person involved had physiological traits remarkably similar to Lexia's. Adding in the incident in Los Angeles, Tony wasn't the least bit surprised to learn that Lexia was a Saint Seiya. Instead, he felt a surge of pride at his own cleverness for figuring it out. I've studied the fight from that day. Your speed and strength were astonishing. How did you do it? Not revealing the exact numbers, afraid readers would question it. Lexia said something Tony didn't quite understand, then gestured to the holy cloth cup on the table. That's the wonder of the holy cloth. Even the water I gave you is thanks to its power. This thing called the holy cloth, can it really be that miraculous? Tony's eyes shone as he stared at the cup on the table. That was his hope for survival. You've experienced it yourself, haven't you? Lexia picked up a glass from the table, poured water from the empty holy cloth cup, and slid it over to Tony. Tony downed the water in one go. A wave of relief washed over him, and he immediately pulled out a toxin detector. It showed his blood toxin level had dropped to 8%. That morning, his toxin level had already exceeded 10%, but now it was back in single digits. To turn a glass of distilled water into a miracle cure. This holy cloth really is something extraordinary. Do you have any more of them? Could I possibly? Lexia shook his head. Unfortunately, I once thought I could own many holy cloths. But as things stand, I have only this one. And as you can see, it's already developing cracks. If it goes through another battle like the one with the Hulk, it might shatter completely. I'll have to pay a steep price just to repair it. Lexia didn't mention to Tony that he himself had no idea how to repair the holy cloth. If fixing it were as simple as dripping blood onto it, then why would the sanctuary need Mu, the specialist repairer? So until Xianjiang made an appearance, Lexia knew he had to be extra careful whenever he used the Crater Holy Cloth. There's really no other way. None. That's truly a pity. Tony shook his head, then returned to his serious demeanor. Since that's the case, let's talk about cooperation. I'm really curious about this method you claim can completely cure me, though I have to say it sounds like you're making it up. All right, Lexia replied, matching his serious tone. My condition is very simple. If I can truly provide you with a cure, I don't want direct cash as compensation. Instead, I'd like to swap shares between the Holy Grail Corporation and your Stark Industries. Oh, Tony frowned. And how exactly do you want to make this trade? Lexia raised one finger. A one-to-one exchange. We each trade 20% of our respective company's shares. Tony burst out laughing. You want to swap 20% of your company with just $100 million in registered capital for 20% of mine? Do you even know how much Stark Industries is worth? Lexia shook his head. I don't need to know. What matters is whether Tony Stark's life is worth that much. Tony's smile froze, and his expression turned sour. Just moments ago, he'd been bargaining with Lexia like a businessman, but now Lexia had him by the throat. From the very start, this partnership was never on equal footing. That's my final offer, Lexia continued, his voice unwavering. No room for negotiation. If you agree, the world is still yours. If not, it won't be long before I can only talk to you as a picture on the wall. The words sounded almost like a threat, but Tony found himself grateful to Lexia. After all, compared to the value of life, money is just something external. No matter how much you have, what's the use if you're gone? Besides, having witnessed the wonders of the cloth and the saints, Tony actually didn't find it unreasonable to give Lexia 20% of his shares. Even without the whole life-saving aspect, if Lexia were willing to let him study the cloth, Tony was confident he could create an Iron Man suit with similar properties. If that happened, the power and defense of the Iron Man suits would reach a whole new level. The Mark series would remain at the cutting edge of human technology. What Tony didn't realize was that Lexia's terms weren't as one-sided as they appeared. He could have simply demanded 20% of Stark Industries outright. Tony Stark's life was worth any price. Yet Lexia insisted on a share swap with the Holy Grail Corporation. Once Dr. Connor's gene therapy hit the market, the value of the Holy Grail Corporation would skyrocket beyond imagination. For Tony, this deal was hardly a loss. Since they were bound to become friends, it was better not to let resentment linger from the very beginning. Consider it a favor for your Marvel idol from your previous life, since you're about to die. After all, it's hard to imagine that Lexia, who always treated Tony Stark so harshly, had once counted Iron Man as her favorite Marvel hero. Soon enough, Jarvis had drafted the agreement. Lexia and Tony each signed their names, and with that, their collaboration was officially bound by law. All right, Tony said, and after signing, the two of them exchanged a polite handshake. Although they had never gotten along before, from this day on, Iron Man Tony Stark and Saint Seiya Lexia were now bound by a new connection, even if its beginning was far from pleasant. All right, the contract signed. Now, are you finally going to tell me how to cure the palladium poisoning? Having given up so many shares for nothing, Tony couldn't help but feel a little resentful, and his tone was noticeably curt. Lexia, of course, paid it no mind. Whatever the future might hold, for now, he had struck gold, 20% of Stark Industries, worth at least several $billion. To put it bluntly, with those shares, Lexia's net worth would instantly surpass that of Ma Baba. Wait, it was only 2009. Ma Baba wasn't quite Baba. The real estate and internet industries back home hadn't exploded like they would in a decade, and the richest man's assets probably hadn't even surpassed $1 billion. With the prospect of returning home as Papa Lexia, why would he care about Tony's attitude? You're right, Lexia replied with a cheerful nod. But before that, I should properly introduce myself. Tony frowned. You mean as a Saint Seiya? Exactly. Lexia stood up, walked over to a clear space, and beckoned to the cup of sacred armor on the table. Let me give you a formal introduction to the Saint Seiya. No sooner had he spoken than the cup began to glow, rose into the air, and with a burst of light, split into pieces of armor that shot toward Lexia. With a cascade of metallic sounds, the sacred armor assembled itself onto Lexia. Though he was bald, he looked far more dashing in his armor than Camion of the Crow constellation ever could. Clearly, true good looks need no help from hairstyle. Tony stared, utterly transfixed by the automatic assembly of the armor. He'd always been obsessed with making his Iron Man suits more portable, even developing the suitcase-style Mark V, sacrificing some power for a compact design. Watching the sacred armor suit up by itself, Tony began to wonder if this might just be the direction Iron Man's armor should take in the future. He casually threw a few punches, then struck an embarrassingly dramatic pose. With a serious look, Lexia began, "Whenever darkness blankets the earth, champions of hope will always rise. They don armor forged from the very constellations, and can wield the power of the stars themselves. We call this force the microcosm." Lexia wasn't telling the whole truth. He would never casually reveal that the microcosm was actually the very source of human power. As you can see, I am the saint of the crater constellation. This armor I wear is patterned after the crater itself. Tony's lips twitched. From what I know of mythology, the crater's origin is Medea's magic cauldron, a tool of mischief. Zeus sent it up into the heavens to keep her from causing more harm, and that's how it became the crater constellation. And now you're telling me that this dangerous cauldron is being used to cure poison and heal people. Lexia clapped his hands together. Mr. Tony Stark, you truly are a wellspring of knowledge. Even Greek mythology is at your fingertips. I am impressed, truly. However, the crater armor isn't quite the same as in your Greek myths. In our legends, it was the cup of Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, her vessel for soothing her throat and quenching her thirst on the battlefield. That's why the crater armor possesses the power to heal wounds. Athena? Tony immediately caught the key detail. So, according to you, these saints are somehow connected to the Greek gods. Lexia nodded. The saints are warriors who fight alongside the goddess Athena, defending love and justice upon the earth. Tony gave a dry, sarcastic chuckle. Why don't you just claim you're a god yourself? Apollo, Ares, or even Thor, the Norse god of thunder, son of Odin. Any of those would be more convincing than this saint business. Clearly, Tony wasn't buying Lexia's story. In this day and age, who still takes myths seriously? If someone showed up claiming to be Thor, swinging a hammer, Tony was certain he'd take his Iron Man suit and knock the guy's block off. Lexia shrugged. It's only natural that you don't believe me. For ordinary people, all this must sound far-fetched. But let me tell you this. I'm only a bronze saint, the lowest rank among the saints. If you ever encounter a silver saint, or even a gold saint, don't hesitate. Surrender immediately. There's no way you could escape their reach. The gold saints can move faster than the speed of light. Do you realize what breaking the light speed barrier means for Earth? As an MIT PhD, Tony looked down his nose at Lexia's outlandish claims of faster-than-light movement. He was itching to explain just what would happen if someone actually managed to run that fast on Earth, let alone surpass the speed of light. Lexia waved her hand, cutting off his science lecture. If you still want a solution for your palladium poisoning, then let me finish what I was saying. Tony pursed his lips and made a zipping motion across his mouth, signaling he'd stay quiet. As a saint of the goddess, we can pray to Athena for an oracle. The method to cure your palladium poisoning came to me through the oracle, Lexia explained. Tony raised an eyebrow. And what did the goddess say? Lexia's expression grew solemn. The oracle said, the key to the future lies in a box sealed in the past. Do you have any boxes you haven't touched for years? Or did your father ever leave you a deposit box at some bank, one that only you can open? Tony shook his head. I don't think so. I don't really remember anything like that. Maybe you could ask some of your father's old friends. Who knows? He might have left something with them for safekeeping. Lexia ended her hints there, deciding not to say more. The blueprint for the new element was hidden in the model Howard Stark built for the 1974 Stark Expo, and the key clue was locked in a box kept by Nick Fury. If she said any more, she'd never be able to explain how she knew the secrets of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony pursed his lips again, feeling he'd been taken for a ride. I spent billions for this. Why couldn't the Oracle just tell me straight out what could replace palladium? Seiya shrugged and tried to reassure him. Well, that's the thing about oracles. Without a touch of mystery, how could they be worthy of a god? Just start by looking for the box. Who knows? Maybe I'll pray for another oracle later. One way or another, I promise your money won't go to waste. Tony had 1,000 complaints, but didn't know where to begin. Still, he'd signed a contract willingly, so now he could only follow Seiya's advice and start searching. You better not be scamming me. Leaving Stark Industries, Seiya wondered if it was time to make a trip back to her homeland. As good as Lian Yuan was, it was never truly home. The Marvel Universe's main stage might be in America, but Seiya was Chinese at heart. After being away for so long, she couldn't help but think about going home for a visit. Besides, according to the special edition of Iron Man 3 she'd watched in the theater, the real turning point in Tony's recovery came from a Chinese doctor, Dr. Wu, and his acupuncture. To many foreigners, Chinese traditional medicine, acupuncture, cupping, and the like was cloaked in mystery. To them, it was less medicine and more magic. So perhaps it was time to return home and meet Dr. Wu, the man who, in the special edition, had several cameo scenes, but in the international cut, was whittled down to a single line, "Hello." And who knows, maybe she'd run in a fat bang for the post-credit scene. They might even have a chance to chat. The Stark Expo opened right on schedule, and Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, descended from the sky at the opening ceremony, instantly electrifying the entire atmosphere. Since partnering with Seiya, Tony no longer worried about his poisoning problem. From the inside out, he had reverted to that brash, cocky, and slightly infuriating version of himself. He was no longer like in the movies, constantly haunted by the fear of a sudden, fatal relapse, forcing a smile and pretending everything was fine. But one thing hadn't changed: Tony's feelings for Pepper. After everything that had happened, Tony seemed a bit like a wayward son finding his way home. He realized how much he needed someone like Pepper to help manage his life and work, giving him more time to perfect his Iron Man suits. The briefcase portable Mark V had already been completed, and unlike in the movie, where the Mark VI was developed after introducing a new element, the newly added Mark VI in this story was temporarily named the Anti-Saint armor. You could tell from a name alone what its purpose was. Seiya's overwhelming strength as a saint had left Tony both amazed and fiercely competitive. When it comes to suits, Tony Stark, have never been afraid of anyone. Standing below the stage, Seiya watched Tony show off, filled with endless emotion. Some people, it seemed, were simply born for the spotlight. If either of the two cowards standing beside him were put on stage, they'd surely make a mess of things in seconds. Parker was bent over, chatting with a little boy wearing an Iron Man mask, while farther off, Max stood staring blankly at the stage, lost in a daydream that he was the one up there, speaking confidently in the spotlight. Gwen and Jessica had gone off shopping together. They had no interest in this kind of expo. I never claimed that the world has enjoyed years of peace just because of me. Tony was still strutting his stuff on stage, full of confidence. Seiya nudged Parker with his shoulder. "Peter, who's this little guy? When did you become a full-time dad?" Both Parker and the boy turned to look at him. "You wouldn't believe it, and honestly, neither do I." Parker shrugged, his thick brows furrowing awkwardly. "His name is Peter Benjamin Parker. He lives with his Aunt May Parker. Tell me, doesn't that sound awfully familiar?" Seiya nodded. "Couldn't be more familiar." Parker's brows drooped. "That's the truth. When Uncle Ben told me about it, I was completely stunned. I never imagined that, besides having a distant cousin with the same name, Aunt May would have a distant niece with the exact same name, too. It's just unbelievable. That really is..." Seiya thought for a long moment, but couldn't come up with a fitting adjective. She could only shrug and spread her hands. "It's really hard to put into words." Second question: why does he insist on wearing that iron mask? Doesn't he know that the most famous superhero in New York is the Saint Seiya? Max turned his head and coughed. The most famous are Electro Man and Spider-Man Man. Saint Seiya is second tier at best. Seiya ignored Max's interruption and continued to wait for Parker's explanation. Parker shook his head, clearly not bothered by whether he was the most famous or not. Well, they used to live in Los Angeles. When Iron Man fought Ironmonger, he happened to be there, and Iron Man actually saved him. So, he's a die-hard Iron Man fan. Seiya tapped little Parker's helmet. "So you're a hardcore Iron Man fan, huh? Can you name dishes like in that famous routine? Steamed lamb, steamed bear's paw, steamed deer tail." If little Parker could continue with roast duck, roast spring chicken, roast goose, marinated pork, marinated duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, jellied pork, air-dried meat, sausages. Well, that would just be a masterpiece. Instead, little Parker just gave Lexia a look of regal disdain. Lexia could only imagine the expression hidden behind that mask. Are you an idiot, big bro? Well, Lexia supplied that line herself, because after giving her a glance, little Parker didn't say a word and simply turned away. These past few days in New York, little Parker had gotten into too many debates about Iron Man and Saint Seiya. At first, he was all fired up, determined to make these silly New Yorkers recognize the strength of LA's superheroes. But after a few rounds of back and forth, he realized it was all pointless. The foolishness of New Yorkers was bone deep. There was just no helping them. At this point, even without seeing under the mask, Lexia was pretty much certain about this little Parker's identity. He was none other than the young Spider-Man from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the talkative, die-hard Iron Man fan played by Tom Holland. Of course, it would be at least another decade before he became Spider-Man. For now, the title of Friendly Neighborhood belonged to the long-faced Parker, sitting next to her. As for why this world had two Peter Parkers, Lexia didn't bother to dwell on it. After all, Spider-Gwen was already around. What's one more Spider-Man Parker in the mix? On stage, Tony's speech was drawing to a close. Now, a very special guest will return from the past to explain everything to you. Please welcome my father, Howard Stark. On the big screen, a video of Howard Stark appeared, with a scale model of the Stark Expo pavilion displayed behind him. Lucian nodded to himself quietly. With the appearance of this video, he now had a legitimate reason to provide Tony with more clues. The opening ceremony soon drew to a close. Unable to resist little Parker's pleading, Parker took him to the back entrance to ask Tony for an autograph. Although Lucia had the ability to get them straight backstage, he chose not to do so. Just a moment ago, from the press section, he had spotted a familiar face and was planning to catch up and make friends. For such a major event as the Stark Expo, it was only natural that representatives from China would attend, and media coverage was a must. The delegation from China belonged to Global News, and their reporter was a tall, handsome young man. After the ceremony ended, the young reporter was tidying up his notebook, lost in thought about how to craft his news article, when suddenly a voice sounded beside him. "Are you reporter Liu?" The perfectly pronounced Mandarin made reporter Liu feel a sense of kinship, and a smile spread across his face. "My name is Liu Jia," he said, pointing to the badge on his chest where his name was written in Chinese. "Are you a student studying abroad here?" Liu Xia was still quite young, his face carrying a trace of youthful awkwardness. "I always thought your name was Zhanbo. By the way, it was from you that I learned the incantation for Lushan, Rising Dragon Strike. Majestic 5 old peaks of Lushan, grant me your strength." Lucia Muzed Sidoni. With a grin, he extended his right hand. "Nice to meet you, Brother Liu. I wish I were here as a student, but unfortunately, I'm a native-born American." Liu Jia's smile remained unchanged. "Your Chinese is so good, I thought. Never mind. Chinese people are family, no matter where we are. Since fate brought us together, how about I treat you to a late-night snack if you're free later?" "Oh, no need for that. I'm practically half a New Yorker now. Let me treat you." Astor Restaurant was a world-renowned fine dining establishment located on the 35th floor of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Manhattan, New York. Beyond its exquisite dishes, the restaurant's design ensured that every table's guest could gaze out through floor-to-ceiling windows at Central Park and the Midtown skyline, some of Manhattan's most celebrated views. Liu Jia had heard of this place before, but with his salary and stipend, it was well beyond his means. So, despite his many trips to New York, he had never set foot in the restaurant. Liu Xia, too, felt like Grandma Liu entering the Grandview Garden for the first time. This was his first experience dining in such a high-end place. As an orphan and a newly minted upstart, he had never had the money before, and now hardly had the time to indulge in such luxury. Not wanting to lose face in front of his fellow countrymen, Liu Jia simply handed the responsibility of ordering to Liu Xia. Liu Xia smiled gently and pointed to a nearby table, where the dishes looked rather appealing. "I'll have the same as that table's order, please." The waiter smiled and walked away, leaving Liu Xia and Liu Jia alone once more. "Xia, you just said you could help me set up an exclusive interview with Tony Stark. Is that true?" Liu Jia asked, a trace of urgency in his voice. And who could blame him for being excited? An exclusive with Tony Stark, Iron Man himself, will be a first in the country. If they really managed to land that interview, Global News would become a household name back home, and Liu Jia could ride that success straight to a promotion as a top reporter. The very thought filled him with delight. Who would have guessed this unassuming young man had such impressive connections? Of course, Liu Jia had worried for a moment. What if Liu Xia was just a con artist? But honestly, he had no money or valuables to lose, so what would there be to scam? "Don't worry, Brother Liu," Liu Xia said with a playful grin. "I told you I could arrange it, so I'll make sure it happens. Besides, if You're interested in interviewing Spider-Man or Electro. I can help with that too. We're all buddies. It's just a matter of asking. A few metaphorical black lines seemed to appear on the back of Lu Jia's head. The way he saw it, the only difference between this guy and old BJ, the legendary braggart, was that Lu Xia didn't have a couple of stress balls to fidget with in his hands. Come on, did he think Lu Jia had never been to New York before? Claiming to know Tony Stark was already a stretch, but now he was saying he was pals with Spider-Man and Electro too? Why not just declare himself a Saint Seiya while he was at it? Were all New York orphans this full of hot air? But as a seasoned journalist, Lu Jia was a master at controlling his expression. Even with all the inner eye-rolling and sarcastic commentary, he managed to keep a perfectly straight face, looking every bit the trusting believer. Landing an interview with Iron Man would be more than enough for me. Don't mess with me, all right? My promotion is in your hands now. Lu Xia patted his chest in assurance. Leave it to me, Brother Lu. But actually, there's something I'd like your help with too. So that's what this was about. No wonder he'd come to him on his own. Who just invites someone to a fancy restaurant for no reason? Lu Jia nodded, thumping his chest with matching bravado. Just tell me what you need. If it's something I can do, I'll make it happen for you. All right, I'll get to the point. Brother Lu, as a journalist, you must know a lot of people. I'm looking for a reliable Western doctor back home who's also skilled in acupuncture. I have a friend suffering from a rare illness, and we need a Western doctor with acupuncture expertise to perform a surgery. Lu Xia explained briefly. Besides the pleasure of running into a fellow countryman in a foreign land, the main reason he'd sought out Lu Jia was to leverage his connections to find Dr. Wu. After all, tracking down a specific doctor on the other side of the ocean would be almost impossible on his own. If Lu Jia is willing to help, with his network of contacts, he should be able to track down Dr. Wu in no time. Although Lu Jia works in international news, he has colleagues and friends who cover domestic affairs, which makes things far more convenient than Lu Xia searching alone. All right, I'll get in touch with my colleagues back home and have them look for reliable doctors in the country. Once I've sorted out the information, I'll send it all to you. Thank you so much, Brother Lu. Just then, their food arrived, and the two of them enjoyed their meal to the fullest. After dinner, Lu Xia called Tony to ask if he was free these days. Tony replied that he was currently on his way to Washington, D.C., as he would be attending a Senate Armed Services Committee meeting the next day. This must be the scene at the beginning of the movie where Tony goes toe-to-toe with a room full of politicians. A spectacular moment, though unfortunately, Lu Xia wouldn't get to see in person. Iron Man's second adversary was about to make his entrance, Justin Hammer. His very face seemed to advertise failure, yet he strutted about with a forced flair, desperate for attention, little more than a clown putting on airs. It was as if he existed solely to flaunt his own foolishness. From the very beginning, being utterly outmaneuvered by Tony during the Senate hearing, yet still forcing a smile. Later, thinking himself clever, he orchestrated Ivan Vanko's prison break, only to be mocked by Vanko for producing nothing but junk weapons, dismissed as utterly worthless. In the end, he unwittingly gave Vanko the resources of Hammer Industries, enabling him to develop a remote-controlled Iron Army bent on revenge against Iron Man, causing massive casualties and economic destruction. The final result? Hammer found himself behind bars. Every step he took seemed to drive him deeper into his own downfall. The Vanity Fair reporter who thrilled him so much had once been Tony Stark's lover, and even the ex-wife, missile he was so proud of, once mounted on War Machine, fizzled out with nothing more than a pathetic spark. That missile shouldn't have been called the ex-wife. It should have been called the premature. One can't help but wonder how Justin Hammer ever managed to build Hammer Industries up to rival Stark Industries. Maybe that was just an illusion. Whether in terms of intelligence or emotional savvy, he was completely outclassed. A coffee table full of nothing but tragedy and broken crockery. But as for Hammer Industries and later Ivan Vanko, Lu Xia had no intention of getting involved. Better to leave all that to Iron Man and to Spider-Man and Electro, who were always darting around New York. Once Lu Jia had finished gathering the information, Lu Xia planned to return home, invite Dr. Wu, and earn those few $1 million first. However, just because Lu Xia didn't want to meddle anymore, didn't mean trouble wouldn't come seeking him out. Deep in the cosmos, on distant Asgard, at one end of the Rainbow Bridge, stood an old man with a single eye, while the mighty, dark-faced Heimdall kept silent watch at his side. The one-eyed old man was, of course, Odin, the mighty all-father of the gods. As the years slipped by, even he could not hide the weariness that crept across his face. His days were numbered, yet his chosen successors gave him no peace of mind, robbing him of restful sleep. Such is the sorrow of a teacher whose lessons have yet to take root. You say someone with divine power has appeared in Midgard? Don't tell me Thor has been sneaking off to Earth behind my back. Heimdall shook his head. No, that person does not belong to the Aesir. So, not one of us? Could it be that a god from another universe has made their way to Earth? Odin murmured in thought. Heimdall, keep a close watch on this individual's movements. Suddenly, Odin paused mid-sentence. It seems I have more pressing matters to attend to right now. Heimdall, at once. Heimdall answered, driving his great sword down with force. A stream of radiant light shot forth from the Bifrost, cascading toward its destination. Who cared about gods from other pantheons? Right now, saving his son was all that mattered. Tony, ever the showman, accepted the exclusive interview request without a moment's hesitation. He and Lexia were in the midst of their honeymoon phase. Arranging an interview was the least he could do for her, and he saw no reason to refuse. The timing was perfect, too. He had just publicly confronted the senator and outwitted Justin Hammer, making a decisive statement with both his intellect and resolve. Tony, bursting with confidence, was eager to proclaim his commitment to defending Earth's peace for the whole world to hear. During Lu Jia's interview, Tony answered every question, his self-assurance practically radiating from him. Mr. Tony Stark is as dazzling as ever. No matter where he is, he's always the center of attention, remarked a young man, about 5'7", standing beside Lexia in quiet admiration. Lexia nodded. That's just how he is. He loves to show off. He's gotten used to being arrogant, and with that attitude, he's made quite a few enemies. The man in the suit nodded in sympathy. True. I'd wager there are as many people who dislike Iron Man as those who admire him. Turning, Lexia looked at the neatly dressed young man beside her. Are you a colleague of Brother Lou? Are you a reporter too? He had a gentle, scholarly air, always quick with a warm smile, making it easy for people to like him. Oh no, the man in the suit said, extending his hand. Forgive me, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zheng Xian, a military attaché from the Chinese embassy, assigned to accompany reporter Lu and the team. Pleased to meet you. Lexia hadn't expected the man standing next to her to be an official. She quickly reached out to shake his hand. Hello, Mr. Zheng. I'm Lexia, just graduated from high school this year. It's a pleasure to meet you. But it was hard to believe someone so scholarly was actually a military officer. Could he be a master in disguise? After their handshake, Lexia couldn't help but pay attention to Zheng Xian's hand. His skin was smooth, lacking the calluses and roughness one would expect from a martial artist. No matter how she looked at him, he seemed every bit the intellectual. Mr. Lexia, you became the CEO of a company worth over $100 million at such a young age. Truly impressive. Zheng Xian complimented him with a cheerful grin. Lexia's eyebrow shot up at that. Is it possible that everyone already knows I started a company? That can't be right. The company hasn't even officially opened for business yet, so hardly anyone should know. Unless... He glanced over at Tony, who was chatting animatedly in the distance. Could it be that guy who spilled the beans? Is he deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Zheng Xian waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Lexia, there's no need for concern. We're based in the U.S., so we tend to hear a thing or two about anything related to the Chinese community. I really meant nothing by it. Just wanted to show my respect. That's actually kind of interesting, Lexia muttered to himself. Thank you, Mr. Zheng. Honestly, I just stumbled into all this by sheer luck. The company's assets and ideas aren't even really mine. I just got incredibly lucky. Wait a second. The name Zheng Xian sounds familiar somehow. Where have I heard it before? Could it be? Lexia looked down at Zheng Xian, whose eyes crinkled into slits as he smiled. The face didn't ring a bell, but with so many people in China, it's perfectly normal for different people to share the same name. By the way, I might be heading back to China for a visit soon. I've never actually been back since I was born, and I'm not sure how tricky it'll be to get a visa. Mr. Zheng, do you think you could help me out when the time comes? Regardless of whether this Zheng Xian was the one from his memories, since he worked at the embassy, it wouldn't hurt to make a connection. In China, after all, relationships go a long way. Maybe that would make the visa process easier. To Lexia's surprise, Zheng Xian just laughed. No need to worry about the visa. When are you planning to leave? As it happens, I'm finishing my assignment here and returning to China at the end of the month. If you don't mind, we could travel together. And since you've never been to China before, you should really enjoy yourself while you're there. I'll be on leave for a while. I'd be happy to show you around. Lexia readily agreed. Then I'll be counting on you, Brother Zheng. It's no trouble at all. The interview wrapped up quickly. Tony didn't give Lu Jia much extra time, being a busy man himself. After seeing off Lu Jia and Zheng Xian, Tony turned to Lexia with a smile. I'm heading back to Los Angeles this afternoon. Want to come along? Lexia's presence had already shifted the plot a bit. For example, Tony had lost interest in racing around the Monaco Grand Prix track for a taste of speed and adrenaline. He didn't have the urge to live fast and die young anymore. Now, his focus was on sorting through his father's legacy and his own long-buried memories. Who knows what kind of face Ivan Vanko will make after going to all that trouble to get a ticket to the Monaco Grand Prix, only to find out Tony never even showed up. Life can be tough sometimes. Lexia shrugged. Forget it. I've got plans these days, so I won't go and add to your troubles. Tony smiled and tried to reassure her. While that's true, you really don't need to take it so hard. Los Angeles is actually very welcoming to saints, you know? You mean you welcome my cloth cup? Lexia spread her hands. Honestly, there's no need to be so nervous. When I saw the museum model your father made at the opening ceremony, it struck me as both intricate and mysterious. Have you ever considered that there might be something hidden in the design of that model? That model has been passed down for decades. After all, in a way, your expo is like a key to the future. So, maybe there's some secret in the model. Think back. Did your father ever hint at anything? My father always spoke to me in that commanding tone. I'd be shocked if I remembered anything he said. Tony shook his head. I never really listened to him. Sometimes I really wish I had. The story of Tony's parents is another tale of sorrow. Anyone who's seen Civil War would probably feel for Tony. 9 out of 10 would sympathize. His parents were killed by an enemy spy who just so happened to be Captain America's old friend, Bucky. Captain America, desperate to protect Bucky, didn't hesitate to fight Tony, even using the shield Tony's father built to block his attacks, and finally, smashing the Iron Man suit's power core with that very shield. The scene was nothing short of ironic. When Tony shouted, "That shield doesn't belong to you. You don't deserve it. My father made it." Just imagine the helplessness and pain in his heart. Cap and Howard were from the same era. They fought side by side against Red Skull in World War II. Later, in the Avengers, Cap and Tony were allies, comrades through countless battles. But none of that compared to Bucky. No matter what unspeakable things Bucky did in those nearly 70 years under enemy control, Cap would protect him. All because his name is Bucky, because he was once Cap's best friend. Lexia saved New York, but no one knew the truth of it. It happened one night. He was crouched on his cloth box as he often did. He'd had the ceiling remodeled, opening a wide skylight so he could observe the night sky. Downstairs in the lab, research on the lizard serum was reaching a critical point. Dr. Connors, Gwen, and a host of lab dogs were working overtime, pushing on through the deep hours of the night. Not a single person chose to leave. Felicia, who lived on the 5th floor, was away for personal reasons. Otherwise, Lexia could have invited her for a glass of vintage Moutai from '82. This wine was a gift from Zhang Xian, and Lexia hadn't tried it yet. But given his experience, he figured it probably wouldn't taste much different from cheap liquor. At that moment, Lexia was squatting on the St. Cloth chest, observing the stars. Suddenly, he noticed a swirl of purple energy gathering in the east, the Ox and Dipper constellations pointing towards Sirius, and the handle of the Dipper turned eastward. Based on all this, he deduced, "Holy crap, something's about to fall from the sky." Of course, all that stargazing talk was just nonsense. What really happened was Lexia's cosmos suddenly sounded the alarm. When he looked up, he saw a streak of light racing toward Earth from the distant sky. By Lexia's estimation, that thing was moving even faster than the speed of light. Something traveling at superluminal speed was about to crash into the planet. The purple sweet potato spirit hadn't even arrived, and Earth was already facing destruction? No way, right? Surely NASA, the Russian Federal Space Agency, the European Space Agency, and even China's National Space Administration would have picked up on this? What happened to the whole launching missiles to intercept asteroids plan? Hurry up and fire already. Lexia's frantic complaints did nothing to help. In what felt like the blink of an eye, that white light tore through time and space, heading straight for the building where Lexia stood. If this building really got destroyed, Lexia wasn't sure if he'd have to pay for it, but bankruptcy was a given. Downstairs in the lab was everything he'd worked for, not to mention Dr. Connors and Gwen were still inside. But this wasn't just some ordinary meteor strike. It wasn't just this building at risk. New York, maybe even the entire planet, could be facing total annihilation. Bang! Lexia blasted through the skylight, soaring into the air. There was no time to think. Whatever was falling, he had to give it everything he had to stop it. Rosen Rising Dragon. Without warning, a colossal dragon appeared above New York, roaring skyward with fury. At the same time, the white light broke through the atmosphere and came crashing down, aiming for the dragon's head. The dragon's head didn't manage to stop the white light completely, but it did slow it down considerably. Enough for Lexia to finally see what was inside that blinding glare. Wrapped in the white light was, of all things, a hammer. A hammer, falling for the heavens. Could this be Thor's hammer? But wasn't Thor's hammer supposed to land in New Mexico? Why was it showing up in New York? Lexia was left with a face full of confusion. Damn it, if I'd just gone back to China a few days earlier, would New York have been nuked flat? But then he reconsidered. In the movies, when the hammer landed in New Mexico, all it did was leave a crater a few dozen meters wide. Lexia wasn't a physics buff, so he couldn't calculate the force of impact from the size of the crater. But one thing was certain. There was no way the hammer had fallen at the speed of light. A fist moving at light speed could wipe out the entire planet, let alone a hammer of unknown, immense weight. If the hammer can't reach the speed of light when it flies, then here's where the problem begins. Every time Heimdall opens the Bifrost, casting a rainbow-colored light into space, the time it takes to bring Thor back, whether from Earth or from the dark Jotunheim Mountains, is always fleeting. Given the astronomical distance between these places, even light itself would take a considerable amount of time to travel. For teleportation to happen as quickly as it does in the movies, either the transmission speed has to be exponentially faster than light, or the Bifrost is actually a gateway connecting two places in space. That's why the major space agencies can never track Thor or his hammer. No matter how many times it crashes to Earth, they remain unbothered and unaware. So the hammer's speed hasn't actually reached the speed of light. Otherwise, Earth would be in serious trouble. And the reason Lexia can see the hammer within the Bifrost is because of his microcosmos. See, the microcosmos can account for anything unscientific, illogical, or even outright impossible. It's that miraculous. Thanks to divine protection, the rising dragon strike didn't damage the hammer on the other side, but it did considerably slow it down, so much so that it was suspended in midair. With the reverse force of the microcosmos beneath his feet, Lexia soared upward. Ever since that unforgettable night with, well, he couldn't recall. With whom his mastery of the microcosmos had soared. Now, he could break free from gravity at will, no longer needing the wings of his ink-black robe. Gazing at the hammer hovering in midair, there was no doubt about it. This hideous, flat-headed hammer was none other than Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. From head to handle to the leather strap at its end, this hammer was utterly lacking in mythic beauty, so much so it was almost laughable. Compared to sacred armor, it was a crude and clumsy thing. And yet, this was Mjolnir, famed in Norse legend as the mightiest weapon of all. He might not understand why Mjolnir had landed in New York, and he certainly found no pleasure in its design, but the thought of the immense power it held was too tempting. Lexia couldn't help but reach out. Maybe I'm one of those who can lift Mjolnir, he thought. With that, Lexia stretched out his hand and gripped the handle of Thor's hammer. The hammer gave a faint shudder, then suddenly pulled downward with tremendous force. Whoa! Lexia didn't even finish his exclamation before he was yanked down by the hammer's immense weight. He was only 40 or 50 meters above the building below. At free fall, that meant just a handful of seconds before hitting the ground. If the hammer really crashed down, there was no telling whether the building could survive. Thankfully, Lexia had prepared himself. This was Mjolnir, after all. As much as he hoped to be worthy, he knew the odds were against him. And since that was likely, he'd already braced for what it meant to be dragged down by the hammer. At the very instant he began to fall, the holy cloth of crater swiftly enveloped him, and Lexia's Cosmo flared up with unprecedented intensity. You stop right now. A colossal blaze of Cosmo erupted around Lexia, transforming his entire body into a towering torch. The tremendous energy swirling about him birthed a violent vortex, and as it spun, heavy clouds gathered in the once clear night sky, crackling with flashes of lightning. It felt as though a massive storm was about to break loose at any moment. Yet, even with such overwhelming power, he still could not halt the descent of Thor's hammer. Like the earlier rising dragon strike, it only managed to slow its momentum a little. It's not enough. Keep going. Burn even brighter for me. Lexia's furious roar seemed to ignite another transformation. The flames around him began to shift, morphing into jagged shards of ice, while streaks of lightning danced within the fire. The instant the lightning appeared, Lexia bristled with surprise. If he hadn't been bald, his hair would have been standing on end, a wild, explosive mess. That strange lightning left Lexia puzzled. Something was off. With all the mastery he had over the Lushan techniques and Mizamir's crater cloth, not a single one involved lightning. Even Regulus's lightning speed fists only had lightning in the name. They weren't actual electrical attacks. Besides, Lexia had never managed to learn anything from Regulus anyway. Those fists moved too fast for him to even see, let alone imitate. Regulus at 15 probably didn't even have a feather to his name, let alone anything to teach. So where was this lightning coming from? Could it be, just like with the cloth, that the hammer's memories were flowing into his mind upon contact? If so, that would be extraordinary. With Lexia's power surging, Thor's hammer was finally held in check. But as the lightning intensified, the world around him changed dramatically. Before Lexia could figure out whether he'd absorbed any of the hammer's memories, the sky above him suddenly shattered into a dazzling panorama of stars. Distant nebulae and sprawling galaxies glimmered, and for the first time, Lexia found himself spellbound by the spectacle of the cosmos. Beautiful, isn't it? came a kindly, weathered voice behind him, tinged with laughter. It really is breathtaking. Lexia spun around and found himself face to face with an old man, white-haired, with a single piercing eye. The elder wore splendid battle robes and gripped a spear that gleamed with a dangerous, icy light. The aura from the spear brimmed with menace, setting Lexia's Cosmo on alert. And you are? Lexia glanced down and realized he was floating in the void of space, nothing beneath his feet. The old man was suspended across from him, equally weightless. The old man chuckled softly. You may call me Odin. He revealed his name without a hint of mystery. Odin, the All-Father. Lucia had already guessed as much the moment he saw the old man's appearance. After all, a one-eyed elder exuding an imposing presence, appearing alongside Thor's hammer. Who else could it be but Odin? Odin nodded, making no unnecessary gestures. Yet suddenly, Lucia felt a powerful aura radiate from him. It was similar to a cosmos, but subtly different. If judged by the realms of the cosmos, this old man had likely surpassed the eighth sense. Odin wasn't deliberately releasing his aura, but for reasons he couldn't explain, Lucia was suddenly seized by an urge to kneel before him. So this is the might of a father of the gods. Does Odin possess the will of the gods? Otherwise, why would a mere mortal like me feel compelled to bow down? Of course, Lucia resisted. He clenched his fists tightly, jaw set, igniting his cosmos within him in a desperate struggle, a contest of wills against the overwhelming pressure. After a long moment, his fingernails pierced his palms, his lips bled from being bitten, and a sheen of sweat broke out across his body. But he endured the crushing force, refusing to kneel. Odin's aura was different from the cosmos after all. With a gentle smile, Odin tapped his spear lightly. Instantly, the oppressive force vanished, and Lucia, though unsteady, managed to stand firm. So this is the cosmos? What a wondrous power, Odin remarked. Lucia's eyes widened in shock. His greatest secret had been laid bare by Odin in a single sentence. Could it be that Hilda and Lithia from the world of Saint Seiya were all under Odin's control? Or perhaps this old man possessed the ability to see into people's hearts. Standing before him, Lucia felt as exposed as a lamb stripped bare. Odin shook his head. This power is somewhat akin to divinity, yet it's wielded differently. As an ordinary earthling, where did you learn such a force? Lucia, meudan esgaz. Since you know about the cosmos, don't you also know where it comes from? As the All-Father, is there really anything in this universe you don't know? Odin sighed. Child, the vastness of the cosmos is beyond your imagination. Who could ever claim to know everything that exists within it? This so-called All-Father is merely the God-King of Asgard. In this universe, there are likely many beings far mightier than I. So Odin couldn't actually see into people's hearts. Lucia's mind settled in an instant. Perhaps age brings clarity, Lucia thought. If Thor were here, he'd probably be boasting with his head held high. I'm the king of Asgard, the mightiest god in the universe. But wait, Mjolnir was sent to New York, so where was Thor? He hadn't seen him land, after all. At the same time, out in the wilds of New Mexico, Jane Foster's researchman sent a burly grown man flying through the storm. Why was this man wandering alone in the middle of nowhere so late at night? And why, after being hit by a car, did he emerge completely unscathed? The words he shouted, what did they mean? Was he drunk or searching for a hammer? What was really going on behind all of this? Utter nonsense. Thor, still bellowing and blustering, was promptly knocked out cold by Jane Foster's long-faced friend and assistant, who zapped him with a stun gun. To think that Thor, who paraded around all day with a hammer, unleashing lightning to uphold the glory of the Norse gods, would actually be taken down by a little electricity. Now that's what I call dramatic irony. As for how Thor planned to travel nearly 3,000 kilometers to New York in search of his beloved hammer, I had no idea. But at least Coulson wouldn't need to make a trip to New Mexico anymore. And Hawkeye could forget about showing off in the rain. In fact, Hawkeye might already be retired by now. By the way, I still don't know if those human traffickers have been completely dealt with. I should ask Chief George when I get the chance. No idea if he's been busy lately. Heh, the old man guarded against me like I was some kind of predator, but in the end he still let the wolf in the door and I ended up with his precious daughter. Although, if I'm being honest, I was more of a bystander at the time. Gwen's fighting spirit is simply overwhelming. Maybe I need to look elsewhere for a little confidence boost. Felicia, who lives downstairs, isn't half bad. I wonder what she's up to tonight. If she were around, we could all have a drink together, and then, well, who knows? A person's thoughts are vaster than the universe itself, child. Just from the look on your face, I can tell your mind has already drifted to the very edge of the cosmos. With a single sentence, Odin pulled me back from the brink of my wildly spiraling thoughts. Wiping the drool from the corner of my mouth, I put on my most serious face and said, I was just pondering the origins of the universe and the meaning of life. Granted, for us mortals who only live 100 years, such questions might seem pointless, but sometimes you have to try to know what you'll find. Odin chuckled and nodded. And did you come to any conclusions? I immediately shook my head. Not all. In fact, what I really want to know right now is this. Why did the All-Father Odin bring me here? Is it because I took this, and now you're here to punish me? I lifted the hammer of Thor in my hand. It lay there quietly, showing not the slightest sign of resistance. Odin shook his head. I came to you, rather presumptuously, because I hope you can do me a favor. I scratched the back of my head. The All-Father himself is asking for my help? Are you sure there's anything I could possibly do for you? Odin nodded. Besides you, I honestly can't think of anyone more suitable for this task. All right, let's hear it first. After all, chances to help a father of the gods like Odin didn't come often, though Lexia couldn't imagine what he could actually do for Odin from halfway across the universe. Since you know who I am, you must have heard of Thor. Of course. Thor, the god of thunder, Asgard's mightiest warrior. This hammer is his weapon. To be honest, I still don't understand why I'm able to wield it. According to our legends, only Thor himself should be able to use it. Lexia gave the hammer in his hand a little shake, hoping Odin would tell him this wasn't just some accident. That was my intention, Odin sighed. Years of victory have blinded Thor, making him arrogant and reckless, proud, greedy, and foolish. Not only did he start wars behind my back, but he even dared to defy me. I once thought he was ready to inherit the throne of the gods, but clearly I was wrong. Thor still needs time and tempering. As he is now, he cannot shoulder the responsibility of ruling the realm of the gods. If Thor's not up to it, just pick someone else, Lexia said, tossing the hammer lightly into the air and catching it again. Is he really your only son? Don't tell me, as king of the gods, you don't have a grand harem. Your neighbor Zeus certainly isn't lacking in that department. You mean that old man from the Olympian gods? Odin shook his head, a little indignant. I'm not so far behind him. I've sired plenty of sons, but only 2 of them are both the right age and truly outstanding. Lexia caught on to something right away. Odin clearly knew about the Olympian gods, which meant that the Olympian race existed somewhere in this universe. Now that he thought about it, Lexia seemed to recall hearing that Ares, the god of war, had once joined the Green Goblin's dark and extravagant Avengers Banquet. He'd always thought those stories belonged to parallel worlds. After all, in this world, the Green Goblin was already long gone. But Odin's words shattered that assumption. The Olympian gods were real. All right, that raised another question. What was the relationship between Ares and the Olympians in this universe and the god from the world of Saint Seiya? And did the power system of the Olympians also revolve around the cosmos? The microcosm, energy? According to Odin, the microcosmic power was quite similar to the divine power used by the Asgardians, which meant it might also be similar to the power wielded by the Olympians. If the Olympians existed, then surely the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, must also exist. Athena herself. The first thought to flash through Lexia's mind was, finally, a chance to get my sacred cloth. But as soon as that thought flashed by, a barrage of questions followed close behind. Would the presence of this Athena suppress the saints in any way? Where could she be found? And if I did manage to find her, what if I couldn't defeat her? Would I have to swear allegiance? That would be far too humiliating. Most importantly, would her blood have any effect on the cloths? If it didn't, then there was no need to bother with her at all, and I wouldn't feel the slightest bit burdened. But if it did matter, and she demanded that I grovel at her feet, where would I even begin such an act? Father of the gods, have you ever seen the Olympians? Earth has not only legends of the Aesir, but also tales of the Olympian gods. It's just that no one knows where they are in the universe. 2. Be honest, I've always been fascinated by these figures from myth, Lexia asked when suddenly a thought buzzed through her mind. On Earth, there's even the legend of havoc in heaven. Could it be? No, surely not. Odin shook his head. The universe is vast, far beyond our imagination. When we first arrived on Earth, we heard stories of the Olympian gods from the humans, but we never had the chance to meet them. As for their whereabouts in the cosmos, that's an even greater mystery. Greek mythology took shape around the 8th century BC, while Norse mythology emerged between the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, a gap of nearly 1,000 years. Given these dates, and considering Odin's words, it's reasonable to deduce, at least in the logic of this world, that the Olympian gods of Greece appeared on Earth and were worshipped as deities well before the Norse Aesir. The 2 pantheons never crossed paths. Both have long since left Earth and haven't shown themselves for ages. If Thor hadn't brought disaster upon himself, losing his throne, having Odin strip away his powers, and getting banished to Earth, then in the minds of Earth's people, these mythic figures might have remained nothing more than characters in stories. No one would have believed they truly existed. It seems that the search for the Olympians needs to be added to the agenda, though Lexia was well aware this wasn't a goal that could be easily achieved in the short term. All right, let's get back to the original topic, Lexia said, shaking her head and pushing thoughts of the Olympian gods aside for her. Now, what do you need me to do? Crack open Thor's thick skull with his hammer and see if there's water sloshing around inside. Odin chuckled, but ignored her playful banter. He shook his head. Thor's path has been too smooth. I need him to face some setbacks. Only through adversity and failure can he truly reflect on his life and recognize his own flaws and shortcomings. Asgard flourished and grew strong under my rule. I do not wish to see it ruined in Thor's hands. Setbacks and failures, is it? Lexia tightened her grip on the hammer. Where is he? I'll go deliver him a defeat so thorough he'll be shaken to his core. How far do you want him pushed? Questioning his place in life, or even doubting his identity? Even Odin, with all his composure, couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. He wasn't sure if choosing this person before him was the right decision or not. Lexia certainly had the strength for it. On her own, she was already a match for Thor without his hammer, and now, with Mjolnir's recognition, her presence alone would put pressure on him the moment they met. But her personality was a real headache. What did she mean by doubting his identity? Did she think I wanted Thor to change genders? I meant his character, not his gender. Sigh. In Chinese, those words sound exactly the same, don't they? It's not just Thor. There's also Loki, my youngest son. He's a constant worry for me. When Odin mentioned Loki, his face softened, no longer stern but filled with fatherly warmth. Like many adoptive parents, Odin doted on Loki, his adopted son, sometimes even more than on his own flesh and blood, Thor. To be fair, perhaps when Odin first brought Loki, the son of the king of the frost giants, back to Asgard, he did so with a hint of personal motive. But as the years passed, Loki had become as dear to him as any real son. Sadly, Loki did not see it that way. Odin did not tell Lexia about Loki's true parentage. That was a secret of the Aesir, and also his way of protecting Loki. Had Loki not discovered the truth on his own, Odin might have kept the secret forever. Loki Odinson, my favorite youngest son. He was always so clever as a child. All those intricate spells his mother taught him, he picked them up in no time. In this regard, he far surpassed Thor. But children always grow up, and comparisons are inevitable. No matter how well you treat them, they may still feel you're being unfair. Loki is clever, but he is also complicated. When it came to Thor inheriting the throne, Loki never said a word. But in his heart, he felt the injustice and grew resentful toward me. As her father, it seems nothing I do is ever right. Lexia nodded. He'd never been a father himself, but he'd heard enough stories about sibling rivalries. Those late-night talk shows in China were overflowing with cases about family disputes. As Lu Sun once said, even the wisest judge cannot settle family quarrels. So Lexia simply listened to Odin's laments, knowing better than to point fingers at Thor or Loki. No matter how right his words were, Odin would not want to hear it. So, what exactly do you want me to do? Should I go give Loki a good hammering too? Odin's lips twitched slightly. Not everything can be solved with brute force. With Thor, strength can help him realize his shortcomings, but with Loki, perhaps we should choose a gentler approach. For example, Lexia asked. Odin shook his head. Perhaps you could try being his friend, guiding him through persuasion. Loki's temperament is very different from Thor's. It's rare to see him genuinely befriend anyone. I hope you can help him. Lexia pointed to herself. Me? Be friends with Loki? Well, he's Loki. You want me to? Actually, nothing's impossible. Kids who are quick-witted tend to overthink things and don't easily let others in. But where there's a will, there's a way. I think I can figure out how to get along with him. In fact, helping others see reason is my specialty. You probably don't know this, but not long ago, I actually persuaded a would-be supervillain who almost destroyed New York to turn over a new leaf. Now, he's a force for good. I'm quite experienced with this kind of thing. Also, could you put down your spear first? Odin's spear paused midair, and the scenery around them began to blur. My time is running out, he said. I hope that while I can still watch over them, I'll see. Those two brothers love each other, as they did when they were young. Since Mjolnir led me to you, you must be the one who can help. I hope my judgment isn't wrong. As his words faded, the starry sky around them vanished. Lexia found herself still hovering above her company's building, with most of the strange sights around her dissipated. Mjolnir tumbled back into the office, and Lexia was left speechless. Is this Odin just grasping at straws? He raised two sons with wildly different personalities. One throws tantrums, the other stirs up trouble. And when he can't handle it, he comes all the way to Earth to ask me for help. I'm not your father, Bor. How am I supposed to help you with this? Staring at the hammer in her hand, Lexia didn't feel the same thrill she had when she first took control of it. The worst part is this. Troublesome hammer. Why couldn't it just crash peacefully in New Mexico? Instead, it had to show up in New York and drag me into this mess. Because the hammer went off course, Lexia had no choice but to catch it, and now Odin saw her as the one who could solve his problem. So, not only did he give her the power to wield the hammer, but he also handed her a big headache. What a situation. Old Lee is still waiting for the hammer in New Mexico. The strange phenomenon just now didn't seem to attract much attention. Maybe it was too brief, or perhaps Odin used his divine power to block satellites and certain mystical forces from detecting it. In short, on the surface, almost no one knew that Lexia had acquired the Meow Meow hammer. She casually tossed the hammer into the toolbox in the cabinet, then headed downstairs to the lab. After all, no one could steal the hammer anyway. Just leave it there. As for helping Odin fix his son, there was no need to rush. With the hammer here, they'd come looking for her sooner or later. On the fourth floor, Gwen was sitting at her desk, sorting through experimental data. The busy work kept everyone in the lab so occupied that no one noticed the strange phenomenon that had just occurred outside. Even when Lexia walked into the lab, hardly anyone noticed her. People were bustling about everywhere. Seeing everyone working so diligently for the company's future gave Lexia a sense of reassurance. With such dedication, great things could be expected. How's the progress? Lexia took a seat across from Gwen's desk, idly picking up a desk ornament to play with. The ornament was about 18 centimeters long, with a diameter of nearly 4 centimeters. It looked like an orange cylinder with a flesh-colored, hemispherical head at one end. 2 lifeless fish eyes were painted on the head, and each side of the cylinder had a thin wooden stick for arms. This serious-looking, almost sacred ornament was a gift Lexia had personally made for Gwen a few days ago. It bore a meaningful name, just we. In a certain earnest biographical anime, it symbolized all things good and was often given as a gift at weddings, festivals, birthdays, and other important occasions. Lexia was planning to find a weapons manufacturer soon to develop a just tank, basically a giant just we with treads and all kinds of sensory equipment. For firepower, they could use the Armstrong rotating accelerated jet Armstrong cannon, which would be absolutely formidable. What brings you down here? I'm pretty swamped. If you're tired, go get some sleep. I might be pulling an all-nighter, Gwen said without looking up, her keen hearing having already identified Lexia from her footsteps before she even approached. Oh, Lexia replied, getting up to close the office blinds and locking the door from the inside. Gwen glanced up, rolling her eyes in resignation. What are you up to? I'm really busy. I mean, I'm interested in you, but I honestly don't have the time. Of course you are. Lexia walked over, moved Gwen's chair from behind her, and dropped it to a horse stance right where the chair had been. Patting her own thigh, Lexia raised an eyebrow. Well, what are you waiting for? Interest is all we need. Leave the rest to me. She handed the just we ornament to Gwen. If you're worried about anyone overhearing, just bite down on this. But don't use the same spot as last time. There are already teeth marks there. Pick a new spot. It'll be better. If it were anyone else, encountering such an outrageous boyfriend during night shift, they'd probably lose their temper on the spot. What do you take me for? A toy for you to vent your frustrations on? But Gwen was no ordinary person. Her abilities allowed her to multitask effortlessly. Even with Lexia causing trouble, she never had to worry about making a miscalculation. Besides, absorbing positive energy could replenish her stamina, and she didn't even have to move a muscle herself. Why not enjoy the benefits? I'm pulling an all-nighter tonight, Gwen reiterated. Lexia nodded. Don't worry, I've got stamina for days. I'll keep you company till the end. Watching Lexia, dressed sharply, rise and open the door, Gwen teased with a smile. Didn't you say you'd stay up with me? Why are you leaving before we've even started? Lexia let out a sigh of resignation. Forget it. Even if I turned into a massage chair and kept everything squeaky clean, I'd still get censored. I can't win. I'm out. With those words, Lexia swung the door shut and strode off in high spirits. Since the powers above had snuffed out any hope for this night, he might as well go back and play with his hammer. Earlier, while moonlighting as a massage chair and playing games with Gwen, Lexia had mastered a new trick, adding a weak electric current to his attacks. Though the massage game was nothing but an illusion, the control over electricity was very real. It seemed this could be counted as a gift from Odin. In order to help Lexia wield the hammer of the thunder god, Odin had granted him a fragment of his own power. The power of lightning. It seemed to be the standard for a king of the gods. Odin wielded the power of lightning. Thor, his heir, used the power of lightning. Even their neighbor, Zeus, king of the Olympian gods, commanded the power of lightning. Now, Lexia possessed this power as well. Could this be the first step toward becoming king of the gods? Perhaps he was getting ahead of himself. After a whole night spent practicing with the hammer, Lexia grew a bit more familiar with the power of lightning. Still, since it came from a different system than his own inner energy, mastering it wasn't as easy as his command over ice and fire. Of course, wielding the hammer of the Thunder God was well within his grasp. His days with the Meow Meow hammer had been harmonious. Lexia even felt that Thor himself might not be needed anymore. When the Avengers were assembled, he could easily take the hammer and step in as the Thunder God himself. His fighting power wouldn't fall short of the original Thor's by much. But it seemed Thor didn't share that opinion. On the third day after acquiring the hammer, Lexia found himself blocked at his office door by a towering, burly man. This man wore shoulder-length golden hair parted in the middle, his face covered in a scruffy beard. When he squinted, he bore a striking resemblance to the renowned ink painter, Master Su, famed for his uncanny likeness to celebrities. "Hey," the man with the parted hair greeted Lexia with a confident smile and a heavy accent. "I'm Thor, son of Odin. I've come to retrieve my hammer." My hammer. Lexia hadn't expected Thor to track her down so quickly, though in hindsight, it made perfect sense. After all, the hammer had fought alongside Thor for so many years that there was an almost imperceptible bond between them. On top of that, with Asgard now under the shadowy guidance of either Odin or Loki, Thor soon discovered the hammer's whereabouts. With Jane Foster's help, he traveled all the way to New York. "That's right, my hammer," Thor said, pointing to the office behind Lexia. "I don't know why it ended up here, but now that I've found it, I intend to take it back. I am its rightful master." Since Lexia had been entrusted by Odin to give Thor a little nudge, she had no intention of handing the hammer over so easily. "Sorry, sir," Lexia replied coolly. "That's a private area, and there's nothing you're looking for inside. The stairs are to your left. Have a good day." With that, she moved to close the office door. But Thor slammed his hand against it, pushing his way in, chest thrust out in determination. "That hammer belongs to me, to Asgard. Mortal, you'd best step aside, or I'll have no choice but to consider this theft." With a heavy thud, Thor collided with Lexia. What happened next caught him completely off guard. He didn't manage to push past this mortal. Even stripped of his divine power by Odin, Thor's physical strength was nothing to scoff at. Falling from the sky, or getting hit by a car, none of that ever fazed him. Against ordinary people, he was confident he could take 10 at once, barely breaking a sweat. But Lexia had given him a rude awakening. Thor looked Lexia up and down with curiosity. He'd heard from Heimdall that someone on Earth could wield the power of the gods, but he had no idea who that person was. Lexia's secret remained hidden. "You're strong, man." Thor locked eyes with Lexia, his gaze flickering with a mixture of curiosity and challenge. Lexia just shrugged and smiled. "You're not too bad yourself." That offhand response stung Thor's pride. How could a mortal speak to him with such casual disrespect? Clearly, he needed to show these foolish earthlings what he was really capable of. "Must everything be settled with a fight?" came a gentle voice. A petite young woman with black hair tugged at Thor's arm, trying to calm him down. Only then did Lexia notice the person standing behind Thor. He'd been too focused on Thor to see her before. "And you are?" Lexia asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Jane Foster, astrophysicist," the woman introduced herself. "I'm a friend of Mr. Thor's." "Girlfriend?" Thor interjected, casting Lexia a challenging look, as if claiming his territory. Damn, it only took him 3 days on Earth to get himself a gorgeous, highly educated girlfriend. Can he leave any chance for the rest of Earth's men? A broad grin instantly spread across Lexia's face. He stepped aside and ushered Jane and Thor into the office. "You should have told me earlier. If I'd known my sister-in-law was this beautiful, I would have made friends with you long ago." The two didn't seem to catch the meaning behind his words, and instead walked in, curiosity piqued. Jane took a look around and noticed the spacious bookshelves filled with hefty tomes. Apparently, the owner of this office was quite the book lover. However, many of these thick volumes were written in Chinese characters. Jane had studied a bit of Chinese, so she could only make out bits and pieces. She pointed randomly at one of the books, and, in her clumsy Chinese, read out, "Gold, wood." Thor, meanwhile, made a beeline for the Mjolnir resting on the desk. "Old friend, sorry to have kept you waiting." With the joy of reunion, Thor reached out, grasped the handle, and gave it a tug. The hammer didn't budge an inch. He tried with both hands, still nothing. Tony braced his foot against the desk, his face turning red from the effort, but even his enormous strength couldn't move the hammer a fraction. After several attempts, Thor had to face an uncomfortable truth. The hammer had abandoned him. The god of thunder, unable to heft Mjolnir. Was this some kind of joke or a horror story? Father of the gods, all-father. Why is this happening? If losing his hold on the hammer had already shattered Thor's spirit, then what came next sent his sense of self-worth plummeting into a bottomless abyss. Lexia walked over to the desk, reached out, and picked up Mjolnir with ease, casually twirling it in his hand. "Looks like this thing doesn't belong to you anymore, Mr. Thor Odinson." Watching the hammer, his hammer, being tossed around so lightly by Lexia after refusing him, Thor almost choked on his own indignation. How is this any different from having your wife run off with someone else? Ignoring the look in Thor's eyes that practically screamed for a fight, Lexia turned to Jane Foster. "For your sake, I'll let your earlier rudeness slide. But as for this hammer, it's got a mind of its own, and clearly it doesn't like you." Thor's eyes widened. He gritted his teeth, ready to argue, but the cold, hard truth stared him in the face. Mjolnir no longer belonged to him. Not only had all his godly powers vanished, but even his most faithful companion, the hammer, had deserted him. For the first time, Thor understood the meaning of utter despair. With Mjolnir in his grip, he was the invincible war god of Asgard, the mighty Thor. Without it, he was nothing more than a feeble earthling, unable to even stand up to an ordinary human. What he didn't know was that Lexia was by no means frail and certainly could not be defined as an ordinary earthling. After Odin sent Thor flying across the Bifrost, he cast a spell upon Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god. Whoever was worthy to wield it, no matter who they were, would gain the power of Thor. In truth, this spell was tailor-made for Thor himself. The term worthy holds two meanings. First, it means the person must inherently possess the qualifications to bear the power of Mjolnir. And throughout history, after Odin, only Thor ever held such worthiness. The second meaning is that Thor would only truly be worthy to lift the hammer when he genuinely understood the essence of guardianship and could shoulder the responsibility of protecting and leading Asgard. In other words, the hammer would remain there, waiting when he matured and truly understood. Then and only then would the hammer once again be his. But when Odin learned of Lexia's unique existence on Earth, his perspective changed. Since he was determined to temper his son, why not go all the way? Why not shatter the belief that only Thor could lift the hammer and show him that he was not irreplaceable? Everyone, as they grow up under the care of family and loved ones, develops a certain illusion to some degree. I am the center of the universe. I am a chosen one of this world. Everything I do and think deserves recognition and praise. Thor, who wielded Mjolnir and was undefeated across the realms, felt this even more deeply. He didn't even hold his own father, Odin, the all-knowing king of gods, in any real regard. He thought Odin's ways were obsolete and conservative, and even once pointed at Odin's nose, shouting, "You foolish old man." No wonder Odin was enraged. What parent could tolerate that, let alone a king among gods? Odin began to doubt his own methods of parenting, which is why he came up with the idea to provoke Thor by bringing in Lexia, who also possessed divine power on Earth. The results were exactly what he hoped for. Thor, whose heart had already sunk into despair, nearly keeled over when he saw Mjolnir crackling with lightning in Lexia's hands. Jane was right beside Thor, catching him just in time and soothingly patting his back. Thor knew that there was no way he could reclaim the hammer today. Though unwilling to accept it, he turned and walked away. His divine pride and dignity would never allow him to beg or cling shamelessly. But he would not fall into despair. He believed that, when he returned the next time, Mjolnir would once again find its way back into his grasp. "Are you leaving already?" Lexia watched the two figures receding into the distance, her voice tinged with regret. "I was hoping to treat you to a drink, sister-in-law. I have a bottle of the finest 1982 Maudai from the Celestial Empire." She kept her eyes fixed on them as they descended the stairs and left the office building. Standing by the window, Lexia spoke to the empty room. Without the hammer of Thor, the god of thunder is no different from an ordinary mortal. Isn't that right? Tiny arcs of lightning flickered on the surface of Thor's hammer, gathering, ready to strike in a certain direction. "I don't think we're enemies," came a voice from the direction the lightning pointed. A tall, slender man appeared, his hair slicked back, dressed in a dark green trench coat. The wary look on his face betrayed his apprehension of the mighty hammer. No sooner had the elder brother left than the younger one arrived. Lexia kept her sarcasm to herself, masking it with a guarded expression. Name, identity, purpose. The electricity crackling around Thor's hammer only intensified, growing even more menacing. "Hey, easy, friend. I told you, we're not enemies." Loki, now dressed as a denizen of Earth, put on his most harmless and sincere face. "My name is Loki, son of Odin the All-Father, brother to Thor. I'm here to discuss a partnership with you." "This is how you start a partnership?" Lexia spun around and swung her arm sharply behind her. From the empty air emerged a figure in dark green, sent tumbling to the ground before vanishing into nothingness. A crisp clapping sound echoed from the sofa nearby. The Loki who had been speaking to Lexia vanished in an instant, and it was from the sofa that the applause now rang out. Loki applauded, his voice full of admiration. To see through my magic, no wonder you're worthy of being recognized by Thor's hammer. I think we can sit down and have a proper conversation about working together. Lexia set the now quiet hammer on the table. Its lightning dissipated and took a seat across from Loki. This time, she could tell it was really him. Thor's hammer, Thor Odinson, and now the god of mischief Loki. Don't tell me you all just stepped out of myth. First, allow me to apologize for my little discourtesy just now, Loki replied with a wry smile. Myths aren't always just stories. Mortals simply worship what they cannot understand, making gods out of the unknown. All right, Loki, god or not, I'll reluctantly accept your apology, Lexia replied, crossing her legs with an air of leisure. So, what does a god want with a mere mortal like me? The corner of Loki's mouth curled upward. A mere mortal? If you're truly immortal, Mr. Lexia, then the rest of humanity must be little more than dust. Mortals can't harness divine power, nor are they worthy to wield Thor's hammer. Lexia rolled her eyes. So now everyone in Asgard knows I have divine powers? Wait, no. Your brother, the one whose brain seems to be made entirely of muscle, didn't have a clue just now. Ha! Lexia thought, recalling Mr. Lu Sun's advice to never comment lightly on other people's family matters. So, what brings you to me? What's your real purpose here? Loki's gaze drifted past Lexia and landed on the hammer resting on the table. Lexia could feel the longing in his eyes. That's Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. I don't know how you ended up with it, but if it chose you, there must be a reason behind it. I need you to promise me one thing. No matter what happens, never, ever return Mjolnir to Thor. As a reward, once it's all done, I'll grant you this hammer officially, in the name of the king of the gods. Lexia looked up. To say she didn't like the hammer would have been a lie. This was the perfect weapon to show off with on the battlefield. And a gift from the true owner always felt better than something found by chance. But how can I trust you? After all, in our mythology, you're the god of mischief. Loki tilted his head. What would it take for you to trust me? Lexia grinned, flashing 8 dazzling white teeth. Simple. Spend the night with me. Though Loki was quite certain Lexia wasn't hitting on him, the glint in Lexia's eye made him instinctively tense up. I may be called Loki, but that doesn't mean I swing that way. Lexia glanced out the window. The sky had already grown dark. She stood up. It's about time. Let's go. Loki looked bewildered. Go? Where? A hotel. What would we do at a hotel? If we're drinking, we're going to a bar, of course. What hotel? You're not a woman. Didn't Odin say Lexia and Loki should become friends? And what's the quickest way for two men who barely know each other to bond? Naturally, over drinks. A few rounds of liquid courage, and no matter how proper or distant you were before, you'd soon be best friends, as if you'd known each other forever. Besides, Lexia had planned more than just drink for the night. Loki's eyebrow twitched. He was tempted to just finish Lexia off right now. But as long as Lexia lived, no one else could control Mjolnir. So he'd just have to let Lexia have her fun for a few more days. Orange Temptation was a fully licensed, government-registered, forward-thinking, and culturally appropriate strip club. I'm telling you, I've wanted to come here for ages, but never had the time. Tonight, we finally have a free evening. Let's go in and broaden our horizons. I promise you'll be amazed. This was the very spot where Lexia had once come with Parker and Thompson, and where they had run into Oldley. Back then, Oldley had issued a strict ban on the three of them entering. But now, months later, the guards at the door had long since forgotten about it, and the two of them slipped into the club without any trouble. True to its reputation as an upscale club, the interior was exquisitely designed. The dark-toned decor, bathed in a haze of pink-purple lights, gave the place an atmosphere charged with raw instinct. On the central stage, two confident female performers were earnestly showcasing the artistry they had honed over years of practice. Despite the critical stares from the audience fixed upon them, the dancers remained unfazed. Each high kick was graceful, each arch of the back executed with full commitment. With every movement, they declared to everyone present, I have nothing to hide. After scrutinizing every possible imperfection, the audience nodded in approval, recognizing the dancers' striking strengths. Applause and cheers erupted throughout the room. Buoyed by the audience's encouragement, the artists performed with even greater passion, and more dancers joined them on stage. From 2, then 10, and soon even more. Each dancer brought their own unique flair, prompting waves of satisfied howls and whistles from the crowd. What do you think of this place? Lexia nudged Loki, who had been utterly stunned since they came in. Compared to Asgard, this is our real divine realm. Blushing furiously, Loki allowed Lexia to drag him over to a bar stool by the counter. Playing the part of a seasoned regular, Lexia waved at the bartender. 2 bottles of Tsingtao, please. What's the point of coming to a bar if you're just going to drink soda? The bartender handed over 2 small bottles with a friendly smile. Lexia passed one to Loki, then took a swig from his own. As expected, it tasted different from the kind he drank back home. Since Tsingtao beer was introduced to the States in 1972, it had repeatedly topped anonymous tasting panels, and to this day, remains the best-selling Asian beer in America. Still dazed, Loki grabbed the bottle and downed it in one go, then set it down and let out a deep, resounding burp. This ale isn't half bad, Loki said as back to the stage, using the burp to mask his embarrassment. Lexia couldn't help but laugh. As someone who could turn himself into a massage chair for Gwen for an entire night, Lexia had only come here to fulfill a childhood dream, more as a pilgrimage than anything else. To be honest, though the dancers on stage were talented and versatile, they didn't really spark his interest. But for Loki's sake, he might just end up doing something tonight he wouldn't normally choose. After all, isn't the easiest of life's for ironclad friendships the one where you sing your heart out together, letting yourselves drift away with the music? After a while, as the drinks began to flow and the mood lightened, each person would take a few artists back with them for an all-night session, discussing academic questions, anything from the prenatal care of sows to all sorts of other topics. The next day, when the two sat together, a subtle expression would appear on both their faces, an expression only they could understand. That was when a friendship could be said to have begun. This was Lucia's plan. It looked flawless on paper. But when it came time to put things into action, Lucia discovered that things weren't unfolding quite according to plan. Soon, the bar counter was lined with 12 empty beer bottles. Loki, his back to the stage, turned to look at Lucia. "So do you believe me now?" The mild alcohol content in the beer hadn't done much to Loki. He was still perfectly sober, and he hadn't forgotten that he was here simply to drink with Lucia and win his trust. Lucia glanced at the half-finished bottle in his hand and frowned. "Madame Dane, we agreed this would last all night, and look at the time. Bartender, bring me a bottle of water of life." The bartender cast Loki a glance, said nothing, and simply took out a bottle labeled 96%, uncapped it, and set it on the counter. This was 96% Polish distilled vodka, also known as water of life. Normally, it was reserved for mixing cocktails. Even the most die-hard drinkers could hardly handle its almost pure alcohol content. And now, someone had ordered a whole bottle to drink straight. Silently, the bartender made the sign of the cross for Loki in his mind, praying that when he woke up tomorrow, he'd still be in one piece. Oblivious, Loki watched as Lucia filled his glass to the brim. The clear liquid gleamed temptingly under the colorful lights of the fans. "So, if I finish this bottle, that's it? I'm a busy man, you know? I don't have all night to waste here." Loki was starting to think that agreeing to Lucia's terms had been a mistake, but since things had come this far, there was no turning back. "Lucia no did. I mean what I say, just this one bottle. Once it's gone, I'll be your most loyal ally. But..." He leaned in closer, lips curled into a sly smile. "But I hope our partnership is built on trust, so please, no tricks, God of mischief." "Oomph. Right back at you. I hope you'll keep your word." With a look of disdain, Loki grabbed the bottle and took a long swig. The moment the alcohol hit his throat, Loki's eyes widened in shock. The fiery sensation blazing from his throat all the way to his stomach was unlike anything he'd ever felt. But a promise was a promise, and he'd already thrown down the gauntlet with Lucia. No matter what, he was not about to set that bottle down now. Gulp, gulp, the liter bottle of vodka slowly emptied into Loki's stomach. Though his constitution protected him from alcohol burns, the liquor was beginning to cloud his thoughts and dull his senses. Lexia clapped her hands and stood up. "That's enough, Mr. Loki. You've proven yourself. Our deal is sealed. I promise, as long as I can still lift Thor's hammer, I will never hand it over to Thor." There was another half of that sentence Lexia didn't say aloud. "If the day comes when I can't lift it anymore, I can't make any more promises." But Loki no longer had the energy to parse the hidden meaning in Lexia's words. After sitting quietly for a moment and regaining his composure, he opened his eyes, turned around, and with a delighted grin, started watching the performance on stage. "Don't rush off. Since you're already here, why not stay and enjoy the show?" Loki is a complicated character. By definition, he's a supervillain, born on the opposite side of the superhero camp. And judging by his actions after his debut, double-crossing his father, betraying his brother, even opening a portal in an attempt to destroy Earth, he certainly lives up to the name of villain from every angle. Yet, despite all this villain has amassed a surprising number of fans, and, in the end, he gradually finds redemption. It's nothing short of a miracle. According to the later narrative, Loki in the Marvel Cinematic Universe isn't a pure villain. Not really. He's just not particularly friendly toward Earth. Everything he's done has been for one reason: to prove to his father that he is not inferior to his brother. He's the pitiable younger sibling who's lived his whole life in his brother's shadow, striving to become his best self, only to discover that, In his parents' eyes, his brother is still their clear favorite. Especially after learning the truth about his origins, discovering he's not their biological child, that for over 1,000 years he's called home a place that was never truly his, that the world he swore to protect isn't his homeland, and that his real father is Lao Fei, leader of the Frost Giants and Odin's sworn enemy. Well, the fact that he didn't completely break down is a testament to his strength. He had already embraced his identity as an Asgardian, but now the truth told him he was a descendant of the Frost Giants. That fact nearly shattered his worldview, making his entire life up to that point feel like a cruel joke. So, is the reason my father won't acknowledge me not because I'm not good enough, but simply because I'm not his real son? To cling to the reality he had always known, Loki made a bold decision. To prove his strength to his father, to show him that even as a foster child, he was just as capable and worthy of inheriting Asgard. To prove himself, an audacious plan began to take shape in his mind. Destroying the Black Gate Mountains of Jotunheim, returning to the heart of the Frost Giants, eradicating their entire race, and eliminating every last enemy of Asgard. Such feats would be more than enough to secure him a rightful title, to finally win the approval of his father, Odin, and to show Thor that Asgard would thrive far better under his rule. So long as Lexia could keep Thor occupied, Loki's plan would unfold flawlessly. Do you know what I want to do most right now? Loki's cheeks were tinged with red from the drink. Holding a cocktail, he raised his glass with effortless grace toward the artist performing on stage. Sleep with her? Lexia leaned against the bar, both arms resting atop it, his expression blank as he watched the scene unfold. He'd just endured 2 straight hours of Loki recounting stories from his and Thor's childhood. The two of them were over 1,000 years old. The tales between them were endless, their stories more numerous than those of many ancient dynasties. When Lexia was in school, he could barely keep track of the history of a single dynasty, let alone remember the countless anecdotes spanning centuries of someone's childhood. By the end, Lexia could scarcely recall what had been said at the beginning. His mind was a jumble, as if 2 miniature versions of Thor and Loki were dashing and leaping around in his head. Loki shot Lexia a wicked grin. You mortals are ruled by your desires from birth, survival, procreation, and countless others. Lexia fired back with a hint of annoyance. And people from Asgard are all saints, living off air and abstinence. Loki shook his head. Not at all. But we have higher pursuits, maintaining peace across the universe. That is Asgard's duty, the destiny of every Asgardian warrior. Lexia dug at his ear. Peace in the universe, huh? Well, I've got a legendary martial arts move I could teach you if you're interested. Loki let the playful remark slide right past him. My greatest wish is to rule Asgard, to wipe out every force of evil. Only then can there be true peace. That sounds pretty dangerous, almost exactly like your reckless brother's ideas, doesn't it? Didn't you say your father punished him for starting wars without thinking? Seems to me you two are actually kindred spirits. Loki smiled faintly. I'm not like Thor. He acts on brute strength alone, but He tapped his temple and smiled. I use my mind. It was Loki who let the Frost Giants into Asgard to sabotage Thor's coronation. It was Loki who goaded Thor into seeking revenge against the Frost Giants. It was Loki who reported Thor's actions to Odin by name. When it comes to cunning, the god of mischief and tricks is galaxies ahead of Thor, whose official intelligence stat is, after all, only a 2. Lexi understood what Loki was thinking. In order to gain his adoptive father's approval, he was about to kill his own biological father. To be honest, to Loki, who never accepted his identity as a Frost Giant, this birth father, Lao Fei, who had abandoned him, never met him, nor fulfilled a single fatherly duty, was no different from a stranger passing by. Lexia didn't know whether to call this cutting ties with family or sacrificing kin for the greater good. But, as always, family matters like this were not for an outsider like him to comment on. As long as Loki believed it was worth it, that was enough. They clinked their glasses and downed the dazzling, colorful wine. Lexia stood up, pointed toward the stage, and said, Before you go about maintaining peace in the universe, how about helping them broker a little hormonal peace first? As for technique, don't worry. They'll absolutely make sure you're, well, more than satisfied. Loki leaned to the side and slumped on Alexia's shoulder. You're all right. Far better than those people in the God realm. They either fear me or guard against me. Even my mother, she's never talked with me like this for so long. All they ever do is spout grand principles. Tell me I must love Thor because Thor loves me too. Do I love Thor? Of course I do. Not just him, father, mother, and Asgard too. How I wish I could have a complete family. But Loki finally passed out, brought down by a bottle of 96 proof vodka and dozens of other random liquors. Lexia felt he'd done well. The fact that Loki was willing to share so many childhood memories was, in a way, a sign of acceptance. For a prince born into nobility, Loki rarely had anyone to treat him as an equal. Add to that a somewhat withdrawn nature, and Thor might have been the only child he ever grew up with. Loki's feelings for Thor were undoubtedly sincere, and so was his jealousy. For someone like Loki, Lexia's appearance had, in some ways, filled a void in his heart. A friend who wasn't intimidated by his identity, didn't care about his reputation, didn't mind his tricks, and even invited him to drink and watch voluptuous beauties together. This was exactly what he'd been missing. With Loki this drunk, Lexia couldn't possibly toss him in with the artists. Looking so pale and delicate, he'd probably be squeezed dry by those professionals before the night was over, no matter how strong or gifted he might be. Taking him home to stay over didn't seem right either. What if this guy started sleepwalking and writing some risque royal fan fiction? The writing part wasn't so worrying. The real concern was if he got a little too carried away while writing. When Loki finally woke up, he was utterly confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? This was a rather small space, even somewhat cramped. Nothing at all like the grand chambers he enjoyed in the divine realm. The difference was more than just a little. "You're awake," came a familiar voice from nearby. Loki turned his head and saw a broad, muscular back facing him. The skin was marred by swollen, red welts, and sweat mingled with traces of blood trickling slowly downward. What had happened? Loki glanced down at his own clothes. Aside from his coat, everything else was intact. "Don't just stand there. Help me with the medicine." That brute really didn't hold back. Thor tossed a bottle of healing salve over his shoulder. Loki caught it instinctively, just as he had done countless times before. Whenever his brother was injured, it always fell to the younger sibling to tend to him with a mix of care and exasperation. It almost felt as if they'd returned to the old days, but deep down, they both knew those days were gone. "Who did this to you?" Loki hesitated, but nonetheless uncapped the medicine and began to treat Thor's wounds. "Some bastard who stole my hammer. You know him, I think." Thor's face was grim as he bore the pain, unflinching. Fear of pain had no place among the warriors of Asgard. "You mean Lexia?" Loki frowned. "What exactly happened?" "That guy found me last night and brought you here. I thought he'd harmed you, so I said a few harsh words to him. I didn't expect he'd just ignore me. And then... So I picked a fight with him. And, well, this is the result." Loki looked at the marks on Thor's back. "You're hurt worse this time than ever before." Without the power of the gods to protect him, Loki could well imagine the scene. Lexia forcing Thor to the ground, utterly overpowering him. It must have been quite a spectacle. "It's fine, brother," Thor replied with a carefree grin. "As long as I can protect you, it's worth any wound, no matter how severe." Loki's hands pressed a little harder than necessary, making Thor let out a sharp hiss. As he looked at Thor's powerful back, Loki's feelings grew tangled. "Brother, oh brother, do you know what I hate most about you? What I hate most is that unshakable confidence of yours. The way you always believe you're invincible, even now, stripped of your godly strength, still thinking you can keep me safe. I am Odin's son too, the god of Asgard. I, Loki, need no one's protection. More than that, I will claim Asgard's throne and prove I can rule better than you ever could. Just wait and see." By the way, Thor turned, smiling. "Did you come all this way just to see me? Has Father forgiven me? Are you here to bring me home?" Loki's face darkened. "I came to tell you that Father is dead." Thor's smile froze. "What? That's impossible. Father?" Loki offered no explanation. Odin's failing health was no secret between the brothers. "Because of you, Asgard now faces a war, a grave crisis. You must take responsibility for this. I know you love our father. I tried to explain things to him as well, but he wouldn't listen. Stripping you of your godly power so you could no longer wield Mjolnir was indeed cruel, but that was Father's decree. No one could defy it. And now, I am the king of Asgard. I will take good care of our realm. You can rest assured." Hearing this, Thor's heart sank. To say he wasn't disheartened would be a lie. Yet the pain of losing the throne was nothing compared to the sorrow of losing his father. So whether he had his powers or not, whoever sat on the throne, it no longer mattered to him. He cared about only one thing. "Can I go home?" Loki shook his head. "Your exile is written into the truce with the frost giants. It's forever." And Mother agreed to it as well. These lies rolled smoothly off Loki's tongue, without the slightest hesitation. As the god of mischief and trickery, deception was his gift. Besides, Thor would be stuck on Earth for good. There'd never be a chance to confront him with the truth. Once the frost giants were gone and Asgard united under his rule, who would even remember the banished god of thunder? There would be only one object of devotion, the king of Asgard, Loki. Though I hate to say it, I'm afraid this is goodbye, brother. Hearing Loki call him brother, likely for the last time in his life, Thor offered no protest, no complaint. Yes, when he first found himself unable to lift Mjolnir, he had cried out to the heavens, raging against his father's coldness and harshness. But after hearing the news of his father's death, he grew up in an instant. He remembered all his past mistakes, the countless times his father had forgiven him, cleaned up his messes, and shielded him from consequences. That man who always stood behind him would never again scold him or strike him. Even though these words came from perhaps the last person he should ever believe, a master of lies, Thor couldn't help but trust this liar most of all, no matter how many times he'd been deceived. Grief filled him to the brim. Yet exile had been his father's final command, and Thor, who had spent a lifetime arguing with Odin, suddenly felt at peace. If this was his father's will, then he would honor it. With a deep sigh, Thor looked into Loki's eyes and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "Thank you for coming to see me." "Thank you. Farewell, forever," Loki replied softly, and then his figure slowly faded away. Staring at the empty bed, Thor felt hollow inside. After living in Asgard for over 1,000 years, all his ties had been severed in an instant. He would never see his parents, family, or friends again. The crushing sense of loss nearly overwhelmed him. Creak. The door of the RV swung open, and Jane stepped inside. "Is your brother awake yet? Shall we take him out for breakfast?" Thor pulled Jane into a tight embrace as soon as she entered. Love, after all, was a powerful remedy for the wounds of the soul, and right now, he needed a rather hefty dose. "What's wrong?" Jane patted Thor's shoulder. During their journey from New Mexico to New York, feelings had already blossomed between them. That was why Thor had told Lexia that Jane was his girlfriend, and Jane hadn't objected at the time. Back then, though, Thor was still very much a god, with his mind preoccupied by concerns over his hammer. So, nothing substantial had developed between them yet. But now, seeing Thor like this, Jane realized it might be time to experience firsthand just how strong he really was. Oh, by the way, Jane remembered something when she noticed a wound on Thor's back. "Lexia just had someone bring over an ointment. She said she wasn't sure if it was for you or your brother, but she figured you two could probably use it." Thor looked up. "What ointment? Loki isn't hurt." "Let me see," Jane said, glancing down at the box in her hand. "It should be called Nian Jiuhua. The last character here must mean ointment. These Chinese characters are really tough. The instructions say, here it is, for healing, work list." Lexia had no idea what sort of face Thor would make after receiving the ointment. At the moment, he was out in the wilderness, working on his hammer. He'd had a fight with Thor the night before. While Thor was still remarkably strong compared to ordinary humans, without the aid of his godly powers, his strength depended very much on who he was up against. In the movies, when he crash-landed and got hit by Jane's car, he walked away without a scratch. Yet later, when he went looking for his hammer, a few agents managed to leave a cut on his face, nearly marring his looks. Setting aside those cinematic inconsistencies, the Thor Lexia had encountered was certainly tough, and his physique was even more formidable. Even without divine powers, his strength was measured in tons, and his resilience far exceeded that of any normal person. Nevertheless, he'd still been thoroughly bested by Lexia, who hadn't even used his full cosmic potential. The wounds all over Thor's body bore witness to that. After giving the god of thunder a thorough beating, Lexia didn't exactly feel triumphant. After all, his opponent was just a particularly brawny man stripped of his powers, not the mighty Thor who wielded Stormbreaker, summoned lightning with a wave, and, driven by hatred, nearly brought about the end with a single swing. For Lexia, honing his own strength was a constant pursuit, not just for the distant Battle of New York, or the days of Ultron, or for the purple villain who loved snapping his fingers. Even closer to home, there was the Mandarin, the one who'd been sent flying by a single punch from the Little Lion. Lexia wasn't sure if he'd be making a comeback, but he wasn't about to let his guard down. In the cinematic universe, he is nothing more than a third-rate Hollywood actor, a puppet pushed to the forefront by AIM's founder Aldrich Killian. Calling him a villain is almost a joke. But the one Lexia encountered was a different story. This was Iron Man's archenemy from the comics, the formidable villain who had mastered dark arts with the power of 10 mystical rings. His plot to have Zhang Shanxi kill Tony was thwarted by Lexia. Then, when he came in person, he ended up being sent flying by a single punch from young Regulus. It's fair to say that the enmity between him and Lexia runs deep. Lexia couldn't be sure whether this villain would put aside his grand ambitions of world domination and instead focus all his energy on eliminating Lexia as an obstacle. If that were the case, Lexia's current strength would hardly be enough. The Mandarin, empowered by his dark arts, already possessed a formidable physique. Add in the 10 rings, each with its unique power, and he could utterly overwhelm a bronze saint with his sixth sense. Of course, if the Mandarin showed up right now, Lexia wouldn't be afraid. After all, he had Thor's hammer at hand, with a strike that summoned divine thunder from the heavens. Even if it didn't obliterate the foe, it would certainly leave him half dead. Yet, Thor's hammer was never truly his. Sooner or later, Thor would reclaim it. By then, Lexia would be left facing the Mandarin and his 10 rings armed with nothing but a saint cloth already marred by cracks. Unless he could elevate his cosmos to the level of a silver saint and unlock the true power of the crater silver cloth, confronting the Mandarin would be nothing short of a suicide mission. To push his cosmos further, Lexia devised a new training method. He borrowed the original idea of stimulating the body with the cosmos from the cloth box, but this time he used Thor's hammer to draw lightning from the sky, tempering both his body and his cosmos with the raw power of the storm. Since Odin had temporarily granted him the use of the hammer, Lexia was determined not to let it go to waste. Time was short. He had to make full use of this gift and keep exploring new ways to wield its power. The wilderness where he had fought the Hulk was far from the city, barren and empty of residents. Even after all this time, the scars of that epic battle still marred the landscape. Lexia placed the hammer in the center of the wasteland and retreated a good distance, adopting a ready stance. He was clad in a robe, refined by the myriad energies of the world. His sacred cloth was too precious to risk in such an ordeal. If it broke, who could he blame? Let's begin. As Lexia spoke, a spark of electricity suddenly crackled from the hammer. The once clear sky was swiftly overtaken by gathering storm clouds, thick and heavy, with flashes of lightning flickering in their depths. As the thunderclouds converged overhead, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking Thor's hammer dead on. The hammer absorbed the lightning, which then transformed into a thinner, sharper arc of electricity, shooting straight for Lexia, who stood ready for the test. With a crisp snap, an arc of electricity struck the bracer on Moye's arm, bursting into a brief spark before vanishing without a trace. Is that all you've got? So this is the mighty hammer of Thor? Not impressive at all. Come on, give me something bigger. Lexia shouted toward the distant hammer of Thor. Instantly, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl shot straight toward her, slamming directly into her breastplate. With a thunderous boom, Lexia was blasted dozens of meters back, skidding face down across the ground and leaving a deep furrow in the earth. She yanked her head out of the dirt, spat out a mouthful of soil, and sprang to her feet. The breastplate over her chest, made of Moye's signature dark fabric, was now webbed with cracks like a shattered spider's web, and looked like it could break apart at any moment. Bah! Bah! Lexia wiped the dirt from the corner of her mouth. That's more like it. This is the real thrill again. The hammer of Thor flashed once more, hurling another lightning bolt as thick as before. Lexia bared her teeth in a ferocious grin, clenched her fist, and punched straight at the oncoming lightning. Her fist, wrapped in the power of her microcosm, shattered the bolt on contact. The lightning was long, but Lexia's fists were faster. In a split second, she unleashed hundreds of punches, scattering the bolt into a cloud of free-floating charges that dissolved into the air. Exhilarating. In Greek and Norse mythology, lightning is a force possessed only by the greatest of god-kings, a power surpassing all others. To withstand lightning, in a sense, is to begin to possess the power to challenge the gods themselves. Granted, these are earthbound bolts, greatly weakened by Thor's hammer and nothing compared to the true might of Odin's or Zeus's lightning. But even so, it's a promising start. More. Keep going. We're not nearly there yet. According to the conventions of fantasy tales Lexia grew up reading, a truly powerful artifact usually harbors a spirit within. She wasn't sure if the hammer of Thor had a soul, but every time she taunted it, the hammer seemed to rise to the challenge, unleashing a barrage of a dozen or more lightning bolts, each as thick as a bowl. The bolts wove themselves into a net of electricity in midair, wrapping Lexia tightly inside. Bring on the lightning. Let it rage even fiercer. Lexia's voice rang out from within the electric net. A moment later, countless fist shadows burst forth from the net, punching their way through. This time, the lightning unleashed by the hammer of Thor didn't come in a single blast, but kept surging forth in an unending stream. Each time Lexia punched a hole in the electric net, it instantly stitched itself closed. Lexia's voice kept echoing from inside the net. Break, repair, break again, repair once more, the cycle repeating as time slipped rapidly by. Because the storm clouds were far from New York City, the strange weather didn't draw much attention there. Even meteorological satellites only registered it as a typical thunderstorm. Meanwhile, under New York's sunny skies, an explosive piece of news was about to set the world ablaze. The first to break the news was a video uploaded to YouTube. At the Stark Expo, Tony Stark, who was attending an event for a certain company, was suddenly attacked by criminals. The assailant was a terrorist clad in a makeshift exoskeleton powered by a miniature reactor, brandishing two electrified whips. And so, the myth that the Iron Man suit could never be replicated was shattered. From the very beginning, superheroes had descended upon ordinary society with an air of invincibility. Their superhuman physical prowess and endless array of advanced gadgets had struck fear into the hearts of countless criminals and terrorist organizations. Take Spider-Man, for example. Since he first appeared in New York City, he helped the police catch countless criminals. Time and again, he darted through hails of bullets with ease, wrapping up each fight with style and unerring precision. But then came Iron Man. Beyond being a headline-grabbing winner in life, Tony Stark demonstrated with his high-tech armor an overwhelming combat capability, even launching military strikes against terrorists halfway around the world. Naturally, the crime-fighting Spider-Man was beloved by the city's residents, but to government agencies, Iron Man, who could act as a one-man military force, carried far more weight. In fact, the general public also tended to believe that when it came to protecting national security, Iron Man was more trustworthy than Spider-Man. That's why, at the military committee hearing, Tony could brazenly humiliate Justin Hammer, show no respect whatsoever to the senator, and even call him a petty clown to his face, causing the senator to lose his composure and curse right then and there. I'd bet a bag of spicy chips that the word they bleeped in the movie was definitely the F-bomb. Of course, that senator wasn't exactly clean to begin with, but that's another story. Tony even went so far as to boast, "I alone can keep the world at peace." Well, the Iron Man who claimed he could single-handedly maintain world peace was nearly sent to the afterlife by a mysterious figure wearing a crude contraption. If it hadn't been for Happy and Pepper's timely arrival with a newly developed portable suitcase armor, Tony would have been finished on the spot. Lexia's appearance did offer Tony a new perspective, but fate had other plans for him. Before he could finish developing his anti-armor suit, someone capable of threatening him emerged. Ivan Vanko, son of Anton Vanko, who had once designed the arc reactor alongside Howard Stark, was driven by decades of poverty and the pain of losing his father. After failing to ambush Tony in Morocco, he smuggled himself into New York, determined to deliver a fatal blow. Tony survived the attack, but the legend he built was shattered. He was no longer the Iron Man who could defend world peace by eloquently outwitting a pack of fools at a hearing. Now, he was just an ordinary man whose own safety was at constant risk, relying on a suit of metal armor to protect himself. By the time Lexia learned of this, night had already fallen. He had spent the whole day working his hammer in the wilds. Though utterly exhausted in body and mind, his results were impressive. After a day of practice, he had become much more adept at controlling his microcosmic energy, able to channel it throughout his body with ease. Although he still couldn't completely shield himself from the power of lightning by relying solely on his microcosm, if it were magma instead, he could most certainly take a bath in it without so much as a scratch. Of course, he didn't realize that he had already reached this level back in Defterosa's illusion. His memory of it had simply been reawakened. Beyond that, in order to counter lightning, his punching speed had also improved significantly. It wasn't an overnight leap to supersonic speed, but it made him confident he was on the right track. If he kept going, gradual accumulation would eventually lead to a qualitative breakthrough. The only question was whether Thor could wait for Lexia to reach that day of transformation. Without the hammer of the Thunder God, it would be difficult to keep progressing down this path. He wondered if Max could achieve the same results. Yet, Max had a fatal flaw. His body's electricity wasn't self-generated. He had to recharge. Unlike Thor or Storm, Max couldn't call down clouds to power himself, so he was forced to steal electricity. If they wanted him to replicate the effects of the Thunder God's hammer, he'd probably have to drain so much power the whole city would go dark. As for buying electricity from Max to recharge, that would have to wait until the Holy Grail company's products became a hit, and they could make a nice profit after going public. Dragging his worn-out body back home, Lexia ran into Felicia on the stairs. Seeing Lexia looking half-dead, Felicia volunteered to give him a relaxing massage. Lexia accepted in a tone of righteous solemnity. There was nothing to be afraid of, just a perfectly normal massage, nothing untoward. Sitting on the living room sofa, Lexia enjoyed Felicia's soft, gentle hands, like a cat's paws with velvet pads, kneading away his tension, while the television droned with the evening news. The news happened to be covering Tony's attack earlier that day. Lexia sighed. Some things are just inevitable, it seems. Still, Tony had survived, just like in the original timeline, narrowly escaping death. That, at least, was something to celebrate. Ivan Vanko had already been taken into custody, and multiple agencies, FBI, CIA, SHIELD, and others, were now involved. Lexia wondered whether, under such close surveillance, Justin Hammer could still manage to spring him from prison. Given Justin Hammer's relationship with the senator, and considering the senator's status, it wouldn't be impossible for them to get someone out under the watchful eyes of those departments. It would just take a bit more maneuvering and effort. With that thought, Lexia suddenly realized something. The remote-controlled iron soldiers that Ivan Vanko helped Justin Hammer create seemed to be a highly practical combat system. Unlike Iron Man's remote-controlled suits, sleek, expensive, and requiring the artificial intelligence Jarvis to coordinate, the Iron Soldier's control systems could be separated and assigned to individual operators. Skilled pilots, each managing a suit from behind the lines, could move flexibly and work in coordination, instantly forming a formidable army with overwhelming force. With such an army at hand, would the Chitauri invasion even be a threat? When it comes to sheer numbers, our great nation has never been afraid of anyone. With this line of thinking, Lexia's mind began to open up to new possibilities. He had already planned to return home for a visit soon, and since he was going back, he couldn't return empty-handed. The sacred armor and the cosmos power had both been tested and couldn't be passed on. So what else could he bring? He had thought about getting his hands on Oscorp's goblin suit, but the serum still hadn't been perfected, and he couldn't just ask Harry for it. Besides, Harry didn't even know his father had created that thing. On top of that, the goblin's glider required someone to ride it, demanded strict training, and left little room for error. In large-scale combat, it wasn't as practical as a fighter jet. But the Iron Soldiers were different. With domestic manufacturing capabilities, as long as the technology was brought back, it wouldn't take long to achieve mass production, even if it was a simplified version. Hammer Industries was spending $120 million per unit, but our great nation could easily keep costs below $10 million RMB. When the Chitauri come through, what they'd face would be thousands upon thousands of Iron Soldiers, all lined up and ready, each bearing the 5-starred red flag. I wonder if that would leave them in tears. If this could work, then the portal from the Battle of New York would have to be opened at home. But how to persuade Loki, and more importantly, how to ensure the Chitauri army wouldn't harm our own people? Those were the real questions. Of course, this issue is complex and would require Lexia's careful consideration. My editor just told me the book will go live on February 1st. I thought I still had plenty of time. It's only the 26th of the last lunar month, but it turns out that's actually tomorrow. To be precise, it's midnight tonight. I haven't prepared a thing. It's gonna launch just like this, plain and unpolished. It's all so sudden. With no backlog of chapters, I won't even pretend there'll be some explosive marathon of updates. And with the new year coming up, I'll probably be quite busy. There will be 2 more free chapters today. Tonight, I'll push myself and see how much I can write before the deadline. The book is now available, and I still hope everyone will support it as much as you have before. 23 would like to thank you all in advance. For those friends who are saying goodbye, let's part ways on good terms. If you feel the writing isn't up to par, just close the page. Please don't read the pirated version and come back later to criticize me. I sincerely thank everyone who has read and supported my work. Thank you all. Because the mighty river crab swallowed up a chapter, consider this announcement as Chapter 128. If you arrived late, don't feel bad. Missing that chapter won't affect your reading experience. In fact, it's understandable why Lexia would have the idea to return home and share technology and equipment. After all, from the first Avengers movie to the third, every invasion of Earth was carried out by vast armies. First, there were the Chitauri in Avengers 1, then Ultron's Legion of Robots in Avengers 2, and in Avengers 3, Thanos' Vanguard Army. No matter which one, they all featured large-scale military battles. And how did Earth respond? In the first and second movies, it was just a handful of Avengers fighting. It wasn't until the third installment that Wakanda's army finally showed up. But honestly, even though Wakanda is technologically advanced and impressively equipped, when it comes to tactics and strategy, they're almost completely lacking. Not only did they fail to use their advanced weapons to thin out the enemy from a distance, but when facing the Vanguard, who were clearly fearless and relentless, they simply charged en masse. How is this any different from the bonsai tactics used by the Japanese soldiers, trading life for life? This nation, supposedly the most advanced on Earth and blessed with the unique resource of vibranium, ultimately resorted to such primitive frontal assaults. No formations, no coordination, they just threw themselves into the fray, every soldier fighting for themselves, as if breaking even with 1 kill and profiting with 2. This kind of warfare had already vanished from the Chinese Empire more than 2,000 years ago. Even a random elementary schooler would at least know about the single line snake formation, double dragon formation, heaven-earth formation, or more elaborate ones like the 8 gates golden lock formation and the 9 bend yellow river formation. At the very least, they'd know to coordinate tactics and movement. But the Wakandan warriors didn't consider any of that. Formations? Coordination? Out of the question. It's astounding that such cutting-edge vibranium technology ended up in the hands of people like this. Just how much did Wakanda's isolation delay Earth's technological development? The answer might well be measured in centuries. So, how could Lexia possibly feel at ease in trusting Earth's future to them? In the end, the world still needs my homeland, the great celestial empire, to save it. Setting aside these grand ambitions, Lexia still had to face reality first. And reality was that he had made it through another night unscathed, settled things with Felicia, and hadn't been wiped out by the infamous 404. Truly a cause for celebration. Clearly, if he ever wanted to dabble in mischief again, he'd need to expand his knowledge. Massage chairs and the like were just too lowbrow. That morning, feeling refreshed and clear-headed, Lexia headed to the headquarters of Stark Industries' branch office. There, in the office, he found Tony looking a bit disheveled and down on his luck. "I heard you ran into some trouble yesterday," Lu Xia said with a grin, seeing that aside from looking a bit tired, Tony seemed physically fine. The sight of Tony stumbling amused him greatly. "Trouble? Didn't you watch the news? The guy was beaten so badly by me, he could barely pick his teeth off the floor." "I wouldn't call that trouble at all." Tony slouched back into the sofa, stiffening his neck as he retorted. Tony Stark never yielded, and he certainly wasn't about to start now. Lu Xia shrugged. "So what's on your mind, then?" "The moment I walked in, you were sitting there looking all brooding, like a husband in a loveless marriage. What's the matter? Has Pepper been too busy for you lately?" Tony rolled his eyes. He was sitting there lost in thought, not sulking. Before Lu Xia arrived, Tony had just come back from the prison. Ivan Vanko's identity bothered him. The man had managed to build a miniature arc reactor nearly identical to his own, and knew about palladium poisoning. That meant Vanko's words weren't just empty threats. A quick aside about the phrase, "no smoke without fire." Originally, it meant that rumors and stories have some basis in fact, but over time, people started using it to mean the exact opposite, that rumors are completely unfounded. The pressure got so great that, in the 2012 reprint, the Modern Chinese Dictionary actually reversed the definition to the opposite of its original meaning. That's the power of the people. So for anyone like me who thought the phrase meant the former, it's time to change your thinking. We've been left behind by the times. This realization left Tony feeling unsettled. Even setting aside Ivan Vanko's true identity, his very existence shattered the unique standing of Iron Man. All those bold statements Tony had made at the hearing, mocking the senators and Justin Hammer, now seemed like a cruel joke at his own expense. Just then, on TV, that backstabbing senator was gloating, his face full of schadenfreude. "It's truly unbelievable. When the devil escapes the bottle, our hero is left helpless." Tony Stark once swore at the hearing that the Iron Man suit wouldn't appear anywhere else for at least 5 to 10 years. Never before, not now, and never in the future. Yet here it is plain as day. Lu Xia watched the scene unfold, poured 2 glasses of water from a Holy Grail-shaped cup, took one for himself, crossed his legs, and said, "So, aren't you tempted to hit back at that guy?" Just looking at his smug face and hearing that tone makes me want to punch him. Tony, almost without thinking, picked up the glass from the table, held it in front of him, and murmured, "If you can make God bleed, people will stop believing he's invincible." Lexia set down her water glass. God was never truly omnipotent, after all, because he can't create a stone too heavy for himself to lift. Tony shot her a look. "You read a couple of logic paradoxes, and now you're trying to impress me with your intellect? I'm a PhD from MIT, you high schooler." Lexia shrugged. "So what if you're a PhD? That guy from the Fighting Nation yesterday, do you think he has a doctorate? He nearly knocked you out anyway. Better watch your back next time." Tony gave a dry laugh. "He's in prison now. Who knows if there'll even be a next time?" Before Tony could finish, Jarvis's voice chimed in. "Sir, we've just received word. There was an explosion at the prison. Ivan Vanko died in the blast." Tony froze for a moment. An explosion at the prison? With all those FBI and CD agents there, how could that happen? And it just so happens to kill Ivan Vanko, who'd just been incarcerated. Lexia stroked the soft fuzz on her chin thoughtfully. Maybe someone didn't want his technology to spread, or maybe he wanted to. Lexia and Tony exchanged a knowing look and said in unison, "Keep it all for themselves." The explosion had come so suddenly, and under such suspicious circumstances, that Tony's doubts were more than justified. As for Lexia, she'd already seen this coming. Someone had already broken Ivan Vanko out. Whether that someone was Justin Hammer, however, still needed to be confirmed. Lexia put aside the subject. "Enough about him. Let's talk business. How's your research on the new element coming along?" At this, Tony's spirits lifted. "Lex, we've had plenty of misunderstandings, but I have to admit, you've been a huge help." After Lexia had hinted that there might be something hidden in the model, Tony made a special trip back to Los Angeles and found the old diorama that Howard Stark had left in his office. Inscribed on one side of the model, as if left for him by fate, were the words, "The key to the future lies here." Tony wasted no time. He'd had enough of the palladium core in his miniature arc reactor and was desperate to replace it. So, when inspiration struck, he had Jarvis scan and digitally reconstruct the exhibition model. The result? A blueprint for a new element. Tony couldn't help but marvel at his father's genius. Clearly, this element was Howard Stark's creation, conceived in his mind and left behind in this unique way for Tony to discover. Howard Stark was undoubtedly one of the greatest inventors of his era. Though technology had limited what he could achieve, nothing could restrain his imagination. He'd left Tony and the world a priceless legacy. Now, Tony was already building a particle accelerator in his lab. It wouldn't be long before the new element was born. Tony will use it to replace the palladium energy core, transforming himself into an Iron Man powered by a new green energy source. Unfortunately, he has no plans to paint his suit green. Well, let me congratulate you in advance. Lexia clapped his hands. The deal he had struck with Tony was to help him solve the palladium poisoning problem and free him from his dependence on the arc reactor in his chest. Now half the job was done. Once the second half was completed, he would become a billionaire and a major shareholder in Stark Industries. Just the thought of it filled him with delight. Tony sighed. If it weren't for your Oracle, I might never have realized that my father left me such a precious legacy. Your father was a great inventor, but his greatest invention was probably you. That model sat there for 40 years, and only you managed to uncover its secret and bring it to life. Lexia's praise was sincere. Howard Stark's creation had been with Nick Fury for so long, and there was always a risk that someone with ulterior motives might examine his belongings. Those who had seen Howard's old footage, or those like Fury who kept his relics, only knew that Howard left behind a riddle, one that only Tony could solve. But none of them even understood what the riddle was, until Tony, inspired by Lexia, studied the model and finally discovered what the true key to the future really was. The emergence of this new element truly had the potential to change the world. With it, energy crises would become a thing of the past. Rockets and spacecraft would no longer need to carry massive fuel tanks, lightening their launch burden and bringing humanity a step closer to the stars. It was a pity that, according to Tony's path, he never made this technology public. In a way, that was a loss for humanity's technological advancement. But after all, this world was not the Earth Lexia originally came from. Here, technology was at least decades ahead. Tony's invention couldn't even claim to be the most cutting-edge energy technology in the world. Let's not forget, S.H.I.E.L.D. still had access to alien technology. And Wakanda had spent centuries pretending to be poor and pitiable in front of the world, all while hiding cosmic-level vibranium technology and vast mineral resources behind invisible shields, keeping it a closely guarded secret. So why should Tony be expected to reveal his own inventions to the public? After all, if advanced technology fell into the hands of the ambitious, the destruction it could cause would far outpace any progress it might bring. Earth is a fragile place. Of course, Wakanda's biggest problem wasn't just that they kept their resources and technology hidden. It was that they hadn't made good use of these gifts from the stars. I didn't expect it either. Tony shook his head. I always thought he was cold and calculating. He never once said he loved me, not even that he liked me. But I never imagined he would entrust his entire future to me. There isn't a father in the world who doesn't love his child. Lexia stood up and patted Tony on the shoulder. All right, your poisoning crisis is over. Since that's the case, after some time, I'll make a trip back to China and help you find a miracle doctor who can remove the reactor from your chest. I promised you, and I always keep my word. Thank you. Tony said the words awkwardly, as if they didn't quite fit in his mouth. Thank you. Lexia laughed. I never thought I'd hear a thank you from Tony Stark. I always assumed this was nothing more than a straightforward transaction between us. At the mention of their deal, Tony felt a pang of regret. He'd spent billions for a piece of information, only to discover that, in the end, it was his own father who truly saved him. As for Lexia, she had pulled off a masterstroke, getting everything without lifting a finger. Her conscience must be thoroughly blackened. Before Lexia's planned trip home, good news came from the Holy Grail Company's laboratory. Combining Dr. Connor's original experimental data with Gwen's later ideas, and after countless experiments and calculations, the lab finally saw a breakthrough. 3 white mice, after being injected with the lizard gene, successfully regenerated severed limbs. What's more, after 3 days and nights of continuous observation, there were no abnormal changes. This meant that the problem of the lizard gene running wild had finally been solved. Congratulations, Gwen. Lexia released Gwen from his embrace and smiled as he extended his hand to Dr. Connors. Congratulations, Doctor. Your dream is finally coming true. Dr. Connors was so moved that tears flowed down his face. He gripped Lexia's hand tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. It hasn't been easy. I've waited 20 years for this day. Lexia was genuinely happy as well, turning a former rampaging villain into a money-printing teacher. He couldn't help but feel he'd earned a mountain of merit. And this time, they had truly worked a miracle. Cross-species gene inheritance was no longer an isolated incident. It was now reliably replicable. This meant the technology could move on to human trials, and the success rate was now as close to 100% as possible. If nothing unexpected happened, Dr. Connors would be the strongest contender for next year's Nobel Prize in biology or medicine. Unfortunately, the agreement Dr. Connors signed with Lexia stated clearly that this technology could not be made public, nor would they apply for a patent. The Holy Grail Company would monopolize this field, not just for profit, but like Tony, also to prevent the technology from falling into the wrong hands. After all, the core of the patent system is simple: protection in exchange for disclosure. Ambitious schemers never care about something as trivial as patent law. As long as they can get their hands on the technology, they can mass produce. Bio-warriors, or even, like the lizard in the movies, unleash a single cloud of toxic mist into the sky and infect all of New York with a lizard virus. When Felicia shared the news of their progress with Harry, he was overjoyed and wished he could come straight over. But unfortunately, he was far too busy at the company to get away. Unable to leave, Harry could only urge Felicia to keep a close eye on the project, especially on its lead, Lexia. Felicia responded without hesitation, promising she'd stick to him like glue and never let up. The celebration in the lab didn't last long. The work that followed was even more painstaking, for experimenting on humans required far more caution than testing on lab mice. With Dr. Connor's mishap still fresh in their minds, every step and movement in the human trials had to be rigorously calculated and scrutinized. There was no room for even the slightest error. Everyone became absorbed in their own tasks, and Lexia, while swinging his hammer, kept an eye on the calendar, waiting for Zheng Xian's return to the country. Then, one day, a streak of light shot down from the sky. As the glow faded, a complex, arcane symbol was branded onto the ground, right at the center of which stood 4 bizarre figures, 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed like they'd stepped out of the Middle Ages. As a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in the movies might put it, it was a bearded Viking, a Xena-like warrior princess Jack Bedroom, Chan, and Robin Hood. Lexia recognized their costumes instantly. After all, there was only one group who would arrive on Earth by the Rainbow Bridge and parade around, looking like a troupe of cosplayers deep in their delusions, oblivious to the world. Thor's 3 trusty sidekicks and his childhood betrothed. The warriors 3 from Asgard: Fandral, the blonde, mustachioed swordsman with the unfortunate hair; Volstagg, the big, bearded, ever-hungry brute; and Hogan, the quiet one with his hair tied and a lone knot at the back, a presence so faint he was almost invisible. And then there was Sif, the love-struck lady warrior whose very name in Chinese sounded like wife, an amusing twist of fate. Together, they were Thor's most loyal supporters and companions. Even when Thor was banished by Odin, even when Loki, the new king, sternly refused them, even when they had to break their warriors' vows and risk being branded as traitors, they never once hesitated to set out on a quest to find Thor. Their skills might not have been the best, but to have such steadfast followers, the sort willing to go through anything for his sake, spoke volumes about Thor's charisma. At least he could inspire loyalty, unlike Loki, without the scepter and its Mind Stone, could only gather a handful of minions by force. Thor. The moment they landed, the 4 of them sensed the power of Mjolnir. Eyes shining with excitement, they looked toward the man in the distance, his entire body crackling with lightning. Only Thor could wield the mighty hammer. However, what they saw was a complete stranger, a human from Earth, holding Thor's hammer firmly in his hand. At the sight of this, they were stunned. As Asgardians, they'd sooner believe that this earthling was possessed by Thor's spirit than accept that any mere mortal could lift Mjolnir, which not even the mightiest could grasp, except Thor himself. The hammer was clearly authentic, and with Lexia's shaved head and stern look, he hardly appeared to be someone with good intentions. In an instant, the 4 of them shifted into battle mode. "Mortal, who are you, and why are you holding Thor's hammer?" Sif was the first to step forward. According to legend, whoever could lift Mjolnir would become her destined partner. Yet her heart was already full with thoughts of Thor, leaving no room for anyone else, no matter how striking their appearance. Lexia glanced at the hammer in his hand, tilted his head, and smiled. "What if I told you it came to me on its own? Would you believe that?" "Only a fool would fall for such nonsense," growled Volstagg, his deep voice booming, his thick beard bristling. "Am I his brother?" Lexia shrugged. "See? No one ever believes the truth. You've already made up your minds and believe it without question. So why bother asking? But before we go any further, shouldn't you introduce yourselves? You arrived on the Bifrost, so you must be warriors of Asgard, right?" That's right. We are Lady Sif and the Warriors 3 of Asgard. We're here to find the true owner of that hammer. Tell us where he is, or don't blame us for what happens next. Lexia shook his head. No matter what I say, as long as this hammer remains in my hand, you're not going to show me any mercy. So why wait? He held out his hand toward them, curling his 4 fingers back in a taunting gesture. Come on, all of you at once. I'll even give you the hammer as a handicap. With a heavy thud, Mjolnir dropped to the ground behind him. The strange phenomena in the sky slowly faded. The clouds parted, and the lightning vanished. How dare you look down on us? Volstagg, always the most hot-tempered of the group, couldn't stand the insult. He hefted his double-bladed axe and charged forward, roaring, I'll cleave you in two. His companions, Fandral and Hogan, were right behind him, weapons drawn and ready for battle. Sif, not part of their usual formation and not wanting to disrupt their teamwork, kept a little distance, prepared to offer support from the flank. Volstagg, leading the charge, leapt forward, soaring over 10 meters in a single bound. His massive axe was raised high, ready to come crashing down in a powerful, unstoppable strike aimed straight at Lexia's head. On the other side, Lexia felt a mysterious force radiating from the axe the moment Volstagg left the ground. It was clear these warriors were far more formidable than their brawling counterparts from the movies. After all, they were gods from Asgard, each one harboring divine power within. Although Volstagg's strength was far inferior to Odin's, it was still not something Lexia could completely ignore. There's a guy just like you in the Norse saga, a burly giant named Hildur who wields a massive axe. I wonder if you're as tough as he is. Let me show you a Saint Seiya's beginner move. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Of course, Lexia was no Pegasus. He wasn't the Pegasus Saint and naturally couldn't unleash the real Pegasus Meteor Fist. He just enjoyed shouting the name for fun. The supersonic Meteor Fist was a technique any bronze saint could use, though unlike the original, it didn't carry the hidden trait of limitless power. A flurry of punches, sparkling like a shower of meteors, engulfed Volstagg as he leapt into the air. With nowhere to dodge, he was pummeled by hundreds of meteoric blows, and his body was sent hurtling backward even faster than before. Fandral and Hogan, seeing this, rushed to catch him, but the moment they made contact, they realized they were in trouble. The massive force swept all 3 of them off their feet, sending them tumbling like rag dolls for dozens of meters before they finally came to a stop. How can a mere mortal be this strong? Fandral muttered in disbelief, clutching his aching chest. Volstagg, still dazed, had no idea how he'd been blasted back. His mind was a complete blank. Suddenly, Hogan spoke up. Where's Sif? The 3 looked ahead and saw Sif darting around Lexia, dual swords flashing as she shouted and called out, her blades weaving intricate arcs. A beautiful sight to behold. But it was entirely useless. Lexia stood firm, his legs rooted to the ground. His hands moved before him with seemingly lazy motions, yet he effortlessly parried every one of Sif's attacks. You're too slow. How can you hope to hit your opponent at this speed? Faster, move faster. As he blocked, Lexia scolded her sharply. Your angles aren't sharp enough, your strikes are too weak. Didn't you eat today? Is this really the strength of a Valkyrie of Asgard? Can't even beat an ordinary human. And you still have the nerve to call me immortal? Saints usually fought barehanded, but there was one exception, Liber Doko. As the armory among the Gold Saints, he bore 12 weapons and naturally mastered their use. When Lexia first encountered the cloth box, Doko's Cosmos not only taught him the secrets of the universe, but also the techniques for wielding all these weapons. And among them, there happened to be a pair of swords. Compared to Doko's swordsmanship, Sif's was rough and unrefined, so much so that Lexia could handle her with just one hand. After playing around for a while, Lexia saw that Sif wasn't making any progress and quickly lost interest. In the midst of a blur of sword shadows, she simply reached out and grabbed Sif's wrist. With a deft twist, the long sword was suddenly in her own hand. Let me show you what real swordplay looks like. Lexia spun around to face the 3 friends from the Celestial Palace as they charged again. Wielding 2 swords, she unleashed a rapid flurry of strikes. In a flash of silver light, Lexia stood tall, hands behind her back, her posture regal and unyielding. Behind her appeared 3 would-be performance artists. Everything below their belts had been neatly sliced away, leaving only their boxer shorts to spare their dignity. Now that's what I call swordsmanship. A gust of wind swept through. The trio suddenly shivered in perfect unison. The wind seemed a little too boisterous today. The 3 warriors from the Celestial Palace were incandescent with rage. Taking a life is one thing, but stripping a man of his trousers is a naked insult. Since their debut, they had never been humiliated like this. Lexia hadn't really meant to go this far, but their armor was all focused on their upper bodies, while their lower halves were clad only in practical trousers. Compared to trying to pierce their chest plates, slicing through their pants was a far easier way to demonstrate her remarkable skill. "I'll fight you to the end." X3. The three shouted in unison, divine energy surging through them, their powers instantly elevated. Apparently, in addition to shaving heads, baring legs also boosts attack power. Lexia casually tossed the sword back to Sif, dusted off her hands, and said, "The goddess doesn't care for weapons, so we saints always fight with our fists. It's our way of honoring the goddess and respecting our opponents. If you felt I was mocking you just now, let me show my sincerity. This time, I'll settle things with a single punch." A brilliant blaze, like a dragon of fire, erupted from Lexia's body. In the air, one could almost hear the triumphant clash of drums and gongs. Rosen rising dragon fist. The three friends, sent flying by the force of the dragon, finally understood. Lexia's bravado wasn't directed at anyone in particular. In fact, none of them were a match for her. Watching the three get knocked out with such ease, Sif knew she had no hope of victory. Still, as a warrior, she gripped her twin swords and charged ahead, determined to die bravely and give future generations a tale to sing. "Stop. And no, I'm not going to write out the phonetic joke again. Are you just waiting to laugh at me?" A familiar shout halted Sif's desperate charge. She turned, delighted, and saw a burly man with golden hair running toward them with powerful strides. Just as in every past battle, whenever she and her three comrades found themselves in dire straits, that sturdy figure would always appear at the crucial moment. With a mighty Mjolnir in his grasp, he would smite even the most despair-inducing enemies, leading them all to victory. Sif believed that this time would be no exception. The three friends lying on the ground also lifted their heads. Though they looked battered and beaten, smiles spread across their faces, because the invincible god of war had arrived. With Thor by their side, victory was almost certain. They were already bracing themselves to cheer for Lexia's defeat. But instead of heading straight into battle, Thor ran directly to Sif's side, paying no mind to the passing Mjolnir at his feet. "My friends, at last I see you again." Excitement and joy all but overflowed from Thor's face as he threw his arms around Sif, the only one still standing. His embrace was so fierce, it was as if he wanted to fuse her into himself. Sif felt happiness so overwhelming, she was nearly breathless. This was the warmth she craved. Even more, it felt so good. Thor still shared a faint connection with Mjolnir, so he knew Lexia had been busy with the hammer in this direction for some time now. Early this morning, he'd taken Jane's car and rushed over. After all, Mjolnir had once been his most treasured possession. Even if he couldn't wield it anymore, seeing it from afar brought a measure of comfort. After embracing Sif, Thor turned with a grin and charged toward the three warriors sprawled on the ground. "I can't tell you how happy I am, truly. I thought I'd never see you again. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you, thank you." The three warriors eagerly returned Thor's embrace, almost trembling with emotion. Meanwhile, Sif couldn't help but speak up. Thor, shouldn't we deal with the enemy first?" "The enemy?" Thor disentangled himself from the group hug and glanced back at Lexia, who was standing off to the side, arms crossed, exuding an air of aloofness. "Oh, you mean him?" "Sure, Lexia's got a terrible attitude, his words are sharp, and he's not exactly the most likable person." "Hey, if you keep talking like that, I'm going to get mad," Lexia called out from afar, his voice echoing. Thor just chuckled. "But he's no enemy. Anyone who can lift Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, can't possibly be our foe." Mjolnir was no ordinary weapon. Only those who were truly just, good-hearted, and deemed worthy by the hammer itself could lift it. Of course, there were exceptions. Someone like Hela, whose power far surpassed the hammer's own limits, could not only lift it but crush it with ease. So when Thor realized that Mjolnir no longer responded to him, while Lexia could wield it with effortless strength, a thought took root in his heart. The hammer had chosen a new master, and it no longer needed him. Later, when Loki told him of Odin's passing and the final judgment of Asgard, that he was to be exiled forever, Thor's spirit crumbled. Perhaps, he thought, it wasn't so bad to live out his days on Earth as an ordinary mortal. Maybe he'd settle down with a beautiful, short, alpha woman, one who was both alluring and lively, and together they'd raise a brood of mischievous, bouncing children. To live every day facing the sea, breathing in the warm, blossoming air, surely that rush of damp, fragrant breeze must be wonderful. Jin, the Aquarius, must have thought the same way. And yes, Aquarius is not a typo. With that thought, Thor spoke to the group with a hint of regret. "Brothers, I'm glad you came to see me, but you really shouldn't have come." "Why not?" Fandral protested. "Why can't we come? We're here to bring you home." Thor's expression instantly turned somber. "You all know I can't go back. My exile was entirely my own doing. Father is dead because of me. How could I possibly face Mother or the people of Asgard again? Sif spoke up in confusion. Thor, your father is very much alive. At those words, Thor's face changed in a flash. If Lexia were narrating Thor's inner thoughts at that moment, it would undoubtedly be, "Oh no, I was wrong, so very wrong. I should never have believed a word Loki said from the start." Every time Loki tricked him, it always took Thor a long while to wake up and realize Loki was, at his core, a master of lies. Yet before long, he would inevitably become that foolish big brother who trusted Loki without hesitation all over again. And so the cycle repeated itself. That's why, compared to Loki, Sif and Jane never stood a chance from the very beginning. Thor's red cape and Loki's blue scepter had already given everything away. Since ancient times, red and blue always pair up as a couple. Thor and Loki are the true canonical pair. Upon realizing he'd been played by Loki once again, Thor's fiery temper threatened to boil over. But just as he was about to say something to vent his frustration, a brilliant, multicolored beam of light shot down from the sky. From the cascading light of the Bifrost Bridge, a massive figure crashed to the ground, its sheer force sending a shockwave rippling out and clouds of dust billowing in every direction. As the dust settled, a towering silhouette emerged. The moment they recognized it, Thor, Sif, and the Warriors 3 all tensed up in alarm. The destroyer, standing nearly 5 meters tall, constructed entirely from mysterious metal and studded with vicious spikes, looked every bit the formidable opponent its name suggested. The destroyer was forged by Odin himself, crafted to guard the royal vault. As the chosen sentinel of Asgard's treasures, its offensive and defensive capabilities had to be unmatched. Otherwise, how could it fend off any intruder who managed to breach the vault? After all, anyone able to sneak into the divine vault must already possess extraordinary strength. The moment the destroyer landed, it locked its gaze directly on Thor and his friends. Its faceplate, resembling the front grille of a luxury car, slid open, and a golden light began to glow within. "Take cover." Seeing this, Thor and his companions instinctively scattered in all directions. The searing heat ray blasting from the destroyer's head could only be blocked by Mjolnir. But Thor could no longer lift Mjolnir. While the others were fleeing in desperation, Lexia, on the other hand, was itching for a fight. The destroyer from Asgard. Wasn't this the formidable opponent he'd been waiting for? All those days spent alone in the wilderness, hammering away at nothing. Wasn't it precisely because in peacetime he lacked a worthy adversary and had to train himself in this way? Now, at long last, a powerful foe had appeared. He could hardly contain his excitement, and the fighting spirit within him began to blaze. Lexia's iron fists were practically trembling with anticipation. Brother." Before Lexia could make his move, Thor strode forward, boldly and resolutely, ready to sacrifice himself. "No matter what wrongs I've done you in the past, no matter what I did to make you treat me this way, I offer you my sincerest apology here and now. But please do not harm the innocent." The destroyer itself was mindless, its actions guided by a puppeteer, and that puppeteer was, without a doubt, Loki. To those who insist the Marvel Universe obeys the laws of physics, I ask, what kind of technology allows Loki to control the destroyer in real time from all the way in Asgard? While pouring his heart into his plea, Thor walked steadily toward the destroyer. "Taking their lives would bring you no benefit." Golden light once again flared from behind the destroyer's mask as it opened. Thor bared his neck, ready to meet his fate. "Kill me, and let this all be over." Faced with Loki's deception and betrayal, Thor ultimately chose to forgive him. Damn it. Well, Thor truly had no other choice. What could he do? The hammer lay lifeless on the ground in the distance, as unresponsive as a dead dog. Was he supposed to fight the destroyer with nothing but his mortal flesh and blood? Better to fall bravely than to be utterly humiliated and destroyed. At least this way, he could buy Sif and the Warriors 3 a chance at survival. In the face of disaster, the once arrogant Thor finally attained true understanding. He forgave his family, and for his friends he was willing to lay down his life. He was no longer the reckless man who defied his father's commands and started wars on a whim. Now, he was truly someone who could bear the weight of Asgard, the mighty Thor. Of course, that's assuming he could get his hammer back. Otherwise, all was lost. It seemed that Loki was moved by Thor's heartfelt words. The glow inside the destroyer's helmet faded, its mask closed once again, and the colossal figure turned away, preparing to leave. Of course, Loki would never let Thor off so easily. He merely offered him a glimmer of hope, a chance at survival, only to snatch it away just as Thor began to relax and rejoice. That's when Loki would deliver a brutal slap, making the pain exponentially worse. In the movie, that's exactly how Thor met his end at Loki's hands, a single devastating blow. Afterward, Mjolnir once again recognized Thor's noble deed, returning to his grasp. It restored his full power as the god of thunder, bringing him back to life stronger than ever. Now, Loki was attempting the same cruel trick, but this time his blow never landed on Thor. Instead, it was intercepted by a rather scrawny, bald-headed man. "How dare you attack someone right in front of me, especially one of my friends? That's going too far." Lexia, with his thin arms braced, caught the destroyer's wrist, halting its assault. At the same time, he unleashed a burst of energy, flinging Thor back towards Sif and the others standing at a distance. "No, don't." As Thor landed, he tried to rush back, but his friends held him tightly, refusing to let go. Back in Asgard, Loki, seated upon the throne, shot upright in alarm. "You again, always ruining my plans. You infuriating earthling. Did you really think a bottle of wine would win my respect? Dream on. I'll kill you." With a furious slam on the throne's armrest, Loki gave his command. Instantly, the destroyer twisted around and seized Lexia's wrist in a powerful grip. Its faceplate slid open, and a blinding golden light began to burn. From the very start, Odin had misjudged his youngest son. Loki would never make friends. Lexia had already witnessed the destructive power of the destroyer's high-intensity laser. Empowered by divine Asgardian magic, he doubted he could withstand it unaided, especially without his sacred armor. But even if he couldn't block it, he had to try. The destroyer's grip kept him from breaking free. In a flash, his black battle suit enveloped him completely. As for the sacred armor, Lexia had no intention of donning it again. The giant chalice armor was already battered and riddled with cracks. In its current goblet-shaped form, it was marred by gaping holes. How could he bear to put such a wounded armor through battle again? Unless there was no other choice, he would never wear it. This was his way of repaying the armor for protecting him all these years. If he gave it his all, perhaps he could survive, but now, all his hopes rested on his own cosmos. "Burn my cosmos!" The destroyer's laser surged with blinding intensity. At the same instant, Lexia's cosmos erupted from his hands like a blazing flame. Laser met fire. The collision unleashed a titanic explosion, powerful as 10 tons of TNT. The shockwave hurled Thor and the others through the air, even though they were dozens of meters away. Fortunately, Sif managed to catch Thor in midair, wrapping her arms tightly around him to shield him from part of the explosion's force, becoming a living cushion that saved his life. The 3 warriors and the others were thrown into the dirt, struggling for a long time before they could even begin to get up. Sif was in an even worse state, lying flat on the ground, her eyes dull as she gazed at the sky, a faint, contented smile on her lips as if this moment alone had made her life worthwhile. Thor, meanwhile, was knocked out cold by the shockwave. At the heart of the explosion, so close to the epicenter, the destroyer and Lexia were hit by a much greater force than those dozens of meters away. Despite their formidable defenses, they were both blasted backwards by the massive shock, skidding back over 10 meters each and plowing deep furrows into the ground with their heels. Even as they were hurled away, the clash between laser and flame did not cease. The twin pillars of energy continued to collide, crashing into each other. At the center, in a relentless struggle, exploding, annihilating, and surging again and again, as if the contest would last until one side was utterly spent. Compared to the destroyer's armor of steel, Lexia's black robes were far less durable. The explosion had already torn most of his clothes to shreds, leaving exposed skin marked by wounds and ash, with black blood slowly trickling down from beneath the ruined garb. Watching the stalemate, Loki let out a heavy snort. "A mere mortal! What gives you the right?" He slammed Gungnir, the long spear in his hand, hard against the ground, and the destroyer's aura instantly surged. The balance of the energy beams was shattered at once. The point of impact began to edge inexorably toward Lexia. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Lexia was defeated. Suddenly, a streak of silvery violet light shot from Lexia's pocket. The crater constellation's sacred cloth soared skyward, expanding as it prepared to encase Lexia. But Lexia gritted his teeth and held it back. "I won't allow you to armor me. I haven't reached my limit yet. Not even close." The sacred cloth hovered in midair, its light flickering anxiously, as if urging Lexia to accept its protection. Yet, bound by Lexia's will, it could do nothing but flash in helpless agitation. The overwhelming shockwave began to unravel Lexia's ink-black robes, tearing the upper fabric to shreds, exposing his back where an intricate tattoo slowly emerged. "Not enough, not enough. Burn, burn my cosmos." With a teeth-clenched roar, the vermilion bird tattoo on his back became clear as day. Golden red flames surged forth, tangible and wild. letting out a phoenix's cry as they soared through the air and then plunged down to merge with Lexia's own fire. Empowered by the vermilion bird, Lexia finally managed to stabilize the imbalance. The clashing energies once again reached a stalemate, this time closer than ever. Just then, another iridescent streak of light descended from the heavens. A towering figure landed on the ground. No one ever said there was only one destroyer. In the comic, there may be only one destroyer empowered by gods like Odin and Zeus, but in the world Seiya is experiencing now, this power seems to have been diluted, and apparently, there's more than just one destroyer. In the divine realm, Loki smiled with a trace of amusement. Let's see how long you can hold them off. If it were only a single destroyer clashing with Seiya, the situation might have devolved into a drawn-out, thousand-day battle, much like the endless wars of the saints. But the arrival of a new player had turned everything upside down, putting Seiya at a crushing disadvantage. With two destroyers to contend with, what could Seiya possibly do? As much as he wanted to boast, "I can take on 10 of you," the truth was that even holding his own against one destroyer was a struggle, let alone two. Taking on 10 might be possible, perhaps, if he were sleepwalking through his dreams. But judging by the way things tended to go, there was no guarantee there'd be only two. In fact, it was almost certain that more would show up before this was over. The sacred armor's lights were flashing wildly, as if on the verge of self-destruction, yet Seiya still refused to don it. Just as the armor was about to defy his orders and force itself onto him, Seiya casually extended a hand to the side. A faint, knowing smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Did you? Or you forget something?" Loki's eyebrows shot up in surprise, just as Thor's hammer, which had been lying quietly to the side, suddenly soared into Seiya's outstretched hand. With Mjolnir now in his grasp, Seiya's entire aura shifted dramatically. White arcs of electricity danced along the hammer and then snaked across his body, weaving into the fiery shockwave, swirling in his palm like living bolts of lightning. With the addition of these electric serpents, the balance of power flipped entirely. The collision point surged forward, visibly pushing back the destroyer at an incredible speed. Seeing that the original destroyer was about to lose ground, the newcomer opened his helmet's visor and unleashed a blazing beam of energy straight at Seiya's face. Fortunately, Seiya had anticipated this. The moment the newcomer landed, he knew that if he let the collision point reach the destroyer at the current pace, the new arrival would have reduced him to ashes in an instant. "Mjolnir, I'm counting on you." Thor's hammer roared with excitement, and the lightning it had stored surged forth in a brilliant flash. In contrast, the sacred armor's glow instantly dimmed, then faded away entirely. Dropping to the ground, it looked like a wronged, abandoned bride, too embarrassed to approach, yet unwilling to leave. The lightning from Thor's hammer didn't strike the newly arrived destroyer. Instead, it blasted the one already locked in battle with Seiya. Struck by the lightning, the destroyer was instantly blasted away, breaking off its assault of lasers and flames. Before the newcomer could fire another laser, Lexia darted backward, narrowly dodging the attack. He knew he couldn't afford to be locked in a head-to-head clash with two destroyers at once, because if it came down to a battle of endurance, he would be the first to fall. The destroyer Lexia had struck was barely phased. This was a terrifying foe that could take a direct blow from Thor's hammer to the face without so much as a scratch. A mere bolt of lightning? That was nothing to worry about. Standing side by side, the two destroyers were far more dangerous than the sum of their parts. Facing both at once, Lexia understood he had to take the initiative and fight offensively to carve out space for himself. Otherwise, he'd just be waiting to get battered in turn until he was finished. Electric arcs danced across the surface of Thor's hammer, leaping into the flames that wreathed Lexia. With a single explosive step, he stomped down, blasting a crater several meters wide into the earth. Cracks radiated out from the rim like a spider's web, stretching a dozen meters or more in every direction. In the next instant, Lexia shot forward at more than twice the speed of sound, hurtling straight toward the two destroyers. With the might of Thor's hammer, he finally broke the Mach 2 barrier, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. Twin beams of laser light crisscrossed toward him, but his velocity left them trailing in his wake. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Lexia was upon them. Thor's hammer became a flail of meteoric power, raining blow after relentless blow upon the helmets of both destroyers, ringing out with a furious metallic clamor. When he was done, the light within the helmets of the two destroyers dimmed, as if they'd powered down. Yet as Lexia landed, there was no hint of triumph on his face. His inner cosmos sensed that the dimming wasn't the shutting down of the destroyers, but the quiet before a fiercer storm. Sure enough, before he could make another move, the upper bodies of both destroyers suddenly began to spin like windmills. Their arms interlocked, weaving together an impenetrable net of attacks that completely ensnared Lexia between them. "Try and make a fool of me," Lexia shouted in fury, raising Thor's hammer to strike at the two destroyers. But then, to his shock, the hammer suddenly became impossibly heavy, dragging him down as it sank into the dirt. At the same moment, the electric light flickered out from his body. Within the realm of the gods, Loki smiled. "You can wield Thor's hammer only because Allfather lent you the power of thunder. Now, with Gungnir, I reclaim that power. Without it, the hammer is beyond you. Let's see how you fare against my two destroyers now." Just as Loki anticipated, the sudden loss of Thor's hammer caught Lexia off guard. In the next instant, he was caught up in the destroyer's deadly embrace, like a strip of pork belly trapped in a meat grinder, ruthlessly battered, twisted, and nearly torn to shreds by the spinning blades. By the time the centrifugal force hurled him aside and sent him flying, his body was already like a rag doll. There was not a single part of him that remained unscathed. With each faint breath, blood began to seep into the soil beneath him, and before long, the earth around was stained a deep crimson. The wheel of fate turns without fail. What Lexia once did to Abomination and Harlem now returns to him in full measure, retribution delivered with perfect symmetry. Looking at Lexia, whose breaths were so shallow it seemed he might stop at any moment, the two destroyers split up, one advancing toward Thor, the other toward Lexia. If they killed these two, then no one would be able to stand in Loki's way. After that, he would launch his campaign to eradicate the frost giants, his ultimate goal, genocide. A cough broke the silence. In the pool of blood, Lexia's fingers twitched first, then his arms slowly pressed against the ground to lift his battered torso. With a simple tilt of his head, he greedily drew in a breath of fresh air. What Mjolnir, what power of thunder! Odin's gifts. After all, anything bestowed by others is nothing but unreliable external force. For Saint Seiya, what can truly be relied upon is only his own cosmos and his sacred cloth. The destroyer stood just behind him, its mask now retracted, yet Lexia remained unmoved. He turned his gaze toward the Crater's cloth not far away, its faint light beginning to flicker. "My old friend, are you weeping for me? Seeing me like this must break your heart, just as I felt seeing you battered and scarred. The wish to protect you I had back then is the same as your wish to protect me now. Perhaps I was mistaken from the very start. From the day I received you, we were no longer simply man and armor. We became one. As long as we are together, even if we are shattered together, we will never disgrace the title of Saint Seiya." The dim cloth began to flicker urgently, as if answering Lexia's words. "My old friend, thank you for not abandoning me." Now, with effort, Lexia pushed himself upright on trembling legs. "Are you still willing to fight by my side, even if I'm broken like this?" In the distance, a faint twitch appeared at the corner of Thor's eye. Even in his unconscious state, it seemed he could sense what was happening outside. The destroyer's laser cannon flared to life, the beam of destruction poised to pierce straight through Lexia's body. In that instant, a silver-violet flash burst forth like lightning, surging over Lexia in the blink of an eye. It transformed instantly into the sacred cloth, enveloping his entire body. A torrent of overwhelming energy erupted from him. The surge was so powerful that it knocked the destroyer, still firing its laser, clear off its feet. The laser beam grazed Lexia's shoulder and shot skyward, but not a scratch was left on him. Lucia, his body covered in wounds and clad in a tattered sacred cloth riddled with cracks, suddenly erupted with a power stronger than anything he had ever felt before. The force was so extraordinary that even Loki, far away in the realm of the gods, could sense it. Loki sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face as he murmured, "What is this power? How could a mortal possess such overwhelming strength? This is impossible." At the foot of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall fixed his gaze upon the void. As expected, a great divine power has reappeared on Earth. So, your arrival is no coincidence. What, then, is your true purpose? But Odin had already fallen into his deep slumber. Heimdall was left uncertain. There was no one left to whom he could report this, and no answers would be given. A blinding, immense silver-violet radiance gradually took on a trace of gold. Deep within this brilliance, Lucia slowly clenched his fist. This feeling of immense power. I seem to have experienced it before. But when was it? Noticing something was wrong, the two destroyers abandoned their assault on Thor and turned to face Lucia. Within their helmets, energy intensified as they prepared to unleash a deadlier, ultimate strike, willing even to sacrifice their own cores in the process. Lucia raised his fist. "There's a little lion who once tried to teach me a technique. I was too clumsy to learn it back then, but now maybe, just maybe I can imitate it. Let's give it a try." A beam of golden light shot from Lucia's fist, edged with flickering white lightning. The lightning made the beam appear fragmented, but its power was sharply focused. In what seemed a simple motion, the golden light tore through the void, striking the two destroyers before him. So swiftly, they looked as if frozen in place. But they were not paralyzed. It was simply that the light was too fast, far beyond their ability to react. The golden beam vanished as quickly as it appeared, and in its wake, the heads and half the bodies of the two God-forged destroyers disappeared cleanly, as if erased from existence. Double kill, Lu Xia grinned, before collapsing onto his back with a thud. At that exact moment, his crater constellation's sacred cloth, riddled with countless cracks, shattered completely and dulled with a final, resounding snap. Once more the rainbow bridge descended from the heavens. There was indeed a third destroyer. As the third destroyer landed, Mjolnir, which had lain motionless on the ground, suddenly began to tremble. Lu Xia had no idea how long he'd been unconscious. It felt as though an entire century had passed, and yet also as if it had only been a single night. When at last he found a glimmer of light in the darkness and slowly opened his eyes, he realized he was lying in a room of pure, immaculate white. The pain and discomfort in his body made him feel as though his body no longer belonged to him, and the cosmos within him was now so weak it was barely perceptible. Forget about the power he had before losing consciousness. He was just grateful that he could still sense even a faint sixth sense. A tube ran through his nose and mouth, reaching straight into his stomach, bringing with it an unbearable sense of discomfort. His throat, unused for so long, felt so raw that he couldn't utter a single word. Instinctively, he tried to reach up and pull the tube out, only to realize that his arms were bound in heavy casts. He couldn't even lift them, let alone bend them. "Seiya, you're awake." The exclamation jolted awake the spiky-haired boy resting nearby. He lifted his head, excitement lighting up his face as he looked at Seiya. "Hold on, I'll go get the doctor." Watching Parker dash out of the room, Seiya frowned helplessly. Wasn't there a call button right by the bed? He could have just pressed it. And couldn't he have taken this tube out for me first? In no time, a blonde figure rushed in. Even before she reached the bed, Seiya could see the tear stains streaking down her face. The moment Gwen saw Seiya's eyes open and his gentle smile, she broke down completely, her sobs overtaking her as she collapsed at his bedside, burying her face in his arms and weeping uncontrollably. Seiya wanted to reach out and stroke her softly curled blonde hair, but he still couldn't move. "Come on, sis, don't cry. Please, just pull this tube out for me first." Amid Gwen's sobs, Parker returned, this time accompanied by a doctor whose head was crowned with a mass of curls. Strangely, though, the doctor wore a cap and mask. There was something familiar about him. Seiya just couldn't quite place where he'd seen him before. Gwen gathered herself and stepped aside, making room for the doctor. The doctor approached, pulled out a small flashlight, and began performing a routine checkup on Seiya. After a thorough examination, he nodded and turned to Gwen. "And Parker, well, it looks like the patient is awake. Still, he'll need to stay in the hospital for a while longer for observation and further recovery." Seiya's gaze drifted to the curls poking out from under the doctor's cap. Silently, he sent desperate mental messages in the doctor's direction. "Take the tube out. Please, take the tube out. Just get rid of it." But the curly-haired doctor didn't pick up on Seiya's mental pleas. After a few more words to Gwen and Parker, a voice called from the hallway outside. Stephen, a young, attractive female doctor, poked her head in, giving the curly-haired doctor a meaningful look. "I'll be right there." The curly-haired doctor nodded politely to everyone, then strode quickly out of the room. Gwen leaned in close to Seiya's bedside, her eyes full of concern. "How are you feeling? You've been asleep for over 2 weeks. Are you hungry? I made some soup for you. I learned the recipe from Grandma Joan herself. I promise, it's not some culinary disaster." Parker chimed in from behind. "While you were unconscious these past few days, Gwen stayed here with you every night. In the mornings, she'd go back home, just to make soup for you, hoping that the moment you woke up, you'd have something warm to drink. Even when it cooled off, she wouldn't let me have a single sip." Lu Xia turned his gaze to Gwen, his eyes brimming with warmth and gratitude. Gwen smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. You waking up is the happiest thing I could hope for." A sigh rose silently in Lu Xia's heart. "Thank you, great river crab god. If Chapter 128 still existed, I would owe you so much, Gwen." According to the curly-haired doctor from earlier, Lu Xia would need to stay in a hospital for at least another 2 weeks before he could be discharged. But Lu Xia had no intention of waiting that long. He knew his own body better than anyone. As long as he was awake, with the help of the aura of nature and the Holy Grail, his recovery would be far faster than anything in 4 drip at the hospital could provide. That afternoon, despite everyone's objections, Lu Xia insisted on leaving the hospital and returned to his own place. Half a day was more than enough for him to piece together what happened after he took down those two destroyers. The commotion they caused that day had drawn attention from all sides, but the first to arrive was none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. Tony had just come back to New York with his newly developed Mark VI Iron Man suit, powered by a new element. He was actually hoping to show off a little to Lucia. But then, Jarvis intercepted a satellite signal. There was a fierce battle happening hundreds of kilometers from New York, and one of the fighters bore a striking resemblance to Saint Seiya Lucia. Without hesitation, Tony donned his suit and rushed to the scene. When he arrived, he saw Thor, wielding Mjolnir with a thunderous presence, finishing off a destroyer in spectacular fashion, while Lucia lay motionless and battered nearby, his cloth dim and lifeless. Tony, not knowing what was going on, nearly started a fight with Thor on the spot. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was cleared up in time. Once Thor realized Tony was Lucia's friend, he entrusted Lucia to him. Thor himself, along with Sif and the Warriors 3, raced back to Asgard via the Bifrost to confront Loki. As for the destroyer's remains, Thor took 2 of the bodies with him. The third, which lay closest to Lucia, was too badly damaged to bother with. Tony then took Lucia to the hospital and, while he was at it, removed the most crucial component from the destroyer's remains, a core forged of URU metal, a rare material from Asgard. URU is the main material used to forge Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. Now, what are the hammer's key abilities? It's incredibly tough, impossibly heavy, recognizes its true master, stores and releases energy, and can fly back to its owner's hand with uncanny precision. Sound familiar? Tough, heavy, recognizes its master, stores solar energy, and can return to its owner. Aren't these the very same features shared by the gold cloths? Don't they seem remarkably similar to Mjolnir? The main materials used in crafting the sacred armor are orichalcum, gamanium, and star sand. Orichalcum forms the main body of the armor, while star sand breathes life into it, granting the armor the ability to self-repair and even evolve within certain limits. Gamanium, on the other hand, endows the armor with enhanced durability and the capacity to store energy. This comes from an analysis post titled The Materials and Relationships of Sacred Armor. So, although it hasn't been explicitly proven, it's highly likely that URU is one of the 3 key materials for making the sacred armor, specifically gamanium. Even if it's not exactly the same, it certainly shares similar properties. With URU at hand, Tony's vision of anti-sacred armor is no longer just a fantasy. Now, there's finally a substitute for orichalcum that can be found right here on Earth. Wakanda has it in abundance, and there's no shortage of it on the black market either. After Lexia moved into the hospital, his sacred armor was sent back by Tony to his apartment in the Grail Company headquarters. When Lexia finally returned home and stepped through the door, he was greeted by the sight of his sacred armor scattered in pieces across the floor. Just as Tony had said, he had tried to reassemble the armor, but failed. He closed the door behind him, declined Gwen's offer to stay, and stood staring at the dull, broken fragments on the ground. In that moment, a wave of sorrow surged through his heart. There was no question about it. The Crater Constellation's sacred armor was dead. When Lexia had forced his cosmos to a higher level and unleashed the lightning speed punch against the destroyer, the armor had borne the brunt of the devastating backlash from his 7th sense cosmos. Pushing beyond one's cosmos level has its side effects, and unlike the 5 bronze saints, Lexia didn't have the protection of the goddess's divine power. So the crater armor could only absorb the intense backlash at the cost of its own destruction. In the end, the crater constellation absorbed most of the destructive force and perished itself, while Lexia, having pushed his body far beyond its limits, fell into a coma and lay in a hospital bed for over half a month. Carefully, piece by piece, Lexia gathered the armor fragments from the floor. Sitting down, his hands trembling and weak, he painstakingly began to put the sacred armor back together, matching each part with meticulous care. His arms were feeble, and he was terrified of damaging the precious relic. The work dragged on through the entire afternoon, and only when the stars filled the night sky did he finally fit the last piece into place. As he ran his fingers gently over the battered cup of the sacred armor, now as broken as an ancient relic unearthed from the ground, Lexia clenched his teeth, his lips quivering for a long time before he finally managed to squeeze out a few words from deep in his throat. I'm Sully. A heavy sigh sounded from behind him. The presence behind Lexia appeared so suddenly, but he didn't panic, nor did he turn back in confusion. For the person behind him radiated a powerful cosmos, upright and serene, that dispelled any hostility in Lexia's heart, and, instead, filled him with warmth. So he simply bowed his head, pressing his stubbly hair to the sacred armor's cup, and murmured softly, "It's all my fault. I'm sorry. It was because of me that you..." Footsteps sounded. The person stepped forward, leaned in, and gently placed a hand on Lexia's shoulder. In a soft, calming voice, he said slowly, "He won't blame you. Sacrifice and devotion are not only the fate of a saint, but also the destiny of the cloth itself." The crater cloth met its destined end. You should be happy for him, rather than grieve. But it was because I overestimated myself and wasn't strong enough that I caused his death. Lexia lowered her head, overwhelmed by guilt. "If you're not strong enough, does that mean you should never step forward?" The man countered. "Since when did saints only fight those weaker than themselves? Haven't our enemies always been stronger than us? If we never stepped up because we felt lacking, then there would be no point to the holy wars from the very beginning. Is that really so?" Lexia slowly lifted her gaze. She saw in front of her a man with flowing golden hair, eyebrows arched like broad beans, eyes clear and tranquil as autumn waters, a gentle smile at the corners of his lips. There was something magical about him. The moment Lexia saw that serene smile, she felt her anxious heart settle, as if soothed by a mysterious power. "You are Master Cheyenne." In LC and in D, Cheyenne has golden hair. Only in the SS anime is his hair green. So here, the setting is that Cheyenne was originally blonde, and only after becoming Spectre did his hair turn green. Cheyenne nodded, straightened up, and held out his hand to Lexia. To keep living takes even more courage than to face death, doesn't it? As the ancients said, a clay pot is bound to break by the well. A general cannot hope to always survive the battlefield. Countless saints have fallen in the holy wars throughout the ages, not to mention the trainees who never even made it that far. No matter how tragic the words used to describe it, none would be an exaggeration. But the dead are gone. Those saints who survive must still carry the hopes and beliefs of their fallen comrades, and bravely, with resilience, continue to fight. Just like Cheyenne and Doko in the previous holy war. Not only were they participants, but also the inheritors of Sanctuary, as they watched their elders, brothers, friends, even younger comrades, fall before them. They had no choice but to become stronger. If they had not, perhaps the story of the main series would have never come to pass. Instinctively, Lexia grasped that outstretched hand and stood up. Up close, she looked at Cheyenne. Though they were about the same height, she couldn't help but feel incredibly small in comparison. After witnessing the death of the crater cloth, Lexia's views on saints, especially the golden saints of the previous generation, had changed completely from before. Those who have never set foot on the battlefield will never understand its cruelty. Those who have never experienced loss will never comprehend the pain it brings. Only by understanding this do we learn to cherish what we have even more. With both hands clasped in front of him, Lexia instinctively moved to bow in respect to Cheyenne, but Cheyenne gently stopped him with a light touch. "I'm truly heartened to see your change in attitude, but I'm afraid I don't have much time to reminisce with you," Cheyenne said, his gaze warm and tender, with a hint of bashful relief. To Lexia, it felt strikingly familiar, like the look his father gave him every New Year's when he returned home from far away in his previous life. It was that bittersweet joy and concern, repressed by long separation, finally bubbling to the surface. After a brief pause, Cheyenne's expression grew solemn. "The crater cloth is dead. Now you have two choices. I can help you restore it, or I can teach you how to repair a cloth yourself. But you should know what it costs to bring a dead cloth back to life." Lexia nodded. He remembered how, in SS, Mu once told Shiryu that reviving a dead cloth required a saint to sacrifice their life. Though perhaps Mu had said that just to frighten Shiryu, in truth, reviving a cloth really did demand a massive amount of saint's blood. Just to repair 2 bronze cloths, Shiryu had to give up more than half the blood in his body. For a silver cloth, the blood required would likely exceed a third of one's total blood volume. And if a human being loses more than a third of their blood in a short time, death is inevitable. A saint's blood, filled with the power of the cosmos, couldn't simply be replaced by an ordinary transfusion. So, if Lexia were to restore the crater cloth, it might very well cost him his life. With a sweep of his hand, Cheyenne summoned a burst of golden light from the ancient cloth chest behind him. As the light faded, an image of a ram's head, crowned with great horns, appeared on the plain white lid. Or, Cheyenne continued, "You could choose to inherit my Ares gold cloth." Only then did Lexia realize that this Cheyenne was different from Regulus before. He wore a white robe, not the Ares gold cloth itself. "I can inherit the Ares gold cloth." Lexia's mind spun in disbelief. The gold cloth, a treasure coveted by every saint. In the SS Galactic Wars, the 5 young heroes and their rivals fought tooth and nail, all for the sake of a gold cloth. Well, perhaps that was a bit of an exaggeration. The struggle for the gold cloth was just the surface. None of the 5 heroes actually fought just to obtain it. Still, the allure of the gold cloth to any saint was undeniable. Now, with Cheyenne offering one with a mere wave of his hand, how could Lexia not be overjoyed? His eyes hungrily took in the radiant gleam of the gold cloth, but then he let out a weary sigh. When he turned back to Cheyenne, his face was utterly impassive, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. With a heavy thud, Lexia dropped to his knees, bowing his head to the ground. I humbly beg you, master, to teach me the art of repairing the cloth. Your disciple, Lexia, will be forever grateful. To Lexia, Cheyenne's multiple-choice question was, in truth, a question with only one answer. After spending so much time with the crater cloth and going through life and death together, how could Lexia possibly abandon it? Especially knowing there was still hope for its recovery. Just to choose a stronger gold cloth? There is no such thing as the strongest cloth, only the strongest saint. To speak of unwavering loyalty may sound presumptuous, but at the very least, Lexia would never willingly forsake a comrade. Cheyenne showed no surprise as he looked at Lexia, who knelt before him in supplication. It was as if he had foreseen every moment leading up to this. He reached out and gently rested his hand on Lexia's head, his voice filled with emotion. After all you've been through, and yet you still keep a pure heart. That brings me great comfort as your teacher. You are excellent, truly excellent. Lexia lifted her head, her voice brimming with excitement. Thank you, master. Please, allow your disciple to bow to you in gratitude. At last, there was no need to worry about the cloth being left brittle and neglected ever again. Now, Lexia could take care of it personally. Helping Lexia to her feet, Cheyenne turned and held out his hand toward the cloth chest behind him. The golden glow that enveloped the chest quickly faded, transforming into ribbons of light that flew into his hand and finally coalesced in several golden tools, the very same ones Mu used for repairing cloths. Handing the tools to Lexia, Cheyenne reached out once more, and with a motion through the air, he summoned a small pile of materials from the cloth chest. These are the tools and materials. The rest is up to you now. Lexia glanced at the cloth chest in puzzlement. Was that thing some kind of magical pocket from the world of Doraemon? How could it possibly contain everything one might need? Just as Lexia was about to speak, Cheyenne's voice echoed in her mind. Wait, master, you haven't. Suddenly, ripples of psychic energy radiated from the center of Cheyenne's brow. As the wave struck Lexia, her mind went blank for an instant, and then, all at once, knowledge and memories about the cloth flooded her thoughts. She received the wisdom regarding all 79 cloths, one for each saint in the previous holy war. But that wasn't all. Cheyenne also imparted to Lexia knowledge beyond mere repair. When Lexia finally opened her eyes, Cheyenne was gone. All that remained was the cloth chest, still as battered and ancient as before, as if nothing at all had happened. Lexia stood up and gave the chest a deep bow, silently whispering her gratitude to her master. As for the secrets of the cloth chest, Lexia no longer wished to investigate. It seemed pointless. There was no fixed method to open it, after all. During her battle with the Destroyer, when she managed to raise her Cosmo to the 7th sense for a brief moment, Lexia recovered her. Lost memories. At last, she remembered why her head had been shaved that day and recalled what had happened within the strange dimension. It was only after Cheyenne left that Lexia realized he would have been better off never regaining those memories at all. If the cloth box could open with just a spark of cosmos, a few drops of blood, or even on its own with no prompting, then what on earth was the point of Lexia bleeding so much that night for no reason? Were they just making a fool out of him? Turning away, Lexia decided he'd had enough of the cloth box. When you're faced with a golden finger that opens or doesn't open entirely based on feelings, your only choice is to become zen about it. Otherwise, you'll just end up driving yourself crazy. From now on, open whenever you want, for whatever reason, or not at all, I don't care. If I keep butting heads with you, I'm the idiot here. Now that he had the method, tools, and materials to repair the cloth, fixing the crater cloth was no longer a difficult task. All it took was some blood, and it wasn't as if he hadn't done it before. A saint's lost blood can't be quickly replenished with a normal transfusion, but saints don't die from losing a third of their blood the way ordinary people do, because they have their cosmos. Besides, as long as the cloth cup was repaired, what did it matter how much blood he lost? If one cup of water wasn't enough to replenish him, he'd just drink another. Looking at the tattered crater cloth on the ground, Lexia raised his wrist, formed a hand blade with his fingers, and slashed toward his own arm. My old friend, you've waited long enough. Let me just... Bang! The door behind him flew off its hinges from a tremendous force, whizzing past Lexia's body and smashing into the wall opposite, breaking into pieces. At the same moment, the glass window to the side shattered with a sharp crash, sending shards scattering everywhere. Lexia was stunned. Was this the terror attack? Stop! Two figures burst in simultaneously, one through the door, one through the window. Each grabbed one of Lexia's arms, pulling him into a T-shape. "Lex, are you out of your mind?" Gwen shouted, her voice full of anguish. "That's right. No matter what's going on, you can't just give up on yourself." Parker chimed in from the other side. The two of them held Lexia's arms tightly, determined not to let him go down the path of self-harm. Lexia puffed out his cheeks, unsure what expression to wear in front of such concerned friends and his girlfriend. "Guys, I was just trying to get some work done. Isn't this a bit of an overreaction?" 5 minutes later, Lexia, Gwen, and Parker were sitting cross-legged in a circle around the crater cloth. "So, you're saying this cloth is actually alive?" Parker reached out a finger to lightly tap the dull, lifeless armor. Lexia nodded. "The only way to bring it back to life is with my blood." Gwen frowned. "But why does it have to be your blood? Both of us have been enhanced too. You're not necessarily that much stronger than we are." Ah. Lexia chuckled wordlessly. "Gwen, you really are adorable, just like that clueless author. Who gave you the confidence to think you're anywhere near my level?" In truth, Gwen was being considerate of Lexia's pride. Given how weak Lexia was at the moment, if it really came down to a fight, Gwen wouldn't even need him to make an attempt at a charge. Lexia could just lie there motionless, and Gwen could still toy with him effortlessly. If you want to talk about the 48 ways to squeeze meaning from words, maybe brush up on the Edo 48 techniques. By the way, where's Max? Lexia didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer. These two genuinely cared about him. They weren't concerned about whether the sacred armor could save his life. They only cared about whether Lexia was risking his neck. "Max is still keeping watch inside Hammer Industries," Parker replied. Hammer Industries' factory was right in Queens, just a stone's throw from Lexia's company headquarters and the Stark Expo Pavilion. On the day Ivan Vanko was arrested, Lexia had already told Parker and Max to keep a close eye on Hammer Industries. He'd made plans with Zhang Xian to return to their home country together, but he wasn't sure if he'd run into the chaos of Hammer's Iron Soldier rampage, so he had to lay the groundwork in advance. In Iron Man 2, Iron Man and War Machine, those two best buddies managed to take advantage of Ivan Vanko's carelessness at the last moment and took him out with a synchronized repulsor blast. But Lexia couldn't guarantee that in this altered world, Ivan Vanko would still act foolishly and open his helmet to go toe-to-toe with two armored tanks capable of long-range attacks. As long as Vanko stayed on guard, the ironclad duo would definitely have a hard time taking him down. Even putting those three aside, the destruction caused by the Iron Soldiers wouldn't be as trivial as the movie made it seem. For example, at the start of the chaos, the Iron Soldiers fired at Iron Man as he flew through the ceiling, shattering all the glass panels overhead. Below them were hundreds, maybe thousands, of spectators. Just imagine what would happen when glass from a ceiling dozens of meters high rains down on that crowd. Of course, movies don't hold up under scrutiny. They can't show scenes of blood running everywhere. After all, Iron Man isn't Deadpool. And later, a dozen Air Force Iron Soldiers chased Iron Man through the busy city, spraying bullets and launching missiles left and right. How could no bystanders get hurt? The hard truth is, if things played out as they did in the film, that night in New York City, the casualty count would easily top 1,000. That's why Max had put his crime fighting on hold and settled into Hammer Industries, content as a cat. With his near-supernatural ability to travel freely through electricity, his chances of being discovered were practically zero. "Is there any news from Hammer Industries?" Lexia continued to ask. Seeing that the two had switched to business, Gwen decided not to dwell on the earlier topic. Parker replied. "Max said that Ivan Vanko has been making rapid progress. While you were unconscious, he basically finished the redesign for the Iron Soldiers. They're already moving into the production and modification phase." It seemed the time was drawing near. "How's Hyde doing on his end?" Lexia asked again. "Hyde has hacked into Vanko's program." "You were right. Vanko did leave a backdoor in the control system. But Hyde is worried about being discovered, so he hasn't taken any action for the time being." Hyde was Parker's hacker friend, who had helped him many times before with reliable skills. This time, Lexia had enlisted his help once again. Ivan Vanko's greatest advantage in causing chaos was the backdoor he left in all the Iron Soldiers and War Machine's control programs. During Justin Hammer's demonstration, he used the backdoor to seize control of every Iron Soldier, turning them against Iron Man. This time, Lexia had decided to pull the rug out from under him, severing his remote access completely and seeing what tricks he'd have left. "Excellent. Keep following up. This time, the task of defending New York will be up to us, the Huangdao Guardians." "And me? What can I do?" Gwen raised her hand. Lexia thought for a moment, then turned to Parker. "Peter, anything else you need to handle?" Parker shook his head, looking a bit dazed. "All right." Lexia pointed at the shattered window. "It's getting late. You should head home." Gwen was a little annoyed. "Hey, I asked a question. I'm a superhero too. There's got to be something I can do." Lexia pointed at herself. "Are you sure you want to do that with Peter watching?" In the end, Gwen did nothing at all. Lexia had been bedridden for over 2 weeks, her body terribly weak. No matter how hungry or thirsty she was, she knew she couldn't drain the well dry. But Lexia's plan to quickly repair the great chalice didn't work out either. According to Gwen, she needed to recover first before she could safely give blood. I can't bear to make you bleed, and you want to do it yourself? With no other choice, Lexia spent the night in bed cultivating natural energy, with Gwen sleeping nearby to keep watch. Day by day, time slipped past. On the 7th night of Gwen's supervision, at midnight, the silent Buddha finally found joy in his meditation. Gwen awoke from her sleep, trembling, only to drift off again. In her dreams, someone sang a beautiful song through the night. Your tears are clear and sparkling, and I know that I still linger in the depths of your heart. Why not take my hand, and together we'll watch. As the sea and sky become one, the tides rising and falling, carrying away so many fleeting moments of this world. The next day, Gwen woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated. All the worries and emptiness she had accumulated during more than half a month of bedside vigils and days spent supervising seemed to vanish without a trace. After Gwen left, Lexia once again stood before the grand chalice cloth. She had waited so long, and finally, the moment had arrived. Before she cut her wrist, Lexia carefully checked the door and windows, making sure no one was standing guard outside. Only then did she feel at ease enough to begin letting her blood flow. As her blood streamed down in a steady flow, the chalice absorbed it hungrily, like a sponge soaking up water. Gradually, as more blood was drawn in, the dull surface of the chalice began to regain its luster, though the process was not as swift as she had imagined. It was not until Lexia had given up nearly half her blood that the chalice was restored to its former state. Lexia wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the chalice now shone even brighter than before. With this, the grand chalice cloth could be considered revived. However, Lexia's work was far from over. Though the chalice had come back to life, the cracks along its surface still remained. It was like a patient whose heart had stopped. While a pacemaker could restore his heartbeat, the scars on his body would still need time and care to heal. The method that Cheyenne had taught Lexia for repairing cloths was, in essence, their path to recovery. Of course, repairing a cloth was not simply about mending what was broken. It was also an opportunity to refine and upgrade it. Just like in Saint Seiya, every time the bronze saint cloths were repaired, their appearance would change and their defenses would improve. True strength often emerges after overcoming adversity. To be honest, although Lexia had developed a deep bond with the grand chalice cloth over time, if he had to sum it up in one word, he would only say, hideous. The coverage was adequate, but those shoulder guards were truly an eyesore. And as for the base, why couldn't it have been made into a proper shield? Instead, it was split into 2 pieces like a pair of yin-yang fish awkwardly attached to the arms. They looked nothing like shields, nor did they serve as usable weapons. Who's ever seen a mage wielding 2 egg-shaped blades? So Lexia decided to redesign it. He didn't change much about the shoulder guards, just try to make the lines more conventional. Anything that wasn't too outlandish would be a success. As for the 2 yin-yang fish that had been split from the base, he simply merged them back into a single shield. After all, every Lushan saint from Doko to Shiryu had a shield. Lexia may have only recently become Shine's disciple, but the mark of the Lushan line had long been stamped on his back. There was no removing it now. While Lexia was repairing the cloth, a heated argument was breaking out in the Hammer Industries Research and Development Lab. Hammer had to pull every string, offer countless incentives, and rely on the help of Senator just to get Ivan Vanko out from under the watchful eyes of the FBI, CIA, and S.H.I.E.L.D. But as for Vanko, all he did every day was drink, put on airs, and amuse himself with his pet bird. When the agreed deadline finally arrived and Hammer called, full of anticipation, to check on the progress, Vanko replied with, indifference, the improved Iron Soldiers I made can't be deployed, can't fight, and can't even fire. All they can do is salute. Was this some kind of sick joke? The moment he heard that answer, Hammer wanted nothing more than to wring Vanko's bird's neck. Without a doubt, he'd been played for a fool. From the very first moment Vanko laid eyes on Hammer, the self-satisfied, clueless, and utterly oblivious fool, he felt not an ounce of respect or gratitude. As a proud scientist, Vanko saw right through him. So from the beginning, he was only using Hammer's resources as a stepping stone to build his own creation, the Whiplash suit, designed for his revenge against Iron Man. Meanwhile, Hammer, who only had a superficial grasp of advanced technology, failed to notice anything amiss. On the contrary, he enthusiastically supported Vanko, convinced he had everything under control. This was a man whose main business was conventional firearms, whose only foray into high-tech weaponry was a missile that fizzled out when wet, trying to compete in the world of advanced, full-spectrum combat armor. counting his profits with glee, oblivious to the fact that he'd already been sold out. But now, Hammer had finally had enough. He would no longer tolerate Vanko's dismissive attitude and the constant look of contempt in his eyes. Hammer wanted Vanko to know that he, too, had a temper. What gave him this newfound confidence was the fact that the U.S. military had acquired a suit of Stark Industries' Iron Man armor. As the military's biggest arms contractor, Hammer Industries had been awarded the job of modifying and maintaining the Iron Man suit. In other words, Hammer Industries now possessed all of Iron Man's technology, except for the miniature arc reactor. And Hammer was convinced that cracking the arc reactor was only a matter of time. After all, James Rhodes was no match for the mighty machinery of the state. Once his contribution in bringing back the Iron Man suit faded from memory, the military might even strip him of the right to use it. Yes, Tony Stark hadn't given up on life despite his poisoning, but one suit of armor had still ended up with Rhodes. Unlike in the movie, where Rhodes practically stole the suit, this time Tony handed it to him willingly. Mark II, the very first Iron Man prototype, the one Tony once soared over Los Angeles in, only to be carried high into the freezing sky by Lexia and nearly fall to his death. Not to mention that as a test model, its performance and technology no longer impressed Tony at all. Mark II had actually been a lingering sore spot in his heart for quite some time. Every time he saw it, Tony would be reminded of that harrowing free-fall experience in midair. Prolonged exposure would only deepen the psychological scars. So when his childhood friend and closest confidant showed a longing for the Iron Man armor, Tony simply went with the flow and handed Mark II over to him. At the Stark Expo, Hammer Industries' Iron Soldiers were about to be unveiled in a grand demonstration. Meanwhile, an Easterner walked into the Holy Grail Corporation's building. Lucia had spent a long time repairing the sacred cloth. His body was already weak from bloodletting, and mending the armor was a strenuous task. Had not been for the fact that, after its resurrection, the Crater's cloth had regained some of its miraculous restorative powers, he probably wouldn't have made it through. After a morning of hammering and tinkering, Lucia finally finished modifying the Crater's cloth. The new armor, once donned, didn't look much different from before, but the shoulder guards and helmet had been completely redesigned. The shield on his left arm exuded a sense of security. Not allowing himself to indulge in vanity for long, Lucia promptly packed up the sacred cloth and made his way to the reception room. Zhang Xian had already been waiting for him for several hours. This visit was not an official diplomatic meeting on behalf of the nation, but rather a private one. Ever since Zhang Xian accompanied Lu Jia to interview Tony, where he first met Lucia, the two had kept in frequent contact. Zhang Xian, not yet 40, already held the rank of Major General. According to him, he wasn't even the fastest among his peers to rise through the ranks, a pace of promotion hard to imagine in peacetime. Of course, this world wasn't the Earth Lucia originally came from, and both the people and history of this world's celestial empire were quite different from that of his former home. In a world where aliens regularly appeared and superheroes and supervillains emerged one after another, it wasn't particularly difficult for military officers to distinguish themselves and climb the ladder. It made sense. If the two worlds were truly identical, then in Iron Man 3, the Iron Patriot, acting as a Trojan horse, would have kidnapped Barack Obama, not a white president. Yet even so, Lucia still felt an innate sense of kinship toward the land across the ocean, whose people rode in characters and called themselves descendants of the Flame Emperor and Yellow Emperor, with their black hair and dark eyes. He could easily ignore Nick Fury, but he had genuine affection for Zhang Xian. When Zhang Xian saw Lucia, he was visibly taken aback. He knew Lucia had been hospitalized, but hadn't expected him to look so frail even after being discharged for over a week. After Felicia sashayed in with coffee and pastries, Zhang Xian watched her leave and let out a sigh. Ah, to be young again. Lexia sipped from her cup, the water inside blessed by the Holy Grail, and looked up at Zhang Xian with a puzzled expression. Xianji, I think you're misunderstanding something. That was just my temporary assistant. A secretary, nothing more. Zhang Xian picked up his coffee cup and shot Lexia a knowing look, as if to say, I get it, say no more. I'll be stepping down and returning home the day after tomorrow. Will you be free then? And with your current health, do you want me to find a few old military doctors to help nurse you back to health? Lexia set her cup down. Xianji, you mean old Chinese medicine doctors, right? Aren't military doctors only good at treating rare and complicated cases? No, wait, I don't need a Chinese medicine doctor. It's really not what you think. Ugh, I can't explain it to you. Lexia really couldn't find a way to explain to Zhang Xian why, after being out of the hospital for so long, he still looked utterly drained, as if he'd been living far too indulgently. Was he supposed to just blurt out, I just finished a bloodletting session? But as the old saying goes, a single drop of essence is worth 10 drops of blood. Lexia had lost so much blood, If you converted that into essence, even 2 kidney-sized eggs wouldn't be enough to hold all. Though, that's probably not the way it works. Zhang Xian simply chuckled, leaving everything unsaid, yet perfectly clear. Lexia had already known roughly when Zhang Xian would return home, so it didn't come as a surprise. Besides, earlier in the day, Max had already sent word. The Hammer Industries exhibition was scheduled for tonight. It looked like the Iron Soldier Rebellion would break out and be settled tonight, with no impact on the travel plans. Everything was under control. CNG, I'll have to trouble you with the arrangements for going back. I've never been home my whole life. This time, I'll be relying on you. Don't worry about it. I'll get the paperwork sorted out quickly. When the time comes, the embassy car will come to pick you up, and we'll fly back together on a private jet. Zhang Xian replied with a cheerful grin. A private jet? Lexia suddenly remembered an old joke. Don't tell me we'll be flying back on a tractor hauling bricks. If that's the case, I'll have to rent a mink coat. Gotta keep out the wind. Zhang Xian looked bewildered for a moment, then burst out laughing. So you watch Uncle Zhao's comedy sketches too? Lexia shrugged. I'm also a big fan of Stephen Chow's movies. Not only do I watch them, I make my friends watch them with me. So much, they're practically sick of it. The conversation quickly veered off into a lively discussion about the legends of Chinese comedy. In this arena, the two of them seemed to be perfectly in sync. And as a native-born Chinese, Zhang Xian had a real fondness for people like Lexia, Chinese Americans who could chat about Chinese culture and pop trends with such ease, who were warm towards fellow countrymen, and who clearly longed for their homeland. The two of them chatted through the entire afternoon. Felicia came in again and again to refill their coffee, sighing in frustration each time. She was growing more and more exasperated with Zhang Xian's complete lack of awareness. As dusk began to settle, Zhang Xian finally took his leave. Tonight would be a sleepless one for him. All the details of Lexia's social connections, personality, and interests would soon be compiled into a formal written report and filed in a special dossier. Upon Zhang Xian's return to his home country, he would officially step down from his role as a military attaché. His new assignment had already been confirmed in advance, a secret department dedicated to handling special and urgent incidents. And Zhang Xian would be the direct head of this department. After bidding Zhang Xian farewell, Lexia politely declined Felicia's invitation to dinner and set out to meet Parker at the Stark Industries Expo. The main reason for turning Felicia down was that, after his brush with death, Lexia was deeply moved by Gwen's actions. Though he never considered himself a particularly devoted man, he certainly wouldn't do anything to betray Gwen at a time like this. His decision had absolutely nothing to do with his weakened physical state. Absolutely not. The demonstration of Hammer Industries' Iron Soldiers was about to begin. On stage, Justin Hammer pranced about like a lunatic, performing outdated dance moves from the last century, babbling to himself in a one-man show that bordered on farcical. The audience sat through it, struggling to stifle yawns, until row after row of Iron Soldiers were lifted onto the stage by the elevators. In that instant, the entire venue erupted with excitement. Just a few days ago, Iron Man had nearly been beaten to a pulp by Ivan Vanko, which had shaken the public's trust in him. With the anti-Iron Man faction, led by the Senator fanning the flames, Iron Man's credibility had plummeted to its lowest point yet. It was at this very moment that Hammer unveiled his full range of Iron Soldiers, land, sea, and air, and leading the charge was none other than War Machine, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Iron Man himself. The sight of mass-produced, remote-controlled Iron Soldiers and the possibility of mass-produced war machines filled the hall with a powerful sense of security. Just as Hammer boasted, with these Iron Soldiers standing guard, the homeland defense of America and its allies would be as impregnable as a fortress. And when, under War Machine's command, all the Iron Soldiers snapped into a synchronized salute, the energy in the hall reached a fever pitch. "Peter, how's Hyde doing over there?" Lexia whispered to Parker, eyes fixed on the distant figure of Iron Man soaring toward them in a trail of sparks. The two of them sat among the audience, acutely aware that if anything went wrong with Hyde's preparations, the glass ceiling above could come crashing down on their heads. To Lexia's surprise, Parker frowned. "I suddenly lost contact with Hyde a while ago. I have no idea what's happening on his end." "What?" Lexia was momentarily stunned. "He hasn't been caught, has he? Where does he live? Go check on him, quick." Before he could finish, Parker whispered, I've never actually met him in person. I don't even know where he lives." Lexis felt like she was about to explode on the spot. "I've planned for so long, arranged everything for so long, and just when I was about to orchestrate a brilliant victory from behind the scenes, it all falls apart. Where am I supposed to put all the bold claims I made in the previous chapters now?" Iron Man had already landed, and in the distance, Ivan Vanko might have already taken control of the Iron Soldiers, getting ready to take aim at Tony. "Forget it, I'll just have Max take out Vanko first. We'll deal with everything else later," Lexis thought, feeling a wave of exhaustion. Why can't I just have one flawless moment to show off? Parker shook his head. Max followed the current to find Hyde. He's nowhere near Vanko. Damn it. What was supposed to be a perfectly executed, masterful strategy unraveling from 1,000 miles away had been completely ruined by a bunch of bumbling teammates. Lexus pulled a long face, watching from the sidelines as Iron Man landed with textbook superhero flair. He strode forward, threw an arm around War Machine's shoulders, and together they posed for the media. A picture-perfect scene of brotherly camaraderie. In less than 10 seconds, the Iron Soldier's machine guns, along with War Machine's massive, menacing Gatling, will be trained on Iron Man, ready to unleash a hailstorm of bullets. Meanwhile, the hundreds of audience members below were blissfully unaware, still clapping and cheering for Iron Man's grand entrance. Despite the recent crisis of trust, Tony Stark's mix of billionaire, heartthrob, genius, philanthropist, and superhero still kept his public approval sky high. What do we do? Should I go up there and draw their attention? Parker pulled out his mask, grabbing his shirt as if preparing for a quick change act. Lexus grabbed his hand, stopping him. It's too late. On stage, Tony was demanding to know where Hammer and Ivan Vanko were. Hammer, feigning ignorance, tried to bluff his way through, but suddenly, War Machine behind them swung out his massive gun and aimed it straight at Iron Man's helmet. No, it's not me. I didn't do this. My system's locked up. Tony, get out of here. The whole system's been hacked. I can't control myself. James Rhodes's frantic voice blasted from the speakers, and behind him, dozens of Iron Soldiers raised their weaponized arms in unison. Panic swept through the venue. Everyone knew that if the Iron Soldiers opened fire, the audience below would be caught in a deadly crossfire. Lead them out of here. Tony's instincts were spot on. Only by using himself as bait to lure the enemy away could he hope to spare the spectators from disaster. With a burst of flames from his palms and the soles of his boots, Iron Man prepared to rocket into the sky. Just then, whoosh, snap. As Tony was about to take off, several sticky white strands shot from the audience, splattering all over his thrusters. To be precise, they were white, thread-like streams, suspiciously similar to what comes out when that thing goes on a spraying spree. The filaments clogging the thrusters were quickly melted away by the flames, but they still delayed Iron Man's takeoff. The white, thread-like strands showed no sign of stopping. They came at him in a relentless stream, weaving a massive net in midair that dropped precisely over Iron Man, rapidly growing thicker and more numerous. In no time, his legs were cocooned in a tight web, completely halting his flight. Some of the more observant audience members turned to see what was happening, and as soon as they recognized the strands, their anxiety melted away. Spider-Man. The danger isn't over yet. Everyone, please evacuate the venue quickly. If you'd like a photo, please wait at least 300 meters outside. Thank you for your cooperation. Spider-Man leaped from the shadows of the stands, hands shooting out web after web at Iron Man with lightning speed. No one knew why Spider-Man had suddenly turned on Iron Man, but the appearance of New York's friendly neighborhood hero brought instant order to the chaos, and the crowd began to evacuate in a calm, organized way. Amidst the surging tide of people in the stands, two figures remained still. Pepper Potts looked at Ms. Rashman, the legal advisor beside her, with a puzzled frown. That's Spider-Man, isn't it? Why is he attacking Tony? Natasha shrugged. I have no idea, but for now we'd better get out of here before we make things more complicated for them. Tony had never imagined he'd, one day, be trapped by Spider-Man. The sudden turn of events rattled him. He had plenty of ways to break out of the webs and get airborne again, but Ivan Vanko was not about to give him that chance. Watching through the visor as Iron Soldiers, Ivan Vanko grinned, flashing his gleaming gold tooth as he saw Iron Man ensnared. Looks like even the superheroes aren't on your side, Stark. Today's the day you die. With a maniacal laugh, Ivan slammed his fist down on the launch button. Dozens of guns opened fire at once, a hailstorm of bullets raining down on Iron Man. His suit might withstand the onslaught for a while, but the spectators behind him, who had only just begun to evacuate, stood no chance against stray bullets. What the hell, Spider-Man? Tony shouted, helplessly raising his arms to shield himself as best he could, hoping to weather the barrage. As for the people behind him, he could only block what he could. Every little bit helped. A furious cacophony of gunfire exploded in front of Iron Man, sparks and smoke erupting in brilliant bursts. A spectacle as fierce as it was dangerous. Logically, with such a dense barrage, there was no way Iron Man could shield everyone behind him. Some stray bullets should have made it through. Yet after half a minute of relentless gunfire, every spectator behind him had managed to evacuate unscathed. No one was hurt. Not even a single stray bullet had made it past. Walking at the rear of the group, Natasha glanced back and was startled to see a golden, transparent barrier had appeared on stage in front of Iron Man. No one knew when it had materialized. The barrier shimmered like glass, beautiful yet seemingly fragile, but despite the hail of bullets slamming into it, not a single one managed to break through. Tony noticed, too. Bullets pelted the air in front of him, but he felt no impact at all. The whole situation was baffling, completely defying science. To make things even stranger, bullets that struck the golden barrier bounced right back along their original paths. War Machine and the Iron Soldiers, caught up in the firefight, ended up riddling themselves with their own bullets. Ivan Vanko was so shocked his gold tooth nearly fell out. What is that thing? Has Stark actually developed an energy shield that can reflect attacks? That's impossible. Off in a corner of the audience, Lexia waited until the evacuation was complete before lowering her hands and wiping the sweat from her brow. Thank goodness it was Cheyenne who had appeared earlier. Not only could Cheyenne repair sacred armor, but he also possessed a rare defensive Saint Seiya technique, the Crystal Wall. Fortunately, Cheyenne had shared all his knowledge of the Crystal Wall and other skills with Lexia. Even though it was just a weakened version of the Crystal Wall, it easily bounced back the volley of bullets from the Iron Soldiers without suffering so much as a scratch. Exhausted after using the skill, Lexia collapsed in her seat, not wanting to move a muscle. Like Black Rock Volcano, the Crystal Wall was a highly flexible move. Anyone with a 6th or 7th sense could wield it. Lexia's version wouldn't withstand attacks like the 100 Dragon Force or the Underworld Saints, but against simple bullets? That was child's play. Mr. Stark, I mean you no harm. Parker landed at the edge of the stage and pointed up at the ceiling, explaining to Tony. If we let you fly out now, the glass in the ceiling would be shattered by their gunfire. Falling shards could hurt innocent people, so this was the only solution. I hope you understand. Tony, still tearing at the webs clinging to his suit, grumbled. You guys? Your barrier can stop bullets. Couldn't you have used it to catch falling glass instead? Did you have to leave me looking like this? Tony already knew who Lexia was, and he understood her connection with Parker. So when Parker said we, Tony immediately guessed it was Lexia who'd conjured the Crystal Wall. After all, only that peculiar troublemaker could come up with something so magical. Paxton hesitated for a moment. Even though I'd rather not, I have to pass on a message from that person. Paxton cleared his throat, then mimicked Lexia's tone. Ha ha ha, this is so much fun. Mr. Big Poop. Even though Tony was wearing his mask, Paxton could easily imagine, with absolute certainty, the look on Tony's face at that moment. Tony could hardly resist the urge to slap himself. Since he'd already guessed that Lexia was behind this light wall, why'd he bother to ask? Wasn't he just making things difficult for himself? He never expected that the teenager known as New York's friendly neighborhood would get led astray like this. Just what kind of magic did Lexia possess? Why did everyone connected to him seem to have their whole demeanor changed? Unfortunately, Tony didn't have time to dwell on these complaints. On the other side, Ivan Vanko, seeing that his focused barrage hadn't done much to Iron Man and that the sudden appearance of the light wall had blocked his bullet attack, decided to escalate with an even stronger offensive. Heat-seeking missiles. The explosion from these missiles. There's no way that flimsy light wall can withstand it. Absolutely not. Vanko snarled as he slammed his hand down on the launch button. Dozens of Iron Soldiers opened their launchers, and hundreds of missiles erupted into the air. Iron Man had already shaken off the webs clinging to him. With no more interference from Paxton, his thrusters flared and he shot upwards, the missiles arching through the air in hot pursuit. Jarvis, deploy flares. As Tony soared toward the ceiling, he barked orders to Jarvis. Boom! The missiles were too fast. They collided with the flares almost as soon as they were launched, triggering a violent explosion. The massive shockwave nearly sent Iron Man spinning out of control in midair. Thankfully, Jarvis expertly managed the suit's auxiliary wings, stabilizing Tony just in time and allowing him to streak neatly through the hole in the ceiling. Bursting out of the building, Tony immediately spotted a streak of light racing toward the venue at breakneck speed. Another one? In his display, Tony locked onto the incoming blur, all while dozens of Iron Soldiers threatened to catch up from behind. He needed to deal with whatever blocked his path right now. Wait, sir, Jarvis interjected, enlarging the image in Tony's visor. It doesn't look like an Iron Soldier. On screen, a figure dressed in a blue and black suit, similar in style to Spider-Man's, crackled with electricity as he sped toward them, clutching someone in his arms. Not an enemy. Looks like Electro. Whoosh! The two figures zipped past each other. With Jarvis's night vision, Tony glimpsed the person in Electro's arms, a girl, maybe in her early teens. Inside the arena, Lexia took a sip of water and glanced at the dozens of steel soldiers on stage. Their heavy firepower had just about run its course in the last round. Given Hammer Industries' capabilities, equipping each steel soldier with enough miniature missiles for a single round of salvos was likely pushing their limits. Yet, they probably still had plenty of machine gun ammo left. If they followed Iron Man and flew out into the city, the damage would still be considerable. On the stage, the steel soldiers assigned as the Air Force ignited their thrusters and soared upward. War Machine was the first to break through, blasting straight through the arena ceiling. Parker was doing his best to stop the steel soldiers, but he was outmatched. In the end, he only managed to hold back 2 of them, while the rest took off smoothly. A streak of light shot in through the ceiling. Parker's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Electro, give us a hand." With a thunderous crash, Max slammed into the ground on his back, bounced, and skidded a long way across the floor. Instead of helping, Electro had just become someone in need of rescue. Finishing his water, Lexia knew he couldn't wait any longer. He raised his hand toward the ceiling, and a golden crystal wall materialized above. Every steel soldier that tried to break through slammed straight into it and crashed heavily back to the ground. Each steel soldier was programmed for self-destruction. There was no way Lexia could let them escape the arena. Parker, for now, left the steel soldiers and leaped over to Max's side to check on his injuries. Max coughed, struggling to sit up. "I'm fine, really. Just running a little low on juice." As he spoke, Max opened his arms and released the little girl he'd been holding. When I got there, she was almost taken by a group of men in black. Their weapons were strange. I barely managed to get her out. Parker looked at the girl, who seemed no older than 13 or 14. "Don't tell me she's Hyde?" Max shrugged. "Wasn't what I expected either." Lexia, having overheard their exchange, walked over. Now he understood the situation. Although it was a bit surprising that Hyde turned out to be a young teen, in this world, geniuses were hardly a rarity. A 13-year-old genius hacker was nothing compared to a 13-year-old who could fight like a saint. Of course, now wasn't the time to fuss over her age or talents. "Max, go recharge first. Parker, hold off as many steel soldiers as you can. I'll take care of the girl." Lexia gave his orders quickly, then helped the girl to her feet and handed her a cup from the Holy Grail, making sure she drank every drop. With a soft, contented sigh, the girl's eyes fluttered open, the water working its magic instantly. "Uncle, where am I?" she asked in a small voice. "Uncle?" Lucia nearly choked on his drink. "How do I look like your uncle? If it weren't for the fact that you seem to have Chinese blood, I'd have sprayed you with a mouthful of soda." Lucia let out a soft laugh, then took the little girl by the hand and headed straight backstage. Back there, the tech crew was hustling about in complete chaos, like ants on a hot pan. Hammer was losing it off to the side. "Didn't you say the technology was mature? Why is this happening?" The technicians were equally frantic. "We don't know what's going on. Our system's been rewritten. The drone Iron Soldiers are completely under his control now. There's nothing we can do." "Then fix it fast. If you can't, call for backup." Hammer roared. The techs fumbled desperately at their keyboards, while someone next to them shook his head in frustration. "The phone lines have been cut, and there's no cell signal. Boss, I'm afraid we're out of options." At that moment, Lucia led the little girl, Hyde, into the backstage area. On the other side, Black Widow entered with Pepper at her side. "What on earth is happening here?" Pepper demanded as soon as she stepped inside, glaring at Hammer. Hammer tried to cover things up, ordering the security guards to throw out Pepper and Black Widow. But Black Widow didn't give him any chance. She swiftly locked his arm, pinning him down on the table. "Tell me who's behind this." "No need to ask," Lucia interrupted, setting the little girl in front of a computer. Behind him, a group of men in suits lay sprawled out on the floor. "Help me take care of that guy. Just like we talked about before, you know what to do." The little girl lifted her chin confidently. "Don't worry, I've got this." "What do you mean?" Black Widow was a bit confused by Lucia's maneuver. Before she could react, Lucia closed the distance in a flash, scooping her up with a single motion. In the blink of an eye, they crossed over a dozen meters to a wide couch nearby. "Sorry, but I'll have to trouble you for a moment." Lucia moved so close, completely breaching Black Widow's guard. His hands landed in a rather awkward spot, pinning her on the couch. She suddenly found herself unable to muster any strength. What are you doing?" Lucia's warm breath left Black Widow flustered. He was tempted to say what he really wanted, but the situation didn't allow it. With regret, he just shook his head. "You can leave the rest to me, okay? Just rest here for a bit." Black Widow tried to resist, but a wave of darkness swept over her consciousness. Pepper was completely baffled. "Sia, what are you doing?" "Lucia, je suis invité. Come, have a seat over here. I promise I won't harm you. But please, for the next little while, just pretend none of this is happening." Without waiting for Pepper to respond, Lucia's figure had already disappeared. Tonight's bizarre events had left Pepper momentarily unable to think straight. In a daze, she wandered over to the sofa beside Natasha and lay down. She turned to glance at Natasha, then looked down at herself. Silently, Pepper sat up straighter. If she kept copying Natasha's posture, her own disadvantage would only become more obvious. Inside the venue, Parker was already overwhelmed with work. Dozens of Iron Soldiers, There was no way he could hold them off all by himself. Electro, are you ready yet? I can't hold them much longer. Just a sec. By the stage, Max was jabbing 2 electrical wires against himself, arcs of electricity crackling along the cables. He grimaced and shouted. After yelling, Max stared in bewilderment at the wires in his hands. Wait, what? Why can't I charge up? When Lexia teleported back to the stage, several Iron Soldiers had already stormed the entrance, and the Air Force troopers had blasted straight through the ceiling, trailing sparks as they chased after Iron Man and War Machine. Seeing Lexia return, Max cried out for help. I can't charge up anymore. Lexia wanted to smack him right then and there, but knew this wasn't the time to berate a teammate. Just now, when he had gone to rescue Hyde, he'd run into someone. Whether they were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents or Hydra operatives, he wasn't sure, but it definitely hadn't been a pleasant encounter. If you can't charge, just get out of the way for now, Lexia said. There was no time to figure out what was wrong with Max. Any further delay, and those Iron Soldiers would break out of the venue. Ivan Vanko had never actually expected the Iron Soldiers to stop Iron Man. All he wanted was for them to break into the crowd and cause chaos. That alone would count as a victory. Spider-Man, jump. Lexia, fist clenched, leapt into the air, shouting to Parker at the same time. I'm on it. Parker replied instantly to the call, leaping into the air himself and firing a web strand toward the ceiling. Ice Lotus Barrage. Midair, countless icy fangs shot from Lexia's hands, pinning every Iron Soldier in the arena to the ground, even those who had made it to the door. Machine guns at the ready were no exception. Each was struck through by icy spikes, thick layers of frost quickly coating their metal shells. With a single move, all the Iron Soldiers were dealt with. Without pausing, Lexia launched himself skyward, riding a burst of energy into the night. As he soared, the dark suit silently enveloped him, wings snapping open as he transformed into a streak of black light and vanished into the distance. Up above, Parker sneezed and marveled. Lexia's moves are getting more and more overpowered. I'm afraid I'm no match for him anymore. Off to the side, Max still clung stubbornly to the 2 wires, muttering under his breath, Why can't I charge up? Out in the darkness, Lexia barely broke a sweat catching up to Iron Man and the Iron Soldiers. The trail of fiery tails they left behind lit up the night, making them far too easy to spot. Tony was circling around, with War Machine close behind, while further back, 7 or 8 Air Force Iron Soldiers were also giving chase from a distance. For reasons unknown, he neither tried to outclimb his pursuers nor lured them out toward the sea or some deserted area. Instead, he kept weaving around near the expo grounds. Maybe he was considering the Army and Navy troops who hadn't taken to the skies yet, making it easier to provide rescue if they started attacking the crowd. It was just like that scene in the movie where he saved the little boy wearing an Iron Man mask. Later, the writers even retconned the kid's identity, tying him to Spider-Man's return to Marvel. What a stretch! When they filmed Iron Man, Spider-Man's return to Marvel hadn't even been discussed. So if you think about it, this world ends up with 2 Spider-Men. That's even more over the top. Tony, do something quick. At this rate, you're going to get shot down. Rhodey shouted desperately through the comms at Tony, who was flying ahead. Tony was just as helpless. If he had a better plan, he wouldn't be running for his life like a dog with its tail between its legs. But there was one thing that puzzled them both. Why hadn't these Iron Soldiers opened fire after chasing them for so long? Weren't they shooting like crazy just a moment ago? Watching the scene from afar, Lexia knew that Hyde had already completed the first step. The enemy's weapon systems had been locked down. At this point, Lexia had nothing more to do. Until Ivan Vanko's electrified whips made their entrance, he could afford to land and catch his breath. The repeated use of Crystal Wall and Ice Spear White Lotus had taken a heavy toll on his already weakened body. Hovering above the expo center, Lexia suddenly spotted a familiar figure. With a thud, Lexia imitated Iron Man's signature landing, dropping to one knee before the figure. It was a child, maybe 7 or 8 years old, wearing a huge Iron Man helmet. When Lexia, clad in black with a matching mask, looking every bit the villain, landed before him, the boy didn't flinch. Instead, he calmly raised his hand. In the center of his palm, just like Iron Man, a white light glowed from his homemade glove. Lexia grinned and clenched his fist. Boom! Iron Man crashed down behind the boy, but instead of blasting Lexia with his repulsor, he dropped low and shielded the child tightly in his arms. Lexia didn't pause. His fist shot forward, and countless streams of black energy burst from his knuckles, streaking across half the sky. The effect was uncannily similar to the Dark Pegasus meteor fist. The black meteors arced over Iron Man and engulfed the Iron Soldiers swooping in from behind. A series of thunderous explosions echoed in the air. The Iron Soldiers were blasted apart mid-flight, bursting like fireworks, brilliant and dazzling against the sky. The only War Machine that had been mist tumbled to the ground, crashing into a nearby flower bed. Its head landed straight into a pile of organic fertilizer stacked beside it. Happy New Year! With the fireworks lighting up the sky, Lexia waved cheerfully at Tony. Tony, whose helmet now bore the imprint of a fist, looked puzzled. Lexia had spoken in Chinese just now, and he didn't understand a word. Meanwhile, in the Hammer Industries research lab, Ivan Vanko stared at his computer screen. One by one, the status indicators behind the Iron Soldiers' names blinked to disconnected. Even as the last 10 Air Force Iron Soldiers were shot down, he still hadn't figured out exactly how he'd lost. Most of the Iron Soldiers inside the venue had their backs to Lexia, so the cameras missed the moment the ice spear pierced through them. As for the last of the airborne soldiers, all the camera caught was a shadowy, jet-black figure unleashing waves of dark energy. Then the screen went completely black. There was no need for Black Widow and the ever-confident Happy to clear out the lab's security staff. Vanko already knew he could no longer stay there pulling strings from the shadows. When the Air Force Iron Soldiers' weapon systems all failed at once, he realized that if he stuck around any longer, his own iron suit and electric whips might be finished as well. That hacker who had appeared out of nowhere, breaching the firewalls of a mechanic who doubled as a hacker, as easily as drinking a glass of water. Back at the expo hall, Tony tore off his slightly dented helmet, glanced at the fist-shaped mark, and shouted, exasperated, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Lexia shrugged. "Just missed, that's all. As a Saint Seiya, you could miss?" Tony crushed the mask and tossed it aside, clearly unconvinced by Lexia's explanation. Whether or not he admitted it, he was sure Lexia had done it on purpose. "Hey, Tony," came Rhodey's voice in Tony's ear. "Rhodey?" Tony looked around, finally spotting the war machine half buried in the pile of organic fertilizer. Rhodey's voice sounded strained. "I think arguing over whether it was on purpose doesn't matter anymore. The real priority is getting me out of here, because, frankly, the smell is unbearable." When Rhodey had crashed down, shattering the flower bed, he'd also damaged his helmet. The imperfect seal left his head stuck in the fertilizer pile, and the smell was understandably overwhelming. Tony released the little helmeted kid from his arms, then hurried over to pull Rhodey out, removing his helmet in the process. "Fresh air, finally!" Rhodey gulped down the cool night air. "Do you guys have any idea what that was like? It was as if I'd just been through hell, my god." Lucia quietly stepped back, putting a little distance between herself and Rhodes. She looked at his face, which, to be honest, didn't look much different from a lump of donkey dung in a pile of organic fertilizer, and asked with a hint of confusion, "Colonel Rhodes? Did you lose weight?" It was obvious that this Colonel Rhodes looked a bit different from the guy who had watched the stars and listened to stories with LeBing back in Los Angeles. Rhodes, for once, managed a joke. "I'm still me, just a different kind of firework." In the world of movies, whenever Rhodes got a new actor, his personality and even the entire character would change. It was a little disappointing. With the universe's rules correcting themselves, it seemed that Lucia was the only one who noticed Rhodes' changing face. The sensation was almost magical. What on earth is going on? Now that he caught his breath, Rhodes turned to more serious matters. "Why did my suit suddenly get hijacked? Who was behind it? And what does he want?" Tony let out a sigh. "Remember Ivan Vanko? The guy who attacked you during the event? Didn't he die in prison?" "Don't tell me. It was Hammer." The two of them began to piece together the whole story, while Lucia crouched down and looked at the helmeted boy still standing defensively at the side. It was obvious that this little boy was young Parker, who had come with his Uncle Parker to the Expo's opening ceremony. With her face covered, Lucia hadn't been recognized, and she couldn't resist the urge to tease him a little. "Hey, buddy, how about taking off that helmet? You saw it. I just defeated those machines and rescued you. If you like masks, maybe you'd like to wear one just like mine, don't you think?" Little Parker replied in a muffled voice. "It was Iron Man who shielded me with his body and took your punch with his face. That's how I was saved, not because of you. Hey, kid, let's just forget about the helmet incident, pretend it never happened, all right?" Tony interjected, then continued his discussion with Rhodes. Lucia wanted to keep playing with little Parker, but in the distance, a streak of fire arced through the sky, trailing a long tail behind it. Another new enemy? Tony and Rhodes noticed the fire as well, immediately going on alert. With a heavy crash, a larger-than-life Iron Man landed nearby, bigger than both Iron Man and War Machine. He unfurled two electrified whips from his hands, crackling with power. Those whips packed a punch Tony wouldn't soon forget. "Feels good to be back," Vanko sneered as he flipped open his faceplate, lifting his chin in a kingly gesture of contempt. Before he landed, Lucia had already pulled little Parker into the shadows. Tony's mask was shattered, Rhodes was still tangled in strange equipment, and the two of them, weathered and battered, stood in stark contrast to the arrogant, triumphant Vanko. "The situation's getting worse. A tougher one just showed up." Rhodes glanced at Tony and stepped forward. No worries, I prepared a special gift for this guy. I'm gonna let the ex-wife give him a real face full of fireworks. As soon as he finished speaking, the launcher on his chest clicked off its safety, revealing the so-called ex-wife missile. Lexia wanted to cover her face. The last pile of fertilizer wasn't exactly dry, and knowing the ex-wife's reputation, this would probably be another joke. Sure enough, the ex-wife shot out with a feeble burst of flame, clanged uselessly against Vanko's armor, sparked weakly, then tumbled to the ground. There it fizzled like a dud firework, sputtered briefly, and then nothing happened. Is that a hammer special? There was no mistaking the biting sarcasm in Tony's voice. His contempt for Justin Hammer ran deep and was plain to see. Let me handle this, Tony said, activating the mini-missile launcher on his shoulder. A dozen micro-armor-piercing rounds shot out with a whistling streak, slamming into Whiplash's armor, sending up sparks and clouds of smoke. Iron Man and War Machine had both opened fire, but though their attacks did little damage, Whiplash wasn't about to sit back. He snapped his electrified whips, lashing out at the pair with arcs of lightning. With the raw, close-combat strength of a Russian brawler, Whiplash quickly had the two armored heroes struggling just to keep up. In the shadows, Lexia crouched beside little Parker. Do you think Iron Man can beat that guy with the whips? I have a bad feeling it doesn't look good for him. Little Parker nodded with utter certainty. Iron Man is going to win. No matter how strong the enemy is, Iron Man will always come out on top in the end. The conviction in his voice left Lexia momentarily speechless. Was this what faith looked like? What kind of experiences had a child of 7 or 8 endured to forge such unwavering belief? Lexia suddenly found she didn't have the heart to shatter that steadfast confidence. Would you like to help Iron Man? Want to save New York? Want to help save the world? Lexia asked with a smile. Can I? Little Parker's voice was hopeful, but tinged with uncertainty. Remember when I landed just now? What were you about to do to me? Guided by Lexia, little Parker raised his hand. The palm of his Iron Man glove glowed with light. Lexia gently steadied his small hand. Take aim and shout fire. There might be a surprise. Parker nodded, then shouted at the top of his lungs, fire. A beam of frosty white light burst from his palm, streaking across the battlefield and striking Whiplash square in the chest reactor, just as he was binding both Iron Man and War Machine with his whips. A flash of white light instantly shattered the reactor's defenses and destroyed its internal structure, while a wave of icy cold froze it solid, preventing any potential explosion. You did it, superhero! Hearing the voice, young Parker turned his head to look, only to find that Lexia had already vanished from behind him. Borrowing Parker's hand, Lexia had taken out Vanko's miniature reactor with a supersonic strike. With her work done, she departed quietly, hiding both her skill and her fame. Still, for someone like Ivan Vanko, who possessed antisocial tendencies and had already caused casualties in his previous attack on Tony, utterly ruthless and indifferent to others' lives, Lexia had no intention of showing mercy. That supersonic finger, imbued with a chilling cosmic energy, not only destroyed the reactor, but also penetrated Vanko's body through his armor. As an ordinary man, Ivan Vanko would soon lose all sensation and movement in his lower body under the assault of the cold, his internal organs suffering frostbite, and his bodily functions quickly failing. Even if Tony and Rhodes didn't finish him off directly, he wouldn't have much time left. Lexia soared back to the Hammer Industries exhibition hall. The scene was much the same as when she'd left. Parker carefully inspected each Iron Soldier, confirming that their power sources had been completely destroyed, eliminating any risk of self-destruction. Meanwhile, Max was still muttering to himself, fiddling with 2 electrical wires. Backstage, Pepper sat gracefully on the sofa, with Natasha lounging beside her. Scattered across the floor were several burly men, sprawled out in all directions. It looked as if she'd just scored a 5-kill streak and was now calmly feigning innocence. Nearby, a 13- or 14-year-old Asian girl was nonchalantly chewing bubblegum, exuding a fearless air. Seeing Lexia return, Pepper's tightly knit brows finally relaxed. Lexia, can you explain what happened tonight? I have so many questions. Lexia smiled. Sister Pepper, everything's taken care of now. No casualties, no significant damage to the venue. It shouldn't affect Stark Industries' reputation. You don't have to worry. That's not what I'm asking. I mean, about... Pepper hesitated, unable to put her thoughts into words. Mr. Stark is fine too. Those troublemakers didn't lay a finger on him. He'll be back soon, don't worry. With that, Lexia turned to the girl beside her. Hi, Day. The girl nodded, holding out a USB drive. Here's what you wanted. Consider it a thank you for rescuing me from those outsiders in black. We're even now. Handing Lexia the USB drive, the girl turned and left the hall. Now that her previous hideout had been compromised, she needed to find a new place to lay low. Wait a second. Lexia followed her out of the arena. Hyde isn't your real name. Is it? The little girl stopped, turned her head, and looked at Lexia with a tilt. Of course not. No hacker ever uses their real name. And no girl would pick a name like Hyde. That's just common sense, old man. No need to doubt it. Lexia gritted his teeth. Call me old man again, and I might just teach you a lesson. Oh, I'm so scared, the girl said, patting her flat, undeveloped chest with wildly exaggerated theatrics. Max said you've run into some trouble. Realizing his looks suddenly had no effect, Lexia decided not to argue with a rebellious kid over what she called him. Max? The guy sparking with electricity? Honestly, he seems more like a villain to me. If Parker hadn't warned me ahead of time, I'd have thought he was some kind of super criminal. So, even though Max had saved her, the girl didn't think much of him either. Definitely a troublemaking kid in her rebellious phase. No one could ever measure up. With that thought, Lexia felt a bit more balanced. No matter what trouble you're in, we have the means to protect you. Why not stay and join us? The more he looked at her face, the more familiar she seemed. Lexia suspected he might have already guessed her identity. SHIELD agent, Quake, Sky. Real name, Daisy Johnson. But girls change a lot as they grow, and Lexia wasn't certain his guess was right. Besides, if Sky hadn't uncovered her own past yet, she wouldn't know her real name. She might not even have adopted the name Sky in her mind at this point. Which meant, right now, there was no way Lexia could get any useful information from the girl to confirm she was Sky for sure. The girl didn't hesitate at all at Lexia's offer. She shook her head. Compared to you guys, I still trust myself more. If there's nothing else, I'm heading out. Parker knows how to find me. With that, she turned and slipped into the bushes. A 13 or 14-year-old orphan, no one knew what she'd been through. Fortunately, she was tough and independent. Even without Lexia's help, she would do just fine. Everyone deserves the right to choose their own path in life. As long as she didn't stray into something immoral or illegal, it wasn't for others to interfere. And from the sharp look in her eyes, she was clearly no pushover. Thinking this, Lexia took a quick step forward and, just as the girl was about to vanish into the bushes, caught her and pulled her back. She was barely over 4 feet tall, and in Lexia's grasp, she looked just like a little chick being plucked up. Although what you said makes sense, I still can't let you go. You're just a child, living on your own, with a group of unidentified people chasing after you. If I didn't know you, maybe I could walk away, but I do know you, and you've helped me so many times. How could I just stand by and do nothing? The little girl struggled and shouted, Let go of me, you stubborn old man. I don't need your kindness. Since you're calling me uncle, then as your uncle, I have a responsibility to look after you. Don't move around. Whether this child was Sky or not, Lexia had made up his mind. He would take her back first and sort things out later. For now, he would bring her to the Children of the Stars orphanage and let Grandma Joan have a talk with her. The USB drive in his hand held all the information and data on the Iron Soldiers. Lexia had accomplished all his goals for the night. It had been a pretty successful evening. The Iron Soldiers struck by the ice spears were so badly damaged that there was no point in recovering or studying them any further. Hammer would take the fall for helping Ivan Vanko escape, and for causing tonight's chaos, and he would be facing prison time. Of course, that wasn't something Lexia needed to concern himself with. As for how the Black Widow would react when she woke up, Lexia didn't care to know. After all, there was nothing improper between them. After bidding a quick farewell to Parker and Max, he slung the little girl over his shoulder and vanished swiftly into the night. Once the squirming, shouting girl received a sharp smack on her backside, she immediately quieted down. Back at the orphanage, Grandma Joan couldn't quite understand why Lexia had brought back another child, but she didn't say much, especially after learning that the little girl was an orphan too. A sense of sympathy welled up in her heart. Overpowered by Lexia's forcefulness, the little girl had no choice but to stay for the time being. As the saying goes, returning home in glory is like wearing fine clothes at night. No one sees it. Yet when Lexia finally returned in triumph, the world he knew had already changed. He'd long prepared himself for the fact that this world's China was not the homeland he once knew. Still, when he returned to the area around his childhood mountain village and found no familiar faces, not even the village itself, he couldn't help but feel an empty ache inside. Accompanying Lexia was a baby-faced man, a little shorter than Lexia himself. His real name was unclear. Everyone simply called him Old He. Old He was sent by Zhang Xian. He carried himself with a soldier's bearing. Anyone could tell he'd handled a rifle and seen combat. Since Zhang Xian was busy after returning to the country, he had Old He look after Lexia. Old He acted as Lexia's bodyguard, driver, and guide during his time in China. And, no doubt, there was a hint of surveillance in his presence, but everyone was smart enough not to mention it. This was something Lexia couldn't refuse. After all, he was no ordinary man, and accepting Old He's help meant less trouble for everyone. Although this place is rather backward, the environment is wonderful. The mountains are beautiful, the water is clear, and the people are honest and kind-hearted. Oldie was not the quiet type. Throughout their journey, he answered all of Lexia's questions readily, and often took the initiative to introduce the local customs and traditions of each region they passed. In his previous life, Lexia had neither the money nor the time for leisure, but now he decided to dedicate himself to traveling, visiting famous mountains and rivers, and took the opportunity to return to his own hometown. Though he didn't find his old village or any familiar faces, Lexia actually felt a sense of relief. After all, if he really had met his past life parents, and they no longer recognized him, he wouldn't know what kind of attitude to adopt in front of them. It was just as well that they didn't exist in this perilous Marvel world. Setting out again, Lexia felt his heart grow lighter. He was no longer weighed down by the anxiety that had clouded him as he neared his homeland. That's true, he agreed. Far from the bustle of big cities, the pace of life here is slow, and people are easily content. It's not like New York, where at any moment, someone dissatisfied with society might pull a gun and rob someone, or even go on a shooting spree. Lexia echoed this sentiment. Although he'd stirred up plenty of trouble in New York, the truth was he never liked that city much. Oldie chuckled quietly. He was a shrewd man, never quick to state his own opinions. And so, the two of them began their journey, exploring mountains and rivers, until 3 months later, Lexia finally paused at Wolao Peak on Mount Lu. Sadly, Lexia never found the waterfall where Master Tong, who guarded the Demon Star, or the place where Shiryu trained. The nearest waterfall to Wolao Peak was called Sandy Spring, cascading gracefully in 3 tiers. Though Sandy Spring was undoubtedly beautiful, it lacked the thunderous grandeur of the anime's legendary waterfall, plummeting thousands of feet. It was not a place suited for training. The real reason Lexia stopped at Mount Lu was because Zheng Xian called him. The authorities had finished evaluating the set of remote control, Iron Soldier technology he'd provided. Moreover, an important figure wanted to meet Lexia. The meeting would take place right here at Mount Lu. The VIP was in his 50s, but his face showed few traces of age. In fact, he looked energetic and full of youthful vigor. Lexia hadn't expected that he would meet the Prime Minister of China so suddenly. Clearly, Zheng Xian's intelligence network was even more formidable than he'd imagined. "Thank you for your contributions to the country," the important figure said. "On behalf of the people, I thank you. If all overseas Chinese cared as deeply for their homeland as you do, how could our nation not thrive?" Lexia's keen intuition told him that these words were sincere. There was little pretense in them. Shaking both the man's hands, Lexia smiled brightly. "Though I may wear foreign clothes, my heart remains Chinese. There's no need to thank me. This is simply what I ought to do." After the pleasantries were exchanged, Lexia and the important figure took their seats in the purified chamber. Everyone else withdrew, leaving only a slender young woman dressed elegantly in a Chong Sam, quietly making tea at the side. Although the woman was strikingly beautiful, she was just an ordinary person, and the important figure himself was hardly a master of any extraordinary skills. If Lexia had harbored the slightest ill intent, he could have taken action in an instant. The elaborate security outside would be of no use at all. The important figure held a position of great responsibility and bore the weight of the nation's prosperity on his shoulders. Yet, he could interact with Lexia with such trust and openness. This sincerity moved Lexia. So, after a bit of small talk, Lexia took the initiative and got straight to the point. With a casual wave of his hand, a flame appeared in his palm. A flash of surprise flickered in the important figure's eyes, but his body didn't betray even a hint of unease. Smiling, he remarked, "Zheng Xian's information was spot on. Young Lexia, you are indeed no ordinary man." The tea master at the side kept her head lowered, as if she were deaf and mute, entirely detached from everything happening around her. In her eyes, it seemed, nothing existed but the gentle swirl of tea in her cup. "This is what I call the essence of nature," Lexia explained without preamble. After he finished speaking, he extinguished the flame and rose to take off his shirt. The tea master's hand trembled, nearly spilling her tea. Lexia chuckled softly to himself. "So, you're not as detached as you seem." He turned around, revealing his back, chiseled and defined like marble sculpture, for the important figure to see. In moments, the lifelike image of a vermilion bird emerged vividly across his smooth skin. The important figure set down his teacup and asked with some confusion, "Are you a disciple of an ancient martial arts sect?" Lexia put his clothes back on and sat down again, taking the tea the master handed him. As his fingers brushed hers, the tea master gave another involuntary shudder. "What I just demonstrated is called the essence of nature. The mark on my back is the sign of mastery over this force. Those who bear such marks possess abilities akin to supernatural powers." The important figure clapped his hands in admiration. "Remarkable indeed. No wonder you're friends with America's superheroes and have made such a name for yourself. Zhang Xian truly knew a great deal, perhaps even more than Fury himself. As a person of Chinese descent, Lexia naturally attracted even more attention. It was all just chance and circumstance, Lexia said modestly, scratching his head before turning serious. I'm willing to share the method for cultivating the essence of nature. But how many have the talent to master it? I can't promise that. The important figure was finally moved. You would offer up this secret martial art? Would your elders even approve? I know a bit about the rules among those who live by the martial code. Many things are not meant to be passed on to outsiders. It was clear that the important figure had already conjured up in his mind an ancient and unrivaled sect for Lexia, one with countless strict rules and traditions. Although he believed that the cultivation method of natural qi could benefit the nation, he didn't want to invite a host of troubles just for the sake of acquiring a powerful technique. What the Celestial Empire needed most at this moment was harmony and stability. I know my limits. Lexia shook her head. The reason I'm doing this is because, in a not-so-distant future, this world will be plunged into fear. The fear you mentioned, what exactly is it? The important figure savored the word. To plunge the whole world into panic would require nothing short of an apocalyptic catastrophe. Lexia nodded. You guessed right. It's the end of the world. Would Thanos' snap count as an apocalypse? Undoubtedly it would. The disappearance of half the world's population isn't just about half of humanity being wiped out. The resulting social upheaval would be impossible to predict. On a small scale, imagine a fully loaded truck speeding through the city. Suddenly, the driver vanishes. With the vehicle out of control, how many cars would it crash into? How many pedestrians would be hurt? On a larger scale, if certain high-ranking officials vanished without warning, government offices would be paralyzed. What sort of threat would that pose to a nation's governance? And if countless familiar faces were to disappear in an instant, what kind of trauma would the survivors endure? Would they break down? Would society itself turn hostile and chaotic? There was no doubt that, to the purple potato titan, a snap of the fingers was simply erasing half of all life, a contribution, in his eyes, to the sustainable development of the universe. But for human society, it could be an extinction-level disaster. No matter how the events are portrayed in Avengers Endgame, the chaos in society can't possibly be brushed aside so lightly. And by the way, most of those left at the end of Infinity War were the original Avengers. Perhaps Endgame would be their curtain call. After all, their salaries had become astronomical. So if Thanos snapped his fingers, it would truly be the end of the world. The important figure didn't panic, nor did he scoff. He calmly picked up his teacup. How likely is what you say? Meanwhile, the young woman beside him glanced at Lexia with a curious, almost skeptical look in her beautiful, wide eyes. There was no telling what she was thinking, but it probably wasn't anything pleasant. Lexia set down her own teacup and looked seriously into the important figure's eyes. 100% certain. The danger comes from the cosmos. Do you believe that there are aliens in this world? The important figure glanced at the team master. Her surname is Zhang. Her ancestors once saw aliens with their own eyes. Lucia was immediately filled with respect. This woman, who seemed to have no remarkable qualities beyond her stunning looks, explosive figure, tranquil temperament, and graceful bearing, turned out to be someone with her own credentials and identity. No wonder she was chosen to accompany such an important person. The team master offered a serene smile, making no move to introduce herself, and Lucia didn't press for more. In that case, things become much simpler, Lucia said, taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat before speaking in a low, steady voice. The American government once captured the corpse of an alien. Based on that body, they conducted a number of studies, one of which was called the Tahiti Project. I wonder if our intelligence agencies have heard anything about it. The big shot seemed quite pleased that Lucia had used the word "our." He nodded. We've managed to dig up some information. All right, Lucia went on. The corpse they captured belonged to a Kree. The Kree are an alien race with extraordinary abilities, superhuman to us Earthlings. There are many other alien races like them with either incredible powers, formidable starships, or vast armies. Earth, as a newly emerging civilization, has already entered their field of view. To them, we're nothing but primitive people wielding sticks and spears. They could invade, destroy, or enslave us without any real effort. The team master couldn't help but interject. So, these alien invasions are the doomsday events you mentioned? Lucia shook his head. Not entirely. Alien invasions are bound to happen, but with S.H.I.E.L.D. and their roster of superheroes, even if things get dire, those crises should be manageable. The big shot, being well aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence, knew that although the agency was nominally under the United Nations International Security Council, it was, for all intents and purposes, an American organization. After all, The United Nations was essentially America's playground. Liu Xia's claim that S.H.I.E.L.D. could handle alien invasions wasn't something he found entirely credible, but neither could he dismiss it outright. Barring the issue of civilian casualties, they probably did have that capability. He also knew that Liu Xia had attracted the attention of Nick Fury, SHIELD's director, but had declined his invitation. Otherwise, even if Liu Xia had donated the complete Iron Man technology to the authorities, there'd be no need for a personal meeting like this. After pondering for a moment, the big shot spoke. So, you're saying that there's going to be a threat so immense that even S.H.I.E.L.D. and their superheroes won't be able to handle it? Exactly, Liu Xia nodded. It's hard for me to present solid, irrefutable evidence for what I'm saying, but I have to bring it up. Please, you must believe me. The big shot mulled it over. Tell me your plan to deal with it. He didn't bother asking what the trouble was. Instead, he went straight to asking Lexia for a solution. It seemed that this generation of officials were all pragmatists, and when it came to employing people, they had a sharp eye for talent. Lexia gave a silent nod of approval in his heart. That probably depends on what kind of strength we can bring to the table, he replied. He didn't start making grand claims or boast that as long as they did this or that, they'd certainly succeed. After all, he wasn't familiar with the domestic situation here. Was a Shenmao bureau even real? The important figure instantly caught on to what Lexia was getting at. The state of martial power in the Celestial Empire had always been a mystery to the world. Setting his teacup down, the official nodded and said, "The things you want to know, Zhang Xian will discuss them with you in detail later. As for what you mentioned, I'll need to discuss it further with others. But I believe that when it comes to protecting the Earth, our principles should be aligned." Before leaving, the important figure looked at Lexia with genuine gravity and said, "Do your best. After all, this world belongs to the young." The official's time was extremely precious. The fact that he managed to spare half an hour to meet Lexia was already a rare event. Whether he truly believed in Lexia's warnings about the doomsday crisis was uncertain. Lexia didn't dare to hope too much, as it did sound rather alarmist. Still, the official's attitude filled Lexia with gratitude. Whatever the outcome, at least he had offered a chance for cooperation. If Lexia could seize this opportunity, he would surely allow the Chinese to make their voices heard in a new way on this world stage. After the official departed, the team master remained. Just as before, she brewed tea in a calm, graceful manner, her demeanor as delicate and refined as an orchid. Watching her elegant figure, Lexia found himself growing restless. The official hadn't taken this young woman with him. Could it be that she was his reward for offering up the Iron Soldier technology? The thought was honestly a bit embarrassing. "Mr. Liu," she suddenly said, setting a fresh cup of tea before him, "forgive my presumption, but may I ask what school or sect you belong to, and under whom you studied? Is making a new acquaintance supposed to start with questions about one's lineage? This reward was truly something special." "Wait a second." She said her surname was Zhang. From ancient times, Zhang had been a major surname in the Celestial Empire, always ranking among the top 3 in population. Historically, there was no shortage of famous people named Zhang. Zhang Yi, Zhang Liang, Zhang Zhongjing, Zhang Fei, Zhang Jiao, Zhang Heng, and so on. Lexia rifled through all his memories of Marvel lore. Among those with the surname Zhang, he could only recall one, the Mandarins. Alias, Zhang Tong. Could it be that this team master was a descendant left behind by the Mandarin, who once used the name Zhang Tong? Still, you couldn't really blame Lexia for looking down on Master Man. If Master Man were truly capable of raising an heir worthy of such deep trust from big shots, he wouldn't have needed to go to such lengths just to control a Tony Stark. Nor would he have had to get his own hands dirty to deal with a potential threat. How undignified. Aside from that, Lexia couldn't think of any other people with the surname Zhang who might be relevant. After all, Marvel comics were created by Americans, and China's presence in their stories was almost non-existent. Named Chinese characters were even rarer. Lexia only learned about the existence of the Spear Bureau from some obscure comics he'd stumbled upon online, though he couldn't quite recall how he'd found them. And that had been ages ago, so he barely remembered any of those Chinese superheroes, who seemed to be background characters at best. What did stick in his mind was that there was someone called Sun Wukong, whose design was such an eyesore that it made him want to strangle the artist. Apparently, the image of a Chinese man with a bald head and a rat tail was something Americans just couldn't let go of. Still, Lexia remembered that there were female superheroes in the Spear Bureau too. Even though he hadn't sensed any extraordinary energy from the team master, Ms. Zhang, he couldn't be sure he could detect every type of transcendent power in this world. Judging by the way the big shot spoke earlier, it seemed that this team master, Ms. Zhang, also came from a distinguished background, perhaps with the backing of some millennial-old sect. If that were the case, it would explain why she was entrusted to accompany the big shot to meet Lexia, and why the big shot felt comfortable bringing only her along to meet an outsider like Lexia. It also made sense, then, how China could preserve its own peace and quiet amidst the chaos and disaster of the Marvel Universe. I merely studied under a minor sect. Miss Zhang, you've probably never heard of it, Lexia said, taking the teacup and sipping it. He couldn't help but wonder if he was about to show off and end up embarrassing himself. What rotten luck that would be. Thinking back, when he demonstrated the natural energy in his back tattoo earlier, the team master hadn't shown the slightest reaction. Given China's vastness and rich heritage, perhaps the cultivation of natural energy really wasn't such a big deal. How can you be so sure I haven't heard of it, Brother Lexia, if you won't say? The team master poured herself a cup of tea, and even her form of address changed. Calling him brother was much like senior brother in those martial arts and Xinxia stories, a polite way to address a peer from another sect. With a gentle fragrance of tea wafting in the air, the atmosphere in the quiet room shifted in an instant. Moments ago, Lexia had been discussing doomsday aliens and such with the big shot. Now it felt like two disciples from different martial traditions were exchanging secrets. The whole turn of events was so jarring that Lexia felt an urge to cover his face and blurt out, "Sister, could you please tell me, are we still in the Marvel Universe?" Senior Sister Zhang. No matter how uncomfortable Lu Xia felt, he had no choice but to follow the path laid out by the team master. After all, this was not his territory. Just a moment ago, he'd thought this was a tempting little bonus he could easily win over, but in the blink of an eye, his opponent had revealed herself as a master of unfathomable depth. What's more, there are likely no fewer than 10 powerful experts lurking just outside, ready to strike. And yet, Lu Xia couldn't afford to cross them. He was here to make friends, not enemies. Since we've come this far, I might as well be honest with you. Have you ever heard of the Immortal Realms? The team master's fingers twitched slightly. I'm not sure which immortal realm you're referring to, Brother Lo, Kunlun, or perhaps Penglai. The mention of immortal realms didn't seem to surprise the team master much. In the Marvel Universe, immortal realms not only existed, they were numerous. It was said there were as many as 7, with the most renowned being the Kunlun Immortal Realm. The superhero Iron Fist from the Defenders was the most iconic hero to emerge from Kunlun. The immortal realms rarely opened their gates to outsiders, and even when they did, the mundane world had no way of knowing when or where. To ordinary people, these realms remained shrouded in mystery. For the most part, the immortal realms and the secular world were almost completely cut off from each other. However, if a sect had been around for 1,000 years, it was only natural that, over such a long history, they might have had contact with the immortal realms, or perhaps some of their own had even come from one. Lu Xia shook his head, forcing himself to keep going with the story. Neither of those. The immortal realm I'm talking about is simply called the Immortal Realm, situated between our world and the underworld. It's the home of the Taoist sculptors who guard the lands between the continent and the immortal realm itself. My master, Tong Hu, hails from there. The team master's awareness of the immortal realms had caught Lu Xia off guard, but there was no time to invent a more impressive backstory for Tong Hu or himself. He could only lean on the Hades myth setting to explain things, hoping it would be mysterious and vague enough to work. Would it really fool the team master? Hard to say, but it was certainly better than making up something like the Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Master's Mansion. The more enigmatic and mystical he sounded, the better. Taoist sculptors, the team master repeated thoughtfully, rolling the phrase on her tongue. I can't say I've heard of them before, but from what you're saying, it sounds like your lineage is connected to Taoism. Whether sculptor Taoists were truly part of Taoism, the manga artist Shideji never made clear. But since they were called Taoists, it was only natural to lean toward the Taoist tradition. Lu Xia nodded. Of course, we're part of the Taoist tradition. All at once, the team master straightened up and, with utmost solemnity, clasped her hands in greeting. Zhang Lingyu, inheritor of the Celestial Master's Mansion, pays her respects to senior brother Lu. Lu Xia nearly spewed his tea all over Zhang Lingyu's face. He had just been thinking about the Celestial Master's Mansion on Dragon Tiger Mountain, and out of nowhere, an actual heir to that very sect appeared right before him. What were the odds? Zhang Lingyu did not pause, and continued. The Celestial Master's sect has been passed down since the Han Dynasty. Our ancestor, whose courtesy name was Hung, was the founder of the sect, and, as Lord Li just mentioned, he was also the one who encountered extraterrestrials. Lu Xia was utterly dumbfounded. In modern terms, what Zhang Lingyu just said was that her ancestor was Zhang Hung, the founder of the Celestial Master's sect, and that he had met aliens back in the Han Dynasty. No wonder this is a 1,000-year-old sect, dropping such a bombshell in just the 3rd chapter of the domestic arc. Is it really okay to reveal such secrets this early? No wonder the big shots act so fearlessly. With a member of the Celestial Master's sect at their side, They can sit back and watch the world from their ivory towers. But wait, wasn't Zhang Heng an astronomer? Lu Xia remembered reading about him as a child, how he would gaze at the stars at night, how he later invented the seismoscope. And now you're telling me he was once the leader of a demonic sect? Are you kidding me? You must be taking me for a fool. Zhang Lingyu chuckled with an easy grace. People often spread rumors, and successive emperors have always held some prejudice against our celestial master's sect, so the official histories naturally differ from what has been orally passed down. However, it is true that my ancestor excelled in astronomy, mathematics, geography, and more. Lu Xia hadn't read many Marvel comics, so he had no idea what kind of figure Zhang Heng might be in the Marvel universe. In ancient legends, the spear was always in the east, while the shield belonged to the west. It was said that more than 2,000 years before the Common Era, a catastrophe broke out, one powerful enough to threaten the entire solar system. Yet under the leadership of the hero Imhotep, humanity finally defeated their enemy and defended both the solar system and the Earth. The weapons Imhotep wielded, the spear and the shield, were left to future generations. The shield went west, and its inheritors eventually founded Shield, while the spear remained in the east, and its inheritor was none other than Zhang Heng of the Han Dynasty. But in Lu Xia's world, Zhang Heng not only conversed with a colossal mechanical goddess from the stars more than 2,000 years ago, but also managed to talk her down and save the Earth with nothing but his words. And, while he was at it, the astronomer Zhang Heng invented a slew of devices, like the seismoscope, and in his spare time, even helped establish a 1,000-year-old sect, the Celestial Masters sect. Zhang Heng was busier than even Du Fu. From the look in Lu Xia's eyes, Zhang Lingyu could sense his uncertainty, and she felt a twinge of displeasure. For generations, Zhang Lingyu and the Celestial Masters sect behind her had been close partners of the imperial court. Now, however, this foreign-educated upstart seemed poised to steal their thunder. The big shot hadn't said anything directly, but his actions spoke volumes. And more importantly, the Celestial Masters sect was being taken lightly. I wonder, senior brother, what marvels your natural energy possesses. Would you care to demonstrate for me? There was no mistaking the challenge in Zhang Lingyu's words. Since ancient times, there has never been a definitive first in the literary world, but in the martial world, there is always a second. Although both Lu Xia and Zhang Lingyu belonged to the Taoist tradition, as a prodigy of the Celestial Masters sect, Zhang Lingyu was genuinely curious to see what Lu Xia was truly capable of. Lu Xia looked up and surveyed the room. The meditation chamber was spacious, and in the shadowy corners, several hidden cameras could be seen. Clearly, many people were closely monitoring what was happening inside. Most likely, behind those lenses, there were plenty of others who shared Zhang Lingyu's curiosity. Lu Xia had long been prepared for this. As the saying goes, it's easier to meet the king of hell than to deal with his little demons. The powerful could easily and decisively put Lu Xia to use for the sake of the nation and its people, but the many individuals below them each had their own opinions. Winning their acceptance wasn't as simple as putting on a flashy display or bearing one's back. When all was said and done, a real contest was inevitable. Draining the last of his tea, Lu Xia set down his cup and politely declined Zhang Lingyu's offer to refill it. Senior Sister Zhang, though we aren't exactly pressed for time, I'm not used to all this beating around the bush. Let's just speak frankly. A sense of relief washed over Zhang Lingyu. She herself was not someone fond of playing mind games. That so-called serene and refined manner was merely the result of years of discipline instilled by her father. In truth, she much preferred directness. If you put it that way, I won't stand on ceremony. Since Masterly trusts you so much, the old guard naturally has their doubts. So unless you show some real skill today, I'm afraid walking out of here with peace of mind won't be easy. Lu Xia tilted his head at Zhang Lingyu. Is it only the elders who are curious? Wouldn't you want to see what I can do too, Senior Sister Zhang? Zhang Lingyu shook her head. Me? I'm just here to serve tea. Whether you're impressive or not has nothing to do with me. Your real opponent is someone else. Just as her words faded, the door to the chamber slid open. In walked a young man with long hair, dressed in Taoist robes, a touch of cinnabar in the center of his brow. I am Zhang Lingyu of the Celestial Masters sect, here to seek guidance from Brother Lu. Zhang Lingyu? Zhang Lingyu. Lu Xia glanced at Zhang Lingyu with a puzzled expression. She smiled and explained, This is my twin brother. He's the most formidable of our generation. You'd better watch out. Your parents really took the easy route with names, naming brother and sister the same. Lu Xia quipped, rising to walk toward Zhang Lingyu. Lu Xia, disciple of Master Tonghu from the Immortal Realm. I look forward to learning from you, Brother Zhang. After exchanging bows, the two moved to the center of the chamber. No one needed to call for the match to begin. As soon as they were ready, Both were enveloped in radiant light. Lu Xia surrounded by a blaze of flames, Zhang Lingyu shimmering with a golden aura. The golden light surrounding Zhang Lingyu seemed to be a kind of energy as well, one that could enhance his strength and speed. It even possessed some rather mystical abilities, such as transforming energy into physical forms, a gigantic hand or a weapon, for instance. Lu Xia's flames were just as formidable. Beyond their blistering heat, they could morph into blazing birds that swept across the room in waves, generating tremendous gusts in their wake. Though the two fought with measured restraint, the sheer destructive power was astonishing. The compactest chamber, spanning over 100 square meters, was turned completely upside down, as if a typhoon had swept through. Even the wooden roof had been torn off and flung away. Within the entire room, only a small square area, no more than 3 feet on each side, beside Zhang Lingyu, remained untouched. After 10 minutes of fierce exchange, the two finally stood apart on opposite sides, the battle still evenly matched. Senior brother Lu, your skills are truly extraordinary. When it comes to fists and feet, I cannot best you. Now, I have no choice but to reveal my ultimate technique. Zhang Lingyu raised his hand, and a sliver of silvery lightning burst forth from his palm. This move is called the Thunder Palm. I know, the name sounds rather tacky, but its power is nothing to scoff at. Be careful, senior brother. As Zhang Lingyu finished speaking, the clouds above began to churn. Dark storm clouds swiftly gathered overhead, thick and heavy, with arcs of lightning slithering through them. The sight evoked a strange nostalgia in Lu Xia, reminding him of the long-lost Mjolnir. Back when he used the hammer to temper himself in the wild, the sky looked exactly like this. As the clouds swelled, a bolt of lightning shot up from Zhang Lingyu's palm, entwining itself with the serpents of electricity in the storm above, quickly forging a connection between earth and sky. Zhang Lingyu then began to chant an incantation. Heaven's ninefold mysteries transformed to divine thunder. Let the heavens blaze with power. Off to the side, Zhang Lingyu's sister, Zhang Lingyu, covered her face in embarrassment. The incantation was clearly not the true spell for the Thunder Palm, but rather something lifted, straight from a popular novel. She never imagined her brother would indulge in such theatrical antics at such a crucial moment. Wasn't he afraid the family elders would be outraged? Yet, gazing at the awe-inspiring lightning raging above, Lu Xia felt no urge to dodge. Instead, he stepped forward, paying no mind to the authenticity of the show. If only you could cast the Divine Sword Lightning command, that would be even better. All I want is for you to strike me as hard and as fast as you can. Ever since Mjolnir had returned to Asgard with Thor, it had been ages since Lu Xia experienced the thrill of ascending through pain, the ecstasy of being struck by lightning. Come, let your thunder lash me without mercy. Don't hold back. To summon such a mighty thunderstorm with nothing but a mortal body, no wonder Zhang Lingyu was hailed as the strongest among his peers. With this mastery of lightning alone, he could outshine any electric-powered foe by miles, rivaling even Asgard's legendary hammer. He truly was a living incarnation of the hammer itself. Lu Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stared at the hammer. No, as she watched the growing power of lightning in Zhang Lingyu's hands. At the same time, she summoned the full extent of her own strength. With a burst of familiar background music, the Holy Chalice armor was donned in an instant. This was both a responsibility to herself and a mark of respect for her opponent. After summoning the heavenly thunder, Zhang Lingyu kept a close eye on Lu Xia's reaction. He knew all too well how devastating the thunder could be. Though he'd been chosen as the challenger, he had no real intention of causing Lu Xia harm. He'd even considered holding back. After all, no one wanted to see someone seriously hurt. That would put everyone in an awkward position. But Lu Xia's eager response made Zhang Lingyu realize that if he did go easy, she likely wouldn't appreciate it all. One way or another, he had to give this his all and fight with everything he had. So, when the crackling orb of lightning in his palm grew to the size of a medicine ball, Zhang Lingyu felt he was already approaching his limit. Yet he forced himself to push further, expanding the sphere of lightning, until it was as large as a water barrel. And still he didn't stop. Only when the orb had grown to over 2 meters in diameter, requiring both hands to lift above his head, did he finally reach his breaking point. A line of cold sweat slid down Lu Xia's forehead. This isn't the Divine Sword Thunder commandment. This is basically a spirit bomb. It wasn't until Zhang Lingyu felt that if he didn't release the orb, he'd be the one to explode first, that he finally swung his hands down with force, shouting, "I choose you. Go 100,000 volts." The sphere of lightning rocketed toward Lu Xia, and in an instant, a blinding white bolt engulfed her, erupting with a thunderous blast. The force was far more than a mere 100,000 volts. The sheer destructive power sent everything within a radius of dozens of meters flying into the air. At Lu Xiao's position, a giant mushroom cloud billowed up from the explosion. Are you out of your mind? Even before the thunderball hit, Zhang Lingyu's sister, Zhang Lingyu, had vanished from her spot and reappeared before him, a yellow talisman pinched delicately between her fingers as she scolded him. By the order of command, the yellow paper fluttered in the wind, swiftly transforming into a massive golden bell that enveloped the two of them, shielding them from the full force of the blast. The explosion's mushroom cloud instantly leveled the manor housing the meditation chamber, reducing everything within 100 meters to scorched earth, not a single tile left intact. I thought you didn't even want to come today. So why would you push yourself to summon thunder so wild you couldn't control it? And now look at you. If it weren't for me, you'd have been caught in your own blast. Faced with Zhang Lingyu's reproach, Zhang Lingyu simply shrugged, unconcerned. Those old geezers wanted to see what she was really capable of. If I just played around, how would we ever know her true strength? So you insisted on showing off, disregarding your own foundation and recklessly overextending your cultivation. Zhang Lingyu's sister, Zhang Lingyu, looked at him with a mixture of frustration and concern. Her brother was indeed the genius and hope of the Celestial Master sect, and, as his older sister, she never wanted to see him come to any harm. A subtle movement flickered at the corner of Zhang Lingyu's eye. My bottleneck has loosened a little. What did you say? Zhang Lingyu spun around, surprise and delight lighting up her face. Ahead of them, the mushroom cloud from the explosion began to dissipate, slowly revealing a solitary figure standing at its center. From 100 meters away, countless pairs of eyes were locked intently on that figure. Even the Zhang siblings broke off their conversation, both turning to stare. As the dust settled, Lexia's form became clear. He stood there in a suit of gleaming silver armor, its structure still intact save for a few fresh scratches marring the surface. Under the blue sky, the tousled hair atop Lexia's head fluttered in the breeze, and his face shone with a warm, sunlit smile. It was obvious that the ferocious lightning strike from earlier had barely fazed him. In fact, he looked even more energetic than before. Standing tall, Lexia brushed the dust from his hair and shoulders, then lifted his chin toward Zhang Lingyu in a playful gesture. My friend, that lightning ball, just now, was quite the wake-up call. How about another round? Once this is over, I'll be heading back to America to inherit a few $1 billion. Trust me, I can pay you for your trouble. Lexia had completely dispersed that powerful thunderstrike with nothing but his supersonic punch, thanks to the tempering of Thor's hammer and the reborn armor of the Great Crater. Such attacks now only served to further hone his body. They were no longer a real threat. Hearing Lexia's shout, Zhang Lingyu's sister leaned over and whispered, "Just now you said something about loosening?" Zhang Lingyu turned away, his expression unreadable. I'm going back to the sect for seclusion. Tell everyone, not even the end of the world should drag me back out. With that, Zhang Lingyu strode off decisively, not looking back. I wish I could go into seclusion too, Zhang Lingyu's sister sighed, letting out a breath. As members of the younger generation in the Celestial Master sect, the two of them didn't obsess over power or status the way the elders did. The difference was, Zhang Lingyu's extraordinary talent had made him the sect's greatest hope since childhood, allowing him to devote most of his time and energy to cultivation. But Zhang Lingyu's sister was different. Her constitution made it nearly impossible to practice any techniques herself. She could only rely on secret arts and talismans to boost her strength and protect herself. That meant she didn't need to spend time cultivating, nor did she have to invent new talismans. The resources of the Celestial Master sect ensured she only needed to know how to use them. As for her free time, their father made sure it was filled with lessons on managing the sect's affairs and dealing with the mundane world. But given the status of the Celestial Master's mansion, the people they dealt with were never ordinary. Each one was a seasoned old hand in the world, and Zhang Lingyu had long grown weary of such a life. In fact, within the entire Celestial Master's mansion, she was the one who most hoped Zhang Lingyu would lose this challenge. Now, with Zhang Lingyu's defeat, just as she had wished, Zhang Lingyu could finally lay down the burden she had carried on her shoulders. Hey, why did you just walk off? Lexia walked over to Zhang Lingyu, confusion written across her face. Are there any other lightning users around? Call them out quick. I can barely hold my fist back. Though she was secretly delighted, Zhang Lingyu knew she still had a part to play. As expected of someone even recognized by the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in America, Senior Brother Lu, your skills are truly impressive. I'm in awe. Lexia blinked. Well, I just turned 18, by the way. May I ask, how old are you, Sister Zhang? Zhang Lingyu's eye twitched. Referring to herself as little sister was just a formality, but Lexia really took her up on it. Ignoring Lexia's question, Zhang Lingyu cupped her hands in a respectful gesture and bowed. Senior Brother Lu, your martial prowess is unmatched. Our Celestial Master's mansion willingly concedes defeat. I hope you'll continue to guide us in the future. In the future, huh? Lexia's gaze drifted over Zhang Lingyu's striking figure, and for a moment, her dazzling beauty nearly blinded him. Well, the future is full of possibilities. At that moment, a black SUV pulled up and stopped nearby. From it stepped a short man in a suit. It was Zhang Xian. Miss Zhang, Lola. After greeting the two, Zhang Xian looked around at the barren grounds, scratching the back of his head in confusion. I didn't get the address wrong, did I? Wasn't there supposed to be a manor here? Brother Xian, Lexia scratched his own head. About that. Maybe you should ask the owner of this place. Hell well. Zhang Xian's face darkened. I'm the owner. They just assigned this place to me as my new office. Lexia turned to Zhang Lingyu. Our junior. Where did junior brother Zhang go? He owes Brother Xian an explanation. Brother Xian had been in high spirits lately. Ever since returning from America, he'd been entrusted with major responsibilities, and the trust placed in him had left him both flattered and a little overwhelmed. On the way here, Zhang Xian had been humming tunes, so much so that his driver of over a decade, old Qin, thought his wife must be expecting their second child. But when he arrived and saw the scene of utter devastation, Zhang Xian was dumbstruck. Where was the promised manor? Where was the new office? Had they just given him a patch of dirt and told him to build it himself? He turned to ask Lexia and Zhang Lingyu, only to find both of them with awkward expressions, eyes darting, as if desperately searching for an excuse. You two are right here at the scene. Do you really need to put on such an act? And what terrible acting it is, too. You've already met them, haven't you? How did it go? Setting aside the matter of the homestead, Zhang Xian shifted his focus to ask Lu Xia about his meeting with colleagues from back home. Such situations, where outsiders parachute in only to be given a hard time by the locals, are all too common. Lu Xia glanced over at Zhang Lingyu, then nodded and said, We've met. I'm quite satisfied. Having met Lu Xia's voluptuous secretary Felicia back in the States, Zhang Xian considered himself well acquainted with Lu Xia's character. With this in mind, he offered a kindly reminder. Miss Zhang's background is far from simple. Xiaolo, I hope you didn't neglect her. With that one sentence, he made clear where the two stood in his mind. Lu Xia was obviously more like one of his own. Zhang Lingyu suddenly felt that the old fellows back at the Celestial Master's mansion were out of touch with the times. They tried to throw their weight around, hoping to intimidate the newcomer, but in the end, they never really understood where they stood. Come to think of it, most of the talents cultivated by the Celestial Master's mansion over the years had remained under their banner, whereas Lu Xia, upon his return, had freely shared his skills and techniques. The difference in stature was plain for all to see. Having sorted out her mind, Zhang Lingyu bowed slightly and said, My younger brother has already met with senior brother Lu and even dared to ask for a few pointers. Senior brother Li's skills are a cut above. Our Celestial Master's mansion is happy to concede defeat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian felt a rush of satisfaction. At long last, the Celestial Master's mansion had admitted to being outmatched. Of course, the authorities had been working with the Celestial Master's mansion for years. There was no way they'd simply cast them aside. This was merely a gentle warning, taking advantage of Lu Xia's cooperation to send a subtle message. Both were shrewd people, so there was no need for unnecessary words. After exchanging a few remarks to clarify their intentions, they each took their leave. After seeing Zhang Lingyu off, Zhang Xian and Lu Xia climbed into an SUV. Old Qin started the engine, and the car set off for another base of the Divine Spear Bureau. On the road, Zhang Xian asked about Lu Xia's match with Zhang Lingyu, expressing his satisfaction at how decisively Lu Xia had won. After all, Lu Xia was the one he had brought back to the country, and Lu Xia's victory over the Celestial Master's mansion was as good as Zhang Xian's own triumph. With the praise out of the way, Zhang Xian began to brief Lu Xia on the current state of the Divine Spear Bureau. The Divine Spear Bureau had a long and storied history, tracing its lineage back nearly 2,000 years to the Han Dynasty astronomer Zhang Heng. However, for various reasons, the organization had long operated in the shadows, never truly coming into the public eye. Now, with the changing times, the Divine Spear Bureau was on the verge of stepping onto the world stage, ready to let the voice of the East be heard across the globe. It's high time those arrogant Americans heard a voice from the East. Brother Xian, we have a heavy responsibility ahead of us. Lu Xia's mind wandered to the later storylines of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, searching for a fitting narrative thread for the Divine Spear Bureau. Zhang Xian shook his head with a smile. The road ahead is as hard as iron, but now we're forging ahead from the very beginning. Lu Xia replied, No challenge is insurmountable if you're determined to climb. The two of them exchanged a hearty laugh, understanding each other perfectly without the need for words. The Divine Spear Bureau is an emergency intelligence agency directly under the Prime Minister. It has over 150,000 publicly known agents, analysts, and inspectors, boasts a scientific division with unparalleled achievements, as well as humanity's most advanced surveillance network, and commands several airships. The distinguished figure who had welcomed Lexia earlier was, in fact, the sole direct superior of the Divine Spear Bureau. Once again, Zhang Xian broadened Lexia's perspective on the world. Space carriers were not the exclusive domain of the Americans. We, too, possess spacecraft. Unfortunately, the legendary airborne fortress, the Ring headquarters, was still under construction, so Lexia would not have the chance to see it with her own eyes. Yet, just listening to Zhang Xian's description made it clear that it was not inferior to the Shield helicarrier, and might even surpass it in some respects. This filled Lexia with a deep sense of national pride. When the jeep arrived at the base, Lexia met another of our Army's special forces, the Jiaolong Assault Team, an elite squad whose fame was modest but whose achievements were truly remarkable. The Jiaolong team was small in number. Though all its members were ordinary humans, each one was the best of the best. With just a single piece of advanced technology, any one of them could take down an entire opposing unit. The captain, surnamed Yang, was a man in his 30s, imposing and disciplined, rarely seen with a smile. Upon meeting Lexia, he offered a respectful military salute and then spoke no further. From now on, Jiaolong will be stationed at the Divine Spear Bureau, assisting us in carrying out special missions. Another Special Forces team will also be transferred from a different unit. You'll have a chance to meet them later, Zhang Xian continued to explain as he bid farewell to Captain Yang. As for the natural qi cultivation method you provided, Zhang Xian went on, we will prioritize its dissemination within the military. However, based on the experience of the Celestial Masters Hall, the younger the practitioner, the higher the likelihood of success and achievement. Therefore, we'll also introduce it in primary and secondary schools, actively selecting and nurturing promising talent. Lexia had no objections to Zhang Xian's arrangements. After all, his responsibility was merely to provide the cultivation method. How it was put to use was naturally up to those in charge. Given the Divine Spear Bureau's efficiency, Lexia was confident this would not be a difficult undertaking. However, based on his own experience, Lexia knew that those truly capable of comprehending the essence of natural qi would likely remain few and far between.